Chapter 1. The Failure of Awakening and the Sale of One's Body for 100 Taels. Why are you so useless? The old scholar in the village claimed you were the smartest. Yet look at this. You are even inferior to that fat pig from the Liu family. Curse you. In Yiyang Prefecture, Qingfeng County, on a muddy road outside Qingyou Town, a bullock cart ambled along. On the open flatbed behind sat two individuals, a woman in her 30s and a child of about 8 or 9 years old. The woman was clad in fine silk, while the child wore only a few tattered and filthy garments. As the autumn wind blew, the child shivered uncontrollably, huddling at the rear of the cart with his arms wrapped around himself. Meanwhile, the woman continued her tirade of venomous curses. You disaster! That was 1,000 taels of silver, and you just let it slip away? The boy, seated at the back of the cart, was named Su Chang'an. Having lost his father at a young age, his mother had also passed away in the spring of this year. Before her death, she had done two things. She slipped a peculiar card into his left arm and entrusted him to the woman before him, the wicked Lu Shi, his aunt. Today marked a special day in Qingyou Town, where celestial beings descended from the heavens to assist children turning 9 in awakening their spiritual roots. Should a child successfully awaken their roots, they would be taken by these celestial beings to join a sect. Every year, this event transpired in Qingyou Town, and each child who successfully awakened and was taken away would bring a reward of 1,000 taels of silver to their family. As luck would have it, Su Chang'an had just turned 9 and was brought by his malicious aunt to undergo the test. Lu Shi had anticipated that once Su Chang'an awakened his spiritual roots, he would be taken away by the celestial beings, allowing her to effortlessly claim the 1,000 taels. However, the outcome diverged from her expectations. Su Chang'an did indeed awaken his spiritual roots, but to his aunt's dismay, they turned out to be a mixed root encompassing all 10 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, ice, light, and darkness. A veritable waste of spiritual roots. The celestial being conducting the test was momentarily taken aback. He had only heard legends of such a rare occurrence, a child with 10 types of useless roots. Though Su Chang'an possessed spiritual roots, his qualifications were no different from that of an ordinary person without extraordinary fortune. He would never progress beyond the first level of qi refinement, no matter how hard he tried. In essence, apart from having a root so utterly worthless, Su Chang'an was no different in the eyes of the celestial masters than an ordinary person. He was deemed unfit. Naturally, Lu Shi's hopes of receiving the 1,000 taels were dashed. Thus, her curses and insults ensued on the journey home. Yet, Su Chang'an remained unfazed. He merely lowered his head, shrinking behind the ox cart. Yet his mind was already concocting a plan. Upon returning home, while that wicked woman was away, he would abscond with the family's silver, never to return again. It was not that he lacked virtue. Rather, Su Chang'an knew that when his mother entrusted him to this venomous woman, she had bestowed upon her a substantial sum of silver notes, at least several thousand taels. Otherwise, how could this malicious woman afford her lavish silks and satins? The money rightfully belonged to my mother, and I felt justified in taking it. The ox cart ambled slowly around a grove. It was autumn, and the one-slush forest had become bare, with branches jutting out haphazardly. Su Chang'an lifted his gaze to the front. Perhaps the wicked woman had exhausted her tirade and had unknowingly succumbed to slumber. Beyond this grove lies Su family village. If she dares to sleep as soon as we arrive home, I shall seize the silver and flee, not waiting for nightfall. Su Chang'an felt that he could not remain in this home for even a moment longer. Wait, miss ahead, please pause. At that moment, a crisp female voice suddenly rang out from behind. Su Chang'an turned to look back and saw a young woman clad in purple, sprinting swiftly along the muddy path towards them. Her speed was remarkable. She darted through the air, landing gracefully beside the ox cart in a mere instant. Lu Shi tugged at the ox's reins, halting the cart, her expression a mix of fear and surprise as she regarded the girl, who, despite her mere 15 or 16 years, wore a sword at her waist. I am no noblewoman, my garments are borrowed. If you intend to rob me, I possess no riches to offer. The girl smiled gently and replied, Auntie, I am not here to rob you. I am a cultivator from the esteemed Chen family, a lineage of immortals. I notice that this young lad possesses spiritual roots, yet has not been chosen by the masters of the Wulong Gate. so I came to inquire whether he might join us in our Chen family. What? The wicked woman was taken aback. A glimmer of hope sparked in Su Chang'an's eyes. Then will you offer payment? The woman finally caught on, scrambling down from the cart to scrutinize the young woman in purple. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Payment? This was unexpected. She had welcomed numerous children before, and each parent, upon hearing their child could enter a sect of immortals, rejoiced and would have gladly prostrated themselves in gratitude. Yet this woman was demanding payment? What sort of payment? The girl's expression darkened. Lu Shi retorted, the Wulong Gate offers 1,000 taels if you do not provide silver. I shall not permit you to take him. With a flick of her wrist, the girl tossed down a silver ingot, exclaiming, this is 100 taels. That will not suffice. The wicked woman's greed intensified at the sight of the 100 taels. 1,000 taels. If you do not provide 1,000 taels, I shall not allow you to take him. The woman's gaze turned icy, and the sword in her hand unsheathed by half an inch. Though it was but a mere fraction, the exposed blade emanated a chilling aura that spread through the surroundings, causing the venomous woman to tremble uncontrollably as she collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy. Let's depart. Observing the scene, the woman extended her hand and grasped Su Chang'an's, her feet seemingly exerting no effort, yet in a few graceful leaps, they had already distanced themselves by 100 paces from the ox cart. Su Chang'an felt a moment of disorientation. Am I flying? The sharp autumn wind struck him heated. He shivered violently. Are you cold? The woman in purple asked, her expression as frigid as frost as she regarded Su Chang'an. Unsure how to respond, he felt that asking the woman for clothing would betray his masculine resolve. Thus, he steeled himself and declared not cold. Ha ha! The woman chuckled softly, no longer pressing the matter. At that moment, when Su Chang'an glanced back, the venomous woman and the ox cart had vanished beyond the vast horizon. Before his eyes lay a desolate landscape, the mountains barren and the vegetation lifeless. The woman's pace quickened, as if she were eager to reach her destination. Due to the swiftness of their flight, Su Chang'an felt an increasing chill envelop him. Yet he gritted his teeth, striving to suppress any sound from escaping his lips. Chapter 2. The 6 companions arrive at Qinjiabao. Su Chang'an was uncertain of the distance they had traveled, but after approximately half an hour, the woman clad in purple led him to a hilltop. Atop the hill stood an enormous, opulent carriage. Beneath the carriage, 4 or 5 children lingered, accompanied by a male disciple dressed in black. This young man, likely around 15 or 16 years of age, possessed a tall stature and a stern countenance. However, upon sighting the woman in purple, a smile instantly illuminated his face as he exclaimed, Yuan Shiji, you have arrived. Indeed. Yuan Shiji nodded and replied, Lu Shidi, we now have 6. Our mission can be considered accomplished. Let us board the carriage. With a commanding voice, Lu Shidi beckoned, and the group, trembling with anticipation, climbed into the carriage. The interior was surprisingly spacious. 6 children, including Su Chang'an, settled at the rear of the carriage, while Yuan Shiji and Lu Shidi took their seats at the front. Su Chang'an's gaze swept around the interior, taking in the 5 companions who accompanied him, all of whom appeared to be around 10 years of age. Among them were 2 girls and 3 boys. One girl, resembling a porcelain doll, was particularly endearing. As Su Chang'an admired her, she caught his eye and, with her large, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity, inquired, Aren't you cold? It's autumn, yet you are still dressed in summer clothes. Su Chang'an's face flushed with embarrassment. Desiring to conceal his humble circumstances, he feigned nonchalance and replied, I was in a rush and lost my clothes. With a soft giggle, the little girl rummaged through her belongings and produced a deep blue jacket, offering it to him. This was prepared by my mother for me. You may borrow it. Although it's designed for girls, the deep blue color is quite neutral. A long-lost warmth enveloped Su Chang'an once more. The 9-year-old boy's eyes glistened with mist as he gratefully accepted the garment, hastily putting it on and murmuring, Thank you. You're welcome. The girl responded cheerfully. My name is Ding Lan. I am Su Chang'an, he replied. The remaining companions introduced themselves as well. Another girl was named Yang Area. The taller boy was Yang Xiaolong, while the shorter one was called Chen Tiniu. The last boy, who was huddled behind Su Chang'an, was named Zhou Yuxing. All were children of humble origins, their names reflecting their simplicity. Even Su Chang'an's name was considered quite scholarly compared to the others. The two disciples from the Chen family seemed reticent, perhaps regarding themselves as above conversing with such young children. Throughout the journey, they remained silent, their expressions solemn. After a month of traveling, the carriage finally entered a verdant expanse of emerald mountains. As Su Chang'an peered through the swaying curtains of the carriage, he was struck with astonishment at the scene outside. It was indeed peculiar. Despite the deep autumn, the vegetation on the mountains should have been withered and yellowed. Yet it remained lush and vibrant, reminiscent of summer. Though perplexed, Su Chang'an dared not voice his curiosity, fearing to offend the two solemn disciples of the Chen family seated above him. After traversing the mountains for another 6 or 7 days, the carriage finally came to a halt. "We have arrived," called out Sister Yuan, who was the first to descend. She pulled aside the curtain of the carriage, revealing the view beyond. Su Chang'an, along with several companions, clambered down. The mountain breeze was brisk, causing him to stumble slightly. Turning back, he found himself standing atop a precipice, with distant peaks looming like beasts, their heavy forms resting beneath him, while wisps of clouds stretched far into the horizon. Ahead lay an imposing mountain, the height of which was indeterminate. With a melodic trill, Sister Yuan produced a bone flute and played a few notes. From the summit of the majestic mountain, several celestial cranes swooped down gracefully. "Sister Yuan has returned." A disciple leapt from one of the cranes. "Indeed," Sister Yuan replied with a gentle smile, "we have completed our mission and brought 6 children back to the family. I kindly request your assistance in escorting them home." "Certainly," chuckled another disciple clad in black. "Congratulations, Sister Yuan. I presume you have secured 600 contribution points?" After exchanging pleasantries, the Chen disciples tossed Su Chang'an and the other 6 children onto the broad backs of the celestial cranes, which then soared into the sky towards the towering mountain. A timid child clutched the leg of a Chen disciple, shrieking in fear. Su Chang'an felt the same trepidation but stifled his cries, choosing instead to absorb the breathtaking scenery around him. What a wondrous abode of immortals it was. As the cranes reached the mountain's peak, Su Chang'an beheld a flat expanse adorned with pavilions and towers, densely packed and splendidly arranged. In the blink of an eye, the cranes landed before the mountain gate. Having studied alongside his mother in his youth, Su Chang'an recognized the formidable characters inscribed above the entrance, Chen Family Fortress, evoking an inexplicable sense of reverence within him. "You shall now be disciples of Chen Family Fortress," announced the welcoming figure kindly. "Please follow me inside. Arrangements await you." Su Chang'an followed the guide into the fortress. Shortly after entering, they arrived at a small peak. At the foot of this peak lay a picturesque courtyard, and the group followed into its midst. In the central plaza were many children of similar age to Su Chang'an, evidently new arrivals at Chen Family Fortress. The next order of business was the allocation of accommodations. Fortunately, each individual is bestowed with a private chamber, a detail that took Su Chang'an by surprise. Once the accommodations were assigned, representatives from above delivered standardized attire, comprising 8 sets for the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Thus, Su Chang'an's concerns regarding his wardrobe were finally alleviated. He took a quick shower in his room and donned the new disciple's garb of the Chen family. It felt quite satisfactory, certainly more fitting than the garment lent to him by that girl named Ding Lan. Yet, her kindness was commendable. He resolved to return the outfit to her after laundering it properly. While lost in thought, a knock echoed at his door. "Open up, it's time for a meal." Su Chang'an swung the door open to find a disciple designated for meal delivery, maneuvering a substantial cart to his doorstep. "Here is your lunch. From now on, meals will be delivered punctually. If you find yourself still hungry, feel free to take 2 portions." "Thank you," Su Chang'an replied, taking 1 serving. The delivery disciple then advised, "After your meal, please wash the bowl and return it to me the next time I come. Also, do not wander off. You are not permitted to leave the confines of this courtyard. You may take these 2 days to rest. In 2 days' time, the elder responsible for imparting skills will arrive to teach you." "Yes," Su Chang'an responded eagerly, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Chapter 3: The Chen Family's Cultivation Method. Refining Essence Blood. 2 days later, at the transmission square, an elderly man clad in black, with graying hair and appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, stood before a gathering of over 100 children. He spoke in a calm yet imposing manner. "What you hold in your hands is the Chen family's closely guarded secret, the Chen Family Cultivation Method. Each manual is numbered, and should anyone misplace theirs, I regret to inform you that the penalty is death. Within the Chen fortress, no one is permitted to wander. Any disciple daring to step beyond the walls of this transmission square without permission shall face execution. Furthermore, those who fail to advance to the first level of qi refinement within a year will also be executed. As Su Chang'an listened to Elder Chen on the platform, he could not help but draw a sharp breath. The threat of death was ever present. Good heavens, I came here to cultivate immortality, yet I feel as if I am a prisoner. The group of children had been divided into two factions, one consisting of those who could not read, currently gathered by the Chen family to learn literacy. In contrast, those like Su Chang'an, who were already literate, were assigned to this square to study the so-called Chen family cultivation method under Elder Chen. However, before distributing the manuals, Elder Chen first delivered a lecture on the rules. Once he concluded his exposition, the Chen family cultivation method was finally handed out to the children. Su Chang'an examined his manual. It was quite thin, comprising only about 10 pages. The cover bore 4 bold characters, Chen family cultivation method, and beneath them was a number, 73, Su Chang'an. This item must not be lost. Losing it would mean death. Now that I see you all have received your manuals, Elder Chen declared, waving his hand, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation. Our Chen family's practice is unique, centered on refining essence blood to purify oneself. According to this method, upon refining the first drop of essence blood, one may embark on the path of immortality. Remember, refining the first drop signifies reaching the first level of qi refinement. 2 drops equate to the second level, and so forth, culminating in 9 levels. However, the manual you possess is incomplete, containing only the first 3 levels. If you can refine a single drop of blood, you may leave here as an official disciple of the Chen family. I shall reiterate, failure to refine the first drop of essence blood within 1 year will result in execution. Subsequently, Elder Chen continued to elaborate on the cultivation methods for the better part of the day, after which everyone dispersed to their respective quarters. According to the elder's instructions, as long as they remained within the confines of the transmission peak, they were free to do as they pleased. One could seek meals at the dining hall, which offered ample and decent fare. However, the looming threat remained. Failure to reach the first level of qi refinement within a year would lead to death. Su Chang'an felt an overwhelming pressure settle upon him. He had inquired of others, and while many possessed inferior spiritual roots, most had 5 or 6 roots. Those with 7 were rare, yet he bore the burden of having all 10 elemental roots. According to this conjecture, if there were indeed someone who could not break through the first layer of qi refinement within a year, it would undoubtedly be Su Chang'an. Thus, upon returning to his abode, the first thing Su Chang'an did was to commence his practice, following the records of the Chen family's technique. The 9-year-old Su Chang'an, in his innocence, was entirely oblivious to any potential flaws in this method, and he began to cultivate earnestly. He inhaled deeply. Recalling Elder Chen's words, those with superior aptitude could condense their first drop of essence blood within a month, while those of average talent might take 3 to 5 months. Even those with significantly poor qualifications could still manage to gather their first drop of essence blood in around 10 months. My aptitude is somewhat lacking. I hope to reach the first layer within a year, or else my life may be in jeopardy. The methods of cultivating immortality often involve drawing external energy into the body through internal force, followed by repeated refinement and tempering to assimilate it for personal use. Over time, one could break through their physical obstacles and ascend step by step along the path of immortality. However, the technique of the Chen family evidently belongs to a rare category. It does not draw external energy. Instead, it seeks to unearth one's own potential, extracting essence from the 5 grains to transform it into one's own vitality, which is then tempered to condense essence blood, achieving the same results as conventional practices and likewise capable of overcoming physical barriers and progressing gradually. Once Su Chang'an calmed his mind, he began his training. As soon as he commenced, the blood within him surged as if boiling, tumultuously rushing through his veins. Oh! A cold sweat broke out on Su Chang'an's forehead due to the pain. However, he recalled what the elder had said. This was a normal phenomenon, and as long as he endured the excruciating pain, he could continue his practice. He grit his teeth and murmured to himself, "It's not as painful as when my aunt hits me. What is this pain compared to that?" In truth, The agony stemming from his blood was seeping into his very soul, far more intense than the torment inflicted by the Liu family. Ah, ah. Similarly, countless cries of anguish arose from the other rooms surrounding the transmission peak plaza. After approximately an hour of refining, Su Chang'an's stomach began to rumble, and he felt faint from hunger. How hungry I am. What is going on? No wonder the elder said one could visit the cafeteria at any time. It turns out that cultivation consumes so much energy. Su Chang'an paused his training, took a large bowl, and pushed the door open to head to the cafeteria. Upon reaching the entrance, he found a long line already formed. It seemed that, like Su Chang'an, these individuals had rushed over after experiencing hunger from their training. Suddenly, Su Chang'an spotted a familiar figure and approached, asking, "Brother Yang." This person was none other than Yang Xiaolong, who had traveled with him from Qingyou town. "Su Chang'an," Yang Xiaolong exclaimed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He lowered his voice and asked, "Have you begun your cultivation?" Su Chang'an nodded. "Brother Yang, have you seen Ding Lan?" He had already washed Ding Lan's clothes, but he could not find her anywhere. "No," Yang Xiaolong remarked, "recently. The elder of transmission took away a group of disciples. It is likely that Ding Lan accompanied them." Well, before Su Chang'an's eyes, for reasons unknown. The warm smile of that young girl flickered once more. It was as comforting as the presence of his late mother. After devouring a substantial bowl of meat, Su Chang'an indulged himself near the dining hall. Once he had satisfied his hunger and washed the dishes, he returned to his dormitory to resume his cultivation. The ensuing days unfolded in a monotonous and tedious manner, eating, sleeping, and practicing. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had slipped by. Although Su Chang'an had yet to catch sight of the essence of blood, he felt that his strength had significantly increased through this period of training, and his physique had improved as well. It seemed he had even grown a tad taller. Truly, the techniques of the immortal are remarkable. Su Chang'an gazed at his fists with a sense of wonder. Despite being merely 9 years old, his strength rivaled that of an adult. Indeed, with such a punch, he could surely reduce Liu's face to a pulp. Imagining the future scenario where he would transform Liu into a grotesque visage, Su Chang'an couldn't help but smile. Chapter 4, A Drop of Essence, Mysterious Golden Symbol Bang. In the silent stone chamber, Su Chang'an unleashed a punch, effortlessly penetrating a wooden plank several inches thick. The feat seemed rather exaggerated, especially considering he was merely a 9-year-old child. Such strength. Su Chang'an gazed at the scattered wooden splinters on the ground, murmuring to himself, "It's already the 17th day, and it seems my cultivation speed is quite rapid." As time passed, Su Chang'an's strength grew increasingly formidable, and correspondingly, his appetite expanded. Just moments ago, he devoured 5 pounds of meat in one sitting at the dining hall. After testing his strength, Su Chang'an settled into a meditative posture, calming his mind in preparation for his training. After several deep breaths, he entered a state of focus, feeling the blood within him begin to boil. Of course, it was painful, whether due to the increased resilience of his blood vessels or a heightened tolerance for pain. The discomfort he experienced now was far less intense than during his initial training. Suddenly, not long after Su Chang'an entered his meditative state, he beheld a heart within his tightly closed eyes. Thump, thump, thump. The heart pulsated rhythmically, with waves of blood circulating through the vessels and heart. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Chang'an was initially taken aback, only to be filled with joy. He recalled the elder's words about the first drop of essence. Its successful condensation was marked by the ability to introspect. Clearly, Su Chang'an had entered this introspective state. If he was not mistaken, the heart he saw before him was his own. Thump, thump, thump. The heart continued to beat. Within the atrium, a mass of blood gradually thickened, and then, under Su Chang'an's excited gaze, it suddenly shimmered with a golden hue. The first drop of essence had been successfully condensed. Essence blood, distinct from ordinary blood, was also known as heart blood. It did not circulate throughout the body like regular blood. Instead, it lingered within the heart. Moreover, this drop of blood was darker in color, with a hint of dark gold flickering within. Only when the body sustained injury would this drop of essence circulate with regular blood to mend wounds. Or it could provide strength and combat prowess when the master summoned it. What wonderful news! Su Chang'an was elated. Initially, he believed his aptitude to be quite lacking, thinking it would take over 10 months to condense essence blood. Yet, unexpectedly, he succeeded in just 17 days. Was I truly such a prodigy? However, before he could bask in his joy, he was abruptly taken aback. A golden light suddenly appeared in the region of his heart. The light rotated slowly. With each revolution, his essence blood diminished. After 3 rotations, the essence blood collapsed into countless specks, whisked away by the golden light. Where is my blood? The essence I painstakingly refined over the course of 17 days has vanished. Buzzing. At that moment, he suddenly perceived a flicker of golden light before his eyes. He felt as though he had been transported to an immense gray expanse. Within this gray realm, cascades of golden divine light descended. Where am I? Su Chang'an couldn't help but gaze upward, instantly struck with shock by the terrifying sight before him. Above him, in this gray space, loomed a colossal golden card, appearing boundless. Slowly rotating overhead, golden radiance swirled, spiritual waves rippled, and intricate patterns surged forth. Streams of golden brilliance cascaded down like waterfalls, transforming into countless ethereal auras, which were then absorbed by the gigantic card. What exactly is this place? What is this entity? Su Chang'an stared in astonishment, feeling as though his very soul trembled. Yet, he soon recognized it. This was indeed a card. Su Chang'an recalled that earlier this spring, before his mother passed away, she had concealed a golden card within his flesh. At that time, the card appeared to measure approximately 3 inches in length and 2 inches in width. Although the golden card above him now seemed to encompass a vast expanse, resembling a sky overhead, its shape and patterns bore no distinction from that small card. Is this the object my mother entrusted to me? Su Chang'an's astonishment lingered, but his fear diminished significantly. While he remained uncertain of its purpose, he believed his mother would not wish him harm. Did you steal my essence? Su Chang'an tilted his head back. Endless golden light cascaded from above, enveloping the 9-year-old child in a warm glow, rendering him remarkably diminutive. The rotating golden symbol remained motionless, continuing its languid spin. The golden light flowed, and the symbols flickered, resembling the golden scales of a colossal dragon, densely packed and dizzying to behold. The bewildered youth sought a different approach to his inquiry. Did you take my essence? Buzzing. This time, the golden symbol above seemed to respond. It ceased its rotation and gently swayed up and down twice. From a distance, it appeared as if it were nodding in affirmation. Oh! The boy felt no resentment or sorrow, merely curiosity as he lifted his small face, gazing intently at the immense golden card above. Suddenly, a myriad of shimmering symbols detached from the card, slowly descending through the void, perfectly landing before Su Chang'an. They then hovered in place, unmoving. What is this? Su Chang'an scratched his disheveled hair in confusion, unsure of its meaning. After all, this entity could not speak, could it? Yet, in the next moment, before Su Chang'an, a tapestry of intricate symbols lay, and suddenly, a crimson point of light emerged. This red luminescence flowed along the contours of the symbols, weaving in a mesmerizing dance. Upon closer examination, it resembled the delicate strokes of a calligrapher's brush upon parchment, leaving behind traces akin to handwriting. Initially transfixed for several minutes, Su Chang'an abruptly came to a realization and exclaimed, "Are you teaching me to draw symbols?" In his youth, while engaging in imaginative play at home, he had partaken in the whimsical practice of drawing celestial symbols, during which his mother had jested that such symbols were not crafted in that manner. Above him, a colossal golden card began to rotate gently once more. At that moment, no one could quell the doubts swirling within Su Chang'an's mind. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to follow the flowing strokes and began his lesson. Time slipped away, second by second. After an indeterminate period, Su Chang'an finally jolted, awakening from his rapt state. Have I truly mastered this symbol? He mused, extending his hand to draw in the void before him. His movements were neither hurried nor sluggish. As his fingers glided, golden traces imprinted upon the emptiness. And when Su Chang'an completed his symbol, the void trembled slightly. The symbol radiated in blinding brilliance, shimmering thrice before vanishing with a resounding pop. Chapter 5: Eerie Symbols. A month's time, buzzing. As Su Chang'an's drawn symbol shattered, he was abruptly expelled from the enigmatic gray space, returning to the familiar little stone cottage. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Chen glanced at the daylight outside. It was still midday. However, something felt amiss. Su Chang'an sensed that he had lingered in that mysterious realm for at least an hour. Why then was it still noon here? Quite peculiar indeed. Gurgle. His stomach growled again. How strange. Su Chang'an shook his head, pondering. The hunger in my belly indicates I must have spent 2 hours in that enigmatic space without a doubt. It is not merely a figment of my imagination. Yet, how could it be that only a short moment had passed in this little cottage? Strange, strange. Unable to unravel the mystery, Su Chang'an decided to set it aside. He rose and stepped outside, hastening to the kitchen to indulge himself. An old chef, around 50 years of age, regarded Su Chang'an and remarked, I recall you were just here, devouring 5 pounds of meat. How is it that you are hungry again? Su Chang'an's face flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over him. Being discovered as a glutton was somewhat uncomfortable for him. Do not be shy. The chef clapped him on the shoulder, saying, eat your fill. The more you consume, the stronger you will become in your training. Now, let me see how far you are from your first drop of blood. With a sudden exertion, the chef sent a jolt of energy surging into Su Chang'an's heart. Almost immediately, the chef shook his head, saying, not yet. Take your time with your cultivation. After devouring a substantial bowl of meat weighing 5 pounds, Su Chang'an darted back to his little stone cottage. Phew. Sighing in relief, he contemplated starting his training. However, Su Chang'an did not commence his cultivation. The scenes from the gray space replayed vividly in his mind. The immense and terrifying golden card, along with a fragment of a symbol that had peeled away from it, etched deeply within his thoughts. He could even distinctly recall the method of drawing that particular symbol. Su Chang'an's gaze wandered around the room, landing on a piece of wood. This plank was provided by the Chen family, lacking any practical utility, merely serving as a means for disciples to test their strength. Feeling inspired, Su Chang'an picked up a broken piece of wood from the ground and placed it before him. Sitting cross-legged, he took a deep breath. His fingers extended slightly as he began to draw. The symbol he attempted to replicate was the one he had learned in the gray space, for Su Chang'an was unaware of its purpose. He merely wished to explore its intricacies. Alas, as his fingertips made contact with the wood, a sharp pain surged from his fingertip after merely drawing an inch. Su Chang'an lowered his head and was startled to discover that, at some point, the tip of his index finger had developed a crack from which bright red blood flowed. He was at a loss to understand the situation, yet he attempted to continue drawing a few strokes with his finger. However, before he could complete even a tenth of the talisman, flames suddenly erupted from the wooden board before him, incinerating it entirely in an instant. Su Chang'an felt a sharp pain in his finger. What on earth was happening? He felt overwhelmed. In truth, it was merely his lack of experience. Had an ordinary disciple from a celestial sect approached, they would certainly have recognized that he was attempting to draw a talisman. However, talisman crafting was not so simple and required specialized tools. For Su Chang'an, these fundamental concepts felt as distant as a mountain peak. I won't be deterred. Su Chang'an took a deep breath, determined to try again. This time, however, he had the sense not to use his finger. He picked up a wooden stick from the ground and began to draw on the earth. Yet the outcome was the same, having drawn less than a tenth. The stick ignited spontaneously. After much futile effort, Su Chang'an finally gave up. Perhaps he should seek the guidance of the elder in charge of transmissions when the opportunity arose. But soon, he felt a sense of unease. The mysterious, immense golden talisman had been a parting gift from his mother. It was undoubtedly precious and should not be shared lightly. What if someone were to covet it and plot to harm me? This instinctive wariness, which a typical 9-year-old child should not possess, had manifested in Su Chang'an far too early. This was primarily due to the torment he had endured from the Liu family over the past 6 months, which had gradually imparted him with some understanding of the world. Furthermore, he had unknowingly cultivated to the first level of qi refinement, allowing his heart's aperture to open. I must continue my cultivation. That wretched card stole my first drop of essence. I shall persist in my training. Soon, Su Chang'an pushed aside thoughts of the space and the golden talisman, focusing instead on refining his essence blood. The thin pages provided by the Chen family contained a technique known as the Chen family method. According to the text, there were 9 levels, yet the version in his possession only contained 3, ranging from the first to the 3rd level. Su Chang'an had spent the past 17 days practicing the 1st level. However, today, upon revisiting the 1st level, he was astonished to find it utterly ineffective. What could be the reason? Su Chang'an pondered. He recalled that the elder had mentioned that once the first drop of essence blood was refined, one could begin cultivating the 2nd level, and after refining 2 drops, the 3rd level could be pursued. Could it be that having previously refined the first drop of essence blood rendered the first level ineffective? Let us attempt the second level. As soon as he began his cultivation, an excruciating pain surged through Su Chang'an's body. The sensation of torn meridians and blood vessels returned with a vengeance. A torrential flow of crimson coursing through his body like boiling water. Su Chang'an's skin instantly transformed into a vivid scarlet, and fine beads of sweat erupted from countless pores, only to be evaporated by his alarmingly high body temperature, rising as wisps of white mist. From a distance, Su Chang'an appeared as though he were on the verge of igniting into flames. A day passed. 2 days. 3 days. Time crept by slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed, and Su Chang'an had yet to refine a second drop of essence blood when the voice of the elder summoning all disciples echoed across the square. Over 100 disciples emerged from their stone abodes, flowing toward the square like a stream. Indeed, the elder, observing the aura emanating from the disciples, smiled and remarked, "A month has passed, and your presence is far more formidable than before. Young ones, your strength must have increased as well." "Yes," the crowd responded in unison. "Excellent." Elder Chen waved his hand to beckon silence, then inquired, "Children, tell me, has anyone among you successfully refined the first drop of essence blood?" Chapter 6, Second Layer of Qi Refinement, Second Talisman. Elder Chen, I have refined my first drop of essence blood. A petite girl, her small hand raised high with pride, beamed with a sense of accomplishment on her chubby face. "Oh," the transmission elder immediately expressed his delight, exclaiming, "Good, good, good." He repeated the word thrice, while a hint of cold amusement flickered in his eyes. "Is there anyone else?" the transmission elder inquired. "With such a large group, surely only one among you has managed to break through after a month?" Me. Elder Chen, I too." A total of 7 children stood up. The elder was overjoyed, exclaiming, "To have 7 is truly wonderful. Come here, let me examine you. If you have indeed advanced to the first layer of Qi refinement and possess a drop of essence blood, then splendid rewards await you." The 7 children hurriedly approached Elder Chen, who scrutinized each one. The more he looked, the broader his smile grew. Splendid, splendid. Bring them to the secondary academy. Starting tomorrow, you shall feast on the flesh of spirit beasts." Flesh of spirit beasts? Su Chang'an's gaze narrowed slightly. The Chen family's techniques documented that cultivators who had yet to condense their first drop of essence blood could only consume ordinary meat. They were forbidden from partaking in the flesh and blood of spirit beasts, lest the energy within burst their veins. However, once one reached the first layer of Qi refinement and established a solid physical foundation, they were permitted to consume spirit meat. Spirit meat not only boasted superior flavor, but also contained the essence of heaven and earth, accelerating cultivation. Regrettably, he could only envy their fortune. He had once managed to condense a drop of essence blood, but that wretched golden card had consumed it. Otherwise, he too could savor the spirit meat, could he not? Enough. The transmission elder addressed the remaining children, saying, "Focus on your training. I shall return in 6 months. Strive diligently." With a flourish of his sleeve, the transmission elder departed with the 7 children. The rest returned to their small stone cottages to continue their cultivation. After Su Chang'an closed the door to his stone cottage, he sat cross-legged and began to study how to access the previous grayish space, once more to revisit that golden card. He hoped to reclaim his drop of essence blood. Yet, after more than 10 days of research, he had made no progress. Since that last encounter, he had not been able to enter that grand golden talisman again. However, the design and patterns of the previous talisman had imprinted themselves in his mind, taking root like a seed. With time, they became increasingly vivid. With no breakthroughs in research, he decided to continue his cultivation. He hoped to refine a drop of essence blood within the year, or else he would truly face dire consequences. The monotonous and dreary days passed swiftly, and before long, another 6 months had slipped away. Autumn faded into winter, and the summer heat bore down. Until the second arrival of the Elder of Transmission, Su Chang'an had yet to cultivate the second drop of essence blood. However, during this occasion, over 30 children successfully refined their essence blood and were taken away by the Elder. Su Chang'an intensified his efforts, driven by the will to survive. He limited himself to merely 3 hours of sleep each day, dedicating the remaining time solely to cultivation. Perseverance bore fruit. In the 11th month of his stay at Chen family fort, he finally succeeded in producing the second drop of essence blood, a thick, dark red liquid, tinged with barely perceptible hints of dark gold, coalesced within his heart. Had he finally achieved it? Su Chang'an was overwhelmed with joy. Yet, in the very next moment, a radiant golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping his entire heart. The freshly cultivated second drop of essence blood visibly shrank before collapsing and being absorbed by the golden light. Enraged, Su Chang'an felt the urge to curse at the massive golden talisman, only to realize, just as he was about to speak, that he was not particularly adept at cursing. Naturally, he was also inept at cursing talismans. He found himself once more in that dimly lit space. This realm appeared identical to the previous one, shrouded in a gray haze, with an impenetrable mist extending for 1,000 paces. Above him, a colossal golden card, so vast it took one's breath away, shimmered with dazzling light as it slowly rotated again and again. Countless streams of golden light surged forth from the talisman, cascading through the mist for hundreds of paces, before ultimately retreating back into the talisman. Wave after wave, cycle after cycle, leaving onlookers awestruck, their jaws agape. Upon closer inspection, Su Chang'an discerned that each particle of golden light was composed of intricate golden symbols. With his mouth agape, he gazed upwards, realizing, "Are you stealing my essence blood again?" After the initial shock, he recalled his deep-seated grudge against this massive golden talisman and could not help but point at it, exclaiming in frustration, "You are nothing but a thief, a thief, a thief." The slowly rotating talisman seemed to gain sentience, abruptly halting its motion. 1, 2, 3. After 3 breaths, the talisman began to sway side to side, resembling a person shaking their head. "Hey!" Su Chang'an grew even more incensed. "You still refuse to admit it? You stole my second drop of essence blood, and yet you deny it. Not only are you a thief, but you are also shameless." Suddenly, a tiny golden light, no larger than a grain of rice, detached from the towering card and drifted towards Su Chang'an, transforming into a symbol. This symbol was similar in size to the first. "Is this your form of compensation?" Su Chang'an inquired. The golden talisman nodded, then resumed its rotation, ignoring him. "What use do I have for this? What is this?" he exclaimed. "Hey! Speak up." The golden talisman, haughty and indifferent, continued to rotate, disregarding Su Chang'an's outcry. "Well, I refuse to study your inscriptions." Su Chang'an's temper flared, and he took a step to leave. Yet, after a few paces, he realized he was merely treading in place. No matter how fervently he tried to escape, he remained stagnant. The realization left him utterly exasperated. Thus, after 2 full hours of battling against the golden talisman, and with his stomach growling in protest, Su Chang'an reluctantly surrendered to the card's formidable influence and began to comprehend the inscriptions before him. Time passed, and another hour slipped by. Su Chang'an successfully mastered the drawing of the second symbol. When he replicated the symbol flawlessly in the space, it soared back to the golden talisman, becoming one of its shimmering scales. With a sigh of relief, Su Chang'an intended to explore the gray expanse around him, curious about what lay within the mist at the periphery. However, as soon as he lifted his foot, he was unexpectedly expelled from that realm. Before him stood the familiar little stone cottage once more. His stomach, betraying him yet again, rumbled audibly. Chapter 7. The Heartless Path of Immortality. Total annihilation. Su Chang'an was truly on the verge of cursing, if he had the inclination to do so. This was not merely the theft of his essence. It was a matter of life and death. With only a month remaining until the year's end, he realized that failing to produce even a single drop of essence would result in his execution. Cursed card. After wallowing in despair for half a day, he consumed 10 pounds of meat and retreated to his chamber, where he retrieved the ancient teachings of the Chen family and began his cultivation anew. Much like the beginning, he found himself unable to progress through the first 2 levels due to the condensation of 2 drops of essence, rendering any further practice ineffective. He could only delve into the 3rd layer. After the span of half a stick of incense, anguished cries echoed once more within the stone chamber. Before long, the year had come to an end. Despite Su Chang'an's relentless training, even foregoing sleep in the final days to immerse himself in cultivation, he regrettably had not managed to condense a 3rd drop of essence. On this day, 2 youthful disciples clad in black arrived at the Chen family fortress. one tall and the other short. The elder responsible for imparting knowledge was conspicuously absent. The year had indeed elapsed. The taller cultivator surveyed the assembly with a detached gaze and proclaimed, "If anyone has successfully condensed a drop of essence, step forward." Aye, aye, aye. In an instant, more than 10 disciples rushed forward. The tall cultivator commenced a meticulous examination. "You stand behind me. You over here. You on this side." Before long, the gathered group was divided into two factions, with only 4 standing behind the tall cultivator, while the remainder remained before him. "You have not cultivated any essence. You are deceiving me." The faces of those remaining turned ashen, and they fell to their knees. "Spare us, senior brother. Spare us. We do not wish to face execution. I miss my mother. Can I go home?" Clearly, the consequences of failing to condense essence within a year were well known, prompting many to resort to desperate measures, falsely claiming success in hopes of evading punishment. However, the outcome was predictable. "You." The tall cultivator once again addressed the plaza. "Is there anyone else who has not succeeded in their cultivation?" The crowd fell silent, no one daring to feign success any longer. "Good," the tall cultivator declared. "The family head, in his benevolence, has decreed that since you are fated to be devoid of ties to the path of immortality, there is no need for coercion. You shall be escorted from the mountain gates. However, dear disciples, the wilderness is fraught with peril. You are to consume a breath-holding pill, which, upon ingestion, will conceal your life force, allowing you to traverse the treacherous mountains surrounding the Chen family unscathed." Upon hearing this, many individuals sank to the ground in tears. "We shall not perish," they rejoiced. "At last, we shall live." The crowd then formed a line to receive the elixirs, and those who obtained the pills wasted no time in consuming them eagerly. When it was Su Chang'an's turn, he concealed the elixir in his mouth, refraining from swallowing it directly. Despite being merely 10 years of age, he had gained considerable insight over the past year and suspected that the Chun family would not easily let him off the hook. Thus, he devised a scheme to secretly stash the elixir away, hoping to deceive them. However, while he was correct in his assumption, he underestimated the methods of the tall cultivator. In an instant, the tall cultivator reached out and firmly grasped Su Chang'an's cheeks, causing his small mouth to involuntarily open, revealing the pill nestled within. "You dare to deceive me?" With a swift motion, he gently slapped Su Chang'an's mouth, and the round elixir was propelled into his stomach with a sudden puff. Panic surged through Su Chang'an as his complexion shifted dramatically. Unfortunately, it was futile. He had already ingested it. As he staggered to the edge of the square, a wave of dizziness enveloped his mind. Time passed, though he could not tell how long it had been. Gradually, Su Chang'an's consciousness returned, and he began to awaken. Just as he was about to move, he heard a familiar voice. "Senior brother." The voice was all too recognizable, belonging to the tall cultivator who had forced him to consume the poison. This revelation sent a chill through Su Chang'an. He listened intently as the individual spoke. "If you do not wish for them to live, why not simply kill the child? Why go to such lengths to administer the sleep-inducing pill?" A raspy voice responded. "What do you understand? We must ensure they remain alive until they reach Spirit Beast Mountain." The tall cultivator inquired, "Why is that?" A sinister chuckle followed as the raspy voice continued. "You are unaware, aren't you? Though mortals lack cultivation, they harbor a vast reservoir of spiritual energy within their bodies. While we cannot possess it, it serves as the finest sustenance for the spirit beasts. To avoid wasting the Chen family's resources, we must cast them into Spirit Beast Mountain to nourish the beasts." "Ah." The tall cultivator nodded in understanding. "They want to awaken, will they?" he asked. Concern etched across his face. "Rest assured," the raspy voice assured him. "This single pill will keep them asleep for 3 days. By the way, when we arrive at Spirit Beast Mountain, be cautious when releasing them. Do not let them fall to their deaths. If the child dies, the spiritual energy within will dissipate." "Yes, senior brother." The two ceased their conversation. After a long silence, Su Chang'an, gripped by fear, dared to crack his eyes open a mere slit to glance outside. He found himself aboard a flying vessel. The clouds soared past in a blur, flanked by towering mountains, all beneath the blazing sun. Within the vessel, numerous sleeping children lay scattered about. 2 disciples of the Chen family, clad in black, stood at the forefront, their backs turned to Su Chang'an. A deep sigh of relief escaped him. "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Moments ago, Su Chang'an distinctly overheard two cultivators discussing how the sleep-inducing pill could render one in slumber for an entire day. Yet, he found himself perplexed by his premature awakening, attributing it to the golden card he possessed. However, unbeknownst to him, this card bore no relevance to his situation. In truth, he had successfully condensed 2 droplets of essence blood, and although they had been seized by the insatiable golden talisman, he had nonetheless ascended to the second layer of qi refinement. Consequently, the pill's soporific effects were significantly diminished in his case, allowing him to awaken earlier than anticipated. Suddenly, the tall cultivator ahead let out a heavy sigh, startling Su Chang'an into closing his eyes hastily. The tall one lamented, "The vastness of the heavens is boundless. Why does our ancestor forbid us from stepping beyond the confines of the Chen family fortress? My senior brother, do you not yearn to wander the world outside and behold its wonders?" A hoarse voice retorted, "If you wish for death, then by all means go. Our ancestor decreed that any disciple of the Chen family, save for the elite, shall be slain if they venture beyond the mountain gates." The tall cultivator exclaimed, "How heartless is the path of immortality!" "Indeed," the hoarse voice replied, "the path of immortality is devoid of compassion. Though I find it difficult to act against so many children, the matters of family legacy and future compel me. Without such measures, our Chen family would be erased from this predatory realm of cultivation. If the Chen family were to fall, what would become of us?" Chapter 8. In the Spirit Beast Mountain, battling the evil wolves, Spirit Beast Mountain, spanning several hundred miles, is the private estate of the Chen family fortress. It was once a trial ground for the disciples of the Chen family. However, due to a mishap during an ancestral cultivation practice, which necessitated the breeding of spirit children with blood, this area was subsequently enclosed by the Chen family for the exclusive purpose of raising spirit beasts to nourish the spirit children. Although the number of spirit beasts in Spirit Beast Mountain is considerable, most of them are of a lower grade. A colossal flying vessel circled through the deep mountains before descending into a relatively flat valley. Su Chang'an kept his eyes tightly shut, fearing that the 2 Chen family disciples would notice any signs of awareness. Thus he was oblivious to the surrounding scenery and the contours of the mountains. It was not until the vessel landed with a tremor that he dared to open his eyes a fraction. The 2 disciples busied themselves. "Junior brother, let us leave them here. There are many first-tier spirit beasts, the azure skin wolves. I believe they will soon catch the scent of living beings." All right. The pair casually seized the children from inside the vessel and tossed them out one by one. Su Chang'an was soon lifted by one of them. With a thud, he was unceremoniously dropped from a height of over a meter. Pain surged through him, yet he dared not make a sound or movement. After approximately a dozen breaths, the 2 Chen disciples finished dealing with everyone and took control of the vessel to ascend. Su Chang'an then opened his eyes wide, witnessing the vessel transform into a streak of light, soaring higher and higher until it vanished from sight. He sprang up from the ground. "Xiaolong! Xiaolong! Xiaolong!" Su Chang'an desperately shook one of the boys. This boy, named Yang Xiaolong, was a year older than him and hailed from Qingyou town. Yet, no matter how vigorously he shook him, Yang Xiaolong remained unresponsive. In a moment of desperation, Su Chang'an picked up a sharp shard of stone and made a small cut on Yang Xiaolong's arm. His reasoning was straightforward. Having ingested the sleeping pill, Yang Xiaolong was merely in a deep slumber. If he could not awaken him by shaking, then surely the pain would rouse him. However, Su Chang'an underestimated the potency of the sleeping pill. Yang Xiaolong showed no signs of waking. Suddenly, terrifying low growls echoed from a distance, sending shivers down Su Chang'an's spine as he collapsed onto the ground. It dawned on him that he was in peril. Had not the Chen disciple just mentioned that this was the territory of the first-tier spirit beasts, the azure skin wolves? It seemed those wolves had caught the scent of living beings. Though fear gripped him, over a year of cultivation had opened some of his mind's pathways, and he scrambled to his feet, scanning the surroundings. Not far off, there loomed a steep cliff. At a height of about 10 feet above the ground, there existed a small cave nestled within the cliff. Without a moment's hesitation or consideration for potential dangers lurking within, Su Chang'an dashed towards the precipice and leaped with all his might. Whoosh! Su Chang'an was momentarily astonished. This bang, he soared to an impressive height of approximately 5 or 6 zhong before crashing heavily back to the earth. He was unaware of his own strength, astonished that he could leap so high. Without pausing to ponder the reasons behind this, Su Chang'an adjusted his force and jumped again, successfully reaching the cave's entrance. The mouth of the cave measured merely 2 feet, yet its interior was relatively spacious, akin to a modest room. It was dry and devoid of any immediate peril. Just as Su Chang'an lay down, he caught sight of a pack of wolves, numbering in the dozens, charging towards him. Howling upon seeing the pile of children ahead, the wolves hesitated, circling the group several times to ascertain that no threat was present. Only after confirming their safety did the lead wolf approach and, with a gaping maw, sink its teeth into one of the children. Crunch! Su Chang'an trembled uncontrollably. The gruesome scene made him feel nauseous, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. All he could think was that he must not be discovered by these wolves, lest he too become their next meal. Clop! Clop clop! In the end, the wolves turned on one another in their frenzy. One particularly emaciated old wolf was ostracized from the pack and left without food. After about half an hour, the wolves had devoured the children entirely, leaving no trace. Neither hair nor bone fragments remained. All that was left was a heap of tattered, blood-soaked garments. Perhaps the overwhelming stench of blood masked Su Chang'an's presence. Regardless, once they had feasted, the pack dispersed in a chaotic rush, leaving behind a solitary, injured old wolf who sat on the ground, meticulously licking the bloodstains from the scattered clothing. Su Chang'an, peering from the cave, his head barely visible, pondered how to escape this dreadful place when the old wolf showed no signs of leaving. After another half hour, the old wolf suddenly turned its head, fixing its gaze on the cave's entrance where Su Chang'an hid. Howling, it emitted a series of low growls. This was bad. Su Chang'an's mind went blank. He had been discovered. The old wolf, with no intention of calling its companions, swiftly bounded towards him. As it approached within 2 zhang of the cliff face, it leaped with sudden ferocity, lunging directly at Su Chang'an. Startled, he instinctively recoiled, retreating further into the cave. Howling, the old wolf stood at the entrance, peering into the depths of the cave. It did not immediately attack, but instead observed carefully. Once it confirmed that only Su Chang'an was present, it surged forward with a swift, sudden motion. With its gaping maw wide open, it lunged towards Su Chang'an's frail neck. Ah! Su Chang'an cried out in terror, yet he understood there was no escape. In a moment of desperation, he threw a punch, declaring, "Die!" The sound of impact echoed as warm, viscous liquid splattered upon the face of the youth, who had shut his eyes in sheer fright. After taking 3 deep breaths, Su Chang'an finally opened his eyes. Before him lay the old wolf, its head crushed by his unintended blow, lifeless upon the ground. The boy gazed in astonishment at his own fist. When did I become so formidable? Unbeknownst to him, he had already condensed his second drop of essence 6 months prior, thus breaking through to the second level of chi refinement. The seemingly formidable azure wolf was, in truth, merely equivalent to a human at the first level of chi refinement. And in its elderly state, weakened and frail, it was entirely reasonable for Su Chang'an to have dispatched it with a single strike. Chapter 9, Wolfskin Inscription. Unexpected joy. Gazing upon the lifeless form of the old wolf, Su Chang'an struggled for a long while to regain his composure. After wiping the blood from his face, the youth emerged from the cave, casually discarding the wolf's carcass outside. As darkness enveloped the sky, Su Chang'an realized that venturing out was but a dream. He had no choice but to seek refuge within the cave, fearing the spirit beasts that roamed outside. He collected several large stones from the base of the mountain and brought them into the cave. Once inside, he meticulously piled the stones to block the entrance, safeguarding against nocturnal predators. Having completed this task, Su Chang'an released a deep sigh of relief. The day's tumult of joy and sorrow had left him in a state of constant fear, exhausting his mental fortitude. As soon as he lay down, he fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he was uncertain of the hour. The cave walls glimmered with faint light emitted by tiny luminescent stones, illuminating the surroundings just enough for him to discern his environment. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Chang'an was ravenously hungry. Not only was he famished, but he was also intensely thirsty. Pushing aside one of the heavy stones at the cave's entrance, he peered outside. The sky above was a dazzling tapestry of stars, like scattered pearls, while the mountains below loomed like slumbering beasts. In the distance, the occasional roar of wild animals echoed through the night. A chilling breeze swept in, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, Su Chang'an's fear had diminished significantly, At the very least, he recognized that he was not utterly powerless. Casting his gaze down toward the cliff's edge, he noted the discarded carcass of the old wolf still lay there. Summoning his courage, Su Chang'an jumped down from the cave entrance and dragged the wolf's body back inside, once again sealing the cave's mouth with the stones. Hadn't the people of Chen family fort claimed that consuming the flesh of spirit beasts would hasten one's cultivation? For now, however, he sought only to satiate his hunger. With this thought in mind, the young man grasped a sharp stone shard and, utilizing the dim light from the phosphorescent stones within the cave, began to diligently dissect the old wolf. Unsure of how to proceed, he first severed a hind leg and, without hesitation, sank his teeth into the tender meat. He disregarded the potential for unpleasantness. Survival demanded that he endure whatever taste awaited him. To his astonishment, the flesh of the spirit beast, eaten raw, bore no foul odor. Instead, it possessed a subtle sweetness. While not exquisite, it was certainly palatable. After indulging in this crude feast, Su Chang'an found not only his hunger appeased, but also his thirst quenched. Just as he prepared to recline once more for a restful sleep, he caught sight of the wolf's skin that had been severed from the leg. In the darkness, the skin shimmered with faint specks of luminescence, though weak. The glow was indeed real and required careful observation to be noticed. Intrigued, Su Chang'an examined the wolf's skin closely, ensuring that the luminescence was not merely a reflection from the cave walls. He soon fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that the hide of spirit beasts contained spiritual energy? The possibility seemed exceedingly plausible. The youth suddenly slapped his thigh, a peculiar thought surfacing in his mind. Could this wolf pelt be used to draw symbols? He had previously experimented many times. He had been unable to imprint the symbols on wooden boards, stones, earth, or iron plates. He pondered whether the materials he used were too rudimentary. Let us give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an extended his finger, dipping it in the wolf's blood, and began to sketch upon the pelt. The two symbols acquired from the mysterious realm had been etched deeply into Su Chang'an's soul, requiring no deliberate practice. Rather, as time passed, the patterns of those symbols became increasingly vivid in his mind. Within 10 breaths, the symbol was completed. Upon the final stroke connecting to the first, a complete symbol was formed, and the wolf pelt instantaneously shrank, transforming into a palm-sized talisman that landed in Su Chang'an's hand. It was heavy and golden. Had he succeeded? Su Chang'an felt a surge of joy. However, the exact function of this golden talisman remained a mystery to him. Was it for offense, or perhaps defense? Su Chang'an could not ascertain. Continuing his endeavors, he inhaled deeply, picked up a stone slab from the ground, and proceeded to carve the old wolf's carcass. He severed the second hind leg, setting the meat aside to retrieve the pelt. After taking a moment to steady himself, he once again dipped his brush in the wolf's blood and began to draw. For the second time, he crafted another symbol. After 10 breaths, the pelt transformed yet again into a palm-sized talisman, similar in size to the first but differing in hue. This one was a vibrant crimson. Upon completing the second talisman, Su Chang'an felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his spirit drained. After consuming some meat, he settled onto the ground in a meditative posture to continue his cultivation. Although he had left behind the Chen family technique at the Chen residence, it mattered little. He had been practicing the third level for a month and was already well-versed. His blood surged within him, boiling and coursing throughout his body. Su Chang'an distinctly sensed that after consuming the wolf meat, his cultivation seemed to flow more effortlessly. The specifics of this ease eluded him, however. For the next 3 days, Su Chang'an remained in the cave. When hunger struck, he consumed wolf meat. When thirst arose, he drank wolf's blood. The blood was remarkable, astonishingly remaining fluid. As for the leftover hides, he meticulously transformed them into talismans. By the 4th day, only bones and entrails remained of the wolf, while Su Chang'an possessed 8 talismans in total, 4 golden and 4 crimson. Yet, as before, he remained oblivious to their potential applications. With his provisions exhausted, it was time to venture out and seek a solution. Su Chang'an moved a stone from the uppermost layer of the cave entrance and agilely slipped through the opening. With a leap from the precipice, Su Chang'an retrieved a golden talisman. However, as he held it, he found himself perplexed. How should it be used? Should he simply toss it to see what happens? With determination, Su Chang'an hurled the golden talisman outward. 10 paces away, it detonated with a resounding explosion. The golden lightning spread like dozens of serpents in all directions, swiftly transforming into a colossal wave of energy that surged forth. Though he stood at a distance of 10 paces, Su Chang'an felt the immense force collide with him, causing his internal energy to surge and his blood to boil, propelling him back a full pace. Remarkable. Once the dust settled, Su Chang'an glanced over and beheld a massive crater left in the ground. Splendid. With such a device, he would no longer fear encounters with packs of wolves. He could simply unleash it upon them, and would they not be obliterated? Ah yes, there was also a red talisman. Curious about its effects, Su Chang'an retrieved a red talisman from his sleeve and hurled it with great force, intent on avoiding any repercussions from the explosion. However, this time, his throw resulted in an unexpected outcome. The red talisman slipped from his grasp, not flying outward but instead detonating at his feet, forming a circular red blood shield that enveloped his body. It turned out to be a defensive talisman? The young man was taken aback. Chapter 10, 3 years later, the third drop of blood, in the depths of a dense forest, where a sliver of sunlight filtered through, a corpulent, rabbit-like spirit beast darted past, stirring up a cloud of dust. At the opposite end of the forest, a black divine ox, engrossed in grazing on spirit herbs, abruptly lifted its head. With a resounding moo, the ox extended its neck and let out a powerful bellow towards the direction from which the rabbit charged. The force of the sound reverberated through the woods, causing dewdrops still clinging to the leaves to tremble and fall like a gentle spirit rain. Unfazed by the rabbit's onslaught, the divine ox regarded it with a hint of disdain in its anthropomorphic eyes. As the rabbit closed in, the ox suddenly lowered its head, effortlessly intercepting the attack. The rabbit, caught off guard, was sent sprawling to the ground. Another deep roar echoed through the trees. Huh, you're done for now. Although the rabbit had been toppled, a dark-skinned youth, bare-chested, sprang forth from behind it. The boy executed a mid-air somersault and, with a mighty swing of his fist, descended upon the black ox's head. The ox, caught unprepared, was struck with a resounding thud. Despite the seemingly feeble blow, it sent the massive creature tumbling. The surrounding spirit herbs were uprooted in the chaos, and even the 2 nearest giant trees succumbed, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The boy, undeterred, swung his fist again. With a final, powerful strike, the black ox could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed, blood spilling from its mouth as it lay motionless. Rising from the ground, the boy surveyed his ebony fist, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Indeed, the third layer of chi refinement is extraordinary. This strength surpasses that of before. You, great iron ox, have bullied me for 3 years. Now it is time for you to close your eyes. Clad only in a tiger-skin skirt that shielded his modesty, his bare feet touching the earth, the 13-year-old youth stood tall at 7 feet. His complexion darkened from years spent in the wild. Over the past 3 years, he had survived by foraging and fighting, his face now etched with the resolute lines of hardship. This boy was none other than Su Chang'an. Ever since he was abandoned by the Chen clan's disciples in the Spirit Beast Mountain, he had tirelessly sought a way out, traversing nearly the entire mountain, yet finding no escape. Su Chang'an was compelled to settle temporarily, battling spirit beasts while honing his skills. After 3 years of arduous training in the secluded mountains, he had finally condensed his third drop of essence blood, elevating his cultivation to the third layer of chi refinement. Yet, the outcome was once again the same as before. The third drop of blood was stolen by that large card. The silver lining was that he had acquired the third talisman, an invisibility talisman. Upon utilizing the ability to mask one's presence, the young man, after vanquishing one of the most formidable spirit beasts within the Spirit Beast Mountain, a mighty iron bull, slowly turned his gaze towards the north, fixating on a distant ridge that pierced the horizon. Having navigated the trials of this place for 3 arduous years, he had yet to discover an exit. However, Su Chang'an was acutely aware that if any means of escape existed, it would lie beyond that ridge. In the past, his insufficient cultivation had precluded him from crossing it. But now, bolstered by his recent ascension to the third layer of the chi refinement stage, he felt compelled to attempt the crossing. Just then, a massive rabbit stood up beside him, leisurely sauntering over to Su Chang'an before plopping down beside him. From a distance, this snow-white rabbit towered over Su Chang'an, its size and plumpness rendering it irresistibly charming. Su Chang'an had found it in the valley 3 years prior, when it was merely a juvenile rabbit. Through the years of hardship alongside him, feasting on the wild fruits of the mountains, it had grown into its present form. He had affectionately named it Daba. Daba was remarkably intelligent and possessed a certain spiritual essence. However, the sight of its formidable fangs whenever it opened its mouth led Su Chang'an to harbor grave doubts about its true nature. Yet, he remained oblivious to what it truly was. Daba, I yearn to leave this place. Will you accompany me? Su Chang'an gently patted Daba's head. The creature nodded understandingly and emitted a series of incomprehensible chirps. Very well, let us set forth tonight. Daylight was not an option, as the disciples of the Chen family often patrolled the skies in their flying vessels. Under the cover of darkness, particularly on a moonless night, even the watchful eyes of the Chen family would struggle to discern the activities on the distant ridge. Su Chang'an had calculated perfectly. Tonight would be devoid of moonlight. Seizing the cover of night, he emerged from the cave, burdened by a large leather pack, which he deftly placed upon Daba's head before squatting onto the rabbit's back. With a singular command, Daba sprang into action, darting through the woods like a bolt from a crossbow. After half an hour of navigating the dense foliage, they arrived at the base of the ridge. Su Chang'an gazed upward at the sheer cliff, a vertical wall towering 100 feet high. With his current abilities, scaling this precipice seemed nearly impossible. Fortunately, numerous vines adorned the cliffside, making the ascent manageable. However, the topmost 20 feet presented a daunting challenge, for it was devoid of any handholds, requiring a leap of sheer force to reach the summit. Should he succeed, there lay a chance of escape. Should he fail, a fall to the depths would spell certain doom. Previously, during his cultivation at the second layer of Qi refinement, he could only leap 14 or 15 feet at most, which had thwarted his attempts at evasion. However, now that he had broken through to the third layer, he could easily leap over 20 feet. With this newfound capability, he was optimistic about crossing the ridge. Yet, what lay beyond it remained shrouded in uncertainty, reliant on fate. The youth grasped the vine that dangled from the cliff, leaping upward to a height of 10 zhang. With several agile ascents, he effortlessly reached the mountainside. After taking a few breaths, Su Chang'an landed breathlessly atop the vine. There lay a small platform beneath him. Above the platform, extending over 20 zhang, stood a smooth, mirror-like stone face, which required a single vigorous leap to surmount. Yet, Su Chang'an did not rush. He waved downward, calling, "Dabai, come up." The seemingly plump rabbit, surprisingly nimble, clambered up the vine as well. "Wait for me here. I will ascend first to assess the situation." He settled the rabbit on the small platform, inhaled deeply, and sprang upward. Whoosh! He soared over 20 zhang in height, twisting gracefully in midair before landing effortlessly atop the mountain's summit. Beneath the faint starlight, Su Chang'an beheld a vast, barren slope stretching for miles, devoid of any vegetation. Beyond the slope loomed towering mountains, appearing boundless. Su Chang'an lowered 2 vines, hoisting Dabai up as well. "Let us proceed." He glanced at the expansive slope ahead, gently patting the rabbit's head. "Keep walking. Do not stop." As he did so, Su Chang'an summoned a concealment talisman, shrouding both himself and the rabbit in secrecy. Together, they soared through the mountains. Chapter 11. Fleeing to Freedom. A small town, Su Chang'an dashed forward without pause, sprinting tirelessly for 7 consecutive days and nights. After traversing countless mountains and vast forests, he finally arrived at a settlement of humanity. Uncertain whether this was the territory of the Chen family, he cautiously observed the small town for a considerable time. Only after confirming that it was indeed an ordinary town did he leisurely enter, accompanied by his large rabbit, Dabai. Squeak, squeak. Dabai emitted a plaintive cry, his expression filled with discontent. Su Chang'an's countenance darkened as he admonished, "Cease your noise. I shall take you to graze shortly. These dried meats are not intended for you." Upon leaving the valley, Dabai had been burdened with a substantial pack containing over 200 pounds of jerky. However, this jerky was not meant for the rabbit, but was prepared for Su Chang'an himself. In addition to the jerky, there were also several talismans he had crafted. Not many, but a significant quantity, over 1,000. The town bustled with life, and numerous townsfolk turned their heads curiously as Su Chang'an entered the marketplace, leading a giant rabbit, whispering among themselves. His attire, too, was markedly different from the common folk, further rendering him the center of attention. Su Chang'an, however, wished to avoid the spotlight. He was still uncertain of any connections to the Chen family. The thought of being captured and executed again was far from appealing. After wandering through the town for quite some time, he finally found an eatery where he sold 20 pounds of jerky at a low price, after which he procured a complete outfit. After freshening up and donning a flowing robe, Su Chang'an no longer felt out of place. Although he noted that he appeared somewhat darker than before. "Good lady," he began conversing with an elderly woman by a roadside stall. "Is this still Yang County?" "Indeed, it is." The old woman nodded. "Yang County, Weicheng, Qingshan Town." Su Chang'an's thoughts drifted to his hometown, also in Yang County, albeit in Qingfeng County. "Do you know of Qingfeng County?" he inquired. The woman shook her head. "I have not heard of it. If you seek directions, the inn over there can assist. They cater to travelers from north to south and are quite knowledgeable. I am but an old woman, ignorant of such matters." With Dubai in tow, Su Chang'an approached the only inn in Qingshan Town. "What is the cost for lodging?" he asked. No longer the timid youth he had been 3 years prior, Su Chang'an had battled on Spirit Beast Mountain and broken through a layer of realms. Though he had engaged little with others, his mind had opened considerably. When he spoke, he exuded a natural confidence. The stout innkeeper, who appeared to be around 40, took a step back, intimidated by the young man's imposing presence. "300 coins for a night," he stammered. Clatter. Su Chang'an tossed out his silver tail. "Let me stay for now and prepare some fodder for my horse." "A horse?" The innkeeper gazed at the snow-white rabbit behind the young man, lost in contemplation. However, he did not question or correct the noble guest before him. After a brief moment of surprise, he adorned his face with a smile and said, "Certainly, please wait a moment." From the hall of the inn emerged a young man clad in white. He appeared to be slightly older than Su Chang'an, perhaps in his 20s. Approaching Su Chang'an, he inquired, "My dear brother, may I have a word with you in private?" Su Chang'an hesitated before responding, taking a moment to appraise him. The man smiled and added, "Do not overthink it, my brother. Since we are kindred spirits, I merely wish to converse with you." The term kindred spirits compelled Su Chang'an to scrutinize him further, and he soon noticed a subtle aura of spiritual energy emanating from the gentleman. After a brief pause, he followed the man to a secluded spot by the window, where they both took a seat. The man inquired, "Young brother, I perceive that the rabbit accompanying you is no ordinary creature. Are you also a cultivator?" Su Chang'an non-committally acknowledged with a murmur. The man's face brightened immediately. "Wonderful. I am Zhou Feng. May I ask for your esteemed title?" Drawing a deep breath, Su Chang'an replied, "I am Su Chang'an." "Ah, so you are Su Daoist. I presume you are attending the Yunming Trading Fair as well?" Su Chang'an was unfamiliar with this so-called Yunming Trading Fair, yet he was keen on not letting this opportunity slip away. For he had spent the last 3 years mastering the first 3 tiers of the Chen family's cultivation methods, with no further teachings available. To continue his journey, he needed to associate with these immortal beings to gain access to advanced cultivation techniques. Indeed, Su Chang'an replied with an unflinching demeanor, adding, "I wish to attend, but regrettably, I do not possess an invitation, nor do I know where the fair is held. I have merely heard the name and have been searching far and wide. Yet I remain utterly clueless." "Ah, I see," Zhou Feng responded. "You need not worry. This trading fair is organized by a merchant association. No invitation is required. It occurs every 3 years, and any cultivator may attend." Su Chang'an inquired, "Is it far?" "Not at all," Zhou Feng replied. "It is approximately a 2 to 3 days journey. The fair will commence in 3 days. Why not travel together for mutual support? What do you think?" "Very well," Su Chang'an said. "I am grateful for your companionship." "No need for thanks," Zhou Feng replied. "However, I am not taking you along without compensation. Once I escort you to the trading fair, I hope you might offer me a low-grade spirit stone." As he spoke, Zhou Feng rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, making his intentions quite clear. A little benefit was expected. Su Chang'an felt a bit embarrassed. "Well, I do not possess any spirit stones." "Oh," Zhou Fan's face revealed a hint of disappointment. However, he glanced at Su Chang'an and said, "In that case, once you conclude your transactions at the trading fair and acquire some spirit stones, do grant me one. If you do not obtain any spirit stones, I would be equally grateful for any other favorable benefits." Su Chang'an replied, "Agreed. Regardless, I must attend this trading fair." He was uncertain whether the talismans he crafted would sell. If they did, a spirit stone would suffice. If they did not sell, he could always gift some talismans to Zhou Feng, who would likely not refuse. "Brother Zhou," Su Chang'an inquired again, Is the Yunming trading fair crowded? Indeed, Zhou Fong replied. I attended once 3 years ago, and hundreds of loose cultivators participated daily. However, among them were many unsavory characters seeking to take advantage. So I advise you to exercise caution when the time comes. Su Chang'an clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, my friend. I shall keep it in mind. Chapter 12, Celestial Techniques, Astonishing Wonders. As dawn broke the following day, Zhou Fong arrived at Su Chang'an's doorstep. Su Chang'an had been waiting for some time and promptly opened the door with a creak. Ah, so you are indeed prepared, my dear Taoist friend Su. Zhou Fong said with a cheerful smile. Let us be on our way, for there is still much distance to traverse to Yunming's. Very well. Su Chang'an nodded. Just as he stepped over the threshold, a large, plump, white rabbit tumbled out behind him. Zhou Fong rubbed his forehead and remarked, Your celestial pet is truly extraordinary. I dare say it would fetch a handsome price at the Yunming's trading fair. Before Su Chang'an could respond, the hefty rabbit, incensed by his words, stood up and bared its teeth at Zhou Fong. Although it refrained from biting, it seized the moment to spit vehemently, causing Zhou Fong to leap back a good distance in fright. Enough. Su Chang'an gently patted the rabbit's head. You must not be impolite. Are you unscathed, brother Zhou? All is well, all is well. The two exited the inn. Su Chang'an nimbly leaped onto the back of the large rabbit and gestured to the seat behind him. If you do not mind, brother Zhou, you may join me. My celestial pet possesses considerable strength. No, that won't be necessary. Zhou Fong sidestepped a couple of paces, seemingly wary of another spit from the rabbit. I have my own means of travel. You need not concern yourself with me. Just follow closely behind. Very well. Su Chang'an nodded. Although there was a degree of peril in following this individual, he found himself with no alternative at that moment. He resolved to adapt to the circumstances. Should Zhou Fong harbor ulterior motives, he would surely find a way to escape. Let us proceed, Zhou Fong declared with a loud voice, then propelled himself forward with great force, darting away like an arrow released from its bow. He ran swiftly, his toes barely touching the ground as he covered great distances in mere moments, soon becoming a mere blur. Catch up to him. With that, the large rabbit sprang into action as well. Su Chang'an soon found himself keeping pace with Zhou Fong, and as he looked down at Zhou Fong's feet, he was astonished to see his shoes adorned with shimmering azure patterns. Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. It was evident that these shoes were no ordinary items. Zhou Fong's remarkable speed was likely attributed to them. Perhaps you've noticed my curiosity, Su Taoist. Zhou Fong called back as he continued to run. These shoes are a novice magical artifact, conserving a great deal of energy. You must keep up. With a sudden burst of speed, he left Su Chang'an trailing behind. However, the large rabbit proved to be quite capable, as no matter how hard Zhou Fong exerted himself, he could not shake Su Chang'an off. The two ran, one in front of the other, through the towering mountains for an entire day. By evening, they arrived at a secluded valley. As the evening descended, Zhou Fong halted and remarked, Let us rest here for the night. We shall embark at dawn and reach the Yunming trading fair by noon. Very well. Su Chang'an, who had spent 3 whole years living amidst the mountains and wilderness, found this environment exceedingly favorable. The two selected a slightly elevated and flat area before gathering some dry twigs. With a swift motion of his wooden staff, Su Chang'an conjured a flicker of flame from thin air. Hey, Zhou Fong, taken aback, inquired, Su, my friend, what a remarkable skill. Is this sorcery? With a light chuckle, Su Chang'an did not directly address Zhou Fong's question, but merely replied, It's just a trivial trick. This was not sorcery by any means. It merely served to ignite a fire. He had discovered that each time he inscribed runes with the wooden stick, it would be reduced to ashes by the fierce flames. Over time, he devised this method of igniting fire. Nevertheless, this little trick left Zhou Fong in awe. Come. Su Chang'an generously retrieved a substantial piece of jerky from his pack and offered a portion to Zhou Fong, saying, This is a fine delicacy. It tastes delightful when roasted. Meat? Zhou Fong's astonished gaze shifted from Su Chang'an's hands to the enormous bundle on the back of the great white rabbit. Su, my friend, do tell me that your pack is not filled entirely with meat. With a chuckle, Su Chang'an replied, There are still over 300 pounds left. If you desire. No. Zhou Fong waved his hands dismissively, then with a flourish, conjured a large, black iron pot into his grasp. Su Chang'an was left wide-eyed, utterly astonished. What sorcery is this? How did you summon a pot from thin air? Zhou Fang, sensing Su Chang'an's bewilderment, felt a surge of pride. The earlier intimidation brought on by Su Chang'an's fire conjuring had been swiftly overturned. His gaze seemed to convey, "You've never seen anything like this, have you?" With a deliberate motion, Zhou Fang waved his hand once more, and a water bucket appeared as if summoned from the ether. Su Chang'an, a newcomer to the path of immortality, stared in astonishment, his throat dry as he finally managed to swallow, and stammered, "Zhou, my brother, what marvel is this? It is truly impressive." With a hearty laugh, Zhou Fang expressed his satisfaction and patted a palm-sized azure cloth bag at his waist, saying, "This is no mere trick. Behold, it is this wondrous item. It is called a storage bag." Su Chang'an's mouth fell agape. "A storage bag?" "Indeed," Zhou Fang affirmed. "This storage bag is a spatial treasure crafted by great masters of the arcane, immensely convenient for carrying numerous items. Mine is the smallest version, capable of holding the equivalent of half a room." Su Chang'an grasped the concept. Half a room? He glanced at the bulky and cumbersome bundle strapped to the back of his great white rabbit and felt a profound yearning. How splendid it would be to possess such an item. "Do not lose heart," Zhou Fang remarked. Such items were available for purchase at the Yunming Marsh Trade Fair. The Lianqing Merchant Guild offers everything imaginable, including storage bags of various grades, 3, 6, and 9 types. This particular storage bag had nearly depleted Zhou Fang's entire fortune when he acquired it. As he spoke, Zhou Fang placed a pot over the campfire, filled it halfway with spring water, and introduced some golden grains, resembling pearls, into the mixture to simmer. "What is this?" Su Chang'an inquired further. Zhou Fang replied, "This is called spirit rice, a delicacy reserved for cultivators. Consuming it leaves a lingering fragrance and a surge of spiritual energy. If ingested over many years, it can offer boundless benefits to one's cultivation." Su Chang'an expressed his envy. "How fortunate you are, Zhou Daoyu, to indulge in such treasures as your daily sustenance." Momentarily taken aback, Zhou Fang chuckled awkwardly. Heh, let Su Daoyu have a taste later." The thought of consuming this delicacy regularly caused a subtle twitch at the corner of Zhou Fang's mouth. "I am not so affluent. If not for the excessive energy expended during our journey, I could hardly justify such indulgence." Chapter 13. Yunming City Market, Lianqing Chamber of Commerce. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted from the pot. Zhou Fang clapped his storage bag and retrieved 2 sea bowls, saying, "Friend Su, come. Today I invite you to savor my spirit rice." Su Chang'an hesitated briefly before shaking his head, replying, "Thank you, but there's no need." "Why not?" Zhou Fang's expression turned somewhat aggrieved. "Are you afraid that my rice is poisoned and that I would scheme against you?" Indeed, Su Chang'an harbored such fears. However, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, No. "Brother Zhou, where are your thoughts wandering? You brought me to the market and even required a spirit stone as a guide. If I were to consume your spirit rice, it would only result in you incurring losses. Thus, I believe it is best that I refrain from eating." "Oh," Zhou Fang nodded, "that is reasonable. Well, since you have a rabbit to ride and do not need to expend spiritual energy for travel, I shall enjoy it myself." "Brother Zhou," Su Chang'an inquired, "what is the market like, and are there any dangers within? I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me. As the saying goes, knowing both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles." After spending a day with this fellow, Su Chang'an sensed that Zhou Fang was likely a person devoid of guile, possessing commendable character. As Zhou Fang relished the spirit rice, he explained, "What dangers could there be? The market is the safest place. This Yunming City Market is organized by the Lianqing Chamber of Commerce. On one hand, they aim to acquire valuable items from scattered cultivators, and on the other, to sell a portion of their goods. Thus the safety of the market is ensured by the chamber. No one dares to cause trouble on their territory. Not to mention the myriad of items available within the chamber, all essential to cultivators. But even the scattered cultivators attending the market will undoubtedly possess items that you, friend Su, require." Through Zhou Fang's introduction, Su Chang'an gained a preliminary understanding of this so-called Yunming's Market, an annual trade fair hosted by the chamber. Regardless of their motives, attending the event undoubtedly benefits scattered cultivators. The exchange of goods is one aspect, but another reason for the thronging crowd is the chance to encounter disciples from large sects. One could beseech to be accepted under their wing. Even if one becomes a servant or attendant, it is far better than navigating the solitary path of a scattered cultivator. The resources and opportunities afforded by a sect cannot be rivaled by solitary cultivation. After their meal, Zhou Fang settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, beginning his cultivation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually coalesced, forming a halo of white light a foot above his head, lending him an air reminiscent of an immortal. Su Chang'an could not discern the specifics of Zhou Fang's cultivation method, but he surmised that it was likely not of particularly high caliber. Zhou Fang was engrossed in his cultivation, while Su Chang'an found himself rather listless. He fetched 50 pounds of dried meat and tossed it to Dabai, who began to devour it with fervor. Su Chang'an was well acquainted with Dabai's peculiar habits. This creature could forego sustenance for 10 days, yet could consume enough food for 10 days in a single sitting. Several hours passed before Zhou Fang opened his eyes, concluding his practice. The eastern horizon began to brighten with a pearly glow, and the distant peaks shimmered as if adorned with a golden veneer, the winding ridges taking on a unique beauty under the blush of dawn. "Have you recovered, my friend?" Su Chang'an inquired. "Indeed," Zhou Fang replied. "Let us proceed. We have half a day's journey remaining. If we hasten, we shall reach the Yunming trading fair before noon." With that, the two transformed into arrows, racing through the mountainous thickets. By midday, they emerged from the wooded expanse into an open space. They occasionally spotted other humans on either side, and after traversing several more miles, a vast lake suddenly appeared before them. Zhou Fang halted and remarked, "Do you see? This grand lake is the Yunming Zhe. At its center lies a small island, where the trading fair is held." Su Chang'an glanced around, noting the increasing number of cultivators in the vicinity. Occasionally, he caught sight of fleeting streaks of light overhead, some golden, others azure. "Do not stare," Zhou Fang cautioned. "Those who soar through the skies are either senior cultivators above the foundation establishment stage or prodigies from esteemed sects wielding extraordinary treasures. Such prolonged gazing is most disrespectful. Should you provoke their ire, it would spell disaster." Su Chang'an, alarmed, quickly averted his gaze. "Let us move on," he urged. By the riverside, they found numerous abandoned canoes crafted by passing cultivators. The two chose a canoe at random and paddled across the waters. Upon reaching the small island at the lake's center, they were greeted by a scene reminiscent of a bustling mortal town. "Ah, fellow cultivator." As they set foot on the island, an elderly man in his 50s, sporting a goatee, approached them. He waved a storage bag before Su Chang'an, grinning as he said, "Would you be interested in this storage bag?" "A storage bag?" Su Chang'an's eyes sparkled with interest. "How much?" 500 spirit stones, the goateed man declared. "Stop." Zhou Fang abruptly pulled Su Chang'an back. "The Lianqing Chamber of Commerce sells this for only 300 spirit stones. Have you lost your mind?" Wait. The old man hurried forward, a look of contrition on his face. "I can offer you a discount. Dear friend, please don't go. How about 250? Su Chang'an stroked his face, then turned away, continuing forward without looking back. 250? You must be joking. Your entire family must be 250. Do you see that tallest building ahead? Zhou Fang placed a hand on Su Chang'an's shoulder, pointing to the towering structure in the distance. That is the Lianqing Chamber of Commerce. Remember, if you can purchase something inside, do not buy it from the street vendors, or you will surely be swindled. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Su Chang'an clasped his hands in greeting to Zhou Fang. Zhou Fang remarked, "Throughout our journey together, our rapport has been rather harmonious. I had initially intended to request a spirit stone from you as a means of guidance, but seeing that you are not particularly affluent, I shall forego that thought. Farewell, my brother. Remember, for any transactions, prioritize the Lianqing Merchant Association ahead." With a wave of his hand, Zhou Fang swiftly vanished into the bustling throng of the street. Su Chang'an, meanwhile, ambled along the street with his companion, Dabai, observing the myriad of stalls flanking either side, each offering an eclectic array of goods, most of which were unfamiliar to him. Amidst the cacophony of vendors' shouts and the clamor of haggling, Su Chang'an finally arrived at the entrance of the Lianqing Merchant Association, which Zhou Fang had fervently recommended. Indeed, it was a towering edifice. The closer he approached, the more imposing its stature became. Chapter 14, Selling Talismans. Chamber of Commerce Transactions. "Come on, let's go in," Su Chang'an urged, gently patting the large white rabbit at his side. Together, they entered the bustling hall of the Lianqing Chamber of Commerce, located on the ground floor. The atmosphere was lively, with numerous patrons and at least a dozen attendants introducing various wares. "Hello. Welcome to the Lianqing Chamber of Commerce. A young attendant in his 20s approached Su Chang'an with a forced smile. However, upon noticing the enormous burden Su carried, his expression instantly turned cold. A pauper without even a storage bag? Go on, move aside. Before the attendant could utter another word, the elderly and frail shopkeeper emerged, waving him off. I shall attend to this guest. You may tend to other matters. The attendant's eyes widened in shock. Why would the esteemed shopkeeper personally attend to this unremarkable young man? The shopkeeper, a master at the 7th level of qi refining, had sensed a palpable aura of malevolence as soon as Su Chang'an entered the chamber. This aura could not be feigned. It was a mark of someone accustomed to countless battles and bloodshed. Although Su Chang'an had never taken a life, his 3 years on the Chen family's Spirit Beast Mountain had seen him slay countless spirit beasts, explaining the ominous aura surrounding him. There was another reason for the shopkeeper's personal attention. Su Chang'an practiced an exceptionally unique cultivation method, diverging from traditional paths. Thus, the shopkeeper, upon first glance, could not discern Su's cultivation level, which only deepened his astonishment. Esteemed friend, I am Wu, the shopkeeper of this level of the Lianqing Chamber of Commerce. What can I assist you with? The shopkeeper, now in his 60s and seasoned by life's trials, had developed a cautious demeanor. Su Chang'an replied, I seek to purchase a storage bag, a cultivation technique, and I also require some spirit rice. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. You desire such items? Without even a storage bag? Realization dawned upon him as he continued. We offer 3 types of storage bags: low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. The low-grade costs 300 low-grade spirit stones. The mid-grade 1,000, and the high-grade 5,000. The low-grade is half the size of a room. The mid-grade is approximately the size of 10 houses. And the high-grade is vast enough to encompass this entire building. Su Chang'an nodded thoughtfully, withholding judgment, and inquired further, what are the cultivation techniques? The shopkeeper replied, there are numerous techniques available, varying in grade and elemental attributes. Some are suited for lightning affinity, others for water. Which type do you seek? Su Chang'an's brow furrowed slightly as he asked, do you have a technique suitable for a cultivator with roots in all 10 elemental affinities? Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, ice, light, and darkness? Instantly, the shopkeeper's countenance darkened visibly. Su Chang'an finally realized how much disdain the cultivation world held for individuals with a comprehensive blend of spiritual roots. The shopkeeper casually retrieved a tome from a nearby shelf and tossed it over, declaring, here it is. The fundamental breathing technique. Su Chang'an inquired about the price. The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted to one of lethargy as he elongated his tone and leisurely replied, 10 low-grade spirit stones. As for the spirit rice you desire, 1 spirit stone can procure 100 pounds. How will you be paying? Su Chang'an asked, I do not possess spirit stones. May I offer goods in exchange? The shopkeeper glanced at the enormous bundle slung across Su Chang'an's back and responded, that is permissible. Su Chang'an produced an ample string of dried meat, stating, Shopkeeper Wu, this is my meat, take a look. Before Su Chang'an could finish, a frigid smile crept across the shopkeeper's face as he gritted his teeth and said, young brother, you must be here to create a disturbance at our Lianqing Commercial Association. Shall I escort you out? His tone had abruptly turned severe. No. Su Chang'an hastily waved his hands. I have other items. He rummaged through his sleeve and produced a dark golden talisman, presenting it forth. After 3 years at Lingshou Mountain, Su Chang'an had not been idle. He had crafted over 1,000 talismans. During the crafting process, he observed that after reaching the 3rd level of qi refinement, the power of the talismans he produced significantly surpassed those made at the 2nd level. Whether they were defensive blood shield talismans or offensive golden thunder talismans. The shopkeeper, upon receiving the talisman and examining it, instantly altered his expression, recognizing it as a high-quality item. Fellow cultivator, he called out to Su Chang'an, reverting to a tone of respect, this talisman appears extraordinary. What is its name? Su Chang'an simply replied, I do not know. The shopkeeper responded, please wait a moment. His gaze returned to the talisman as he continued. We must assess the nature of this talisman to ascertain its power before determining its value. All right. Su Chang'an nodded. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, the shopkeeper descended from upstairs with a beaming smile, approaching Su Chang'an amiably, fellow cultivator. This talisman is remarkable. After evaluation by our appraisers, it has been determined that upon activation, it can unleash a force equivalent to a powerful strike from a 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator and belongs to the Golden Thunder attribute, making it quite valuable. Su Chang'an inquired, "How much can it be exchanged for?" The shopkeeper replied, "For this talisman, I will offer you 90 low-grade spirit stones." Su Chang'an, uncertain of the price, merely nodded. "All right, I have 5 more, making a total of 6. He retrieved 5 additional talismans from his sleeve, all crafted during his 2nd level of Qi refinement. "Splendid," exclaimed the shopkeeper. 6 times 9 is 54. That totals to 540 spirit stones. I shall give you a preferential price and offer you 550. After deducting the cost of the 300 storage bags, only 250 pieces remain. Master Wu presented the 250 spirit stones before Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an's expression darkened. "It seems I am destined to have this some today. What about the cultivation techniques and spirit rice?" Su Chang'an inquired. Master Wu waved his hand dismissively. "What is this?" "The cultivation technique is yours as a gift, and I shall also bestow upon you 1,000 genes of spirit rice. Is that sufficient?" Under Master Wu's guidance, Su Chang'an dripped his blood onto the storage bag to acknowledge it as his own, enabling him to utilize it freely. With a grand gesture, the bundle filled with jerky was placed into the storage bag, along with the purchased foundational cultivation technique and 1,000 genes of spirit rice. "Do you wish to acquire anything else?" Master Wu inquired kindly, gazing at Su Chang'an. However, Su Chang'an shook his head. "No, thank you. Well, if you happen to have any of those talismans left, you could sell them to our Lianqing Chamber of Commerce. Rest assured, our offer will be quite generous." Su Chang'an waved his hand in dismissal, saying, "No, I do possess a few, but I must keep them for self-preservation. I cannot sell them all to you." His words were a mix of truth and falsehood, leaving Master Wu perplexed. With a frustrated stomp of his foot, Master Wu lamented the loss of what could have been a lucrative deal. Chapter 15: Street Vendors and Hidden Treasures. Esteemed Master, a night at my humble establishment costs merely 1 spirit stone, and I shall also provide delectable delicacies. My dear brother, would you care for some wine? I possess a rare, pure brew. Offer me a single spirit stone, and I shall present you with an entire vat. Farewell, my friend. I possess a fortune in gold. Would 10 spirit stones suffice for a trade? Ah, dear companion, I possess treasures." As Su Chang'an emerged from the Lianqing Chamber of Commerce, he found himself besieged by dozens of cultivators, each eager to peddle their so-called treasures. At that moment, he realized that spirit stones served as the medium of exchange among cultivators, akin to the role of currency in the mundane world. However, acquiring such stones was no simple task. Even those wandering cultivators who had roamed for years often struggled to find a single spirit stone. Suddenly, a plump creature named Dubai extended its neck and sprayed saliva towards the crowd. This distraction allowed Su Chang'an to slip away. "Curse that beast! What are you doing?" "Silence! Silence!" A corpulent man shouted angrily, wielding a wooden stick and striking Dubai's back with force. Su Chang'an, exasperated, grasped Dubai, which was attempting to dip its head into the vat of wine, and apologized. "I'm terribly sorry." "Humph." The stout man straightened his posture and glared at Su Chang'an. "No, your spirit pet has ruined my brew. If you do not compensate me today, do not expect to leave easily." Realizing his fault, Su Chang'an retrieved a spirit stone from his bag and offered it. "My apologies. I shall buy this entire vat of brew." The man gleefully accepted the spirit stone, but his expression abruptly changed. "It will take 2 spirit stones." Su Chang'an immediately objected. "Did you not just say 1 spirit stone for the whole vat? That was before. Prices have risen." The stout man retorted, flanked by 4 or 5 cultivators who exuded an air of confidence, as if to imply their numbers would intimidate Su Chang'an into compliance. Suddenly, Su Chang'an leaned forward, swiftly swatting the stout man's hand away, reclaiming the spirit stone he had just given. "Take it or leave it." He turned to leave, witnessing Su Chang'an's boldness. The stout man dared not persist. He hurriedly approached with a forced smile, bowing slightly as he chuckled. "Ah, dear friend, I was merely jesting. My apologies. 1 spirit stone will suffice." Su Chang'an paused, extracted a spirit stone the size of a juju pit from his hand, and tossed it back into the stout man's grasp. "Dubai, go indulge." Receiving its master's command, Dubai joyfully rushed towards the vat, drinking deeply. much to the astonishment of the surrounding cultivators. Some even approached to inquire about purchasing Su Chang'an's spirit pet, only to be repelled by a spray of wine from Dubai. Laughter erupted among the cultivators, filling the air with mirth. With a hearty gulp, the tipsy Dubai staggered after Su Chang'an, his demeanor comically absurd. Fellow cultivator, behold this. An elderly man clad in a yellow robe, his hair as white as snow, approached Su Chang'an, clutching a thick tome. By my calculations, you are in dire need of this. Su Chang'an's gaze fell upon the book, which bore the inscription, The Compendium of Cultivation. What is this? He inquired with curiosity. The old man replied, a comprehensive guide to the foundational knowledge one must grasp upon entering the world of cultivation. Though it cannot aid in actual practice or serve as a magical tool, it encompasses a vast array of topics, including astronomy, geography, local customs, sect introductions, and classifications of realms. Well, young one, what do you say? Would you care for a copy? Su Chang'an felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, these were the very fundamentals he lacked, as evidenced by his bewilderment when Zhou Fong had conjured a pot seemingly from thin air. How much? He asked. The yellow-robed elder waved his hand grandly. 100 spirit stones. A collective murmur of disbelief arose from the surrounding cultivators. Su Chang'an, aware of the elder's intent to swindle him, shook his head firmly. I shall not buy it. The old man chuckled awkwardly, nimbly stepping in front of Su Chang'an. Then, what price would you offer? With a mischievous thought of countering his outrageous demand, Su Chang'an casually replied, 5 spirit stones. The old man's face contorted in exaggerated agony. Yet he swiftly thrust the book into Su Chang'an's armpit, declaring, sold. Su Chang'an, taken aback, muttered, did I give too much? You old rascal. Nevertheless, he refused to let this incident dampen his spirits. With a flick of his wrist, he secured the book and continued onward. After traversing a couple of streets, no one would discern that he had just emerged from the Lianqing Merchant Association. The stalls lining both sides of the street were densely packed, offering a dazzling array of goods, elixirs, weapons, various spiritual herbs, and an assortment of peculiar fragments. Occasionally, one could spot a vendor peddling storage bags. Alchemical formulas. Alchemical formulas. Who seeks the formulas for the Peiyuan pill or the Juki pill? A throng of eager customers crowded around a stall selling alchemical formulas, pills, and assorted herbs. As Su Chang'an approached, the stall owner wore a barely perceptible smile, eyeing him with interest. Esteemed fellow cultivator, as you embark on your journey into the realm of cultivation, understanding various elixirs is paramount. Would you care to peruse my formulas? Su Chang'an's curiosity piqued. He responded eagerly, yes. Please. The stall owner handed him a jade slip, stating, this is the formula for the Peiyuan pill, which solidifies one's foundation and fortifies one's roots. Su Chang'an examined it, and indeed found the formula for the Juki pill inscribed within. The vendor tossed over a jade slip and remarked, this spirit-gathering pill is truly remarkable. Consuming one during your cultivation will enhance the speed at which you absorb the essence of heaven and earth tenfold. With it by your side on the path of cultivation, you shall achieve twice the results with half the effort. Su Chang'an pressed the jade slip against his forehead. Any cultivator capable of introspection could affix the slip to their brow to view its contents. However, upon examining the material within, Su Chang'an's body trembled slightly. This was not a formula for the spirit-gathering pill. Rather, it depicted a treasure map. A treasure map? What could this mean? Was it not a recipe for the spirit-gathering pill? Had he received a wrong item, or was this a deliberate attempt to deceive him with a false map? Su Chang'an nonchalantly tucked the jade slip away, casting a measured glance at the vendor as he inquired, how many spirit stones? The vendor's gaze lingered on Su Chang'an's storage bag for a fleeting moment before shifting away, grinning broadly. If the young brother is interested, it can be yours for just 10 spirit stones. Chapter 16, Counterattack, the Compendium of Treasures. The essence of cultivation transcends mere enhancement of one's abilities. It encompasses the unlocking of the heart's pathways and the elevation of the mind. Although Su Chang'an had yet to navigate the complexities of human interactions, he had already ascended to the third layer of the Qi refinement stage. His mind had long been awakened, and thus, upon his first glimpse of the treasure map, he sensed something amiss. One might question why such a crucial treasure map would materialize within an ordinary jade slip, even if it were ensconced in the slip. The value of such a map is immeasurable, Even a fool of a vendor would not conflate a treasure map with a recipe for elixirs in a sale. The vendor's intentions were glaringly apparent. Firstly, to deceive, exploiting human greed to peddle a counterfeit treasure map, thereby profiting 10 spirit stones from each gullible buyer. Secondly, to ensnare, setting a trap at the location indicated by the map, waiting for the cultivator clutching it to arrive, and then striking with lethal intent to seize their treasures. However, whether the vendor's motive was the first or the second remained uncertain to Su Chang'an. Yet, he decided to probe further. "My friend, how much for the recipe of the Peiyuan Dan?" Su Chang'an inquired again. The recipe was undoubtedly authentic. It not only detailed the primary materials required for the Peiyuan Dan, but also elucidated the refinement process. Including the sequence of medicinal additions and precautions, such intricate knowledge could not be fabricated, it could only be genuine. "Ah," the vendor replied, "that would be 20 spirit stones. And what of the spiritual herbs?" Su Chang'an's fingers gestured toward the spiritual herbs displayed on the vendor's stall. "I would like some of the 9-leaf grass, dihuang root, guyuan fruit, and the extraordinary chrysanthemum." At this moment, the vendor, still reeling from Su Chang'an's assertiveness, merely responded with customary pricing. "These 4 herbs are materials for refining the Guyuan Dan. A complete set costs 30 spirit stones." Su Chang'an declared, "I will take 10 sets of materials for the Guyuan Dan, along with these 2 recipes. Can we agree on a total of 100 spirit stones?" The vendor's expression transformed into one of fury as he glared at Su Chang'an. "The materials alone for the elixir total 300 spirit stones. You expect me to accept 100 for all?" Su Chang'an smiled. "Indeed, I possess a little over 200 spirit stones. But the remaining funds are earmarked for other purposes. The maximum I can offer is 100. Either you sell, or we part ways." His stance was resolute, refusing to budge even a fraction. The vendor's eyes narrowed slightly, his pupils constricting. It was true, he had deliberately baited Su Chang'an. He had just received word from a companion that this young man not only possessed over 200 spirit stones, but also a storage bag, along with some commendable talismans. Thus, the vendor had been waiting to ensnare him. Yet, the price Su Chang'an proposed left him in a precarious dilemma. To sell or not to sell? Selling would certainly incur a significant loss, at least 200 spirit stones. However, if he refused, he would lose the opportunity to ensnare his catch. Observing his stall and then the earthy demeanor of Su Chang'an, the vendor's expression fluctuated several times before he resolutely declared, "Very well. I shall sell." The moment those words left his lips, Su Chang'an was certain. This fellow was merely fishing for a bite. He tossed 100 spirit stones to the vendor and departed with his purchase. Yet, barely 10 steps away, Su Chang'an retrieved the jade slip containing the treasure map and casually discarded it into a nearby garbage bin. Unbeknownst to him, scarcely 3 breaths after the map was discarded, a burly man with a bushy beard and a large blade picked it up and returned to the vendor's stall. "What should we do now?" the vendor inquired of the bearded man. With a dark scowl, the bearded man replied, "Damn it, this fool has thrown away the treasure map. It seems he has seen through our scheme." "What?" the vendor, nearly spitting blood in frustration, retorted. "This rascal has taken advantage of us for over 200 spirit stones. And we are just going to let him go? Fear not." The bearded man reassured him. "He cannot escape. I just saw him enter an inn. We need only wait patiently. At worst, once this transaction fair is over, I am certain he will emerge. A low-grade spirit stone per day is truly not too much." Inside the inn, the young attendant, gazing at Su Chang'an, chattered incessantly, "You can cultivate diligently here at our inn, and we will provide you with sumptuous meals, the kind only emperors of the mortal realm can savor. Furthermore, within the designated time frame, you may also use our alchemical fire and furnace free of charge. Should you possess the knowledge of alchemy?" Su Chang'an succinctly replied, "I do not." At a loss for words, the attendant could only awkwardly remark, "Well, that is still quite a bargain." Su Chang'an rummaged through his pocket and retrieved 10 spirit stones, stating, "I wish to stay here for 15 days. That will be 10 spirit stones. Is that acceptable? If not, I'll take my business to another establishment." "Absolutely, absolutely," the attendant eagerly agreed. Ascending to the second floor, Su Chang'an entered an exceedingly luxurious room, closed the door, and settled into a meditative posture. Unsure of his next destination, he decided to remain here for a few days. He pulled out the comprehensive manual of cultivation he had acquired from the old Taoist in exchange for 5 spirit stones and delved into it with great focus. Many fundamental principles of the cultivation world remained unfamiliar to him, and he needed to catch up or risk suffering greatly in the future. Although the old Taoist may have taken advantage of him, this book was undoubtedly genuine. As he had stated, the contents were vast and varied, covering everything from astronomy and geography to local customs and the classification of cultivators' realms, including the characteristics and considerations for each level. Additionally, it provided insights into the various sects across the continent, particularly the peculiar and extraordinary sects, which were described in vivid and fantastical detail. Secluded in his room, Su Chang'an immersed himself in the reading for 2 days, finally gaining a glimmer of understanding about the enigmatic world of cultivation. At the very least, should he encounter that person from the Zhou family again, he would undoubtedly no longer resemble the Na'vi rustic he once was. However, after perusing the treasures of cultivation, Su Chang'an received a disheartening revelation. Possessing a mixed spiritual root encompassing all 10 attributes rendered one incapable of cultivation. According to the text, the length of a person's spiritual root is predetermined. For instance, if the total length is 10, a singular spiritual root would monopolize the entire length of 10, signifying that the cultivator possesses unparalleled talent in that specific attribute, allowing them to absorb the essence of heaven and earth with remarkable speed, leading to exponential progress in their cultivation journey. Conversely, for a dual spiritual root cultivator, the 10 points would be divided between the 2 attributes, whether evenly or unevenly, resulting in a diminished potential compared to that of a single spiritual root. Following this logic, Su Chang'an, with his mixed spiritual root encompassing all 10 attributes, would find each attribute limited to a mere 1 point. Although such a mixed spiritual root is still classified as a spiritual root capable of cultivation, it is regarded as the most inferior since the dawn of the cultivation realm, with the capacity to filter and absorb the essence of heaven and earth at a painfully sluggish pace. Chapter 17. Leaving the market. Pursuers, what is it that cultivators practice? It is the ethereal energy of heaven and earth. By drawing the external spiritual energy into themselves for refinement, they elevate their cultivation level. If one possesses a mixed spiritual root of 10 elements, the slow absorption of spiritual power may not pose a significant issue. After all, time can compensate for speed, exchanging time for space. However, the process of inhaling energy during cultivation is merely one aspect. The more crucial endeavor is to break through the barriers of the physical body and ascend to new realms. During such breakthroughs, an immense influx of spiritual energy is required to shatter the walls of cultivation, necessitating a moment of explosive force. Yet, with a mixed spiritual root of 10 elements, each gate is pitifully small, making the absorption of spiritual power arduous, let alone generating any explosive force. Consequently, during moments of breakthrough, one finds themselves considerably lacking in strength. As for why Su Chang'an was able to advance to the 3rd layer of qi refinement while at the Chen family, overcoming this cultivation barrier, he discovered the answer within the treasures of cultivation. It was because the Chen family's techniques did not belong to the orthodox path, but rather employed a method of exhausting one's blood vitality to forcibly break through physical barriers. In the eyes of the orthodox sects, such a practice is deemed unacceptable and classified as a deviation from the righteous path. Furthermore, this method often proves to be unsustainable. With a deep exhale, Su Chang'an placed the treasure book into his storage pouch and, with a pat on the pouch, retrieved another book. The cover bore 7 large characters inscribed from top to bottom: fundamental breathing and qi circulation technique. This was a gift from Manager Wu of the Lianqing Merchant Association. After perusing the treasure book, Su Chang'an understood the nature of this tome. In essence, it was a commonplace, rudimentary technique that only those cultivators without guidance would resort to practicing. Rarely would anyone with access to better methods choose to engage with such a practice. Nevertheless, the fundamental breathing and qi circulation technique had its merits, as it could be practiced by anyone, regardless of their elemental affinity or spiritual root. Indeed, the principle of the Tao is simplicity itself. Su Chang'an flipped through the book, noting that it contained 9 layers, ranging from the 1st layer of qi refinement to the 9th. The latter part included several ordinary spells, such as fireball technique, ice needle technique, wall-penetrating technique, healing technique, and golden shield technique, corresponding to the 5 elemental attributes. However, These basic spells could only be cast once one reached at least the third layer of Qi refinement. Su Chang'an meticulously memorized the first section of the cultivation mantra without missing a word. He then closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and began his practice. The technique activated his spiritual root, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy toward him. This energy divided into 5 streams above his head and was subsequently absorbed into his body. The 5 streams corresponded to the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Approximately 2 hours later, a soft pop resonated within the room as Su Chang'an's cultivation reached the first layer of Qi refinement. He felt no joy whatsoever, as he had already reached the third level of Qi refinement through the Chen family's cultivation technique. His physical barriers had long since been shattered. Now, as he practiced through the methods of the Xianmen, it was merely a repetition of his previous journey, rather than a true breakthrough. 5 days later, Su Chang'an's cultivation naturally ascended to the third level of Qi refinement. Upon reaching this third tier, Su Chang'an did not cease his efforts. He continued to draw the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth into his body, transforming it into an intangible force to assault the barrier of the fourth level. Yet, to his dismay, this collision was as futile as a drop in the ocean, producing no response whatsoever. With a furrowed brow, Su Chang'an opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "The immortal master who awakened my spiritual root was indeed correct. With my qualifications, a breakthrough seems utterly impossible." Such a situation inevitably left him disheartened. Su Chang'an lay on his bed for a considerable time, before sitting up again and turning to the foundational breathing techniques, progressing to the final stages of his practice. 10 days later, he had mastered both the fireball technique and the golden thunder technique with remarkable precision. However, these 2 spells proved to be of little worth. Not only did they require an extensive casting time, but they also nearly drained Su Chang'an's internal spiritual power. Moreover, their power seemed inferior to the talismans he could casually inscribe. Truly, they were tasteless. "Master, your accommodation has reached its expiration. Do you wish to renew?" Creak. Su Chang'an opened the door and strolled out leisurely, declaring, "No renewal. I shall take my leave." Behind him, a rotund rabbit followed, inadvertently knocking the innkeeper 3 meters away with a thud. Ouch! The innkeeper grimaced in pain. Su Chang'an chuckled heartily, patting the man's shoulder. "My apologies." Once outside, he procured a large iron pot and then leapt onto the rabbit's back, swiftly making his way towards the lakeside. Alone, he navigated a canoe across the Yunming Marsh, entering the vast mountains beyond. Su Chang'an had resolved to return to Chenjiabao, since the cultivation techniques were beyond his reach. He aimed to obtain the remaining chapters of the Chen family's methods. Had not the Elder of Transmission stated that the Chen family's techniques encompassed 9 levels? That would indeed be sufficient to cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refinement. As for how to acquire these techniques, Su Chang'an had devised a plan. He would first head to the Spirit Beast Mountain, utilizing the terrain and his talismans to set an ambush, luring the patrolling disciples of the Chen family to confront him. He would seize the opportunity to eliminate them and claim their cultivation techniques. With no other options available, he had no choice but to take this risk. After all, the Chen family had once sought his life. Is it not fair to repay blood with blood? In the marketplace of the Yunming Trading Fair, a bearded man rushed to the stall owner, exclaiming excitedly, Brother, I just saw that lad leave. We must hurry after him. That rabbit of his is no slowpoke." With a chuckle, the stall owner reassured, "There's no need for haste. He won't escape easily, for our treasures are not so readily obtained." He beckoned, "Follow me." The 2 of them packed up their stall and ventured beyond the confines of the Yunming Trading Fair. Once they had exited the influence of the fair, the stall owner suddenly clapped his storage bag, summoning a small flying vessel no larger than a palm. The azure vessel expanded with the wind, quickly transforming into a craft measuring 10 feet in length and 3 feet in width. Bored, they leapt onto the vessel. The stall owner then retrieved 5 elemental spirit stones representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth from his storage bag, placing them into the 5 energy slots of the vessel. With another clap, the vessel lifted into the air, swiftly becoming a streak of light as it pursued the direction in which Su Chang'an had fled. "Brother," the bearded one inquired, "I've marked the location of that alchemical formula. It lies approximately 300 miles in this direction." "Excellent," the stall owner replied with a smile. "Once we conclude this transaction, We shall cease our endeavors and seek to apprentice at the Taishan sect. It was hard to fathom that these two cultivators, one tall and the other short, one stout and the other lean, were indeed blood brothers. Chapter 18. Calculating Counterattack. Taishan Immortal Order. Su Chang'an dismounted from the plump rabbit, tilting his head to gaze at the horizon. A streak of azure light flashed by, revealing a magnificent flying vessel above him, which gradually descended. Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. Among the two figures aboard the vessel, one was familiar to him, the stall owner who had once attempted to ensnare him but ended up being outwitted. The other, with a bushy beard, was a stranger to Su Chang'an. With a swift motion, the stall owner summoned the vessel into his grasp, exclaiming, "Little one, it has been quite some time." With a sardonic smile, he regarded Su Chang'an and said coolly, "Having taken what belongs to me, do you think you can simply leave?" Su Chang'an's expression morphed into one of feigned innocence as he replied, "What do you mean? When did I take anything from you? I can't be bothered to explain." The stall owner retorted nonchalantly, "Here's your choice. Willingly hand over your storage bag and forfeit your cultivation, and I might let you live, allowing you to exist as an ordinary mortal. Otherwise, both you and your celestial pet will meet your end here." "All right," Su Chang'an declared. "I choose the first option. Wait a moment." He reached towards his waist, appearing to search for his storage bag. Suddenly, his right hand emerged from behind, launching a fireball the size of a human head towards the bearded man and his companion. Clever little trick. A mere parlor game. The stall owner, his face flushed from the firelight, revealed a smirk. Unhurried, he waved his hand, conjuring a small azure shield that expanded to a considerable size, effortlessly blocking Su Chang'an's fireball. "Dubai runs separately," Su Chang'an shouted, turning to flee. The stall owner's mocking expression deepened as he slowly retracted his shield, tauntingly stating, "You dare to compare speed with me? Allow me to demonstrate true swiftness." With a burst of radiant golden light beneath his feet, he surged forward with unparalleled speed, swiftly closing the distance to Su Chang'an. "Friend, do take your leave." The stall owner's face twisted with madness as a massive fireball erupted from his palm, directed at Su Chang'an's back. In an instant, the air trembled with intensity, and a searing heat radiated from behind Su Chang'an. Just as the fireball was about to make contact, a heavy blood-red shield materialized around him. This was a protective talisman he had forged, yet it remained nameless, a blood shield capable of defense. When the blazing fireball collided with the shield, it failed to breach Su Chang'an's defenses, instead exploding upon impact. Not good, the stall owner realized, attempting to retreat. Yet, it was too late. Before him flickered dozens of golden bolts of lightning. The vendor could only utter the words talisman before being engulfed by a torrent of golden lightning resembling a great serpent. The formidable power of the lightning caused the very void to tremble, and the heavy blood shield surrounding Su Chang'an quivered violently, cracking with a resounding pop. Had he not retreated swiftly, the shield would have been shattered in an instant. Moments later, the golden lightning dissipated, leaving a pungent scent of blood in the air. Su Chang'an glanced at the vendor, realizing he was no different from the spirit beasts that had perished at his hands. Under the relentless assault of the powerful golden lightning talisman, he was reduced to ashes in a heartbeat, lost forever in the immortal realm of Yongdang. "Brother." The bearded man, wielding a large blade, was filled with rage upon witnessing his brother's demise, having been schemed against without a chance to reveal his hidden trump card. He charged at Su Chang'an, raising his great sword high as if to cleave him in two. However, Su Chang'an regarded the bearded man with the indifference reserved for the deceased, softly counting. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Suddenly, another surge of golden lightning erupted, swiftly engulfing the bearded man. Su Chang'an had meticulously planned this ambush. During his initial fireball attack that had failed, he had discreetly placed a golden lightning talisman on the ground for this very moment. After 3 years of battling countless spirit beasts, Su Chang'an's combat experience was unparalleled. The moment the vendor fell, his scheme was already in motion. The fireball was a ruse. The failed fireball was also a part of the plan. His retreat was yet another calculation. Everything was orchestrated by Su Chang'an. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The plump, spherical creature, Big White, nimbly gathered the 2 storage bags and a long blade scattered on the ground, presenting them to Su Chang'an with an endearing expression. Su Chang'an accepted the storage bags and, surveying his surroundings, leaped onto the back of the rabbit. They fled, After 2 full hours of hasty travel, Su Chang'an and Big White halted at the entrance of a cave, swiftly entering and concealing the entrance behind them. Big White, guard the entrance. Su Chang'an sat cross-legged on the ground, examining the 2 storage bags he had just acquired. In the realm of cultivation, storage bags are treasures bound to their owners, initially protected by restrictions. However, upon the owner's demise, these feeble restrictions dissipate. Su Chang'an easily opened the first bag. Inside, he found merely some provisions and a few dozen spirit stones. Yet, the second bag contained items that left Su Chang'an momentarily speechless, not to mention the other artifacts. The sheer number of spirit stones amounted to over 7,000. He picked up a pristine white jade slip and pressed it to his forehead, then let out a cold laugh. This fake treasure map has likely deceived many cultivators. Otherwise, how could these brothers possess 7 or 8,000 spirit stones? With a decisive motion, Su Chang'an unceremoniously collected the 7,000 spirit stones. It seems that one must resort to violence and theft to amass wealth. After securing the spirit stones, Su Chang'an's gaze fell upon several books. One was a fundamental breathing technique, another was a compendium of herbs, and a third contained alchemical secrets. He casually flipped through the pages. The compendium detailed over 1,000 varieties of commonly encountered spiritual plants in the cultivation realm, while the alchemical guide featured dozens of recipes for elixirs. And that was all. As for the remaining items, there were over a dozen jade boxes, each containing varying quantities of similar spiritual herbs. 2 porcelain vials were present, one containing solidifying essence pills and the other gathering chi pills. There was also a palm-sized circular shield, presumably the green shield the vendor had used for defense. Su Chang'an examined it with his spiritual power and noted the inscription, Greenwood Shield. A valuable item, indeed, worthy of being kept. Additionally, there was a green flying vessel named Cloudpiercer. Lastly, he held 2 dark, cloud-patterned black tokens of an indeterminate material. Upon inspecting the tokens, he found 4 prominent characters inscribed on one side, Talisman Immortal Order. Surrounding these characters were 8 smaller words. Holding this immortal order grants access to Talisman. Chapter 19. Old Friend Ding Lan, Blood Explosion Array. As Su Chang'an gazed upon the 2 plaques of unknown material lying on the ground, a flicker of fervent excitement ignited in his eyes. The Talisman Immortal Order. Issued by the Talisman sect, this order is a significant token. Records of such orders can also be found in the Baibao book, where they are typically left behind by esteemed practitioners of the Tao as a form of assurance. Anyone who possesses this token can seek out the corresponding sect and request to be taken as a disciple. Even an ordinary person devoid of any spiritual roots could find themselves under the tutelage of an immortal. Though they may not learn the arts of the Tao, they would still enjoy a life free from want and strife. The reasons for the existence of such orders vary. Some are left to sever worldly ties, while others serve to repay karmic debts, among other motives. Su Chang'an carefully stored the 2 Talisman Immortal Orders. Next, he turned his attention to refining the magical artifacts, the Qingmu Shield and the Chuan Yun Boat. Su Chang'an prepared to venture into the Chen family's lair, knowing well that the more life-preserving cards he held, the better. He first retrieved the palm-sized, emerald green Chuan Yun Boat. In the realm of cultivation, magical treasures are generally categorized into 3 levels: magical tools, spiritual tools, and precious artifacts. Each level is further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. According to the Baibao book, beyond precious artifacts, there exist ancient treasures, crafted from primordial materials by ancient cultivators, often possessing powers that surpass those of regular artifacts. The classification of grades is determined by the number of prohibitive seals inscribed upon the artifact. For instance, the lowest grade magical tool has 1 layer of prohibition. The medium grade has 3 layers, the superior grade has 5, and the exceptional grade boasts 7 layers. Spiritual tools follow suit. Inferior has 9 layers, medium has 11. Superior has 13, and exceptional has 15. Su Chang'an first applied a drop of his own blood onto the Chuan Yun Boat. Instantly, the prohibitive seals manifested, revealing 5 layers. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a superior magical tool. Filled with delight, he began the refinement process. For him, while other celestial arts might seem insurmountable, the intricacies of prohibitive formations came effortlessly, thanks to his comprehension of the 3 symbols inscribed on the enormous golden card. After 3 days, the The Chuanyun boat was entirely refined. 2 days later, the Azure Qingmu shield was also refined. Its grade was somewhat lower, being merely a medium-grade magical tool with 3 layers of prohibition. Although it is a medium-grade artifact, if he poured his spiritual energy into it to sustain the shield, it could withstand a full-force strike from a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, or even higher. Su Chang'an's current spiritual energy was insufficient to fully manifest the shield, yet it could still defend against an attack from a 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator. After organizing his belongings and taking a moment to calm his mind, Su Chang'an was ready to depart when he suddenly noticed the large white object at the cave entrance stir slightly. Su Chang'an's gaze sharpened as he approached the cave's mouth. Peering through the crack, he saw a woman clad in a black robe, bending over and quietly arranging something. Could this be a disciple of the Chen family? Su Chang'an was intimately familiar with the black robes. The distance to the Chen family's realm of cultivation was not great, and upon seeing this dark Taoist garb, his thoughts immediately turned to the Chen clan. As the female disciple shifted her position, the unique cloud pattern emblem of the Chen family indeed became visible on her robe. Su Chang'an, feeling a sense of urgency, discreetly retrieved a concealment talisman from his storage bag and activated it, suppressing his and Abai's presence. Unless the woman possessed extraordinary cultivation, it would be impossible for her to detect them. After several breaths, she appeared to have prepared herself, sitting cross-legged on the ground, violently coughing, with foul blood occasionally spewing from her mouth. Ding shimmy. A voice, slightly effeminate, emerged from nearby. 2 other disciples, also clad in black from the Chen family, stepped out from the woods. One had a pale complexion, tall and thin, with slightly reddened eyes. The other was similarly slender, but bore a normal countenance. Brother Qinjia, Brother Chen Huang. The woman spoke. I beg you, if you two spare me, I will give you all the blood beads I possess. Let us leave the Chen family together and never return. Please, this place is no sanctuary. It is a den of demons. Master is a devil. Don't you wish to escape? At the sound of her voice, Su Chang'an's body jolted. He recognized it all too well, though it had changed somewhat since their youth. He instantly discerned it to be Ding Lan's voice. The very same adorable, plump girl who had lent him a deep blue coat before he entered the Chen family. So it was her? Sighing, the effeminate man, Chen Jia, replied, Ding shimmy, once you enter the Chen family, you are forever one of us, even in death. You will remain a ghost of the Chen clan. Speak not of escape to us. As Master's most cherished disciple, how could you commit such an act of betrayal against our ancestors? What a pity. You do not understand. Ding Lan trembled, her voice rising sharply. The ancestor is not human. He never truly accepted me as a disciple. I am merely his blood food. Ignoring her words, Chen Jia coldly stated, there is no benefit in further discussion. Surrender quietly. Chen Huang, you take the left, and I will take the right. Now, swish. 2 dark figures lunged towards Ding Lan from either side. A look of resoluteness appeared on Ding Lan's pale face as she declared, if so, then let us die together. Buzz. A dark red hue suddenly flickered in a radius of 10 zhang around Ding Lan. Not good. The effeminate man shouted. This is a blood explosion formation. Junior brother, retreat. He desperately reversed the flow of his blood, barely managing to veer away from the deadly formation at the last moment. However, his junior brother, Chen Huang, could not halt his advance and entered the array. Above Ding Lan, 6 drops of dark red essence blood soared into the air. In the cave, Su Chang'an was utterly astounded. He was all too familiar with this essence of blood, having spent nearly 4 years cultivating 3 drops of it himself. However, he could hardly fathom that Ding Lan had astonishingly managed to cultivate 6 drops. Sister, have you lost your mind? Chen Huang, who had already entered the formation, trembled in fear. Stop. If this formation is unleashed, your entire essence will explode, and you will lose all your cultivation. Years of arduous training wasted in an instant. What a pity. Come back with us and apologize to Master. He will certainly not harm you. Haraha. Ding Lan laughed maniacally. Even if I die, I shall never return to that place. Boom. The 6 drops of essence above Ding Lan's head surged into the formation, erupting with a thunderous roar. Boom. Chapter 20, Defying Fate with Golden Blood. Slaying 2 once more. A crimson surge of blood energy transformed into a vast wave of power, sweeping horizontally through the 3-foot-high void. Wherever it passed, vegetation was shattered. and rocks were pulverized. The branches and foliage meant to conceal Su Chang'an's cave entrance were scattered in disarray. Had he not promptly summoned the Qingmu shield to fend off this onslaught of blood energy, the consequences would have been dire. In a frantic rush, the pallid-faced Chen family disciple, Chen Jia, darted out, narrowly escaping the brunt of the attack. After 10 breaths, the crimson haze dissipated, revealing Ding Lan lying on the ground, her face ashen, uncertain whether she was alive or dead. Another disciple of the Chen family, named Chen Huang, lay motionless beside her, also in a state of uncertainty. With a sigh of relief, Chen Jia leapt back to a distance of about 10 zhang from Ding Lan, attempting to call out her name as well as Chen Huang's. Neither responded. Perhaps it's for the best, Chen Jia murmured, seemingly to himself, or perhaps as a test for Ding Lan. Ding Shimi, if you have indeed perished, I shall take your severed head back to the ancestor. Surely, I shall be richly rewarded. Brandishing his sword, he approached the fallen Ding Lan with deliberate steps. Just as he neared her, a massive rabbit burst forth from a nearby cave, charging directly at Chen Jia. Startled, he steadied himself, cursing. How dare a mere lowly spirit beast act so brazenly? He swung his fist at the rabbit. Boom. The anticipated scene of the spirit beast being obliterated did not materialize. Instead, a formidable blood shield manifested around the rabbit. This took Chen Jia back. What is this? Do spirit beasts possess spells now? Before he could ponder further, a figure emerged behind the rabbit, swiftly plunging a long knife into his abdomen. PFF blood gushed forth. Infuriated, Chen Jia, who had already attained the 6th level of qi refinement, felt the blade pierce him yet refused to succumb. Ignoring his injury, he clawed at Su Chang'an's head with fierce determination. PFF the blood shield had already absorbed one of his strikes, but now it shattered under his grasp. Buzzing in the next moment, a small azure shield appeared. Su Chang'an had deftly summoned the Qingmu shield. Chen Jia's claws struck the shield, but they lacked the force to tear through its defenses, merely causing it to tremble slightly. Damn it! Suddenly, a jar flew from Chen Jia's left sleeve, spewing forth black, foul blood that splattered onto the light of the Qingmu shield, rapidly corroding its protective layer. With black claws descending towards Su Chang'an's head, a new wave of peril loomed. The opponent's cultivation far surpassed that of Su Chang'an, and in the blink of an eye, he launched several attacks, leaving Su Chang'an no time to deploy a second defensive talisman. When that black claw descended, Su Chang'an managed to avert a fatal blow by turning his head, yet it still pierced into his shoulder, leaving him drenched in blood and flesh. The sharp pain radiated from his shoulder, rendering him numb as if the flesh and bone were being melted away. Die! Chen Jia stepped forward, raising his left hand, but alas, a long blade was lodged in his abdomen. Just as he attempted to summon his strength, he felt his vitality drain away, leading him to collapse helplessly onto the ground. Su Chang'an could not let such an opportunity slip by. He drew his long blade and swiftly severed Chen Jia's head. Remarkably, this blade was acquired from the bearded man he had previously slain. Although the long blade appeared formidable, it was merely a mundane weapon, now tarnished and rusted by the blood of the fallen, rendering it unusable. Discarding the long blade, Su Chang'an, disregarding the pain in his shoulder, turned to face Chen Jia's disciple, Chen Huang, who lay prostrate on the ground, initially intending to deliver a punch to Chen Huang as well. Su Chang'an reconsidered and instead cast a golden thunder talisman. Chen Huang attempted to leap away, but it was too late. Dozens of bolts of golden lightning erupted, instantly annihilating him. Su Chang'an inhaled sharply. Chen Huang was indeed cunning. He feigned death while lying on the ground, seemingly plotting against someone. It was worth noting that he had been lying there even before Su Chang'an emerged from the cave, perhaps scheming against Ding Lan or his fellow disciple, Chen Jia. Such treachery demonstrated the perilous nature of cultivation, where human hearts are the most treacherous. Sister Ding. Having learned from the earlier experience, Su Chang'an hesitated to approach Ding Lan, and instead called out from a distance, I am Su Chang'an from Qingyou Town. We are fellow townsfolk. I have come to rescue you. Ding Lan offered no response. Only then did Su Chang'an approach, enhancing his defenses with 2 layers of blood shield talismans. Fortunately, Ding Lan had indeed expended 6 drops of vital blood and was in no danger. Su Chang'an lifted her onto the back of Dabai, climbing up himself. Ideally, they should have fled in a flying vessel at that moment, but fearing that such conspicuousness might attract the Chen family's disciples, he opted for this method of escape. It was only when seated on Dubai's back that he finally had the chance to examine his wound. He saw 5 dark puncture marks on his left shoulder, exuding wisps of black mist. It seemed this fiend's claws were poisoned. Su Chang'an dared not delay. He hurriedly activated his foundational breathing technique to purge the toxins from his shoulder. However, the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Upon introspecting his heart, a radiant golden light suddenly scattered, and in an instant, a drop of pure golden blood materialized and merged into his heart. Then, a second drop, followed by a third. Su Chang'an suddenly recalled the 3 drops of blood that had been stolen from him by the golden card. Were they not supposed to be crimson? How had they transformed into gold? And now, had they returned to me? In an instant, a myriad of strange flames swirled around Su Chang'an's mind. However, this was not the time for such thoughts, as he needed to focus on his injuries. The 3 drops of golden essence coursed through his veins, flowing to his shoulder. And wherever they traveled, the damaged tissues and flesh were instantaneously rejuvenated, intricately reconnecting. In less than 10 breaths, the injury on Su Chang'an's left shoulder was astonishingly restored to its former state. Yet, what he had initially believed would be returned to him by the card, the 3 drops of essence, were, after converging at his heart, again drawn away by the golden light. At that moment, Su Chang'an's heart was a tumult of emotions. He was uncertain whether to express gratitude towards the card or to curse it. Dubai, run faster. Keep heading north. Do not stop. Su Chang'an produced a concealment talisman and activated it, completely shrouding the presence of the 2 of them, before dashing northward with fervor. After a tumultuous journey lasting half a day, he finally arrived at a small town as dusk approached, Furong Town. Chapter 21. The Acquisition of the Art. Ding Lan awakens. The esteemed celestial master graced the humble establishment, illuminating its modest charm. In the grand hall of the town's largest inn, the proprietor and the attendant stood with bowed heads before Su Chang'an. Though these individuals were mere mortals, their intellect was not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing the enormous rabbit accompanying Su Chang'an, they instinctively understood that he was no ordinary man. Without further ado, Su Chang'an tossed a silver coin onto the counter, declaring, "The finest room, please." "Very well, follow me." Upon entering the inn's most spacious chamber, Su Chang'an gently lifted Ding Lan from the rabbit's back and laid her upon the bed. Eagerly, he reached beneath her garments, not out of impropriety, but in search of the Chen family's martial arts manual. After dispatching the 2 disciples of the Chen family, Su Chang'an had rummaged through their belongings, discovering no storage bags. He had, however, collected a few personal items, yet the coveted manual remained elusive. As for whether Ding Lan possessed it, he could only leave it to fate. Eureka! A surge of joy filled Su Chang'an as he extracted a book from Ding Lan's person, its cover emblazoned with the 4 grand characters, 9 Netherblood scripture. Upon opening it, familiar characters greeted his gaze. Su Chang'an's excitement peaked. Indeed, this is it. Previously, he had practiced what was termed the Chen family's martial arts, which was, in reality, nothing but a mere transcription of the first 3 tiers of the 9 Netherblood scripture. This scripture, an ancient technique of the demonic sect known as the 9 Nether Gate, comprised 12 tiers, each corresponding to a level of cultivation, culminating in the 12th stage of Qi refinement. Moreover, the latter sections of the 9 Netherblood scripture contained several dark spells, including the blood explosion array previously utilized by Ding Lan, along with others such as the blood exchange array, the filthy blood technique, the blood pearl technique, the blood claw technique, the blood wing technique, and the blood to essence technique, each related to the refinement of vital essence. From the handwriting, it appeared to be a copy transcribed by a woman rather than the original text. Su Chang'an, however, was unperturbed. He produced a blank jade slip and meticulously transcribed the 9 Netherblood scripture verbatim, subsequently storing the slip in his storage bag. With a sigh of relief, his spirits soared. At last, he could resume his cultivation. After securing the 9 Netherblood scripture, Su Chang'an retrieved a jar he had pilfered from the Chen family. This jar contained tainted blood, presumably cultivated using the filthy blood technique from the scripture. Though repugnant, in critical moments, it could yield unexpectedly potent results. After 2 hours, Ding Lan regained consciousness. Upon gazing at the tall, austere man before her, she swiftly turned to sit up, clutching the blanket to shield her form. Yet her eyes gleamed with a fierce light as she inquired, "Who are you?" Su Chang'an seated himself and said, "Do you not recognize me? Fear not. I am Su Chang'an." Ding Lan was momentarily taken aback, then seemed to plunge into a reverie. After a considerable pause, she remarked, "I remember now, you are Su Chang'an. The one from Qingyo Town?" "Indeed." Su Chang'an nodded affirmatively. Ding Lan's caution began to dissipate, and with a sigh of relief, she inquired, "Were you the one who rescued me?" "Yes," Su Chang'an replied with a wry smile. "Isn't it a coincidence? I was meditating in that valley at the time and chanced upon the fierce battle between you and the Chen family disciples. When they injured you, I swiftly dealt with them and brought you to safety." Ding Lan's wariness resurfaced. "Where are we now?" "We are in Furong Town, far from the Chen family. Rest assured, they will not find us here anytime soon." "Oh." Only then did Ding Lan take the opportunity to survey the room. Her gaze fell upon the 9 nether blood scripture resting on the table. Slightly startled, she exclaimed, "Did you take this from me?" Su Chang'an had anticipated her question and replied, "As we hurried along, it must have slipped from you. Have you perused it?" Ding Lan regarded him with caution. Su Chang'an nodded, "I have." "Do not attempt to cultivate it. Please hand it over to me," Ding Lan insisted. Su Chang'an passed the book to her, and she promptly tore it to shreds. For a moment, silence enveloped the room, neither spoke. After a long while, Su Chang'an broke the stillness, asking, "Ding Shimi, are you injured?" "No." Ding Lan shook her head. "I utilized 6 drops of my essence blood to execute the blood explosion great formation, which merely cost me my cultivation. Now, I am but a mere mortal with greater strength. Su Shixiang, I wish to take a bath," she said, her cheeks flushed. Su Chang'an nodded. "The bathroom is inside. You may bathe first while I procure you some fresh clothes. That Chen family robe is no longer suitable for you." Half an hour later, the innkeeper presented a lavish feast. The two sat across from each other, sharing a meal and recounting their pasts. Ding Lan had changed into a simple, light blue dress suited for women, and Su Chang'an, noticing her fair skin and a delicate beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, was momentarily entranced by her charming smile, which revealed a single dimple. He was astonished at how much she had transformed over the 4 years. The chubby little girl he once knew had blossomed into a stunning beauty. "Ding Shimi," Su Chang'an suddenly asked, "how were you able to condense 6 drops of essence blood in just 4 years? That is truly remarkable. To think, it took me 17 days to form my first drop, yet I spent 4 years to achieve 3 drops. As one progresses, the time required only lengthens." Ding Lan's complexion suddenly turned pale as she remarked, "Perhaps it is due to my exceptional aptitude?" Su Chang'an appeared somewhat perplexed. Ding Lan sighed with a bitter smile. "During the assessment in Qingyo Town, the immortal determined that I possessed both ice and fire spiritual roots, yet intentionally informed me that I was merely a 5 elements root, before selling me off to the Chen family." "What?" Su Chang'an's heart was shaken profoundly. "Dual spiritual roots. While they may not compare to those extraordinary single roots, they undeniably signify a prodigy among prodigies. To think such a talent was sold to the Chen family by an immortal. No wonder Su Chang'an had not seen Ding Lan since entering the Chen family. She had been taken away and became the personal disciple of the family head, with the family head's direct mentorship and an abundance of resources at her disposal. It became somewhat comprehensible how Ding Lan could refine 6 drops of essence blood in a mere 4 years. Chapter 22, Secrets of the Chen Family. Journey to Taishan. How does it taste? Su Chang'an sat opposite Ding Lan, holding a large bowl filled with golden spiritual rice he had prepared. Ding Lan, seated across from him, devoured the rice and exclaimed, "This is exquisite. What kind of food is this that it tastes so divine?" Su Chang'an replied, "It is spiritual rice." "Spiritual rice?" Ding Lan gazed at him with a puzzled expression. Su Chang'an smiled and explained, "It is food consumed by cultivators in the realm of cultivation. This rice contains the essence of heaven and earth, which is beneficial for cultivation." "Oh." Ding Lan stuck out her tongue, resembling Su Chang'an when he first encountered spiritual rice. "Su Shixiao, how did you manage to escape the attacks of the spirit beasts after they abandoned you on Spirit Beast Mountain? And you must possess all 5 elemental roots. Yet you reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement in just a few years. That is truly impressive." Ding Lan bombarded him with several questions in one breath. Su Chang'an replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I possess all 5 elemental roots. Otherwise, I would not have been abandoned by the immortal masters. As for my escape from Spirit Beast Mountain, it was due to a fortunate encounter. Thankfully, thanks to Dabai, if it weren't for him, I would have likely become a pile of bones on Spirit Beast Mountain. Su Chang'an's words were a mix of truth and embellishment, and naturally, Ding Lan could not discern the difference. You are far superior to me. I have only reached the 3rd level, while you have already attained the 6th. Upon hearing Su Chang'an's words, Ding Lan sighed and began to recount her own experiences over the years. Her talent was exceptional, and upon entering the Chen family, she was directly sent under the tutelage of the family's patriarch, becoming his personal disciple. Initially, the patriarch treated her very well, diligently teaching her and patiently answering all her questions. Moreover, she had over a dozen senior sisters and brothers, and their relationships were harmonious. However, there was one stipulation. The master forbade the disciples from leaving the core peak of the Chen family. Ding Lan, in her innocent understanding, followed the patriarch in her training, progressing rapidly in her cultivation. Strangely, though, her senior sisters and brothers began to vanish one by one. Some died in gruesome ways, while others simply disappeared without a trace. This filled Ding Lan with terror, for this was the core peak of the Chen family, a place where no enemies should appear. And the patriarch had strictly ordered the disciples not to leave the peak without permission. Yet, the loss of so many core disciples was rather suspicious. By chance, she stumbled into the forbidden area of the back mountain and discovered her master stripping the clothes off 2 senior sisters, using their blood essence to nourish himself through a formation. It was then that Ding Lan realized she and her fellow disciples were merely fodder for the patriarch. She stealthily infiltrated the forbidden area, copied the patriarch's cultivation methods for verification, and after confirming her suspicions, she transcribed a copy before leaving. With no desire to continue cultivating, Ding Lan sought an opportunity to escape a few days ago, but was discovered by patrolling disciples as she left the mountain. Thus began her desperate flight, which Su Chang'an later witnessed. After hearing Ding Lan's account, Su Chang'an maintained a composed demeanor, showing little surprise. He had long harbored suspicions regarding such matters. Therefore, Su Shixiao. Ding Lan inhaled deeply, gazing blankly at Su Chang'an, and said, "You have just witnessed the 9 nether blood scripture. Seeing it is one thing, but you must never attempt to cultivate it." Su Chang'an replied, "Ding Shimi, have you forgotten? It was precisely because I spent a year without being able to condense the first drop of essence blood that I was sent to that Spirit Beast Mountain to fend for myself." Ding Lan felt a bit awkward and said, "You are right. I have been overly concerned." Su Chang'an inquired, "Ding Shimi, what are your plans moving forward?" Ding Lan paused for a moment, placing her half-bowl of rice on the table, and said, "Shi Xiao, I wish to return to Qingyou town, to live a mundane life with my parents, and to never practice again." "You are being naive," Su Chang'an warned. "Do you think the Chen family won't come looking for you in Qingyou town? At that point, both you and your family will suffer." Ding Lan trembled, her delicate face filled with terror. "Then, what should we do?" Su Chang'an asked. "Do you still wish to cultivate, to join a major sect?" Ding Lan questioned, "Does Shi Xiang have a way?" Su Chang'an then retrieved 2 dark tokens from his storage bag and tossed them before Ding Lan, saying, "I happen to possess 2 celestial tokens. With these, we should be able to directly enter the Talisman sect for cultivation, though I am uncertain of its location." Ding Lan, with her slender, fair hands, picked up the tokens to examine them, and said, "I have not heard of the Talisman sect, but my master did mention a sect called Talisman, located 1,000,000 miles west of Chen family fortress." Su Chang'an felt slightly embarrassed. He had assumed that the sect issuing the Talisman celestial tokens was the Talisman sect, only to discover it was actually Talisman. "Well, this must be the place you mentioned. Ding Shimi, given that you possess both ice and fire spiritual roots, it would indeed be a pity not to cultivate. Why not accompany me to seek a master at Talisman? With your talents, I believe reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement would not be difficult for you." Ding Lan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she looked up at Su Chang'an gratefully and said, "But I am penniless. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude to you, Su Shidi." Su Chang'an replied, "There is no need for thanks. When you gifted me that robe, did you not expect a return?" Ding Lan countered, "That is different. That was merely a piece of clothing. While you saved my life and provided me with such a precious item, how can they be compared?" Su Chang'an insisted, "You are mistaken, Shimi. Kindness knows no magnitude. It is merely the context in which it is applied that varies." As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the two, along with a rabbit, stealthily departed from the inn, venturing into the darkness. Su Chang'an waved his hand, producing a palm-sized azure vessel, channeling a hint of spiritual energy, causing the small boat to swell in the wind, swiftly transforming into a vessel 10 feet long and 3 feet wide. The flying boat featured a spirit stone slot on each side and its bottom. Su Chang'an then placed spirit stones of the 5 elemental attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, into the slots, and in an instant, the cloud-piercing vessel soared into the sky, heading westward. In the void of the night, a streak of azure light flickered across the sky. How swift it is! Dinglon stood at the bow of the flying vessel, gazing at the constellation-studded heavens that sparkled like pearls, feeling the gentle caress of the night breeze. Suddenly, she extended her hands and exclaimed, Su Shixiao. How wonderful it would be if this moment could last forever. Su Chang'an seemed oblivious to her words. He lowered his gaze and retrieved a storage bag, carefully placing 100 or so spirit stones of both water and fire attributes into it. What are you doing, Shixiao? Dinglon inquired, turning her head. Su Chang'an presented the storage bag forward and said, Here, I have 3 of these. Allow me to give you one. Once we arrive at the sect, you can utilize it properly after you resume your cultivation and achieve a breakthrough. Chapter 23, Apprenticing to Qingxiu, Registering as Disciples. The speed of the cloud-piercing vessel was astonishing. Su Chang'an traversed 1,000,000 miles in merely 3 days. However, this rapid journey came at a considerable cost, as he had to exchange spirit stones 9 times, depleting a total of 45 stones. On this day, the vessel sailed towards the east, only to be abruptly confronted by a majestic mountain, resplendent in lush greenery and shrouded in mist, appearing both ethereal and real. A sign proclaimed, Taixian, 100 miles, flying is prohibited. Suddenly, a young man clad in a dark green Taoist robe emerged from the void, riding a celestial crane, blocking Su Chang'an's vessel. Fellow Taoist, please disembark. Su Chang'an, left with no choice, guided the vessel to land. The young man in the dark green robe also descended gracefully. My apologies, fellow Taoist. The young man courteously clasped his hands towards Su Chang'an. 100 miles ahead is the entrance to our Taixian sect. According to sect regulations, no one is permitted to fly within this 100-mile radius. Upon hearing this, both Su Chang'an and Ding Lan were elated. Have we arrived at Taixian sect? Su Chang'an hurriedly returned the greeting. Greetings, senior brother. We come to Taixian sect to seek apprenticeship and enlightenment. Apprenticeship? The young man's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Taixian sect was among the most prestigious sects in Yangshuo County. It was not a place where one could simply declare their intent to become a disciple. What kind of spiritual roots do you both possess? Just as Ding Lan was about to speak, Su Chang'an stepped forward, asserting, Senior brother, I have matters of importance to discuss with the elders of the sect and must speak with them first. Very well, the young man nodded. Follow me. I shall take you to meet the elder in charge of the mountain gate. Su Chang'an and Ding Lan mounted the back of the celestial crane and followed the young man as they soared through the skies. Arriving at the mountain gate in about half an hour, moss covered the ground, and the stone walls loomed grandly. At the entrance stood a colossal archway nearly 100 feet high, with the words Taixian sect inscribed upon it, exuding an aura of unmatched authority, evoking a deeper sense of awe than when Su Chang'an had gazed upon Chen family fort. It felt as if a barrier had been placed upon this sect, and Su Chang'an speculated that any mortal who approached would undoubtedly bow in reverence, unable to do otherwise. Please wait a moment, fellow Taoists. The young man in the dark green robe clasped his hands and entered the mountain gate. After the passage of a brief incense stick's worth of time, he re-emerged, accompanied by an elderly man who seemed barely able to open his eyes. The elder, with hair and beard as white as snow, stooped as he regarded Su Chang'an. I am the outer gate elder in charge of Taixian sect. Speak your purpose. If you are merely here to linger idly at the immortal gate, I shall not spare you. Indeed, Su Chang'an surmised that the elder would not dare to deceive him at the mountain gate. He retrieved a Taixian immortal order from his storage pouch and presented it before the stooping elder. Respected elder, please take a look. We have come to seek the wisdom of the immortals. The immortal order of our sect? The white-haired elder was taken aback, stowing the dark plaque with great astonishment. I have guarded this mountain gate for 36 years and have never encountered our sect's immortal order. Please wait a moment. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth from the elder's sleeve, swiftly ascending into the heavens and then retreating towards the distant mountains. In merely a few breaths, Su Chang'an tilted his head to behold two magnificent streaks of light gliding through the air before descending at the mountain gate. Before him stood a middle-aged man and woman. The man was donned in white garments, his square face exuding an air of authority, while the woman wore a soft yellow Taoist robe. Her demeanor tranquil and her visage reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. If judged by worldly standards, they appeared to be in their 30s or 40s. However, Su Chang'an understood that such formidable beings of celestial prowess could not possibly be of such tender years. Beneath their youthful exteriors, they might well be ancient entities, having lived for untold years. Greetings, Master Qingshu, Master Qingling. The elder hastily paid his respects. Su Chang'an and Ding Lan followed suit with slight bows. Ah, the man in white, Qingshu, nodded and said, "There is no need for excessive formalities. Hand me the celestial order." The elder promptly presented the order. Upon receiving it, Qingshu nodded and remarked, "This order was bestowed by my master in the mortal realm to settle karmic ties. There should be 2 in total." Su Chang'an, assured of this, quickly retrieved another celestial order from his storage pouch and said, "Please forgive me, esteemed elder, the other piece is here." With a light chuckle, Qingshu perceived Su Chang'an's intentions and smiled slightly, saying, "You are indeed a person of meticulous thought. The path of immortality is fraught with peril, and human hearts are the most treacherous. I shall not hold it against you." His gaze fell upon Su Chang'an as he inquired, "Are you from the Ding family of Dawei Town in Yangshuo County?" Su Chang'an was uncertain of Qingshu's cultivation level, yet he felt as though the elder's gaze could penetrate the very depths of one's soul, stern yet disallowing even the slightest falsehood. "In response to your esteemed self, we are not, but my junior sister's surname is Ding." Su Chang'an pointed toward Ding Lan. Qingshu nodded, stating, logically, "You should have come to the mountain with this order to be personally accepted as disciples by my master. Regrettably, you have arrived too late. My master ascended to eternal tranquility 63 years ago. However, the lineage of our sect remains unbroken, and karmic ties endure." The woman in yellow interjected, "As it is the karma of our master, it is also the karma of us disciples. How about this, dear girl, come forth. You shall henceforth be my true disciple." Qingshu nodded in silence, and Ding Lan immediately rejoiced. Qingshu, without expressing approval or disapproval, cast a glance at Su Chang'an and asked, "What is your spiritual root?" Fearing that the imposing man before him might reject him due to inferior spiritual roots, Su Chang'an replied, "I possess a 5 elements spiritual root." In truth, he was a mixed root of all 10 elements, but prior to entering the mountain, he had concealed the other 5 attributes, lightning, wind, ice, darkness, and earth, using a concealment talisman. Though he had halved the perceived worth of his mediocre aptitude, Su Chang'an still caught a hint of disdain in the stern man's gaze. A 5 elements spiritual root was indeed considered rather unimpressive. Sighing softly, Qingshu remarked, "The path to enlightenment is fraught with difficulty, yet it invariably offers sentient beings a glimmer of hope. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be my registered disciple." As he spoke, Qingshu produced a jade tablet from within his robes and cast it towards Su Chang'an. Upon receiving the tablet, Su Chang'an glanced at it and beheld 4 gilded characters inscribed upon its surface, registered Qingshu. This signified that Su Chang'an had become the registered disciple of the Taoist Qingshu. The woman clad in a light yellow robe beside them gazed at Qingshu, momentarily taken aback, and said, "Senior brother, there's no need for further words, junior sister." Qingshu interjected, waving his hand, his ample sleeves billowing in the mountain breeze. "You shall first engage in external cultivation. Should you have any queries, consult Elder Zhao Dewu. If, in the future, you should find the opportunity to transcend the 7th level of qi refinement, seek me out on the back mountain, and I shall accept you as my true disciple." With that, Qingshu transformed into a streak of light and departed. Su Chang'an stood in stunned silence, watching the receding figure of the fleeing light, exclaiming, "Master has yet to inquire about my name." Alas, the radiant light had long since vanished, leaving Su Chang'an's words unheard. Chapter 24, Sister, walk slowly, and engage in seclusion for cultivation. What is your name? Master, my secular name is Ding Lan. What a splendid name. I reside at Guanyin Peak, and from now on, you shall be my little junior sister at Guanyin Peak. Qing Ling gazed at Ding Lan with a gentle smile. Are we ready to depart? Her tone seemed to solicit Ding Lan's approval. Witnessing this scene, Su Chang'an felt a bittersweet pang tugging at the corners of his mouth. Master, please wait a moment. I would like to bid her farewell. Ding Lan approached Su Chang'an, her eyes shimmering with reluctance. Cultivate diligently, and I shall visit you often. Indeed. Su Chang'an nodded. And, Ding Lan's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. If you miss me, you are welcome to come see me. Very well. Ding Lan turned and affectionately patted Dabai. Goodbye. Dabai. Farewell. Junior sister. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Chang'an. He called out to the departing Ding Lan, intending to offer her a few of his talismans for her protection. However, his shout drew the frowns of Zhao Wu and Qing Ling, who both turned to look at him. Zhao Wu, unable to contain his ire, rebuked. How rude. Junior sister Ding is a direct disciple of Guanyin Peak. Her status far surpasses yours. How dare you address her as junior sister? Remember, when you encounter any of the inner disciples, regardless of rank, you must refer to them as senior brothers and sisters. Su Chang'an, momentarily dazed, responded, Yes, senior sister, walk slowly. Ding Lan's expression dimmed with sadness. Let us depart. Qing Ling elder grasped Ding Lan's hand, and with a flourish of her dust brush, summoned a radiant golden light that lifted them into the air, vanishing in an instant. Su Chang'an stood in a daze at the entrance of Talisman Gate, watching the dissipating golden light, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. Junior brother. The stooped, white-haired elder donned a benevolent expression. I may have scolded you just now, but do not take it to heart. The inner disciples hold a noble status. If one cannot discern between ranks, it may provoke Elder Qing Ling's wrath. Should that happen, the consequences would exceed mere reprimands. Come, follow me to the outer sect, and I shall explain the rules of Talisman Gate to you. Understood. Su Chang'an respectfully trailed behind Zhao Wu, softly inquiring, May I ask, senior brother, what constitutes a named disciple? Zhao Wu's lips twitched slightly. Junior brother, that Talisman immortal order should belong to you, correct? That disciple from the Ding family has also benefited from your celestial light, joining Talisman alongside you? Su Chang'an nodded. Zhao Wu remarked, Indeed. You have fashion garments for another. In the pursuit of cultivation, the essence of lineage is paramount. Should you be accepted as a true disciple, the bond between master and disciple will intertwine, each influencing the other. Pardon my candor, junior brother, but if your 5 elements spiritual root were to truly become an apprentice under the esteemed Master Qingshu, it would likely diminish his fortune. Su Chang'an immediately felt a sting of insult. This so-called named disciple. Zhao Wu finally articulated the crux of the matter. It is merely a hollow title, devoid of substance. Without the transmission of teachings, the guidance of the Tao, the protection, or the bestowal of treasures from the Master, naturally, there would be no intertwining of karmic destiny between Master and disciple. To put it plainly, it is simply a name, granting you a mere opportunity to remain within the Talisman sect. There is no need for you to dwell too much on this, junior brother. Should you find a more suitable path in the future, do not feel obliged to inform the sect, as you are free to choose your own mentor. Upon hearing this, Su Chang'an felt a sense of relief. Setting aside other considerations, the thought of a true disciple practicing alongside the Master daily was something he could hardly bear. After all, to dare to cultivate the 9 Netherblood Sutra beneath the watchful gaze of the Master was a venture that Su Chang'an felt was beyond his courage. Now, he sought refuge within the Talisman sect, unencumbered by the constraints of the sect, free to cultivate as he pleased. By a fortunate twist of fate, this arrangement aligned perfectly with Su Chang'an's aspirations. And regarding your senior sister Ding, or rather, junior sister Ding, Zhao Wu continued to ramble. Do not dwell on her too much. You shall no longer walk the same path. Su Chang'an remarked. I hope senior sister Ding finds success in her cultivation. She seems to possess a gentle temperament. Gentle temperament? The old man with the white beard halted, his gaze fixed on Su Chang'an for a moment before he let out a cold chuckle. Among the 14 peak masters of the Talisman sect, both the upper 7 peaks and the lower 7 peaks, which one of them is easy to deal with? Come now, do not mind my incessant chatter. Zhao Wu resumed his stride. I have already reached the venerable age of 97. Alas, the path of the Tao is fraught with hardship, and it is rare to encounter a 5 elements spiritual root identical to mine. Forgive my ramblings, dear junior brother. Come, let me escort you to a more suitable residence. Within the gates of the Talisman sect, Beneath the lower 7 peaks lies a vast expanse of mountains, stretching for hundreds of miles, endlessly interlinked. The sect has established several residences for outer disciples in 3 spacious valleys, collectively referred to as the Taishan Outer Sect. Here, the courtyards are arranged in orderly succession, and from a distance, Su Chang'an could see that one of the valleys housed hundreds of such courtyards. Each named disciple is afforded their own dedicated courtyard. Naturally, Su Chang'an was assigned to a rather commendable one. Henceforth, this space would serve as his private sanctuary. Upon entering the room and sealing the courtyard's formation, Su Chang'an settled into a cross-legged position and retrieved a jade slip. This had been given to him by Zhao De Wu, who claimed it contained the regulations of the Taishan sect and essential knowledge for their named disciples. After a brief perusal, Su Chang'an gained a general understanding of the outer sect. The outer disciples were inconsequential, surviving solely by their own merits. They could accept various tasks from the sect, and upon completion, earn contributions to exchange for cultivation resources within the inner sect. However, these supplies were merely redundant items deemed unnecessary by the higher-ups. Often, the efforts of outer disciples over the course of a year or even several years pale in comparison to the monthly stipends of inner disciples. Su Chang'an cast aside the jade slip and, disregarding the sect, decided to treat this place as a temporary refuge. He took out the 9 Netherblood scripture and began to recite the incantation for the 4th layer. Yet, as he completed the recitation and attempted to condense the 4th drop of blood, a grim expression overtook his face. Based on his past experiences, he surmised that to successfully condense this 4th drop of essence and thus breach the 4th layer of the Qi refinement stage, it would require no less than 8 years, an utterly daunting prospect. 8 years. What about the 5th layer? And the subsequent 6, 7, and 8 layers? A total of 12 layers? Would that not amount to several centuries? Consider the 97-year-old Zhao De Wu, who lamented that he had only a few years left to live. If one fails to break through to the foundation establishment stage, a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage is destined to be short-lived, merely a fleeting century. In just a century, how could one possibly cultivate the 12 layers of the 9 Netherblood scripture? Chapter 25, The Art of Blood Orbs. The silk of the azure spider, Su Chang'an picked up the jade slip, bypassing the cultivation methods of the first 12 layers, and gazed towards the esoteric techniques at the back. The 9 Netherblood canon not only documented the methods to break through the 12 layers of cultivation, but also contained some astonishing secret arts. Since he could not enhance his cultivation in a short span of time, he resolved to augment his combat prowess, bolstering his hidden cards and leverage. He glanced over the secret arts with a sense of trepidation. The art of polluted blood. This technique allows the refinement of tainted blood, specifically targeting an opponent's magical artifacts. Its potency is contingent upon the quality of the blood used for refinement. Blood exchange array, a grand formation that can siphon the vital essence of a target. How gruesome. Blood claw technique, cultivating blood claws that are extraordinarily sharp, enabling one to inflict surprise injuries. When perfected, they can even shatter magical artifacts. Blood devouring method. After cultivation, one can consume the vital essence of others who practice the same blood canon for personal gain. Su Chang'an felt a chill run down his spine, the gory imagery playing vividly in his mind. No wonder such techniques were deemed forbidden by the Xianmen, regarded as heretical. The sanguinary nature of these arts was appalling. Suddenly, he recalled the children from the Chen family fortress. Surely, they would ultimately fall prey to that so-called ancestor of the Chen clan through the blood-devouring method? The thought alone was terrifying, sending shivers through him. The art of blood orbs. This technique allows the formation of blood orbs for personal use, which can significantly enhance the efficacy of one's cultivation when consumed. Su Chang'an meticulously examined this method, and a glimmer of realization illuminated his eyes. He exhaled deeply and declared, there are 2 categories of cultivation methods, internal refinement and external supplementation. For cultivators of the Xianmen, in addition to diligently absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth through their practices, there exists the method of external elixirs, wherein the essence of rare herbs and treasures is condensed into pills for supplementation. Likewise, the 9 Netherblood canon progresses slowly, yet there are means to accelerate this process, namely through the formation of blood orbs. The effect of blood orbs on practitioners of the blood canon is akin to that of various elixirs on Xianmen cultivators. How does one condense blood orbs? It is quite simple. One must procure the blood of spirit beasts and then employ the art of blood orbs for refinement. There are different tiers of blood orbs, corresponding to the cultivation stages of the spirit beasts. Blood orbs formed from the blood of early-stage spirit beasts are effective only for those at the first, second, or third layers of chi refinement. Those from mid-stage spirit beasts yield effects for cultivators below the sixth layer, and so forth, up to the blood of peak-stage spirit beasts, which can aid cultivators below the 12th layer in their advancement. However, once one aspires to break through from the pinnacle of chi refinement to the foundation establishment stage, blood orbs lose their efficacy. The sole method to achieve this is through devouring. Consuming the vital essence of another cultivator who has also attained the 12th layer of chi refinement will allow one to ascend to the foundation establishment stage. Su Chang'an felt a surge of frustration. Where could he possibly find another cultivator of the 12th layer practicing the blood cannon? Yet he dismissed such thoughts. The most pressing matter at hand was to elevate his own cultivation. He would first strive to reach the 12th layer. After lingering indoors for 2 days, Su Chang'an finally opened the door and stepped outside. He was taken aback to find that the once thriving spiritual plant in the courtyard now appeared barren. His gaze shifted to the plump white rabbit, and he exclaimed, "Did you gnaw at this?" The rabbit, with a hint of pride on its face, responded with its characteristic squeaks. "Hey," Su Chang'an remarked, "do you not realize this is your own home, you glutton?" He had no choice but to retrieve some spiritual rice from his storage pouch and scatter it on the ground, saying, "From now on, no more gnawing on trees. Eat this instead." The rabbit, with a joyful hop, bounded over to Su Chang'an's feet and eagerly began to feast on the rice. However, Su Chang'an swiftly grasped its long ears. "Oh, dear rabbit," he said, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. "I need to borrow something from you, don't worry. I'll only take a couple of bowls to test." Before the rabbit could react, he swiftly made a small incision on its arm, and blood gushed forth. The rabbit cried out in distress. "Stay still," Su Chang'an admonished, giving its head a gentle pat. "You want tea dye? I'm merely conducting an experiment." After filling 2 large bowls with blood, he bandaged the rabbit's wound, which bore a look of indignation. You're such a good rabbit. Take your time eating. I'm off for a stroll." Su Chang'an cheerfully collected the rabbit's blood before departing. "Is the junior brother ready to take on tasks so soon?" Zhao Wu, an elderly man with wispy white hair and a stooped posture, sat behind a counter that resembled an ordinary shop, embodying the demeanor of a shrewd shopkeeper. Within the outer sect's grand hall, numerous cultivators moved about. Su Chang'an respectfully cupped his hands towards Zhao Wu and said, "Yes, Elder Zhao. I would like to inquire if there are any suitable tasks available for me in our sect." "Very well," Zhao Wu replied, pulling out a large ledger and flipping it open. "The Elder of Beehai Peak requires 3 boys to guard the alchemy furnace, specifically disciples with fire, wood, and metal attributes. Why don't you consider this task? You could earn 300 contribution points in a month." Su Chang'an shook his head. Alchemical pills held little value for him at present. "Then, how about guarding the mountain gate?" Zhao Wu suggested, pointing to another task. "You would patrol within 100 miles of the sect, preventing disciples from flying about and disturbing the elders during their quiet cultivation. This task would grant you 100 contribution points each month." Su Chang'an again shook his head. Zhao Wu remained patient. "Aside from that, there are tasks such as cleaning the mountain gate, assisting me in distributing tasks to disciples, night patrols, cultivating spirit fields, and raising spiritual beasts. These tasks are relatively easy, and I believe you could manage them without much danger." Su Chang'an forced a smile and inquired, "Elder Zhao, what exactly is the task concerning the collection of spider silk sacks?" Zhao Wu responded that Song Spider is a lower-tier spiritual beast, but its silk sacks are quite valuable. If you kill one and bring back its silk sack to the sect, you will earn contribution points. Perhaps you are not yet aware, junior brother, that the silk cocoon is one of the primary materials used in the crafting of spirit beast bags, which are quite valuable and even surpass storage bags in worth. Su Chang'an nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Du continued his explanation. "Although this item possesses minimal offensive capability, it is cunning and elusive, making it challenging to capture. Moreover, if handled improperly, the Song Spider can easily destroy its silk cocoon. Therefore, if you wish to pursue this endeavor, it is advisable to form a team." Su Chang'an inquired, "Is this creature poisonous?" His aim was to acquire the blood of the spirit beast, and if the blood were toxic, It would be unsuitable for refining blood beads. Zhao Du reassured him. Rest assured, junior brother, that song spider is non-toxic, and its flesh is quite delectable. Ha ha ha. You shall have the opportunity to taste it. Very well. Su Chang'an replied, I shall undertake this task. Additionally, I wish to inquire about the items sold by the sect, aside from exchanging contribution points. Can they be purchased with spirit stones? No, Zhao Du replied. However, there are trading events among disciples within the sect. If you are interested, you may wish to attend. Chapter 26. Inner Gate Transactions. Bitter with Small Cauldron. Under ordinary circumstances, outer disciples are forbidden from wandering freely within the inner gate. However, this rule is not absolute. When exchanging items using sect contribution points, one may traverse through the teleportation array to one of the 7 lower peaks of the inner gate, namely Qingzhou Peak. The location Zhao De mentioned, where inner disciples can trade spirit stones and share resources, is also situated at Qingzhou Peak. The 14 main peaks of the inner gate rise majestically, their heights seemingly insurmountable. Cultivators at the Qi refinement stage often find themselves unable to ascend without the aid of flying artifacts. To facilitate the movement of both inner and outer disciples up and down the mountains, the sect has constructed teleportation arrays between the major peaks and the outer gate. Notably, these arrays are available for free use by inner disciples, while outer disciples must pay a fee. Each use requires 5 contribution points. Thus, for someone like Su Chang'an, who makes a round trip, a total of 10 contribution points is necessary. Fortunately, as a newly arrived disciple, Su Chang'an's identity token already contained the 10 contribution points gifted by the sect. Upon arriving at Qingzhou Peak, one must refrain from wandering about. Aside from the exchange hall and the exchange plaza, I would advise you not to venture elsewhere. Zhao De cautioned Su Chang'an as he led him to a massive teleportation array. He reiterated, moreover, we are outer disciples. It is essential to be courteous to inner disciples. Sometimes, bowing one's head is merely a means to tread more securely. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Su Chang'an replied, observing Zhao Du as he operated the teleportation array. The activation of this array requires some time, so do not be anxious, brother. All right, please step aboard. With a hum and a flash of white light, Su Chang'an felt the space around him shift, and he soon found himself disoriented on an unfamiliar mountaintop. The breeze was refreshing, and clouds billowed around him. Although the view was shrouded in mist, he could distinctly sense that he was at a high altitude. Turning around, he beheld a spacious plaza, behind which loomed a grand hall. A sign hung above the entrance, though it was too distant for Su Chang'an to discern its inscription. However, he noticed a stone tablet nearby, inscribed with the characters, Qingzhou Peak. Qingzhou Peak. Yet, I see no bamboo. Su Chang'an, bewildered, descended from the teleportation array and greeted an outer disciple guarding the array, who was clad in a dark green robe, with a respectful bow. Greetings, senior brother. Do not be so formal, brother. You are here to exchange items, are you not? The exchange hall is just behind you. Remember, do not wander aimlessly. Yes, Su Chang'an replied, not daring to glance about, and proceeded directly toward the magnificent hall. As he approached, he could finally discern the inscription on the sign above the hall, which displayed 3 gilded characters radiating an aura of righteousness. Exchange Pavilion. This was the place where various items could be exchanged for sect contribution points. But lacking any points himself, Su Chang'an saw no reason to enter. In the square before the acceptance pavilion, numerous disciples were engaged in trading various items. Among them were both inner and outer sect disciples. Their attire was nearly identical, consisting of dark green, fitted garments with narrow sleeves. The distinction lay in the embroidery at the collar. The outer sect disciples adorned theirs with black thread depicting cloud patterns, while the inner sect disciples sported golden thread. A glance revealed around several dozen stalls, with hundreds of disciples milling about, haggling over prices. Most of the vendors were inner sect disciples, whereas the majority of the buyers belonged to the outer sect. Su Chang'an surveyed nearly all the stalls in the square, yet he found no alchemical furnaces. Instead, he purchased several fire-starting talismans used for igniting the alchemical flames. Greetings, senior sister. I am in search of an alchemical furnace. None here. Senior brother. I seek to acquire an alchemical furnace. None here. Senior brother. I don't have a common alchemical furnace either. A senior brother, who bore a large spear on his back and exuded a commanding presence, spoke with indifference. Even if such an item were available, it would rarely be sold. And if it were to be sold, I doubt you realize its considerable value. Su Chang'an indeed was unaware of this. Here's the deal. The spear-wielding senior brother continued. I possess a humble wooden cauldron. If you find it useful, you may take it. With a swift motion, he retrieved an ancient-looking small cauldron from his storage bag and casually tossed it onto the ground. Su Chang'an's spirits soared as he inquired, how many spirit stones for this? The senior brother, still bearing his spear, replied nonchalantly, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an prepared to negotiate, but the man interjected, no haggling. If you wish to bargain, I shall not sell it. Very well. Su Chang'an forced a smile, retrieving 2,000 low-grade spirit stones from his bag and handing them over to the spear-wielding cultivator. The senior brother's indifferent demeanor vanished as he accepted the stones, his attitude warming considerably. You are indeed fortunate, junior brother. This wooden cauldron was procured from an ancient relic. It may very well be a treasure of old. Su Chang'an merely smirked. Junior brother, I also have various spirit herbs for sale. Would you care to take a look? And this is an egg from an unknown spirit beast, inscribed with golden runes, undoubtedly of great value. I also have foundation-stabilizing cultivation pills. A vial for just 100 spirit stones. Su Chang'an, however, stowed the wooden cauldron away and waved his sleeve dismissively. Thank you, senior brother. But I have no need for those items. After expending 5 contribution points, Su Chang'an returned to the outer sect hall at Qingzhou Peak. In the realm of cultivation, there are 2 primary types of furnaces used for alchemy. The most crucial among them is the metallic alchemical furnace, which is capable of refining materials corresponding to the attributes of gold, wood, water, and earth, but cannot incorporate materials of the fire attribute. Why, you may ask? Because fire conquers metal. When it comes to refining materials of the fire attribute, it is often necessary to employ a small cauldron of a different attribute as an auxiliary. Whether it be wood or stone, the options are varied. The one in Su Chang'an's hand, however, is crafted from the rare bitter wood. Although Su Chang'an is not entirely familiar with this bitter wood, he is aware that it can be used to refine essence blood, as blood belongs to the water element, and there exists no conflict between the elements of water and wood, thus making it suitable for use. Upon returning to the courtyard, Dabai was startled, leaping up and retreating to a corner, its large eyes gazing at Su Chang'an with a fleeting glimmer of grievance. Chuckling softly, Su Chang'an felt a twinge of guilt and reassured, do not be afraid. I shall not draw your blood again. Here, allow me to offer you this as compensation. With a swift motion, he poured out a dozen spirit herbs from his storage bag, tossing them towards Dabai. These herbs were spoils acquired from the defeat of the bearded brothers, and collectively, they numbered well over 100 within their jade boxes. However, at present, they held little use for Su Chang'an, making them a perfect treat for Dabai. Upon sighting the spirit herbs, Dabai sprang forward, nuzzling against Su Chang'an with joyous squeaks. Chapter 27, Condensing Blood Orbs, The Art of Blood Claws. Close the door. With a wave of his hand, Su Chang'an cast an invisibility talisman. In an instant, the talisman enveloped the entire room, creating a concealment barrier that could withstand any external disruption for a full day. Su Chang'an seated himself, beginning the refinement of the bitterwood cauldron. To his delight, he discovered that this artifact possessed 7 layers of restrictions, marking it as a superior magical instrument. After 2 days of diligent refinement, he found himself able to wield it effortlessly. According to the records of the blood orb technique within the 9 nether blood canon, the crafting of blood orbs requires no additional materials. The sole ingredient is the essence blood of either a cultivator or a spirit beast. The higher the quality of the essence blood, the more formidable the resultant blood orb. Boom! As Su Chang'an infused his magical energy into the bitterwood cauldron, the diminutive green vessel rapidly expanded to the size of a water tank. Finding it excessively large, he shrank it down to a size slightly larger than a sea bowl, then poured in a bowl of essence blood previously extracted from Dabai. The process of crafting blood orbs is akin to alchemy, necessitating the assistance of earthly fire for refinement. However, it was evident that such fire was not available in the outer sect. Yet, alchemy does not strictly require earthly fire. Flames conjured from the natural energies of the world, attracted by fire-starting talismans, can also suffice. Of course, this is primarily applicable to lower-ranking disciples. Advanced alchemists often utilize their own spiritual energy to manifest Dan fire. making the process considerably easier. Boom. Su Chang'an retrieved the fire-starting talisman he had purchased earlier at the exchange pavilion, executing a hand gesture to ignite the talisman, which produced a flicker of flame. Following the method outlined in the blood cannon, he meticulously commenced the crafting process. It was not overly complex. Within half a day, he had successfully produced 2 blood orbs from the bowl of essence blood, along with half a bowl of dark liquid. This liquid was the residual product after refining the essence of the spirit beast, which did not need to be discarded, as it could be utilized for crafting impure blood using the impure blood technique from the 9 nether blood cannon. Su Chang'an stored the 2 vibrant, lychee-sized blood orbs in his storage pouch, then began to employ the impure blood technique, spending another half-day to extract 2 drops of impure blood. The bitterwood cauldron was left with only a bit of clear water, which Su Chang'an scattered upon the ground. The impure blood was placed into a jar designated for it, while the blood orbs were picked up once more. Time to test the effects. Do not let me down. Su Chang'an opened his mouth and swallowed one of the crimson blood orbs whole. Boom. As the blood orb entered his body, Su Chang'an was suddenly engulfed by a sensation akin to a fire igniting within his gastrointestinal tract. Ah! He cried out in agony, hastily channeling the energy from the recently ingested blood orb. Simultaneously, a piercing pain coursed through his meridians and blood vessels. At that moment, it felt as though every part of Su Chang'an was aflame with torment. The excruciating pain momentarily led him to question whether he would faint, but fortunately, his willpower was remarkably steadfast. Having endured the torment of blood purification since childhood, Su Chang'an managed to suppress his cries after a few breaths, resuming his meditation in a manner akin to an old monk in deep concentration. The beads of sweat, resembling tiny pearls, continued to trickle down his forehead, and his skin turned a peculiar shade of crimson. After 20 days, the 2 blood beads had been completely absorbed by Su Chang'an. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing within them. Indeed, it was effective. To his astonishment, these 2 blood beads equated to several months of arduous cultivation. Splendid. He could finally practice again. Su Chang'an sprang up with the exuberance of a child. However, after this brief moment of elation, he regained his composure. The path to enlightenment was fraught with challenges. He had merely discovered an initial breakthrough, with numerous tasks still ahead. The first step was to gather the blood of spirit beasts. Su Chang'an calmed his mind and retrieved the 9 nether blood scripture, beginning to recite the blood claw technique. With the imminent task of collecting spider silk, it was essential to possess as many trump cards and methods as possible, mastering any spells and arcane arts available for cultivation. According to the records of the blood claw technique, one must immerse their hands in tainted blood and endure excruciating pain to practice this secret technique. Although the process was arduous, upon mastery, it would yield unparalleled destructive power. Once fully developed, one could even rend magical artifacts and spiritual treasures with bare hands. Utilizing this technique in combat, especially in close quarters, would yield astonishing results. After applying a concealment talisman, Su Chang'an reached into the jar within his storage bag. The tainted blood within began to bubble ominously. His hands visibly melted, the flesh and skin dissolving. Fortunately, by circulating the tainted blood technique, the essence within his bones protected him from complete dissolution, allowing him to hone his body between the offense and defense. A month later, Su Chang'an finally achieved minor success in the blood claw technique. His hands returned to their original fair complexion, yet when he activated the technique, they transformed into dark, bony claws, hard, sharp, and venomous. He pried a piece of the azure stone tile from the floor, placing it on the table before him, and with a calm demeanor, extended his fair right hand slightly. As he activated the blood claw technique, his right hand suddenly morphed into a dark skeletal form, tendrils of black mist swirling between his fingers. With a gentle poke, his 5 fingers effortlessly penetrated the stone tile, leaving 5 inky black holes in its wake. Puffs of foul black smoke wafted from the holes. Crack! With a slight squeeze, the stone tile crumbled in his grasp as if it were mere tofu. Upon releasing the blood claw technique, his dark skeletal hand reverted to its original fair appearance. It was time to set off. Su Chang'an raised his gaze to the entrance, his eyes narrowing slightly. It had been 2 months since he accepted the task of collecting the silk sacks of the Tsang spider. Yet he had yet to embark on this journey. Fortunately, there was no time constraint for this task. One could submit the sacks whenever they were obtained. Su Chang'an opened the door to his abode. In the courtyard, a plump foodie lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, its snow white, fur glistening as if oiled, gently quivering with each breath it took. Among the pristine strands of fur, a faint purplish mist seemed to rise from its form. Dabai, what on earth are you doing? Su Chang'an approached for a closer look, only to discover that Dabai had sunk into deep slumber. Could it be that after consuming the numerous spiritual herbs I provided, this creature is on the verge of a breakthrough? Su Chang'an felt a wave of frustration. Just as I am about to set out, you choose this moment to undergo a transformation? Is that not a tad inconsiderate? Chapter 28. In the Pod Mountain, the lair of the Tsang spider, there was no choice but to wait. Su Chang'an brought Dabai into his room, then sat cross-legged on the floor to practice, hoping that once Dabai achieved a breakthrough, they could venture together to collect the silk sacks of the Tsang spider. However, after waiting for over 10 days, Dabai showed no signs of response. It was time to take action. Su Chang'an rose, secured Dabai in his room, and stepped out of the small courtyard toward the mountain gate. Descending from the mountain gate for 100 miles, he could finally take flight. Su Chang'an summoned the azure cloud-piercing boat, soaring into the sky before heading northwest. The Taishan sect lay 100,000 miles to the northwest, beyond several bustling cities of ordinary folk. Eventually, Su Chang'an arrived at the fabled Tsang spider's habitat, Pod Mountain. Nestled among the verdant hills, Pod Mountain possessed an exceptionally peculiar shape. From a distance, the 100-mile expanse resembled a horizontally laid pea pod, adorned with 3 low, lush bumps. Yet, as he approached, he discovered towering ancient trees and numerous caverns scattered across its surface, from which echoed various strange sounds. As this locale was the dwelling of the Tsang spider, many cultivators came to harvest the silk sacks, gradually forming a small town at the mountain's foot. This town was vibrant and eclectic, filled with the bright lights of taverns and shops, where cultivators donned colorful robes mingled together. Rather than immediately entering Pod Mountain, Su Chang'an decided to explore this nameless town. Senior, you are a master of the Taishan sect. A woman clad in a pink robe spotted Su Chang'an and hurried after him. Are you also going to Pod Mountain to collect silk sacks? We could go together. I can assist you, and all the silk sacks we gather will be yours. As long as you can take me to the Taishan sect. Li Sambua, a burly man in a tavern across the street, suddenly turned around and exclaimed loudly, "Stop calling out. Can't you see the black cloud pattern on his collar? He is an outer sect disciple, not a senior of the Taishan sect." Oh, the somewhat attractive woman in the pink robe glanced at Su Chang'an's collar, and upon realizing her mistake, she stomped her foot in frustration. Nevertheless, she dared not offend Su Chang'an and could only clasp her hands in apology. "I'm sorry for the misunderstanding." "Not at all," Su Chang'an replied courteously. It was a harsh reality for rogue cultivators without the protection of a sect. Some would go to great lengths to befriend disciples of major sects, even sacrificing everything in hopes of becoming a named disciple of an outer sect. Though they might hold the title of outer disciple, it was far better than wandering aimlessly. For instance, should Su Chang'an manage to collect silk sacks from Pod Mountain, he could return to his sect to exchange them for contribution points, which could then be utilized for his cultivation needs. However, even if these rogue cultivators managed to obtain silk sacks, they could not fully exploit them. After all, one could not consume silk sacks, could they? "Do you require silk sacks, senior?" It seems that Lu Sambo was somewhat reluctant and hurried after him, saying, "For the past 2 years, I have toiled underground to collect 6 silk spider silk sacks. If you require them, I can sell them to you at a modest price." Before Su Chang'an could inquire about the price, she promptly revealed, "For each silk sack, 50 spirit stones will suffice." 50 spirit stones? Each silk sack could be exchanged for 50 contribution points within the sect. Su Chang'an shook his head, replying, "I'm afraid I do not need them." "Then, do you need the anti-miasma pills?" The woman continued to follow Su Chang'an, promoting her wares. "There are miasmas within the caves, and if one does not consume the anti-miasma pill, even a foundation-building expert would not last half an hour." This time, Su Chang'an paused. The woman spoke the truth. According to the sect's mission description, deep within the caves of Dojia Mountain, there existed miasmas, which were neither toxic gases nor produced by the silk spiders, but rather emanated from the depths of the earth. The exact nature of these miasmas remained unclear even to the sect. While brief exposure to miasma might be tolerable, Prolonged inhalation would numb the mind and weaken the practitioner's meridians and spiritual power. Therefore, it was essential to consume at least one anti-miasma pill before entering. However, a single pill would only ensure that a cultivator could withstand the miasma for 2 hours. After 2 hours, one must exit. As only one pill could be consumed per day, the caves occupied by the silk spiders were profoundly intricate and interconnected, and the silk spiders themselves were swift and possessed keen senses. For ordinary cultivators, not only was capturing them a challenge, but even spotting them within 2 hours was a daunting task. Thus, despite the abundance of silk spiders, their yield was limited. Of course, there was an advantage to capturing silk spiders here: safety. Silk spiders, aside from their speed, lacked resistance, and their offensive capabilities were minimal. Therefore, theoretically, the primary danger in this area stemmed from the miasma. How do we proceed? Su Chang'an looked at the woman before him. She responded, "It is inconvenient to discuss here. Might you accompany me for a moment?" She cast a flirtatious glance at Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an shook his head, stating, "If you have them, sell them to me. If not, then let it be. Transactions do not require such embellishments." "Very well." The woman appeared somewhat disappointed as she retrieved a jade vial from her storage bag. This contains 10 low-grade anti-miasma pills, each capable of withstanding 2 hours, totaling 30 spirit stones. Su Chang'an took the vial, inspected it, and upon confirming its authenticity, nodded, saying, "All right, I will take them." He then handed her 30 low-grade spirit stones. After a brief respite in the small town, Su Chang'an set off alone towards the Doja mountain. At the foot of the mountain, he occasionally glimpsed fellow cultivators coming and going. Some were venturing into the caves in search of fortune, while others were emerging from them. Some traveled alone, while others formed teams. Within a short incense stick's time, Su Chang'an had declined the invitations of several teams. Just as he was about to enter the cave, when he suddenly spotted a team from the Taishan sect. A man adorned with a golden cloud-patterned collar sat upon a massive stone, flanked on either side by 2 fellow disciples of the Taishan sect, one male and one female, who stood guard beside him. The trio commanded an air of authority. Su Chang'an, not daring to be remiss, hurried over to pay his respects. "Outer sect disciple Su Chang'an pays homage to my senior brother and sister." "Indeed," replied the man seated cross-legged upon the boulder, nodding slightly. "We are disciples of Wang He Peak, having just emerged from this cave. Be cautious, junior brother. Do you have the miasma avoidance pill?" "Yes, senior brother." Su Chang'an responded with utmost reverence, nodding in affirmation. "Proceed," he said. There was little more to be exchanged between outer and inner sect disciples. A mere formality of greeting sufficed. Su Chang'an turned and ascended the mountain, casually seeking out a cave amidst the dense thicket before leaping inside. Countless caverns dotted the mountainside, and any random entrance could potentially lead to the depths below. Whether he would encounter the elusive song spider would ultimately be a matter of fortune. Chapter 29. The Resurgence of Golden Blood. The Cunning Song Spider. The cave was not particularly deep. It measured approximately 3 zhang before reaching the ground. Yet it did not signify the bottom of the cave. Su Chang'an, relying on the faint light, observed that beneath this cavern lay another sloping entrance that descended into an unfathomable abyss. He cautiously continued down the slick incline, inhaling wisps of miasma with each breath. Su Chang'an refrained from consuming the detoxification pill immediately, as he was aware that even an ordinary person could withstand a few breaths without issue. Being a practitioner at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, he believed he could endure for at least half a stick of incense. He planned to take the antidote when he began to feel dizzy, at which point it would not only purge the miasma from his body, but also grant him protection from its effects for an additional 2 hours. After descending several hundred zhang, Su Chang'an found himself enveloped in pitch darkness, unable to see his own hand before his face. Fortunately, by slightly channeling his spiritual energy to his eyes, he could pierce the veil of darkness and achieve night vision. The cavern remained an abyss, devoid of any visible song spiders, though ample signs of their activity were evident. Abandoned webs and shed hairs littered the space. After what felt like more than half a stick of incense, Su Chang'an suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. This was alarming. The concentration of miasma within him had reached its peak, signaling it was time to ingest the detoxification pill. However, before he could retrieve it, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Upon introspection, a brilliant golden radiance descended from an unknown origin, illuminating his heart. He could distinctly observe his heart quickening in response to this excitement. In the next moment, a drop of golden blood flowed down, merging with his crimson blood, and was subsequently pumped throughout his body by his heart. Wherever the golden blood traveled, the miasma that had invaded his internal organs and meridians was swiftly eradicated, leaving no trace behind. Just moments ago plagued by dizziness, Su Chang'an now felt revitalized and clear-headed. What is this? The golden blood not only mends my wounds, but actively purges toxins from my body. His excitement surged. Why? Because the greatest fear when capturing Tsang spiders was the miasma. Now that the miasma posed no threat, capturing the Tsang spiders would undoubtedly become a trivial matter. He pressed onward. After another stick of incense, Su Chang'an finally arrived at the bottom of the cave. Suddenly, a gigantic spider, slightly larger than a human head, sprang up from beneath his feet as if startled. In its frantic escape, it hurled a strand of webbing towards Su Chang'an. The speed was astonishing. Su Chang'an tilted his head to effortlessly evade it, only to witness that the long white thread instantly adhered to the wall, as if it had been embedded within the stone, impossible to pull away. With a soft hiss, several strands of spider silk swiftly ensnared Su Chang'an, cornering him against the stone wall. The formidable spider, having spat out a series of silk threads, swiftly darted into a branch of the cave to escape. Su Chang'an, undeterred, waved his hand and summoned a fireball, taking several breaths to incinerate one of the strands. What remarkable resilience! Su Chang'an was taken aback, for this fireball was conjured through his magical prowess, not mere flame. And yet it took him numerous breaths to sever just one thread. This clearly illustrated the tenacity of the spider silk. Indeed, if not for such durability, the silk sac of this spider could not serve as a primary material for crafting spirit beast pouches. Subsequently, Su Chang'an retracted the fireball and, with a mere gesture, channeled his inner blood essence, transforming his right hand into a dark, claw-like appendage that effortlessly ripped through the silk. With a swift motion, he severed several strands as if they were mere decayed wood. Not daring to linger, Su Chang'an turned to pursue the retreating spider into its lair. However, disappointment soon washed over him as he abandoned the chase after several breaths. Along the way, he encountered no fewer than 4 forks, each branching into further passages. The adage about a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows seemed inadequate. This spider had an entire labyrinth of escape routes. The labyrinthine cave system interconnected in a way that made it clear that if he continued to chase without discernment, he might wander aimlessly for eternity. It was evident that next time, he must act with caution. Upon spotting the spider, immediate action would be the wisest course. Su Chang'an retraced his steps, returning to the spot where he had been ensnared by the silk. To his dismay, he found that the severed strands he had discarded had vanished. How peculiar! Yet upon reflection, it was not so strange. The spider must have retrieved its silk. The spider had a tendency to linger nearby after ensnaring its prey, silently observing, and would return after some time to check if the trapped creature had perished. If it had, a feast awaited. This was the inherent nature of the spider. Choosing another passage, Su Chang'an descended deeper into the cave. Half an hour later, he encountered yet another spider. With a swift motion, he found himself ensnared once more by the luminous white silk, cornered within the cave. However, this time, Su Chang'an refrained from employing fireball magic or blood claws to sever the silk that bound him. He stood quietly in place. In the darkness, the faintly glowing strands of silk coiled around him like ethereal ribbons of light. After the passage of half a stick of incense, Su Chang'an beheld the dark spider stealthily emerge from the shadows, its 2 eyes glowing with an eerie green light, fixated upon him. Yet, it lingered at a distance for an extended period. Could it have sensed my presence? Su Chang'an pondered in astonishment. Why else would it not approach? With this thought, he hastily regulated his breathing and heartbeat, striving to enter a state of minimal metabolism. At that moment, emboldened, the spider darted forward, and upon reaching Su Chang'an, noticed his unmoving demeanor. It opened its maw wide, aiming to sink its fangs into his neck. Just then, Su Chang'an sprang into action. His right hand transformed into a bloodied claw, swiftly severing all 6 of the spider's legs. The creature emitted a piercing cry of agony. Calmly, Su Chang'an proceeded to tear the spider's silk from his body, then seized the spider, its dark claws rendered powerless. With a forceful grip, he tore it apart, sending flesh and blood flying. The crimson spray hung in the air, Yet before it could touch the ground, Su Chang'an gathered it into his storage pouch. Chapter 30, Drawing Fire Symbols and Refining Blood Pearls. At the foot of Bean Pod Mountain, on a massive slab of bluestone, Ning Xiangshuan, an inner disciple of Tai Xian sect from Wanghe Peak, remained seated in meditation. Flanking him were two fellow disciples, one male named Qin Kuo and one female named Fu Nianjin. All three were disciples of Wanghe Peak. "Senior brother, are you feeling any better?" Fu Nianjin inquired with a hint of concern in her gaze directed at Ning Xiangshuan. His complexion was dark and brooding as he replied, "Damn it. They say that the low-leveled song spider lacks offensive capability, yet this high-leveled song spider proved to be quite ferocious. Nevertheless, it is of no great concern. Within 3 days, I shall fully recover. Perhaps we should rest in the nearby town?" Fu Nianjin suggested. "No," Ning Xiangshuan insisted. "We shall rest here. Give me 3 days." During their exchange, Qin Kuo's eyes remained fixed on Bean Pod Mountain. "It has been 2 hours. He suddenly spoke up. "What did you say, senior brother?" Fu Nianjin turned to him. "I meant that the outer disciple has been in the cave of Bean Pod Mountain for 2 hours. Qin Kuo stated. Fu Nianjin's eyes narrowed slightly. 2 hours was essentially the limit for a cultivator, even if he had consumed the antidote pill. There is no need to be overly concerned. She reassured him. Although he has been in the mountain for 2 hours, it does not necessarily mean he has been in the cave for that long. Nay, Qin Kuo shook his head. He was indeed in the cave for 2 hours. I observed him enter the very cave not far ahead. That does not prove anything. Fu Nianjin countered. The mountain is riddled with countless interconnected caves. It would not be surprising if he entered through one and emerged from another. Perhaps he is already at the rear mountain. Qin Kuo nodded contemplatively. Perhaps. A silence enveloped the trio once more. As time ticked away, around sunset, a figure suddenly burst forth from the cave, landing smoothly on the ground. "Ah!" Su Chang'an exclaimed, astonished. "How peculiar. I entered through this very entrance. Yet here I am emerging from it again. Such a low probability." However, not far off, Qin Kuo's brow furrowed suddenly. "He has emerged. He is out." Fu Nianjin swiftly turned her head to look as well. Though obscured by layers of dense foliage, she nonetheless caught sight of Su Chang'an's recent emergence from the depths. Ning Xiangshuan, who was seated on the bluestone, also opened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Su Chang'an. It was well known that the poisonous miasma would consume one within 2 hours underground, yet 6 hours had now passed. How could this fellow withstand such duration beneath the earth? "Senior brother, we should call him over to inquire," Fu Nianjin suggested. "Not at all," Ning Xiangshuan replied. "We must not act rashly without understanding the situation. Otherwise, the information may leak, and the consequences would be dire. Let us observe for now." Indeed, Fu Nianjin and Qin Kuo regarded senior brother Ning with utmost reverence, daring not to defy him. The senior brothers are still present. Su Chang'an was somewhat taken aback, yet felt compelled to greet them, so he approached. "Haha, Ning Xiangshuan's demeanor is particularly amiable this time," he chuckled, inquiring. "Have you made any gains, junior brother?" Su Chang'an replied. "Fortune favored me. I managed to capture one." "That is splendid." Ning Xiangshuan nodded approvingly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Chang'an took his leave. In truth, he had not merely captured one, but had successfully seized 16 before returning to the ground. Upon returning to the small town, Su Chang'an found an inn to stay in. After applying a concealment talisman, the entire room was enveloped in secrecy. Whatever he engaged in would remain unknown unless someone forcibly entered. He first prepared a pot of spiritual rice and indulged in a hearty meal. After an exhausting day of capturing the azure spiders, the consumption had been considerable. After feasting on the spiritual rice, Su Chang'an retrieved his bitterwood cauldron from his storage bag. The next step was to refine the blood orbs. The 16 azure spiders, each as large as a watermelon, yielded a substantial amount of essence blood once vanquished, enough to fill a large barrel. If he were to refine blood orbs from this, he would undoubtedly reap a significant reward. Boom! Mana surged forth, causing the bitterwood cauldron to expand into a 3-foot-wide vessel. The rich blood was poured into the cauldron, nearly submerging half of its interior. Next, it was time to ignite the fire for the concoction. Lacking earth fire and unable to create alchemical flames, Su Chang'an could only resort to a fire-starting talisman. Unfortunately, he possessed but a single talisman, which posed a dilemma. "I completely forgot about this." Su Chang'an chuckled to himself. He had intended to stay here long-term to refine blood orbs. How could he manage without a fire-starting talisman? However, since it was merely a talisman, he pondered. Haven't I drawn talismans before? Can't I create one myself? With this thought in mind, he inhaled deeply and produced the fire-starting talisman, which bore a faint pattern. To Su Chang'an, this pattern was not particularly intricate. After observing it for approximately half an incense stick's worth of time, he grasped its essence. Crack! He extracted a fragment of azure spider shell from the second layer of artifact refinement, dipped his right hand in some of the spider's essence blood, and began to draw according to the design on the fire-starting talisman. An aura of profound mystery enveloped him. Half an incense stick later. Buzz! The azure spider shell suddenly trembled, transforming into a crimson light that fell into Su Chang'an's hand. It worked. Su Chang'an exclaimed with joy, astonished that it was his first attempt at creating a fire-starting talisman. He placed the talisman on the table, where streams of light flowed incessantly, constantly absorbing the fire spirit energy from the surrounding world. Once it had fully absorbed the energy, the talisman could be officially activated. He continued to draw talismans. One after another, he diligently crafted several more. After producing a dozen or so, Su Chang'an opened the first one. With a resounding crackle, crimson flames erupted from the talisman, igniting the process of refining essence blood. 16 vials of essence blood from the Tsang spider were meticulously extracted, and after 2 hours of diligent refinement, they coalesced into 32 shimmering blood pearls. On average, each Tsang spider yielded 2 pearls. However, this was merely a generalization. Although the Tsang spider is categorized as a low-tier spiritual beast, there exists a hierarchy among them, with the third tier possessing a far richer energy content than the first. By the time these tasks were completed, it was already midnight. Su Chang'an gathered his belongings and settled into a meditative posture, absorbing the spiritual energy that permeated the cosmos. Despite not primarily practicing the mystical arts, engaging in such techniques proved beneficial not only for his cultivation, but also offered a restorative effect akin to rest. Consequently, upon rising with the dawn, Su Chang'an felt rejuvenated. He casually consumed a modest portion of spiritual rice before making his way once more to the Beanpod Mountain. Chapter 31. Inner Door Invitation, Later Stage Spider Mother. The morning sunlight filtered through the trees, transforming into visible beams, clear and warm, casting its glow upon every inch of Beanpod Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, on a massive slab of green stone, Brother Ning Xiangshuan remained seated in meditation. Before him lay a pool of black blood. However, his complexion had improved significantly since yesterday. With a soft sound, he swallowed another emerald-hued pill. Brother. Suddenly, Fu Nianjin spoke up, that junior disciple from yesterday, he. Do not speak. Brother Ning, adorned in a green robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns, interjected sharply. Do not turn around, do not look. Just focus your spiritual sense. Understood. Qin Kuo and Fu Nianjin quickly replied, closing their eyes to extend their spiritual awareness behind them. For cultivators, those in the initial stage of qi refining could introspect within themselves, while upon reaching the fourth layer of the mid-stage, their spiritual sense could sweep through the external space. 100 meters behind the three, Su Chang'an suddenly halted his steps. Why are they still here? Never mind, I shall change my location. Su Chang'an was meticulous in his actions, fully aware of the strict rule that cultivators should not remain underground for more than 2 hours. Given his ability to dive indefinitely, if discovered, it would only lead to trouble. Thus, he decided to alter his path to avoid detection. Stopping in his tracks, he began to retreat until he deemed himself sufficiently distant before veering left, traversing several miles horizontally before daring to ascend the mountain. After all, Beanpod Mountain was vast, stretching for hundreds of miles. It mattered little from where he descended. Choosing a random cave, he leaped inside, this time armed with experience. He activated his spiritual energy around his eyes upon entering the cave, allowing everything to become visible under its flickering light. Brother, that outer sect junior is rather intriguing. Qin Kuo remarked with a cold smirk. He saw us, and yet hesitated. He did not hesitate. Ning Xiangshuan countered. I suspect he entered the mountain from another direction. Just the three of us are insufficient to scare him away. That raises a concern. Fu Nianjin interjected. What is he afraid of? Ning Xiangshuan replied. Everyone harbors their own secrets. It is not fear. Rather, he simply does not wish for us to know. Junior brother, you go watch the left side. Junior sister, you take the right. If you see that junior disciple emerge, bring him back to me. Brother, have you made your decision? Qin Kuo inquired. Ning Xiangshuan nodded. Fu Nianjun remarked, but he is only at the third layer of qi refining. It remains uncertain if he can withstand the grand formation. Ning Xiangshuan shook his head. We cannot wait any longer. If we do, I fear that clutch of eggs will hatch. Besides, while his cultivation is indeed low, if he possesses a secret technique capable of withstanding the miasma, he could prove to be a valuable asset. Agreed. The two exchanged no further words and set off in their respective directions. Upon the vast expanse of the immense bluestone slab, only Ning Xiangshuan remained. Perhaps concerned about drawing attention to himself, he waved his hand and patted his spirit beast pouch after the two departed, summoning a resplendently white snow tiger to stand guard beside him. The passing cultivators entering and exiting Dojo Mountain were struck with sheer terror upon glimpsing the pristine creature, retreating several paces in alarm. Later that evening, Su Chang'an leapt forth from a cavern with a flourish. His harvest of the day was commendable, having skillfully procured 21 azure spiders from the depths below. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced at the setting sun before making his way to the small town. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a streak of crimson light soared across the eastern horizon, descending swiftly before him in mere moments. Senior, sister. Su Chang'an gasped slightly, instinctively retreating a step while his right hand rested upon his storage pouch, his left clutching 2 golden thunder talismans. Assuming a stance of readiness. Do not be alarmed, junior brother. Fu Nianjun chuckled at Su Chang'an's anxious demeanor. I am Fu Nianjun, a disciple of Wang Peak. Greetings, senior sister. Su Chang'an maintained his posture. Fu Nianjun remarked, surely, you possess some means of evading toxic miasma, do you not? Su Chang'an's expression darkened. Fear not. In our cultivation realm, who among us lacks a few skills to safeguard ourselves? Come, senior brother Ning wishes to see you. He has an extraordinary opportunity to share. Su Chang'an forced a smile, responding, I am but a mere third-layer qi refinement disciple. Whatever monumental opportunity may arise, I dare not accept it. Fu Nianjun, uninterested in further debate, simply stated, according to our sect's regulations, when an inner sect senior brother summons an outer sect disciple, is it permissible to refuse with impudence? Su Chang'an could only manage a rueful smile. Yet, Fu Nianjun gently reassured him, rest assured, as a recognized disciple. Your journey in the cultivation world is not without its challenges. We are inner sect disciples, receiving monthly stipends from the sect. What could we possibly covet from you? Come, senior brother merely seeks your assistance, nothing more. Feeling somewhat belittled, Su Chang'an inwardly grumbled, but had no choice but to follow Fu Nianjun. He was unable to discern her cultivation level, but it appeared to be at least the 4th or 5th layer of the mid-stage. Before long, they arrived at the large blue stone once more. This is senior brother Ning Xiangshuan, and this is senior brother Qin Kuo. Fu Nianjun introduced them to Su Chang'an. Do not be frightened, Ning Xiangshuan reassured him, gently patting the head of the snow tiger at his side. It is my celestial pet, and shall not attack you without cause. Junior brother, you must possess some artifact that can ward off toxins, correct? Ning Xiangshuan inquired. Observing Su Chang'an closely, Su Chang'an offered a wry smile. No, senior brother, you misunderstand. Junior brother. Before Su Chang'an could finish, Ning Xiangshuan continued. I am not coveting your treasures. You may rest easy. Beneath this ground lies a mother spider at the late stage of qi refinement. We wish to vanquish it. Yet despite several attempts, we have been unsuccessful. If you, my junior brother, possess the fortitude to withstand the toxic miasma, I would be willing to venture down with you. Together, the 4 of us can establish the 4 symbols sword formation. Once we have slain this beast, the rewards shall be shared with you. Su Chang'an was reluctant to take risks for the sake of treasures. He replied, indeed, I can resist the miasma, but not for the allure of riches. Rather, it is due to my unique constitution that renders me immune to all poisons. Protecting myself in this subterranean realm poses no challenge, yet safeguarding you, my senior brothers and sisters, is a different matter altogether. He even considered borrowing treasures from Ning Xiangshuan to dispel the noxious vapors. Ning Xiangshuan chuckled softly and said, no worries. We have our own methods to avoid the miasma. Su Chang'an's expression grew even more troubled. But I am merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. That is of no concern. Ning Xiangshuan reassured him. All that is required of you is to assist in controlling the four symbols sword formation. I shall take the lead in the assault, and you shall encounter no danger. After all, did you not come here to contribute to the sect? Regardless of the outcome. Upon our return to the sect, I shall grant you 1,000 contribution points. What do you say? Chapter 32, The Four Elements Sword Array. The 8th layer spider matriarch. The setting sun hung at the horizon, resembling a crimson orange, reluctant to descend. The three individuals gazed eagerly at Su Chang'an. The silence in the air was palpable. Su Chang'an inhaled deeply and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed brother, what makes this late-stage spider matriarch so extraordinary that it compels you to risk your life?" He cast a glance at Ning Xiangshuan's robe, noting a gaping tear on his right arm, stained with remnants of dried blood. After a moment of silence, Ning Xiangshuan responded, "Very well, I shall divulge everything. We inadvertently discovered a colossal late-stage spider matriarch beneath the Dojia mountain. You should understand that the spider matriarch has a transparent egg sac at its rear, nurturing its progeny. However, I observed that within this sac, there are 2 mutated golden eggs. Should they hatch, they will undoubtedly be remarkable. Once we slay the spider matriarch, these golden eggs shall belong to me, while the silk sacs will be allocated to junior brother Qinhua. As for the matriarch's carapace and the remaining white eggs, they shall be entrusted to sister Fu Nianjin. What say you?" The three pressed closer to Su Chang'an. Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an felt a flicker of intrigue. If they were to divide the spoils, there would still be the flesh and blood of the spider matriarch left, a late-stage entity whose blood, when refined into blood pearls, would be a tremendous boon. Then, Su Chang'an hesitated momentarily. In addition to the promised 1,000 contribution points, I shall require a share of the spider matriarch's flesh. Hearty laughter erupted from Fu Nianjin, who chimed in, "Junior brother is still dreaming of feasting. Indeed, the flesh of the spider matriarch is sure to be delectable. I dare say, it is the size of a room, enough for you to savor for quite some time." In the realm of cultivation, consuming the flesh of spirit beasts was hardly an uncommon affair. Su Chang'an swallowed hard. "Ha ha." Fu Nianjin laughed uncontrollably. "Oh, junior brother, you are truly amusing. You are positively salivating." Embarrassed, Su Chang'an admitted, "I did indeed salivate, but not purely for the meat. It is the allure of the spider matriarch's blood that captivates me." "Very well." Su Chang'an pondered extensively before ultimately conceding. "If that is the case, I shall respectfully comply." "Splendid, splendid, splendid." Ning Xiangshuan exclaimed thrice, "Yet, I do not know your chosen title, junior brother." Su Chang'an, unreserved, replied, "I am Su Chang'an. I have no title to speak of." "Ah," Ning Xiangshuan said. "Then it is settled. I kindly request you to arrive punctually at dawn 3 days hence." Su Chang'an cupped his hands in farewell. For the next 2 days, he continued his pursuit of the Tsang spider at Dojia Mountain. By day, he hunted the spiders, and by night, he refined the blood pearls. After several days, Su Chang'an had amassed approximately 150 blood pearls, and the extracted blood had been further refined into tainted blood, filling several jars. Strangely enough, while this tainted blood can corrupt weapons and treasures, it cannot contaminate jars, with only ceramic vessels being suitable for containment. On the morning of the 3rd day, Su Chang'an arrived at the Great Bluestone as promised. "Brother Ning, when shall we descend?" Su Chang'an inquired of Ning Xiangshuan. Ning Xiangshuan replied, "There is no rush. Junior brother Su, here is the diagram of the 4 symbols sword array. Take a look first. Once you comprehend the diagram, we shall proceed." "All right." Su Chang'an took the jade slip and pressed it to his forehead, whereupon a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Unlike formations that require thorough understanding, a diagram merely necessitates knowledge of its manipulation. Thus, Su Chang'an grasped the essentials swiftly, and after about half an incense stick's worth of time, he declared, "Brother Ning, I now understand how to operate it." Ning Xiangshuan then produced 4 dark flags from his storage bag, stating, "Each of you shall receive a flag. These are the formation flags, crucial for controlling the 4 symbols sword array. Additionally, I shall provide each of you with 100 spirit stones to offset the array's consumption." Having given these instructions, they followed Ning Xiangshuan deep into the earth. Initially, Su Chang'an felt a twinge of fear regarding the possibility of these individuals resorting to treachery for treasure. However, he soon found solace in the fact that these were inner disciples of the Taishan sect, each enjoying substantial allowances. The poverty of the outer disciples was well known. Would they truly resort to murder for wealth? Unless these inner disciples had lost their wits. Moreover, even if they were aware of his means to evade toxic miasma, he surmised Brother Ning would not act against him. After all, a treasure that merely evades poison hardly warranted internecine strife among the sect. The scales of profit had yet to bear sufficient weight to collapse into chaos. Thus, he felt secure. After walking for about half an incense stick's duration, Sister Fu suddenly faltered, exclaiming, "Brother, I feel dizzy." Ning Xiangshuan produced 3 dark green talismans, saying, "Each of you shall take one." This talisman lasts for 1 hour. Coupled with the 2 hours provided by the anti-miasma pills, we have a total of 3 hours. Understood. The group nodded in agreement. Fu Nianjin waved her hand to activate the talisman, enveloping her form in a green light shield, effectively barring the toxic miasma from invading her body. After a little while longer, both Qin Kuo and Ning Xiangshuan activated their respective talismans. At this juncture, only Su Chang'an remained unaffected, prompting Fu Nianjin to regard him with curiosity. "Junior brother, you truly seem impervious to all toxins?" Haha. Su Chang'an replied, "Indeed. In my youth, I inadvertently consumed a unique golden cicada, and since then, I have been immune to all poisons." Naturally, this was a fabrication. Yet, astonishingly, the other 3 believed him. In the enveloping darkness, the cave proved arduous and interminable. The group dared not waste a moment, each striving against time. Finally, after half an hour, they arrived at their predetermined location. Ning Xiangshuan declared, "This is the only spacious area underground. Let us establish the sword formation here. Quickly, we have but half an hour. We must arrange the sword formation within this time, eliminate the spider matriarch within the following hour, and reserve the final hour for our escape. It took us half an hour to descend. We cannot afford the same duration for our ascent." The group hurriedly organized the materials distributed by Ning Xiangshuan, placing them according to the designated locations and attributes. Half an hour swiftly passed. As they were drenched in sweat, Ning Xiangshuan suddenly announced, "It is done. Finally, let us activate it for a trial." Each of the 4 individuals produced 10 spirit stones and placed them within the formation's core. The formation resonated with a vibrant hum, instantly radiating a brilliant light. With each holding a formation flag, they could effortlessly switch between offense and defense. "Everything appears to be in order," Ning Xiangshuan remarked, deactivating the formation. "I will draw the 8-layer spider matriarch over. You all conceal yourselves. As soon as it steps into the sword formation's vicinity, activate the formation to ensnare it." Su Chang'an's lips trembled slightly. "E8 layers?" Chapter 33, The Terrifying Spider Matron. Ensnaring the enemy among the 4 individuals, Ning Xiangshuan possessed the highest cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi refinement, merely a step away from the 7th. The distinction between the 6th and 7th levels is not trivial. It signifies a minor realm of advancement. The 6th level represents the mid-stage, while the 7th marks the latter stage of qi refinement. The others, Qin Kuo and Fu Nianjin, were both at the 5th level of qi refinement, while Su Chang'an had the lowest cultivation. Thus, the task of luring the spider matron naturally fell upon the most accomplished Ning. "Remain concealed," Ning Xiangshuan uttered, and in the blink of an eye, he darted forward into the shadowy cavern, vanishing within mere breaths. "Conceal," Qin Kuo instructed, "suppress your breath. It is best to hold it. When the spider matron enters the formation, follow my command." Understood. Su Chang'an and Fu Nianjin nodded in agreement. The 3 retreated a few paces, pressing their bodies against the wall, stifling their breaths and energies. After approximately 20 breaths, sounds of battle echoed from the depths of the dark cave. "They're here," Fu Nianjin whispered. Su Chang'an could even detect a slight tremor in her voice, revealing her overwhelming anxiety. Whoosh! Ning Xiangshuan, mounted upon a white tiger, sped through the dark cavern. Whoosh! A strand of white silk, luminescent with a faint glow, shot forth from behind, like a beacon in the night, aimed directly at Ning and the white tiger. Ning Xiangshuan exerted force in midair, separating himself from the tiger. The trajectories of both diverged sharply, allowing the silken thread to pass between them. "White snow," Ning Xiangshuan shouted. The white tiger pressed its powerful limbs against the wall, leaping forth once more, with Ning swiftly regaining his position atop it. Swish! Undeterred by the first miss, a second strand of silk followed closely behind. The agility of both rider and beast was remarkable as they maneuvered through the darkness, finally arriving at the formation of swords. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Soon, a massive spider rushed forward. Upon seeing this creature, Su Chang'an was momentarily paralyzed with fear. It loomed several feet high, resembling a small house at close range. Its abdomen bore a gigantic transparent egg sac filled with countless white eggs, among which 2 golden eggs glimmered with an almost blinding radiance. On either side of its lower abdomen were 3 robust legs, while beneath its head were 2 scythe-like black appendages. The spider's eyes glowed a menacing red, as large as lanterns, casting an ominous light with each movement. At that moment, Su Chang'an finally comprehended Fu Nianjin's earlier quivering voice. This creature was indeed horrifying beyond measure. Now, Qingque shouted. The 4 individuals, unwilling to show any negligence, each placed their spirit stones upon the ground. Instantly, a surge of azure radiance erupted, and a semicircular azure light membrane, spanning dozens of yards, rose into the air, enclosing the spider matriarch within. The membrane sparkled with flowing light, as astonishing sword intent coalesced into brilliance. Strike! Ning Xiangshuan bellowed. A resounding rumble echoed as the array flags nearby trembled, generating a beam of azure sword light that shot towards the matriarch's head. The sword aura impacted, producing a nauseating sound akin to metal being sliced, accompanied by countless sparks scattering in all directions. The matriarch, seemingly enraged, leapt forward, bringing her scythe-like limbs crashing down towards Ning Xiangshuan's head. At that moment, he dared not falter. With a swift motion of his array flag, the defensive formation transformed into an offensive stance, coalescing countless strands of spirit energy into a spiritual shield that thwarted the matriarch's forelimbs. I cannot hold out much longer. If you do not launch your attack now, when will you? Ning Xiangshuan shouted. Kill. Hearing his command, the other 3 individuals waved their array flags, and waves of azure spiritual force gathered, instantly transforming into 3 sharp beams of sword light aimed at the matriarch's back and tail. The matriarch recoiled, emitting a sharp cry. Su Shidi, do not attack its tail, Ning Xiangshuan admonished, his face darkening. The spider's eggs are located there. If we harm them, our efforts will be in vain. Understood. Su Chang'an nodded. Perhaps stung by Su Chang'an's previous strike, the matriarch suddenly pivoted and leapt towards him. Having battled spirit beasts for 3 years, Su Chang'an remained unflustered. In such a situation, his wits sharpened, and he remained calm and unhurried. As the enormous matriarch lunged, Su Chang'an swiftly waved his array flag, shifting from offense to defense, conjuring a circular spiritual sword shield. Crack, crack, crack. The black scythe-like legs of the matriarch cleaved 3 times against Su Chang'an's shield. The spirit energy of the small shield dimmed significantly, nearly collapsing. Well done, Shidi. Seeing Su Chang'an's composure, Fu Nianjin praised him, then added, you must hold on. We cannot allow this creature to breach the shield, or the entire formation will surely crumble. I understand. Su Chang'an replied with a wry smile. However, my internal power is running thin. I implore my senior brothers and sisters to attack swiftly and draw it away. All right. Attack. Slash. Kill. Stab. 3 magnificent azure sword shadows soared through the air, recklessly pouring forth towards the spider matriarch. Despite her hardened exterior, she could not withstand such relentless assaults. Her tough shell was cleaved open in several places, and blood gushed forth in torrents. My blood. Su Chang'an's lips curled in regret as he witnessed the scene. However, what Su Chang'an did not anticipate was that this 8-layered spider matron in the qi refining stage had developed a modicum of sentience. It seemed to perceive Su Chang'an as the most vulnerable target. Despite enduring 3 formidable attacks, it did not retreat. Instead, it relentlessly struck its blade-like legs against Su Chang'an's sword shield. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Crack. Before the naked eye, a web-like pattern of fissures had begun to appear on the sword shield before Su Chang'an. If my senior brother has any hidden cards, please reveal them swiftly, Su Chang'an urged. If there are none, I may have to withdraw. If the sword formation shatters, it will be quite troublesome to escape. Junior brother, you must hold on, Ning Xiangshuan replied. I shall cast my spell at once. With that, Ning Xiangshuan bit his tongue, and with a forceful exhalation towards the sword formation, his vital blood fell upon it. The power of the sword formation seemed to surge by twofold in an instant. Simultaneously, at the very center of the four symbols sword formation, a colossal sword shadow, radiating a blood-red luminescence, began to coalesce. The blood-red sword shadow, imbued with overwhelming sword intent, stirred the surrounding spiritual energy into a tumult, and in that instant, lightning erupted. Chapter 34, Pinnacle of Qi Refinement, The Arrival of the Demon King, Squeak, Squeak, Squeak. The mother spider, overwhelmed by the formidable sword energy, ceased her assault on Su Chang'an's sword shield. Instead, she curled her body tightly and began to spin in place. From the terrifying blood-red lightning sword above her, she sensed an aura of extreme danger. Similarly, Su Chang'an felt it too. How powerful! This strike likely possessed the strength of a pinnacle Qi refinement stage master. Haraha! Ning Xiangshuan, in the midst of casting a spell, laughed heartily and declared, "This is the true power of the four symbols sword array. After this strike, the formation will shatter. Yet this blow carries the full might of a perfected pinnacle Qi refinement attack. This beast is doomed." Slash! Ning Xiangshuan bellowed. The sword shadow, entwined with lightning, suddenly descended, aimed at the top of the mother spider's head. Squeak! The mother spider, exerting all her strength, advanced a foot, narrowly avoiding the strike to her head, but the sword shadow pierced through her neck instead. Thud! At that moment, the sword array crumbled in response. The enormous mother spider collapsed, lifeless, onto the damp ground, splattering filthy water everywhere. Phew! Ning Xiangshuan let out a sigh of relief. Qin Kuo also retracted the array flags. Fu Nianjun appeared the most exhilarated. She stepped forward and exclaimed, "That beast is finally dead. I must see if this shell is a treasure. Sister, be careful." Su Chang'an felt an overwhelming sense of danger as Fu Nianjun approached the mother spider's corpse. He reached out and firmly grasped her right hand, yanking her back forcefully. Swoosh! Just then, the seemingly lifeless mother spider executed a swift kick. Had Su Chang'an not pulled Fu Nianjun away, she would have met her end. However, even with his intervention, it was too late. Fu Nianjun's left arm was severed halfway by the incoming kick. Ah! Fu Nianjun cried out in agony, her face ashen. "Sister!" Qin Kuo rushed over. Concern etched on his face. "Be mindful of the bleeding." As he spoke, he retrieved Fu Nianjun's severed arm, but alas, the kick seemed to carry toxic fumes, and the severed limb quickly turned to charred blackness. "Open your mouth, an antidote pill." Qin Kuo fed Fu Nianjun an antidote. In the meantime, Ning Xiangshuan summoned his flying sword and delivered 2 more decisive strikes, finally slaying the not-quite-dead mother spider, severing her head completely. "Thank you, junior brother Su." Fu Nianjun cast a grateful glance at Su Chang'an. Had it not been for his timely intervention, she would have lost not just her arm, but her life. "Sister, there's no need for formalities." Su Chang'an cupped his hands. "It was merely a small effort on my part." Qin Kuo and Ning Xiangshuan exchanged glances, both regarding Su Chang'an with newfound respect. As the monstrous creature launched its assault, the two remained utterly oblivious, unaware of the remarkable perceptiveness of their junior brother Su. "Do not fret, junior sister," Ning Xiangshuan reassured. "The loss of an arm will not hinder your cultivation. With your innate dual spiritual roots, you shall undoubtedly succeed in establishing your foundation in the future. By achieving the pinnacle of Qi refinement, you will harness the boundless spiritual energy to regenerate your severed limb." "Indeed." Fu Nianjun nodded, rising to her feet. "Let us proceed as previously agreed." Ning Xiangshuan continued, "I require 2 golden eggs and a silk pouch from the spider mother for brother Qin and sister Fu. You may take the shell and the remaining white spider eggs. Their formidable hardness will surely yield excellent magical artifacts. As for the flesh, it shall belong to you, brother Su." "Agreed." Qin Kuo nodded. Su Chang'an added, "I have no objections. I shall forego the shell." Fu Nianjun smiled and remarked, "It was brother Su who saved my life. I shall give him my share." "Ah?" The others were taken aback, yet no one voiced their thoughts. Fu Nianjun's choice of whom to bestow her belongings upon was her own prerogative. "Very well." Qin Kuo stepped forward to the massive spider mother, drawing a small sword to tear apart its carcass for the silk pouch. Just then, the cave wall beside them was suddenly breached by a colossal black scythe. With a swift leap, Su Chang'an retreated several dozen feet. "This is dire," Ning Xiangshuan exclaimed, "another spider mother. Quickly, gather your belongings and flee." However, before they could collect the remains of the spider mother. Another gigantic spider burst through the wall, directly entering the cave. This one was even larger than the previous, adorned with sporadic golden spots on its back. With a fearsome roar, the giant spider exhaled a hurricane, its presence overwhelming the group with layers of oppressive force. The creature's dark form, marked with golden speckles, was significantly larger than the former spider mother, its blood-red eyes glowing ominously and illuminating the area within a 3-foot radius. The terrifying pressure mounted relentlessly. This is not good, Ning Xiangshuan warned. This is a peak-stage Qi refinement spider demon king. We cannot contend with it. We must flee at once. With that, Ning Xiangshuan bolted. Qin Kuo and Fu Nianjun hurriedly followed suit. Only Su Chang'an found himself in an awkward predicament when the enormous spider entered. It had driven him into a corner of the cave, positioning him behind the giant spider while the other 3 stood before it. They could escape, but Su Chang'an found himself unable to do so. The giant spider remained motionless, but suddenly opened its maw, unleashing a golden silk thread that shot forth. Ning Xiangshuan, who had darted ahead several dozen feet, was ensnared by the faint golden thread. In the next instant, the thread rapidly retracted towards the spider's mouth, pulling Ning Xiangshuan back as he hurtled toward the creature's maw. In a moment of critical urgency, Brother Qin Kuo, displaying a sense of camaraderie, unleashed a flurry of sword shadows, desperately striking at the silken thread twice. Though the thread remained unbroken, Brother Ning was ultimately rescued. Run! The trio, still shaken, continued their frantic escape. Whoosh! After a mere 2 breaths, the faint golden thread soared back towards them, once again targeting Ning Xiangshuan. Just as the thread was about to ensnare him, he suddenly waved his hand, releasing a white tiger from his spirit beast pouch, casting it backward. Crack! The thread unmistakably latched onto the white tiger. Roar! The white tiger let out a fierce cry, attempting to break free, yet it was in vain. Bound by the silken thread, the white tiger retreated swiftly, perilously close to being engulfed by the monstrous maw. However, at the last moment, the giant spider refrained from devouring the white tiger. Instead, it gave a slight flick, sending the creature crashing against the wall. With a resounding thud, the white tiger's skull shattered, and after a few convulsions, it lay lifeless on the ground. Su Chang'an lifted his gaze once more towards the direction where Ning Xiangshuan, Fu Nianjun, and Qin Kuo had been, only to find that they had long since vanished from sight. Chapter 35, Trapped in a Desperate Situation. Underground space, Su Chang'an dared not move an inch. He stood frozen behind the colossal spider demon king, cloaked in 3 layers of concealment talismans, pressed against the wall. He was paralyzed by fear, for he understood that even the slightest twitch of this monstrous creature's toe could obliterate him. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. Su Chang'an held his breath, fervently hoping that this behemoth would forget his presence and pursue the individuals ahead instead. However, the enormous spider gradually turned around, its gaze fixated upon him. It was over. Su Chang'an took a deep breath. Despite his rich experience in battling spiritual beasts, he felt utterly powerless in this dire situation. Suddenly, a golden thread shot forth from the spider's mouth with ferocious speed. Snap! The viscous liquid ensnared Su Chang'an, and an overwhelming force yanked him toward the spider. The terrifying maw of the spider gaped wide, revealing a multitude of blood-red fangs, some of which writhed as if eager to chew him to bits. Damn it! Though being pulled forward, Su Chang'an refused to succumb. His hands transformed into dark, claw-like appendages as he tore at the thread, but his formidable black claws, which could shred anything, could not sever even a single strand of silk. Seeing his claws fail, Su Chang'an swiftly retrieved a dark jar from his storage pouch, filled with foul blood. Without hesitation, he poured the noxious liquid over the golden thread before him. Hiss! As the foul blood landed, black smoke erupted from the silk, and Su Chang'an felt the tension ease. The spider silk had indeed been tainted and subsequently retracted by the giant spider. Roar! The giant spider bellowed in anger at Su Chang'an. Observing the unexpected success of his foul blood, Su Chang'an, disregarding all caution, emptied the entire jar's contents over the monstrous spider. Hiss! Where the foul blood fell, the spider was enveloped in swirling black smoke. The giant spider appeared to be horrified by the foul blood, retreating several paces, yet it still guarded the exit. Su Chang'an steeled his resolve and doused the remaining foul blood from the jar over the massive spider, while simultaneously retrieving the corpses of the spider matriarch and the white tiger into his grand storage pouch. With a sudden burst of energy, he aimed to slip past the giant spider. This was the fleeting moment he needed. The giant spider, compelled to evade the falling foul blood, hunched its body, creating a significant gap in the passage. Su Chang'an transformed into a streak of light, further enhanced by 3 layers of concealment talismans and 4 layers of blood shield talismans. As he swiftly passed the giant spider, he unleashed a multitude of golden thunder talismans, igniting them in a brilliant display. Behind him, flashes of lightning illuminated the air, with hundreds of golden serpentine arcs twisting and dancing chaotically. Su Chang'an, disregarding the spectacle around him, harnessed the energy fluctuations to propel himself forward in a graceful leap. He lightly touched the ground upon landing, only to leap again. Yet before he could descend for the second time, a silken thread suddenly struck, ensnaring his back. Just moments ago, he had been swiftly distancing himself from the subterranean lair, but now he was flung backward. As he reached for his storage pouch to retrieve some tainted blood to taint the monstrous creature, he abruptly realized that his supply of foul blood had been entirely depleted. This was disastrous. With a thud, Su Chang'an's body was yanked back by the golden thread, violently slamming him against the wall, creating a wide fissure in the rocky surface behind him. The defensive blood shields surrounding him shattered with a series of resounding pops. Had it not been for these protective charms, Su Chang'an would have met the same fate as the white tiger, crushed under the force. Even so, he was left reeling, his insides churning as he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, 3 drops of golden blood remained. With a shift, they healed a significant portion of his injuries. And with another, he was restored to his former vigor. Creeping closer, the colossal spider lowered itself before Su Chang'an, its lantern-like eyes fixed intently upon him. At that moment, he found himself wedged within the crevice of the rock, embedded deep within the stone wall. This time, the giant spider refrained from expelling silk, instead raising its massive scythe-like leg to sweep horizontally against the wall. The limb, resembling a black sickle, moved as if the grim reaper were reaping souls. Though Su Chang'an was shielded by the stone on either side, it would prove ineffective. After all, this creature had just cleaved through rock to enter this space. However, in the next moment, a surprising turn of events unfolded. As the black scythe swept through, it did not slice through the wall, but instead sparked against the stone surface. Su Chang'an's spirits lifted. He comprehended that the wall was composed of a different material, likely a form of sturdy metal or another resilient substance. As fragments of stone fell away around him, he summoned his strength and dislodged all the rocks he could move. Just then, he felt a void behind him. With a sudden jolt, he stumbled backward into an abyss of pitch-black space. Had he escaped to safety? Su Chang'an's heart soared with joy. Outside, the gigantic spider was seething with rage, its scythe-like legs scratching relentlessly against the impervious wall, yet it could not breach the barrier. Attempting to extricate Su Chang'an with silk was futile. He had successfully hidden in the corner of this space. With a deep breath, Su Chang'an exhaled, feeling a momentary sense of security. But what was this place? He retrieved a fire-starting talisman from his pouch, and with a flick of his wrist, it ignited into flames. In this dimly lit space, a flicker of light emerged. Su Chang'an surveyed his surroundings. It was a standard rectangular chamber, its walls perfectly straight, approximately 30 feet in length, 25 feet in width, and 10 feet in height. The very spot where Su Chang'an had been thrust moments ago resembled the shape of a door. However, this entrance was rather narrow, allowing an ordinary person to pass through, yet it was too constricted for the massive spider. It seemed evident that this subterranean space had been meticulously constructed, utilizing materials that were anything but ordinary, with only the exit filled with common stone. Curiously, just moments prior, the giant spider had flung him into this narrow gap with astonishing precision, a striking instance of serendipity. Su Chang'an's gaze shifted toward the far end of the stone chamber, where another closed stone door stood, adorned with 3 ancient inscriptions in a style he did not recognize. Flanking the stone door were 2 imposing stone figures, each wielding a long sword, their appearance both archaic and dignified, exuding an air of immense authority. Chapter 36, The Resilient Puppet, Cultivation in the Depths, Creak, Creak, Creak. Outside the entrance, The agitated giant spider incessantly emitted a terrifying sound, and from this urgent noise, Su Chang'an could sense its fury. However, after observing for a considerable time and realizing that the giant spider could not enter this space, Su Chang'an temporarily calmed his racing heart. Then, he turned his gaze forward. At the end of the stone chamber, there stood a door, flanked by two stone statues resembling ordinary humans. Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an contemplated the situation. With the wretched giant spider blocking the way outside, it seemed impossible to escape. He wondered if opening this stone door would lead him to a way out. Let us give it a try. Su Chang'an waved his hand and produced several talismans, then proceeded cautiously, every sense heightened, towards the door. Step by step, as he approached within 3 zhang of the stone door, an unsettling sound of crack, crack, crack echoed in his ears. The two stone figures that had been standing opposite each other suddenly turned their heads in unison and almost simultaneously raised their long swords. An immense aura, seemingly emanating from the depths of ancient times, surged forth violently. This aura was archaic and distant, imbued with the essence of time itself, instilling an unprecedented fear in Su Chang'an. At that moment, he felt that these two stone statues were far more formidable than the giant spider outside. He yearned to turn and flee, yet his feet felt as though they were bound, as if an unfathomable force held him rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the two stone warriors simultaneously swung their swords down. The swords were made of stone. Despite the considerable distance separating them, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from those stone blades, transforming into a bolt of lightning that traversed the void in an instant. Before Su Chang'an could react, it pierced into his body with a soft thud. In the next moment, Su Chang'an was struck by an excruciating tearing pain emanating from deep within his heart. His body was sent flying backward, crashing against the stone ceiling above him, and then he fell at an angle. He felt as though his very soul was fracturing, his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. The last remnants of his awareness surged into his body, prompting an introspection. Su Chang'an vaguely perceived that his heart appeared to be shattered beyond recognition. This sword intent had struck directly at his heart. However, at that moment, a radiant golden light enveloped him, and 3 drops of golden blood fell from the heavens, merging into Su Chang'an's shattered heart. In just a few breaths, his heart was restored to its former state. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful rhythm returned, and blood was swiftly pumped throughout his body. Ah! Su Chang'an coughed up a mouthful of blood, then sat cross-legged on the ground. Not far ahead, the 2 stone guardians had resumed their original positions, standing sentinel at the gate like vigilant warriors. Were these mere puppets? Su Chang'an observed them for a considerable time and discerned that these figures bore no intention of launching an attack. It seemed that only upon entering a 3-zhang radius of the stone gate could one be struck down. He decided to test this theory. Su Chang'an tossed a stone forward. It clattered to the ground. The stone guardians remained unresponsive. He then retrieved a white spider egg from his storage pouch and hurled it into the air. With a series of sharp sounds, the stone guardians pivoted, and in an instant, their dual swords descended, cleaving the white spider egg in two. In that moment, Su Chang'an suddenly comprehended. These puppets were likely capable of detecting the presence of living beings. Should a living entity venture within the 3-zhang perimeter of the stone gate, it would be immediately slain. Had it not been for the 3 golden blood droplets, Su Chang'an knew he would have met a similar fate. How terrifying! The offensive capabilities of these puppet guardians surpassed that of the enormous spider outside by a considerable margin. Su Chang'an felt a surge of despair. With a colossal spider guarding the exterior and 2 formidable stone puppets within, he found himself in an utterly precarious situation, truly a dilemma of insurmountable proportions. What to do? He collapsed onto the ground in frustration. Wait. Yes, waiting it is. If fortune favored him, perhaps someone would arrive to vanquish that dreadful spider, allowing him to escape. Since waiting was the course of action, he might as well cultivate while he did so. Su Chang'an clapped his storage pouch, and the massive corpse of the spider mother was cast into the space before him. As his blood technique coursed through him, Su Chang'an's hands transformed into black claws. With a slight exertion, he detached the egg sac from the spider mother's abdomen, discarding 2 golden eggs to the side while stacking the remaining white eggs in another corner of the room. With a swift thrust, his black claws pierced the spider mother's frail abdomen, and with a vigorous pull, he extracted a gleaming silk sac. This was the spider mother's silk pouch. It was significantly larger than a typical silk sack. However, it held no immediate utility for him, so he set it aside. The third step was to extract blood. The spider mother, which was nearly the size of a small house, yielded more than a dozen large barrels of fresh blood. Being a spirit beast at the 8th level of Qi refinement, the blood contained a richer essence of spiritual energy. After collecting the blood, Su Chang'an then produced the corpse of the white tiger. Weaker in cultivation, around the 4th level of Qi refinement, it yielded a modest amount of blood, approximately 1 barrel. Next came the refinement of blood beads. According to the records in the 9 nether blood technique regarding the blood bead method, the blood beads of the Qi refinement stage are classified into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. The blood orbs crafted from the essence of spirit beasts at the initial stages of Qi refinement are deemed inferior. Conversely, those derived from the peak of Qi refinement, where the spirit beast's lineage reaches its zenith, are considered supreme. Inferior blood orbs are effective solely for cultivators at the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd layers of cultivation. Medium-grade blood orbs serve only those in the mid-stages of Qi refinement. Similarly, superior orbs benefit late-stage practitioners, while the supreme orbs are reserved for those who have attained complete mastery in Qi refinement. During the cultivation process, one may consume blood orbs of a higher grade. However, lower-tier cultivators can ingest higher-grade orbs, whereas advanced practitioners find no efficacy in consuming inferior ones. In the ensuing hours, Su Chang'an skillfully refined 26 medium-grade blood orbs using the blood of the white tiger, followed by the creation of 136 superior-grade orbs from the essence of the spider matriarch. The residual blood, after the orb refinement process, was transformed into tainted blood, which Su Chang'an meticulously refilled into a large vessel. The remaining meat from the tiger and the spider matriarch was then dried into jerky using fire talismans. Given the perishable nature of fresh meat, the transformation into jerky allowed for unfettered storage. Chapter 37. The 4th drop of blood, the golden egg hatches. Once all the blood orbs had been refined, Su Chang'an assessed his resources. He possessed approximately 150 low-grade blood orbs, 26 mid-grade blood orbs, and 136 high-grade blood orbs. In addition, he had around 1,000 pounds of spirit rice, a considerable amount of dried meat, and several large barrels of fresh water stored in his spatial pouch. Water was not a pressing concern. Having reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, Su Chang'an could utilize the water condensation technique to extract moisture from the heavens and transform it into pure water. This was sufficient. Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an retrieved a low-grade blood orb and swallowed it whole. A wave of pain surged through him. Hastily, he activated the 4th layer of the 9 nether blood scripture and commenced his cultivation. After 10 days, Su Chang'an had completely absorbed the energy from the blood orb, sensing a slight enhancement in his cultivation. Indeed, external supplementation proved to be far more efficient. Su Chang'an mused. Absorbing this single blood orb for 10 days equated to 2 months of pure internal cultivation, hastening his progress 5 or 6 times over. Crackling sounds suddenly echoed through the stone chamber. Startled, Su Chang'an initially thought the 2 stone guardians had stirred, but upon closer inspection, the statues remained unmoved. Instead, it was the 2 golden spider eggs he had carelessly discarded in the corner that appeared to be cracking open. Were they hatching? Holding the 2 eggs, he observed several fissures forming on each, and a restless chirping emanated from within the palm-sized golden orbs. The cracks widened, and before long, a dark, formidable leg protruded from one of the eggs. Su Chang'an instinctively recoiled. Such a limb was not typical of ordinary spiders, which possessed only 6 legs. He had only seen such limbs on the spider matriarch and the formidable demon king at the peak of Qi refinement. After a few breaths, the golden egg shattered completely, revealing a spider of resplendent gold emerging. It raised its gaze to Su Chang'an and, after a moment of confusion, leaped onto his shoulder. Su Chang'an was taken aback. Did it perceive him as a parent? Growing up in the village of Qingyou Town, he was aware that chicks and ducklings would recognize the first creature they encountered after hatching as their mother. Could it be that this golden spider was no different? Crack! The second golden egg soon broke apart, and another golden spider emerged, swiftly leaping onto Su Chang'an's other shoulder. Gently, he removed the 2 little spiders from his shoulders and admonished, "You 2 must not cause trouble, must not leave this room. nor venture over there. He pointed towards the two stone guardians nearby. The little spiders seemed to understand, nodding in acknowledgement. Casually, Su Chang'an tossed them 2 pieces of flesh, saying, "Go ahead and eat." Chirp, chirp. 2 golden spiders scurried past, indulging in a feast. Su Chang'an quietly approached the doorway and suddenly tossed a stone. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a golden silk thread shot from outside, swiftly ensnaring the stone and pulling it away. Roar. The roar of the formidable spider resonated from outside. Damn beast, is it planning to settle here permanently? Su Chang'an returned to his original position, sitting cross-legged on the ground to continue his cultivation. The second low-grade blood pearl was once again consumed by Su Chang'an. The moment he ingested it, a sharp pain coursed through his meridians and blood vessels. But as he continued to consume more, he found himself growing numb. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Su Chang'an had consumed a total of 18 low-grade blood pearls and felt a significant improvement in his cultivation. However, he remained uncertain as to when he would condense the 4th drop of essence blood. His gaze swept around the surroundings. 2 stone statues stood silently opposite him, exuding an ancient and profound aura that was truly unsettling. He tossed another stone at the doorway. Whoosh! The stone was again taken by the giant spider outside. Su Chang'an was nearing despair. Despite the passage of half a year, no one had ventured into this subterranean realm, highlighting its obscurity. Of course, it could also be attributed to its considerable depth. It was worth noting that when he had accompanied Ning Xiangshuan, they had flown for over half an hour to reach this place, underscoring its location deep underground. Ordinary cultivators, seeking the silk of the golden spiders, had only 2 hours of antidote time and would naturally not delve so deep. The 2 golden spiders had fallen asleep, resembling the great white spider almost identically, lying on the ground and radiating a faint golden aura. Su Chang'an realized they were on the verge of a breakthrough. It turned out that not only had Su Chang'an's leftover meat been devoured by the 2 gluttons, but the more than 100 white spider eggs that had originally been in the corner were also consumed by these little creatures. Su Chang'an shook his head, readjusted his mindset, and once more sat cross-legged on the ground to resume his cultivation. The cave was devoid of daylight, and time seemed to stretch on. Cultivation knows not the passage of years. Upon reflection, he found it had been a year. After devouring all the low-grade blood pearls and 7 mid-grade blood pearls, one day, Su Chang'an was struck by inspiration, and suddenly, his inner vision awakened. He saw a viscous blood coalescing at his heart, which soon transformed into a drop of heart's blood, successfully condensing. Su Chang'an was nearly ecstatic. He had finally broken through. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the 4th drop of essence blood was completed, a golden light inexplicably descended, enveloping his heart. Witnessing this scene, Su Chang'an felt a surge of joy. As the golden light turned, the essence blood at his heart shrank slightly. After 3 rotations, the essence blood collapsed entirely, swept away by that golden light. In the next moment, Su Chang'an felt his body transported to a peculiar realm. He squinted as he surveyed his surroundings. This space appeared to have expanded since his last visit, which had been approximately 1,000 zhang in size, now seemingly stretching to a magnitude of 10,000 zhang. Beyond this realm, a myriad of gray mist enveloped the area, rendering his every attempt to advance futile, regardless of how he moved. Raising his gaze towards the void above, he beheld a colossal rectangular golden talisman slowly rotating, showering down countless rays of golden light that cascaded like raindrops from a rooftop during a tempest, relentless and continuous. Upon the golden card, numerous runes resembling dragon scales were affixed. Suddenly, an invisible force surged forth, and the myriad runes surged like waves towards the horizon, cleansing the expanse of the void. Yet, after just 2 breaths, these intricate waves of runes receded, cascading back onto the golden talisman. One wave after another surged and retreated in an orderly fashion. It was as if the heavens and earth resonated with the faint echo of grand chimes, accompanied by the subtle concealment of celestial melodies. The scene was dreamlike and ethereal, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Chapter 38. The external projection of consciousness and the method to break the stalemate, as Su Chang'an had anticipated. A cascade of golden sigils peeled away from the colossal card above him, drifting gracefully before his eyes. They flickered and shimmered, intricate patterns coursing through them. Su Chang'an meticulously traced the lines, each stroke imbued with profound concentration. After the span of half a stick of incense, he had imprinted this somewhat complex sigil deep within his heart. In the next moment, he was expelled from the peculiar space of the grand golden sigil. Uncertain of the nature of the talisman he had acquired, Su Chang'an's first instinct upon emerging was to ascertain whether the enormous spider at the entrance still lingered. He lifted his foot, poised to stride towards the door, when suddenly, the scene outside materialized vividly in his mind. Even before he arrived, he could perceive the circumstances at the threshold with clarity. Is this the external projection of consciousness? Su Chang'an was instantly elated. Upon entering the first layer of qi refinement, he had unlocked the ability to introspect. Now, having ascended to the fourth layer of mid-qi refinement, he could project his consciousness outward. The external projection of consciousness harbors numerous advantages. It allows one to explore unseen areas in their vicinity, and furthermore, it enables the manipulation of objects from a distance, providing invaluable assistance during combat, often yielding unexpected results. However, it is essential to note that merely projecting one's consciousness does not grant the ability to manipulate objects from afar. Such mastery is a divine art that requires rigorous training. Outside the narrow door, the scene filled Su Chang'an with despair. The colossal spider remained steadfast at the entrance. Utterly motionless, it had been over 4 years since any cultivator had set foot in this place, which was the source of his deepest despondency. With no other recourse, he resolved to continue his cultivation. This time, Su Chang'an opted not to practice the blood scripture, but instead retrieved the foundational breathing technique, commencing the absorption of the spiritual energy from the cosmos. Days later, with a sudden burst, his cultivation level in the Xianmen had ascended to the fourth layer of mid-qi refinement. Su Chang'an discovered another source of joy. Upon projecting his consciousness externally, he was able to freely enter and exit the golden sigil space. Not only could he access this ethereal realm, but he could also observe the external environment from within. Moreover, items he carried could be stored in this space, which functioned akin to a freely accessible storage pouch. Su Chang'an deposited the tainted blood, the 9 nether blood scripture, 2 golden spiders, the shell of the enormous spider matriarch, and the blood pearl, all items of dubious nature, into the golden sigil space, leaving only legitimate cultivation materials in his storage pouch. In this manner, even if someone were to suspect him and forcibly search his belongings, the practice of the 9 nether blood scripture would remain undisclosed. Beyond its storage capabilities, the golden sigil space could also serve as a sanctuary in dire moments. For instance, should someone unleash a lethal strike, retreating into the golden sigil space could provide an escape from the most formidable of attacks. Su Chang'an's gaze fell upon the 2 stone guardians not far away. Perhaps I should test my skills on these 2. He took a step forward, striding towards the stone door at the innermost part of the room. Above the stone door, 3 ancient characters were inscribed, resembling archaic script, the meaning of which Su Chang'an could not decipher. Flanking the stone door were the 2 stone guardians standing face to face. As Su Chang'an stepped within the 3 zhang radius of the stone guardians, they suddenly sprang into action. Creaking sounds echoed as they slowly turned around. Simultaneously, Su Chang'an felt as though an invisible force had pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile. He could not discern whether it was an oppressive aura. With a swish, the 2 stone guardians pivoted to face Su Chang'an, simultaneously unleashing a strike, the sword intent transforming into a thunderous force, aimed directly at Su Chang'an's heart. It was identical to the previous attack. However, this time, Su Chang'an possessed a means of defense. In an instant, his consciousness stirred, and he vanished into the realm of the golden talisman, leaving behind only a golden card the size of a playing card, while Su Chang'an himself disappeared from sight. The sword energy struck the empty space where Su Chang'an had just been, achieving nothing but futility. As the stone guardians turned to revert to their original positions, Su Chang'an emerged from the golden talisman realm. The 2 stone sentinels, still in the process of resetting, paused in surprise and glanced back at him. Could they attack consecutively? Seizing the moment before the oppressive force reformed, Su Chang'an swiftly retreated a considerable distance. An astonishing occurrence unfolded. Although Su Chang'an had stepped back, distancing himself beyond the 3 zhang mark, the stone guardians did not relent. The ancient warriors advanced almost in unison, taking a powerful step forward, raising their swords once more. What a surprise! Could it be done this way? Were they relentless? Startled, Su Chang'an hastily opened the golden talisman space again and dove within. This time, he was wiser. He lingered inside for a short while, waiting until the stone guardians had taken a step back and resumed their positions before emerging from the golden talisman realm. Indeed, once the stone guardians returned to their posts and Su Chang'an was no longer within the 3-zhang radius of the stone door, they ceased their attacks. A wave of insight washed over Su Chang'an, and he was filled with elation. Ha! He laughed heartily. I can finally escape. I can truly leave. With the stone guardians possessing such a peculiar characteristic, it was possible to exploit it. By guiding these 2 sentinels to the entrance with careful calculations, he could harness their power to eliminate the colossal spider guarding the door. Without hesitation, Su Chang'an assessed the distance between the stone guardians and the door, planned his route, and then re-entered the attack range of the stone guardians. Creaking sounds filled the air as the stone guardians turned and struck down. Su Chang'an concealed himself within the realm of the golden talisman, awaiting the moment when the stone guardian would revert to its original position. As the guardian prepared to do so, he sprang forth from the talisman, simultaneously retreating a couple of steps. Bang! Bang! The stone guardian advanced 2 steps in pursuit, raising its sword once more to strike down. After numerous exchanges, Su Chang'an cleverly maneuvered the 2 stone guardians towards the narrow stone doorway. Creak! Creak! At that moment, the colossal spider outside the door caught sight of Su Chang'an's figure, becoming frenzied with agitation. Writhing against the stone entrance before unleashing a torrent of silken threads from its maw. Su Chang'an, sensing the urgency, swiftly produced tainted blood and poured it onto the silken strands. Sizzle! The silk from the spider's mandibles was contaminated, forcing it to retract, yet it stubbornly remained, continuing to squirm restlessly at the threshold. Just then, the 2 stone guardians finally positioned themselves directly in front of Su Chang'an. At this instant, the colossal spider, the stone door, Su Chang'an, and the stone guardians formed a perfect line. The 2 puppets raised their ancient, dignified stone swords, striking forcefully towards Su Chang'an. A surge of sword intent like a thunderbolt rushed forth. Suddenly, Su Chang'an's form vanished, and the relentless force of the thunderbolt continued unabated, soaring past the stone door and piercing through the body of the colossal spider. In an instant, the spider collapsed with a resounding crash, clearly visible to the naked eye. Chapter 39. Return to the sect. Time flows like water. After Su Chang'an and the 2 stone elders returned to their original positions, they emerged from the space of the golden talisman. As he stepped outside, the massive corpse, resembling a small mountain, completely obstructed the entrance. Su Chang'an first collected the blood of the colossal spider, filling over 20 large barrels, and then stored the spider's silk sacs, carapace, and flesh within the golden talisman space. Once he completed these tasks, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he lingered in the underground stone chamber for an additional 2 days, refining all the spider's blood into blood pearls, ultimately yielding 261 superior blood pearls. Superior blood pearls. Even a practitioner at the peak of the qi refining stage could benefit from their consumption to enhance their cultivation. After finishing this, Su Chang'an sealed the entrance of the underground stone chamber with stones, then invoked a fire talisman to scorch the area, ensuring the entrance appeared seamless. Even if someone arrived at this location, they might not discern it as a door. After tidying up the scene, Su Chang'an finally departed along the cave. At this point, he had reached the 4th level of the qi refining stage, and with his consciousness extended, navigating the underground became considerably easier. An hour later, Su Chang'an leaped from the cave. The blinding light assaulted his eyes, making him feel quite disoriented. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, he lay on the ground with his eyes closed for a while, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the daylight before summoning his flying boat, heading unceasingly towards the direction of the Taishan sect. Seated within the flying boat, Su Chang'an furrowed his brow once more. Now in the mid-qi refining stage, he could only continue to enhance his cultivation by utilizing medium-grade and higher blood pearls. Aside from the remaining 15 medium-grade blood pearls, he possessed numerous superior and exceptional ones. However, consuming them now would be a waste. He resolved to save them for when he reached the appropriate level to maximize their efficacy. Thus, his next task became clear: to seek spirit beasts suitable for the mid-qi refining stage. Several days later, Su Chang'an returned to the Taishan sect. In the outer hall, a young man who appeared to be in his 30s occupied the seat that originally belonged to the white-haired elder Zhao Wu. A sweep of Su Chang'an's consciousness revealed the man's cultivation level, the 6th level of the qi refining stage. The man across from him instantly darkened in countenance. Are you not aware that casually scanning others with your consciousness is considered provocation? Su Chang'an felt a bit embarrassed. My apologies, esteemed brother. I recently made a breakthrough to the mid-stage and was overwhelmed with curiosity. The 6th level cultivator snorted coldly and replied, let this be the last time. Otherwise, there will be severe consequences. Indeed. Su Chang'an did not take his leave, but instead clasped his hands and inquired, may I ask where Elder Zhao Wu is? I wish to find him. Presently, Su Chang'an's storage bag contained around 70 to 80 ordinary silk sacks, which, if converted to contribution points, would amount to several thousand. Zhao Du inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia. Alas, my senior brother has ascended to eternal peace. A sudden jolt coursed through Su Chang'an's heart. He has passed away? This kind-hearted elder, who had offered immense support since his arrival at the Taishan sect, was now gone. Su Chang'an felt a haze enveloping him. It wasn't exactly sorrow, yet there lingered a sense of shared grief. The man beside him sighed, saying, the path of enlightenment is merciless. If we cannot break through to the foundation establishment stage, we cultivators are merely stronger versions of ordinary mortals, bound to a mere century of life. It is indeed heartless. Su Chang'an nodded in agreement. When he first arrived at the Taishan sect, Zhao Du had already claimed to be 97 years old, after being trapped underground for over 4 years. If the old man were still alive, he would surely be over 100 by now. Su Chang'an shook his head, dispelling those negative thoughts, and respectfully inquired, so, my senior brother is the new elder steward. May I ask for your celestial title? The man replied modestly, I dare not claim such a title. I am merely an outer sect disciple without a celestial name. My mundane name is Yi Wubwa, Elder Yi. Su Chang'an retrieved 74 silk sacks from his storage pouch, stating, 4 years ago, I accepted a task to gather spider silk from Dojia Mountain. I have now completed the task, and am here to submit the silk sacks. Excellent. Yi Wubwa chuckled. To gather over 70 sacks in just 4 or 5 years is commendable. Each silk sack contributes 50 points, so with 74 sacks, you have earned a total of 3,700 contribution points. Do you wish to undertake another task? Yi Wubwa inquired. Guarding the teleportation array grants 100 contribution points per month. Moreover, it does not hinder your cultivation. You can practice while standing guard. Su Chang'an shook his head. Thank you, senior brother, but I need to exchange some resources for cultivation. I have fallen behind for too long. Though guarding the teleportation array allows for cultivation, can one cultivate the 9 nether blood scripture in such a role? Indeed. Yi Wubwa nodded. Su Chang'an then took his disciple token and departed from the grand hall. As he reached the entrance, he overheard 2 female outer sect disciples engaged in conversation. One remarked, have you not heard? The junior sister Ding Lan from Guanyin Peak reportedly broke through to the 7th layer of qi refinement a few days ago. To ascend from an ordinary person to the 7th layer in just 5 years, such talent is simply astonishing. The other gasped in disbelief. I've been cultivating for 27 years and am still at the 3rd layer. Truly, one cannot compare with another. It is said that junior sister Ding Lan possesses an unparalleled singular spirit root. Many intersect male disciples are vying for her attention. Senior brother Cheng from Tiandu Peak has even declared his pursuit of junior sister Ding, urging others to be respectful. Su Chang'an scoffed, the tales only grow more exaggerated. However, it is indeed no small feat for Ding Lan to ascend to the 7th layer of qi refinement in just 5 years. One must remember that breaking through during cultivation involves overcoming the barriers of the physical body. Due to her prior cultivation of the 9 nether blood scripture, Ding Lan had long shattered the barriers of the first 6 layers. Although it was said that she had broken through 7 layers in 5 years, it was merely an elevation from the 6th to the 7th layer. Yet, Ding Shimi remained oblivious to the hidden depths of her journey, leaving one to ponder whether it was a blessing or a curse. Su Chang'an furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of concern for Ding Lan crossing his mind. However, he quickly shook his head. Since Ding Lan had entered the inner sect and become a disciple of the esteemed Qingling Shu, the two had already diverged on separate paths. Why should he worry for another? Besides Ding Shiji, there was also Shiji Fu. Though Sister Fu had suffered the loss of an arm, Her progress was astonishing, having broken through 2 layers in the past 5 years, now standing as a formidable practitioner at the 7th layer of the qi refining stage. Su Chang'an was taken aback. Fu Nianjin? Is this woman truly that formidable? In a mere 4.5 years, she had ascended from the 5th to the 7th layer of the qi refining stage. She had already become a powerful practitioner in the latter stages of qi refinement. Reflecting on Fu Nianjin, Su Chang'an's thoughts drifted to Ning Xiangshuan, who still owed him 1,000 contribution points. This simply would not do. He must seek repayment. Chapter 40. On Mount Wanghe, settling debts, Su Chang'an was unaware of Fu Nianjin's true potential. Yet he had previously heard from Qin Kuo while underground that her innate talent was extraordinary, and her foundation establishment was imminent. Once she established her foundation, she could regenerate her missing arm. It was reasonable to consider Fu Nianjin a genius, perhaps even possessing dual spiritual roots. Traversing the square, he made his way into the valley, swiftly pushing open the door to his small courtyard. For years had passed. He wondered how Daba had fared. In 3 strides, he crossed the courtyard and opened the door to his room, his brow furrowing with increasing concern. Daba was absent? Where could that creature have gone? Had it ventured out in search of food due to his prolonged absence? That seemed plausible. Su Chang'an tidied up his room and courtyard, then exited to return to the Elder-S Hall of the outer gate. Taishan sect, Mount Wanghe. A one-armed woman clad in a pink Taoist robe stood upon the cliff, her delicate brows knitted as she gazed dreamily at the vast sea of clouds before her. It was said that this sea of clouds extended far to the west, reaching the peak of Guanyin. Each dawn, from atop Guanyin Peak, one could behold the breathtaking scenery of countless crimson clouds rolling like waves across the horizon, thus earning the West Peak its name. Junior sister. Whoosh! A streak of light burst forth from the sea of clouds, swiftly landing beside the woman in red. It was a tall man with thick eyebrows, Qin Kuo. Senior brother. Fu Nianjin smiled. Weren't you in seclusion? Ah, Qin Kuo replied. My seclusion has become a mere jest, after all these years. I have yet to achieve a breakthrough. Meanwhile, you have advanced 2 levels, now a formidable practitioner in the late stage of qi refinement, even surpassing senior brother Ning. Mentioning Ning brought a deeper furrow to Fu Nianjin's brow. Junior sister, are you still troubled by that matter? Qin Kuo spoke softly. In life, everyone has their own opportunities and destinies. In such circumstances, even if we were to return, it would be futile. The Spider Demon King is far too powerful. Even at our utmost strength, we could not rescue junior brother Su. Fu Nianjin replied, yet he saved my life. How could we simply abandon him? Previously, while underground, the 3 had been forced to flee from the giant spider's overwhelming power, but after their escape, a divergence of opinions arose. Fu Nianjin wished to return to save Su Chang'an, while Ning Xiangshuan and Qin Kuo insisted against turning back. Why? Because it was deemed futile. The giant spider's strength was insurmountable. To attempt a rescue would be tantamount to seeking death, and even if they risked their lives, there was no guarantee that Su Chang'an would still be alive. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse, and they carried Fu Nianjin out from the depths. From that moment on, a rift developed between Fu Nianjin and Ning Xiangshuan. Naturally, upon returning to the sect, the 3 chose to remain silent about the events underground. Thus, the elders of the Taishan sect remained oblivious to the plight of Su Chang'an, trapped beneath the earth. Of course, Fu Nianjin was fully aware that even if the Taishan sect became aware of a mere outer sect disciple ensnared underground, no one would venture to rescue him. When it is time to let go, one must indeed relinquish. Qin Kuo remarked, a deep-seated obsession is detrimental to the path of enlightenment. I recognize your benevolence. Yet my master has often stated that the path is devoid of compassion. Seemingly unperturbed by Qin Kuo's words, Fu Nianjin turned her gaze towards the sea of clouds and softly declared, when I reach the 9th level of qi refinement, I shall venture underground to seek him. If I happen upon his remains, I shall ensure he is returned to his homeland. As the 2 conversed, they suddenly beheld a flicker of light emanating from the teleportation array at Wanghe Peak. In a fleeting moment, a familiar figure materialized before them. Fu! Fu! Fu Fu Fu! Junior sister, look quickly! Qin Kuo exclaimed, astonished, pointing at the teleportation array. You must see. Fu Nianjin turned her head, raising her remaining left arm, her delicate fingers covering her slightly agape mouth. Is that junior brother Su? Let us go. In an instant, The two leapt effortlessly across two towering cliffs and landed gracefully behind Su Chang'an. Huh. Su Chang'an was taken aback. Senior brother Chen. Senior sister Fu. It has been quite some time. He respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. From Su Chang'an's perspective, he harbored no grievances against his former three companions. In such dire circumstances, he too would have unhesitatingly abandoned his comrades to escape, for remaining to battle the giant spider would have yielded no purpose. Why impose upon others what one cannot endure oneself? Junior brother Su, you are alive. How wonderful! Fu Nianjun exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap slightly. I thought you had perished. You saved my life, yet I failed to save yours. I cannot express how guilty I feel. Su Chang'an felt somewhat awkward and replied, Senior sister Fu, you are quite strong, but could you perhaps let go of me? Only then did Fu Nianjun realize that in her exuberance, she had embraced Su Chang'an. Beside them, Qin Kuo wore a dark expression. If word of this gets out, I shall take your head. He menaced, eyeing a certain outer sect disciple guarding the teleportation array. The outer sect disciple, terrified, fell to the ground, exclaiming, I saw nothing. I witnessed nothing. Fu Nianjun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Junior brother, you have come to Wanghe Peak. Wait. Fu Nianjun scrutinized Su Chang'an, pondering for 3 full breaths before exclaiming, you have broken through. 4th level of Qi refinement? Su Chang'an scratched his head, murmuring, it was a stroke of luck. Qin Kuo's eyes lit up. Junior brother Su, did you encounter an opportunity down there? Su Chang'an's expression darkened. Senior brother Qin, why do you say such a thing? Why not confront that giant spider yourself, and see if you can seize an opportunity? Qin Kuo found himself at a loss for words. Fu Nianjun inquired, Junior brother, how did you manage to escape? Su Chang'an replied, I happened to possess a soil escape talisman. Seizing the opportunity while that enormous spider was pursuing you, I burrowed underground and subsequently emerged from a cave. However, upon my exit, I was gravely injured and secluded myself for over half a year. The two of them appeared to be enlightened, exclaiming, so that is how it is. Fu Shiji, Qin Shixiao. Su Chang'an clasped his hands in greeting and asked, may I inquire if Senior Brother Ning's dojo is located here at Wanghe Peak? Indeed. Fu Nianjun responded, Ning Xiangshuan is the 6th disciple of my master. If you count backwards from the Mingyi Hall of our master, the 6th dojo belongs to him. What do you seek Ning Shixiang for? Fu Nianjun regarded Su Chang'an curiously. Su Chang'an explained, is it not true that Senior Brother Ning promised me 1,000 contribution points? To this day, it remains unfulfilled. I intend to approach him and inquire whether that promise still holds. That must certainly still be valid. Fu Nianjun asserted, I shall accompany you. Let us see if he dares to deny you those 1,000 contribution points. I shall dismantle his dojo if he does. Chapter 41. Fundamental Formation. Master Mingyi surprisingly. You are still alive? Ning Xiangshuan gazed incredulously at the lively Su Chang'an before him, his mouth agape. Did you truly defeat the giant spider? The moment those words left his lips, he realized that not only did others find it hard to believe, but he himself struggled to accept it. Could a cultivator of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement truly vanquish a demon king at the pinnacle of the same stage? Junior brother Su escaped using a soil escape talisman. Qin Kuo interjected. Ning Xiangshuan nodded, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face as he continued. Junior brother Su, you are aware that during our last expedition underground, we all returned empty-handed, and I even lost the flags of the 4 symbols sword formation. Given that none of us gained anything substantial, is it somewhat unreasonable for you to request a contribution from me now? As he spoke, the aura emanating from Ning Xiangshuan gradually intensified, the oppressive presence of a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator closing in on Su Chang'an. Yet, Su Chang'an remained undaunted, retorting, when I initially expressed my reluctance to venture deeper underground, it was you, senior brother, who promised me 1,000 contribution points regardless of success or failure, assuring me of my safety. It was only then that I risked my life to accompany you. However, at the crucial moment, you abandoned me without providing any protection. Had I not possessed a soil escape talisman, I might have long since become a mere pile of bones, unable to stand here negotiating with you. Ning Xiangshuan's face flushed crimson, and he conceded, very well, very well. I shall grant you the 1,000 contribution points. As he spoke, he produced his insignia and transferred the points to Su Chang'an's token. Junior brother Su, Ning Xiangshuan inquired, Did you happen to collect the pair of golden eggs from the Spider Queen? A cold smile crept across Su Chang'an's face as he replied. Are you suggesting that instead of fleeing for my life, I should have rummaged through the corpse of the Spider Queen for the egg pouch and extracted the golden eggs before making my escape? Perhaps I was overthinking it. Ning Xiangshuan rubbed his forehead, realizing that under such circumstances, there was indeed no opportunity to gather the golden eggs, especially since they were nestled within the Spider Queen's abdomen. Thank you, senior brother. Su Chang'an clasped his hands in gratitude and swiftly departed from Ning Xiangshuan's domain. Junior brother Su. Fu Nianjin escorted Su Chang'an to the teleportation array and then inquired, would you like to join us at Wanghe Peak and become a true disciple? If you are willing, I shall beseech the master to accept you as a student. The outer sect disciple guarding the teleportation array looked on enviously, nearly drooling. What on earth? Why does this seemingly ordinary fellow capture the heart of the renowned Sister Fu so effortlessly? It seems utterly unfair. Su Chang'an replied, Sister Fu, my talents are quite mediocre. The elders do not regard me highly, let alone the peak master. Fear not, Fu Nianjin asserted. I shall inquire on your behalf. Su Chang'an paid little heed to her words, fully aware of his own lackluster qualifications, and presumed that no peak master would find him worthy of attention. At the very least, I shall reveal my diverse spirit roots for you to behold. I doubt you would still dare to accept me as your disciple. A resonant hum echoed as waves of energy surged from the teleportation array, and in an instant, Su Chang'an vanished from sight. Fu Nian's expression turned icy once more as she fixed her gaze upon the disciple guarding the teleportation array. I shall remember you. It would be wise for you to keep your lips sealed. The disciple, trembling with fear, stammered, I was merely observing the array. Must you be so severe? At Qingzhou Peak, before the exchange pavilion, Su Chang'an surveyed the myriad stalls in the square, but found nothing that piqued his interest. With a determined step, he proceeded towards the exchange pavilion, a designated venue for disciples of the Taishan sect to redeem their contributions. Here, anything could be acquired as long as one possessed contribution points. However, the offerings were rather meager, consisting mainly of resources discarded by the peaks above, primarily intended for outer disciples. Inner disciples, bound to their masters, seldom frequented such places. Is there a book that introduces text from the ancient or primordial eras? Su Chang'an inquired of a young woman, a third-layer Qi refinement disciple, who presumably worked here as part of her sect duties. The young woman shook her head. I don't believe there is. Su Chang'an posed the question because, during his time underground, he had seen 3 ancient characters inscribed on the stone gates guarded by the 2 stone sentinels. Unable to decipher their meaning, he wished to investigate further. If there is nothing, then so be it. It's not of great concern to me. Then allow me to browse. The young woman followed Su Chang'an as he roamed the bustling hall on the first floor, where an abundance of items awaited. Cultivation techniques, spells, potions, talismans, magical artifacts, storage bags, and more. Su Chang'an halted before a counter, lifting a jade slip with the inscription, Basic Formation. Now, Su Chang'an could extend his consciousness outward without needing to press the jade slip to his forehead. He could casually scan its contents, albeit only a small portion. The female disciple seemed to perceive his intent and explained, each jade slip is encrypted. Once you make a purchase, you will gain access to the complete information. Su Chang'an asked, how much does it cost? 500 contribution points, she replied. Very well, I shall take it. Su Chang'an handed over his identification plate. The woman promptly deducted 500 contribution points from his account. With a click, another identical basic formation jade slip materialized on the counter. Wait, this is the same? Su Chang'an exclaimed. Indeed. The female disciple smiled. Once a basic formation is purchased, an identical copy will be produced for the next practitioner to acquire. Su Chang'an was taken aback. The Taishan sect is quite clever. Effortlessly, they have garnered 500 contribution points. This represents the earnings accumulated by the disciples guarding the grand formation for 5 months. Subsequently, he acquired a volume on basic talismans, expending 1,000 contribution points, along with a basic talisman's brush and some talisman paper. In an instant, Su Chang'an's contribution points were entirely depleted. Upon returning to the outer hall via the teleportation array from Qingzhou Peak, Su Chang'an hurriedly made his way back to his small courtyard. However, as soon as he pushed open the door, he was taken aback. Sitting in the courtyard was a middle-aged man clad in a purple Taoist robe. The man wore a tall golden crown, exuding an imposing aura, with 3 wisps of azure beard flowing beneath his chin as if he were an immortal. Had he entered the wrong courtyard? Su Chang'an took a step back to check the sex identification number. No need to look further. This is indeed your courtyard. The middle-aged man in the purple robe spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Noticing the same cloud pattern emblem of the Taishan sect on the man's attire, Su Chang'an cautiously stepped into the courtyard and respectfully bowed. Outer disciple Su Chang'an pays his respects to the esteemed elder. The elder waved his large sleeve. No need for excessive formalities. I am the Celestial Crane Master. Celestial Crane Master? The leader of Wanghe Peak. The revered master of Funyinjin? Su Chang'an was momentarily stunned. Chapter 42. Inner Disciple, ranked 13th, young man. What virtues or talents do you possess that my beloved disciple cannot forget you? Master Mingyi gazed at Su Chang'an, his expression one of astonishment. If we speak of abilities, what can a mere 4th-level Qi refinement practitioner possess? And if we speak of appearance, while not unattractive, it is certainly far from being charming or elegant. Master Mingyi was astonished, yet Su Chang'an was even more so. After all, this was a figure of grand stature, donned in a purple Taoist robe. Yet he had come to my humble abode. Su Chang'an felt increasingly awkward under Master Mingyi's scrutinizing gaze, unable to find the words to respond. Master Mingyi continued. Nian implored me to take you as my disciple, and as her master, I could not refuse. So tell me, what is your spiritual root? Su Chang'an was genuinely frightened. Years ago, he had felt a twinge of regret for not joining the sect of the Qingshu Taoist, but now, facing this purple-robed immortal in person, he felt a wave of fear. It must be noted that he practiced the 9 Netherblood scripture, which was a taboo in the realm of cultivation. If a practitioner of the orthodox path were to encounter someone from the demonic path, they would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. To become a disciple of this purple-robed Master Mingyi and potentially cultivate atop Wanghe Peak meant that he would be under the watchful eye of a powerful figure. If his secret were to be exposed, his life could be extinguished in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an weighed his options for 3 breaths before responding. Disciple. Possesses a mixed spiritual root with all 10 attributes. With such a lackluster spiritual root, surely he would not accept me, right? What? To Su Chang'an's surprise, Master Mingyi looked utterly shocked. Did you just say you possess a mixed spiritual root with all 10 attributes? Indeed. Su Chang'an replied respectfully. Bowing once more, the purple-robed immortal circled around Su Chang'an, muttering, rare, truly rare. I have lived for 150 years, and this is the first time I have seen a mixed spiritual root with all 10 attributes. Young man, I truly cannot tell if you are fortunate or unfortunate. I have cultivated in the Taishan sect for 137 years, witnessing countless talents. I have seen a handful of single-attribute practitioners, yet never have I encountered someone with a mixed root like yours. How rare indeed. Su Chang'an could only offer a wry smile. Wait. Suddenly, Master Mingyi's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes intently on Su Chang'an. How did you cultivate to the 4th level of Qi refinement with a mixed spiritual root? Surely there must be some extraordinary opportunity involved? Su Chang'an's heart raced with caution as he replied, that is. Before he could finish, Master Mingyi interjected, what technique do you practice? Su Chang'an replied honestly. Disciple practices the most commonplace technique in the cultivation world, the basic breathing and circulation method. Impudent. Before the seemingly irreverent Master Mingyi, clad in a purple robe, his expression suddenly turned grave. He bellowed at Su Chang'an, dare you deceive me? A tremendous pressure surged forth, imbued with unmatched sharpness. And as the word "I" escaped his lips, the intensity reached its zenith, sending Su Chang'an staggering 3 paces back. In the realm of cultivation, certain rules are immutable. Everyone understands the predicament of those with 10 disparate spiritual roots, given an infinite supply of resources and formidable techniques. One might elevate their cultivation to the 3rd or 5th level of Qi refinement. However, for a loose cultivator to reach the 4th level of Qi refinement solely through basic breathing techniques, such a claim is nothing short of absurd. With his face flushed from the overwhelming pressure, Su Chang'an suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did Master Mingyi retract his oppressive aura. Speaking with a hint of disdain, a millennium of cultivation cannot compare to a single thought turning to malevolence. You, my boy, are steeped in an overwhelming vitality, yet possess no foundation, no resources, and no fortune to achieve today's accomplishments. Have you perhaps succumbed to the vile practices of the heretical path? Let me observe. With a mere gesture, Master Mingi summoned the two storage bags hanging from Su Chang'an's waist. In an instant, the contents of both bags were scattered into the void before him. However, upon examining the items within, Master Mingi's brow furrowed. Is there truly only a basic breathing technique? Aside from this, he found a basic formation, a compendium of herbs, a refining elixir manual, and a basic talisman crafting guide. The remainder consisted of some spirit stones, a cloud-penetrating boat, a greenwood shield, along with several jade boxes and porcelain vials. Su Chang'an exhaled deeply, relieved that his cautiousness had led him to conceal the more incriminating items within the golden talisman space. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences today. With another wave of his hand, Master Mingi returned all the items to the storage bags. His tone softened considerably. I must apologize for my abruptness. Your situation is truly extraordinary, and my intentions were solely for your benefit. Su Chang'an, still unaware of the shift in Master Mingi's address, wiped the blood from his lips. Master Mingi tossed him a porcelain vial. Within are several high-grade vitality-enhancing pills. Consume them and rest for a few days. Your internal injuries will be mended. Su Chang'an hastily accepted the vial, though in truth, his injuries had already begun to heal. Master Mingi's voice grew gentler. Do you also have an affinity for the arts of alchemy and talisman crafting? Su Chang'an lowered his head, replying, The path of cultivation seems beyond my reach, and out of curiosity, I have learned some skills for self-preservation. Master Mingi nodded, a smile gracing his features. In truth, he too had a fondness for alchemy and talisman crafting. In his youth, he had been underestimated by his peers, progressing slowly in his cultivation, yet unexpectedly, one by one. His senior brothers and sisters fell along the path of seeking immortality, while he alone inherited his master's legacy. Now, having attained the profound realm of foundational perfection, it will not be long before I can challenge the legendary Golden Core stage. Should fortune favor me, I might succeed in one fell swoop, becoming the foremost cultivator of the Taishan sect. Is it fate? Is it destiny? Is it mere chance? Can one truly fathom such intricacies? I have heard from Nianjin that in your youth, you once consumed a golden toad? The esteemed Master Ming, he gazed at Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an replied, Indeed. Since that day, I have been impervious to all poisons. I wonder if my ability to break through to the fourth layer of qi refinement is also related to this. Haraha. Master Ming, he swept his purple sleeves dramatically, bursting into hearty laughter, and proclaimed, Thus it is said. The path of the great Tao is merciless, yet it always leaves a glimmer of hope. Unlike those who value only innate talent, I place my faith in destiny. Were it not for the celestial decree, how could a mere mortal transform into a celestial vine? For cultivators, while innate talent is indeed significant, fortune and opportunity are equally indispensable. Su Chang'an, from this day forth, you shall be the 13th disciple under my direct tutelage. Come, let us proceed together to Wanghe Peak. Chapter 43, The Fourth Talisman, named Spirit Suppressor. Thank you, esteemed senior. Su Chang'an clasped his hands, still wishing to make a final plea. The brows of Master Mingi furrowed. What? Do you still hesitate to become my disciple? Su Chang'an forced a wry smile. Senior, you may not be aware, but I am actually a disciple of Master Qingxiu. 5 years ago, I came to the sect with the Taishan Celestial Order to seek a master, and thus became a registered disciple under Master Qingxiu. Oh, Master Mingi's brow twitched again. So it appears that you and the disciple Ding Lan from Guanyin Peak entered Taishan Gate simultaneously. That scoundrel Qingxiu. He dares to so brazenly play with the karma his master has incurred. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. However, it matters not. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Master Mingi's eyes. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Henceforth, when you encounter that scoundrel Qingxiu, you need not address him as master, merely call him senior brother. Su Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. What are you surprised about? Master Mingi said, I am of the same generation as his master, so simply refer to him as senior brother. Yes, Su Chang'an complied with the command of his master. Realizing he could not evade the initiation, he steeled himself and bowed to Master Mingi. Haraha. Master Mingi laughed heartily. Su Chang'an, however, took out a paper talisman, inscribed a few words upon it. and left it in the room before soaring into the sky with the robed master. It seems you have ties with that Ding Lan. Do you? Master Mingyi, indifferent to Su Chang'an's expression, continued. You must be cautious. I have heard that Cheng Bufan, the eldest disciple of Tiandu Peak, is pursuing your childhood companion. If he sets his sights on you, you shall have much to endure. You misunderstand, master. Su Chang'an replied. My relationship with junior sister Ding is merely one of hometown friendship. Master Mingyi corrected him with a dissatisfied expression. It is Ding nephew. The Taishan Gate is situated atop the largest spiritual mountain in Yanshua County, featuring 14 main peaks, divided into the upper 7 peaks and the lower 7 peaks based on their locations. Mount Wanghe is one of the upper 7 peaks. In the midst of the upper 7 peaks lies a vast canyon, where clouds perpetually flow, creating a magnificent spectacle known as the Sea of Clouds, regarded as the premier site of Taishan. Surrounding the Sea of Clouds are 6 towering peaks, resembling celestial mountains, namely Mount Wanghe, Mount Guanyun, Mount Bihai, Mount Miaoyan, Mount Chonghui, and Mount Baoping. As for Tiandu Peak, it does not lie near the Sea of Clouds, but rather on an even loftier mountain behind it, rich in spiritual energy, and is deemed the foremost peak of Taishan Gate, with its master also serving as the sect's leader. Mount Wanghe is positioned at the northwestern corner of the Sea of Clouds, with Mount Baoping to its left and Mount Guanyun, the westernmost peak of the Sea of Clouds, to its right. From a distance, Mount Wanghe does not appear large, yet once one sets foot upon it, one discovers the space is remarkably vast, spanning 10 miles, resembling level ground. At the very center of Wanghe Peak stands a grand palace, known as Mingyi Palace, the sacred ground of the esteemed Master Mingyi. Behind this magnificent edifice lie dozens of smaller palaces, designated for the disciples' cultivation. The disciples here are not limited to those of Master Mingyi. They also include elders and their apprentices residing on Wanghe Peak. However, all who practice here share a common lineage, bound by the same teachings and origins. Behold, Master Mingyi exclaimed, pointing to the palace behind. The 13th one shall be your sanctuary. Your senior brothers and sisters are already engaged in their cultivation. You may quietly venture over to familiarize yourself and rest. In a few days, I will summon you all to Mingyi Palace for a formal initiation into your apprenticeship. Yes. Thank you, Master. Su Chang'an replied, accepting a jade token before making his way to the 13th palace. At the entrance, a special barrier required the swipe of the jade token for passage. The palace, though modest in size, comprised 3 stories, with a few auxiliary chambers, a courtyard in front, and a spiritual herb garden at the back. Disciples were permitted to cultivate spiritual plants or fields within their own yards and could also recruit outer disciples for assistance in exchange for a modest remuneration. Upon entering the main hall, Su Chang'an waved his hand to disable the palace's protective array. Unsure if there were any hidden mechanisms within the formation, he prudently refrained from recklessly practicing the 9 nether blood scripture with his blood beads. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the floor, retrieving the recently acquired basic array to study. Having previously encountered the golden card 4 times, he had learned 4 sigils. Although he had not delved into the intricacies of formations, the interconnectedness of array symbols allowed him to grasp the basic array with astonishing clarity. In merely 3 days, Su Chang'an comprehended the essence of what was termed a basic array. Discarding the jade slip, he surveyed his grand hall, beginning to perceive its underlying structure. 3 formations enveloped the hall, one designed to obstruct spiritual awareness, capable of thwarting the probing of Qi refinement stage practitioners, a defensive array capable of withstanding their full-force assaults, and a gathering array that absorbed and compressed the ambient spiritual energy from the surroundings into the hall, enriching the atmosphere, albeit subtly. All 3 formations were classified as first-tier arrays. With the knowledge of basic arrays now at his disposal, Su Chang'an found himself capable of arranging such a first-tier formation. Master mentioned summoning disciples in a few days, yet I have not heard his call, he mused, continuing his study of basic rune crafting. The foundational concepts were straightforward, allowing him to grasp them swiftly. In a matter of days, he had thoroughly understood the material. However, this newfound knowledge sparked significant insights. Previously, his rune drawing had been guided solely by the golden card's instructions. Now, after studying basic rune crafting, he recognized many crucial elements, such as materials and tools. Notably, Utilizing specialized rune brushes would greatly enhance both the success rate and potency of his creations. Furthermore, the skin of spiritual beasts can also be used for crafting talismans. However, it is advisable to first refine the skin into talisman paper before inscribing upon it. When the various attributes are harmoniously aligned, the efficacy of the talisman can even be exponentially enhanced. The same principle applies to blood materials. So that is the case. Su Chang'an experienced a moment of enlightenment. After studying the basic array formation and basic talisman crafting, although he had yet to conduct a personal experiment, he had already grasped the significance of the fourth rune he obtained from the grand golden card, the Divine Restraint. This can be aptly termed the Divine Restraint Talisman. It lacks offensive capabilities and cannot withstand violent destruction, yet possesses an extraordinarily formidable function, the ability to counteract spiritual consciousness. Upon activation, this talisman manifests as a protective barrier, lasting from several days to several years. Should an individual's spiritual consciousness attempt to breach this barrier, it will be met with a double-back reflection, sending their own consciousness ricocheting back. The experience of having one's own consciousness rebuffed is certainly unpleasant. Thus, this talisman is aptly named Divine Restraint. Chapter 44. In the Hall of Mingi, the master suffers headaches. With a flick of his wrist, Su Chang'an retrieved a piece of dark golden spider shell from the space of gold talismans. This shell belonged to the fully realized song spider, slain by Shi Wengzhong, and represented the highest quality item in Su Chang'an's possession. Logically, this material could be refined into talisman paper for even greater power. However, lacking the method to do so, he had to make do by drawing talismans directly on the shell. He produced a talisman brush and dipped it in fresh blood. Buzzing. As the brush touched the shell, intricate patterns flickered in Su Chang'an's mind, and his hand moved in harmony with the flowing designs, completing the task in one fluid motion. In less than half a stick of incense, the song spider shell suddenly emitted a radiant light, transforming into a talisman glowing with a white hue that rested in Su Chang'an's palm. Buzzing. Once the talisman landed in his hand, it began to voraciously absorb a specific attribute of spiritual energy from the surrounding world. After half an hour, the charging was complete. Su Chang'an activated the talisman with a sharp motion. Buzzing. In an instant, a hemispherical light membrane descended upon the grand hall, swiftly forming a barrier that enveloped the entire palace. The effect was impressive. Su Chang'an gazed at his creation, a smile gracing his lips. Who would have thought it could last for 2 months? Continuing on, after crafting a soul-consolidating talisman, he did not rest, but rather settled down to draw more talismans, still focusing on the soul-consolidating type. 1, 2, 3, 4. After drawing 8 in succession, Su Chang'an felt a wave of dizziness overcome him, his spirit somewhat fatigued. Both drawing talismans and setting up formations were exceedingly taxing on the mind. At that moment, a melodious chime unexpectedly resonated from an unknown location, tolling 9 times. Su Chang'an paid it no mind and simply sat cross-legged upon his mat to meditate and recuperate. By practicing the basic breathing technique, he could draw spiritual energy from the cosmos to replenish himself. Although it could not rejuvenate his soul, after cycling through a few rounds, his mental fatigue would begin to dissipate. Suddenly, the doors of the Hall of Mingi swung open. Streams of golden light surged forth from the palace. There, the real person of Mingi sat majestically upon a substantial lotus platform, legs crossed, gazing toward the entrance. Waves of radiant light darted in from all directions, landing at the threshold of the Hall of Mingi. The 9 chimes from the mountaintop signified the real person of Mingi summoning his disciples. Not only his direct disciples were required to attend, but all of the direct disciples atop Wanghe Peak, along with 3 elders, were also summoned. Pay your respects to the master, to the senior brother, to the uncle master. With a rustle, dozens of individuals within the Hall of Mingi knelt in unison. Bowing to the real person of Mingi, with a wave of his hand, he instructed, "You may rise." The assembly rose, each individual taking their designated positions upon the cushions in the grand hall. At the forefront, 3 elders occupied the first row, being the senior and junior disciples of Master Mingi. Following them were the disciples of Master Mingi, succeeded by the disciples of the 3 elders. Additionally, there were some peripheral disciples belonging to the inner sect, considered to be the students of Master Mingi's esteemed seniors. The Taishan sect is a rather unique establishment. Legend has it that centuries ago, there was no Taishan sect. Instead, 14 smaller sects thrived atop the 14 peaks, embroiled in relentless conflict. Given that Yangshuo County lies on the border of the Yin and Qi states, wars frequently erupted. To quell the discord, the central sect, Taishan sect, dispatched a formidable practitioner at the Golden Elixir stage, who forcibly unified the 14 sects into what is now known as the Taishan sect. Nevertheless, each peak retains its own lineage, with the position of peak master being succeeded by disciples of that particular peak. Furthermore, the cultivation methods and divine abilities among the peaks are not shared. Take Wanghe Peak, for instance. It has its own distinct lineage, venerating Master Mingi, and boasts an independent inheritance, along with its own transmission hall, alchemy pavilion, and competition arena. However, when faced with external threats, the 14 peaks unite in solidarity against their common adversaries. Aside from external dangers and collaborative endeavors, the peaks maintain a hands-off approach to one another, each managing its own affairs. Senior brother, did you not receive a closed-door disciple? Where is he? Suddenly inquired an elderly man clad in purple robes, his appearance rather disheveled. He is Master Mingi's junior, known by the title of Star Snatcher, ranking second. The third is a female cultivator, titled Bright Moon, while the fourth is a man appearing to be in his 30s, known as Empty Void. All eyes turned towards Master Mingi, who was seated upon a lotus throne. As he surveyed his disciples, he noticed an empty seat beside his beloved disciple, Fu Nianjun. Master Mingi furrowed his brow and asked, "Where is the 13th disciple?" "Uncertain." The crowd replied, equally baffled. Most had never encountered Su Chang'an. Fu Nianjun suggested, "Master, perhaps my junior brother is unaware of our Wanghe Peak's convention of summoning disciples at the 9th bell and is still in seclusion within the main hall. Should I go fetch him?" "No need." Master Mingi waved his sleeve and stated, "Let me first ascertain whether this lad is present." With a resounding thought, Master Mingi's consciousness surged forth as the formidable spirit of a practitioner at the fake Dan stage erupted like a mighty river, traversing beyond the Mingi Palace towards the 13th side hall at the rear. Master Mingi did not intend to spy on Su Chang'an. Rather, he wished to convey a message, urging him to hasten to the grand hall for the gathering. After all, this assembly was specifically convened in honor of the young man. As a result, the esteemed Master Mingi suddenly exclaimed, regaining his focus. Were it not for the presence of his disciples and junior brothers before him, he would have decisively spat out a mouthful of blood. However, given the solemnity of the occasion, such an act would be inappropriate. Thus, the venerable Mingi could only grimace as he swallowed the blood back down. "Master? Senior brother? What has transpired?" The concerned gazes of the disciples were fixed upon him. Mingi's expression became somewhat awkward. He could not disclose that his consciousness had been rebounded by the defense array set by his disciples, nearly resulting in self-harm. Taking a deep breath, he said, "It is of no consequence. Recently, while immersing myself in my cultivation, I inadvertently sensed the subtlety of the great Tao. The turbulence in my qi has caused a slight headache. It is truly of no consequence." Upon hearing their master's words, the disciples collectively sighed in relief. The abrupt shout from their peak master had indeed been rather peculiar, leading them to suspect that their revered master had been ambushed. Chapter 45, Transmitting the Law and Bestowing Treasures, Master-Disciple Transaction, Nianzhun. Ming-He waved his hand. "Go summon that lad for me." "Yes." Fu Nianzhun rose to her feet, her movements graceful as she leapt several dozen zhong, reaching the palace gates. In midair, she executed a deft maneuver, soaring towards the rear of the palace. Inside the grand hall, the onlookers marveled at the sight of her pink Taoist robe unfurling like a blossoming flower, sparking a flurry of conversation. Indeed, Master Ding's disciple possesses exceptional talent, already at the 7th level of Qi refinement. She is likely to attain the 12th level before reaching 30, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, it seems so. Elder brother, you must intensify your training, lest you be surpassed by the 12th junior sister. Li Qi Jian, the eldest brother seated behind the 3 elders, felt his face flush with embarrassment. "The little junior sister's gifts are unparalleled. I cannot compete. Please, do not mock me." At 56 years of age, Li Qi Jian appeared as a robust farmer from a distance. Yet, despite the jesting, he possessed a formidable cultivation level at the 10th stage of Qi refinement, which was indeed fearsome. After a span of 20 breaths, Fu Nianzhun returned to the palace with Su Chang and in tow. Greetings, Master. Su Chang'an hastily bowed. I was unaware that the bell just now signified, hence my tardiness. I beg for your punishment. One is not to be blamed for ignorance. Upon seeing Su Chang'an, Ming He smiled slightly. He, dear disciples, this is my newly accepted disciple, Su Chang'an. Although his aptitude is somewhat lacking, he possesses a complete range of spiritual roots. However, on the path of cultivation, fortune and chance play a crucial role, not solely innate talent. Thus, I implore you not to ridicule the 13th. Yes, the others regarded Su Chang'an with curiosity. Yet, he directed his gaze towards his master Ming He. Perplexed as to why his master would intentionally refer to his 10-element mixed spiritual roots as 5-element spiritual roots. Could it be that master sought to preserve my dignity? As this thought warmed his heart, he cast a grateful glance at Ming He. However, this feeling of gratitude was fleeting, as he soon heard Ming He's voice whispering in his ear, "Kid, from now on, do not tell anyone you possess 10-element mixed spiritual roots. I cannot afford to lose face." Su Chang'an nearly choked on his breath. I had thought you were concerned for my dignity, yet you were merely safeguarding your own. Alas, these 10-element mixed spiritual roots are truly looked down upon. Please, take your seat. Yes. After expressing his gratitude, Su Chang'an approached his designated mat and, like his fellow disciples, settled into a meditative posture. Su Chang'an, present master. From this day forth, you shall be my 13th direct disciple. Henceforth, your fate will be intertwined with that of Wang He Peak, mutually consequential. Remember, the sect is of utmost importance. When you venture out to explore and cultivate, do not act recklessly or engage in conflict, for it will only invite karmic retribution. Understood? In the realm of Mingyi, our esteemed founding master is known as the revered Kuroi, a legendary practitioner from a millennium ago. It is said that he bequeathed the sacred text, the Kuroi scripture, which all disciples are permitted to cultivate. Regrettably, our venerable ancestor possessed an extraordinary wood-attribute spiritual root, and his descendants have sadly failed to reach the monumental heights of his cultivation. This is the Qi refinement section of the Kuroi scripture. Take it and cultivate diligently. Of course, I do not impose this method upon you. Should you discover a more suitable practice that aligns with your abilities, you are free to pursue that path. As long as it is an art of the mystical sect, it poses no issue. With a swift motion, a jade slip soared through the air, landing in Su Chang'an's hand. He promptly secured the slip into his storage pouch. The 4 essentials of cultivation are method, companion, wealth, and land. No practitioner can afford to be without resources. Mingyi then cast another storage pouch into the air. This contains 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Take it and use it well. Thank you, Master. This item is known as the Flowing Cloud Shoes. Once donned, they will enhance your agility, proving effective whether in travel or combat. They are a premium magical artifact, and I bestow them upon you today. Mingyi then tossed a pair of radiant golden shoes to Su Chang'an. Upon receiving them, he marveled at their elegance. Now, let me introduce you to the elders and senior brothers of our sect. Mingyi proceeded to introduce Su Chang'an to his second uncle, the star-collecting true man, the third uncle, the bright moon true man, and the fourth uncle, the empty mystic true man. Lastly, he presented the disciples. Here is your senior brother, Li Qijian. Mingyi's gaze fell upon Li Qijian, and he remarked lightly, "You may not know this, but when Li Qijian first joined our sect, he was not the senior brother." Su Chang'an was taken aback, pondering, could it be that the hierarchy among the disciples on Mount Wanghe is determined by their strength? However, he heard Mingyi continue, "Initially, he was merely the 13th, much like you. Alas, the previous senior brothers and sisters could not break through the foundation establishment stage and exhausted their lifespans. Some perished in various mishaps. In the blink of a century, who would have thought that my former 13th would rise to become the first? How tragic, how lamentable." Su Chang'an inhaled deeply, his heart trembling. All 12 have perished? And these were exceptionally talented inner disciples. It is said that the Tao is merciless and the path arduous. Now I understand. Cultivation is a race against the heavens. If you run swiftly, your lifespan extends, while we mere ants struggle onward. Should you falter, everything dissipates into dust. Let us all strive together. The assembly bowed in unison. Thank you, Master Uncle Brother, for your teachings. Mingyi waved his sleeve. You may disperse now. Return quickly to your pursuits. 13th, stay behind. I have matters to discuss with you. One by one, the crowd exited the grand hall, leaving only Su Chang'an behind. The expression of the esteemed Master Mingyi shifted from its previous solemnity as he stepped closer to Su Chang'an, a jovial smile gracing his features. Young man, he inquired, what is that formation you devised outside your dojo? It nearly led to my downfall. Su Chang'an, scratching his head, responded apologetically, please do not be angry, master. That was not a formation, but rather a talisman. Once activated, it serves to ward off spirits. Anyone attempting to spy would inevitably suffer. However, it is effective only against practitioners in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, rendering it useless against Golden Core masters. How impudent! Master Mingyi exclaimed, lightly tapping Su Chang'an's head with his whisk. I am certainly not one to pry. He cleared his throat and continued, do you still possess that talisman? Indeed. Su Chang'an replied, retrieving 4 or 5 talismans from his storage pouch. Would you like some, master? Master Mingyi accepted 4 talismans and nodded in approval. Did you draw these yourself? Yes, Su Chang'an replied. They are but the hasty sketches of a disciple. Impressive. This talisman is indeed remarkable, Master Mingyi remarked, stowing away the talismans. I cannot take your belongings without offering something in return. Here, I present you with a volume on formations. Should you find yourself with spare time, it would be worthwhile for you to delve into it. Chapter 46. The Sutra of Withering and Flourishing, refining the cycle of life and death. After dismissing Su Chang'an, Master Mingyi produced the divine sealing talisman from his possession and activated it directly. A resonant hum filled the air as an inverted barrier materialized. Haraha! Master Mingyi was overjoyed, yet he could not refrain from muttering, Murong Xian, you old wretch, relying on your superior spiritual awareness to scrutinize my palace at will. Now you shall taste the bitterness of your actions. Alas, it is a pity that this device can only last for 2 months. If only it could endure a bit longer. Contemplating this, Master Mingyi retrieved another divine sealing talisman, observing that the symbols inscribed upon it did not appear overly complex. If you can draw it, why can't I? He declared. I shall do it myself. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, a thunderous explosion erupted within the Mingyi Palace atop Wanghe Peak. The numerous layers of defenses surrounding the palace were utterly obliterated. The disciples, believing an extraordinary event had transpired, hastily emerged from their respective sanctuaries to congregate at the palace entrance. They beheld their esteemed master, his purple robe torn asunder, with a portion of his arm missing. Master! What? Is there an assassin? One disciple exclaimed. Who dares show up? Master Mingyi scowled at the gathering, retorting, there are no assassins. Cease your foolish prattle. Yet, his eldest disciple, Li Qijian, gazed at the tattered robe in bewilderment. Master Mingyi extended his severed right hand and said, didn't your little junior sister lose an arm? Come, Nianzhan, observe closely as I demonstrate the terrifying technique of finger regeneration for foundational cultivators. Pay heed, for I shall only teach it once. Amidst a shimmering layer of celestial light, Master Mingyi's blasted arm miraculously regrew. However, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and his complexion was alarmingly pale. Now all of you get out, he commanded, waving the remaining sleeve of his robe to close the palace doors. The disciples left, filled with suspicion. Inside the palace, Master Mingyi grimaced in pain, exclaiming, it hurts terribly. Cursed old 13, what sort of nonsense is this? Just a talisman. And I end up in this state for making a mistake? Why was I not informed sooner? Yet, as the master, he felt it inappropriate to directly inquire of Su Chang'an. Half an hour later, another explosion resonated. This time, the palace doors were blasted away entirely. The disciples returned once more, flocking as if drawn by an unseen force. Nianzhan, I shall demonstrate once more, the final time, mind you. There shall be no third. Meanwhile, Su Chang'an sat upon his meditation mat, retrieving a jade slip containing the teachings of the so-called ancestral master, the Sutra of Withering and Flourishing. However, the contents were incomplete, comprising only the Qi refining section. It is not that the master is withholding information, but rather that this matter is of great significance, being one of the core inheritances of the sect. Thus, he is hesitant to entrust it entirely to Su Chang'an. No disciple is permitted to acquire the complete edition of the Withering and Flourishing Sutra. Rather, they are provided with corresponding techniques based on their cultivation level. Su Chang'an's consciousness penetrated the jade slip, and he began to read and comprehend its contents. Upon finishing, he was utterly astonished. The methods of cultivation contained within this text truly broadened his horizons. In essence, it involves absorbing the spiritual essence emanating from plants and trees, harnessing their vitality for one's practice. The more spiritual flora and roots cultivated in the dojo, and the higher their grade, the greater the assistance they provide to the practitioner. If one desires a gentle approach to cultivation, patience and perseverance yield sustainable development. Conversely, if one wishes to adopt a more domineering strategy, by fervently employing the Withering and Flourishing Sutra, it is even possible to drain the vitality from celestial herbs and spiritual wood. Hence, the name Withering and Flourishing Sutra suggests that one may experience both flourishing and withering. Of course, there is a prerequisite for practicing this technique. The practitioner must possess a wood spiritual root. Su Chang'an indeed meets this condition, yet his wood spiritual root is lamentably short. While it cannot be said to be entirely absent, it can be deemed nearly futile to cultivate. Despite knowing its limited efficacy, Su Chang'an still chose to circulate the spiritual energy within him according to the methods recorded in the text. Buzzing. An abundance of wood spiritual energy surged towards Su Chang'an from the heavens and earth. The speed of cultivating this technique is indeed several times faster than that of the basic breathing technique. However, it remains largely ineffectual. Su Chang'an quickly discerned that if he were to cultivate according to the Withering and Flourishing Sutra, it would indeed be possible to break through from the fourth layer to the fifth, but it would require at least 80 years. 80 years. How disheartening. Su Chang'an reluctantly set it aside. His gaze then turned to the end of the Withering and Flourishing Sutra. Based on experience, it is customary for most techniques to be followed by corresponding spells. Indeed, there were relevant cultivation spells present. Cycle of life and death. Transform the withering and flourishing force within into the power of life and death. Life enhances and completes oneself, while death diminishes the vitality of enemies. Hiss. Upon seeing this spell, Su Chang'an felt a shiver run down his spine. Simply put, as one practices the Withering and Flourishing Sutra over time, they can cultivate the withering and flourishing force within, which can then be transformed into the power of life and death. When casting the spell, one can summon a Taiji diagram, dividing it into two, one aspect for life and the other for death. The life aspect can be infused into oneself or a companion, healing wounds and enhancing vitality, while the death aspect can be inflicted upon an opponent, swiftly draining their life force. In simple terms, it is an ability to absorb another's growth to replenish one's own essence. How does this differ from the techniques recorded in the 9 Netherblood Sutra? Is it not merely a means to siphon from others to enrich oneself? Yet, I find myself drawn to this method. Su Chang'an took a deep breath and began to delve into the mysteries of the wheel of life and death. After 3 months of relentless practice, he finally cultivated a trace of the so-called withering and flourishing power within him. Rising from his meditation cushion, he methodically dispelled the formations surrounding his sanctuary and stepped out into the grand hall. In the courtyard, numerous spiritual plants thrived, alongside a towering ancient tree, lush and verdant. Buzzing. As he focused his energy, a circular Taiji diagram materialized between Su Chang'an's hands, slowly rotating. This Taiji diagram represented the wheel of life and death. Open. Su Chang'an exclaimed, forcefully tearing the Taiji into 2 halves, one black and one white. Within the black circle lay a white dot, while within the white circle resided a black dot. Boom. In the next instant, Su Chang'an hurled the black wheel towards the ancient tree before him. Buzzing. Almost instantaneously, rich with spiritual energy and boundless vitality, surged forth from the life wheel in his left hand. Bang! Su Chang'an directly absorbed this life well into his body. The surging spiritual power rushed through his meridians. What an extraordinary technique! Su Chang'an marveled. However, despite the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, his spiritual root resembled a narrow conduit, forever unable to channel the torrential flood into himself. Consequently, the wheel of life and death could not aid his cultivation, yet as a formidable weapon against foes, it remained deceptively dangerous. Upon glancing up at the towering ancient tree once more, he noted that, within mere breaths, it had begun to wither and turn yellow. Chapter 47. Comprehending the Array Classic. Prodigy of Array Arts. The Death Cycle spell, while formidable, presents considerable challenges when employed against adversaries. Firstly, the casting time is somewhat prolonged. Furthermore, one must execute it with absolute precision. A single miss could spell disaster. Su Chang'an realized that mastering these intricacies necessitated not only diligent practice, but also a degree of proficiency. In the ensuing days, Su Chang'an devoted himself to unraveling the restrictions placed upon the flowing cloud boots. These boots, a parting gift from his esteemed master, the celestial crane, were said to be a premier magical artifact, likely encumbered by 7 layers of restrictions. Settling back onto his meditation mat, Su Chang'an commenced the process of dispelling these barriers. After several days, a pair of resplendent golden shoes adorned his feet. A trace of spiritual energy flowed from him into the boots, enhancing his speed tenfold, surpassing even the boots previously owned by Zhou Feng, both in swiftness and style. The golden sheen was truly dazzling. However, he pondered whether such brilliance might attract undue attention during a hasty retreat. Stowing away the flowing cloud boots, Su Chang'an returned to his training grounds. Although the exterior was now shielded by a barrier of divine sealing talismans, he remained wary of practicing the 9 Netherblood scripture. Who could predict whether those formidable individuals could breach his defenses with their divine consciousness? Once again, Su Chang'an delved into the array classic bestowed upon him by his master. The knowledge contained within this tome regarding array formations was considerably more profound than that in the earlier, basic array techniques. He immersed himself in the text, unbeknownst to him that due to the influence of the grand golden card, his comprehension of array formations had reached an astonishing level. Thus, within merely 3 months, he had thoroughly studied the entire array classic. Although he was yet unable to deploy the advanced formations recorded within, due to insufficient spiritual consciousness and materials, his understanding was not at fault. It seemed, I could potentially establish a second-tier array. Su Chang'an murmured to himself as he surveyed the formations surrounding his palace, then stepped out through the door. With a series of crisp sounds, dozens of spirit stones of various attributes were integrated into the diagram of the first-tier sealing god array. This initial tier of the sealing god array could inhibit the divine consciousness probing of chi refining stage cultivators. By extension, a second-tier sealing god array could prevent the probing of foundation establishment cultivators. After making some modifications to the first-tier sealing god array, a brilliant golden light radiated from the formation, signifying its successful upgrade to a second-tier sealing god array. The commotion caused by the array's elevation attracted the attention of Fu Nianjin from the adjacent training grounds. What? Fu Nianjin gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld Su Chang'an's array. Junior brother, is this a second-tier array? A colossal golden light membrane, resembling an enormous bowl, was inverted upon the earth, with shimmering golden streams dancing across its surface, unmistakably indicating the extraordinary nature of this formation. Su Chang'an nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is a second-tier sealing god array. Fu Nianjin was taken aback. Junior brother, your master truly dotes on you, having even arranged a second-level grand formation for you. She had initially presumed that this second-level forbidden god formation was laid out by Master Mingyi. After all, among the entire Wanhe Peak, only Master Mingyi possessed the skill to establish such a formation. Even within the entire Taishan sect, there were no more than 3 elders or peak masters capable of manipulating a second-level formation. Su Chang'an, upon hearing his senior sister's words, was at a loss for words. Dear senior sister, it is not favoritism from our master. This formation is the result of my own research. You? Fu Nianjin exclaimed in astonishment. You have comprehended the formation classics in such a short time? You are truly a prodigy in the realm of formations. I toiled for 4 to 5 years over it, and made little progress, alas. After her initial surprise, she joyfully grasped Su Chang'an's arm with her remaining hand, and said, Junior brother, would you help me set up one too? That old fellow, Master Zhaixing, is far too lewd. I've heard he particularly enjoys using his divine sense to spy on his disciples' sanctuaries, especially the female disciples. I dare not even bathe within the sect. At this point, Fu Nianjin's cheeks flushed crimson. Su Chang'an suddenly inquired, Then where do you bathe? Ah, that hurts. Please spare me, senior sister. Help me upgrade the forbidden god formation. Fu Nianjin pouted slightly, revealing a few pearly white teeth. Su Chang'an quickly nodded. Of course, senior sister. After a brief respite to recover his divine sense, Su Chang'an began assisting Fu Nianjin in upgrading the Grand Formation. Junior brother, Fu Nianjin, assisting beside him, asked, "You truly possess the 5 elements spiritual root. Such a root is not easily cultivated." Su Chang'an scoffed. "If I truly had the 5 elements spiritual root, I would consider myself incredibly fortunate." Fu Nianjin replied, "Do not feel disheartened, junior brother. I will undoubtedly assist you in the future, and whenever I acquire spiritual herbs or elixirs, I shall share them with you." Su Chang'an shook his head. "No need. That would be a waste if given to me." He spoke candidly. "Senior sister." Su Chang'an suddenly paused, looking at Fu Nianjin, and asked, "They all say your talent is extraordinary. What type of spiritual root do you possess?" Su Chang'an was unaware that such a direct inquiry regarding one's roots was a grave taboo within the cultivation world. However, Fu Nianjin was unperturbed. She smiled and replied, "I possess a dual spiritual root." Huh. Su Chang'an was astonished. "You also have a dual spiritual root?" Also, Fu Nianjin questioned, "Do you know of other cultivators with dual spiritual roots?" "Indeed," Su Chang'an replied. "Ding Lan from Guanyin Peak. She also possesses a dual spiritual root. Hers is ice and fire." Fu Nianjin's expression became somewhat awkward as she inquired, "Are you quite familiar with junior sister Ding?" Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly, unsure of how to respond. "Familiar? Not really. Not familiar." That was incorrect. After all, she was from the same hometown as him. After a moment of silence, Su Chang'an finally arrived at a more accurate understanding of the relationship between himself and Ding Lan. They had ventured forth together to seek the divine and had both entered the Taishan sect. "Oh," Fu Nianjin suddenly interjected, "she cannot compare to me. She possesses both ice and fire spiritual roots, whereas I boast water and ice, which are far superior." There are distinctions among dual spiritual roots. Among the 10 distinct attributes, the primary ones are the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, followed by the 5 secondary attributes: thunder, wind, ice, light, and darkness. The latter 5 are variations derived from the primary 5 elements. These include metal thunder, wood wind, water ice, fire light, and earth darkness. In the realm of dual spiritual roots, the most potent are those of the same attribute, such as metal thunder, wood wind, and water ice. Subsequently, one finds a combination of a primary element with a variation. The least favorable dual roots consist of combinations like metal wood, water fire, and wood earth, which lack any variations. It is evident that Fu Nianjin possesses the most exceptional dual spiritual roots, while Ding Lan's are somewhat inferior. Chapter 48, Ding Lan's Visit. The mystical azure sea, a resonant hum echoed as a radiant golden light rippled forth from the Grand Formation. Su Chang'an had effortlessly completed the upgrade of the array outside Fu Nianjin's palace. "Thank you, junior brother." Fu Nianjin expressed her gratitude, her joy evident. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed her features as she inquired, "Junior brother, since you upgraded this formation for me, you won't be peeking at my array, will you?" Su Chang'an felt a surge of indignation at the implication. "Please, don't make that face." Fu Nianjin continued, "I'm just worried you might spy on me while I bathe." "Senior sister, I'm only 17. I'm not interested in women yet." Su Chang'an retorted. "You cheeky brat. By the way, senior sister." Su Chang'an produced a talisman, stating, "Take this. Once activated, it will create a barrier lasting 2 months. If anyone attempts to probe with their consciousness, it will rebound and strike them instead, ensuring they feel the consequences." "Thank you, junior brother." As they spoke, a streak of light suddenly darted through the clouds. "Su, senior brother." A melodious voice echoed from above. The light descended, transforming into a graceful female cultivator clad in a dark green robe. Her figure was elegant, her skin as fair as jade, and a gentle smile revealed a charming dimple on her right cheek. It was Ding Lan. Fu Nianjin inquired, "Who is this?" "She is Ding Lan, a junior sister from Guanyin Peak," Su Chang'an replied. Fu Nianjin's expression shifted to one of solemnity, her eyes glinting with a hint of frost. In a not yet fully mature voice, she admonished Ding Lan, who also cultivated at the 7th layer of qi refining, among the 7 peaks. "Tiandu Peak and our Wanghe Peak hold the highest seniority. Your master, the clear spirit true person, would address my master as Uncle Master, so you should refer to Su Junior Brother as Uncle Master as well. How could you be so impolite?" Ding Lan inhaled deeply and quickly responded, "Yes." Ding Lan pays her respects to Su Uncle Master. A wry smile crossed Su Chang'an's face. Well, Uncle Master is Uncle Master, I suppose. It has been 5 years since we last met, junior sister Ding. Or should I say junior niece? You've reached the 7th layer of qi refining. That is truly impressive. How is your master treating you? Quite well. Ding Lan stood before Su Chang'an, her gaze fixed on him. These past years, my master has urged me to cultivate diligently. I've either been in seclusion or attending teachings, leaving me no time to descend the mountain to see you. Just a few days ago, I heard that the peak master of Wanghe Peak had taken in a disciple with the 5-element spirit root, and upon inquiry, I discovered it was you, so I came to visit. Junior niece Ding, you are a welcome guest. Fu Nianjin interjected. Let us not linger here. Come to my Taoist hall for a cup of spiritual tea, and you two hometown friends can rekindle your old ties. The three entered Fu Nianjin's Taoist hall, taking their respective seats with cups of spiritual tea before them. Su Uncle Master, please no? Su Chang'an waved his hand, saying, Ding Lan, from now on. Just call me Su Senior Brother. This Uncle Master title feels quite awkward to me. Very well. Ding Lan nodded and said, I have heard from my master that in just a month's time, the secret realm of the Baihai will open, an event that occurs once every 30 years. At that time, all inner disciples in the qi refinement stage will be allowed to enter and seek their fortunes. I would like to inquire, Brother Su, do you intend to go? If so, shall we form a team together? Ding Lan gazed at Su Chang'an with a look of eager anticipation. Ding Junior Sister, that may not be appropriate, Fei Nianjin interjected. According to the rules, Su Junior Brother is a member of our Wanghe Peak. If he is to venture into the secret realm, it must be alongside the disciples of our Wanghe Peak, not with you from the Guanyin Peak. Ding Lan replied, the secret realm is fraught with peril. It is inhabited by various ferocious beasts and even powerful demon kings at the late or peak stages. Junior Brother's cultivation is not high, and I can protect him. Boom. As she spoke, a formidable aura emanated from Ding Lan. Impudence, Fei Nianjin retorted, unleashing her own overwhelming presence. Both were cultivators at the 7th level of qi refinement, their strength and aura evenly matched. Meanwhile, Su Chang'an wore a pained expression and said, Could you two please temper your powers? If this continues, I shall be crushed under your might. This was an exaggeration on Su Chang'an's part. Yet he did feel somewhat uncomfortable under their pressure. Only then did the two withdraw their auras. Su Chang'an said, Stop arguing. I have a question for you both. Who among you has ever been to the secret realm? They both shook their heads. The secret realm opens once every 30 years. And the last time it opened, none of the three had been born, so naturally, no one had ever been. See, you have no understanding of what the secret realm truly is. Su Chang'an remarked, I have perused the sect's records, and it is said that when the secret realm opens, disciples are randomly assigned locations within, they are not fixed. Even if we wish to form a team, we must be able to do so. The two were momentarily bewildered. They were unaware of this aspect. Brother, you know? Ding Lan asked Su Chang'an. Fei Nianjin also looked over, intrigued. Su Chang'an nodded and said, Recently, having some free time, I delved into some of the sect's secrets and gained a certain understanding of the secret realm. This secret realm, in fact, was left behind by the Baihai ancestor. It is said that 1,000 years ago, there were 14 small sects distributed among the 14 peaks of the Taishan sect. The ancestor Baihai, a golden core master from the upper sect, was tasked with forcibly uniting these 14 peaks into one, forming the lower sect of Taishan men under the leadership of the Taishan sect. Since then, the Baihai ancestor has remained at the Taishan sect, becoming its headmaster, to strengthen the disciples of the sect and consolidate this disparate assembly. The Baihai ancestor transformed his treasure into a small realm and cast it into the cloud sea before Baihai Peak, which is now the secret realm of Baihai. The Azure Sea secret realm unveils itself once every 30 years, for it is, in essence, a manifestation of an immensely powerful artifact. Its governing rules prohibit cultivators above the 12th level of qi refinement from entering. Consequently, the leaders of each peak are generally barred from entry. Only the disciples are permitted to venture within. Over the passage of time, the Azure Sea secret realm has given rise to numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, along with various spirit beasts serving as guardians, thus becoming one of the sacred sites of the Taishan sect. Whenever this secret realm is opened, it marks a grand event for the sect. The competition among the 14 peaks, both overt and covert, becomes evident during the treasure exploration within the realm, often measured by the extent of their respective gains, leading to mutual rivalry. This has evolved into a custom whereby the amount of treasure harvested by disciples during each expedition determines the allocation of communal resources for the next 30 years. For instance, concerning spiritual energy, the 14 peaks of the Taishan sect are situated atop a spiritual vein. To optimize the utilization of this vein, the founder of the Azure Sea established a vast spirit-gathering formation atop the peaks, creating 14 outlets leading to each peak. The dimensions of these 14 outlets can be adjusted. Based on the outcomes of the realm's trials, these outlets for spiritual energy are recalibrated every 30 years. Chapter 49, Tenfold Time. Blood Pearl exhausted. On the 7 peaks of Taishan, a streak of azure light suddenly surged from the sea of clouds towards the west, moving with unparalleled speed. The luminous trail tore through the billowing clouds, carving a deep fissure in the mist, before landing atop a mountain at the westernmost edge of the cloud sea. From the summit, one could gaze eastward and behold the entirety of the cloud sea, a magnificent sight of tumultuous waves, vast and boundless. Especially at dawn, when myriad crimson clouds unfurl, it resembles an expansive sea of red, with ethereal violet mist rising, evoking an otherworldly paradise. What a splendid view! A tall man clad in a dark green Taoist robe, adorned with golden thread at the collar, marveled at the roiling cloud sea before him. Among the 14 peaks of Taishan, the scenery of the viewing cloud's peak is particularly enchanting and grand. Having witnessed the grandeur of the heavenly capital peak, a disciple of viewing cloud's peak watched as Chen Bufan descended upon the mountain and was instantly filled with trepidation, bowing deeply and refraining from movement. This was the senior brother. Not only was he the senior brother of viewing cloud's peak, but he also held the esteemed title of senior brother among all 14 peaks of Taishan sect, revered by both inner and outer sect members. A standout amongst the second-generation disciples, he was the foremost apprentice of the true master of Tianxian, possessing the remarkable cultivation of the 12th level of qi refinement. Consummate in his practice, ordinary disciples, let alone the elders from other peaks, treated Chen Bufan with utmost respect. His prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. It was said that he ascended from the 1st to the 12th level of qi refinement in under 30 years, a true prodigy among prodigies. Whoosh! Chen Bufan disregarded the bowing disciple and swiftly flew towards the main hall of viewing cloud's peak. Phew! As Chen Bufan departed, the previously bowing disciple finally exhaled in relief. Greetings, Master Uncle. Upon encountering the ethereal Ling, Chen Bufan maintained his composure, slightly inclining his tall frame. I have come to seek Sister Ding Lan. Ding Lan. Ling gently gathered her pale yellow sleeves. Looking at Chen Bufan with a smile. How fortuitous, she is currently absent. Having gone to visit a fellow townsman who has been accepted as the 13th true disciple by the real master of Ming, he from the Wanghe Peak. Fellow townsman? Chen Bufan's brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, Ling replied, when Ding Lan first arrived at the sect, it was largely thanks to this fellow townsman, who possesses 2 pieces of the Taishan Immortal Order, that we admitted both of them into the sect. Chen Bufan's frown deepened. He had been fervently pursuing this junior sister, yet he was unaware of her connection to a fellow townsman. Moreover, this townsman had gifted her such a precious treasure as the Immortal Order, indicating a bond between them that was far from ordinary. Chen Bufan's frown eased, but his gaze flickered with an icy intensity. Ling, whether intentionally or inadvertently, remarked, the two must have grown up together. Last time, that fellow could only enter the outer sect. I had assumed they would never be fated to meet again. Unexpectedly, by a stroke of fortune, this young man has actually garnered the favor of your esteemed Master Uncle, Ming He. Master Uncle. Chen Bufan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Su Chang'an bid farewell to Ding Lan and returned to his own dojo. The formations surrounding the dojo were meticulously sealed. After verifying them 3 times, Su Chang'an proceeded to set up a 2-tiered divine restriction array within his palace. Only then did he sit cross-legged, beginning to adjust his mental state. With a month remaining until the opening of the Baihai secret realm, what could be accomplished in this time? Su Chang'an furrowed his brow. If he were to consume and refine blood pearls, he could manage to refine approximately 3 mid-grade blood pearls in a month. Too slow. Now at the 4th level of qi refinement, He had commenced his practice of the 5th level of the 9 Netherblood Sutra. The moment he began to cultivate, he realized that even with the external aid of blood pearls, a breakthrough to the 5th level would require a daunting 8 years. After all, it had taken him 4.5 years to ascend from the 3rd to the 4th level. Thus, one could only imagine that each subsequent breakthrough would demand even more time. What good were blood pearls if, within a mere century, one could not transcend the limits of lifespan to reach the foundation establishment stage? Yet, Su Chang'an did not let despair take hold of him. I recall that the flow of time within the golden talisman space seems to be accelerated. I wonder if that is indeed the case and just how much faster it is compared to the outside world. He resolved to put it to the test. Su Chang'an lit a stick of incense and placed it before the meditation mat. Whoosh! In the next moment, he vanished into the golden talisman space, where he similarly inserted a stick of incense before him. Visibly, the incense within the golden talisman space burned at a far swifter pace. It was not until he had lit the 10th stick, which burned completely, that the incense outside finally extinguished. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Su Chang'an was astounded by this outcome. This meant that while 1 stick of incense burned outside, 10 sticks burned within. The conclusion was clear. The flow of time within the golden talisman space was tenfold that of the outside world. Splendid. If that is the case, my cultivation within would yield results with half the effort. Without hesitation, Su Chang'an re-entered the golden talisman space, seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, and commenced his cultivation. He produced a mid-grade blood pearl and swallowed it whole. Ah! A wave of pain surged through him. Su Chang'an did not dare to delay. He immediately activated the 5th level of the 9 Netherblood Sutra to begin his practice. Above him, the golden talisman spun tirelessly, its surface adorned with countless golden sigils that surged forth and retracted, reminiscent of crashing waves. Surrounding him was an expanse of immeasurable space. Beyond this space lay a shroud of gray mist, the nature of which Su Chang'an could not discern, as he was unable to reach the edges of this vast expanse. No matter how he moved, he remained in the central position, treading water. Fortunately, although he could not traverse the edges, he possessed the liberty to manipulate the vast expanse at will, effortlessly shifting its contents to any corner with merely a thought. Devour the blood pearl. Cultivate the 9 Netherblood Scripture. Even the preparation of ethereal rice and the consumption of spiritual flesh were undertaken by Su Chang'an within the confines of the golden talisman space. Approximately every 10 days, he would refine the vital essence contained within a single blood pearl to its very last drop. One after another, a full span of 170 days elapsed, during which Su Chang'an depleted the remaining 17 mid-grade blood pearls entirely. His resources for cultivation had been utterly exhausted. However, he still possessed over 100 high-grade blood pearls and more than 200 top-grade blood pearls. Yet, due to the increasing difficulty in procuring higher-tier blood pearls, he was reluctant to consume these precious resources, wishing to reserve them for future endeavors in cultivation. After all, was he not on the verge of beginning the trial? Surely, there would be numerous spirit beasts within the trial grounds. With a single step, Su Chang'an emerged from the golden talisman. Although 170 days had passed within, due to the time acceleration factor of 10, only 17 days had transpired in the outside world. Chapter 50 Blood Jade Bodhi. Stone Bell, Immortal Milk. Su Chang'an emerged from the space of the golden talismans, and at that moment, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The heavy blood energy dissipated, and the spiritual power within him surged forth, instantly rendering him a true disciple of the Xianmen. After meticulously examining his formations and finding them intact, it was evident that there had been no deliberate spying or scrutiny upon his palace by any divine consciousness. After harvesting several hundred first-grade spirit herbs from the courtyard, Su Chang'an returned them to the golden talisman space. Due to the temporal acceleration within that realm, where time flowed tenfold faster than the outside world, the 2 golden little spiders had grown at an astonishing rate. These voracious creatures not only devoured all the stored meat, but also consumed the spirit herbs he had previously placed there. To Su Chang'an's astonishment, they even feasted on the tainted blood. Lacking proper nourishment for them, he could only toss in some spirit herbs, hoping they would soon attain a breakthrough. They had already reached the 3rd layer of the Qi refinement stage, just a level shy of catching up to Su Chang'an. As the spirit herbs were presented, the 2 gluttons scurried over with glee, indulging in a hearty feast before lying down to digest on the ground. Su Chang'an felt a sense of satisfaction. The innate talent of these mutated golden spiders was nothing short of extraordinary, and with the tenfold acceleration of the golden talisman space, if they had ample resources to consume, it was certain they could achieve the 12th layer of chi refinement in a remarkably short time. The thought alone was exhilarating. Two formidable beasts at his side, and in battle, he could merely release one of them, leaving his opponents trembling in fear. During the following days, Su Chang'an remained diligent, practicing the wheel of life and death to enhance his proficiency while concurrently drawing talismans. Though they were merely the Golden Thunder Talismans and Blood Shield Talismans, their potency would augment alongside Su Chang'an's own cultivation. Now at 40% of the chi refinement stage, the Golden Thunder Talismans he crafted could easily vanquish opponents of the same level, wielding the full force of a 5th-layer chi refinement cultivator. Likewise, the Blood Shield Talismans were capable of withstanding the full might of a 5th-layer attack. Preparing an ample supply of talismans was prudent, as the secret realm was soon to open. Days later, the sound of 9 chimes resonated from the Mingyi Palace atop Wanghe Peak. This time, Su Chang'an wasted no time, transforming into a streak of light as he hurried to his master's sanctuary. Upon arriving at the entrance, he found his fellow disciples had largely gathered. "Come inside." The real person of Mingyi remained seated upon the stone lotus platform. After exchanging greetings, everyone settled into their places. With a wave of his sleeve, the real person of Mingyi declared, "Tomorrow morning marks the opening of the secret realm that occurs once every 30 years. You are all aware, I presume?" "Indeed." The crowd responded with joy, clasping their hands in respect toward him. The secret realm of the Taishan sect was renowned, vast, and filled with treasures, opening only once every 30 years. Even after a wave of harvest, a plethora of valuable resources, both spirit herbs and spirit beasts, would surely have emerged. Certainly, apart from resources such as spiritual herbs and elixirs, the secret realm harbors areas that have never been trodden by human feet, where treasures abound, including celestial herbs aged for centuries. Master Mingyi remarked, "It is said that this secret realm was formed by the legendary Master Bihai, using his life-bound treasure, the Bihai Pearl. It spans thousands of miles, and I have had the fortune to enter it twice. The map of this secret realm is not fixed. Based on information gathered over the years by various sects from within this realm, it resembles a jigsaw puzzle." A jigsaw puzzle? Many disciples, who had never ventured inside, appeared puzzled. "Indeed," Master Mingyi continued, "much like the jigsaw puzzles played in the mortal realm, it consists of numerous pieces, and the entire secret realm is akin to a mosaic of hundreds of land parcels assembled randomly." Master Mingyi elaborated extensively, and the disciples finally grasped the concept. In essence, this secret realm is vast, stretching for thousands of miles. This extensive terrain is not static. Rather, it is composed of numerous parcels whose positions change with each occurrence, appearing at random. Furthermore, the duration of each opening of the secret realm is exceedingly brief, lasting a mere 3 days. Thus, the areas available for exploration by the disciples are quite limited. It can be asserted that, should fortune favor them, they might encounter parcels that have remained unexplored for hundreds or even thousands of years. The treasures within such places are unimaginable. However, these areas also harbor exceptionally fierce spirit beasts. Due to the governing power of the Bihai Pearl, these beasts cannot surpass the chi refinement stage. Yet many have cultivated for decades, or even centuries, with their prowess often being formidable and numerous reaching the pinnacle of the late chi refinement stage. Do you all comprehend what I have just conveyed? Master Mingyi gazed at all the disciples before him. Yes, they nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, Master Mingyi continued, "There is one more matter of utmost importance for you all to remember. Within the Bihai secret realm, there exist 2 extraordinary treasures. Whoever discovers them shall not be neglected by me. The first treasure is known as Blood Jade Bodhi. This precious entity grows upon a Blood Jade Bodhi tree, rumored to bear 12 fruits. 60 years ago, a disciple from our sect encountered it, but alas, a peak chi refinement stage giant purple-eyed ape guarded the tree, preventing the disciple from obtaining it. The Blood Jade Bodhi is one of the most miraculous treasures in the world. Consuming just one fruit allows the eater to transcend their current realm without regard for their innate talent. However, it is only beneficial for those at the chi refinement stage, and a practitioner may partake of it only once in their lifetime. Should you acquire this treasure, remember not to consume it. Although it allows for an immediate breakthrough, it simultaneously severs the eater's celestial roots, leading to a permanent cessation of any further advancement. The blood jade Bodhi is unique. Its consumption results in a direct breakthrough, but it does not occur through the conventional means of overcoming the corporeal barrier via the spiritual roots, instead bypassing the roots to strike directly at the physical barriers. Yet this item is exceedingly domineering. While it forcibly breaks through the barriers of flesh, it simultaneously shatters the meridians and spiritual roots of the cultivator, rendering them incapable of further cultivation. What, then, is its purpose? It serves a significant one. For those cultivators who have reached the 12th level of the Qi refinement stage and see no hope of establishing their foundation, consuming just one can lead to successful foundation establishment. Although their meridians and spiritual roots are ruptured, and they are unable to practice further or wield spells, they gain an additional 200 years of lifespan typical of a foundation establishment disciple, allowing them to live another century. One blood jade Bodhi is equivalent to a century of a mortal's lifespan. Many have gone mad for this reason, particularly those cultivators at the 12th level of the Qi refinement stage whose lifespans are nearing their end. The second item. The master of the singing crane continued. It is known as Shizhong immortal milk, a type of earth vein essence. This substance is one of the primary materials for refining the Chaoyuan pill, and it is of considerable value. If anyone comes into possession of it, do remember to present it to me. Master. Suddenly, Fu Nianjin, who was beside Su Chang'an, inquired, May I ask, Master Ancestor, what is this Chaoyuan pill? Haraha. The master of the singing crane laughed heartily and replied, The Chaoyuan pill is a medicinal elixir that allows one to break through from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core realm. With this pill, I shall ascend to the ranks of the golden core. Chapter 51, Defying Heaven. Ding Lan breaks through again. If only we could obtain that stone bell immortal milk. Indeed, once our master breaks through, we shall have the foremost cultivator of the entire Taishan sect, at that time, who would not look up to us in reverence atop the Wanghe Peak. Precisely. The crowd nodded in agreement. Senior brother, the real person of Mingwei rose and, with a respectful gesture towards Mingyi, inquired, I propose that as we enter the secret realm, our focus should not be on quantity, but on quality when selecting disciples. Absolutely. The real person of Zhaixing stood up beside her, affirming, what Sister Mingwei suggests holds merit. When it comes to calculating achievements, we must consider the average rather than the total. Thus, those disciples who lag behind should not aspire to join. Even the usually taciturn real person of Kongxian rose to voice his thoughts. Senior brother, the spiritual beasts within the secret realm are of a high caliber. Based on past experiences, the casualties among lower-tier disciples are significant. Therefore, I recommend that only those in the 6th layer of Qi refining or above be allowed to participate. As the three spoke, dissatisfaction rippled through the disciples. Uncle Master, we also wish to enter and have a look. Indeed, we will bear responsibility for our own safety. Master, I am already 70 years old this year, and only at the 5th layer of Qi refining. If I cannot enter this time, there may never be another opportunity. A chorus of lamentations ensued. Real person Mingyi furrowed his brow as he observed the discontented disciples below, stating, The ways of heaven are relentless, yet there is always a glimmer of hope. Although what you three have said is valid, it ultimately deprives our disciples of their chances. The cultivation of the diligent relies on talent. However, those with insufficient talent must rely on opportunity. Therefore, I propose a voluntary approach. Disciples above the 6th layer must participate, while those below may join at their discretion. With a decisive proclamation, real person Mingyi concluded the discussion. The lower-tier disciples erupted in joyous cheers, while the three elders wore expressions of discontent. If it remains as it was before, the average will diminish, resulting in a further decrease of spiritual energy atop Wanghe Peak. How will we cultivate then? Mingyi responded, I will grant you an hour to prepare. After that, I shall take you to Beihai Peak, where we will await the night. We shall enter the secret realm at dawn the following day. Yes, an hour later. Peak Master Mingyi summoned a colossal flying vessel. Once all disciples were seated, he performed a spell, and the vessel swiftly ascended into the cloud sea, heading southeast. Beihai Peak, one of the 7 peaks. Contrary to its name, there are no verdant clouds here. It is merely named in honor of the Beihai ancestor. Legend has it that the lineage remaining on Beihai Peak is the inheritor of the Beihai ancestor's teachings. A vast plaza opened on the eastern side of Beihai Peak, bustling with numerous people. The flying vessel of real person Mingi descended upon this plaza. "Hey, Uncle Master Mingi has arrived," exclaimed the disciples of Wang He Peak. "Behold, that woman in the pink robe, who has lost an arm, is Fu Nianjin of Wang He Peak, a prodigy among prodigies, renowned alongside her junior sister Ding as one of the illustrious twin jewels of Taishan." Haraha! Master Mingi chuckled heartily, gesturing to retract the flying vessel as he addressed his disciples. "The area behind us is our temporary encampment at Wang He Peak. You are to wait here patiently and refrain from causing any disturbances. If you happen to recognize any fellow disciples from other peaks, feel free to reunite." With that, Master Mingi lifted his foot and ascended to a higher vantage point. There, a group of elders and peak masters clad in violet and white robes laughed heartily, engaged in some joyous discourse. Su Chang'an, not recognizing anyone, took out a mat and seated himself cross-legged on the ground. Fu Nianjin sat beside him. "Junior brother, aren't you going to seek out your sister Ding?" Fu Nianjin asked with a hint of jealousy. Su Chang'an replied, "Huh? Where is sister Ding?" "TCH. Fu Nianjin pouted, saying, "She hasn't arrived yet. You might as well take your time waiting." As they spoke, a colossal rift in the sea of clouds appeared, revealing a cerulean bird soaring through the winds. "Here it comes," Fu Nianjin remarked. "That is the flying artifact of Master Qingling from Guanyin Peak. Akin to our master's vessel, capable of transporting disciples in large numbers. Your sister Ding is surely aboard." With a resounding thud, the cerulean bird landed, and the disciples from Guanyin Peak disembarked, each settling into their designated areas. "Sister, I have a question that puzzles me," Su Chang'an inquired. "Both Master Qingxiu and Master Qingling share the same master, yet they are each peak masters. Is it not said that only disciples of the sect's lineage may inherit such positions? Given the diverse inheritances among the 14 peaks of Taishan sect, Su Chang'an found this situation perplexing. Fu Nianjin smiled and explained, "You are unaware of this, it seems. Master Qingling was previously married to Master Chen of Guanyin Peak and bore him a son, though it seems the boy lacks remarkable talent. After Master Chen passed, she ascended to the position of Peak Master at Qingling Peak. Because Master Qingling is known for her kindness and has vowed that upon her ascension, the Peak Master position will revert to a disciple of Guanyin Peak. There was no opposition." "Oh," Su Chang'an nodded in understanding. "I see now. Senior brother." On the territory of Tiandu Peak, many disciples were teasing Cheng Bufan. "Your sister-in-law has arrived. Senior brother, why not hurry and find your sister-in-law? Good heavens. Is it true? She has already reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. Hiss, that speed is simply terrifying. I wager that within 10 years, she will surely match senior brother's prowess." A smile spread across Cheng Bufan's face as he stood and made his way towards Guanyin Peak. "Sister Ding, you've already reached the 8th level. That is astonishing. Congratulations." Cheng Bufan slightly bowed his tall frame. Ding Lan retreated 3 steps like a mouse confronting a cat, smilingly saying, "Brother Cheng, thank you." Cheng Bufan replied, "Junior sister Ding, we disciples of Tiandu Peak are organizing a small conference on philosophical discussions. We kindly invite you to participate, as the exchange of insights would be beneficial for everyone's cultivation." Ding Lan hesitated and replied, "I apologize, Brother Cheng, but I have just made a breakthrough and need to consolidate my cultivation, so I will not be attending." With that, she promptly seated herself on the mat and began meditating. Cheng Bufan felt a twinge of displeasure. However, he refrained from voicing it and returned to his own group, his demeanor somewhat disheveled. Yet, what transpired next ignited his irritation. Ding Lan, the very same junior sister who had just claimed she needed to meditate, suddenly sprang to her feet and dashed towards the camp of Wang He Peak. A fellow disciple inquired, "Brother Cheng, I have heard that this junior sister Ding has a childhood friend from her hometown, who happens to be the prized disciple of Master Mingi from Wang He Peak." Chapter 52, Harming Others and Oneself, the Injury of Spirit. With a swift motion, Su Chang'an affixed an invisibility talisman upon himself. Not far ahead, upon a lofty platform, sat the esteemed leaders of the sect, each peak's master and elders, including the illustrious Tianxian Taoist, who was both the master of Tiandu Peak and the sect leader himself. In such a situation, Su Chang'an deemed it prudent to exercise caution. although he no longer possessed any blood beads. His years of cultivating the 9 nether blood scripture had endowed him with a vitality and blood power that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. While it was unlikely that a foundation-building practitioner would discern any peculiarities under normal circumstances, he chose to secure himself further with the invisibility talisman. After all, within any realm, there exist formidable beings. With the talisman affixed, his aura would remain concealed. However, this merely ensured that his presence did not leak. Should someone deliberately scrutinize him with their spiritual sense, he would still be in peril. What to do? Without hesitation, Su Chang'an applied another talisman to himself, the spirit-guarding talisman. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Fu Nianjun, who had been observing him intently, inquired. "Why are you applying talismans to yourself? We are within the sect, surrounded by so many people. Surely no one would dare to treat you disrespectfully." Su Chang'an smiled gently. "Sister, one must always guard against the intentions of others. Who knows what ill thoughts may lurk in the shadows?" "Very well," Fu Nianjun replied, though inwardly she remained skeptical. Suddenly, her gaze shifted, landing on Ding Lan. "Junior brother, look, your little wife has broken through. Good heavens, she has reached the 8th level of qi refinement." Su Chang'an, initially bewildered, asked, "Little wife? Where did I acquire a little wife?" Realization struck him as he turned to observe Ding Lan, whose aura was indeed unmasked, confirming her advancement to the 8th level of qi refinement. How astonishingly swift. "When did she last break through?" he inquired. Fu Nianjun replied, "A year ago. I am currently at the 7th level of qi refinement myself, and under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to achieve a breakthrough within a year. However, Ding Lan's exceptional talent plays a significant role, and with the generous support from Master Qingling, it is no wonder she has attained the 8th level." Su Chang'an then asked, "Sister, how long would it take for you to break through?" Fu Nianjun replied nonchalantly, "If I were to progress steadily, it would take me another 2 years." That was already quite impressive. From the 7th to the 8th level in 2 years? It seemed that both Fu Nianjun and Ding Lan could potentially reach the foundation-building stage within a decade or so. Such exceptional talent was indeed formidable. "Senior brother." Ding Lan approached from the direction of the Guanyin Peak, taking a seat beside Su Chang'an and Fu Nianjun. "Junior sister, you are truly remarkable," Su Chang'an exclaimed with envy. "You have managed to break through to the 8th level of qi refinement. I suppose in another decade or so, you will ascend to the foundation-building realm, won't you?" Ding Lan did not smile. Instead, she gazed at Su Chang'an with a look of genuine concern. "Senior brother, how have you been? Is your cultivation progressing well?" "Not too bad," Su Chang'an replied with a nod. Ding Lan then retrieved a dozen porcelain vials from her storage bag. "These are the Yuan cultivation pills and qi gathering pills I have been using. Consuming them will accelerate your cultivation. Junior brother, take these and refine them at your leisure. You should be able to break through to the 5th level quite soon." Su Chang'an's expression darkened. "If only these pills were beneficial for me. This isn't appropriate." Beside them, Fu Nianjun interjected, "Junior sister Ding, your master, Uncle Qingling, is watching us. Is it wise to so openly offer resources from Guanyin Peak to disciples of Wanghe Peak?" The 14 peaks, though part of the same sect, Taixuanmen, each possess their own traditions and are not so intimately connected. "Don't worry," Ding Lan reassured. "I spoke with my master, and she approved." "Ah, but," Su Chang'an protested, "Junior sister, I truly don't need them." "Why not?" Fu Nianjun insisted, extending her hand to help Su Chang'an accept the vials. "Junior brother, given your lackluster talent, you must rely on spiritual herbs to expedite your progress. Here, take them." She stuffed a collection of vials of various sizes and colors into Su Chang'an's embrace. Su Chang'an suspected that if she could access his storage bag, she would unhesitatingly fill it with these pills. "Thank you, junior sister." Not far away, Chung Bufan observed this scene with a face as dark as thunder. "Is this the childhood friend of junior sister Ding? He looks quite ordinary, doesn't he? Indeed, rather unremarkable. Only at the 4th level of qi refinement? How pathetic. What a shameless fellow, daring to accept cultivation resources from a junior sister. I heard he has a 5-element spiritual root. Such a person wasting pills is truly a travesty. I doubt he will ever break through to the later stages of qi refinement." "Later stages? You overestimate him. If he manages to reach the 5th level, I would stand on my head." Chung Bufan's peers were also watching Ding Lan, and upon seeing her offer medicine to Su Chang'an, they voiced their discontent. If they were in a more secluded place, Chung Bufan would have been inclined to teach this oblivious junior brother a harsh lesson, urging him to keep his distance from his beloved junior sister. However, under the watchful eyes of many, he dared not provoke Su Chang'an. Moreover, as the eldest senior brother, he needed to maintain his dignity and stature. Suddenly, a cunning smile flickered across Chung Bufan's face, and his formidable spiritual sense surged forth, transforming into an invisible blade aimed directly at Su Chang'an's head. With my perfected cultivation at the Qi refinement stage, my spiritual sense rivals that of the foundation establishment stage. Although I cannot harm you, you shall endure discomfort for a good 10 days or more. In a state of self-satisfaction, Chung Bufan was oblivious to the plight of Su Chang'an. However, upon his consciousness making contact with Su Chang'an's body, he felt as though it had been fortified by some unseen force, only to rebound back. A sudden wave of pain surged through Chung Bufan's mind, causing him to stagger back 3 steps, before he expelled 4 mouthfuls of fresh blood in quick succession. He collapsed to the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment. Senior brother, master brother, the disciples of Tiandu Peak all rose, gravitating towards the spot where Chung Bufan had fallen. On the high platform, the prominent figures, who had previously been engaged in idle chatter and boasting, now turned their attention towards Chung Bufan. What has transpired? Chung Bufan's master, the esteemed Tianxian Taoist, who also served as the sect's leader, cast a stern glance in his direction, his tone more severe than his expression. Who has schemed against my disciple? Tianxian surveyed the surrounding peak masters, initially suspecting that one among them might have unleashed their consciousness to launch an attack on his disciple. Yet, his inquiry yielded nothing but silence. With hair as white as snow, yet a visage youthful enough to defy age, Tianxian's gaze shifted back to his disciple. Bufan, who has plotted against you? Speak up, and I shall seek justice on your behalf. Do not hesitate to disclose the truth. Chapter 53, Master Qingxiu. The secret realm opens. Bufan, what are you afraid of? Who is plotting against you? Speak freely, and I shall take charge. Tianxian's eyes were icy, his demeanor exuding an aura of imminent confrontation. As the foremost peak, Tiandu Peak not only possessed superior strength in all respects, but also held great concern for its reputation. Now, with a disciple being deceived, how could they maintain their standing if the culprit remained unfound? Unlike other forms of assault, when one's consciousness is attacked, the victim can distinctly sense the aggressor, regardless of their cultivation level. Speak quickly, Tianxian commanded, his gaze fixed upon his disciple. Chung Bufan, however, managed a wry smile and replied, Master, there is no one else to blame for the disciple's plight. It was merely my own carelessness. Your own carelessness? Tianxian's expression softened slightly. Pray, enlighten me on the matter. Under the formidable presence of his master, Chung Bufan felt compelled to share, albeit cautiously. I recently noticed an unfamiliar young disciple at Wanghe Peak, so I attempted to probe with my consciousness. To my surprise, this junior's consciousness was remarkably potent, and in his counterattack, I sustained injuries. Tianxian's gaze sharpened as he glanced towards Wanghe Peak. Regardless of the circumstances, based on Chung Bufan's account, the initial breach of decorum lay with him. Scanning another's consciousness could indeed be perceived as a provocation, and any retaliation would be justified. Despite recognizing his disciple's misstep, Tianxian could not suppress his indignation. So the disciples of Wanghe Peak are truly overbearing. Even if my disciple from Tiandu Peak acted somewhat presumptuously, it was merely out of concern for a fellow practitioner. Why then such a tyrannical counter? At that moment, Su Chang'an rose to his feet and slightly bowed to Tianxian. I am Su Chang'an, a disciple of Wanghe Peak. It is an honor to meet you. Master Tianxian. Tianxian inquired, were you responsible for this just now? Master. Su Chang'an did not directly answer the question, but instead stated, I am but a mere practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement. My consciousness can barely extend outward. How could I possibly injure Brother Chung? Tianxian nodded in agreement. That is indeed a valid point. If a 4th level Qi refinement practitioner could inflict such harm, then the disciple in question would be quite lacking. Su Chang'an continued, however, I bear a soul restraining talisman that possesses the effect of rebounding consciousness attacks. Should anyone direct a consciousness assault towards me, it would reflect back in equal measure. I have spoken. With that, Su Chang'an promptly seated himself on the mat. The entire plaza erupted into a cacophony of discussions. So that is how it is. Brother Chung actually launched such a formidable consciousness attack against Junior Su? How devious. How could a 12th level perfection practitioner bully a mere 4th level Qi refinement novice? Such a lack of character. The multitude of voices not only drained color from Chung Bufon's face, but also left Master Tian Xian feeling quite embarrassed. Brother Chung. In a world brimming with fiery tempers, Fu Nian stood abruptly, exclaiming, "How could you be so despicable and shameless? Launching such a potent mental attack against my junior brother Su? Fortunately, my junior possesses a talisman that protects against mental assaults. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the consequences." Indeed, Ding Lan rose as well, incredulous. The senior brother of Tiandu Peak resorting to such underhanded tactics? Chung Bufon, bleeding in disbelief, was utterly unaware that Su Chang'an bore a talisman of divine protection, mistakenly believing that Su had initiated the mental onslaught against him. Otherwise, he would never concede to having scrutinized Su Chang'an with his mind. "Junior brother Mingyi, what say you?" Tian Xian directed his gaze towards Master Mingyi. His intent was clear, for Mingyi to step forward, offer a few words, and then they would all receive equal reprimands, allowing the matter to fade into the background. However, Master Mingyi was no novice. He humbly clasped his hands and respectfully addressed Tian Xian, stating, "Brother, as the esteemed leader, I defer to your judgment without any grievances." While his words were eloquent, they effectively shifted the responsibility back to Tian Xian. Should he show any favoritism, he would undoubtedly lose authority in front of such a multitude of disciples. Yet, if he remained impartial, Tian Xian inhaled deeply, chastising Chung Bufon with fervor. "All disciples are comrades. As the senior brother, you ought to unite everyone, not harbor such insidious intentions. Henceforth, you are to reflect upon your actions in solitude, and you shall forfeit your participation in this secret realm trial." "What?" Chung Bufon's complexion paled further. "Master, I." With a swift gesture, Tian Xian sent Chung Bufon tumbling through the air, declaring, "You disgraceful fool, return at once." Chung Bufon could only cast a resentful glance at Su Chang'an before soaring away on his sword. He was already at the 12th level of Qi refinement and anticipated a breakthrough to foundation establishment within 5 years. Being barred now meant he would never again have the opportunity to enter the secret realm. "Brother, your fairness and integrity are commendable. I admire you." Master Mingyi bowed again. Subsequently, in the grand square, all peak masters, elders, and disciples echoed this sentiment, bowing in unison. "The leader is just and impartial, wise and valiant." "Be seated." Tian Xian waved his grand sleeve, and the assembly settled with a rustle. Suddenly, Qing Su, seated diagonally across from Master Mingyi, furrowed his brow, pondering. "Why does this young man seem so familiar?" "Haraha." Master Mingyi chuckled heartily. "Chang'an, come here, let me introduce you." Su Chang'an hurriedly approached. "Look there." Mingyi pointed at Qing Su. "This is your senior brother Qing Su. Have you not yet met your senior?" Su Chang'an's expression turned somber as he complied with his master's wishes, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, senior brother Qing Su." Uft. Qing Su coughed up blood in realization, exclaiming, "I remember now. This is the lad who came to seek apprenticeship with the Tai Xian Immortal Order. Master Mingyi, your prowess is indeed remarkable, daring to accept disciples with all 5 elemental roots." Master Mingyi wore an expression of displeasure. "Qingxiu, I am of the same generation as your master. You have called me Shishu for 72 years. How has it now transformed to Shixiao? Your assertion is rather misplaced." Qingxi retorted. "In our Taishan sect, rank is determined by cultivation level. You are a peak master, and I am also a peak master. Should I not address you as Shixiao?" Moreover, the two engaged in a spirited debate, exchanging words fervently. Su Chang'an observed this scene, his expression growing increasingly forlorn. "Goodness, you summoned me here merely to elevate your status as a stepping stone." The next morning, as dawn broke, the disciples still in meditation were abruptly awakened by an enormous sound. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a vast fissure had opened within the sea of clouds. Within this rift, a dark whirlpool emerged, its center an abyssal black, surrounded by a radiant spectrum of colors, shrouded in mist. "It has opened," Tian Xian announced, rising to his feet. "The secret realm is now accessible. All disciples, prepare to enter. Furthermore, should you encounter danger within, You may shatter the jade token in your possession to be transported out. Although the disciples of the 14 peaks of our Taishan sect do not share a direct lineage, we are united in spirit. I implore you all to refrain from harming one another upon entry and to collaborate in solidarity. I look forward to your triumphant return. Go forth. With those words from Tianxian, the disciples each executed their spells and artifacts, transforming into streaks of brilliance as they entered the abyssal whirlpool. Chapter 54, Fateful Encounter. Blood Jade Bodhi, Junior Brother. Fu Nianjin gently patted Su Chang'an's shoulder. If danger arises, remember to shatter the jade token in your hand at the first opportunity. Resources are inconsequential. In the path of cultivation, life is paramount. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Sister Fu. With that, Fu Nianjin transformed into a streak of pink light and charged towards the black vortex. In an instant, a multitude of brilliant lights surged into the whirlpool. Junior Brother, I shall take my leave. I am departing as well. Take care, Junior Brother. Remember to shatter the jade token. Junior Brother, do not lose the jade token. Junior Brother, it is best to keep the token in hand for easy access. Almost every disciple of Wanghe Peak bid farewell to Su Chang'an, each urging him to remember the importance of the token. Is it that you all think so little of me? Su Chang'an felt a pang of frustration. Looking around the vast square, which had suddenly become desolate with only him remaining, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. How am I to proceed? That vortex is concealed within the sea of clouds, miles away. I cannot fly. I cannot leap across. Could it be that I must summon the cloud-piercing boat? Old 13, why are you dawdling? The tone of his master behind him was laced with impatience. Su Chang'an, however, remained unfazed, replying calmly, no rush. I shall summon the flying boat and traverse over. The face of Master Mingyi flushed with embarrassment. No need for that. Suddenly, Su Chang'an felt a sharp pain in his rear, and the scenery on either side rushed past him as his body plummeted into the sea of clouds. Before him, the mist roiled, and the abyssal valley below seemed unfathomable, instilling a sense of dread. Why did Master kick me? I had the flying boat. Whoosh! In the next moment, Su Chang'an was engulfed in darkness. After 2 breaths, light returned to his vision. Have I arrived? Su Chang'an scratched his head. Turning back, he saw nothing behind him. No vortex, no entrance. It was then he comprehended the meaning of the random teleportation his master spoke of. Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an gazed at the towering mountain before him, contemplating venturing into its depths for fortune, when he suddenly detected an overwhelming sense of danger. Turning his head slightly to the left, he spotted a towering giant ape, soundly asleep beneath an ancient tree, approximately 300 feet away. Suspended from the unknown tree behind the giant ape were 12 crimson fruits, each roughly the size of a fist. Su Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that I fortuitously arrived at the location of the blood jade Bodhi upon my entry? Without hesitation, he swiftly retrieved an invisibility talisman and slapped it onto himself. As the concealment talisman activated, Su Chang'an's vital essence and the aura of life were instantly masked, rendering even his breath undetectable. It is worth noting that his master had previously warned him of a formidable beast, the purple-eyed giant ape, guarding the blood jade Bodhi, one that had attained the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Such a creature, at its zenith, posed an insurmountable threat. One must exercise utmost caution. At the 4th level of Qi refinement, one would be deemed insignificant before such an entity. The last encounter with the Demon King, the Tsang Spider, had left Su Chang'an utterly powerless. Had fortune not favored him and the spider not toyed with him, he would have been consumed. Moreover, the oppressive aura emanating from this giant ape seemed far more formidable than that of the Tsang Spider. What lay ahead was a daunting dilemma. The opportunity had presented itself, but should he seize it or refrain? Rejecting heaven's gifts often leads to misfortune. A flicker of resolve crossed Su Chang'an's eyes. He had faith in his concealment talisman. Wasn't the giant ape asleep? If he masked his presence and approached quietly, it should remain undisturbed. Taking a deep breath, he enveloped himself in an additional layer of the concealment talisman before proceeding deliberately. Besides the talisman, he had also fortified himself with 3 layers of blood shield talismans. Clutching the jade talisman in his left hand, he had concluded that even if the giant ape awakened during his acquisition of the blood jade Bodhi, he could instantly shatter the jade piece and escape, ensuring his survival. As he drew closer, his heart raced with tension. Fortunately, the concealment talisman not only shielded his aura but also silenced his footsteps. Thus, when he reached the base of the enormous tree, the giant ape remained undisturbed. Although the giant ape was asleep, it was impossible to discern whether its eyes were indeed purple. However, with each breath, it inhaled a purplish-red mist emanating from the 12 blood jade Bodhi fruits perched atop the tree. Su Chang'an held his breath, then exerted a slight force beneath his feet, propelling his body several feet into the air. The sounds and vibrations generated during his ascent were deftly concealed by the talisman, ensuring the giant ape remained oblivious. In mere moments, Su Chang'an landed on the tree, reaching out to pluck the nearest fist-sized blood jade Bodhi, placing it into the jade box. He repeated the process. 1, 2, 3, 4. Su Chang'an plucked a total of 10 fruits in one breath. Observing that only 2 fruits remained on the tree, he hesitated before deciding to forego them. Why? Although the giant ape was in slumber, it was continuously absorbing the ethereal essence wafting from the fruits. If he harvested all of them, what if the beast awakened, unable to catch the scent of the fruits? Furthermore, the blood jade Bodhi was somewhat superfluous. Most individuals found little use for it, and even those who did could utilize only one in a lifetime. With 10 already secured, Su Chang'an deemed it unnecessary to collect any more. Having cast the 10 fruit-filled jade boxes into the realm of golden symbols, Su Chang'an leisurely descended from the Bodhi tree. Seizing the opportunity while the great ape slumbered, he swiftly made his escape. Upon emerging from the mountain range, Su Chang'an took a deep breath, then retrieved a Bodhi fruit for inspection. It was the size of a fist, resplendent in deep crimson, with 8 angular edges reminiscent of a star fruit. This was indeed a precious item, though it was of no immediate use to him. It could fetch a handsome price if the opportunity arose. Among the cultivators at the perfected 12th level of Qi refinement, many faced the inevitable decline of their lifespan, nearing their 90s without successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Statistically speaking, only a third of those who reached this advanced level could successfully establish their foundation, while the remaining 2/3 were left to watch their vitality wane. For these individuals, their cultivation had become inconsequential. What mattered most was the mere act of survival. If they were to obtain a blood jade Bodhi, they could retreat to a mundane city, consume the fruit, and break through to the foundation establishment stage. Although their previous cultivation would be lost, they would gain an additional century of life. Such a treasure would undoubtedly compel them to part with all they possessed in exchange, and it is highly likely they would not refuse. Chapter 55, Transcendent Battle, 6-Layered Ice Toad. The air is suffused with an abundance of spiritual energy. As Su Chang'an traverses the mountains within this secret realm, he distinctly perceives the weight of the spiritual aura. The richness of the energy here far surpasses that of Wang Hefeng. This is, of course, quite understandable. After all, this place opens but once every 30 years, and each opening lasts a mere 3 days. The spiritual energy cannot escape, and over time, it has accumulated to this extraordinary extent. Upon rounding a mountain, Su Chang'an's eyes widen in astonishment. In a valley nestled between 2 peaks, an overwhelming number of spiritual herbs are densely scattered. There are first-grade Dihuang roots. From afar, one can count thousands of them. The 9-leaf grass is present in the thousands as well, while the Gu Yuan fruit blankets the hills. On a sunlit slope, peculiar daisies bloom profusely. Dihuang roots, 9-leaf grass, Gu Yuan fruit, and peculiar daisies. These are the exact 4 ingredients required for refining the Gu Yuan pill during the Qi refinement stage. And here, all 4 are abundantly available. What a remarkable coincidence. Could it be that someone has deliberately cultivated these plants here? Judging by their age, these first-grade spiritual herbs have been growing for over 30 years. Could it be that a disciple from a sect once visited this place and casually scattered the seeds of these spiritual herbs? Over time, they matured into their current state. Perhaps this disciple is now awaiting the opportunity to return and harvest? It is entirely plausible. Su Chang'an inhales deeply, unceremoniously beginning to gather the herbs. Regardless of who planted them, they now belong to him. Although he relied on blood beads rather than pills during his cultivation, these herbs are not without value. They can be sold, refined into pills for profit, or exchanged with the sect for monetary gain. Most importantly, any surplus can be given to Dabai and the 2 spiderlings to aid their advancement. As he thinks of Dabai, A pang of sadness grips Su Chang'an. Where have you gone, my Dabai? Rather than painstakingly uprooting each herb, Su Chang'an brandishes a small flying sword. Once infused with spiritual power, it transforms into an unstoppable plow, sweeping through the valley with abandon. His harvesting is decidedly ruthless. Many plants that could have been uprooted are simply severed at the roots and tossed into his golden talisman space. Naturally, a portion is also placed into his storage bag, as he must submit some to his master, allowing his master to present them as offerings to the sect, thus contributing to the spiritual energy of the sect's mountain peaks. In just half an hour, he has thoroughly cleared the entire area. Moving forward, he encounters a vast gorge. A magnificent waterfall cascades from the mountaintop, spanning dozens of yards in width. Behind the waterfall, a damp stone wall glimmers with red light. This is Su Chang'an's eyes narrow slightly. The peach of immortality? With a resounding sound, his consciousness immediately extended outward, aiming for the flickering red light behind the waterfall. Soon, Su Chang'an discerned the general situation behind the waterfall. Indeed, there stood a jiazi peach tree. This tree bore dozens of crimson peaches, glistening and radiant, emitting a vibrant red glow. According to the records in the Herbology Compendium, the jiazi peach is a second-tier spiritual plant, essential not only for crafting the foundational elixir required for peak qi refinement disciples to advance to the foundation establishment stage, but also one of the principal ingredients for the elixirs needed by foundation establishment practitioners during their cultivation. It is highly esteemed in the realm of cultivation and is exceedingly precious. Clearly, the peach tree behind the waterfall had reached maturity. However, it appeared that many of its ripe fruits had already been consumed, suggesting the presence of guardian beasts nearby. After a thorough search with his consciousness, Su Chang'an found no sign of spiritual beasts in the vicinity. Thus, he exerted a slight force with his feet, leveraging the rocky terrain and the mountainside, and leaped behind the waterfall. As he descended, the familiar hum of his protective layers activated, cautiously alert to his surroundings. He began to pluck the fruits from the jiazi peach tree, 22 in total. He swiftly stored the peaches in his golden talisman space, then sprang out from a gap beside the waterfall. Using the stone wall for support, he leaped across a pond that spanned several tens of yards. Suddenly, just as Su Chang'an soared above the pond, a red, fleshy tendril erupted from the water, darting towards him with astonishing speed, rendering it unidentifiable. Not daring to hesitate, Su Chang'an activated his prepared Qingmu shield. A green luminescent barrier enveloped him. The tendril struck the shield with a resounding thud, shattering it. However, the force allowed Su Chang'an to clear the pond, and upon landing, he executed a roll, manifesting 2 layers of blood shields around him. With a splash, a large, azure toad, approximately 2 yards in size, emerged from the water. It let out a roar at Su Chang'an, its tongue transforming once more into a fleshy tendril aimed at him. The very tendril that had assaulted Su Chang'an moments ago was indeed the toad's tongue. Beast! Su Chang'an shouted, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy from within. The 2 blood shields surrounding him rapidly expanded. The tongue collided with the first blood shield, shattering it instantly. Yet, the residual force of the attack met the second shield, which remarkably held strong. At that moment, Su Chang'an finally took a closer look at the toad's cultivation level. And to his astonishment, he discovered it to be a formidable creature at the 6th level of qi refinement. Although towering 2 levels above Su Chang'an, they were both at the mid-stage of their cultivation. Bang! The final layer of the crimson shield surrounding Su Chang'an flickered momentarily. The elongated tongue remained affixed, unleashing a plume of azure smoke. Subsequently, as if the entire space had succumbed to frost, the ground rapidly froze, and the air turned frigid. Ice spread outward at an astonishing pace. Bang, bang, bang. Several massive icicles suddenly erupted from the earth, hurtling towards Su Chang'an's feet. Was it truly an ice toad? Su Chang'an leaped into the air, deftly hurling a golden lightning talisman. Thunderous rumbles ensued as dozens of serpentine arcs of golden lightning erupted. The ice toad emitted a furious roar, retracting its tongue. Without hesitation, Su Chang'an exerted force beneath him, and in an instant, golden light surged forth, the exquisite artifact. The flowing cloud boots provided him with remarkable propulsion, allowing him to bound out of the ravine. With waterfalls and pools nearby, the environment was perfectly suited for the ice attribute of the toad to thrive. Su Chang'an understood that to engage in combat, He must distance himself from the water's edge to have any chance of triumph. Chapter 56, Slaying the Ice Toad. Changes in the Secret Realm. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Confronted with a 6th-level spirit beast, Su Chang'an dared not be complacent. His feet moved incessantly, and after a series of leaps, he crossed the ravine and reached the summit. Beneath him lay a pool of blood, for the toad's subterranean ice spikes had pierced a gaping wound in his left calf. Fortunately, within him flowed 4 droplets of golden essence, and as his blood vessels surged, the injury began to heal. Gugwa, gugwa, gugwa. The 6th-level spirit toad, despite its massive size, moved with remarkable agility. No sooner had Su Chang'an landed than, within 2 breaths, the creature lunged at him with its tongue. Greenwood Shield. Su Chang'an summoned his spiritual energy, and the greenwood shield erupted into a brilliant aura, nearly solidifying into reality. This time, the toad's tongue attack failed to achieve its aim. However, the force of the blow sent Su Chang'an and the shield tumbling several meters away. Puff, puff, puff. The toad's tongue pursued him, releasing 3 streams of green toxins from its hidden orifice. Not only were these substances poisonous, but they also possessed icy properties. Soon, the surroundings began to freeze once more. Boom! Ice spikes, akin to those of an armadillo, erupted from the ground once more. Yet, as Su Chang'an had anticipated, having distanced himself from the pond, the toad's ice-based attacks had diminished significantly in potency. Coupled with his prior preparations, he deftly evaded them. Beast, perish! Boom! With a flick of his hand, Su Chang'an unleashed a flurry of over 10 golden thunder charms that enveloped the toad. In a flash, countless arcs of lightning twisted and danced. Each golden thunder charm possessed the power to easily annihilate a 5th-level spirit beast, though the ice toad was at the 6th level. The adage many ants can kill an elephant rang true. When amassed, the onslaught of golden thunder charms dealt substantial damage to the ice toad. Quack, quack, quack. A pained cry emanated from the ice toad. After the thunderstorm, the 6th-level ice toad was marred with injuries. However, these wounds were merely superficial. They appeared terrifying but posed little true threat. Quack! Realizing it could not best Su Chang'an, the ice toad turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? Su Chang'an declared, too late. Between his hands, a Tai Chi diagram began to rotate slowly. With a rip, the black and white Tai Chi diagram suddenly split into 2 circles, one black and one white. The black circle exuded an aura of death, with a white dot at its center. The white circle radiated vitality, yet bore a black dot in its midst. Fall! The black circle soared through space, and, with a whoosh, penetrated the body of the ice toad that was attempting to leap away. Bang! Su Chang'an once again infused that white formation diagram into his own body. Black and white, they were mutually causal. Under the operation of Su Chang'an's magical power, the black pattern spun wildly within the ice toad, incessantly siphoning its life force. In merely 7 or 8 breaths, the ice toad collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. Such power. This was Su Chang'an's first time employing this cycle of life and death spell against an enemy. He had not anticipated such a domineering spell that directly extracted vitality, the amount of which depended on the caster's cultivation level. It was ineffective against cultivators whose levels surpassed his by 3 tiers or more. In other words, if the ice toad reached the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage, Su Chang'an's cycle of life and death would be rendered powerless against it. However, nothing is absolute. It was not entirely impossible. For instance, if the opponent were gravely injured or depleted of magical energy, they would be utterly defenseless against this cycle. And even the highest cultivation levels would not prevent their life force from being drained once struck. Su Chang'an took a moment to steady the turbulent magic within him, then casually picked up a small flying sword and severed the ice toad's head. With a rush, crimson blood gushed forth, which Su Chang'an caught in a water bucket made of spiritual wood. He filled 4 or 5 buckets to the brim. He stored the blood and the toad's corpse into the golden talisman space, knowing that the 2 mutated spider beasts would relish such a treat. At Beehive Peak, the square lay desolate. The peak masters and elders of the 14 peaks had not departed. Instead, they congregated in small clusters on the high platform before the square, some engaged in philosophical discussions, others boasting and wagering, while a few simply enjoyed the scenery. The master and elders of Beehive Peak busied themselves, drawing upon their resources to entertain the assembly. At that moment, The immense black vortex in the sea of clouds suddenly trembled slightly. Swish! Everyone turned their gaze toward the sea of clouds. They witnessed signs of collapse within the spinning vortex. Senior brother, what is happening? Many looked to Tianxian. Furrowing his brow, Tianxian replied, "This is truly peculiar. I have never encountered such an unusual phenomenon." As soon as he spoke, the vortex in the distant clouds began to shake violently, and within a few breaths, it vanished entirely. The sea of clouds churned, yet the vortex left no trace, as if it had never existed at all. The elders were filled with trepidation. "This is serious." "Oh no!" Qing Su exclaimed. "The disciples are still in the secret realm." Whoosh! As he spoke, he summoned celestial light and soared toward the sea of clouds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, beams of celestial light followed closely behind, arriving at the very spot where the immense vortex had just been. Alas! The esteemed Master Ming, he wore a grim expression and exclaimed, "Is it truly all gone? My disciples cannot have perished within these confines." His fellow disciples urged him to remain calm. The sect leader, Tianxian, remarked, "We have never encountered a situation like this. However, it may not be as dire as you presume. What, then, could be the cause? I am uncertain." At that moment, a figure clad in a pale yellow robe, standing upon a cerulean flying sword, spoke up. It was Qing Ling, who asserted. The revered patriarch Baihai once proclaimed that this secret realm possesses its own cosmic laws, strictly forbidding any disciples above the Qi refinement stage from entering. Should they do so, the very fabric of the realm will unravel. Could it be that a disciple at the 12th level of Qi refinement has broken through to foundation establishment within? Impossible. Tianxian dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand. To transcend from the pinnacle of Qi refinement to foundation establishment is no trivial feat. Even with ample rare materials, the transformation cannot be completed in less than several days. Then, Qing Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. It must be that someone, in their arrogance, concealed their true cultivation to enter, only to be detected by the realm's laws. Alas, the expressions of the crowd darkened. An elderly man in a crimson robe, filled with fury, declared, "When we return, I shall ensure that the one who concealed their cultivation is dealt with severely. If this secret realm, left by our revered ancestor, collapses due to such folly, what legacy will remain for the Taishan sect?" Chapter 57. Cultivators of Qi, the Jade Talisman malfunctions. Within the mystical realm, a resounding explosion echoed as a burst of emerald light suddenly surged forth, ascending towards the heavens. Across a great mountain, two female cultivators looked up in astonishment, drawn to the source of the luminous spectacle. Such potent demonic energy. The woman, clad in a pink Taoist robe with a half-torn sleeve, narrowed her eyes slightly. "It seems that some of my senior brothers have encountered formidable demonic beasts." Fu Nianjin tightened her grip on the sword at her waist, a wave of concern washing over her. She was anxious for her junior disciple Su Chang'an. Since her entry into the secret realm, she had been incessantly searching for any news of his whereabouts, yet she had received no information. Instead, she had encountered her junior sister Dinglan from Guanyin Peak. At this moment, the two were traversing together. "Let us go," Dinglan suggested. "Surely, our brothers are in peril. We must witness the situation and lend our aid if we are able." With a mutual glance, the two nodded in agreement. In an instant, two figures, one red and one green, leapt through the mountainous terrain. Due to the restrictions imposed by the realm, flying was impossible. However, utilizing their spiritual power to leap forward proved to be a commendable means of progress, albeit at the cost of considerable energy. After several breaths, they scaled the low hill ahead. On the reverse slope of the mountain, 4 or 5 disciples clad in dark green Taoist robes stood guard over a formation, engaged in a fierce struggle with a colossal lizard. "Junior sisters from Guanyin Peak and Wanghai Peak, please lend us your assistance. We are disciples of Beihai Peak." As 7 or 8 disciples grappled with the lizard in a critical moment, behind the creature stood a spirit fruit. The lizard had already reached the peak of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, boasting tough skin and immense strength. It was evident that the group was at a disadvantage. To my left, Dinglan glanced at Fu Nianjin. "I shall take the right," Fu Nianjin declared. With a whoosh, the two transformed into streaks of light. Darting forward, with a swift motion, Fu Nianjin arrived first, her seemingly delicate form soaring into the air. In a single fluid movement, She drew her sword, glistening like autumn waters, and with a subtle flourish, a pink blossom of sword energy burst forth, cascading downwards. "How formidable!" exclaimed a disciple from Beehive Peak in admiration. Thrusting down, several sword energies struck the lizard's back, causing blood to spurt forth. Roaring in fury, the colossal beast unleashed a deafening cry, its body aglow with emerald light. As waves of thick, demonic power surged outward. "Be careful!" The lizard opened its maw, unleashing a stream of green venom towards Fu Nianjin. Fortunately, Ding Lan swooped in just in time, brandishing a silver shield. With a humming resonance, the shield absorbed the lizard's strike, and the two women performed graceful somersaults, landing deftly on the ground. A myriad of fiery spiritual energies were frantically absorbed by Ding Lan, coalescing into a massive sword that descended from the heavens. Die! With a swift motion of his right hand, Fu Nianjin summoned torrents of water attribute spiritual energy, which instantaneously transformed into colossal ice blocks, morphing into icy spikes that surged forth from all directions towards the lizard. Fire and ice. The two forces converged to corner the enormous lizard, driving it to a desperate plight. With a thunderous roar, the lizard lifted itself from the ground, its colossal tail sweeping violently towards the crowd. With a resounding crash, it struck a short and stout disciple of Beehive Peak. Stumbling back 3 steps, the disciple coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Tian Shixiao. Tian Shixiao. Are you all right? The disciples looked on with concern at their senior. Suddenly, the clear sky above darkened ominously as thick clouds gathered overhead, and bolts of lightning danced like serpents within the inky cloud, crashing down towards Tian Shixiao. This, Fu Nianjin and Ding Lan gazed upward in fear. The power of rules? The lizard, battered and nearly defeated, cowered in terror. The oppressive aura emanating from this power left every face pale with fright. Damn it! Tian Shixiao let out a fierce roar, conjuring a massive golden vessel that shielded him from the descending calamity. In an instant, his once corpulent form exploded, transforming into a robust figure resembling a man in his 40s. At that moment, Tian Shixiao was no longer the awkward and rigid figure he once was. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, imposing a heavy pressure upon all present. Tian Shixiao, you are actually a Foundation establishment cultivator. A disciple from Beehive Peak exclaimed in shock. Damn it, do you not know that no cultivators above the Qi refinement stage are allowed here? You will endanger us all, jeopardizing the entire Taishan sect. If the elders and the sect leader find out, you will undoubtedly perish. Ha ha ha. Tian Shixiao laughed heartily. I perish? I suggest you all go first. With a wave of his hand, he produced another small golden vessel. Die! With a thunderous boom, from within the small vessel surged golden, red, and purple energies, targeting a nearby 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. The disciple was instantly obliterated. The small and large golden vessels. This is a spy from the Qi kingdom. Fellow brothers and sisters, quickly shatter your jade tokens. We cannot contend with a Foundation establishment cultivator. We must inform the elders of the sect once we escape. A disciple from Beehive Peak recognized Tian Shixiao's identity. As Tian Shixiao turned his gaze towards the disciple, preparing to attack, he saw the disciple shatter a jade token with a decisive snap. It is important to note that this jade talisman was bestowed upon me by my sect prior to entering the secret realm. In the event of danger, one could shatter it, and the cultivator would be instantaneously transported out of the realm. However, despite shattering the talisman, the cultivator was not teleported. Haraha! Tian Shixiao laughed heartily, declaring, at this moment, the power of the rules within the secret realm has indeed become ineffective. Shattering the jade talisman is futile. You shall all perish. With a thunderous roar, 3 beams of light burst forth once more from the great golden cauldron, annihilating the disciple who had just shattered the talisman and failed to escape. Flee quickly. Scatter and inform the other disciples who have entered the secret realm that the talisman is ineffective. The urgent message was relayed amongst them. In an instant, 10 or more beams of light zipped past, dispersing in all directions. Tian Shixiao chuckled slyly, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Ding Lan had fled. The genius of Guanyin Peak. You must harbor many secrets, do you not? With a swift motion, Tian Shixiao cradled the great golden cauldron in his left hand and the small golden cauldron in his right. transforming into a streak of light as he fervently pursued the fleeing Ding Lan. Chapter 58, Dragon Blood Transcending the Immortal Yam, the white-haired man whoosh. Ding Lan moved with remarkable speed. However, behind her, the Foundation establishment disciple pursued even more swiftly. Bound by the constraints of the natural laws, neither could fly. Yet, even in their leaps, the one with superior cultivation naturally advanced at a greater pace. It was evident that he was closing in on Ding Lan. Crackling. At that moment, a series of thunderbolts rained down upon Tian Qianqiu's head. As a Foundation establishment practitioner, he was now exposed and thus subject to the punitive forces of this realm. Fortunately, Tian Qianqiu possessed a formidable treasure. The great golden shield above his head was specifically designed for defense, deflecting several bolts of electricity as thick as a human arm. However, after being momentarily hindered by the rules of this small world, his pursuit was inevitably slowed. Fortunately, the power of the natural laws seemed to be limited, as the thunder struck only intermittently. Thus, after the latest strike, Tian Qianqiu collected himself and resumed his chase. After several breaths, Ding Lan was finally within sight. Boom. Crackling. Once again, calamity thunder descended. After 3 or 4 such strikes, Tian Qianqiu had finally caught up to Ding Lan. Huh, you think you can run? With a roar, Tian Qianqiu summoned his treasure and hurled it directly at Ding Lan's head. Faced with the formidable attack from a Foundation establishment cultivator, she dared not confront it head-on. Instead, she deftly evaded with a swift maneuver and, with a flick of her jade hand, released a dark, ominous jar. Puff! The jar shattered, spilling forth a torrent of black, foul blood that cascaded towards Tian Qianqiu. Uncertain of what this foul substance was, he instinctively raised the golden shield for defense. Sizzle! To his astonishment, the vile blood corroded half of the spiritual energy on the golden shield upon contact. Not good, Tian Qianqiu shouted. You little wretch, employing demonic methods, you seek your own demise. However, seizing this opportunity, Ding Lan slipped away into the distance. Boom! As the calamity thunder struck again, Tian Qianqiu, with a grim expression, summoned the now tainted golden shield. Its power diminished under the grime, rendering it only a fraction of its usual might. Consequently, he could not block all the lightning, and half of it struck down upon him. Puff! Tian Qianqiu spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact of the thunder. In such dire circumstances, the more he channeled his mana, the faster the thunderbolts descended. Hence, he dared not pursue Ding Lan any longer. Splash! The blazing sun shone brightly. Suddenly, a massive splash erupted from the depths of a secluded pool. A python surged forth from the water, bearing upon its back a disciple clad in a deep green outfit. Both the person and the serpent were drenched in shimmering water. The young boy's hands transformed into dark claws, fiercely embedding themselves into the head of the giant python. A roar echoed as the serpent cried out in agony. With a thunderous rumble, both the boy and the serpent plunged into the depths of the pool. After what felt like a dozen breaths, Su Chang'an emerged, dragging the python from the watery depths onto the shore, and with a vigorous toss, he flung the 5-tiered chi-refining serpent onto the land. The first step, extract its blood. The second step, store the serpent's body within his golden talisman space. This python was non-venomous, its flesh undoubtedly succulent. Throughout his journey, Su Chang'an had slain numerous mid-stage chi refinement beasts. He spared no mercy for those at the 4th, 5th, or 6th tiers, regardless of whether these creatures were guarding any spiritual herbs. Of course, he had also encountered 2 exceptionally powerful beasts, which he wisely chose to bypass, as engaging them would be futile and merely a waste of energy. Having collected the python's blood and flesh, Su Chang'an finally turned his gaze towards the rear of the pool. There, upon the mountain wall, grew a peculiar plant. It was not tall, yet its leaves were remarkably large. At first glance, the vibrant green foliage seemed unremarkable, but when the wind rustled through, the leaves would flip, revealing veins and petioles that resembled human blood vessels. Su Chang'an, having studied the compendium of herbs, recognized this as the dragon blood exquisite taro. While the dragon blood exquisite taro bore no significance for cultivators, its tubers, when harvested and fed to spiritual pets, could facilitate a rapid breakthrough to the next level. However, like the blood jade bodhi, it was only beneficial for chi-refining beasts and could only elevate them by 1 tier. Unlike the blood jade bodhi, it bore no adverse effects and would not hinder the later advancement of the spiritual beasts. With a decisive stride, Su Chang'an leaped over the pool and drew his flying sword, slicing into the mountain wall. Under the influence of spiritual energy, the small sword cut through the stone as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Before long, he unearthed 7 tubers that bore a striking resemblance to sweet potatoes. These were indeed the dragon blood exquisite taro. He stored them away. However, this time, Su Chang'an opted to place the tubers in his storage bag rather than his golden talisman space. After securing the dragon blood exquisite taro, he hastily departed. Scaling another mountain, he glanced up at the sky, his brow furrowing slightly. Something in this secret realm seemed amiss. What precisely had changed, he could not articulate. Clang. Finding a relatively flat spot, Su Chang'an took out his cooking gear and began to kindle a fire for cooking. There was no choice. He was not yet capable of fully fasting, and after several battles throughout the morning, his energy reserves had been significantly depleted. He needed to replenish himself with food. He prepared a pot of rice and some meat. It did not consume much time, and after about half a stick of incense, the meal was ready. Su Chang'an began to feast with great delight. How fragrant! The young lad, looking somewhat unfamiliar, inquired, "Whose disciple are you?" Su Chang'an was taken aback. Someone had approached him silently, and he was completely unprepared. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld 3 elderly gentlemen, their white hair and beards nearly brushing the ground, standing before him. Astonishing! How did I not notice their presence? However, the attire they wore, identical dark green robes, indicated that despite their advanced age, they remained disciples of the inner sect. Esteemed seniors, Su Chang'an hastily bowed and said, "My master is the esteemed Mingi Jinren of Wanghe Peak." "Oh." One of the old men chuckled and replied, "I am aware. He is indeed Master Mingi. Greetings, junior brother. I am Su Yunlong, a disciple of Baoping Peak." "I too am a disciple of Baoping Peak," added another, Lin Weihua. The last elder, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "I recognize you. Your name is Su Pinggan, is it not?" "I am Zhang Weia, a disciple of Miaolian Peak, with Master Qingshu Jinren." Su Chang'an felt a peculiar sense of disconnection. Qingshu, despite appearing to be in his 40s, had disciples whose eyebrows had already descended to the ground. Chapter 59 Deal reached. Challenge of the Demon Ape. Su Chang'an respectfully bowed to the 3 senior brothers. Though he was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he could not discern their cultivation levels. However, it was evident that individuals of such age who entered the secret realm were undoubtedly formidable experts, likely at the late stages of Qi refinement, if not at their pinnacle. No need for formalities. The 3 replied amiably. Su Chang'an suggested, "Brothers, would you care to join me for a meal?" "Haha, there's no need," junior brother, Lin Weihua responded. "We have feasted for a lifetime. At this point, we desire nothing more." "There is something we wish to discuss with you," Lin Weihua continued. "A spy from the Qi Kingdom has infiltrated the secret realm. This rascal is a Foundation establishment cultivator who concealed his cultivation level to blend in, causing instability in the realm's regulations, rendering even the escape talismans ineffective. Therefore, if you encounter a powerful beast, it is best to flee without hesitation and avoid engaging in battle." Lin Weihua's expression darkened as he spoke, and the other 2 furrowed their brows in concern. Su Chang'an inquired, "Is that permissible?" "Indeed," Zhang Wui affirmed. "We have yet to encounter this spy from Qi. It is said that he wields 2 golden vessels, one large for defense, and the other small capable of summoning 3 powerful auras for attack. He is exceedingly formidable. If you happen upon him, it would be wise to steer clear." Su Chang'an felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. "Thank you for the warning, brothers." "Not at all." Zhang Wui waved his hand dismissively. "We are nearing the end of our days. It is but a small courtesy. Moreover, it is only natural for disciples of the sect to look out for one another." "Very well," Lin Weihua added. "Take care, young brother. We 3 old men shall take our leave." With that, they departed together. Su Chang'an resumed his meal, drinking some water, and then stood to survey his surroundings. He had sensed a shift in the laws of the realm just moments ago, unaware that a Foundation establishment cultivator had intruded. "Damn it! It appears I must exercise greater caution henceforth." Lin Weihua was indeed correct. The sect's ultimate safeguard had now been rendered useless. As Su Chang'an gathered his belongings and prepared to depart, he was surprised to see the 3 elders return. "Young junior brother," Lin Weihua called. "Please hold on. We have a matter we wish to inquire about." Su Chang'an clasped his hands together, replying, Please, brothers, feel free to ask. I shall certainly share whatever I know. He held a favorable impression of these warm-hearted elders. Though they had not reached the foundation establishment stage, their cultivation was commendable, and they were kind and eager to assist. Junior brother, Zhang Wuyo remarked, to be candid, we three old men are nearing the end of our days. We have ventured into this secret realm with the intention of seeking the blood jade Bodhi to prolong our lives. I wonder, dear junior brother, if you have encountered any news or clues regarding this precious Bodhi on your journey. Indeed, Su Yunlong interjected, his expression brimming with anticipation. It is said that a formidable purple-eyed demon ape at the peak of the Qi refinement stage guards the vicinity of the blood jade Bodhi tree. Have you chanced upon it? A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Chang'an's face. He had indeed seen it. Observing the change in his expression, the three men opposite him were instantly elated. Did you see it? They inquired eagerly. Su Chang'an nodded, saying, Yes, esteemed brothers, I did see it. Splendid. The three elders beamed with joy, their faces aglow. Where is it? Pray lead us there. Rest assured, we shall not forget your kindness. Junior brother, look, Su Yunlong exclaimed, tossing a plethora of elixirs and porcelain vials before him. These are of no use to me, anymore they are all yours. My spirit stones. Lin Weihua chimed in, producing a substantial quantity of spirit stones from his storage pouch. Take these as well. Zhang Wuyo was the most forthright, promptly removing his own storage pouch and declaring, Junior brother, they are all yours. What they sought was survival. By consuming the blood jade Bodhi, they could extend their lives by a century, albeit at the cost of becoming mere mortals. Although possessing immense strength, they could still attain mastery in the martial world as ordinary beings. Yet, resources for cultivation would truly become irrelevant. Well, Su Chang'an forced a smile. It is not that I am unwilling to disclose, but esteemed brothers, I fear that the demon ape, with its mountainous physique and unmatched aura, could spell doom for you three should I reveal its location. Moreover, the most critical point was that only 2 fruits remained on the tree, while there were 3 of them. How could they possibly divide it? Do not worry, junior brother. Zhang Wuyo reassured him with a chuckle. Do not underestimate us 3 old fellows. To be frank, we are all at the 12th level of Qi refinement, on the cusp of advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Alas, Su Yunlong chimed in, yet, advancing to foundation establishment is no easy feat. I have squandered 74 years to reach this pinnacle, and now at the age of 107, I have made no progress in 33 years. I no longer aspire to foundation establishment. Merely extending my lifespan by another century would be a boundless opportunity. The lifespan of Qi refinement cultivators is akin to that of ordinary folk, with a limit of roughly a century. It is not precisely 100 years, but close enough. Some may live into their 90s, while others may reach beyond 100, even 102. Generally speaking, it hovers around the century mark. Rest easy, junior brother. They continued. Bound by the laws of this realm, the purple-eyed giant ape, no matter how it cultivates, cannot break through to foundation establishment. As we 3 are all at the 12th level of Qi refinement with our own magical abilities, slaying this giant ape should pose no challenge. The 3 individuals gazed at Su Chang'an, their eyes reflecting a deep yearning for life. Su Chang'an nodded in acknowledgement. At this juncture, he had no choice but to acquiesce. He had ignited the survival instincts of the 3 before him. The consequences of refusal were uncertain and potentially dire. Very well, Su Chang'an declared, my esteemed senior brothers. You may slay the giant ape to obtain the dragon blood Bodhi, but I must stipulate one condition. I have no interest in the Bodhi fruits on the tree. However, the body and flesh of this purple-eyed giant ape must be mine. Agreed. The 3 replied in unison. The flesh of the giant ape held no value for them. They were more than willing to offer it to this young fellow for purposes of forging artifacts, inscribing talismans, or even selling it for profit. With a flourish, Su Chang'an unceremoniously took the materials they offered as a token of gratitude. At this moment, gratitude was meaningless. However, there were only 2 Bodhi fruits on that tree. The dilemma of how these 3 old men would divide them later was amusing. He chuckled softly, for the trial of human nature had arrived. My esteemed senior brothers, follow me. With a slight exertion of his foot, Su Chang'an dashed toward the location of the giant ape. Chapter 60, Fallen Dan's Sword Talisman. Heavenly Oath, Su Shitty. How much farther do we have to go? Zhang Waya, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired shortly after they had embarked. The other two elders also gazed at Su Chang'an with anticipation. Su Chang'an replied, "Not far. Do not rush. We shall arrive after traversing the 2 mountains ahead." "Oh." Zhang Wei pressed on. "What if someone else gets there first? If they take it, we would be left with nothing for our efforts." As the prospect of extending their lifespans loomed near, the anxiety of loss grew palpable among them. All three shared a similar sentiment. Su Chang'an engaged them in casual conversation, soothing their nerves as they continued forward. Lin Weihua asked, "Su Shidi, I have heard that the Bodhi tree bears a total of 12 fruits. Is that true? How many did you see?" "We have arrived." Su Chang'an dared not speak the truth. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "I cannot say. I observed the formidable aura of the demon ape and felt a sense of trepidation, daring not to approach. I only caught a glimpse of a Bodhi tree and the giant purple-eyed ape beneath it. As for the number of fruits, I did not pay much heed." "Didn't he see any?" Zhang Wei exclaimed, "This is terrible. What if there isn't a single fruit?" The four hurried along, swiftly reaching the canyon. "Bodhi tree. I see it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I see it. There are 2 vibrant red fruits. It seems this is indeed the blood jade Bodhi." The 3 elders fixated on the blood jade Bodhi, neglecting the imposing figure of the demon ape lurking beneath the tree. "Wait." Zhang Wei's mind cleared in an instant. "Brothers, there are only 2 blood jade Bodhis, yet we are 3 elders. How shall we divide them?" Lin Weihua and Su Yunlong fell silent, their expressions darkening one after another. Su Chang'an stood by, at a loss for words. "What shall we do?" Su Yunlong pondered. "The demon ape's aura is overwhelmingly potent. Whether the 3 of us can defeat it is uncertain. Are you suggesting that you would withdraw, Shidi?" "Impossible." Zhang Wei waved dismissively. "I am already over 90 years old. If I do not obtain this blood jade Bodhi, I shall surely ascend to eternal peace within a few years. How could I possibly give up?" "Then it is settled," Lin Weihua declared. "Since you will not relent, we shall strike down this beast together. As for how to allocate the 2 fruits afterward," he glanced at Su Yunlong and Zhang Wei, "that can be determined once we have vanquished the vile ape. Do you both have any objections?" Su Yunlong nodded. "No objections." However, Zhang Wei smirked. "Brothers, I fear that you 2 may conspire against me when the time comes. You are both disciples of the treasure bottle peak, as close as brothers. However, I, old Zhang, am merely a disciple of the Miaolian peak. When the colossal ape is slain, should the 2 of you conspire against me, I shall undoubtedly meet my demise in despair." Su Yunlong interjected, "How could that be possible?" "No." Zhang Wuyo, with a cautious glance at Su Yunlong, declared, "You both must vow by the heavenly Tao, swearing to the heavens that you will not unite against me. Otherwise, I would rather perish than allow you to succeed." Boom. As soon as Zhang Wuyo's words fell, his cultivation, at the pinnacle of the late Qi refinement stage, erupted forth like a tangible force. If he were to resolve himself to fight, he could indeed take one down in exchange for his own life. Once he eliminated one, the other would be unable to kill the malevolent ape alone to obtain the blood jade Bodhi. The expressions of Su Yunlong and Lin Weihu darkened. However, in order to successfully defeat the malevolent ape and claim the fruit, Su Yunlong conceded, "Very well. I agree." Lin Weihu added, "I concur." Without hesitation, Lin Weihu was the first to raise his voice to the heavens. "I swear by the heavenly Tao, that after slaying this purple-eyed demon ape, should I conspire with my junior brother Su Yunlong to harm Zhang Wuyo, let me be struck by heavenly lightning and meet a dreadful end." Gritting his teeth, Su Yunlong followed suit. "I, Su Yunlong, vow by the heavenly Tao, that after slaying the purple-eyed demon ape, should I join forces with my senior brother against Zhang Wuyo, may I suffer a fate worse than death, never to see another year." Haraha. At this, Zhang Wuyo burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, truly excellent. My esteemed brothers, let us now deliberate on how to vanquish this malevolent ape. In the realm of cultivation, oaths sworn by the heavenly Tao are the most potent, so much so that they can be terrifyingly effective. Should the 2 of them dare to plot against Zhang Wuyo, they would inevitably perish under the weight of their own vows. My junior brothers." Lin Weihu rummaged through his storage pouch and produced a cerulean talisman, stating, "I possess this." This cerulean talisman was unlike an ordinary one. While a regular talisman is merely a piece of paper, this cerulean talisman resembled a vibrant entity of energy. With intricate runes swirling in a mesmerizing dance, emanating a formidable sword intent. Even before Lin Weihu unleashed an attack, Su Chang'an instinctively took 2 steps back. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The surplus sword intent radiating from it was enough to sting his cheeks painfully. "This is..." Zhang Wuyo gasped in astonishment. "Brother Lin, is this the Falling Dan talisman?" "Hiss." Su Yunlong followed suit, drawing in a sharp breath. Su Chang'an's brow furrowed slightly. The Falling Dan talisman? He was well aware of what that was. When golden core cultivators are unable to break through to the nascent soul stage before their demise, they often transform their golden core into a talisman, bequeathing it to their descendants or disciples as a means of survival. This talisman encapsulates the cultivator's profound insights into the principles of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of their lifelong cultivation. Once released, it can unleash the full might of a golden core cultivator's strike, capable of shaking mountains and overturning seas. However, should the formidable strike of a golden core cultivator be unleashed, the Fallen Dan talisman can only be utilized once. Yet, if one were to meticulously control the potency of each release, confining this strike to the foundation establishment stage, it could be activated 7 times. Indeed, Lin Weihua chuckled, saying, "This is the Fallen Dan talisman, or more precisely, a Fallen Dan sword talisman. I stumbled upon it in my youth, though regrettably, it had already been activated 4 times when I acquired it. In a moment of peril long ago, I triggered it once more, leaving it with 2 final activations. But that is more than sufficient," Lin Weihua declared. "Once the Fallen Dan sword talisman is unleashed, the beast is assuredly doomed. We shall first engage it in a battle of strength. Should our prowess prove inadequate, I will then invoke this Fallen Dan sword talisman. However, the activation of this talisman requires a considerable duration for casting, so I kindly ask my 2 junior brothers to momentarily restrain the beast while I summon the sword intent." "No worries," Zhang Wuyo replied. "I possess the elemental roots of fire, earth, and wood, with a primary focus on earth, emphasizing defense. When the time comes, I shall stand firm and surely withstand the beast's 3 strikes." Chapter 61. The Purple-Eyed Giant Ape. 1 against 3, Junior Su. Lin Weihu exclaimed when the battle ensues. "Ensure you do not stray too far. Should an urgent situation arise, despite your humble cultivation, you can retrieve the fruits while we engage the beast." Su Chang'an's expression darkened. He was reluctant at heart. Just as he was about to voice his dissent, Zhang Wui beside him grasped his collar and said, "Let us go." The 4 transformed into 3 swift figures, charging toward the colossal ape. Roar! The giant ape had long since awakened. Its gaze fixated on the 2 remaining fruits in the tree, having previously numbered 12. In a fit of fury, it became increasingly agitated upon noticing the 4 intruders. Roar! The immense creature, akin to a small mountain, bellowed at them. Instantly, a tangible sound wave surged toward the 4. Bang! Su Chang'an felt as though the world spun around him. His mind became disoriented. Such formidable sound wave power. Buzz! Buzz! He hastily activated several layers of defensive blood shield talismans, which provided him some respite. Beast! Su Yunlong formed a sword gesture and suddenly ascended from the ground. A streak of azure light shot forth from his waist, and a 3-foot sword materialized in the air. A magnificent aura emanated from the sword, wave after wave, swiftly extinguishing the ape's recent sound wave assault. "Beast, allow me to test your true strength," he declared. "In the vastness of the world, the sword path endures." Flash! Zzz. The azure sword light in the void quivered violently, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Swelling from 3 feet to an astonishing 3 zhang, the colossal sword shimmered with flowing patterns, casting a blinding azure light throughout the expanse, making it difficult to behold. As Su Yunlong uttered the command slash, the gigantic sword descended upon the giant ape's head. Before the sword arrived, its intent permeated the ground, causing rocks to be sliced into fragments. The thick skin of the giant ape bore deep gashes as well. So powerful. Su Chang'an staggered back several paces. Astonished, this seemingly decrepit old man appeared as though he could perish at any moment, yet his abrupt display of strength was utterly despairing. Had this strike been directed at him, Su Chang'an would have faced certain doom. Regret washed over Su Chang'an. Had he known the might of a perfected Qi refinement cultivator, he would have never dared to contend with these ancient beings. In the future, he vowed to refrain from seeking petty gains, for in such circumstances, Betrayal would leave him with virtually no chance of escape. Roar. The purple-eyed demon ape, however, remained unperturbed, gazing defiantly at the massive sword descending from above. It did not flinch, but instead unleashed a powerful punch. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal ape, towering several dozen feet, materialized in the air. Its ethereal fist, forged from condensed spiritual energy, struck the sword with a resounding impact. Cracks rapidly spread across the azure three-zhong blade, shattering into a cascade of fragments. This is dire. Su Yunlong was sent reeling backward, realizing that this creature had actually manifested a Dharma form. Those exceptionally gifted spiritual beasts, during their cultivation, can comprehend the forces of the universe and develop remarkable abilities, with the Dharma body being one of them. Although the ape's Dharma form appeared feeble, it already exhibited the beginnings of its potential. With a cough, Su Yunlong stumbled back several dozen feet, his steps unsteady, before he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Weihu and Zhang Wuyo also retreated. Suddenly, the giant ape advanced, swinging its fists towards Su Yunlong. He barely dodged, but the ground where the phantom fist landed was left with a massive crater. Lin, quickly deploy your falling Dan sword talisman and slay this beast, Zhang Wuyo urged. Lin Weihu replied, the efficacy of my falling Dan sword talisman diminishes with distance. It will only be effective up close. Zhang, you must distract it for a while. Once it is exhausted from our battle, we can strike with the talisman for a decisive blow. Understood. Zhang Wuyo gritted his teeth. I will test the depths of this creature's strength. With a mighty surge of energy, Zhang Wuyo unleashed his aura, a golden shield materializing above him as he leapt forward to confront the giant ape. The ape's Dharma form pivoted, raising its right hand to deliver a crushing blow to Zhang Wuyo's head. Unlike Su Yunlong, Zhang did not retreat. He channeled a torrent of magical energy into the golden shield, which expanded to an immense size, appearing incredibly robust. The colossal fist, large enough to crush a house, struck down, forcing Zhang Wuyo back 3 steps. However, although the shield dimmed momentarily, it remained intact. He had successfully withstood the blow. The giant ape swung its fist again, then again, and once more. The shield began to develop web-like cracks under the relentless assault. Brother, I am coming. Su Yunlong summoned his azure sword once more, descending from above with a powerful strike. Meanwhile, Lin Weihu was not idle. He retrieved a massive, dark spear from his storage pouch and thrust it forward. A flicker of violet light emanating from the spear as it advanced toward the giant ape. Thus commenced an earth-shattering battle between the 3 cultivators and the ape. Uprooting trees and shattering stones, waves of magical power erupting forth, sending invisible energy ripples sweeping through the surroundings. Su Chang'an, to avoid being caught in the tumult, had no choice but to retreat further and further until he was 100 feet away, ensuring he remained unharmed by the aftermath of this fierce confrontation. However, the violet-eyed giant ape is undeniably formidable. It single-handedly withstands the onslaught of 3 individuals with apparent ease. Originally, Lin Weihui had devised a plan wherein the 3 of them would distract the giant ape, allowing Su Chang'an to stealthily pluck the fruits. Yet, it has now become evident that such a strategy is utterly implausible. The giant ape remains steadfast within 10 paces of the Bodhi tree, and should Su Chang'an dare to encroach upon that distance, it would surely spell his demise. Brother Lin, we must devise a solution swiftly, Zhang Wui exclaimed. I cannot endure much longer. If this continues, it is we, the elder statesmen, who shall succumb before we can exhaust this beast. Indeed, brother, Su Yunlong concurred. Perhaps I and junior brother Zhang could together hold this creature at bay while you unleash the meteoric Dan sword talisman? Very well, Lin Weihui responded. It would be a great burden on you too, but I ask that you manage to distract it for 30 breaths. What? Zhang Wui nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Brother, must it truly take 30 breaths? They were aware that activating the meteoric Dan sword talisman required time, yet 30 breaths seemed excessively prolonged. Nevertheless, given the current predicament, they had no choice but to hold their ground. Chapter 62. The terrifying sword talisman, unmatched by human heart, with a sharp bite to his tongue. Lin Weihua spat forth a mouthful of fresh blood, which splattered onto the azure jade talisman he held. The fallen Dan sword talisman seemed to come alive, transforming into an elderly man with hair as white as snow. The old man appeared ethereal, like a wisp of smoke, ready to dissipate at any moment. He surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "What is the purpose of this summoning?" Lin Weihua replied, "I beseech you, esteemed elder, to take action and vanquish this beast." The old man pivoted, directing his gaze towards the violet-eyed giant ape. The creature trembled, sensing an overwhelming threat to its existence, and erupted into a frenzy, furiously striking at Su Yunlong and Zhang Wui before it. The old man's spectral form soared into the air, bellowing, "Converge." In an instant, countless strands of spiritual energy coalesced as if made tangible, rushing towards the elder's outstretched hand like a torrential river. After 20 breaths, the amassed sword energy transformed into a long sword. This sword, though not particularly large, measuring 3 feet in length and 1 inch in width, radiated a dazzling brilliance that sent shivers through the very souls of those nearby. "My fellow disciples, you may wish to step back now," Lin Weihua declared, leaping aside first. Following suit, Zhang Wui and Su Yunlong also vacated the battlefield. With a mighty roar, the violet-eyed giant ape bellowed at the elder in the void and conjured its own illusory form, launching a powerful punch towards the old man. Yet, the elder's apparition, seemingly fragile, stood immovable like a mountain. The punch struck him as if it had met solid rock, failing to budge him an inch. With a mere wave of his hand, the azure sword descended, transforming into a brilliant beam of sword light that pierced through the giant ape's head. The sword plunged into the top of the ape's skull and emerged from its body below, embedding itself into the rocky ground and creating a gaping abyss. Su Chang'an watched in astonishment as his eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. So formidable! Is this the method of attack wielded by a golden core master? Yet, Lin Weihua had mentioned that this strike was merely the full strength of a foundational stage cultivator. Not only did it effortlessly penetrate the violet-eyed giant ape, but it also left a deep chasm in the earth below, demonstrating its immense power. After the strike, the elder's spectral form vanished, and a stream of azure light returned to Lin Weihua's hand, reverting to the fallen Dan's sword talisman, albeit dimmer than before. Lin Weihua sighed, saying, "This talisman has but 1 use remaining. However, I shall no longer require it in the future. Su, my disciple, from now on I will live as a mere mortal. This talisman is yours. And take the flesh and blood of the giant ape as well." "Very well." Su Chang'an accepted the fallen Dan's sword talisman without hesitation. Lin Weihu remarked, "To utilize this item, it merely requires nurturing with blood, quite simple indeed. However, the process of absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to transform it into sword intent is somewhat sluggish, taking approximately 20 breaths." He added, "Exercise caution when using it." Su Chang'an exhaled in relief. He had initially suspected Lin Weihu harbored ulterior motives, yet he was genuinely gifted this object. With a swift motion, Su Chang'an stored the colossal body of the purple-eyed giant ape. At that moment, Lin Weihu continued, "Now we must discuss the allocation of the blood jade Bodhi fruits. I believe, Senior." Su Chang'an observed that the 3 elders were relatively agreeable. Given the limited utility of the blood jade Bodhi for himself, he contemplated presenting one for the 3 of them to share, saying, "Actually, I possess another." Before he could finish, he noticed a sudden expression of terror on Lin Weihu's face. "Not good, another giant ape!" Lin Weihu shouted in panic. In unison, Su Chang'an, Zhang Wui, and Su Yunlong turned to gaze in the direction Lin Weihu had just looked. Confusion enveloped them. "Where's there a demon ape?" "Brother, what demon beast?" Zhang Wui began, but was abruptly struck by a sudden chill in his chest. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a dark spear protruding through him from behind. Su Chang'an and Su Yunlong swiftly retreated. "Brother, you." Zhang Wui turned, trembling as he looked at Lin Weihu, stammering, "You have invoked the heavenly Tao." "The heavenly Tao, oath." A flicker of guilt crossed Lin Weihu's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a cold resolve. "Zhang Shidi, my apologies. When I swore my oath, I promised not to conspire against you with my junior. However, at present, I am not conspiring. I am merely addressing you myself. Therefore, do not blame me. I imagine the heavenly Tao will not punish me. I simply wish to live another 100 years. There are only 2 fruits, and I must share with my disciple. I have no choice." With a sudden forceful tug, Lin Weihu withdrew the spear. "Su Shidi, do not leave yet." His eyes narrowed slightly as he commanded, "Disciple, capture him." "Understood." Su Yunlong, unsure of how to proceed, complied with Lin Weihu's directive, leaping to apprehend the fleeing Su Chang'an and bringing him back. Do not overthink it, shitty, Lin Weihu said, sealing Su Chang'an's meridians with a pad while addressing Su Yunlong. Now that there are 2 fruits on the tree, we shall each take one. Having more would serve no purpose for me. Su Yunlong felt reassured, recognizing Lin Weihu spoke the truth. This item can only be consumed once in a lifetime. Shitty, you may go and retrieve the fruit. Lin Weihu gestured for Su Yunlong to proceed. He sat beside Su Chang'an, once again donning a benevolent expression. Oh, my junior brother Su, throughout my life, I have never committed any heinous acts, nor have I ever unjustly taken the lives of the innocent. I have never engaged in reckless bravado. I have diligently pursued my cultivation, serving my master with utmost care, caution, and reverence. In my quest for the Tao, I have never allowed personal affections to sway me. I once had a junior sister who adored me 76 years ago, and I reciprocated her feelings. She was the most beautiful girl on Baoping Peak and my one true love. Regrettably, in my pursuit of the Tao, I turned her down, and now, in hindsight, I truly lament that decision. It seems that I unwittingly bestowed my good fortune upon that old, wretched master of mine. I am a good person, having lived my life as such, and have relentlessly sought the Tao. Lin Weihu turned to Su Chang'an, gazing intently. But now, at the age of 107, I no longer yearn for the Tao, nor do I wish to engage in rigorous cultivation. I simply desire to live another 100 years, to experience life as a mortal, to marry, to have children, and to nurture my descendants. Su, can you comprehend my sentiments? Chapter 63. After all calculations, only dust remains. Rest assured, my senior, Su Chang'an declared. I can swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, promising never to utter a word about this matter henceforth. No one will know what has transpired here. The heavenly Tao oath, ha ha ha. Lin Weihua chuckled. Su, my junior, do you truly believe in something that even I would not uphold? Indeed, while the oath holds merit, for me, the most valuable asset is the dead. The path of grandeur is fraught with trials. Once you embark on it, you shall face endless suffering. Come, let me relieve you of your torment. Lin Weihua's gnarled hands, resembling withered branches, lunged towards Su Chang'an. Yet Su, unwilling to sit idly by, found himself at a considerable disadvantage in terms of cultivation. Despite having certain abilities, he was no match for Lin Weihua. After several futile attempts to fend him off, Lin Weihua's withered fingers ultimately struck Su Chang'an's chest. As the palm's spiritual energy surged, it shattered Su's internal organs. Junior, I apologize. Lin Weihua shook his head, not even bothering to touch Su Chang'an's storage pouch. There was no need for it. Once he exited the secret realm, he would hastily consume the blood jade Bodhi, for he sensed his end was near. What cultivation, what treasures, what secret manuals. It was all but a fleeting dream that must come to an end. At that moment, Su Yunlong returned to Lin Weihua's side, having harvested the fruit. Su Yunlong glanced at Su Chang'an, lying on the ground, pallid and devoid of breath. Senior, he has been dealt with, Lin Weihua replied nonchalantly. In my lifetime, I have wronged these 2 juniors. Did you obtain the blood jade Bodhi? I did. Su Yunlong produced 2 jade boxes. Just give me one. Lin Weihua said. Junior, what are your plans moving forward? Sighing deeply, Su Yunlong replied. In the grand scheme, it is all in vain. At our stage, what plans can we possibly entertain? Merely to find a place to consume this blood jade Bodhi, and from then on, live as an ordinary mortal, perhaps for another 100 years, raise a family. Let a mundane life, and be an unremarkable person. Lin Weihua nodded. I have heard that consuming the blood jade Bodhi can restore one to their youth, allowing one to regain their former appearance. Moreover, for individuals like us, our physical foundations would remain intact. Though we may not cultivate, we could possess immense strength and become martial experts in the realm of mortals. Not for me. Su Yunlong shook his head. I desire nothing more than to live well, to gaze at the sky, the earth, and the clouds. Very well, Lin Weihua said. Junior, let us part ways here. By the way, do you still have some spirit stones? Keep a few. They can be exchanged for worldly gold and silver in the market, ensuring future prosperity. Lying on the ground, Su Chang'an listened to the conversation between the 2 men, and an unprecedented sense of emotion welled up within him, while the world yearns to become immortal. Enduring hardship, and even risking their lives to embark on the path of cultivation. He now heard two peak-stage chi-refining elders express such a longing for mundane life. How ironic it was. After a century of cultivation, what was the purpose? Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flashed, and a tremendous aura erupted from Lin Weihui. By the time Su Yunlong realized what was happening, it was already too late. Lin Weihui brandished a golden flag, thrusting it towards him, its surface shimmering with light as spiritual energy coalesced into a dragon. In less than a breath, the golden flag transformed into a golden flood dragon, crashing violently into the hastily summoned spiritual shield of Su Yunlong. Alas, the shield was too feeble and shattered with a single blow, the golden dragon's momentum unyielding as it struck Su Yunlong directly. He was sent flying over Tianzhong, collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood. Senior brother, why? Su Yunlong's face turned pale, confusion etched on his features. Why did you ambush me? Is it for the blood jade Bodhi? Of course not. Lin Weihui inhaled deeply, replying, for me, a single blood jade Bodhi suffices. Junior brother, everyone in the sect knows that the three of us ventured into the secret realm for treasure. But now, junior brother Zhang has inexplicably fallen. And you know how protective Qingshu of Miaoyan Peak is towards his disciples. If he investigates, I fear you may ruin everything. I merely wish to live the next 100 years in peace. You are aware that consuming the blood jade Bodhi will leave me powerless, unable to withstand any turmoil. Once you are dealt with, I shall consume the blood jade Bodhi, regain my youthful appearance. And then I will skin this lad's face to craft a mask of personal quality. Surely, it would be no trouble to slip out of the sect under the name Su Chang'an. Who would know where I have gone? Lin Weihui had indeed calculated every detail to perfection. You. Su Yunlong's face darkened. Very well. But if you intend to kill me, it won't be so simple. With a roar, the spiritual energy surged from Su Yunlong, and a golden belt at his waist flickered ominously. This is... Lin Weihui's expression changed in shock. A spirit artifact? Indeed, Su Yunlong declared. It is a spirit artifact. With this protecting me, I wonder how you shall kill me? With that, Su Yunlong transformed from defense to offense, engaging Lin Weihui in combat. However, after only a few breaths, Su Yunlong exclaimed in surprise, your flag is also a spirit artifact. Correct. Lin Weihui smirked. With a wave of his hand, the flag morphed back into a golden dragon, charging fiercely at Su Yunlong. The golden belt proved formidable, absorbing the dragon's relentless assaults. However, weakened by his injuries and depleted energy, Su Yunlong ultimately fell to Lin Weihui's blade. Sigh. Even after dispatching 3 individuals, Lin Weihui did not display a semblance of joy upon his countenance. He exhaled deeply and retrieved the blood jade Bodhi from within his robes, murmuring to himself, my lifespan cannot endure much longer. I shall consume this first, then seek a place to conceal myself until the conclusion of the secret realm. After a few breaths, Lin Weihui emitted several anguished cries. His physique began to swell at a visibly remarkable pace, and after a span of several more breaths, the once decrepit Lin Weihui was transformed into a youthful figure, resplendent and elegant, having ascended to the foundational realm of cultivation. However, his entire reservoir of magical energy dissipated in an instant. Su Chang'an, who lay nearby, was astonished at this spectacle, nearly losing his eyes in disbelief. The blood jade Bodhi was indeed wondrous. Lin Weihui instinctively took a step towards Su Chang'an, presuming he could traverse several zhang in one stride. The result? He stumbled and fell to the ground. Alas! He shook his head, lamenting, oh, how feeble mortals are, without my cultivation. Even moving is a laborious endeavor. Reluctantly, he could only amble slowly to Su Chang'an's side. Junior brother Su, my apologies. I must borrow your visage for a moment. Rest assured, once I emerge from this predicament, I shall ensure a proper tomb is erected in your honor. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Chang'an sat up, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lin Weihui, saying, Brother Lin, you are far too hasty. Chapter 64, First Day Review. 2 spiritual artifacts, you're not dead? Lin Weihua's face turned pale with shock. Just moments ago, he could have easily extinguished Su Chang'an, a mere practitioner of the 4th level of Qi refinement, as effortlessly as crushing an ant. No, it was far simpler than that. Yet now, he had consumed the blood jade Bodhi and gained a century of life, but his cultivation had been utterly obliterated. Engaging in a duel with Su Chang'an now rendered him as vulnerable as an ant beneath Su's heel. In a flurry of panic, Lin Weihua hastily patted his storage bag, only to find that he could retrieve nothing. Was his storage bag even accessible? Su Chang'an remarked coolly, Lin, you are far too anxious. Just now, you intentionally handed me that falling Dan sword talisman to deceive Brother Zhang Wui, weren't you? You wanted others to believe you had relinquished all defenses, allowing you to strike with lethal precision. At that moment, Su Chang'an recalled the true intent behind Lin Weihua's earlier gesture of giving him the talisman. Indeed, Lin Weihua's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Chang'an continued, Brother, you all could have enjoyed a favorable conclusion, but alas, your haste has betrayed you. You ought to have allowed me to finish speaking before making your move. What do you mean? Lin Weihua replied, confusion etched on his face. Su Chang'an inquired, Brother, think carefully. What did I say when you handed me the falling Dan sword talisman? You. Lin Weihua's memory stirred. After several breaths, realization dawned upon him. Su, you mentioned you still had one more. Precisely. Su Chang'an waved his hand and retrieved a blood jade bodhi from his storage bag. In truth, before your arrival, I had already gathered several of these fruits. Had you waited for me to finish speaking, I would have presented you with one, making a total of 3. Then, none of this would have transpired. However, a teasing smile graced Su Chang'an's face. You were too hasty, eager to eliminate your junior brother, thus missing this splendid opportunity. With a swift motion, Su Chang'an stored the blood jade bodhi away again. Now tell me, how would you prefer to meet your end? With a thud, Lin Weihua fell to his knees. Su, no. Brother Su, I was blinded by folly. I merely wished to live as an ordinary mortal. Please spare me, and I shall pose no further threat to you. However, before he could finish his plea, Su Chang'an raised his hand and bestowed a ray of celestial light upon him. Lin Weihua, may you ascend to eternal tranquility. Su Chang'an, uninterested in further discourse, collected the several storage bags from the ground and siphoned the essence from a few individuals before swiftly departing. After traversing over a dozen mountain peaks, Su Chang'an finally exhaled deeply, his face reflecting a lingering sense of trepidation. This incident imparted a profound lesson upon him. Under no circumstances should he ever ally himself with cultivators of significantly higher prowess, for even the slightest misfortune would be beyond the endurance of a low-level practitioner. He vowed never to repeat this mistake unless he possessed an absolute safeguard for his life. Without a moment's pause, Su Chang'an's feet radiated golden light as he ran for over an hour before beginning his treasure hunt. Later that afternoon, he vanquished several mid-stage Qi refinement period spirit beasts. As night enveloped the realm, Su Chang'an refrained from further treasure seeking on the first night in the secret realm. Instead, he sought refuge in a secluded cave for rest. Although this was a temporary resting place, he meticulously set up several secondary-level formations around the cave and activated a concealment talisman before sitting cross-legged to meditate. As nightfall was not an opportune time for hunting demonic beasts, he resolved to stay put. The first order of business was to prepare a meal. Unfortunately, cultivators below the foundation establishment stage cannot fast, and without fasting pills, they must rely on sustenance for nourishment. After preparing a meal and devouring it ravenously, Su Chang'an retrieved several storage bags from the golden talisman space. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the faint restrictions, and the contents of the bags materialized before him. These storage bags belonged to Lin Weihua, Su Yunlong, and Zhang Wuyo, all of whom were ancient beings with over a century of existence, their cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Naturally, their century-long accumulation was substantial. Among them were over 100 low-grade spirit stones and several hundred mid-grade spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, there were various herbs, pills, scrolls, and cultivation techniques. However, these were of little use to Su Chang'an at present. Beyond these mundane items and wealth, what he valued most were the magical artifacts belonging to these individuals. A resplendent golden belt, a black divine spear, a golden banner, and Zhang Wuyo's protective artifact, a small shield. Su Chang'an gasped in astonishment as he examined the golden belt, which boasted 13 layers of restrictions, classifying it as a high-grade spiritual artifact. Even some formidable cultivators at the foundation establishment stage might not possess such a treasure. It appeared to be Su Yunlong's ace in the hole, explaining why even his fellow disciples had never seen this belt before. The belt bore a formidable name, the Golden Mother's Extreme Restraint. What an imposing title! Setting the belt aside, Su Chang'an then picked up the black spear. It was a remarkable weapon, commonly wielded by Lin Weihua, classified as a top-grade artifact, featuring 7 layers of restrictions. However, as this was a frequently utilized artifact by Lin Weihua, many within the sect had seen it, making it unsuitable for Su Chang'an's use. Nonetheless, he could exchange it with merchants for a fair amount of spirit stones on future outings. The third item was the Golden Banner, the Gui Water Golden Flood Dragon Banner. To possess a talisman with 15 layers of restrictions, a supreme spirit artifact, is merely a tier below the treasures wielded by Golden Core cultivators. Su Chang'an was astounded. Although both are spirit artifacts, the Golden Mother's Imperial Binding Belt is only of superior quality, whereas this Gui Shui Golden Flood Dragon Flag is of the utmost grade. These ancient beings, having lived for centuries, are far from ordinary. Once refined, this item would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous asset. However, the 15 layers of restrictions are still too formidable for Su Chang'an, making immediate refinement unfeasible. He would have to wait until he exits this secret realm to consider the process of refinement. As for the Golden Mother's Imperial Binding Belt, it might be worth attempting. Lastly, there lies a cerulean Falling Dan Talisman, the Falling Dan Sword Talisman. This artifact also belonged to Lin Wuwei. Su Chang'an vividly remembers the cataclysmic power it unleashed when Lin used it to slay the purple-eyed giant ape. Moreover, its efficacy is independent of the user's cultivation level. A mere drop of blood suffices to summon the Elder. Alas, this Elder can only be summoned once more. Nevertheless, this is a formidable weapon, and when brought forth in perilous moments, it can surely lead to remarkable achievements. Chapter 65, Refining Spirit Artifacts, Disciple of Tiandu, Buzzing. With a fleeting thought, Su Chang'an found himself in the realm of the Golden Talisman. Within this space, time flowed at tenfold the rate of the outside world, making it the most efficient environment for cultivation and the dispelling of restrictions. Squeaking, 2 golden spiders, each the size of a small pig, joyfully approached Su Chang'an upon noticing him. Chuckling, he extended his hand to gently pat their heads, saying, "You little gluttons. Here, this is for you." He produced 2 pieces of dragon blood immortal taro, a substance imbued with wondrous energy that could elevate a spirit pet's rank by 1 level with just a single piece. Currently, both spiders were at level 3. With this enhancement, they could ascend to level 4 in the Qi refinement stage, transforming them into valuable allies for Su Chang'an. The spiders eagerly picked up their share of the dragon blood immortal taro and scurried away. Su Chang'an then retrieved the Golden Mother's Supreme Binding. This was a belt with a total of 13 layers of restrictions. Since it was nighttime in the secret realm, an unsuitable time for hunting spirit beasts, Su Chang'an decided to refine it within the Golden Talisman space. The time dilation here meant that 1 night outside equaled 5 days within. It remained uncertain whether 5 days would suffice to fully refine the Golden Mother's Supreme Binding. In no time, 5 days had elapsed. Su Chang'an took a deep breath, his heart brimming with joy as he gazed at the 2 spirit artifacts in his hands. The Golden Mother's Supreme Binding had been refined to 10 of its 13 restrictions. The last 3 layers consumed far too much time, and he refrained from attempting to unveil them. Despite having only unlocked 10 layers, he found he could manipulate the artifact with ease, if fully activated. It could withstand the full force of an attack from a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, a glaring weakness was apparent. The energy consumption was substantial. Just 1 activation would deplete 1/3 of Su Chang'an's internal spiritual energy. This meant that all his spiritual power could only resist 3 attacks from a 9th level opponent. If he could not subdue the adversary within those 3 strikes, the consequences would be dire. Additionally, he had refined 6 of the 15 restrictions of the Gui Shui Jin Jiao flag. Much like the belt, this artifact demanded immense energy. A full-force strike utilizing its 6 layers could unleash power akin to that of a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner, yet it too required 1/3 of his spiritual energy. Though these artifacts were not necessary for everyday use, they could serve as life-saving trump cards in critical situations, capable of yielding unforeseen results. After stowing away these treasures, Su Chang'an's gaze shifted to the 2 nearby spiders, which had once again succumbed to slumber. Never mind that. Buzzing. With a mere thought, Su Chang'an exited the Golden Talisman space. Outside, the dawn had broken brightly, marking the 2nd day of his venture into the secret realm. He gathered his formation and stepped out of the cave, commencing another day of treasure hunting. Perhaps having ventured out of the remote area of the secret realm, today Su Chang'an encountered 3 or 4 fellow disciples along his path. "Greetings," he inquired of each disciple he met. "Have you seen any disciples from Wangha Peak?" His master had previously advised that it would be prudent for everyone to band together for warmth, thus mitigating many unforeseen dangers. Unfortunately, none of these disciples had caught sight of Ding Lan or Fu Nianzhen. Su Chang'an was indifferent. If he encountered them, he did, and if not, so be it. He continued onward and soon arrived at an extraordinary grove, where towering trees of unknown species reached heights of hundreds of feet, each with a girth of several yards. What magnificent trees! Su Chang'an marveled, having never before laid eyes on such colossal divine woods. Some trees towered even higher than a small mountain peak. Suddenly, a massive bird with black wings and a crimson beak swooped through the forest. Its beak bore fiery red feathers that seemed to cascade like flames from its mouth to its neck. Su Chang'an gazed up in astonishment. Is that a firebeak blackwing eagle? This creature, classified as a low-level spiritual beast, was not particularly adept at offense or defense, but possessed a remarkable talent, flight. It was incredibly swift and boasted exceptional endurance. The treasured compendium noted that this creature was one of the best companions for traveling among cultivators in the Qi refinement stage. The firebird landed in a massive nest atop the giant tree, where the sounds of chirping filled the air. Su Chang'an squinted, realizing that this was a nest of juvenile firebeak blackwing eagles. If he could capture them all and raise them from a young age, he would no longer need to rely on flying vessels for travel. While traveling by vessel consumed spirit stones, it also required constant control, unlike the blackwing eagle, which could fly to its destination with him simply resting upon its back. Su Chang'an's heart raced with excitement. As soon as the adult blackwing eagle departed from the nest, he leapt upward, climbing the colossal tree. At a height of 100 feet, the nest was surprisingly large, akin to a small room, where 2 young eagles, still with their eyes closed, pushed and shoved each other in a playful competition to be the first to leave their abode. This competitive trait was inherent to firebeak blackwing eagles. In their natural state, only one could survive from each nest. Su Chang'an acted without hesitation, reaching in to take one of the juvenile eagles, leaving the other behind. There was no need to take both. One was sufficient for his purposes, as possessing more would only lead to excess consumption of resources. With a few agile leaps, Su Chang'an swiftly exited the grove. Upon emerging into the sunlight, he was greeted by the sight of 2 disciples clad in dark green robes, approaching him with swords in hand. Upon meeting, the 2 disciples immediately recognized him. "Oh, is that not Su Chang'an from Wangha Peak?" one of them remarked, looking at Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an was unfamiliar with the 2 individuals before him, yet he cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings, esteemed seniors." Initially believing them to harbor good intentions, he was met instead with a chilling smile from one of them, who retorted, "I truly cannot fathom what qualities you, Junior Su, possess to have captured the favor of Sister Ding Lan from Guanyin Peak. They say men are endowed with 5 treasures: Pan, Donkey, Ding, Shao, and Leisure. Yet you seem to be devoid of any such attributes." Laughter erupted from a nearby cultivator, resounding in mockery. Su Chang'an's expression darkened instantly, his countenance shifting to one of indignation. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his spiritual consciousness audaciously swept over the 2 adversaries before him. It was evident that these individuals bore ill intentions. "What are you staring at?" The leading senior sneered coldly. "You, a mere 4th-layer Qi refinement stage cultivator, should cease your futile probing. I am Du Zifeng, a disciple of Tiandu Peak, boasting a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivation. This is my junior brother, Yen Bose, also at the 6th layer. Now tell me, do you, a pitiful 4th-layer cultivator, dare to challenge us?" Chapter 66, Thunderous Slaughter, Purple Jade Ganoderma. Though the 14 peaks of the Taishan sect appear as a singular entity, each possesses its own distinct heritage. The disciples of Tiandu Peak, naturally united in both retreat and advance, found themselves in a peculiar situation. Following Su Chang'an's unexpected favor from Ding Lan, the esteemed senior brother Cheng Bufan was left in a state of disgrace. Cheng's failed machinations against Su resulted in his own injury and subsequent punishment from their master, rendering him unable to enter the current secret realm. Thus, the disciples of Tiandu Peak were collectively stifling their frustrations, eager to vindicate their senior brother. Du Zifeng and Yin Bo's, both adept practitioners at the 6th level of Qi refinement, enjoyed a numerical advantage and seized the opportunity to confront Su Chang'an in such a clandestine setting. Should they refrain from teaching Su a lesson, it would be utterly inconceivable. While they lacked the audacity to kill Su Chang'an, they were determined to injure him sufficiently to restore their senior brother's honor. Even if they faced reprimand from their master upon exiting the secret realm, enduring a half-year of reflection and solitude seemed a trivial price to pay. Su, my junior brother, it seems you desire a contest with us, Yin Bo's remarked, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Very well, it would be remiss of me to refuse. As he spoke, he retrieved a dark long sword from his storage pouch. Su Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. No, Su has no intention of competing with my esteemed senior brothers. I kindly request that you allow me passage. Allow passage? Haraha. Du Zifeng laughed heartily, clutching his belly. It's simple enough, junior brother Su. Just bow down and crawl between my legs, and I shall grant you safe passage. Otherwise, you must accept the challenge from us both. They were clearly attempting to provoke him, yet Su Chang'an remained unfazed. With a cold smile, he regarded the two. You both are 6th level adept practitioners seeking to challenge me, a mere 4th level practitioner? And you wish to face me together? Is this the shameful behavior of Tiandu Peak's disciples? You dare to insult our sect? You're courting death. Du Zifeng, incensed, retorted, junior brother. Let us finish this swiftly. Disable this brat's spiritual root and see how he continues his cultivation. With that, Du Zifeng lunged forward, wielding an enormous pair of scissors that sliced through the air towards Su Chang'an. The weapon, while peculiar, exuded formidable power. Even before it reached him, Su felt a sharp aura approaching. He swiftly retreated 3 steps, his feet aglow with golden light. Well done, Du Zifeng acknowledged, noticing Su's evasive maneuver. You possess a treasure that enhances your speed, but even so, you cannot escape. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Du Zifeng propelled himself forward like a cannonball. This time, Su Chang'an chose not to evade, instead watching Du with an amused expression. Bang! The massive scissors struck Su Chang'an's waist, and the 10th level of the binding formation on his golden mother's extreme restraint suddenly burst open, releasing a flash of golden light. Despite the sharpness of the scissors, they failed to inflict any harm on Su Chang'an. Du Zifeng remarked, "What a treasure! This is a spiritual artifact." A spark of madness flickered in his eyes as he urged, "Junior brother, act swiftly. Eliminate this fellow, and the artifact shall belong to us." The allure of wealth can stir deep desires. Initially, the two intended merely to teach Su Chang'an a minor lesson, yet upon noticing the spiritual artifact belt at his waist, their intentions abruptly shifted. Their original plan to cripple Su Chang'an's spiritual roots transformed into a deadly ambition to seize his treasure. With a thunderous roar, Yin Bo's leaped into the air, his long knife descending with force. Originally black, the blade blazed crimson as it absorbed spiritual energy, a fiery slash. Su Chang'an remained unmoved. When the strike landed, it was met with the defensive barrier of Su Chang'an's belt, absorbing the impact. The eyes of both assailants turned red with astonishment. My goodness, their full-force attack could not breach even a fraction of his defenses. What an extraordinary treasure this is. At that moment, a faint smile graced Su Chang'an's lips. With a sudden pull of his hands, he split the already formed Tai Chi diagram into 2 halves, one white, one black. The cycle of life and death. Su Chang'an pressed the black wheel of death against Du Zifeng, the dark energy melding seamlessly with his technique. Bang! The second wheel, the white wheel of life, was pressed against himself. The withering scripture activated, causing a continuous stream of vitality to be siphoned from Du Zifeng. My life force. Du Zifeng gasped in horror, exclaiming, "Damn it, you have cultivated such a vicious technique. What kind of sorcery is this? Demonic arts indeed." His appearance aged visibly at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, Yin Bo's, terrified, cowered and attempted to flee. Thinking of escaping? Su Chang'an chuckled coldly, invigorated by the golden light radiating from his cloud-stepping shoes. With a few agile leaps, he pursued, retrieving a golden banner from the space of talismans. The Gue Water Golden Flood Dragon Banner. Death! Boom! The golden battle flag, embroidered with a dragon, was thrust forward, transforming into a malevolent beast that surged forth, piercing through the fleeing Yin Bo's body with a sickening sound. A crimson rain of blood erupted. Yin Bo's had not even the chance to utter a word before he met his demise. With a practiced motion, Su Chang'an swept his hand, placing Yin Bo's corpse into his storage pouch. Spiritual. Another spiritual artifact? The white-haired Du Zifeng knelt before Su Chang'an, his eyes filled with terror. Spare me. Junior brother, grant me mercy. A dark, ominous claw gripped Du Zifeng's throat, tightening abruptly, severing his life force. In a similar fashion, Du Zifeng was cast into the golden talisman space. After all, he was a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator. Such a resource could not be squandered. The blood could be extracted to refine blood beads, and the corpse could serve as nourishment for 2 ravenous spiders, effectively annihilating evidence while reaping dual benefits. Su Chang'an clapped his hands, tossing the 2 individual storage bags into the golden symbol space, then retracting the Gue Water golden dragon flag. He confidently strode forward once more. The sky was clear. Beneath the radiant sunlight, a towering cliff featured a blood-red spiritual mushroom, as large as a grinding disc. Beside the mushroom, a fiery creature known as the Fire Nyo stood guard, exuding an intense aura. Observing the deep and profound breath of the Fire Nyo from a distance, Su Chang'an could not help but take a deep breath. Another perfected qi refinement stage demon king? His expression soured slightly. To be frank, he lacked the strength to venture into such a perilous territory. However, the purple jade spiritual mushroom was exceedingly rare, classified as a 3rd-grade spiritual herb. The crucial aspect was its extraordinary ability. It could regenerate severed limbs. If he could procure this herb and return it to his senior sister Fu Nianjin for a concoction, her lost arm could miraculously regrow. Su Chang'an inhaled deeply once more, casting another glance at the Fire Nyo. It appears to be asleep as well. If I employ a concealment talisman to mask my presence and merely harvest half of the purple jade spiritual mushroom, I should be able to depart without rousing the Fire Nyo, right? The risk seems manageable. It's worth the gamble. Chapter 67. Foundation Establishment Expert. Fierce Fire Nyo. Chapter 67. Foundation Establishment Master. The Fierce Fire Nyo. The Fire Nyo is a rare mutated descendant of the Swan Nyo, possessing only a limited amount of Swan Nyo's true blood. Otherwise, it could have ascended to the status of a divine beast within the realm of cultivation. Nevertheless, even with its limited bloodline, its combat prowess is a nightmare for practitioners at the qi refinement stage. Su Chang'an affixed 2 layers of concealment talismans to himself and reinforced his defenses with several layers of blood shields before leisurely making his way toward the sheer cliff. He had already calculated that even if he roused the Swan Nyo, he should be able to escape if he could not defeat it. The speed of the flowing cloud boots is swift. Even if he could not flee, the belt and battle flag, both spirit artifacts, would allow him to maneuver for a time. It is well known that spirit beasts guarding spiritual herbs cannot stray too far from them, so while they are formidable, they cannot relentlessly pursue Su Chang'an. Furthermore, he had one last resort, the golden talisman space. At worst, he could hide within this space and escape gradually, ensuring his survival. After half an incense stick's time, Su Chang'an arrived at the site of the purple jade spirit mushroom on the cliff face. The mushroom was divided into 2 sections, one large and one small, with the smaller one the size of a grinding disc, and the larger being even more substantial. A fiery red aura emanated from the purple jade spirit mushroom, transforming into a stream of spiritual energy that surged toward the nostrils of the slumbering Fire Nyo nearby. It turned out that the Fire Nyo cultivated using the fire attribute spiritual energy released by this mushroom. No wonder spirit beasts prefer to guard spiritual herbs. This is not merely protection, but a symbiotic relationship. Su Chang'an cautiously retrieved a dagger from his storage pouch to cut off one of the sections of the purple jade spirit mushroom when suddenly he noticed a shadow falling upon it. He warily looked up to find a middle-aged man with an exposed upper body glaring at him from the edge of the cliff. This man's appearance was extraordinarily peculiar, as he held 2 golden bowls, a large one in his left hand and a smaller one in his right. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Su Chang'an suddenly recalled something. Just yesterday, Lin Weihua and Zhang Wui had mentioned that a spy from the Qi Kingdom had infiltrated the secret realm, and this spy possessed Foundation Establishment Cultivation, characterized by the 2 golden bowls he carried. How fortuitous. What a coincidence to encounter him at this very moment. Fortunately, the burly man did not attack Su Chang'an, but instead seemed quite intrigued, watching him pilfer with keen interest from the cliff. Well, as long as you do not harm me, I shall continue with my task. Su Chang'an took a deep breath and reached out once more to cut the spirit mushroom. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Crackle, crackle. A bolt of lightning flashed, and several thunderous arcs, each as thick as an arm, plummeted from the heavens, striking the head of the middle-aged man. This sudden strike startled the fire Neo guarding the spirit mushroom beside him, causing it to jump in alarm. Hua and I first looked up, and then lowered his gaze to see Su Chang'an. It was bad. He needed to flee. Without waiting for Hua and I to unleash an attack, Su Chang'an dashed away with all his might. Hua and I seemed to fear that the male cultivator above might descend to steal the spiritual herb and did not pursue Su Chang'an. However, he unleashed a fierce roar directed at Su Chang'an's retreating figure. The sound waves transformed into a colossal dragon, surging forth with a long trail of flames. Bang! Bang bang! The outer two layers of Su Chang'an's blood shields shattered instantly. At that moment, he had channeled all his spiritual energy into the Golden Mother's extreme binding. Fortunately, Hua and I underestimated Su Chang'an's defensive capabilities. The residual force was entirely mitigated by Su Chang'an's golden belt. Leveraging the last push of this fiery energy, Su Chang'an tumbled over 100 feet away, safely outside Hua Ni's attack range. Moreover, Hua and I, intent on guarding the spiritual herb, would not dare to leave his post lightly. Su Chang'an, not daring to linger, swiftly gathered his internal energy to his feet, causing the golden light on his flowing cloud boots to blaze as he prepared to sprint. In that moment, he could only hope that the man dragging the golden cauldron had come for the spiritual herb, not for him. However, Su Chang'an was naive. Just as he had covered 100 feet, he found himself blocked by the man. Su Chang'an halted, hurriedly clasping his hands together, and said, "Senior, why do you obstruct my path?" The man did not respond to Su Chang'an's inquiry, but instead stated, "I recognize you. You are Su Chang'an, the disciple of Wang Peak." Su Chang'an replied, "How does everyone know me?" The man continued, before entering the secret realm, "I heard them mention you." Indeed, I am Su Chang'an. Senior, is there something you need? If not, I shall take my leave." The man barred Su Chang'an's way. "Su Shidi, do not be in such a hurry to leave. I have a question for you. Just now, you stealthily approached the purple jade spiritual herb guarded by Hua and I. How did you manage that? To my knowledge, Hua and I is exceedingly sensitive. You must possess some treasure that allows you to conceal your presence." No. Su Chang'an, fearing that the man might kill him for treasure, quickly waved his hands, saying, "Brother, you misunderstand. I do not possess a treasure. Rather, I have a talisman affixed to me that can obscure my presence. If you do not believe me, look." To convince the man, Su Chang'an slightly exerted his spiritual energy, causing the barrier created by the concealment talisman affixed to his body to glow brightly. What a fine item. The man's eyes instantly lit up. He was in dire need of such a thing, for during this day, he had been incessantly harassed by the lightning power within the secret realm due to his cultivation level exceeding the realm's limits. Though seemingly minor, this force had persisted for an entire day and night. If this continued, he feared he would be utterly devastated. The key issue was that his defensive weapon, the golden cauldron, had been tainted, rendering him unable to cleanse it and restore it to its peak defensive state. The garments adorning Tian Qianxiu had been obliterated by the explosion. If only I could acquire a talisman that conceals one's presence, it would be nothing short of marvelous. Do you possess any such talismans? Tian Qianxiu inquired, gazing at Su Chang'an. With a pained smile, Su Chang'an replied, "Senior, please refrain from calling me that." Tian Qianxiu retorted, "My surname is Tian. Simply address me as Brother Tian." "Very well," Su Chang'an responded, "Brother Tian, I possess merely 2 of these talismans, both of which I have already utilized. If you do not believe me, take a look." With a hum of energy, Su Chang'an summoned forth the 2 talismans, revealing the barrier they created. "You!" Tian Qianxiu exclaimed, a pained expression crossing his face. "What a waste! Such a precious item. How could you squander it so?" Su Chang'an replied, "But I truly did not know. I thought that using multiple layers would enhance the effect." In this regard, Su Chang'an was indeed speaking the truth. He had assumed that employing several layers would yield superior results. Chapter 68, Feigning Indifference. Journeying together. Is it truly gone? The expression in Tian Qianxiu's eyes turned menacing. Su Chang'an replied, "Indeed, it is gone. I advise you to Tian Qianxiu threatened. You had best not attempt any tricks. You know the consequences of deceiving me. Su Chang'an insisted. I truly have nothing left. With a swift motion, Tian Qianxiu reached out and seized a storage pouch from Su Chang'an's waist, forcefully erasing the consciousness that lingered upon it with his spiritual power, causing Su Chang'an to cough up a mouthful of blood. He then proceeded to upend the contents of the pouch. Inside were numerous first and second-tier spiritual herbs, several low-grade elixirs, and a few hundred spirit stones. Beyond that, there was naught else. There were indeed no talismans. Despair washed over Tian Qianxiu. He carelessly tossed the storage pouch to the ground and, with a piercing gaze, inquired, Could you perhaps remove the talismans on your person for my use? Rest assured, Su Shidi, if you do so, I shall assist you in slaying that fiery beast, allowing you to procure the purple jade spirit mushroom. Su Chang'an countered, Brother, do you think talismans are magical artifacts? Once activated, can they be retracted? Tian Qianxiu's face flushed crimson. He understood that the activation of a talisman was irreversible. Once triggered, one must await its energy to deplete. Yet, he clung to a glimmer of hope and began to ramble nonsensically. Suddenly, a dark cloud loomed over the once clear sky, and several formidable arcs of lightning descended, striking towards Tian Qianxiu. Su Chang'an, alarmed, hastened to escape. Despite having a protective barrier, Tian Qianxiu was still struck by the lightning, causing him to spit blood. The intervals between the lightning strikes grew shorter, and the power contained within them intensified. Do not leave. After enduring this wave of tribulation lightning, Tian Qianxiu caught up with Su Chang'an, saying, Su Shidi, shall we come to an agreement? Su Chang'an inquired, What do you mean? Tian Qianxiu elaborated. Could you expand the spiritual barrier that conceals our presence? Su Chang'an replied, I could, but enlarging it would consume considerable spiritual energy. As a fourth-layer qi refining disciple, how long could I sustain it? Not a problem, Tian Qianxiu assured him. If you could shield me with this barrier, I shall not treat you poorly. With that, he appeared to hesitate momentarily before producing a small vial. Here, this is a premium gathering qi pill. Tian Qianxiu presented a vial containing 12 pills, stating, Consuming one will replenish your spiritual energy within 10 breaths. The gathering qi pill was originally designed for qi refining disciples to restore their internal energy. However, if of premium quality, it could also be utilized by foundation establishment cultivators. For Su Chang'an, a fourth-layer qi refining practitioner, one pill would suffice. Yet, for Tian Qianxiu, a foundation establishment cultivator, an entire vial was necessary. Though this may appear to be a rudimentary elixir, it possesses the potential to be a lifesaver in critical moments. When one's magical energy is depleted during a confrontation, consuming this elixir can restore vitality almost instantaneously, akin to a resurrection. Thank you very much, Su Chang'an said with a cheerful smile. With this item, I can indeed reinforce the barrier for you, senior brother. A soft hum resonated as the spiritual energy surrounding Su Chang'an slightly intensified, expanding the barrier to encompass a radius of 10 zhang, enveloping both Su Chang'an and Tian Qianxiu. The concealment talisman masked Tian Qianxiu's presence, and the forces governing the natural order underwent a subtle transformation. Remarkable. Tian Qianxiu gazed at the sky and remarked, Junior brother, your talisman truly proves useful. Where did you acquire such a talisman? Su Chang'an replied, I purchased it from a stall at the sect, costing me 20 spirit stones. Ha ha ha. Tian Qianxiu erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Heaven is aiding me. Su, you are indeed my fortunate star. It seems that my endeavors this time will surely succeed. Come, after I slay that fiery beast, you shall accompany me. At the Taishan sect, amidst the sea of clouds, a vast expanse of white obscured all visibility. In the square stood a dozen anxious peak masters and several dozen elders from various peaks. What is happening? They formed a circle, peering inward. At the center of the circle sat a cultivator, Qing Su. Qing Su recited incantations, casting 3 copper coins onto the ground with a clatter, revealing a configuration of 2 heads and 1 tail. Qing Su declared, The 5th line is Yang. The surrounding crowd could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming, Another Yang? That makes 5 Yangs. Should the final one also be Yang, it would signify the first hexagram of the 64, the Chen hexagram. In the realm of immortals, divination is indeed a profound art. Among the 14 peaks of Taishan, The Miaolian peak is renowned for its mastery of prophetic techniques, and the current peak master, Qing Su, has perfected this art to its zenith. When he speaks, his words are invariably accurate. With a flourish, the sixth line fell. 2 tails and 1 head. Qing Su stated calmly, "It is not the Qian hexagram, but rather the Guai hexagram." The sect leader, Tian Xian, turned to Qing Su. "Junior brother, what do you discern?" Qing Su rose, a glimmer of joy in his expression, proclaiming, "Congratulations, senior brother. The Zhetian Guai signifies an auspicious omen. The spider escapes the net of the celestial army, ensnaring the wandering bee's wings. Fortunate is the great wind that tears the net, liberating it from calamity and allowing it to roam freely." The hexagram indicates that although we have encountered some unexpected challenges, the ultimate outcome shall be favorable. Though there is a traitor within the secret realm, there is also a benefactor aiding us. Surely, peace will soon be restored to the secret realm. As Qing Su's words resonated, all gazes turned towards the sea of clouds. They beheld the billowing white clouds, devoid of any trace of the secret realm. Yet, at that moment, a radiant 5-colored light emerged from within the clouds, revealing a dark vortex forming anew. The crowd erupted in joyful exclamations. "Is it returning?" Whoosh! A flash of white light darted past. A disciple clad in a dark green robe emerged from the secret realm, his body smeared with blood, and landed heavily on the ground. Upon his arrival, he coughed up a mouthful of crimson, overwhelmed by a sense of having narrowly escaped death. "The jade talisman can be used. It actually works," he sobbed. Lu Qi, the master of Chonghui Peak, his expression filled with concern, inquired, "What transpired within?" "Master," Lu Qi cried, clutching his mentor's leg in desperation. "They all said that a Foundation establishment cultivator invaded the secret realm, rendering its laws ineffective, and the jade talisman could not be used for escape. The disciples of Tiandu Peak surrounded us, killing 5 of our group. I shattered the talisman and managed to flee." Tianxian, the master of Chonghui Peak, the esteemed Kai Lianjinren, glared fiercely at Tianxian and reproached, "Is this how you instruct your disciples, allowing fellow sect members to harm one another?" Tianxian, rubbing his forehead, replied, "Junior brother, do not be hasty. We must ascertain the details of this matter." The bloodied disciple, still prostrate on the ground, recounted, "We discovered a field of spiritual herbs, and just as we finished harvesting, the disciples of Tiandu Peak arrived, intent on seizing the herbs and resorting to murder. This is the truth that Master and Uncle wanted to know." Chapter 69, Negotiating with the Tiger, Reaping Abundant Rewards, bang. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as yet another injured disciple fell onto the square. "Master! Master!" The moment he landed, he cried out, "The chief disciple of Chonghui Peak has slain my senior sister, Wu." Silence enveloped the square as the disciples of Chonghui Peak, who had just been accusing Tiandu Peak of an ambush, now faced the revelation that their own chief disciple had committed murder. The bonds of brotherhood, it seemed, were merely a flimsy veil. The recent upheaval within the secret realm had torn this veil asunder, leading many to believe that the jade talismans were ineffective, thus permitting a massacre. Even if some disciples managed to escape, who could delineate right from wrong? Yet, who could have anticipated that the jade talismans would suddenly become operational once more? Bang, 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 bang. An increasing number of escape lights surged forth from the secret realm. Some fled from the pursuit of spirit beasts, others were besieged by disciples from rival peaks, and yet others fell prey to their own brethren. Such chaos had never been witnessed in any previous trials. Sigh. The Grand Master of Tiandu Peak suddenly looked up at the sky, exhaling a deep sigh. "To eliminate this creature without damaging your barrier, the only solution is for my junior brother to maintain the barrier, encompassing this ferocious beast within. Within your barrier, I shall deal with it," Tian Xianxiu said to Su Chang'an as they approached the fire lion. Su Chang'an remarked, "This fire lion possesses formidable offensive power. If we were to ambush it within the barrier, wouldn't that compromise my barrier?" Haha. A hint of disdain crossed Tian Xianxiu's face as he replied, "Junior brother Su, you overestimate this fire lion and underestimate me. Have faith and give it a try." Boom. Su Chang'an unleashed the spiritual energy within him, and the barrier, which initially covered merely a score of yards, suddenly expanded to encompass hundreds of yards, ensnaring the fire lion within. Roar. The fire lion, seeing Su Chang'an return, was overwhelmed with rage and let out a tremendous roar, preparing to attack. However, Tian Qianqiu had already produced a small golden vessel, gently tapping it. Immediately, golden, crimson, and violet lights shot forth from the vessel, landing 100 yards away, striking the fire lion squarely on its head. The fire lion did not even have time to emit a pained roar before it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Impressive. Su Chang'an gave a thumbs up to his rugged senior brother and hurried over to collect the fire lion's corpse, as well as to gather an entire purple jade spirit herb. Shouldn't we split this in half? Su Chang'an inquired, shaking the spirit herb in his hand. Tian Qianqiu replied, no need. This item holds no value for me. Let us go. Su Chang'an asked, where to? Tian Qianqiu answered, I do not know either. Let us wander aimlessly for now, as I have yet to find what I seek. Su Chang'an refrained from questioning him further about his search. The two individuals ventured along a path they had never traversed before, with Tian Qianqiu continuously stopping to inquire of passers-by whether they had seen a temple resembling a towering pillar. However, it was evident that no one had ever laid eyes on the sanctuary he described. Accompanying Tian Qianqiu proved to be quite advantageous for Su Chang'an. Firstly, he need not worry about being harassed by disciples from other peaks. Secondly, any precious spiritual herbs encountered along the way could be claimed at will, while the guardian spirit beasts were methodically harvested by Tian Qianqiu. Some of the herbs were shared with Tian Qianqiu, but many were entirely bestowed upon Su Chang'an. Undoubtedly, all the remains of the spirit beasts were collected by Su Chang'an. What do you intend to do with so many spirit beast carcasses? Tian Qianqiu inquired, puzzled as he observed Su Chang'an. With a sigh, Su Chang'an refrained from answering directly, instead lamenting, it is regrettable that my storage bag is already full. From now on, I shall have to leave any further spirit beast remains behind. Here, Tian Qianqiu interjected, tossing 4 or 5 storage bags towards him. This one is for you. Su Chang'an accepted the bags, astonished. How is it that you possess so many? Tian Qianqiu replied, I acquired them by dispatching your fellow disciples from the Taishan sect. As noon approached, Su Chang'an prepared a large pot of spiritual rice, relishing the meal. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tian Qianqiu sat nearby to meditate and recuperate. Once Su Chang'an had finished eating, they resumed their journey. They say I am a spy from the Qi kingdom. Are you not afraid that once I have used you, I might turn on you? Tian Qianqiu asked as they walked, eyeing Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an retorted, is there any merit in worrying? Would you truly allow me to leave? Or do you believe I could escape? Astute observation. Tian Qianqiu chuckled. But rest assured, once I locate the temple, I shall set you free. I have no intention of harming you. Su Chang'an merely scoffed, unwilling to take his words at face value. The 3 old men he had encountered previously had been outwardly benevolent, each displaying a kindly demeanor and speaking sweetly. Yet what was the outcome? Matters of survival necessitated one's own cunning. Regardless of Tian Qianqiu's assurances, Su Chang'an regarded it as mere storytelling. In truth, although I hail from the Qi kingdom, I am not a spy. I have merely come to your sect to reclaim the treasures of my ancestors. His expression was one of bewilderment. Tian Qianqiu explained, this secret realm of the Azure Sea is an artifact transformed, known within your sect as the Azure Sea Pearl. It belonged to the venerable master of the Azure Sea who ascended a millennium ago. Contrary to popular belief, this pearl was not originally his. It was a treasure of my family's ancestors, which was seized during the numerous conflicts between the Yin and Qi kingdoms. Regrettably, your leaders failed to recognize its value and bestowed it upon their subordinates, ultimately leading it to the hands of the master of the Azure Sea after several twists of fate. For a millennium hence, our Tian family has tirelessly sought the whereabouts of our ancestral treasure, only to discover that it has inexplicably become a secret realm of your esteemed Taishan sect. How ludicrous, how utterly absurd. A magnificent sacred artifact has fallen into the hands of your obscure sect, now transformed into a so-called secret domain. Ha ha. Within this hidden realm lies the legacy of my forebears. I shall claim the inheritance and depart, leaving this orb within your Taishan sect. Slaying you would serve me no advantage, and I have no desire to accrue unnecessary karmic entanglements. Therefore, rest assured, as long as you assist me in locating the temple of the young master, I shall ensure your safe passage. Moreover, should I encounter any opportunities within the temple that do not pique my interest, I would gladly bestow them upon you. Tian Qianqiu begins to weave enticing promises for Su Chang'an. Come, my brother, Encountering me in this lifetime may very well be your greatest fortune. Chapter 70. The Temple of Young Master Chen. Ancient Souls. Perhaps we should take a break. Brother Tian, you appear quite fatigued. The sun descends in the west, casting a colossal shadow from the verdant mountains. A peculiar duo emerges from the slanting rays of the setting sun, stepping into the mountain's gloom. A robust cultivator in his 40s, bare-chested, holds aloft a massive golden palanquin, atop which sits a young man clad in a dark green robe, Su Chang'an. I'm not tired, Tian Qinxiu retorted with irritation. But I am, Su Chang'an replied. You've no right to complain, Tian Qinxiu said darkly. Throughout our journey, I have been engaging in battles while you merely collected spirit herbs and the corpses of spirit beasts. And yet you dare to claim fatigue? I'm already bearing you. Be cautious, or I might just crush you. Su Chang'an recoiled slightly, then turned to gaze downward at the burly man, asking, Are you certain you did not harm my junior sister Ding? Absolutely, Tian Qinxiu asserted. I have no reason to deceive you. If I had, I would confess, and you could do nothing to me. Very well, Su Chang'an said, observing the dimming sky. Suddenly, he inquired, Brother Tian, you wouldn't be seeking that so-called Temple of Young Master at night, would you? Indeed, Tian Qinxiu affirmed. Time is of the essence. I must locate the temple. Let us proceed. Tian Qinxiu moved swiftly. Despite carrying the golden palanquin and Su Chang'an, he leaped effortlessly, covering vast distances with each bound. In less than half a stick of incense, they emerged from the mountain's embrace. In the distance, the sunset was like blood. Half of the sun had descended below the horizon, the remnants of daylight fading with a grand and poignant farewell. Found it. Suddenly, Tian Qinxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Look, the pillar-like mountain. Su Chang'an turned his head, following Tian Qinxiu's gaze, and beheld a distant mountain in the north, resembling a great pillar. Ha ha, at last. We have discovered it. The Temple of Young Master is within that mountain. In his elation, he dashed towards the pillar-like peak. The sun finally concealed its last ray of light, and night fell with a tapestry of brilliant stars. Half an hour later, Su Chang'an and Tian Qinxiu stood at the foot of the towering pillar-like mountain. The mountain, appearing as if sculpted from a single stone, bore no vegetation. Its crimson rocks shimmered vividly even under the cloak of night. It's time to ascend, Tian Qinxiu remarked, gazing up at the towering edifice. Brother Su, just a little longer. Not a problem. Su Chang'an lay languidly in the golden palanquin, leisurely nibbling on a spiritual fruit. Tian Qinxiu suddenly leaped dozens of feet into the air, repeating this action several times until they reached midair. Although a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage could typically fly, the restrictions of this secret realm forbade it. Thus, even Tian Qinxiu could only jump and climb. After what felt like the duration of 2 incense sticks, the two finally reached the summit. Atop the mountain, a barren expanse lay before them, devoid of any vegetation. However, standing amidst the surrounding splendor and gazing at the twinkling stars beneath their feet, the scene exuded a unique charm. Zhenxi, Dui Ba. Zhenxi, Tue Li San. This is the place. Tian Qinxiu chanted incantations, retrieving from his storage pouch a peculiar jade stone, roughly the size of a goose egg, and gently pressed it against the seemingly solid rock. Miraculously, the stone yielded like tofu, forming a concave indentation. After several repetitions, a total of 81 such depressions were carved into the mountaintop with this enigmatic stone, unknown even to Su Chang'an. At last, Tian Qinxiu, brimming with excitement, announced, the shrine of the young master is about to open. At that moment, vibrant azure lines suddenly emerged between the 81 stone slabs beneath their feet, and spiritual energy flowed like water through the connections within this array. After a span of 7 or 8 breaths, a brilliant light erupted from the ground, illuminating the vast sky. Crack! A fissure unexpectedly appeared on a nearby stone slab, revealing a darkened underground palace. Let us go. Tian Qinxiu grasped Su Chang'an and leaped into the subterranean realm. Descending the stone steps, they soon arrived at a grand hall nestled within the mountain's core. A low hum resonated through the air. As if sensing their intrusion, the pitch-black hall suddenly burst forth with golden light, cast from a plaque suspended in midair. Upon the plaque, 4 ancient golden characters glimmered, radiating the golden brilliance. Upon seeing the characters, Su Chang'an's eyes flickered. These 4 characters, though he did not know their pronunciation nor their meaning, Their stylistic resemblance to the three characters he had previously encountered within the stone chamber beneath Doja Mountain was unmistakable. Su Chang'an's gaze shifted away from the plaque, and, aided by the golden light emanating from the characters, the grand hall transformed into a scene of daylight. This is a stone chamber. No. More accurately, it is a vast stone hall. The hall was empty, save for a lotus pedestal at the far end. Upon the pedestal sat a regal stone sculpture of a king, resplendent in its crown, with deep-set eyes exuding an air of ancient wisdom. Beneath the statue, on the ground, lay a piece of wood that emitted a green luminescence. Do you recognize these characters? Su Chang'an pointed to the four golden characters above. Tian Xinxiu replied, Yes, I recognize them. They are an ancient script, Shrine of Young Master Chen. Su Chang'an inquired, Shrine of Young Master Chen? Indeed. Tian Xinxiu gestured towards the statue before them. Do you see? This is the likeness of my ancestor, young Master Chen. Su Chang'an gasped, astonished. No way. But you bear the surname Tian, while young Master Chen carries the surname Chen. How can you claim an ancestor from the Chen lineage? A flicker of disdain appeared in Tian Xinxiu's eyes. He was disinclined to explain himself to Su Chang'an, and instead hastily approached the enormous stone sculpture. Su Chang'an followed closely, feeling an eerie atmosphere in the grand hall that sent chills down his spine. Suddenly, Tian Xinxiu bit into his own finger, causing blood to flow. He smeared his bloodied fingertip onto the wood that glimmered with a green fluorescence, then knelt down with a flourish and proclaimed, I, Tian Xinxiu, descendant of future generations, pay my respects to the ancestor. Su Chang'an thought to himself, Good heavens, has this fellow lost his mind? Just moments ago, he claimed someone with the surname Chen as his ancestor, and now he is acknowledging a piece of wood as his forefather. However, as Su Chang'an stood there in stunned silence, the wood radiating green light suddenly quivered with spiritual energy, and a spectral figure gradually materialized. Its likeness was nearly identical to that of the statue behind it. Su Chang'an involuntarily shuddered. Is this a soul? Chapter 71. Seizing the body for sacrifice. Sword talismans slay foes. From within the lush green wood, a wisp of white smoke emerged, coalescing into the formidable visage of an elderly man. Though merely a phantom, his gaze exuded an aura of immense authority. He scrutinized Tian Xinxiu for a moment before inquiring, Are you the bloodline descendant of the Tian family? With a bow, Tian Xinxiu knelt and replied, Yes, I am the unworthy descendant, Tian Xinxiu. Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid. The elder's spirit appeared quite exhilarated, laughing heartily. However, his gaze shifted towards Su Chang'an, and he asked, And who might this be? Oh, Tian Xinxiu elaborated, This is Su Chang'an, my friend. Su Chang'an. The phantom's tone took on a playful inflection. Your friend, so he is not a member of the Tian family? Indeed, Tian Xinxiu affirmed. There is no blood relation between us. Then he must be eliminated. The phantom's eyes suddenly hardened. What transpires here must not be disclosed. Please, no? Tian Xinxiu inhaled deeply. Ancestor, without Brother Su, I would not have reached this point. I cannot be so ungrateful. Very well, very well. The phantom nodded. If you disdain such ingratitude, then allow me to handle this matter. Tian Xinxiu was taken aback, exclaiming, Do not. But it was too late. In an instant, a white arrow, formed from spiritual essence, manifested between the phantom's brows and shot towards Su Chang'an's head. Su Chang'an, filled with trepidation, retreated 3 steps. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. The arrow struck a barrier 3 feet away from Su Chang'an's body, failing to breach it and instead rebounding. The arrow returned, inflicting considerable harm upon the phantom, causing 1/3 of its substance to dissipate. Damn it, what is this abominable thing? The phantom cursed. Su Chang'an exhaled in relief. Upon entering this sanctum, he had discreetly adorned himself with talismans for protection, blood shield talisman, concealment talisman, and soul-binding talisman, ensuring his safety. It was the latter that proved invaluable. Ancestor, I implore you to spare my friend. Tian Xinxiu, still kneeling, pleaded. Brother Su has been of great assistance to me. How can I bear the consequences if you take his life? Very well, the phantom conceded, since you plead for him. I shall spare his life. Su Chang'an, you may remain by my side as my attendant. This is your opportunity. Su Chang'an feigned gratitude and performed a respectful bow. The phantom then addressed Tian Xinxiu. Since you have arrived here, you must be aware of your mission, correct? Indeed. Tian Qinshu knelt before the ethereal apparition, exclaiming, "In these dire times, the royal edict of our Qi kingdom has been lost. I humbly beseech my revered ancestor to emerge and deliver us. As a descendant, I am willing to offer myself as a sacrifice." Huh. Young Master Chen nodded. "Very well. Speak your desires. Since you are prepared to be a sacrifice, you must have a wish." "Thank you, venerable ancestor." Tian Qinshu replied, "I am merely a branch of the royal lineage, and my family endures in this harsh land. I have a son named Tian Hong. Should you rise to aid us, I implore you to remember my child." "Rest assured," young Master Chen responded. "Upon my return to Qi, your son shall ascend to govern the kingdom." "Thank you, venerable ancestor." Tian Qinshu took a deep breath, declaring, "I am ready." In an instant, the white phantom lunged forward, merging with Tian Qinshu. Ah, my head aches. Ancestor, my head." Tian Qinshu clutched his head, writhing and crying out in the grand hall. Su Chang'an witnessed this scene and realized what was transpiring: possession. He had read in the Baibao book that some powerful cultivators, upon their demise, refused to depart, instead choosing to inhabit a magical artifact, waiting for the right moment to seize the body of a living person and thus relive their existence and cultivate anew. However, the conditions for such possession are quite stringent. Ideally, it should be a descendant of the same bloodline. Of course, possessing a non-descendant is not entirely impossible, but one would lose parts of their memory, making it less suitable without their own progeny. Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed. He swiftly retrieved a blue jade talisman from his storage pouch. What was he waiting for? If he did not eliminate this old wretch now, it would be too late. Surely, if the possession succeeded, his demise would be inevitable. "Young man, I advise against rash actions. Your mere Qi refinement stage is no match for me. Tian Qinshu is a foundation establishment cultivator, and you are but a mere fourth layer of Qi refinement. How could you possibly slay him? Do not interfere with me. I shall provide you with an opportunity. Otherwise, I will make your existence a torment." Young Master Chen's voice echoed with menace. Yet, Su Chang'an merely smiled coldly, biting his tongue. With a burst of crimson blood, he splashed it upon the talisman. The talisman hummed to life, radiating a brilliant light, from which an elderly figure emerged. "A falling Dan talisman. You possess a falling Dan talisman?" Young Master Chen's voice trembled in fear. "Stop, young friend, cease this at once. I was in the wrong. I should not have acted against you. Rest assured, I can vow by the heavenly laws to ensure your wealth and prosperity for a lifetime. I shall appoint you as chancellor." Su Chang'an smiled coldly, pointing at Tian Qinshu. "Kill him." There was no alternative. At this moment, Tian Qinshu and young Master Chen had become one. Without eliminating Tian Qinshu, there was no way to defeat young Master Chen. In the midst of the gathering chaos, the elderly figure unleashed a thunderous roar, summoning an immense influx of spiritual energy from the very fabric of the universe. Within mere breaths, this energy coalesced into a crimson-hued sword, measuring merely 3 feet in length. Yet, the formidable aura emanating from it left Su Chang'an utterly astounded. This very blade had effortlessly cleaved the purple-eyed giant ape, displaying ample power. Surely, it would suffice to vanquish this young Master Chen. With a flick of his wrist, the elder sent the azure sword plummeting through the air, piercing through Tian Qinshu's body with a decisive thrust. A gasp escaped young Master Chen as he emerged from Tian Qinshu's form. Yet, in that moment, he appeared even more ephemeral, his soul rendered nearly transparent. Cursed be it. Unable to seize Tian Qinshu's essence, the old man would claim you instead. In a swift motion, young Master Chen transformed into a wisp of smoke, lunging towards Su Chang'an. However, a faint luminescent barrier materialized around Su Chang'an, rendering Chen's assault futile. Accursed fate. The specter of young Master Chen could only drift towards the verdant trees behind, a place where his spirit had once thrived. Yet, as he approached the lush greenery, another shimmering barrier appeared around the trees. Another soul-binding talisman. Chapter 72, The Emperor's Gift and the Secret Treasure Map, Young Master Chen. A formidable being from ancient times and an ancestor of the Tian clan, possessed remarkable powers. Currently, the soul-restraining talismans that Su Chang'an could forge only affected cultivators below the Golden Core stage. Logically, young Master Chen should have been able to evade such measures with ease. However, despite his ancient prowess, he had been ensconced in the pitch-black depths of the earth for an unfathomable number of years. Although he possessed treasures that nourished the soul, they could not halt the gradual depletion of his spiritual essence. Over time, his soul's strength had waned, leaving him in his present state. Now, he found himself unable to break free from the soul-restraining talismans. With no escape route, and Su Chang'an guarding the way ahead, despair washed over young Master Chen. "Su, brother." He turned, pleading, "Spare me. Allow me to return to the soul-nurturing wood. I possess valuable treasures for you. Behind the statue, there lies my supreme treasure." Su Chang'an, uninterested in further discourse, swiftly conjured a dozen golden thunder talismans and hurled them at young Master Chen. The power of lightning naturally counteracts spirits, and upon detonation, the talismans obliterated young Master Chen completely. "Tian, brother! Tian, brother!" Su Chang'an called out as he approached Tian Qianxiu, but the latter had long since lost his vitality. "Forgive me, brother Tian. I had no intention of harming you. But alas, your ancestors sought my demise, leaving me no choice. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon young Master Chen. I am but a bystander in this unfortunate affair." As Su Chang'an chanted his incantations, he busily collected Tian Qianxiu's storage pouch and two enormous golden bowls, even extracting every last drop of the latter's blood with a large vessel. After gathering Tian Qianxiu's belongings, he took 3 steps to stand beneath the statue, his gaze fixed upon a segment of verdant tree trunk. The trunk was roughly the size of a person's embrace and a length of about 10 feet. It appeared to be a peculiar piece of timber, its bark radiating a luminous green glow, resembling some priceless jade up close, glistening with a rich emerald hue. From young Master Chen's earlier words, it seemed this was a soul-nurturing wood, likely a treasure in its own right. "Mine to claim," Su Chang'an declared, and with a swift gesture, he stored the soul-nurturing wood away. The grand hall was utterly vacant. After searching for a considerable time, Su Chang'an found nothing else of value. What a miserly fellow young Master Chen was. Did he not even possess a storage pouch? Perhaps he did once, but after such an extended passage of time, it was likely reduced to dust. As for the treasures he claimed to be hidden behind the statue, they were nothing but fabrications. There was absolutely nothing. Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an prepared to depart when his gaze suddenly fell upon an inscription on a plaque above. The characters were unfamiliar to him, yet he recalled Tian Qianxiu mentioning it was the temple of young Master Chen. This artifact, still gleaming with gold after all these years, must have been significant. Perhaps it too could be a treasure. I shall take it with me. With a slight exertion of force beneath his feet, Su Chang'an leapt into the air, effortlessly retrieving the plaque from its lofty perch. As it fell with a soft thud, a jade ring tumbled to the ground, glistening in a pristine emerald hue, exquisite and translucent. Curiosity piqued, Su Chang'an bent down to pick it up, and, upon sweeping his consciousness over it, was astonished to discover it housed a spatial storage. With a gentle hum, as his awareness brushed against it, the faint restrictions dissolved instantly, revealing the vast expanse within the confines of his mind. Despite its diminutive appearance, the interior space was utterly astonishing, far exceeding that of the finest storage pouches. If one were to quantify its dimensions, it would approximate a vast expanse of 100 feet in width and 60 feet in height. Yet, within this immense space, only 3 items resided. In a swift motion, Su Chang'an summoned forth the 3 objects with a mere thought. The first was a hairband, radiating a purple-golden sheen. It appeared unremarkable. Yet Su Chang'an surmised that its concealment by young Master Chen indicated its significance. He proceeded to examine it closely. With a resounding pulse, his consciousness enveloped the hairband, and he infused it with spiritual energy. To his astonishment, it revealed itself as a defensive treasure, aptly named the Purple Gold Crown of Heaven. Su Chang'an was utterly astounded to find it bore an impressive 27 layers of restrictions. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. After all, 27 layers signified a transcendence beyond mere magical artifacts, classifying it as an ancient treasure, also referred to as a sacred instrument. This was nearly the pinnacle of what one could possess in the realm of cultivation. However, upon closer inspection, disappointment washed over him as he noted that 12 of the 27 layers had been compromised, leaving a mere 15 intact, equating it to a top-tier spiritual weapon. Nevertheless, it was still a commendable find. He resolved to refine it later to uncover its true utility. Su Chang'an placed the Purple Gold Crown of Heaven into the jade ring before retrieving the second item. The second and third items were both jade slips. Yet they differed in hue. One was purple, and the other was golden. Su Chang'an first grasped the purple slip, merging his consciousness with it. It revealed itself to be a tome. The opening page bore 4 grand characters, inscribed in an ancient script Su Chang'an recognized from previous encounters, akin to the plaque above and the 3 characters he had seen beneath the Dopod mountain. Although he had not formally studied this script, he could discern the 4 characters on the cover. The first 2 characters were heaven and sun, relatively simple to interpret despite their archaic form. Su Chang'an recognized them as heavenly sun. The 4th character, while distinct from the modern script he was accustomed to, bore a resemblance to the character for book used in the current language of the Yin Kingdom. Thus, it can be concluded that this is a written character. Similarly, the 3rd character bears a resemblance to the character used in the Yin state script by Su Chang'an. Therefore, when the 4 characters are combined, it becomes evident the emperor bestows a book. Beyond this, Su Chang'an found himself unable to comprehend the subsequent content. However, in addition to the text, there were also illustrations that he vaguely sensed were related to the cultivation of spiritual awareness. Recalling the previous attack from the ethereal figure, young Master Chen, where his spiritual essence manifested as arrowheads, Su Chang'an's mind began to form tentative conjectures. He cast the violet golden tome into the ring and retrieved the final golden jade tablet for examination. This jade tablet was rather straightforward, adorned with 4 prominent characters. Although they were also in the ancient script, Su Chang'an did not recognize these 4 characters and could not even venture a guess. Yet, apart from these 4 characters, the majority of the tablet was filled with illustrations. It depicted hundreds of maps, each in a constant state of dynamic movement. Su Chang'an's eyes brightened. This is a treasure map of the secret realm. Chapter 73, The Stone Bell, Immortal Milk, Escaping the Secret Realm, Master Mingi, the True Man, once remarked that the map within this secret realm resembles a jigsaw puzzle, composed of over 100 distinct segments, the positions of which are not fixed. They are in constant, unpredictable motion. Su Chang'an's consciousness observed the map, confirming his master's conjecture. Indeed, the segments were in flux, centered around this towering mountain. All the segments were slowly shifting. Each of the 100 segments detailed the treasures or spiritual herbs present, as well as the guardian spirit beasts, all meticulously illustrated. It was truly remarkable. Su Chang'an gazed at the map, his heart brimming with astonishment. This secret realm had undoubtedly existed for countless years, and the external world had undergone immense transformations. Yet, regardless of the changes, everything was distinctly marked on the map, serving as a real-time reflection of the outside world. For instance, the location of the previously depicted purple-eyed giant ape no longer bore its image, but was instead noted to feature a blood jade Bodhi tree. Such exquisite detail could only be achieved through real-time imagery. After a moment of awe, Su Chang'an ceased to ponder the nature of this imagery and instead focused on his search on the map. After a short while, he finally exhaled in relief. He had found it. It was right here. What he sought was the stone bell, immortal milk. This substance was one of the primary ingredients for crafting the vital elixir, Chaoyuan Dan, necessary for breaking through to the golden core realm. For the sake of his master, he was determined to make the journey. Moreover, if he could gather it early, it would alleviate future hardships when he ascended to the golden core realm, wouldn't it? Observing that dawn was approaching, Su Chang'an wasted no time and directly exited the temple of young Master Chen, making his way toward the designated location on the map. 2 hours later, Su Chang'an arrived at a mountain gorge. The vegetation here was withered, the rocks exposed, and a chill wind occasionally swept through the ravine. Any ordinary cultivator would likely abandon the idea of exploration in such an environment, as conventional wisdom suggested that treasures could only be found in lush, vibrant areas brimming with spiritual energy. Su Chang'an had affixed 3 layers of concealment talismans and 2 layers of blood shield talismans to himself, while clutching an escaped jade slice in his left hand. The news that these jade slices could be reused had spread throughout the secret realm, and Su Chang'an was well aware of it. As he ventured deeper into the gorge, the sunlight gradually dimmed and the dampness intensified. After an hour of winding through the crevices of the rocks, he found himself underground. To his delight, the spiritual energy here was even more potent than above ground. Various creatures dwelling in the darkness emitted unpleasant sounds. Above him, the damp stone walls were adorned with hanging bats. Su Chang'an made every effort to avoid disturbing these blood-sucking bats and quietly proceeded toward the innermost depths of the cave. In this cavern, the walls were adorned with fluorite, and coupled with Su Chang'an's feeble spiritual awareness at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he managed to navigate through the darkness without losing his way, taking in the sights and sounds with clarity. As he ventured further, the number and size of the blood-sucking bats overhead increased significantly. Eventually, he stumbled upon a breathtaking scene unlike any he had ever witnessed. Before him loomed a colossal vampire bat, its size comparable to that of a small room, clutching a massive stalagmite suspended in midair. Its eyes were squinted, and it opened its cavernous maw, eagerly awaiting the spiritual liquid that dripped from the stalagmite above. Periodically, drops of this essence fell into its mouth. The space around Su Chang'an opened up, revealing what resembled a grand hall filled with a variety of stalagmites, each oozing with spiritual liquid. Some of the liquid was consumed by the ravenous bats, while others pooled on the uneven stone floor, gathering in the depressions. After millennia of sedimentation and evaporation, this left behind a gelatinous, milky substance known as the celestial milk of the stone bell. This celestial milk, in essence, was the refined essence that overflowed from the spiritual veins. Su Chang'an observed a stone basin before him, roughly the size of a wash basin, containing about half a basin of this milk. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a container from his storage pouch and unceremoniously collected every last drop of the stone bell milk. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the air, as if the surrounding spiritual energy had been disturbed. Countless vampire bats awakened in an instant, transforming into a dark cloud that surged towards Su Chang'an with furious intent. With a hum, Su Chang'an's internal strength surged into the belt at his waist, forming an apparently indomitable barrier around him, repelling the oncoming bats like moths drawn to a flame. A piercing cry pierced the air as the Bat King, perched atop the stalagmite, let out a shriek, summoning more of its kin. The saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. Su Chang'an was unafraid of a single bat, and even a dozen or so could be managed. However, facing thousands was another matter entirely, as the protective shield enveloping him began to dissipate rapidly. Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an exerted a slight force with his left hand, shattering the jade talisman. With a flash of white light, his figure vanished from the spot. In an instant, Su Chang'an was ejected from the vortex amidst the sea of clouds, landing squarely in the plaza of Beihai Peak. Countless eyes immediately turned to him. Hey, this lad is remarkably lucky. He has managed to survive. Truly a stroke of good fortune. A disciple at the 4th level of Qi refinement has emerged, murmured the disciples from various peaks who had gathered around Su Chang'an, their discussions rife with astonishment. With a hearty laugh, Master Mingyi exclaimed, "Ah, young one. It seems you have miraculously returned unscathed. Quite impressive indeed." The master of Tsalian Peak, Cheng Hui, interjected, "Brother Mingyi, it appears your disciple was fortunate enough to evade the clutches of Tian Xianxiu. Otherwise, his survival would be a matter open to debate." Su Chang'an, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Old 13, are you uninjured?" Master Mingyi looked at Su Chang'an with genuine care. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Su Chang'an replied, "Respectfully reporting to my master, I have not sustained any injuries." "Excellent," Master Mingyi declared. "You should take a moment to sit in meditation and recuperate. Once all the disciples have emerged, we shall collectively assess our gains." The rules of the Tai Xian sect dictate that the allocation of spiritual energy for the next 30 years is determined by the quantity of celestial materials obtained from each expedition into the secret realm. Master Mingyi was determined not to fall behind. Su Chang'an offered a respectful gesture to Master Mingyi before settling down within the encampment of Wanghe Peak. He cast a glance around, noting that Fu Nianjun had yet to emerge, and his counterpart, Ding Lan, was still within the secret realm. However, his senior brother, Li Qijian, had already returned. Chapter 74, Embracing Humility. Everyone returns. Greetings, senior brother. Su Chang'an respectfully bowed to Li Qijian. Li Qijian inquired, "Little junior brother, what treasures did you acquire in the secret realm? Do not fret too much. Your cultivation is still quite nascent. Simply entering the secret realm and emerging unscathed is an accomplishment in itself. Even if you manage to gather fewer spiritual herbs, Master will not hold it against you." Li Qijian appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, possessing a robust and amiable demeanor that left a favorable impression. Su Chang'an asked, "Why did you return so early, senior brother?" Given Li Qijian's cultivation at the 12th level of the Qi refinement stage, he could easily escape from any beasts of the same realm, making it unnecessary to shatter the jade talisman to flee. Ah! Li Qijian's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "Alas, little junior brother, you are unaware of my sheer misfortune this time. Not only did I fail to find anything worthwhile for half the day, but I was also pursued relentlessly by Tian Qinxiu. I did manage to find a few spiritual herbs yesterday, but they amounted to only a handful. Today, I encountered a swarm of demonic bees, which fought me fiercely. Although their cultivation was not formidable, their numbers were overwhelming. I had no choice but to shatter the jade talisman to escape. Otherwise, it would be a great embarrassment for the esteemed senior brother of Wanghe Peak to be stung to death by a horde of bees." Su Chang'an regarded Li Qijian with sympathy. If that were the case, it seemed that Li Qijian truly had a string of bad luck. "Junior brother, I have a proposition for you." Li Qijian approached Su Chang'an and lowered his voice. "Could you possibly spare some of the spiritual herbs and elixirs you acquired in this secret realm? As the illustrious senior brother, it would be quite mortifying to present only a few low-tier spiritual herbs. I would rather find a crevice to hide and then face the ridicule of the disciples from the other peaks. Rest assured, once we return and tally our gains, I will return everything to you after deducting the portion we owe to the sect. According to the sect's regulations, all disciples must surrender half of their gains from the secret realm to the sect, as it is considered the sect's treasure. The remaining half belongs to the disciples themselves." Li Qijian was concerned about preserving his dignity and sought to offset his embarrassment with Su Chang'an's herbs. Su Chang'an, beaming with delight, replied, "Upholding the dignity of senior brother and Wanghe Peak is my duty. How many do you require?" For Su Chang'an, this was an opportunity he could not pass up. He had acquired numerous treasures in the secret realm, most of which he had hidden away, intending not to submit them. However, as a disciple of Wanghe Peak, he also wished to bring glory to his peak. He was pondering how to discreetly submit his thousands of low-tier spiritual herbs without attracting attention when, fortuitously, someone approached him directly. Thus, he resolved to provide Li Qijian with what he needed. Let him bask in the limelight while I reap the benefits. Huh. Li Qijian was momentarily taken aback. "Do you have quite a lot, junior brother?" This young man certainly had an air of confidence, directly asking how much he could provide. Su Chang'an remarked, "Indeed, I have been rather fortunate this time. Upon entering the secret realm, I fortuitously landed in a medicinal herb garden that was devoid of any spiritual beasts guarding it. Consequently, I collected all the spiritual herbs within." He continued, "However, there were no high-grade herbs. The majority were of the first grade, with only a few of the second grade. Your luck is truly remarkable," Li Qijian exclaimed, nearly drooling with envy. "So, how many spiritual grasses did you manage to gather?" Su Chang'an discreetly opened his storage bag and replied, "You can see for yourself, brother." Hiss. Li Qijian's consciousness merely swept over the contents, leaving him utterly astounded. This is astonishing. Over 2,000? Good heavens. I have ventured into this secret realm twice before and have never seen anyone acquire more than 1,000 spiritual herbs alone. 2,000 is an extraordinary amount. Su Chang'an responded, "You can have them all, brother. I shall keep just 2 for our master as a report." Li Qijian was elated, taking the storage bag from Su Chang'an while feigning modesty. Is this really appropriate? Absolutely appropriate. In truth, Su Chang'an had acquired over 6,000 spiritual herbs, all stored within the golden talisman space. He only produced 2,000 to avoid falling behind in the rankings of Wanghe Peak. Swish, swish, swish. In the ensuing moments, disciples continued to emerge from the swirling vortex. As dawn broke the following day, the vortex, suspended in the sea of clouds, finally closed. Any disciples yet to emerge would be forcibly expelled from the secret realm. "Fushimi, how did it go?" Qin Kuo inquired eagerly of Fu Nianjun. "What were your gains?" Fu Nianjun smiled. "Not bad, quite good." She then turned to Su Chang'an. "Little junior brother, how many spiritual grasses did you obtain?" Su Chang'an replied, "It's all right, not much. I'll give you." As Fu Nianjun spoke, she opened her storage bag. "I collected over 600 first-grade spiritual grasses and around 70 or 80 second-grade ones. How many do you want?" Su Chang'an replied, "Senior sister, I don't need any. You should keep them for yourself." "Very well," Fu Nianjun stated. "Once the sect has finished counting and returns the items to the disciples, I shall give you some for your cultivation. All right. This time, Su Chang'an did not refuse. His gaze drifted across the plaza to the opposite side, where he noticed Ding Lan had also returned safely. Their eyes met, and she flashed him a victory sign, prompting Su Chang'an to chuckle joyfully. All disciples, be silent. The headmaster of Tiandu Peak, Tian Xian, stood upon the high platform, declaring, each peak shall sequentially account for their disciples, beginning with reports on any losses. The elder brothers from each mountain peak then rose and turned to report on the losses incurred during this expedition. Tiandu Peak sent forth 156 disciples into the secret realm, with 135 returning, resulting in a loss of 21. At Guanyin Peak, a total of 96 individuals entered the secret realm, with 87 returning, resulting in a loss of 9. At Miaolian Peak, 6 were lost. At Baihai Peak, 17 perished. At Baoping Peak, 4 were lost. At Chonghui Peak, 17 met their demise. Now at Wanghe Peak, the senior disciple, Li Qi Jian, rose and declared, 73 entered the secret realm, and 73 returned, without any losses. Astonishment swept through the square, as nearly every gaze turned toward Wanghe Peak. In light of the significant casualties suffered by others, how could none of Wanghe Peak's disciples have fallen? Such fortune seemed almost preternatural. Laughter erupted as Master Ming he exclaimed, excellent. To be alive is a fortuitous event. Heavenly Xian, also taken aback, glanced over, his gaze lingering on Su Chang'an for a brief 3 seconds. He then remarked, no matter the magnitude of opportunity, if one perishes, it is all for naught. Now, I wish to inquire, has anyone seen Tian Xinxiu? Why has he not emerged from the secret realm? Chapter 75, Truth and Falsehood. The disciples greeted respectfully, each claiming to have witnessed the events. Among them were Ding Lan and Fu Nianjun, who stood up one after another. Su Chang'an, following suit, declared, I too have seen it. During his adventures with Tian Xinxiu, numerous disciples from various sects had indeed laid eyes upon him, rendering any attempts at concealment futile. Recalling his encounter with Tian Xinxiu, Su noted that at that time, the latter's cultivation had been revealed, oppressed by the rules of the secret realm, thus exposing his true nature. Subsequently, Tian attempted to pursue Su, but was thwarted by heavenly lightning, allowing Su to escape by sheer fortune. Ding Lan recounted her own experience, followed by the other disciples sharing their tales, though none of them offered anything of significant value. In the end, only Su Chang'an remained standing. Tian Xian, with hands clasped behind his back, cast a cold gaze upon Su Chang'an and inquired, pray tell, what transpired between you and Tian Xinxiu? Indeed, Su Chang'an replied with a respectful bow. Initially, I was unaware of who Tian Xinxiu was. At that moment, I was alone on a cliff gathering the purple jade spirit mushroom. As he spoke, the attention of the elders turned towards him, intrigued. Purple jade spirit mushroom? Tian Xian scoffed. As far as I am aware, there exists indeed a purple jade spirit mushroom within this secret realm, but it is guarded by a fully refined fire yao. Su Chang'an, how dare you boast of harvesting the spirit mushroom alone? Do you take the esteemed elders for blind and deaf? Suddenly, Tian Xian's imposing aura erupted. How dare you deceive me, you insolent wretch? A flash of white light swept through the air as Master Ming he deftly flicked his whisk, dispersing Tian Xian's overwhelming presence. Brother, why the haste? My disciple has yet to finish his account. Your impatience betrays your station as the leader of our sect. Umph. Tian Xian let out a cold snort, realizing he had indeed reacted too hastily. Master, Uncle Tian. Su Chang'an respectfully removed the storage pouch from his waist, stating, this is my storage pouch. Feel free to examine it if you have doubts. With a loud thud, Su opened the pouch himself, revealing a magnificent specimen of the purple jade spirit mushroom. A third-grade spirit herb. My goodness, it is genuine, murmured the crowd in astonishment. Has the fire yao been slain? The square erupted in murmurs, while Tian Xian's expression darkened, feeling thoroughly embarrassed. Just moments ago, he had doubted Su, only to have the proof presented before him. Uncle, Su Chang'an continued, your skepticism is understandable, for how could a mere 4th-level Qi refinement disciple dare to act recklessly before the fire yao? However, esteemed master, what you may not be aware of is that I possess a talisman capable of concealing one's aura. At that moment, I activated this talisman to obscure my presence, which allowed me to approach the slumbering fire beast without detection, merely to get close to the violet jade spirit mushroom. Ah, I see. Tianxian nodded and remarked. It appears I have been somewhat presumptuous. Master, Su Chang'an continued. It was precisely because Tian Qinshu witnessed my ability to conceal my aura that he coerced me into shielding his presence, in order to evade the relentless pursuit of the rules governing this secret realm. Faced with Tian Qinshu's overwhelming strength, I had no choice but to acquiesce and feign compliance. Upon hearing this, the various peak masters and elders nodded in agreement. Tian Xin inquired, and what transpired thereafter? The eyes of the gathered audience once again turned towards Su Chang'an. He replied, eventually, Tian Qinshu took me captive as he sought a location known as the Young Master Chen Temple. What? The crowd furrowed their brows. The Young Master Chen Temple? That is impossible. This secret realm has been explored by our disciples dozens of times, and never have we heard of such a temple existing within. Indeed, they exchanged glances. Bewildered, Tian Xin urged, Su Chang'an, please continue. Yes, Su Chang'an resumed. Eventually, he located the Young Master Chen Temple and entered it, after which I emerged. Did he truly find the Young Master Chen Temple? Tian Xin asked urgently, where is this temple? It lies within a mountain shaped like a pillar, which requires a special method to access. I could not enter. A pillar? Qing Su furrowed his brow and queried, is it a bare red mountain, devoid of any vegetation? Yes, Su Chang'an confirmed. His words bore an air of truth, yet upon reflection, they also contained an element of ambiguity. Reality and illusion intertwined seamlessly, rendering any scrutiny futile. I have seen that mountain. Qing Su nodded. Uncle Master, I too have encountered this mountain. I have seen it as well. I have seen it. But I thought it was merely a barren hill with nothing upon it. Who would have known there was a temple? A ripple of excitement surged among the disciples, as indeed some had laid eyes upon this mountain. Su Chang'an, come forth. Tian Xin beckoned him. Su Chang'an approached his side. Tian Xin waved his hand, casting a barrier that enveloped Su Chang'an and several peak masters within it. 5 in total: Tian Xin, Ming He, Qing Su, Qing Ling, and Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an. A stern look flashed in Tian Xian's eyes. The questions I am about to pose must not be shared with anyone outside this circle. Understood. Su Chang'an bowed respectfully. Tian Xin asked, did Tian Qinshu mention who this young Master Chen is? Su Chang'an shook his head. No. Did he reveal his relationship with young Master Chen? Su Chang'an responded. He did. He claimed that young Master Chen is his ancestor. Hiss. The several peak masters exchanged glances, a flicker of trepidation evident in their eyes. Then, the nearby Qing Su inquired once more, did Tian Qinshu mention that he is of the royal bloodline of the Qi kingdom? Su Chang'an nodded and replied, he has stated as much. One final question. Qing Su fixed his gaze upon Su Chang'an and asked, look into my eyes and tell me, do you believe that Tian Qinshu is truly dead, or is he alive? Su Chang'an furrowed his brow. Do not dwell on it. Qing Su insisted. Share with me your first instinct. Su Chang'an declared he is dead. Qing Su nodded thoughtfully. Do you have anything else to share with us? Su Chang'an responded, indeed. Tian Qinshu expressed his gratitude to his disciple for helping him conceal his presence and gifted the disciple a book. However, I cannot decipher the characters inscribed upon it, so I have brought it to the sect. As he spoke, Su Chang'an retrieved a white jade slip from his storage pouch. This slip, obtained from Tian Qinshu's belongings, bore ancient script, which Su Chang'an could not comprehend, yet he was aware that it pertained to the art of alchemy. Oh, Tian Xin was the first to take the jade slip, examined it briefly, then shook his head, saying, it is in the Zhou seal script. I too find it rather perplexing. Qing Su, you often delve into such studies. Perhaps you might take a look. Qing Su received the jade slip and, after a cursory glance, remarked, it is an ancient text on basic alchemy. Some of the formulas contained within hold certain value, yet overall, it does not possess significant worth. Having said that, Qing Su returned the jade slip to Su Chang'an, stating, Su Chang'an, should you struggle to understand this Zhou seal script, feel free to visit Miaolian Peak another day. I shall be glad to teach you. Chapter 76, Inventory of Gains. Refining Treasures. The 14 peak masters of the Taishan sect. With a flourish of his celestial robe, Tian Xin addressed the assembly. Immediately proceed to Tiandu Peak to deliberate on significant matters. Given the gravity of recent events, we must devise a response. As for the inventory of gains among the various sects, Su Chang'an, that task falls to you. Huh. Su Chang'an was taken aback, pointing to himself. Me? Indeed. Tian Xian affirmed. A gentle slap from Ming He landed on the back of his head as he chided. Why are you dawdling? Just go. You cannot accomplish this alone. Thus, Nianzhun, assist your junior disciple in this endeavor. Understood, replied Fu Nianzhun from below. The ethereal maiden of Guanyun Peak, Qing Ling, added, Ding Lan. Strength lies in numbers. You two should aid your senior brother in the task of inventorying the spiritual herbs. Yes, Ding Lan exclaimed joyfully, her cherubic face lighting up with a radiant smile, her dimples captivatingly apparent, embodying innocence and exuberance. And thus, they departed. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. The peak masters of the Taishan sect transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the distant Tiandu Peak. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall of Tiandu Peak, they entered in an orderly fashion, taking their seats according to hierarchy. Tian Xin's expression darkened as he stated, unfortunate events have transpired within the secret realm. I shall let Qing Su share the details with you. Very well. Qing Su then recounted the occurrences surrounding young Master Chen and Tian Xianxiu. Ming He inquired, what pressing issue does our sect face in light of this? Indeed, Tian Xian concurred. Who could have anticipated that the ancestral temple of the imperial family of the Great Qi Kingdom would be situated within our modest sect's secret realm? The implications are far-reaching, given that Tian Xianxiu, being of the royal lineage, must have entered the secret realm with intent. It is reasonable to deduce that the Qi royal family is already aware of the temple and the secret realm's affairs. Should Tian Xianxiu truly perish within our confines, it would herald endless troubles. Precisely. Qing Ling nodded in agreement. Our Taishan sect lies at the border of Yin and Qi. Should calamity arise, annihilation could occur in the blink of an eye. Qing Su. Ming He turned to him, asking, you are known as the Little Zhuge, possessing the most ingenious ideas and adept in the art of prophecy. What do you propose we do? All eyes turned to Qing Su. With a hint of displeasure, Qing Su retorted to Ming He, I do not claim the title of Little Zhuge. It is merely a flattering moniker bestowed upon me by my peers. Enough of that. Ming He interjected, in such dire times, why linger on trivialities? Very well. Qing Su ceased his banter, nodding. There are two potential courses of action. First, we could report to the higher sect, allowing the Taishan celestial sect to address the matter, either by informing the royal family of Yin or dispatching additional personnel to reclaim our Taishan sect, or even relocating the entire sect. Unacceptable. Tian Xian waved his hand and remarked, if this matter comes to the attention of the upper sect, they will undoubtedly devise every possible means to seize our sect's secret realm. The secret realm is the foundation of our Taishan sect's 1,000-year legacy. Without it, how can our disciples hope to advance? Our sect may dwindle and even face ruin within a century. Therefore, let us act as though nothing has transpired. Qing Su responded calmly. After all, whether Tian Xianxiu is alive or dead is still a matter of conjecture. It remains uncertain whether the royal family of Qi is aware of young Master Chen's temple within our sect. Given the multitude of unknowns, it would be prudent for us to maintain a position of quiet observation, adapting to changes without acting rashly. We can send someone to investigate when the secret realm reopens in 30 years. Su Chang'an assisted the sect in cataloging the spiritual herbs and resources from various peaks, promptly registering them before returning to his own sanctuary. He had little time to spare. The recent expedition into the secret realm had yielded a bountiful harvest, and he was eager to account for his gains. Boom. Upon entering his sanctuary, Su Chang'an waved his hand, causing the secret realm behind him to close. Taking a deep breath, he meticulously examined all the formations, ensuring everything was secure before settling onto his mat in meditation. With a wave of his hand, several treasures emerged from his golden talisman space, including the Golden Mother's Extreme Restraint Belt, a high-grade spiritual artifact with 13 layers of restrictions, of which Su Chang'an had previously refined 10. The Gui Shui Golden Serpent Banner also bore 15 layers, 6 of which he had refined. These artifacts were not yet fully refined. In addition to these two treasures, Su Chang'an had acquired the Purple Gold Crown of Ascendance, Great Golden Dipper, Small Golden Dipper, and several other lower-grade artifacts. Let the refining commence, he declared, first retrieving the Purple Gold Crown of Ascendance. This ancient treasure, originally possessing 27 layers of restrictions, had unfortunately lost 12, leaving 15 remaining. By rank, It should be equivalent to a top-tier spiritual artifact, yet if all 15 layers were refined, its true potential would surpass that of an ordinary top-tier artifact. In an ideal scenario, it might even function as a low-grade magical treasure. Regardless, let us refine it first. Su Chang'an focused his mind and began the process. To save time, he entered the golden talisman space, utilizing its time acceleration. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Before he knew it, a month had passed. He had successfully refined all 15 layers of restrictions on the purple gold crown of ascendance. Splendid. This is actually a proactive defensive treasure, Su Chang'an exclaimed with delight. The proactive defense mechanism of this crown allowed one to input their spiritual energy beforehand, activating the restrictions and then wearing it upon one's head, regardless of when one might face an assault or a surprise attack. The Chaotian crown will automatically activate its defenses without requiring the master's command. This is splendid, as it serves to thwart ambushes. One cannot help but ponder, had the white-haired elder Zhang Wuyo possessed such a proactive defensive artifact during his time in the secret realm, he might not have fallen victim to Lin Weihui's stealthy strike. The outcome of that confrontation remains uncertain. Buzzing incessantly, Su Chang'an wasted no time in channeling his spiritual energy, pouring it into the Chaotian crown. Alas, his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement was rather insufficient. Even after expending all his energy, he could only unlock 10 layers of the defensive prohibitions. It is worth noting that the energy required escalates with each subsequent layer. While Su Chang'an could manage the first 10 layers, it is likely that even 10 of him combined would be incapable of activating all 15 layers. Nevertheless, it suffices. Su Chang'an donned the headpiece, and although he had only managed to engage 10 layers of protection, it was still capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Chapter 77. Offering Treasures to the Master. Mingyi's astonishment, upon adorning the Zijin Chaotian crown, there was no overwhelming aura emanating from it. Instead, it appeared merely as a somewhat sophisticated hairband, hardly drawing attention. After refining the crown, Su Chang'an turned his gaze towards the pair of golden bowls. These were treasures belonging to Tian Qianqiu. Buzzing. As his spiritual energy and consciousness penetrated the bowls, Su Chang'an immediately received feedback, the mother and son golden bowls. These 2 bowls shared the same origin. The larger bowl was responsible for defense, while the smaller one governed offense. They constituted a set of magical artifacts, each adorned with 15 layers of restrictions. They were exquisite spiritual tools, on par with the Gui Shui Jin Jiao flag. Thus, he continued with the refinement. 2 months later, Su Chang'an finally completed the refinement of these 2 items. Next, he turned to the previously refined Gui Shui Jin Jiao flag and the Jin Muyu Ji Shou. He had partially refined these before, so naturally, the remaining layers required his attention as well. Consequently, the entire process of refining these treasures consumed nearly 5 months of his time. Of course, this duration refers to time within the Jin Fu space. Due to the tenfold time acceleration, only 15 days had passed outside. Once all the treasures were refined, Su Chang'an retrieved the emerald green tree segment and studied it for several days, yet he found no clues. This item was not a magical artifact, nor did it possess restrictions that could be refined. Stowing away the tree segment, he then took out a purple golden jade slip. Inside the slip was a book. The cover bore 4 ancient characters, bestowed by the Son of Heaven. Upon opening the second page, he encountered another 4 ancient characters. Among them, he recognized 2, Great Book. The middle 2 characters, however, remained unknown to him. Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an's eyes revealed a hint of determination. He resolved to visit Miaolian Peak and seek out Master Qingshu for some books on ancient texts. Understanding this bestowed by the Son of Heaven was imperative for him. After all, within the entire Chun Gongzi temple, the most valuable item he had acquired was undoubtedly this book. Reflecting on it, for a formidable being from ancient times like Chun Gongzi, who had lost all his treasures, leaving behind only this bestowed by the Son of Heaven book, it must be a significant artifact. Once he composed himself and organized his belongings within the Jin Fu space, he applied an invisibility talisman to himself and exited the dojo. Disciple Su Chang'an, seeking an audience with the master, rather than recklessly approaching Miaolian Peak to meet Qingshu directly, he proceeded to the dojo of Master Mingyi. Rumbling. The formation outside Mingyi's dojo sequentially opened, revealing a passageway. Enter, young one. With a sigh, Su Chang'an stepped inside. In the grand hall of Mingyi Palace, Master Mingyi sat upon a lotus platform. Upon the arrival of Su Chang'an, he stepped down from the lotus platform and spoke. After concluding discussions at Tiandu Peak, I intended to seek you out for a conversation. However, you had entered seclusion, so I refrained from disturbing you. As for the matter concerning Tian Qianxiu, you need not dwell on it. I have already clarified to the sect leader that you were coerced by him, and thus cannot be deemed an accomplice in his misdeeds. Should anyone dare to speak ill, inform me, and I shall silence them. Su Chang'an felt a profound gratitude for his master's defense. In response, he retrieved 2 small porcelain vials from his storage pouch, saying, Master, I have unearthed some remarkable treasures from the secret realm that you will surely appreciate. What treasures? The esteemed Mingyi Zhenren took the vials but did not open them, instead gazing at Su Chang'an with a puzzled expression. The storage pouches have all been inspected by the elders of the sect. How did you manage to conceal these? With a sly grin, Su Chang'an replied, Master, have you forgotten? I possess the concealment talisman. I can hide certain items close to my person, masking their aura, thus eluding detection. Astute lad, you have a knack for this. Mingyi chuckled with pride. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, one must rely on their wits. Without some cunning, it is challenging to ascend the path. You are quite impressive, my disciple. Wait a moment. Initially embodying the demeanor of an ethereal sage, Mingyi began to instruct his disciple while opening the vial. Suddenly, an exclamation escaped him. What in the world? Stone Bell immortal milk? His breath quickened, and his complexion flushed with excitement. You truly are extraordinary. How on earth did you acquire this? In haste, Mingyi sealed the vial to prevent the essence of the Stone Bell immortal milk from escaping. Su Chang'an explained, I discovered it deep within a mountain ravine. With my concealment talisman, I masked my aura and ventured into the cave, where I encountered a multitude of blood-sucking bats. There was one so large. It was akin to a small room. I was terrified, but I managed to collect 2 vials before I was overwhelmed by the countless bats. I had to shatter the jade talisman to escape. Ah, I see. Mingyi pondered, how much Stone Bell immortal milk lies beneath? Su Chang'an gestured, indicating, about this much, approximately a basin full. Hiss. Mingyi mused, what a pity. With so many blood-sucking bats, even a foundation establishment disciple would meet their demise within. Fortunately, you procured some. This substance is indeed invaluable to me. Young 13, I thank you. He continued, I shall use these 2 vials of Stone Bell immortal milk for alchemy. If I succeed in concocting the Chaoyuan pill to aid my breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, any surplus pills shall be yours. Su Chang'an did not decline, replying, very well, master. Have you gathered the other materials for the Chaoyuan pill? Not yet. The true man of Mingyi remarked. The 5 energies converge towards the origin, yet I am still short of the final essence, the purple gold qi. Su Chang'an inquired, what is the purple gold qi? The true man of Mingyi replied, the so-called purple gold qi is derived from the ethereal purple mist at dawn, cultivated with the essence of gold. This substance is not difficult to acquire. Your esteemed master Su Ling has it at Shifeng, and it can also be procured from the merchant associations outside. I shall meditate for a time, and once my internal energy is abundant, I will venture forth to seek this final ingredient. As for the matter of the Stone Bell immortal milk, you must not spread the word, lest that old rogue Murong Xian come to steal it. Understood. Su Chang'an responded, Master, I intend to visit Miaolian Peak to consult with Master Qingshu regarding matters of ancient texts and inscriptions. The true man of Mingyi's gaze shifted, and he smiled. Go ahead. He owes you a favor he cannot refuse. If you do not return within half an hour, I shall dismantle their Miaolian Peak with a single strike. With these words from his master, Su Chang'an felt a profound sense of reassurance, promptly turning and heading towards the teleportation array. Chapter 78, Ancient Script, Zhou Seal. The Great Qi Kingdom's manuscript. A sudden burst of white light enveloped the surroundings. Su Chang'an materialized upon the teleportation array at Miaolian Peak. Greetings. Su Chang'an addressed the disciple guarding the array with a respectful nod. The disciple, startled, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Senior brother, please, do not jest. I am but an outer disciple. If you have any commands, feel free to express them. Very well, Su Chang'an replied. I wish to pay a visit to Master Qingshu. Might you inform me of his location? This inquiry left the guarding disciple at a loss. The Peak Master. I apologize, senior brother, but I am unaware of the master's whereabouts. As an outer disciple, I cannot roam freely across the peaks. Senior brother, this is Su Chang'an. Just then, another disciple clad in a dark green robe adorned with golden trim approached. Upon seeing Su Chang'an, he smiled faintly and saluted. Might I inquire if you are Su Chang'an? Indeed, I am Su Chang'an. Greetings. I am Su Changsheng. Su Chang'an thought to himself, what a coincidence. Our names differ by but one character. Senior brother, may we speak privately? The two stepped away from the teleportation array, arriving at the edge of the sea of clouds. Su Changsheng remarked, you seem unfamiliar to me. Indeed. My master is Qingxiu, who recently accepted me as a disciple. It is quite a coincidence. Your name is Su Chang'an, and mine is Su Changsheng. However, my original name was Su Pingsheng, which my master just changed a few days ago. Su Chang'an pondered, is Master Qingxiu doing this on purpose? Could it be that my previous address to him as senior brother has prompted him to play a jest upon me? Junior brother, I seek an audience with Master Qingxiu. Su Changsheng inquired, are you not seeking ancient scriptures? Indeed, Su Chang'an affirmed. You are aware of this? With a hearty laugh, Su Changsheng retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag. My master instructed me to wait for you here. Behold, this is the item you requested. Please, have a look to see if it meets your needs. Astonished, Su Chang'an accepted the jade slip and discovered it contained the ancient script Zhou seal, complete with character correspondences. Indeed, Su Chang'an exclaimed, please convey my gratitude to Master Qingxiu. Certainly, Su Changsheng replied with a subtle smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Chang'an hurried back to the teleportation array. Upon returning to his own dwelling, Su Chang'an mused, it is said that Master Qingxiu possesses profound insights into prophetic calculations. Truly remarkable. He anticipated my visit with such precision that he had Su Changsheng waiting for me from the early dawn. Now, it was time to delve into the study of the script. With the corresponding characters provided and the script being relatively easy to decipher, Su Chang'an dedicated several days to mastering the ancient script Zhou seal. Meanwhile, he comprehended the true meaning of the three characters hidden beneath the earth of Bean Pod Mountain. When read from right to left, these characters formed the phrase. What could it signify? A grave belonging to someone named Osheng? Su Chang'an shook his head, setting aside thoughts of Bean Pod Mountain for the moment. He once again retrieved the purple jade slip. At that instant, as he gazed upon the contents of the slip, a profound clarity enveloped him. The first page bore the four characters, Heavenly Sovereign bestows a scroll. This aligned perfectly with Su Chang'an's earlier conjecture. The second page read, Great Qi National Document. The third page declared, Celestial Emperor's Divine Scripture. From the third page onward, the text delved into the essence of the manuscript, revealing a method for refining the spirit, one of considerable rank. It was thus conceivable that the ancient figure within the temple of young Master Chen had cultivated this very technique, granting him an awe-inspiring consciousness that allowed his soul to linger even after countless years of death. The Celestial Emperor's Divine Scripture consisted of 9 tiers: the Refining Qi chapter, the Foundation Establishment chapter, the Golden Core chapter, the Nascent Soul chapter, the Transforming Spirit chapter, the Refining Void chapter, the Combining Body chapter, the Great Ascension chapter, and the Transcendence chapter. The primary purpose of refining the spirit was singular: to cultivate an immensely powerful consciousness and spirit will. Once the spirit will reached a formidable strength, it could dismantle the restrictions of magical artifacts, arrange formations, inscribe talismans, concoct elixirs, and more, all executed with swiftness surpassing that of others. As the consciousness grew to a certain degree of potency, it could even allow one to multitask, enabling a fragment of the mind to engage in cultivation while walking, discussing, or wandering. According to the records within this Celestial Emperor's Divine Scripture, attaining a minor success in spirit cultivation would allow one to manifest the spirit as a tangible weapon, using it to silently eliminate enemies. It could be described as unparalleled in strength and elusive in nature. For instance, after Su Chang'an had drawn more than 8 talismans consecutively, he would feel an overwhelming fatigue. Setting up a secondary formation would leave him utterly drained. Yet, if his consciousness were robust, such concerns would vanish. Of course, cultivating the spirit will indeed demands considerable time and entails a profoundly arduous process. Su Chang'an flipped to the final pages of the Celestial Emperor's Divine Scripture. Typically, the end of a cultivation method would offer some special techniques or spells. However, This divine scripture was utterly devoid of any such content. This was somewhat understandable. After all, once the spirit will reach a minor success, it could transform into blades, directly annihilating an opponent's soul. What need would there be for additional spells? In addition to practicing spirit will according to this celestial emperor's divine scripture, one also required corresponding materials for refinement. Su Chang'an produced the verdant tree segment, finally grasping its purpose. This object was likely the very item that the ancient figure of young Master Chen used to hone his spirit will. Ha ha ha. Soon. It will belong to me. Boom. Su Chang'an stepped into the golden symbol space, storing away the celestial emperor's divine scripture and the green tree segment. He currently lacked the time to embark on the cultivation of this spirit will. Countless essences awaited his refinement in the vastness of space. In the following period, he naturally focused on concocting blood orbs. For 5 months, Su Chang'an immersed himself in the art of blood orb refinement. After this duration, he accumulated 200 medium-grade blood orbs and 2,000 high-grade ones. Remarkably, the number of supreme-grade blood orbs surpassed all, exceeding 3,000. This was due to Su Chang'an's encounters with numerous pinnacle chi refinement stage spirit beasts within the secret realm, creatures that were typically colossal and thus yielded abundant blood. In addition to the essence of these spirit beasts, he also utilized the blood of several formidable chi refinement stage cultivators, as well as that of the foundation establishment stage Tianqianqiu, all of which contributed to the refinement of blood orbs. Consequently, the supreme-grade blood orbs emerged in the greatest quantity. Gathering the blood orbs, Su Chang'an exited the golden talisman, casting a glance outside the grand hall to ensure that the formations he had set up were flawless before returning to the golden talisman space. As a medium-grade blood orb was consumed, the familiar sensation of pain surged once more. Chapter 79, Breakthrough to the Fifth Layer, the Fifth Talisman. As the air stirred, clear ripples emerged, surging amidst the tumultuous clouds. The mountain winds howled, breaking forth from the vast ocean of clouds, causing Fu Nianjin's pink robe to flutter vigorously. She stood atop a sheer cliff at the edge of the cloud sea, her delicate face slightly raised, her gaze seemingly sweeping across the infinite expanse. One person stood on each peak, the clouds roiling beneath them. Congratulations, junior sister, on your remarkable regeneration. Qing Kuo, bearing a long green sword, had appeared by Fu Nianjin's side, though it was unclear when. Fu Nianjin nodded appreciatively. It is indeed thanks to junior brother Su. Without that purple jade spirit fungus, I would not have recovered so swiftly. Indeed, Qing Kuo replied. Junior brother Su is quite the peculiar individual. Has he not yet emerged from his seclusion? Not yet. Fu Nianjin shook her head. He is likely engrossed in some intricate formation or talisman crafting. I must warn you, 8th senior brother, do not disturb him. Rest assured, Qing Kuo responded. I too shall soon enter seclusion, striving to break through to the 6th layer of the chi refinement stage. I shall have no time to concern myself with junior brother. At that moment, Su Chang'an was immersed in his cultivation within the golden talisman space. Time flew by, and 6.5 years had swiftly passed. Boom. On this day, his inner vision suddenly activated, causing the blood within his heart to surge rapidly. As the blood vessels expanded, a thick, crimson essence coalesced at his core. Su Chang'an's heart leaped with joy. Has the 5th drop of blood finally formed? Indeed. In the next instant, a powerful hum resonated as a drop of scarlet essence crystallized at his heart. Instantly, a golden radiance descended, swirling around his heart, causing the essence to burst forth in waves. After 3 rotations of golden light, the essence shattered completely. Above Su Chang'an's head, 5 droplets of golden blood floated in the void. His cultivation had transitioned from the 4th level of chi refinement to the 5th. He opened his eyes, exclaiming, after 6.5 years, I have finally broken through to the 5th layer. Buzzing. At that moment, the enormous golden talisman above him stirred slightly, resembling a dragon scale shedding. 1 golden rune detached from the grand golden card and hovered before Su Chang'an. Another talisman. Su Chang'an, not daring to delay, quickly rose to observe the rune, then began to trace the luminous flow of its patterns. Once, twice, thrice. Due to the complexity of this particular rune, Su Chang'an diligently practiced over 100 times before mastering it completely. In that instant of comprehension, Su Chang'an learned the name of the talisman, Shadowless Talisman. When activated and affixed to oneself, it could exponentially enhance speed for a brief duration, rendering the user almost invisible, hence its name, Shadowless Talisman. This artifact holds immense potential. Su Chang'an's heart brimmed with elation. The Shadow Talisman is not intended for travel, as its effects are ephemeral. For instance, the talisman crafted by Su Chang'an, who is at the 5th level of Qi refinement, lasts approximately half an hour. During this brief period, he experiences super acceleration. One can only imagine the intimidation it would instill in an adversary if employed during combat. Whether evading or attacking, reaching a certain velocity transforms one into a formidable threat. Without hesitation, Su Chang'an seized a brush and inscribed a shadow talisman onto a piece of beast hide. He then stepped into the golden talisman space, emerging into reality. Due to the accelerated passage of time within that realm, Su Chang'an spent 6.5 years, roughly equivalent to 80 months. While merely 8 months elapsed in the outside world. Upon exiting the golden talisman space, he conducted a brief inspection of the multiple protective formations surrounding his sanctum, finding no signs of disturbance, indicating that he had not been interrupted during these 8 months. Little Black, come forth. With a wave of his hand, a massive bird, several zhang in size, materialized in his sanctum. Its beak was adorned with fiery red streaks that extended like twin flames, and its body was as dark as ink. This was the juvenile of the fire-beaked black-winged eagle that Su Chang'an had captured in the secret realm, later placed in the golden talisman space. After more than 8 years, it had matured into a formidable bird, now at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Though still at a nascent stage, its flying speed could rival that of Su Chang'an's cloud-piercing vessel, and it required no spirit stones for long journeys, only ample spirit rice or the flesh of spiritual beasts. From now on, I shall ride you when I venture out. Both of you, come forth as well. 2 golden tarantulas, each the size of a wild boar, were also released from the golden talisman space. Over the years, they had feasted on various spiritual herbs and devoured the flesh of the purple-eyed giant ape and the fire lion, naturally advancing to the 5th level of Qi refinement, equaling Su Chang'an's prowess. When they broke through to the mid-stage of the 4th level, their innate talents awakened. They could now produce golden silk threads, which, perhaps due to their consumption of tainted blood, could contaminate magical artifacts and ensnare foes. In future battles, they would undoubtedly be invaluable allies. You 3 shall remain here and play. Do not venture outside. Chirp, chirp, the 2 tarantulas and the blackbird responded with sounds indicating their understanding of Su Chang'an's command. He then activated the formations and stepped into the courtyard. Subsequently, he triggered the freshly inscribed shadow talisman, affixing it to his leg. It was time to acclimate to this newfound speed. In the next instant, Su Chang'an lifted his leg and, with a whoosh, transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting away. How swift it is! Su Chang'an, in the midst of his astonishment while running, mused, had I possessed this talisman back then, perhaps that fellow Tian Xianxiu would have been unable to catch up with me. Whoosh! As Su Chang'an gained momentum, he inadvertently dashed out of his grand hall. A remarkable shadow, unparalleled in speed, darted across the square, racing towards the sea of clouds. Whoosh! Qin Kuo and Fu Nianjun, engaged in conversation at the cliff's edge, were simultaneously taken aback, turning their heads to witness the shadow plunge from the mountaintop square into the sea of clouds, disappearing from sight. What was that? Qin Kuo exclaimed in astonishment. So fast? Fu Nianjun remarked. It's too swift. I couldn't see it clearly at all. Boom. After 3 breaths, a verdant flying vessel burst forth from the sea of clouds, landing beside the 2. Sushiti, is that you? The pair was once again in a state of bewilderment. What are you doing? Fu Nianjun inquired, her expression one of curiosity. Su Chang'an chuckled, clearing his throat. I apologize, I lost control of my speed just now and ended up running too quickly. Chapter 80. The Grand Tournament of the Upper Sect, Dragon Blood Bodhi. Junior brother, you have emerged from seclusion. Fu Nianjun exclaimed joyfully. Su Chang'an replied, indeed. Senior sister, have you broken through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining stage? Congratulations. Since returning from last year's trial, Su Chang'an had begun his seclusion, and he had to toil extensively for tenfold the effort just to reach the 5th layer. Yet, Fu Nianjun had directly attained the 8th layer. Such extraordinary talent. It is truly disheartening to compare. Junior brother Su, what was that you were tinkering with? Your speed is astonishing. Qin Kuo inquired curiously. It's almost as fast as a teleportation. Su Chang'an smiled wryly. Oh, it's just my futile attempts. It seems I have not succeeded. He did not answer Qin Kuo's question directly, and Qin Kuo, sensing the hesitation, refrained from pressing further. If Su Chang'an had wished to share, he would have done so. Thus, further inquiries would only lead to awkwardness. Master has instructed. Qin Kuo continued. When you emerge from your retreat, let me take you to see him. He mentioned there is something important to discuss. All right. Su Chang'an nodded in agreement. The three of them made their way to the entrance of the Mingyi Grand Hall. Master. Qin Kuo clasped his hands in respect. Disciple Qin Kuo has brought the 13th disciple to see you. A gentle voice resonated from within the Mingyi Palace. Come in. As soon as the words were spoken, the numerous layers of restrictions outside the palace sequentially opened, revealing a resplendent golden passageway. The three entered through the passage, after which the formations naturally closed behind them. Disciples greet Master. After bowing, the three took their seats opposite Mingyi. Mingyi addressed them. I summoned you primarily to convey two important matters. The first is that in 3 months, the upper sect, Taishan sect, will host a grand tournament held every decade. Disciples from all halls and lower sects are expected to participate. According to past customs, each of our 14 peaks will send 2 representatives. This time, I would like you and your senior brother, Li Qijian, to attend. What do you think? Mingyi's gaze rested upon Su Chang'an as he spoke. Su Chang'an replied, This may not be suitable, for I am merely at the initial stage of qi refining. Ah. Mingyi's brow lifted in delight. Hey, you've actually broken through. You are now at the 5th layer of qi refining? What? Fu Nianjun and Qin Kuo exchanged astonished glances, their divine senses probing Su Chang'an. To their surprise, he truly had reached the 5th layer. Qin Kuo's expression darkened. Years ago, when he first met Su Chang'an at Doja Mountain, Su was merely at the 3rd layer of qi refining. Now, after several years, Su had advanced to the 5th layer. Meanwhile, Qin Kuo himself remained stagnant at the 5th layer, who truly possessed the 5-element spirit root, and whose aptitude was truly inferior. With a deep breath, Su Chang'an recited the carefully prepared words. Last year, I obtained certain fortuitous encounters within that secret realm, which enabled my breakthrough. Excellent, splendid. Master Mingyi laughed heartily, exclaiming, Indeed, I have not misjudged you. You are truly a person of profound destiny. When Su Chang'an first became his disciple, Master Mingyi had mentioned that while talent is crucial in the pursuit of the Tao, fortune is equally indispensable. Since Su Chang'an joined the Wanghe Peak, Master Mingyi's good luck had flourished. Firstly, their sect had secured the top position in the recent Secret Realm expedition, ensuring the supply of premium spiritual energy and cultivation resources for the next 30 years. Secondly, Su Chang'an had assisted him in locating the Shizhong immortal milk. Why is my luck so extraordinary? He pondered. It is simple. The karmic ties between master and disciple are intertwined. This lad possesses his own good fortune, thus elevating my own. Therefore, Master Mingyi insisted, you must participate in the grand competition of our sect, for you are unlike others. While others rely on innate talent and diligence in their cultivation, you depend on hard work and serendipity. Meditating daily on Wanghe Peak, like a lifeless statue, will yield no opportunities. You must venture forth to discover your own fortune. Su Chang'an, still somewhat apprehensive, replied, But my cultivation is truly lacking. Master Mingyi guffawed. You are unaware. The sect's competition does not solely hinge on combat prowess. Besides dueling, there are also alchemy contests, formation battles, talisman competitions, and weapon trials. While you may not excel in combat, you possess some skill in formations and talismans. If you can secure victory in the talisman and formation contests, you stand a good chance of claiming the overall championship. Really? Su Chang'an exclaimed. Indeed, Master Mingyi affirmed. The ultimate reward for this grand competition is a dragon blood Bodhi. What? A dragon blood Bodhi? The 3 disciples were taken aback. The dragon blood Bodhi and the blood jade Bodhi are entirely different. Like the blood jade Bodhi, the dragon blood Bodhi can elevate a qi refinement disciple's cultivation by an entire level. The difference lies in the fact that the dragon blood Bodhi has no adverse effects. Consuming it will not harm the meridians or spiritual roots, akin to a normal breakthrough through cultivation. Su Chang'an's heart raced at the thought. For someone like him, who struggled with cultivation, this was akin to a targeted aid. Master, Su Chang'an inquired, Which disciples from the other main peaks of Taishan sect will be participating? With a swift motion, his master tossed a jade slip to him, saying, "Take a look for yourself, here is the list." Su Chang'an glanced at the list and saw that his junior sister Ding Lan from Guanyin Peak was participating, but to his astonishment, the name of Cheng Bufan, the eldest senior brother from Tiandu Peak, was also prominently featured. Su Chang'an's expression suddenly soured. "Master, does senior brother Cheng also participate in the grand competition? I have a history with him, and should he bear ill will towards me? Not to mention that Cheng Bufan regards him as a rival in affection. There was that incident at Beihai Peaks Plaza where he ambushed Cheng Bufan, causing him to suffer damage to his spiritual sense, leading to his penance and missing the opportunity to enter the secret realm. It seems this enmity will be difficult to resolve. Moreover, it is Cheng Bufan who leads this expedition. Fear not." Master Mingyi waved his hand dismissively. "I am still alive. That lad Cheng Bufan lacks the courage to harm you." However, Master Mingyi stroked the 3 wisps of blue beard beneath his chin, a slight frown creasing his brow. "He certainly has the audacity to break your legs." "What?" Su Chang'an's face twisted in bitterness. Master Mingyi's countenance immediately turned stern. "What is it? Would a broken leg hinder your performance in the talisman and formation competitions?" Su Chang'an maintained his bitter expression. "Not exactly." Chapter 81. Creating Life Talismans. Refining Divine Thought. This is the wisdom of formations imparted by my master. These are insights on formations gathered by me from the Sutra repository, derived from the teachings of various elders throughout the ages. Such knowledge cannot be purchased from the exchange pavilion. Take the time to study it diligently. Here, I also have some texts regarding talisman crafting. Ming He generously presented Su Chang'an with 7 or 8 jade slips. Su Chang'an accepted them all. "We shall depart in 2 months. Ming He continued, "Make good use of this time to cultivate, and see if you can enhance your skills in formations and talisman drawing." "Indeed, master." Su Chang'an clasped his hands in respect. "There is one more matter. Since you joined my sect, you have yet to create a life talisman. Come with me, and we shall craft one together." This statement struck directly at Su Chang'an's knowledge gap. "Master, what is a life talisman?" Ming He replied, "Follow me, and you will understand." The esteemed master, clad in a deep crimson robe, rose and turned to walk toward the rear of the grand hall. Behind the stone lotus pedestal, there stood a spacious table adorned with dozens of rows of over 100 jade talismans. Each jade talisman shimmered with a red glow, radiating a brilliant luster. "This is the life talisman," Ming He elucidated. "The first row contains my life talismans, while the second row comprises those of your Uncle Ji Xing, Uncle Mingyu, and Uncle Kong Xian. Further below are the talismans of my disciples, as well as those of your 3 uncles' disciples, along with a few from collateral branches." A life talisman records an individual's life state and can be checked at any time. If a person perishes, the corresponding talisman shatters. After the master's explanation, Su Chang'an understood that the life talisman serves as a life plate, indicating the survival status of an individual. Once fallen, the talisman breaks. However, even in its shattered state, the talisman can reveal the location and direction of the person's demise. If the disciples are nearby, the masters can swiftly arrive to avenge their fallen brethren. Even from a distance, there are clues to track down the truth. Su Chang'an glanced over the talismans. Most gleamed with vitality, indicating the excellent life states of the disciples, while only a few appeared dim, as if they might extinguish at any moment. These few, sensing Su Chang'an's inner confusion, Ming He remarked, are a few disciples from collateral branches who have failed to break through the foundation establishment stage, yet their lifespans are nearly at an end. It seems they shall ascend to eternal peace within the next 3 to 5 years. As he spoke, Ming He's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone filled with profound sentiment. "Master," Su Chang'an suddenly interjected, "if a disciple perishes and their life talisman shatters, what occurs if someone maliciously crushes the jade talisman while the disciple is still alive?" He. Mingyi cast a meaningful glance at Su Chang'an and remarked, "The path of the great Tao is fraught with difficulties. Your meticulousness and caution have truly surprised me. However, I can assure you that shattering the life talisman does not significantly impact the disciples. It merely harms some thoughts and spirits. With proper meditation and cultivation, one can recover within a month. Here, take this life talisman." Mingyi handed over a jade piece, saying, "Just let a drop of your blood fall upon it." Su Chang'an accepted the jade piece and observed it closely. Indeed, there was a peculiar formation inscribed upon it. Yet, it was not a sophisticated array, but rather a rudimentary, first-grade formation. After examining the flow and direction of the formation twice, Su Chang'an concluded that it was precisely as his master had described. When a disciple falls, the jade piece shatters. However, the shattering of the talisman does not lead to the disciple's demise. It is as simple as that. Otherwise, if such items fell into the hands of those with ulterior motives, an entire sect could be manipulated, and thus, the sect would never permit disciples to create them. Su Chang'an let a drop of blood fall upon the jade. The blood flowed along the fixed lines inscribed within, activating the life talisman. Upon activation, a number appeared on the back of the talisman, 19. This indicated that Su Chang'an's bone age was currently 19 years. Upon returning from Mingyi Palace to his own sanctuary, Su Chang'an closed the formation and directly entered the space of the golden talismans. With 2 months remaining before heading to the supreme sect, Taishan sect, and with the tenfold time flow of this space, he had over 600 days, nearly 2 years. Here, little black, eat this. Su Chang'an tossed a piece of dragon blood, transforming immortal Taro to little black. Consuming this would allow little black to level up to the 3rd stage of qi refinement. With nearly 2 years ahead to reach the 4th stage, it would be capable of enduring long journeys. After tending to his spirit beast, Su Chang'an did not hasten to peruse the 7 or 8 jade slips concerning formations and talismans that his master had given him. Instead, he pulled out the Heavenly Emperor's divine tactics. This practice was to refine one's consciousness. Whether inscribing talismans or arranging formations, the consumption of mental energy was substantial. Elevating his mental acuity before the grand competition would be most advantageous. Boom. Suddenly, Su Chang'an's consciousness erupted from his mind. Yet, his current mental energy was quite rudimentary. Although he could project his consciousness outward, he could not manifest it in a form visible to the naked eye. While it was invisible, he could still perform simple manipulations. The formless consciousness was sent forth by Su Chang'an. In the next moment, a searing pain surged from the tip of his emanated consciousness back into Su Chang'an's mind. This pain was different from that experienced while practicing the 9 Nether Blood Sutra. The agony of the mind was far more tormenting, as if it originated from the depths of his very soul. At this moment, Su Chang'an finally comprehended the necessity of acquiring a treasure for nurturing the spirit while cultivating the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Sutra. Without such a restorative object, the pain from continued practice would soon become unbearable. Fortunately, Su Chang'an possessed a spirit-nurturing item, a segment of an unknown tree, which he referred to as the spirit-tending wood. With a wave of his hand, the spirit-tending wood stood upright before him, its bark and heart both of vibrant green. He began anew, once more channeling the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Sutra, directing his formless mental energy to strike at the spirit-tending wood. The pain persisted, yet this time, as the target of his mental refinement transformed into the spirit-nurturing wood, the intensity of discomfort was drastically diminished, becoming bearable. Strike, strike, strike. Great powers are often forged through the most fundamental and monotonous repetitions of training. Chapter 82. The Crane Peak. Is there no one here? Chapter 082. The hopeful Crane Peak in the blink of an eye. 2 months have swiftly passed. Outside, 2 months have elapsed. Yet within the confines of the Golden Rune realm, a staggering 600 days have transpired. With a decisive stroke, Su Chang'an sat upon the ground, once more directing his efforts towards the verdant tree trunk. This action he had repeated countless times over the span of these 600 days. Fortunately, diligence begets reward. This time, upon striking, Su Chang'an's consciousness finally transformed into an ethereal, finger-sized flying dagger that sliced through the void with a swiftness, striking the tree trunk with great force. The trunk remained steadfast and unyielding. Of course, this dagger was imperceptible to the naked eye, detectable only through Su Chang'an's spiritual awareness. What a triumph! Su Chang'an retracted his consciousness, a flicker of joy illuminating his pale visage. The arduous toil of over 600 days had not been in vain. Throughout this extensive period, he had tirelessly honed his spiritual awareness, amplifying its strength tenfold, and could now manifest it as an intangible dagger for combat. Should he unleash such a spiritual blade upon an unsuspecting foe, Even a fully realized practitioner in the qi refinement stage would meet their demise. Naturally, this was contingent upon the element of surprise. If forewarned, the situation would prove far more complex. This technique was best suited for ambushes. Exhaling deeply, Su Chang'an cast his gaze sideways. The once diminutive black-winged eagle, now akin to a small mountain, had ascended 2 levels in its growth, having naturally surpassed 1 tier. Bolstered further by the dragon blood toadstool, bringing it to the 4th level of the qi refinement stage. At this mid-stage, it was capable of carrying a rider over long distances. Gathering his belongings, Su Chang'an exited his formation without disturbing anyone, leaping onto the back of his trusted companion. Little Black, take me to the base of the outer sect mountain. With a swift motion, guided by Su Chang'an's direction, Little Black flapped its wings gently and, in an instant, soared over Crane Peak, plunging into the sea of clouds below. After a few breaths, emerging from the cloud cover and descending further, they arrived at the outer sect. Greetings, senior brother. Hello, senior brother. Senior brother, senior brother. Upon noticing the golden cloud patterns adorning Su Chang'an's collar, the outer sect disciples bowed with utmost respect. Su Chang'an reciprocated their greetings and made his way to the small courtyard where he had once resided. Opening the door, he discovered a note he had left for Ding Lan, now rendered unnecessary. Thus, he promptly tucked it away. His primary purpose for visiting was to ascertain whether Dubai had returned, yet disappointment washed over him. Dubai was nowhere to be found, and there were no signs indicating its presence. Su Chang'an then inquired with the elder steward and the disciples of the outer sect, yet none had ever encountered a plump white rabbit. Dubai, oh Dubai, where could you have gone? Su Chang'an shook his head, then mounted the fire-beak Blackwing Eagle, soaring into the sky towards Wanghe Peak. Upon landing at Wanghe Peak, he beheld the figures of Master Mingyi, Li Qijian, Fu Nianjin, and others standing in the square. Master, senior brother. Su Chang'an leaped from the back of the Blackwing Eagle and hurriedly bowed in respect. Upon seeing the majestic bird, Fu Nianjin's eyes sparkled with delight as she remarked, Junior brother, your magnificent creature is truly splendid. Su Chang'an, Li Qijian, Qinhua, Ning Xiangshuan, Master Mingyi. What is the matter? Fu Nianjin inquired. Did I say something wrong? Not at all. Master Mingyi waved his sleeve and said, let us proceed to Tiandu Peak to gather and send off the eldest and 13th. With a gesture, Master Mingyi summoned a flurry of sword light beneath his feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other disciples also invoked their powers to ascend. Undoubtedly, the manner in which the disciples and their master took flight was distinctly different. The foundational stage cultivators soared on swords, relying on their cultivation and spells, while the qi refinement stage disciples depended on treasures and various talismans for assistance. From a distance, a myriad of colors streaked across the ocean of clouds. A sight to behold. However, when the last individual riding the Blackwing Eagle ascended into the heights, the ethereal spectacle was momentarily diminished. At that moment, the square at Tiandu Peak was already filled with people, all elders and disciples from the 14 peaks. Those whose names I call, stand behind me. Tian Xin's gaze was stern, his demeanor grave. Cheng Bufan, Huang Zhiqing. 2 disciples at the peak of qi refinement stepped forward. Cheng Bufan appeared youthful, while Huang Zhiqing was an elderly man with graying hair. This is senior brother Huang Zhiqing, Li Qijian whispered to Su Chang'an. He has reached the peak of qi refinement and has lingered at this realm for 30 years. It is said that his presence is exceptionally formidable, and his combat prowess is unparalleled. If we disregard magical artifacts and focus solely on spells, his strength likely surpasses that of Cheng Bufan. Su Chang'an turned to inquire. Senior brother, aren't you also at the peak? Is he truly more formidable than you? Li Qijian was nearly in tears. Junior brother, please do not say such things. He could easily defeat me with one hand. Hiss. Su Chang'an gasped in astonishment. Then your hopes of acquiring the dragon blood bodhi are bleak. Alas. Li Qijian sighed deeply and added, cultivation relies on oneself. I do not wish to resort to such underhanded means. Beside them, Fu Nianjin rolled her eyes. Senior brother, you truly are hypocritical. Are you merely lamenting the grapes you cannot reach? Junior sister, Li Qijian said with a serious expression, do not speak such blatant truths. Su Chang'an nearly burst into laughter. Guanyin Peak, Dinglan, Zhenqingyan. Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed as he gazed in the direction of Guanyin Peak. To everyone's astonishment, Guanyin Peak had unexpectedly dispatched Ding Lan. It is worth noting that although Ding Lan possesses commendable talent, her cultivation level leaves much to be desired. Were they truly sending her to confront those formidable practitioners at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage? At that moment, Ding Lan emerged alongside a tall, slender woman clad in black. Su Chang'an cast a glance their way, unable to suppress a gulp. Hiss! The woman in black had skin as fair as jade and a visage of extraordinary beauty, with captivating glimmers emanating from her eyes. Humph! Sister Fu snorted disdainfully, tilting her face as she inquired, "Is she truly that beautiful? Does she surpass your junior sister Ding?" Su Chang'an replied, "Is it not different? In what way is it different?" Fu Nianjin retorted, her expression brimming with defiance. Before Su Chang'an could respond, the voice of their senior brother, Li Qijian, rang out. "Ding Lan is indeed beautiful, but my choice is Sister Zhan." Li Qijian, Su Chang'an. At that moment, the voice of the sect leader, Tian Xian, echoed through the air. The two hastily stepped forward to stand behind Tian Xian. The disciples of the 14 Peaks erupted in a flurry of confusion. What on earth is this? Qi refinement stage, 5th level? And is she truly a wielder of the 5 elements spiritual root? I was certain it would be Sister Fu, yet it's this individual instead? Has Wanghe Peak truly run out of options? Chapter 83, Setting Off, Striking Back, Silence. In the face of the disciples' incessant chatter, Tian Xian's gaze shifted, his expression icy as he swept across the crowd. The disciples hastily fell silent. However, Tian Xian was inwardly astonished. Could it be that the old fellow Ming he has lost his mind? Why would he dispatch this cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement? No, wait. Tian Xian's eyes flickered, once more resting upon Su Chang'an. Ah, this young man has actually broken through to the 5th level? With his 5-element spiritual roots, achieving such a feat. It seems he must have encountered a fortuitous opportunity within that secret realm. Very well. Tian Xian turned to the 28 individuals behind him and declared, "You 28 have been selected, with Cheng Bufan as your captain, to journey to the Tai Xian immortal sect for the grand competition. However, there are several pieces of advice that you must keep in mind. The upper sect is, after all, a place of immense talent and exceptional disciples. Once you step onto their territory, do not display arrogance or engage in reckless confrontations. You must exercise caution and humility. Should the elders of the upper sect take note of your potential, you may even have the opportunity to become their disciples. Now go." With a grand sweep of his sleeve, Tian Xian commanded. "Yes, master." The group bowed respectfully to Tian Xian. Boom. Cheng Bufan activated a massive flying vessel. The vessel was enormous, measuring over 10 zhang in length and 4 to 5 zhang in width. Besides the propulsion mechanism, it housed dozens of rooms for the disciples to rest. "Dear fellow disciples, please follow me aboard." Cheng Bufan leapt onto the deck of the vessel. One by one, the others followed suit, boarding the craft. Rest assured, master and esteemed seniors, Cheng Bufan vows to protect the safety of all his junior brothers and sisters at all costs. Let us go. Boom. The flying vessel slowly ascended into the sky. Wait. At that moment, the esteemed Ming, he suddenly waved his arm, saying, "I have forgotten to remind you of something important, Su Chang'an." Su Chang'an quickly approached the ship's railing, peering over the edge with a round face, and asked, "Master, what else do you wish to instruct your disciple?" Ming he wore a bitter expression as he replied, "My dear apprentice, should an elder from the upper sect take notice of your innate talent and offer you a place among them, you must absolutely refuse." This statement elicited uproarious laughter from the surrounding elders and disciples. With such lackluster potential and complete 5-element spiritual roots, which elder from the upper sect would be foolish enough to take him as a disciple? Furthermore, Ming he added, "If you happen to win the first prize, the Dragon Blood Bodhi, do not allow others to scheme against you. Remember, your talent is lacking and cultivation is arduous. This item must be reserved for moments of dire need when you cannot break through." Another wave of commotion and laughter rippled through the square. Su Chang'an felt as if his entire face was ablaze. "Master, please show some consideration. Though my spiritual roots are lacking, must you declare it in front of everyone? Do I not deserve any dignity? You insolent lad, why are you silent? Have you truly remembered?" Ming he wore a stern expression. Su Chang'an replied, "I have remembered, master." Thunderous rumbles echoed as the flying vessel ascended higher into the sky. The figure of his master, clad in a purple Taoist robe, gradually transformed into a mere purple dot in Su Chang'an's eyes. Beneath them, the towering Tian-Do Peak loomed like a jade spire amidst a sea of clouds, its sheer cliffs standing like blades piercing the heavens. Su Chang'an shifted his gaze once more, observing 6 additional peaks rising around a patch of cloud in the south. For the first time, the complete silhouette of the Taishan sect and the 14 peaks appeared vividly before him. "Everyone, gather round," Cheng Bufan called from the front of the vessel, gesturing for the others to approach. The remaining 27 disciples stepped forward. However, Su Chang'an noticed that Li Qijian was absent from his side. Upon closer inspection, he found that the rascal had already nestled beside Sister Zhen, who wore a black Taoist robe, beaming with a grin as he chatted incessantly with her. Yet, Sister Zhen remained aloof, scarcely granting him a glance. Su Chang'an couldn't help but curl his lip, feeling as if Li Qijian resembled a dog. Their journey to the upper sect would take a full 7 days aboard this swift vessel. Along the way, they would traverse numerous territories of immortal beings. Although they were disciples of the upper sect and generally went unbothered, caution was still essential. Each of you will have your own quarters to rest, should any trouble arise. I hope you will not hesitate to join forces with the sect to confront the enemy. Yes, the group responded with a bow. Nonetheless, there was little to fear. Aside from Ding Lan and Su Chang'an, the remaining 26 were all at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Together, they would pose a formidable challenge even to a foundation-building expert. Now let's assign the rooms. Su Chang'an. Cheng Bufan was the first to turn his gaze towards him. Su Chang'an stepped forward. Cheng Bufan announced, "Do you see that? The last room at the back of the ship is yours." Immediately, all eyes turned to the rear chamber, which was the noisiest due to its proximity to the vessel's propulsion system. It was evident that Cheng Bufan was seeking to settle a personal score. Yet Su Chang'an said nothing and directly walked into the room. Noise. Am I afraid of noise? The louder it is, the more. Well, it's merely a matter solvable by a formation. Once inside, Su Chang'an retrieved several spiritual stones from his storage bag and began to set up a formation. He arranged a second-tier defensive formation alongside a second-tier restriction formation. Due to his proficiency and a recent surge in his spiritual awareness, he completed the formations with remarkable speed. In scarcely the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, the task was completed. At this moment, the room was devoid of any cacophony. Su Chang'an waved his hand, conjuring forth a talisman to ward off spirits. "Umph! Who dares to spy on me? They shall surely regret it." With everything prepared, he did not enter a meditative state. Instead, he retrieved the tomes concerning formations bestowed upon him by his master and began to peruse them. With a month remaining until the grand competition at the upper sect, Su Chang'an resolved to treat this month as if it were 300 days, allowing him to thoroughly digest the knowledge imparted by his master. Regardless of whether he could secure the coveted first place and obtain the dragon blood bodhi, this time must not be squandered. Just as Su Chang'an was about to delve into the insights on formations from Master Mingyi, he was interrupted by the voice of Ding Lan from outside. The grand formation could silence the noise, yet it retained a channel for sound transmission. Ding Lan's voice came through directly. "Wait a moment," Su Chang'an called as he opened the door. Outside, Ding Lan flashed a smile, her youthful and charming face adorned with a delicate dimple. Chapter 84, A Peerless Beauty and the Art of Enchantment. "Junior sister Ding?" Su Chang'an inquired. "Have you settled into your room?" "Yes, I have," Ding Lan replied candidly, stepping into Su Chang'an's dojo without hesitation. "That senior brother Cheng is truly bothersome. He insisted on placing my room adjacent to his and keeps coming over to discuss Tao with me. It's utterly annoying," Su Chang'an remarked. "Perhaps senior brother Cheng wishes to court you as a Tao partner?" "I certainly do not." Ding Lan shook her head vehemently. "If I were to seek a Tao companion, it would undoubtedly be you, senior brother Su." A bitter smile crossed Su Chang'an's face as he responded, "Junior sister Ding, please do not jest. With my meager aptitude, even with relentless training, I would scarcely be able to match your shadow, let alone indulge in such matters." "I feel the same way." Ding Lan rested her chin on her hand, a look of sorrow etched across her features. "Junior brother Su." At that moment, a soft female voice suddenly echoed from outside. The voice was delicate and tender, sending a shiver down one's spine. Su Chang'an, perplexed, was contemplating which female cultivator besides Ding Lan from the Taishan sect might know him when Ding Lan exclaimed, "That is senior sister Zhen. Do you know her?" Su Chang'an shook his head, replying, "She is likely here for you." Not daring to be negligent, he hurried to the door and opened it. Standing at the entrance was a woman clad in a black Taoist robe. She was tall and graceful, her complexion serene and natural. The black robe accentuated her skin, which was as white as snow and emanated a faint luminescence. No wonder senior brother Li Jian pursued this senior sister like a lovesick puppy. Even someone as indifferent as Su Chang'an felt a pang of desire upon seeing her, an instinctual urge to swallow. However, he had yet to reach that state of losing his senses. After a brief glance, Su Chang'an slightly bowed and politely greeted senior sister Zhen. Zhen Qingyan, much like Ding Lan, offered only a soft acknowledgement without any formal greeting, then stepped into Su Chang'an's dojo. Su Chang'an closed the door behind her. Ding Lan's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, "Senior sister, I came here simply to chat with senior brother Su. I shall return shortly." Ding Lan, like Su Chang'an, assumed Zhen Qingyan had come seeking her. Yet, Zhen Qingyan boldly seated herself on the cushion Su Chang'an had just vacated, calmly stating, "I did not come looking for you. I specifically sought junior brother Su." Observing Zhen Qingyan occupying his space, Su Chang'an stood aside, incredulous, pointing to himself with disbelief. "Me?" Zhen Qingyan, perched gracefully on the cushion, lifted her delicate face slightly. Her eyes, resembling dark gemstones, locked onto Su Chang'an's, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "What? Junior brother Su, are you surprised?" "A bit," Su Chang'an replied. "If senior sister has any instructions, please feel free to articulate them." Zhen Qingyan nodded and remarked, "Master Mingyi has always been a respected senior of mine. He is a wise and magnanimous individual. Since he has chosen you to participate in the grand competition, I trust that you possess remarkable qualities." She continued, "There must be several second-level formations arranged in this room, right? To set up such formations in such a short span of time is truly impressive. I surmise that you are to compete in the formation contest." Her gaze was fixed on Su Chang'an, her eyes seemingly expressive. Su Chang'an smiled gently and replied, "Senior sister, you are indeed exceptionally astute. Indeed, there is nothing to conceal. My master has indicated that I possess a modicum of talent in formation techniques, and thus I am to try my luck." "Oh," Zhen Qingyan's eyes brightened. Having accurately guessed his intention, many believed that she was formidable in combat, yet few knew that her true expertise lay in formations. She would participate in both the combat and formation competitions. While she lacked confidence in the combat segment, her assurance regarding the formation contest was considerable. Should she secure first place in the formation contest, coupled with points from the combat competition, she felt a glimmer of hope in attaining the Dragon Blood Bodhi. However, Su Chang'an, this unexpected contender, left her somewhat perplexed. "Junior brother Su, what is your current level in formation techniques?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Chang'an provided a rather conventional response, stating, "I have practiced for a short time and my skills are still rudimentary. Undoubtedly, senior sister's proficiency surpasses mine. I am merely venturing forth to test my fortune." "Really?" Zhen Qingyan, somewhat dissatisfied, inquired further, "Can you arrange a third-level formation?" Su Chang'an was taken aback and replied, "That I certainly cannot." He indeed lacked the ability to set up a third-level formation. Upon hearing this, Zhen Qingyan sighed with relief. "As long as you cannot arrange a third-level formation, it is well. You do possess a natural talent for formations, but as long as you cannot achieve a third-level formation, you cannot surpass me. Junior brother." Zhen Qingyan suddenly smiled, and the world around seemed to lose its color. Su Chang'an felt a surge of astonishment. This woman was truly extraordinary, her every smile and frown captivating the hearts of those around her. "What formation texts have you studied?" he asked. Su Chang'an replied, "One volume on basic formations and another, formation classics, provided by my master. That is all I have for now." Zhen Qingyan was taken aback. "Just these?" Su Chang'an continued, "Those are the only texts. The rest consists of insights from my master and the ancestors of our peak, which I have yet to thoroughly ponder." "Oh." Zhen Qingyan's gaze flickered. "Junior brother Su, may I have a look at those insights?" Su Chang'an promptly responded, "No, without my master's permission. Our peak's secrets cannot be disclosed." Zhen Qingyan was left in stunned silence. "You refuse me? After all these years, throughout the entire Taishan sect's 14 peaks, including disciples and elders, no one has ever denied me. This lad, how could he possibly refuse me? Is it that my allure is insufficient?" Zhen Qingyan felt a slight pang of disappointment. Yet, she swiftly dismissed such thoughts with a scoff, channeling her inner energy. A delicate blush suddenly graced her fair visage, and her gaze took on an enchanting softness, her voice flowing like molten iron, capable of melting even the hardest of hearts. Oh, junior brother. We are all disciples of the Taishan sect, so why should there be any distinction between you and me? Aren't we all one family? This voice, combined with Zhen Qingyan's demeanor and expressions, struck Su Chang'an like a bolt from the blue. To him, the breathtaking beauty before him resembled a fine wine, poised to be uncorked, its rich and fragrant essence ready to be unleashed. Such a gentle provocation stirred the deep-seated desires within a man's heart. Su Chang'an found himself parched, yearning to immediately present all the treasures from his storage pouch to please her. Is this the art of seduction? Although Su Chang'an was ensnared, his wits remained intact. Chapter 85, The Third Level Grand Formation. Arrival at the upper sect. The art of allure through Gu techniques is indeed a form of sorcery. However, the prerequisites for mastering such spells are quite stringent. Firstly, it is essential for the practitioner to be a female cultivator, possessing both beauty and charm, ideally endowed with an innate allure. Additionally, one must possess a spirit consciousness that far exceeds that of the average individual. Otherwise, when faced with someone of superior consciousness, a counterattack could lead to one's own downfall. Zhen Qingyan initially believed that Su Chang'an, a mere fifth-level cultivator, could not possibly possess significant spiritual strength. Thus, she thought the technique would be easily executed. Yet, to her surprise, the reality was quite the opposite. Su Chang'an, in that fleeting moment, had indeed fallen under her spell, but only for an instant. At this very moment, should he choose to retaliate, a single strike of his consciousness would shatter her own. The repercussions could range from mere damage to her spirit consciousness to an irreversible state of mindlessness. However, Su Chang'an, out of a sense of camaraderie towards his fellow sect member, refrained from launching a counterattack. Instead, he retrieved a delicate tea set from his storage pouch. During his recent expedition to the secret realm, he had fortuitously discovered 2 spirit tea trees. As he poured the tea, he cheerfully remarked, "I also picked some leaves along the way. While this spirit tea may not significantly aid cultivation, it serves to soothe the heart and nourish the soul." Ding shimmy. Jin Shiji, let us enjoy a cup. He placed 2 cups of vibrant green tea before them. Ding Lan, trusting in his intentions, took a cup and drank, exclaiming, "Oh, Su Shixiang, this is rather delightful." Meanwhile, Zhen Qingyan was engulfed in confusion. What is happening? Here I am casting my spell, and he shows no reaction whatsoever? What could this mean? Is he truly oblivious to my intentions, or does he possess an innate spiritual strength, or perhaps an unwavering resolve? How can this mere 5th-level Qi refining cultivator disregard my alluring Gu technique? No. Zhen Qingyan inhaled deeply, her stubbornness and unwillingness to yield reaching a fever pitch. She channeled her energy, unleashing her Gu technique anew. Her large, enchanting eyes sparkled with seductive light, and her once pale complexion suddenly flushed with vibrant color. Ding Lan, witnessing the transformation, found herself breathless. Yet, Su Chang'an remained utterly unfazed. With a dazed expression, he inquired, "Zhen Shiji, what is the matter? Your gaze seems off. Why is your face so red? Have you been poisoned?" Zhen Qingyan, infuriated, felt her spell dissipate in an instant. Su Chang'an, relentless, continued, "I just remembered. When I was young, my aunt would look just like you after spending the night with my uncle. What could this mean?" Uffed. Zhen Qingyan, having just sipped the spirit tea, spat it out in shock. Coughing violently, her emotions surged. Even her fair skin seemed to tremble. "Shiji, why are you leaving? Don't go yet. Have another cup of tea before you depart. The tea brewed by my younger brother is truly delightful. How about I bring you 2 pounds? "No." Zhen Qingyan interjected, extending her hand to refuse. "You should keep it for yourself and enjoy it. When you descend the mountain someday, you can bring some to your aunt back home." With that, Zhen Qingyan stormed out of Su Chang'an's room, visibly agitated. "Haraha!" Ding Lan laughed heartily, her lively eyes sparkling as she turned to Su Chang'an and inquired, "Su Shixiang, are you genuinely foolish, or merely pretending?" "Huh?" Su Chang'an stroked his chin in confusion. "What do you mean, Shimmy? I don't quite understand." "Forget it." Ding Lan rose to her feet. "Su Shixiang, please rest well. I shall not disturb you any longer. We will descend together once this flying vessel reaches the upper sect." "All right." Su Chang'an rummaged through his storage bag and produced a packet of tea leaves. Shimmy. I don't want it. Ding Lan replied. You should keep it for yourself. No. Su Chang'an insisted. I believe I may have offended senior sister Chen just now. Could you kindly deliver this packet of tea leaves to her? Consider it my apology. Ding Lan scrutinized Su Chang'an for a moment before conceding. Fine. A few breaths later, Zhun Qingyan, in a fit of rage, slammed the packet of tea leaves down onto the table, then clasped her head with both hands and screamed. Ah, how can there be such a person? Make sure to keep an eye on things. No one is allowed to enter. Do you hear me? Gaga. The enormous black-winged eagle stationed at the door nodded in agreement, resembling a vigilant guard. Su Chang'an closed the door, sealed the formation, and then settled onto the meditation mat. As soon as he moved, he entered the realm of the golden symbol. The next 7 days would be spent aboard the vessel. Cheng Bufan mentioned that it would take 7 days to reach the upper sect's gates. To Su Chang'an, 7 days felt like 70, a considerable span of time. He could study the formation and practice concurrently. He retrieved a mid-grade blood pearl and swallowed one, allowing the 9 nether blood scripture to circulate within him as he commenced his cultivation. Simultaneously, he took out the jade slip containing Master Mingyi's insights on formations and began to peruse it. With his formidable spiritual consciousness, Su Chang'an was now capable of multitasking, effortlessly contemplating formations while cultivating. After roughly a day's time, Su Chang'an had thoroughly grasped Master Mingyi's understanding of formations. However, he found little of substantial value, as Mingyi's proficiency in formations was, quite frankly, rather mediocre and not significantly superior to Su Chang'an's own. Putting away Mingyi's insights, Su Chang'an retrieved another jade slip. The sect atop Wanghe Peak had been established for over 1,000 years, boasting numerous prodigies well-versed in formations. Thus, while there may not currently be a formation master capable of setting up a third-tier grand formation within the sect, it was not the case in the past. There had been several. In Su Chang'an's hands lay a manuscript penned by a venerable figure known as the Qing Dozhen Ren, detailing profound insights into the art of formations. He perused its pages with great fascination, and after 10 days, he completed his reading, feeling deeply moved. The understanding and reflections of Qing Dozhen Ren regarding formations illuminated Su Chang'an's mind, and he sensed that he was but a step away from mastering the third-tier formations, particularly when he synthesized these insights with the symbols he had studied in the realm of Jin Fu. With renewed determination, he consumed a blood pearl and proceeded to examine the 3rd jade tablet, followed by the 4th and 5th. Before he realized it, 60 days had swiftly elapsed. On this particular day, an epiphany struck Su Chang'an, and a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. By integrating the wisdom of several predecessors, he finally grasped the intricacies of the 3rd-tier formation. However, Su Chang'an refrained from attempting to establish a 3rd-tier grand formation aboard the flying vessel. Upon exiting the realm of Jin Fu, he subtly shifted his aura, allowing the dense blood energy to be supplanted by the authentic essence of the Xianmen. A day later, the flying vessel descended abruptly and landed upon solid ground. He had arrived at the esteemed Tai Xian Immortal Sect. Chapter 86, The Trading Conference. The Copper Essence Treasure Cauldron, in Yangshuo County, the Tai Xian sect, tasked with guarding the southern border of the Great Yin, arrived. Dear disciples of the Tai Xian sect, your hard work is commendable. Please. A plump cultivator, appearing to be in his 30s, greeted Cheng Bufan with a respectful gesture. The group followed the portly cultivator to a hilltop. This place has been specifically prepared for your Tai Xian sect, the cultivator announced. My surname is Zhao. You may refer to me as Brother Zhao from now on. If you require anything, just let me know. Thank you. Cheng Bufan responded courteously with a bow. Brother Zhao continued. Our Tai Xian Immortal Sect comprises 8 branches: the Tai Xian Sect, Tai Xian Valley, Tai Xian Hall, and Tai Xian Mountain. Additionally, we have 4 prominent families affiliated with our sect, namely the Jing family, Ji family, He family, and Lu family. 6 of the 8 branches have already arrived, and you are the 7th. Only the Ji family remains. Behold, this is the cave dwelling. Each disciple may choose one for themselves. The exterior is cloaked by a formation, ensuring your safety whether you wish to cultivate or rest within. You may do as you please. Su Chang'an gazed ahead. Although referred to as a cave dwelling, it was, in fact, a series of palatial structures. Each individual could temporarily occupy one, selecting freely. Dear fellows, here are your identification tokens. With these tokens, you will have the same privileges as the inner disciples of our sect, permitted to roam freely except for restricted areas. Furthermore, we have organized a trading conference specifically for you. Disciples from all branches will attend, along with some inner disciples and elders from our headquarters, creating a lively atmosphere. Should you require anything, feel free to explore. This is a map. Each of you will receive a copy, if you have further needs. There are disciples guarding the teleportation array who can assist you and inform me accordingly. After imparting these instructions, Brother Zhao took his leave. Naturally, Su Chang'an and the others chose their residences, each selecting a palace. The formations within these palaces were rather rudimentary, merely first-level formations. Su Chang'an spent half a stick of incense's worth of time arranging a second-level forbidden spirit formation. Next, he affixed a concealment talisman to himself and cast a spirit suppression talisman outside to establish a barrier. These measures would suffice to filter out external spiritual perceptions. However, in this situation, Su Chang'an dared not engage in cultivation lightly. If he were to cultivate, he intended to set up a third-level forbidden spirit formation inside the Grand Hall, capable of blocking golden elixir cultivators. Nevertheless, this task was exceedingly complex and would create considerable noise. So he resolved to complete the external forbidden spirit formation before proceeding to arrange this one, thereby avoiding drawing attention. Su disciple, just as he finished setting up the second-level formation, he heard Ding Lan's voice from outside. Su Chang'an stepped out of the Grand Hall. Ding Lan stood at his doorstep, accompanied by Zhen Qinyan, who was clad in black. Her complexion was pale and serene, with eyes like mist. At this moment, she had regained her dignified demeanor, a stark contrast to her earlier self in Su Chang'an's quarters. Senior Sister Zhen, Junior Sister Ding. Su Chang'an inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "There is nothing to discuss," Zhen Qinyan replied, shaking her head. "It is your junior sister who sought you out, not I." She hastily distanced herself from any implication, as if fearing a misunderstanding from Su Chang'an. "Brother," Ding Lan chimed in, "we wish to attend the trading fair. Would you care to join us?" Su Chang'an nodded, "Certainly. I too wish to see what it has to offer." He possessed numerous items, including many illicit goods acquired from individuals such as Tian Qinxiu, Zhang Wuya, Lin Weihua, and Su Yunlong, treasures he had no use for, which were perfect for selling at this opportunity. Discreetly disposing of stolen goods would naturally raise no suspicions. Furthermore, Su Chang'an intended to procure an alchemical cauldron, as his small wooden one was proving inefficient for crafting blood beads, lagging behind in his endeavors. "Let us proceed," Zhen Qinyan declared with a flick of her black sleeve. The trio made their way to the teleportation array at the Mountain Peaks Plaza. Senior Sister Zhen, Senior Sister Zhen, a cultivator, resembling a rustic farmer, hurriedly approached. "Senior Sister Zhen, where are you headed?" "Oh, Junior Brother Su, you are here too." Li Qijian, upon reaching Zhen Qinyan, finally noticed Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an nodded. "Greetings, Senior Brother. We are off to the trading fair." "How fortuitous." Li Qijian chuckled, his dark complexion contrasting with his gleaming white teeth. "I too am bound for the trading fair. Let us go together." Zhen Qinyan felt reluctant to decline Li Qijian's company. Buzzing. In a flash of white light, the four of them arrived at the inner plaza of the Tai Xian Immortal Sect. The teleportation array here was complimentary for inner disciples like Su Chang'an, requiring no additional payment. The cultivators in the plaza were quite an interesting sight. The disciples of Tai Xian donned robes in various hues, dark green, moonlight white, black, azure, and blue, each adorned with the sect's emblematic cloud patterns, embroidered in gold at the collar. "Wow," Ding Lan's eyes sparkled. "How lively it is. Much more so than the small trading fair at our exchange pavilion." "Indeed," Li Qijian remarked. "Ours is merely an internal sect fair, while this gathering features not only the inner disciples of our sect, but also those from the other 8 branches. Moreover, these individuals are no ordinary folk. Surely each possesses a treasure or two." Zhen Qinyan suggested, "Let us explore separately and reconvene here once we are done." Agreed. The group dispersed, each perusing the myriad stalls before them. Su Chang'an possessed a clear objective. He sought to procure a cauldron. "Brother, do you need information?" A man clad in a moon-white Taoist robe gazed at Su Chang'an. "This time, I have the schedule for the 7 grand competitions, commentary on the testing subjects, and the corresponding scoring criteria. Of course, I also have introductions to the seed candidates from the 8 major branches and the headquarters of the immortal sect. Interested? The young disciple looked at Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an felt a stir of interest and inquired, "How much do you want for it?" The man replied, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Su Chang'an's expression darkened immediately. Damn it, can such information truly be worth 1,000 spirit stones? No. He shook his head and turned to leave. Wait, brother. The man, seemingly undeterred, insisted, name your price. Su Chang'an responded, 10 spirit stones. The man's face contorted with pain as he reluctantly produced a jade slip. All right, it's yours. Su Chang'an suddenly recalled his first visit to the Lianqing Trading Association's marketplace. Had he overpaid once more? However, it mattered little. After all, it was merely 10 spirit stones. 10 spirit stones for a piece of information was indeed worthwhile. A top-grade artifact, the copper essence cauldron. At that moment, a plump cultivator in a blue Taoist robe shouted from a distance, "Copper essence cauldron. Purchase a refining cauldron and receive a fire-gathering furnace for free." Su Chang'an's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Chapter 87. Refining the Pill of Absorption. A pill alchemy prodigy, Su Chang'an placed the jade slip into his storage bag and leisurely approached the stout cultivator's stall. The vendor had an impressive array of items, talismans, herbs, elixirs, and weapons, among others. "Brother, might I take a look at that bronze alchemical cauldron?" Su Chang'an inquired, pointing at a small cauldron on the ground. "Of course," the portly cultivator replied, lifting the cauldron and presenting it to Su Chang'an. "Brother, this is a top-tier magical artifact, imbued with 7 layers of prohibitions." Su Chang'an's spiritual sense swept over it, confirming the existence of 7 layers of restrictions. The bronze cauldron appeared pristine, as if it had never been used. "Brother, did you craft this cauldron yourself?" Su Chang'an asked. "Ha ha ha. Alas, I lack such skill," the rotund cultivator chuckled. "This was forged by my master." "What is the price?" Su Chang'an inquired directly, eschewing unnecessary banter. "This cauldron was crafted from a solid block of refined copper, taking my master 49 days to complete. Moreover, it bears 7 intricate prohibitions inscribed by a master artisan. The materials are rare, and the effort is considerable. Therefore, if you truly desire it, I can offer it to you for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones." Su Chang'an nearly choked on his breath. 50,000. Naturally, he was uncertain about the cauldron's true value in spirit stones, so he resorted to his usual method of negotiation. "Brother, would 10,000 spirit stones suffice?" 10,000. The cultivator's expression shifted dramatically. "Brother, are you here to make mischief? I could sell just the refined copper for 20,000. "How about this?" Su Chang'an proposed. "I possess a magical artifact of the same caliber, and I'd like to trade it for your cauldron. You can choose one." Su Chang'an tossed out a storage bag. Within the bag lay a pitch-black spear, an artifact that originally belonged to Lin Weihua, who had used it to ambush Zhang Wuyo. Su Chang'an was wary of using it casually, for the sect would certainly recognize it. The stout cultivator understood this and did not extract the black spear. Instead, scanning it with his spiritual sense, he nodded and said, "Indeed, brother, this is a top-tier magical artifact, but, among artifacts of the same level, the value of an offensive artifact is typically the lowest. You will need to add another 10,000 spirit stones to trade for my bronze cauldron." Su Chang'an retrieved the storage bag and replaced its contents with another treasure. "Brother, how about this one?" This time, he presented a silver small shield, which had originally belonged to Zhang Wuyo. With Zhang Wuyo's demise, Su Chang'an had claimed it for himself. The stout cultivator hesitated for a few breaths after seeing the silver shield, then stated, "Very well. Although your shield does not match the quality of my bronze cauldron, it is still a top-tier magical artifact, and I happen to be in need of such an item." Thus, the two reached an agreement. The corpulent individual exhibited a discerning taste, in addition to presenting Su Chang'an with a copper cauldron and a bronze furnace. He also bestowed upon him a storage pouch. Grateful, Su Chang'an accepted the pouch and subsequently wandered about the trading square, gradually selling off the illicit items he possessed. Primarily, these were magical artifacts, including a formidable black spear and various other treasures for offense, defense, and travel. He returned with over 200,000 spirit stones. After attending to his transactions, Su Chang'an greeted Zhen Qingyan and Ding Lan before returning to his temporary abode. His first task was to establish a 3rd-level restriction array around the meditation mat in the Grand Hall. although a third-level array is merely one tier above a second level. Its complexity increased tenfold, consuming half a day's time. After several modifications and a single misfire, he finally managed to set up the restriction array, albeit with considerable effort. It was not large, only spanning a radius of 3 zhong, yet the golden light membrane circulating upon it was thick and impenetrable. Even the divine consciousness of a golden core expert could not breach it. Once the array was successfully arranged, Su Chang'an ushered the black-winged eagle into the courtyard to serve as a guardian. According to the sect's arrangements, there were still over 20 days until the first dueling competition, which, for Su Chang'an, felt akin to 200 days. What could he accomplish in such a lengthy span? Naturally, it was a time for cultivation. With a mental command, he entered the realm of the golden symbol space. Sitting cross-legged, he consumed a mid-grade blood pearl. Simultaneously, he examined the small cauldron he had just acquired. This copper treasure cauldron possessed 7 layers of restrictions, which needed to be refined before use. Thus, he commenced the refining process. After several days, he successfully dispelled all 7 layers of restrictions from the cauldron. Su Chang'an then took up the bronze furnace, which was engraved with a miniature fire-gathering formation. By placing 2 fire-attributed spirit stones in the designated groove, he could ignite the furnace. 2 spirit stones would sustain the fire-gathering formation for several days. With a click, he inserted the fire stones, and in an instant, a flicker of flame leaped from the furnace. He positioned the copper treasure cauldron above it, perfectly aligned for use. Next, Su Chang'an retrieved a white jade slip, which he had pilfered from Tian Qianqiu. This slip contained numerous alchemical formulas that had been passed down through the ages, among which was the most fundamental recipe for the appetite-pacifying pill. Indeed, due to his cultivation of the 9 nether blood canon, Su Chang'an had minimal need for medicinal pills. However, this particular pill was invaluable. Consuming one would ensure a cultivator's energy supply and satiety for 10 days, alleviating the hassle of daily cooking with spirit rice. Su Chang'an diligently memorized the method and key points for refining the appetite-pacifying pill, all the while heating the copper cauldron and preparing the necessary materials for its concoction. Though it was his inaugural attempt at alchemy, Su Chang'an was no stranger to this endeavor. He had previously concocted numerous blood pearls, a form of external supplementary elixir, whose preparation techniques bore a striking resemblance to those of traditional alchemy, converging towards the same goal through different paths. After the passage of 2 hours, a profound and enigmatic aura surged forth from the alchemical furnace, accompanied by a delectable fragrance wafting from within. Had he succeeded? With a flicker of his consciousness, the lid of the copper cauldron opened, and 12 golden pills, each approximately the size of a pigeon's egg, soared out, deftly caught by Su Chang'an's quick reflexes and placed into a jade vial. From this vial, Su Chang'an extracted a pill of abandoning grain. It was golden and egg-sized, adorned with swirling patterns of mist. He recognized these golden designs as pill patterns, which could manifest as 1, 2, 3, or even 4 lines. 1 line indicated a low-grade elixir, 2 for a medium grade, 3 for a high grade, and 4 lines denoted a supreme grade. Suddenly, 4 pill patterns radiated from the pill of abandoning grain in Su Chang'an's hand. Goodness, a supreme elixir. I have actually crafted a transcendent spiritual pill. Chapter 88. The Schemes of the Small-Minded and the Enrollment for the Great Competition in the Realm of Elixirs. The variance in quality yields effects that are as disparate as heaven and earth, with corresponding values that reflect this disparity. Take, for instance, the first-grade elixir known as the Gathering Qi Pill. This is a fundamental aid utilized by disciples in the Qi refinement stage for their cultivation. Its function is rather mundane, primarily focused on the accumulation of Qi. To illustrate, an ordinary practitioner seeking to replenish their depleted dantian with spiritual energy would require at least 2 hours, if relying solely on the absorption of natural Qi. However, with the aid of a Gathering Qi Pill, this process can be expedited to merely half an hour, or sometimes even less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Consuming it during cultivation significantly enhances efficiency. Now, imagine if this Gathering Qi Pill were of the finest quality. Its effects would be nothing short of miraculous. In the secret realm, Tian Qianqiu had once bestowed upon Su Chang'an a vial of premium Gathering Qi pills. After consumption, a disciple in the Qi refinement stage could restore their depleted spiritual energy within 10 breaths. Consider the advantage in a combat scenario. Enduring just 10 breaths would enable one to rejoin the fray, effectively granting a second lease on life. Once a practitioner transitions to the foundation establishment stage, the standard gathering chi pill becomes obsolete. However, a premium version allows one to consume 10 at once, instantly replenishing spiritual energy. As for their value, a standard mid-grade gathering chi pill is worth approximately 50 spirit stones. In contrast, a premium pill can fetch several thousand, or even up to 10,000 spirit stones. This exemplifies the vast differences in quality among similar elixirs. Furthermore, consider the pill of abstinence in Su Chang'an's possession. A low-grade pill of abstinence can sustain an individual for 10 days without food or water, a mid-grade for 20 days, and a high-grade for an entire month. The premium variant, however, extends this duration to a remarkable 100 days. Su Chang'an poured out the contents of the porcelain vial, revealing a total of 12 pills, 6 of premium quality and 6 of high quality. Typically, during the pill refining process, practitioners in the qi refinement stage seldom produce premium or even high-grade pills. Even those exceptionally gifted disciples who manage to concoct premium pills usually yield only 1 or 2 per batch. It is indeed rare for someone like Su Chang'an to achieve a perfect balance of half high-grade and half premium on their first attempt. Yet, Su Chang'an was not overly astonished. After all, the proficiency in pill refining is intrinsically linked to one's spiritual consciousness. A stronger spiritual consciousness allows for greater meticulousness in the extraction and separation of herbs, leading to more precise control over heat and materials, thereby facilitating the creation of higher quality elixirs. Onward he pressed. Su Chang'an retrieved more spirit herbs and commenced the refining of a second batch of abstinence pills. 2 hours later, a resounding boom echoed as another 12 resplendent pills soared from the furnace, which Su Chang'an collected with enthusiasm. This time, fortune favored him even more, as 8 of the 12 were of premium quality, while 4 were high-grade. The pursuit continued. However, this time, Su Chang'an did not continue the refinement of the pill of abstinence, but instead began to concoct another elixir, the gathering chi pill. Both are elementary low-grade pills. Let us give it a try, for it should pose no considerable challenge. After the passage of 2 hours, 12 white pills soared from the furnace. The gathering chi pill was not as substantial as the pill of abstinence, which was the size of a pigeon's egg, while the gathering chi pill was merely the size of a jujube pit. Su Chang'an examined the 12 gathering chi pills, observing the intricate patterns upon them. 6 were of exceptional quality, and 6 were of superior quality. Hiss! Even disciples in the foundation establishment stage would find it difficult to produce 6 exceptional pills. Would they not? In the following time, Su Chang'an devoted himself to dual pursuits. He absorbed the blood pearls for cultivation while simultaneously refining pills. In the blink of an eye, 200 days had elapsed. Su Chang'an ceased his cultivation and emerged from the golden talisman space bearing an abundance of elixirs. Though 200 days had passed in the golden talisman space, only 20 days had transpired in the realm of reality. The grand competition was now merely 2 days away. Su Chang'an transformed his aura into that of the Xianmin and stepped out of the grand hall. Little junior brother, you are finally out. Upon exiting, Su Chang'an encountered his senior brother, Li Qijian. Indeed, Su Chang'an replied, "Isn't the grand competition about to commence?" "Yes," Li Qijian responded. "Let us go. There should be news from senior brother Cheng regarding the registration status." This grand competition comprised 7 events: dueling techniques, beast combat, artifact confrontation, array battles, pill refining, talisman crafting, and divine challenges. Not every disciple was required to participate in all subjects. They were to choose those in which they excelled and had hopes of reaching the top 10. For in any competition, only the top 10 would earn points. Those placed 10th and below would receive none. The first place would receive 100 points, the second 90, the third 80, and so forth, with the 10th place earning merely 10 points. Su Chang'an did not personally attend the registration. Instead, he entrusted his selected subjects, array battles, talisman crafting, and divine challenges, to senior brother Li Qijian, who reported them to Cheng Bufan, who then compiled the information for submission to the sect. The two arrived at the entrance of Cheng Bufan's grand hall, where a considerable number of individuals had already gathered. Soon, a beam of sword light descended. Cheng Bufan, his face beaming with joy, announced, "Brothers and sisters, please enter." The results of the registration and the competition schedule have been released. Let us proceed. The crowd followed Chen Bufan into the grand hall, taking their seats according to rank. Dear disciples, this is your competition schedule. Please keep it safe. Chen Bufan distributed jade slips to each individual. Su Chang'an, of course, received one as well. However, upon sweeping his consciousness over it, his brows furrowed in discontent. Senior Brother Cheng, have you made an error? The subject I registered for does not seem correct. I did not sign up for dueling techniques. Why have you assigned me a slot for that event? Moreover, I did not register for the alchemy and beast combat, so why have you included them for me? At the time of registration, Su Chang'an had not yet begun his alchemical studies, hence he only enrolled in the disciplines of rune combat, array combat, and divine combat, which are his areas of expertise. Yet now, he has failed to secure a place in array combat. Subsequently, the unregistered disciplines of combat techniques and beast combat have appeared. While alchemy has been granted, his subjects have now transformed into combat techniques, beast combat, alchemy, rune combat, and divine combat. This cannot be my fault. A glimmer of pride sparkled in Chen Bufan's eyes. The subjects your senior brotherly provided me are indeed these. Chen Bufan, you are speaking nonsense. Li Qijian abruptly rose to his feet and declared, the subjects I assigned to you were merely rune combat, array combat, and divine combat. This is a petty act of vengeance. Swish. All eyes turned towards Chen Bufan. Everyone was aware of the conflict between him and Su Chang'an. However, Chen Bufan firmly insisted, I registered according to the subjects you provided, junior brotherly. Do not make baseless accusations. If you claim otherwise, present your evidence. Evidence? What evidence could possibly exist? Chapter 89, The Commencement of the Grand Competition, New Rules You. Chen Bufan, you despicable scoundrel. Li Qijian was truly infuriated. Junior brotherly, do exercise caution in your speech. Another figure, Huang Zhiqing, who resembled a rustic farmer even more than Li Qijian, stepped forward and remarked indifferently, beware, for words can lead to dire consequences. From my perspective, junior brotherly, your thoughts are evidently not focused on this grand competition, but rather on Sister Zhen, which is why you mistakenly registered for the wrong event. Huang Zhiqing's words struck deep, leaving Li Qijian utterly speechless, nearly causing him to spit blood in frustration. Enough. At that moment, Su Chang'an rose and waved his hand, saying, Senior brother, if it's not meant to be, then so be it. I came merely to test my fortune. Everything is predestined in its own way. For Su Chang'an, the situation held little significance. What if the contest had shifted from battle array to alchemy? Previously, he had lacked confidence in his alchemical skills, but now he perceived that he might not be at a disadvantage compared to the battle arrays. As the saying goes, a loss may herald a fortune. Since what was lost cannot be reclaimed, we should not allow others to continue mocking us at Wanghe Peak. Well said. Zhen Qingyan nodded in agreement, adding, if it is your fortune, no one else's scheming will prove effective. Junior brother Su, your calmness in facing gains and losses is indeed surprising. Su Chang'an did not respond, but merely offered a respectful gesture to Zhen Qingyan. He then stepped forward, urging Li Qijian to withdraw. Senior brother, do not engage in futile disputes with these individuals. I have faith in you. All right. Li Qijian felt warmth in his heart and replied, thank you, junior brother. The two resumed their seats. Chen Bufan, brimming with self-satisfaction, continued, in 2 days, the grand competition will commence, with the first event being a battle of spells, lasting 1 month. The second event will be beast combat, also lasting 1 month, followed by battles of weaponry, formations, talismans, alchemy, and ultimately, divine battles. Each event will span a month. Of course, those who have not registered may choose not to participate, and registered individuals may also forfeit their qualifications. After the conclusion of the final 7 competitions, participants will be ranked based on their total scores, with the first place receiving a reward of a dragon blood body, and the 2nd through 10th places each receiving various rewards. Now, let me elaborate on the competition rules. This year's competition differs significantly from previous ones. In the past, the first place was awarded 100 points, with subsequent ranks decreasing by 10 points. However, this year, the Battle of Spells will have a total score of 200 points. The crowd listened intently, setting aside other subjects. The Battle of Spells had indeed undergone a monumental transformation this year. Not only had the total score increased, but the rules had also changed. among cultivators at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. The distinction between ranks would be determined by the prowess of their spells. The first place would receive 200 points, the second place, 180 points, and so forth, with the 10th place receiving 20 points. However, cultivators who have not yet reached the 12th level of the Qi refining stage are not devoid of opportunities. In order to encourage lower-ranked disciples to participate in the grand competition, the sect has established a special initiative aimed at these disciples, the challenge. Engaging in battles beyond one's current level, for instance, if Su Chang'an, at the 5th level of Qi refining, were to defeat any disciple at the 6th level, he would earn 30 points. A tie against a higher-level opponent would yield 20 points. However, regardless of the number of 6th-level disciples defeated, the maximum reward remains 30 points. Furthermore, defeating an opponent 2 levels higher, such as winning against a 7th-level disciple, would grant 50 points, while a tie would earn 40 points. Achieving victory against an opponent 3 levels higher would result in a remarkable 120 points, while a tie would still yield 100 points. Thus, theoretically, if a disciple could triumph over an opponent 3 levels above, they could amass a total score of 200 points. Of course, this level of advancement is exceedingly challenging. Since this competition is a battle of wits rather than a contest of treasures, any participating disciple is prohibited from using weapons or talismans. Although they may utilize elixirs to restore their spiritual energy, the battles must rely solely on magical attacks and defenses. After absorbing the rules, Su Chang'an chuckled. Quite intriguing. Initially, he had no intention of signing up, yet unexpectedly, the rules had changed, and by a stroke of luck, Cheng Bufan had even registered him. No weapons for combat beyond one's level? Not a problem. It is worth noting that Su Chang'an has long engaged in battles with fierce beasts, endowing him with a wealth of combat experience. Moreover, he practices the 9 Netherblood scripture, while it is not a body-refining technique. His physical prowess far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators. Most importantly, he possesses 5 drops of golden essence blood within him, enabling instantaneous healing of injuries. With this extraordinary advantage, engaging in battles beyond his level is certainly feasible, and even surpassing 2 levels should pose no issue. As for whether he could contend with an 8th-level Qi refining cultivator, Su Chang'an felt he might lack the strength for that, but he was willing to give it a try. Junior Su. Upon exiting Cheng Bufan's hall, Zhen Xingyan approached Su Chang'an and softly clarified, "I have long heard of your profound mastery of formations. Although I would prefer to avoid facing you as an opponent in the formation competition, please believe me, the alteration of your registration truly has nothing to do with me. Even if I wish to win against you, I would never resort to such underhanded tactics." Zhen Xingyan gazed into Su Chang'an's eyes, striving to prove her innocence. Su Chang'an replied, "I have no suspicion towards you. It is merely a personal conflict with Cheng Bufan. However, it matters not. Without formations, I may not necessarily lose." Senior Su. Ding Lan interjected, "This battle of magic is quite perilous. If you do not challenge higher levels, there will be no opportunity for you. But your cultivation is rather low. Perhaps you should reconsider." Su Chang'an chuckled and countered, "Junior Ding, this new rule is quite favorable for you." "Indeed," Ding Lan remarked. "Initially, I was concerned that my journey would be in vain, yet I am pleasantly surprised by the alteration of the rules. I believe I stand a fair chance. At the very least, I feel confident in advancing to the next level." Su Chang'an nodded in agreement. With a furrowed brow, Ding Lan inquired, "What will you do?" Su Chang'an replied, "I intend to give it a try. If I cannot prevail, I shall concede." 2 days later, the grand arena of the Tai Xian Immortal Sect opened its doors for the much-anticipated tournament. An elderly man clad in a robe of purple and gold presided over the assembly, offering words of encouragement to the disciples. "This is our sect's esteemed leader," Li Qijian whispered to Su Chang'an, "a formidable figure of the great golden core level. It is said that within our sect, there are several venerable ancestors at the nascent soul stage, their depth of knowledge and power immeasurable, far beyond what our branch can compare to." Su Chang'an nodded in acknowledgement. Despite the sect leader not exerting any visible pressure, Su Chang'an could sense an overwhelming aura emanating from him, as if it were a natural force dominating the very landscape. "Now, dear disciples," the sect leader said with a gentle smile, "I wish you all success. The competition will be overseen by 4 esteemed elders, ensuring fairness and justice." With that, he departed, and 4 venerable elders, their hair as white as snow, took their positions in the corners of the arena, tasked with overseeing the event. Though their role required little more than to observe, the specific orchestration of the tournament would be managed by other disciples. Chapter 90. Challenging Beyond Rank. Life and Death Methods. As the competition commenced, the elders were beckoned to activate the formations. Thunderous sounds echoed as several formations emerged on the expansive and grand stage. On either side, there were 8 formations apiece, each representing a distinct microcosm, akin to an arena for combat. 2 disciples would enter one of these formations to compete, and the unfolding duel would be presented before the audience through a specialized array, allowing all disciples to immerse themselves in the spectacle. The 8 formations on the left were designated for disciples at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, while the 8 formations on the right were reserved for challenges beyond rank, accommodating disciples from the 5th to the 12th levels of Qi refinement. The minimum rank allowed for participation was the 5th level, as the sect mandated that only those at the mid-Qi refinement stage, or the 4th level, could compete. In front of each challenging formation stood a disciple of corresponding cultivation, known as the guardian disciples. Those aspiring to challenge beyond their rank would face these fixed opponents. As the grand contest began, the first match was set to take place between disciples at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Please prepare. Headquarters Disciple Hui Yuntong and Headquarters Disciple Shui Changsheng, and enter formation 1 on the left. Though there were 8 formations, only one could be utilized for the duel at a time, as the audience could only witness a single match concurrently. The grand competition arranged by the sect was scheduled to last an entire month, allowing for a leisurely pace. Soon, the combat scenario of the 2 disciples materialized in midair. The intensity of their clash was formidable. Even without the use of magical artifacts or talismans, their fierce struggle left the arena in disarray, with the formation significantly damaged. After approximately half a stick of incense, the victor emerged, and both disciples exited the grand array. At that moment, several formation masters hurried into the recently contested arena to commence repairs on the damaged formations. The second match commenced. A male disciple clad in a moon-white robe stood upon the stage and proclaimed, "It is a challenge beyond rank. Are there any disciples willing to step forward?" Aye. Numerous hands shot up in response. Dinglan also raised her hand high. However, it was apparent that the elder on stage did not notice her, as he arbitrarily pointed to another individual, saying, "You, come forth and state your name and cultivation level." "I am Huang Jinyu, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, seeking to challenge a disciple at the 7th level. Proceed." With a wave of the host's hand, Huang Jinyu entered the 3rd formation, while the corresponding opponent outside the formation followed suit. Then, the scene was transmitted to the observing disciples. Bang! With just one move, Huang Jinyu was sent flying out, landing on the ground in surrender. The crowd erupted in astonishment. To challenge an opponent of a higher level is no trivial endeavor, especially in the absence of any magical artifacts or talismans. The notion of triumphing over a foe of superior rank is but a fanciful dream, unless one possesses an extraordinary cultivation technique or is a prodigy with singular spiritual roots. As the 3rd round of challenges commenced, the host surveyed the audience. This time, the fervor of eager hands raised and registration had dissipated, replaced by hesitant glances exchanged among the spectators. "Elder, I wish to challenge," Su Chang'an declared, rising from his seat. A collective gasp resonated from the members of the Tai Xian sect. "Junior apprentice, please reconsider," Li Qi admonished. "You weren't even registered. Forfeiting this duel is no loss." Su Shixiao. Dinglan's expression was laden with concern. "Be cautious and concede promptly to avoid injury. You still need to participate in the upcoming alchemy and talisman contests." Zhen Qinyan, though surprised, remained silent. Meanwhile, the likes of Cheng Bufan and Huang Zhiqing regarded Su Chang'an with mocking smiles. "Very well," the host responded. "Step onto the stage. What is your name, where do you hail from, and what is your cultivation level?" Su Chang'an clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "I am Su Chang'an, a disciple of the Tai Xian sect from Yangshuo County, at the 5th level of Qi refining, challenging a 6th level Qi refining senior." "Excellent," the host affirmed. "Let us verify his cultivation level." An individual approached to examine Su Chang'an's abilities. After the inspection, Su Chang'an purposefully removed the purple gold crown of ascendance from his head, as it would instinctively defend him, rendering it unusable in this context. "Do not fret," Zhen Qinyan reassured Dinglan. placing her hand gently over Ding Lan's. With a soft smile, she added, "Disciples will not harm one another. Su Chang'an may sustain injuries, but his life will not be at risk." Tears welled in Ding Lan's eyes as she murmured, "But injuries can severely hinder his cultivation. You know his talents are lacking, and the path is arduous. Fear not." Zhen Qingyan wiped away Ding Lan's tears, continuing to comfort her. Since Su Shidi dares to step forward, he must possess some confidence. In the foreground, Cheng Bufan turned back to witness Ding Lan's tearful distress, a pang of hurt striking his heart. Naturally, his resentment towards Su Chang'an intensified. "Look, it's begun," the audience exclaimed, gazing upwards as the scene of Su Chang'an facing off against the 6th-level cultivator unfolded in the air. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of techniques. Although the 6th-level disciple held a slight advantage in power, Su Chang'an's extensive combat experience allowed him to hold his ground. After several exchanges, they appeared evenly matched. "Remarkable," Zhen Qingyan observed. "I didn't expect this young man to be so elusive. His opponent can hardly land a hit." Suddenly, Zhen Qingyan gasped, covering her mouth in alarm, as Su Chang'an closed the distance to his adversary. Unaware that the 6th-level cultivator had unleashed a massive fireball with a mere flick of his hand, Su Chang'an merely summoned a layer of spiritual energy shield, neither evading nor retreating, while simultaneously pressing a colossal fireball onto the opponent's form. Boom! The two fireballs detonated almost simultaneously. Thud, thud, thud. Both combatants staggered back a couple of steps. Su Chang'an's left shoulder was drenched in blood, flesh torn asunder, revealing stark, white bone beneath. The opposing cultivator was in a similar state. With a flick of his hand, Su Chang'an donned another layer of clothing. Thus, when his vital energy circulated to mend his wounds, it remained concealed from view. The audience, only privy to the projection, lacked the means to probe Su Chang'an's condition with their spiritual senses. "Are you insane?" The 6-layered cultivator spat blood in fury. "Having never encountered such a desperate combat style, you may not value your life, but I cherish mine." Just as the words left his lips, Su Chang'an conjured yet another fireball in his grasp. "Stop, stop, stop!" The 6-layered cultivator cried out, "I concede. Damn it, I've encountered a madman. I'm done, I yield." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. The host, with a placid countenance, announced, "Su Chang'an of the Taishan sect in Yangshuo County emerges victorious, earning 30 points. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the opposite end of the plaza, a massive stone tablet suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Su Chang'an's name was instantly inscribed upon it, followed by the displayed score, 30 points. Chapter 91. The Battle at the 8th Layer, Life and Death Cycle. Junior Brother Su. Little Junior Brother. The concerned voices of fellow disciples echoed from the audience. Su Chang'an, with a pained expression, returned to his seat and immediately consumed a precious spirit-gathering pill. Within mere moments, the depleted energy within him was replenished. "Little Junior Brother, how are your injuries?" Ding Lan inquired with genuine concern. The disciples of the Taishan sect regarded Su Chang'an with anxious eyes. A faint, warm smile appeared on Su Chang'an's pale face as he reassured them. "It's nothing. I won't die." In truth, under the nurturing effects of the golden essence, his injuries had healed completely. He was merely a bit fatigued. Nevertheless, he used another spirit-gathering pill to restore his vitality. Next, the host addressed the crowd. "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge at a higher level?" The disciples stirred restlessly, yet none stepped forward. At that moment, Su Chang'an rose once more. "Little Junior Brother, what are you doing? Sit down," Li Qijian urged, reaching to pull him back. Su Chang'an, however, asked, "Elder host, I have a question." The host looked at Su Chang'an and replied, "Speak, Junior Brother Su." Su Chang'an continued, "If I challenge a disciple at the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage directly from the 5th layer, should I win, how many points will I receive? Will I also be awarded points for a 2-level challenge?" According to the rules, a 3-level challenge warranted 120 points. However, if he was already challenging 3 levels up, would he still receive the points for a 2-level challenge? The host's eyes narrowed slightly before he smiled and said, "Are you suggesting that you will forego the 2-level challenge and directly take on the 3-level challenge, and if victorious, claim the points for the 2-level challenge as well?" "Indeed," Su Chang'an affirmed, "my magical prowess is limited. If I were to fight through each level one by one, it would be rather unjust. Please hold on." The host responded, "I will consult with the elders." As the host left the arena, Nearly everyone present stared at Su Chang'an as if he were mad. Having just barely survived a one-level challenge, he now dared to challenge a disciple at the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage? Had he lost his mind? A twisted expression crossed Cheng Bufan's face. The disparity between the 5th and 8th layers was not merely 3 levels. It represented a significant gap between the mid and late stages of Qi refinement. Without protective artifacts, a misstep against an 8th layer practitioner could lead to catastrophic consequences. One might perish before even realizing it. Cheng Bufan began to feel apprehensive. His mockery of Su Chang'an had been a form of retribution, but now that Su Chang'an was risking his life, he feared that if Su were to perish in the arena, Master Mingyi would hold him accountable, especially since Su Chang'an had not originally signed up for the duel. It was all his machinations. As the esteemed Master Mingyi previously indicated, while Cheng Bufan possesses the capability to incapacitate Su Chang'an by shattering a leg, he lacks the audacity to take Su Chang'an's life. Su Chang'an. Cheng Bufan turned his head, his expression grave as he cautioned. Engaging with an 8th layer Qi refinement disciple is no jest. As your senior, I kindly advise you, do not proceed, do not proceed, do not proceed. Indeed, junior brother, Li Qijian interjected, there is no need to gamble your life in a fit of pique against Cheng Bufan. What on earth are you saying, Li Qijian? Cheng Bufan retorted, leaping to his feet. What does this have to do with me? Cheng Bufan, I curse your ancestors. Li Qijian erupted in anger. Were it not for your interference, we would not be in this predicament. If anything were to happen to my junior brother, I swear I will fight to the death. Clang. Li Qijian glared at Cheng Bufan, drawing his sword. Impudent. Boom. A formidable divine consciousness surged forth, crashing towards Li Qijian. Startled, the sword in Li Qijian's hand slipped, clattering to the ground. At that moment, the host, clad in a moon-white robe, reappeared on the stage. Junior brother Su, I have inquired on your behalf. Should you defeat a disciple at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, you will receive a one-time credit of 120 points, plus an additional 50 points, thus reaching your goal of 200 points. However, I must caution you. Engaging in battle at the 5th layer against someone 3 levels higher is exceedingly perilous. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Su Chang'an nodded. The host inquired once more. Do you require a moment to rest? Su Chang'an shook his head and ascended the stage, positioning himself before the 5th great formation on the right. The guarding disciple, a burly figure with a fierce countenance, gestured courteously to Su Chang'an. Please. The two entered the formation and took their stances. This was a spatial array that, from the outside, appeared to be the size of a room, yet within, it spanned a distance of 100 feet. Junior brother Su, you are quite brave. The guarding disciple sneered. However, you are also rather foolish. Do not presume that having triumphed over an opponent at the 6th layer of Qi refinement means you can easily challenge those above your rank. Let me tell you, should you manage to leave this formation on your own 2 feet, I, Lu Dadong, will have no face left to remain in the Tai Xian immortal sect. You have made a grave error in judgment. Ignoring his ramblings, Su Chang'an simply inquired, Brother Lu, may we commence? Boom. With a sudden motion, Lu Dadong unleashed a punch towards Su Chang'an, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Despite the distance of several feet, his speed was astonishing, and he appeared before Su Chang'an in the blink of an eye. His formidable fist was enveloped in a thin layer of red light, as if flames were igniting around it. By the time the fist reached Su Chang'an's face, the brilliance of the light had become blinding. There was no doubt. This was a spell. Even before the fist arrived, the searing heat had already washed over Su Chang'an's face. Su Chang'an did not solidify a spiritual shield to withstand the attack. Instead, he deftly twisted his body at an unusually strange angle, narrowly evading Lu Dadong's strike. Seizing the moment, he deftly stepped upon Lu Dadong's back, gracefully propelling himself away. What an exquisite display of agility! The audience could not help but erupt in applause. Damn it, Lu Dadong turned his head, launching himself at Su Chang'an with the ferocity of a descending tiger. This time, Su Chang'an cleverly sidestepped once more. What is happening? Why isn't junior brother Su counterattacking? Why are his hands behind his back? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. However, it was not long before they witnessed Su Chang'an evading Lu Dadong's onslaught, while simultaneously forming intricate hand seals behind him. In no time, a mesmerizing black and white taiji diagram materialized in his grasp. Good heavens, the disciples below erupted in excitement. This is utterly incredible. He is evading senior brother Lu's attacks, while secretly channeling his spells. This fellow is truly cunning. One must admit, his mental fortitude is remarkable. His spiritual awareness must also be quite impressive. On the stage, after enduring several rounds of Lu Dadong's relentless assaults, Su Chang'an suddenly exerted force with both hands, summoning the wheel of life and death. One hand emanated the essence of life, while the other exuded the essence of death, black and white, a dazzling spectacle. Chapter 92 Narrow Victory at the 8th level, full marks secured. Heavens, what kind of spell is this? It appears remarkably formidable. How could this Taiji diagram be torn apart? Why do I sense a perilous aura emanating from it? The disciples observing the fierce battle began to murmur among themselves. Cheng Bufan's eyes narrowed slightly as he remarked, "The wheel of life and death. This is indeed the wheel of life and death." Indeed. Zhen Xinyan inhaled deeply and declared, "I have long heard of a powerful spell atop Wanghe Peak, known as the Wheel of Life and Death. It is one of the core legacies of Wanghe Peak, coveted by countless disciples who have been unable to master it. How did Master Mingyi pass this extraordinary technique to Junior Brother Su? Moreover, Junior Brother Su has actually perfected it? This." Li Qijian gazed enviously at the Wheel of Life and Death in Su Chang'an's hands, reflecting wistfully. Many of us at Wanghe Peak possess what attribute spiritual roots, yet Master bestowed this true scripture of decay and prosperity solely upon Junior Brother. However, it may prove ineffective. Cheng Bufan interjected, "The critical factor in utilizing the Wheel of Life and Death in combat is precision. Junior Brother Su's cultivation is too low and his speed too slow. He may not be able to strike the giant with the wheel." Indeed. Huang Zhiqing nodded in agreement. If he misses his strike and his internal energy falters, it shall be his misfortune. It must be said, Cheng Bufan's assessment held considerable merit. The gravest concern with the Wheel of Life and Death in battle is ensuring it lands upon the opponent. If it fails to connect, one cannot absorb the opponent's life force. What is this? Lu Dadong sensed an overwhelming wave of danger emanating from Su Chang'an's hands, causing him to momentarily halt his assault. He leaped back 5 zhong, distancing himself from Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an's expression turned cold and stern. "Brother Lu, surrender now, and you still have a chance." "Impossible." Lu Dadong scoffed. "With your 2 pitiful wheels, let us see you use them first." "Very well." Su Chang'an raised his right hand, hurling the black wheel of death towards Lu Dadong. The speed was astonishing. However, in Lu Dadong's eyes, this velocity was entirely avoidable, as he still had a distance of 6 or 7 zhong between them. Yet, in the next moment, as Lu Dadong attempted to evade, he suddenly felt an overwhelmingly potent consciousness surge into his mind with blinding speed. This consciousness was utterly domineering. In an instant, Lu Dadong's mind became a muddled mess. He felt his consciousness paralyzed, rendering him incapable of controlling his body. Although this paralysis lasted less than a breath's time, it was sufficient for the flying wheel of death. Bang! The black, spinning wheel of death crashed into Lu Dadong's body. Within Su Chang'an, the true scripture of decay and prosperity surged into action, working in concert. He simultaneously absorbed Lu Dadong's life force while retreating rapidly, fully aware that the enraged Lu Dadong would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. "What in the world is this, devouring my life force?" Lu Dadong's face darkened. However, it was not yet dire. Although his life force was waning, it was not completely depleted all at once. The cycle of life and death only affected practitioners whose cultivation was 3 levels below or at the same level as the caster. Lu Dadong's cultivation was precisely 3 levels higher than Su Chang'an's, placing him on the cusp of this effect. Thus, the absorption of life force was occurring at a sluggish pace. "If I eliminate you, this mark should be dispelled." Flame slash. Lu Dadong leaped into the air, channeling a strike from afar. Suddenly, a crimson long blade manifested in the void, ablaze with roaring flames, descending upon Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an had already been on guard and nimbly leapt away. However, the moment he landed, a massive ice spear erupted from the ground beneath him. Thrust, thrust, thrust. A barrage of ice spears shot forth, and despite Su Chang'an's desperate attempts to evade, one found its mark on his right calf, causing blood to gush forth. Bang! Just as Su Chang'an narrowly dodged the ice spear, Lu Dadong delivered a punch from the side. This time, there was no escape. Bang! The blow struck Su Chang'an's right shoulder with ferocity, sending him soaring like a kite with its strings severed, trailing an arc of blood through the air. Junior brother. Below, Ding Lon cried out in despair, "Surrender now." The anticipated image of Su Chang'an collapsing to the ground did not materialize. Instead, he utilized the force of Lu Dadong's strike to create distance, and while airborne, he waved his hand, summoning ice needles from his left and fireballs from his right to hurl at Lu Dadong. The crowd gasped in astonishment. He is still able to counterattack? Good heavens, his mental prowess is astonishing. He is multitasking with ease. No, it's more than that. Hiss, hiss, hiss. If this fellow were to participate in the divine battle, he would undoubtedly be invincible. Within the formation, by the time Su Chang'an touched down, his injuries had wholly mended. However, with the operation of the withering and flourishing true scripture and the cycle of life and death, his spiritual energy was dissipating rapidly, teetering on the edge of exhaustion. Without hesitation, he tossed a premium qi gathering pill into his mouth. "Umph." Lu Dadong scoffed. "Your magical power is depleted. Haraha, you shall perish." Once more, Lu Dadong leaped into the air, unleashing another flame slash. This time, Su Chang'an had learned his lesson. He twisted in midair to evade the attack and flawlessly dodged the ice spears beneath him. After a brief 10 breaths, his spiritual energy had fully replenished. Simultaneously, he swallowed another premium qi gathering pill. Bang! With a surge of immense spiritual energy, the headband atop Lu Dadong's head suddenly shattered. His hair floated chaotically in the air. What has happened to my hair? Why has it turned white? Lu Dadong stared in horror at his hands, now adorned with wrinkles. Su Chang'an spoke. "Brother Lu, the vital energy within you is being incessantly drained by me. In just half a stick of incense's time, you will completely lose your vitality. Surrender now, and I shall return your life force." Seizing the moment while Lu Dadong was in shock, Su Chang'an swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between them. "Even if you were to kill me now, the life force I have drawn from you cannot be restored." Su Chang'an continued. "To put it plainly, you have lost 30 years of your lifespan. Brother Lu, quickly surrender, or your losses will be even greater." "I surrender." Lu Dadong raised his hand, exclaiming, I surrender, I surrender." Once Su Chang'an exited the grand formation, he cast the wheel of life from his left hand into Lu Dadong's body. The vital energy returned to him, and Lu Dadong's appearance began to transform. His gray hair regained its dark hue, and the wrinkles on his hands and face vanished. The spectators above and below the stage were left in astonished disbelief. "Has he won? Is this truly victory?" Taking a deep breath, the host declared, "I announce that Su Chang'an from the Taishan sect of Yangshua has successfully challenged beyond his level, earning 170 points in this round, bringing his total to 200 points, a perfect score." Chapter 93, Ambush Midway, Mind Strike against the enemy. As Su Chang'an descended the arena, a wave of commotion erupted below. Several individuals stood up, raising their hands and vociferously proclaiming their desire to challenge those beyond their level, as if they had all suddenly gained newfound confidence. However, the host merely smiled faintly and announced, "Apologies, but according to the rules, the next match will be between disciples of the 12th level of Qi refinement. I invite Li Qijian from the Taishan sect of Yangshua County and Ji Changgang from the Ji family of the Four Great Families to prepare for their contest." As Su Chang'an stepped off the stage, he coincidentally encountered Li Qijian ascending. The two exchanged a brief handshake before parting ways. "Senior Su, you truly won." "Oh no. Are you injured?" Ding Lon gazed at Su Chang'an, who appeared somewhat disheveled and covered in blood, tears welling in her eyes with concern. Su Chang'an shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his pallid face. "I am fine. You are truly full of surprises," Zhen Qingyan remarked, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. "What you experience could be likened to the old adage, a blessing in disguise." Humph. Cheng Bufan, his face ashen, let out a cold snort. His intention had been to send Su Chang'an onto the stage for a thorough trial. Yet he could never have anticipated that this unintended course of action would ultimately benefit Su Chang'an. Ding Junior sister, Zhen Senior sister. Su Chang'an clasped his hands together and stated, "I have sustained some injuries and wish to return to recuperate. Since the martial competition does not require my attendance, and I have not registered for the upcoming contests of beast combat, weapon combat, or formation combat, I shall return to seek your guidance when the rune contest commences." The martial competition had just begun and would conclude in a month's time, with each contest of beasts, weapons, and formations spaced a month apart, totaling a span of 4 months. For others, this was merely 4 months. For Su Chang'an, this equated to 1,200 days, over 3 years, which he felt must not be squandered, as he needed to cultivate. Ding Jr.'s sister said, "Let me accompany you for a while." "No need." Su Chang'an waved his hand. "You both have the competition to attend. I shall take my leave first." Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an turned to depart. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and bowed deeply to Cheng Bufan. "Ah, I almost forgot to express my gratitude, Senior Cheng. If it were not for your deliberate misreporting of my subject, I would not have achieved this 200 points. Thank you, thank you." Uft. Cheng Bufan nearly spat blood in frustration. The martial arena of the Taishan sect lacked teleportation formations leading to the various peaks. To return to his residence from here, Su Chang'an would need to walk several dozen miles. Upon reaching a teleportation formation beyond those miles, he could then return to his temporary abode. Of course, the sect had not prohibited disciples from flying. One could also soar to the teleportation formation. Yet, noticing the absence of any streaks of light in the sky, and due to his cautious disposition, Su Chang'an opted not to activate his flying boat. Walking is merely walking. While it may span dozens of miles, it is insignificant for cultivators. With a single leap, they can traverse several hundred feet, rendering the distance of dozens of miles a mere matter of half a stick of incense. However, Su Chang'an was taken aback when, after covering a mere 10 miles and entering a valley, he encountered a tall and robust cultivator standing in his path. Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly, for this individual was none other than Lu Dadong, the 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator he had previously faced in the formation. "Brother Lu, are you waiting for me?" Su Chang'an inquired with a smile, though his heart was already on guard. "Indeed, I am here to await you, junior brother," Lu Dadong replied cheerfully. "Congratulations. You've effortlessly earned 200 points. Su Chang'an's expression soured. "Brother, your words are misguided. Those 200 points were earned at the cost of my life. How can you say I obtained them effortlessly? Earned at the cost of your life?" A hint of derision flickered in Lu Dadong's eyes. "Had I not allowed you to win, would you truly have succeeded? Junior brother Su, if I had unleashed 80% of my power, you would have already become a pile of flesh by now." With that, Lu Dadong wasted no time, releasing his formidable aura. "To be frank, today I suffered a great loss, defeated by a 5th-layer cultivator. My reputation is in tatters. Of course, had I not held back, that dark, life-sucking object of yours would never have struck me." Su Chang'an scoffed. If it were anyone else, it would indeed have missed him. However, when he had thrown the death wheel, he had attacked with his divine sense beforehand. "Brother Lu, what do you intend to do? Speak plainly." Su Chang'an was disinclined to engage in further banter. "Ha ha, junior brother Su, you are truly straightforward," Lu Dadong exclaimed. "I find your life-sucking technique quite impressive. Here's the deal. Since I have graciously allowed you to gain those 200 points, why not share that technique with me?" Su Chang'an shook his head. "I'm sorry, but the teachings of my sect cannot be divulged. Junior brother, I advise you to recognize the situation." Lu Dadong glanced around and continued, "At this moment, the disciples are occupied with the grand competition, and this place sees no passers-by. I could eliminate you in a single exchange. After I kill you, I would leave immediately, ensuring there would be no disturbance to the sect." With a resounding force, Lu Dadong brandished a long, dark blade flickering with red flames. It was evident that this weapon was formidable, at the very least an exceptional magical artifact. "Junior brother," Lu Dadong declared, "I do not wish to take a life. I offer you one final chance. Otherwise, should I kill you, I can just as easily seize your jade slip. Consider this for 5 breaths." Lu Dadong's imposing presence gradually ascended, and he raised the great sword in his hand. 5, 4, 3. Su Chang'an interjected, "Senior brother, cease your actions. I concede." As he spoke, he tapped his storage pouch, and in the next moment, a white jade slip was hurled towards Lu Dadong. Initially, upon seeing Su Chang'an tap his storage pouch, Lu Dadong anticipated a counterattack. However, when Su Chang'an genuinely produced the jade slip and tossed it, Lu Dadong's wariness dissipated. Counterattack? Could a mere jade slip bring about harm? Yet, just as he let his guard down, whoosh, an invisible mind blade soared through the air with remarkable speed, piercing into Lu Dadong's consciousness. Boom! As Lu Dadong grasped the jade slip, he suddenly felt his mind turn to mush. Before his eyes, the light, trees, and mountains gradually blurred. Thud! His robust form collapsed onto the ground, and the once mighty red sword, bereft of its spiritual essence, transformed into a mere dagger, landing at Su Chang'an's feet. Su Chang'an was not unscathed either. The strike of the formless mind blade, while shattering his opponent's sea of consciousness, severely depleted his own mental energy, leaving his complexion as pale as death. With a swift motion, Su Chang'an gathered Lu Dadong, his storage pouch, and the mind blade into the golden talisman space, then swiftly picked up the jade slip and departed the scene. Chapter 94, Initial Mastery of Divine Thought, Investigation by the Sect. Upon returning to his temporary dojo, Su Chang'an first inspected the formation surrounding the premises and then tossed the black-winged eagle outside to guard the courtyard. He then seated himself on the meditation cushion. With a single thought, he entered the realm of the golden talisman. Without further ado, his foremost task was to mend his divine consciousness. Over the past few days of cultivating the Heavenly Emperor's divine technique, Su Chang'an's divine thought had indeed made significant strides, growing more than tenfold in strength. However, employing his divine thought to condense an intangible flying dagger for the purpose of lethal intent was a novel endeavor for him. It could be said that in vanquishing Lu Dadong's divine consciousness, Su Chang'an had also sustained considerable damage to his own awareness. The flying dagger was a technique he could only unleash once. Should that singular strike fail to achieve its purpose, it would be Su Chang'an who met his demise. After all, with damaged consciousness, many spells and treasures remained dormant during a confrontation. Moreover, Su Chang'an had executed his divine attack by exploiting a lapse in Lu Dadong's defenses. If the latter had maintained his composure, Su Chang'an's strike, while formidable, would not have sufficed to annihilate him. Buzzing. Sitting cross-legged on the meditation cushion, Su Chang'an unfurled strands of divine thought, entwining them around the verdant soul-nourishing wood. Next, it was imperative to nurture his divine consciousness. Fortunately, he possessed the extraordinary soul-nourishing wood. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Approximately 15 or 16 days passed. And under the nurturing of the soul-nourishing wood and his diligent practice of the Heavenly Emperor's divine technique, Su Chang'an's divine thought gradually returned to its former state. It is evident that without the practice of spirit cultivation and the presence of such a miraculous item as the soul-nourishing wood, the restoration of a typical person's damaged consciousness would be an arduous task beyond imagination. Subsequently, he retrieved a crimson mid-grade blood orb and swallowed it whole. A sharp pain surged through his meridians. However, for Su Chang'an, such agony had become a familiar acquaintance. He had grown numb to it, finding it far more bearable than the torment of impaired consciousness. Whoosh! An intangible flying dagger of divine thought slashed once more at the soul-nourishing wood. While cultivating the 9 Netherblood Sutra, Su Chang'an adeptly divided his focus, simultaneously honing the Heavenly Emperor's divine technique. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had elapsed. Su Chang'an ceased his cultivation and approached Lu Dadong. Despite having severed Lu Dadong's divine consciousness, his bodily functions remained intact. In a sense, he still embodied a living being. He could breathe, his heart continued to beat, and the blood coursed normally through his veins. Su Chang'an experimented by administering a pill of nutritional abstinence, and to his surprise, Lu Dadong managed to swallow and digest it. Intriguing. Was he truly alive or not? After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusive answer, Su Chang'an resolved to maintain this living entity in its current state, for every cultivator within the Taishan sect possessed a life talisman. Upon death, such a talisman would shatter. Should the fate talisman shatter, the sect will swiftly pursue traces of Lu Dadong, inevitably linking him to Su Chang'an. Yet, whether Lu Dadong's talisman will indeed break remains a conjecture for Su Chang'an, shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, he continues his cultivation. As time inexorably passes amidst the devouring of blood pearls and the rigorous practice of the 9 Netherblood Scripture and the Celestial Emperor's divine scripture. Every 100 days, Su Chang'an administers a top-tier fasting pill to the unconscious Lu Dadong, sustaining the vitality of his body. In the blink of an eye, for months have elapsed. Outside, for months have passed, within the confines of the golden talisman space. However, Su Chang'an has experienced a span of 1,200 days. Despite this extensive period of cultivation, his realm has yet to ascend. Nonetheless, The mid-grade blood pearls have been entirely consumed, and through the practice of the Celestial Emperor's divine scripture, his consciousness has undergone a qualitative enhancement. If one were to quantify it, the Qi refinement chapter of the Celestial Emperor's divine scripture has reached a stage of minor accomplishment. Previously, Su Chang'an could unleash a solitary consciousness blade to slay Lu Dadong. Now, he can release 2 blades in quick succession. With these 2 strikes, he could effortlessly dispatch cultivators of the 8th or 9th layers. As for those at the 10th, 11th, or 12th layers of Qi refinement, Su Chang'an is confident that even if they survive, they would be rendered incapable of fighting back. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After feeding Lu Dadong another top-tier fasting pill, Su Chang'an's aura shifted, transforming from the 9 Netherblood Qi to the authentic aura of the Xianmen. He then stepped out of the Grand Hall. "Oh, junior brother, you have finally emerged," Li Qijian exclaimed, his face a mask of complaint upon seeing Su Chang'an. Meanwhile, Su Chang'an's black-winged eagle stood imposingly at the entrance, blocking Li Qijian's path, its feathers ruffled and its fierce energy palpable, eyes glowing red, as if prepared to confront Li Qijian. Su Chang'an chuckled and promptly patted the black-winged eagle, saying, "Return now. Your task is complete." "Brother, what is this?" Li Qijian replied. "Hey, tomorrow marks the commencement of the Talisman duel competition, and I sought you out to remind you, lest you lose track of time in your cultivation." "Thank you, brother." Su Chang'an felt warmth in his heart. "How did you fare in the 4 competitions? What score did you achieve?" "I received a goose egg," Li Qijian sheepishly explained. "Oh, don't even mention it. I didn't score a single point?" Su Chang'an responded, puzzled. "Enough about me," Li Qijian said. "Come, there is someone outside looking for you. They have been waiting for 2 days." Su Chang'an, now alert, inquired, "Who seeks me?" "Lu Dadong's senior brother. He wishes to inquire about him." Su Chang'an maintained a composed expression, feigning curiosity as he asked, "Lu Dadong? Who is Lu Dadong? You seem to have forgotten," Li Qijian Dao remarked, referring to the 8th level cultivator you challenged. Su Chang'an immediately displayed a look of sudden realization and inquired, "Oh, I remember now. What happened to him?" "Unknown." Li Qijian shook his head. "Let us go. Their people are waiting ahead." Su Chang'an followed Li Qijian into his grand hall, where indeed 2 figures clad in moon-white robes were present, a man and a woman. The man was tall and slender, while the woman possessed a strikingly graceful appearance. "Greetings, senior brother and senior sister." Su Chang'an saluted the 2. The woman spoke with a cold, clear voice, gazing at Su Chang'an as she said, "Junior brother Su, my surname is Long, and I am a senior sister of Lu Dadong. We have come to inquire about Lu Dadong's situation. I hope you do not mind." Su Chang'an clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Sister, feel free to ask. I will share whatever I know." "Well," the woman continued, "my junior brother has been missing since his match with you. Do you have any clues regarding his whereabouts? Or perhaps, after the match, did you have any further interactions with him?" Su Chang'an furrowed his brow and responded, "After the match, no, I did not. I was severely injured at the time and hurried back to recuperate. I have just emerged from seclusion and have not seen senior brother Lu." "Has something happened to senior brother Lu?" Su Chang'an's expression turned to one of alarm. "Could it be that my use of divine powers harmed him? How dreadful. I did not mean to." "Do not worry, junior brother," Sister Long's tone softened. "He is merely missing. There is no cause for alarm." "Oh." Su Chang'an sighed in relief and said, "Then, I truly have not seen him." Chapter 95, Ranking of the Steel. The genius of the Ji family. After bidding farewell to senior sister Long and her companion, Su Chang'an became certain of one thing. Lu Dadong's current condition suggested that his life talisman had not yet shattered. Otherwise, the arrival would not have indicated that Lu Dadong was merely missing. "Junior brother Su, let us proceed to the grand competition square. Chen Bufan has urged us to gather promptly. Only the matches involving you, Ding Lan, and Zhen Qingyan remain." Su Chang'an nodded in agreement. Most participants had registered for the combat competition, while only a select few chose to enroll in multiple events. The upcoming 3 competitions would be focused on talisman dueling, elixir dueling, and divine combat. Such endeavors were generally avoided by ordinary individuals. "Very well," Su Chang'an affirmed, and the 2 departed from the temporary training grounds towards the competition venue. Upon arrival at the familiar arena, Su Chang'an first lifted his gaze to check the rankings. First place, Ji Feishuang, 350 points 2nd place. Chen Xuanli, 300 points 3rd place. Zhen Qingyan, 270 points 4th place. Su Chang'an, 200 points. Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. In the span of 4 months, his name had plummeted from 1st to 4th position. He continued to scan the list, noting that Ding Lan had scored 80 points, placing her 28th. It was only when he reached the 30th position that he spotted Huang Ziqing, who had a cumulative score of 20 points. As for Cheng Bufan and Li Qijian, they were entirely absent from the leaderboard. Senior sister Zhen is remarkably strong, Su Chang'an mused, his eyes narrowing further. She actually obtained 270 points? Indeed, Li Qijian replied. I initially thought either Huang Ziqing or Cheng Bufan would make the rankings. Yet the highest score belongs to senior sister Zhen. Senior sister Zhen secured 7th place in the combat competition, earning 80 points. Huang Ziqing also performed commendably, achieving 10th place with 20 points. As for myself and Cheng Bufan, we did not score at all. My strength was insufficient, and I was eliminated after merely 3 rounds. Cheng Bufan, on the other hand, was simply unlucky. He faced the top-ranked Chen Xuanli in the very first round and was knocked out immediately. Su Chang'an maintained a neutral expression, unaffected by the fortunes of Cheng Bufan. Li Qijian continued. The reason senior sister Zhen achieved 270 points is that she claimed 1st place in the formation competition. She successfully deployed the notoriously challenging 2nd-tier formation, the Dragon Tortoise and Tiger Sparrow 4 symbols defense array, effortlessly securing the title of champion in the formation contest. Furthermore, senior sister Zhen had made preparations in advance, bringing a rare spirit beast to the arena, which allowed her to obtain 2nd place in the beast competition, earning an additional 90 points. Thus, her total score reached 270 points. What a pity, Li Qijian lamented. This year's rules have changed. The combat competition initially had a maximum of 100 points, but it has now been raised to 200 points. Had this alteration not been made, senior sister Zhen would likely have claimed 1st place. Su Chang'an gently touched his forehead, acknowledging the situation. Indeed, if nothing unexpected occurs in the upcoming 3 grand competitions, Zhen Qingyan might very well secure the 1st place. After all, Zhen Qingyan has also registered for the Battle of Gods. She has always been well prepared, and now that she has enrolled, it is only natural for her to achieve a commendable rank. As for Chen Xuanli, the one in 2nd place, he is truly formidable. Li Qijian remarked. It is said that he possesses a single fire element root and is a direct disciple of the sect leader. Battles often conclude within a few exchanges. You may not be aware, but Cheng Bufan faced him and was knocked down with a single punch. Surprisingly, brother Huang Ziqing managed to last several rounds against him, which was quite unexpected. Su Chang'an gazed up at the stone tablet before him and suddenly inquired, is this Ji Feishuang also a disciple of the main sect? No. Li Qijian's expression turned serious as he responded. Speaking of Ji Feishuang, she is indeed an extraordinary talent. She is also a female cultivator, hailing from the renowned Ji family, and like you, she challenges opponents above her level, having consecutively surpassed 3 tiers. At this point, Li Qijian even took a deep breath and continued. This woman is astonishing. Each challenge she undertakes results in the direct elimination of the guarding disciples. Her methods are so ruthless that they send shivers down one's spine. It is rumored that she possesses a mutated single-element ice root. Su Chang'an asked, what is her cultivation level? Li Qijian replied, level 7. Pausing for a moment, he added, 17 years old. Hiss. This time, even Su Chang'an lost his composure. 17 years old, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, having slain 3 guarding disciples. Goodness, she truly deserves the title of a genius. Furthermore, it is said that Ji Feishuang's ancestor is a nascent soul powerhouse from the headquarters of the Tai Xian immortal sect, whose cultivation is astonishing and holds significant influence. This year's Dragon Blood Bodhi was personally arranged by this nascent soul expert, who predicted that this descendant would certainly acquire it. Otherwise, why do you think the rules changed this year? Su Chang'an's mind suddenly stirred. Indeed, the alterations in this year's rules are quite peculiar. Firstly, the scoring for the battles has changed from 100 to 200. Secondly, cultivators of lower levels can now earn points by challenging higher tiers. These 2 rules were previously non-existent, and it seems they were tailored specifically for Ji Feishuang. As they spoke, the 2 arrived at the grounds of the Tai Xian sect. Su Chang'an cupped his hands in respect to his senior brothers and sisters. Cheng Bufon's face was extremely grim. As the eldest brother and team leader, to have achieved no points was truly embarrassing. Congratulations, senior sister Zhen. Su Chang'an noticed Zhen Qingyan and remarked, "You have surpassed me." Zhen Qingyan smiled lightly and replied, "In the upcoming battles of talismans and elixirs, aren't you supposed to surpass me? I have already lost hope of claiming the first place." Zhen Qingyan remarked, "However, Junior Su, your ambition to claim the first position is fraught with challenges. Have you seen that Ji Feishuang's ranking? First place, with a staggering score of 350 points. You must secure first place in the upcoming competitions of talisman crafting, alchemy, and divine combat to have any hope of surpassing Ji Feishuang." Su Chang'an responded, "I seek your guidance, Senior Zhen." Zhen Qingyan continued, "As far as I know, Ji Feishuang possesses a singular spiritual root, specifically a mutated ice spiritual root, rendering her unable to participate in the alchemy and talisman contests." Su Chang'an nodded in understanding. Alchemy was certainly beyond her capabilities, for it necessitated cultivators to have the fundamental three spiritual roots of wood, fire, and metal to manipulate flames, cauldrons, and spiritual herbs. A singular spiritual root would not suffice. Similarly, the art of talisman crafting follows a similar principle. Each talisman brush, paper, and the blood of spiritual beasts possesses distinct attributes. Thus, ice spiritual roots would be inadequate. However, Zhen Qingyan interjected, "She will participate in the final divine combat competition, and it is highly likely she will secure first place. Should she triumph in the divine combat, her total score would ascend to 450 points, while you currently stand at merely 200. Zhen Qingyan gazed at Su Chang'an with a playful smile. Chapter 96, The Unparalleled Prodigy. The Battle of Talismans begins. Ding Lan smiled sweetly at Su Chang'an. "Brother Su, come, take a seat behind me." She gestured to a spot behind her. Su Chang'an scratched his nose, but ultimately settled into the place Ding Lan had indicated. Next to him sat Zhen Qingyan, clad in black, her fair skin strikingly bright, and her beauty so enchanting it was almost daunting to behold. She offered a gentle smile and added, "Junior Su, allow me to share another piece of information with you. Free of charge, our esteemed Cultivation family, the Ji family, can trace its lineage back to a high-ranking official named GZ from the Qi Kingdom, who, as the tale goes, defected and surrendered, ultimately settling in our Yin Kingdom. Do you understand?" Su Chang'an inquired. "And how is this related to the grand competition?" "Of course," Zhen Qingyan replied. "The noble families of the Qi Kingdom predominantly produced masters of divine refinement, and one of the distinguishing traits of the Ji family's cultivators is their formidable spiritual sense." Su Chang'an nodded in understanding. "I see now." Before the vast competition arena stood thousands of disciples, some eager to compete, while many more had come merely to observe. In the rear, a series of private chambers housed esteemed guests, including sect leaders and patriarchs of various clans. At this very moment, within one of these chambers, an elder with flowing white hair, yet a vigorous spirit squinted at the stone monument alongside a young man and woman. "Grandfather," the icy-faced young woman expressed her dissatisfaction. "My competition is the last of the day. Is it truly necessary for us to be here? Wouldn't it be better for me to cultivate peacefully for 2 months? Perhaps in that time, I could break through to the 8th level." The elder chuckled warmly. "Feishuang, your talent assures me that a breakthrough is merely a matter of course for someone with your extraordinary single spiritual root, as effortless as eating or drinking. However, Feishuang, this competition is of great significance. The dragon blood bodhi must be contested. Otherwise, how will your brother manage to advance?" As he spoke, the elder affectionately turned to the young man beside him. This tall and dignified figure exuded an aura of complete mastery at the 12th level of Qi refinement. He was the elder's grandson, and also Fei Shuang's older brother, Ji Changgang. Compared to his sister, Ji Changgang's aptitude was rather ordinary. He was merely a typical 3 spiritual root cultivator. Despite the immense resources provided by their family, he had barely managed to reach the 12th level of Qi refinement, and any hopes of further advancement seemed bleak. He had consumed countless foundation establishment pills, yet no breakthrough had come. The entire family had pinned their hopes on securing the dragon blood bodhi to increase their chances. They even approached the sect's ancestors to alter the rules of this year's competition, ensuring it favored Fei Shuang's victory. "Look at this stone monument." The elder pointed to the ranking stone tablet and said, "The second place is Chen. Rest assured, he has no more competitions ahead of him. Even if he participates in the final battle of the gods, his score will undoubtedly fall short of yours. That can be dismissed. Furthermore, the third place, Zhen Qingyan, is somewhat enigmatic, and she has prepared extensively for this grand competition. However, her threat remains minimal, as she currently holds only 270 points. And I have learned that she will not engage in the battles of talismans or elixirs, only the final contest of the gods. Thus, she too will not reach your score. Next, we have Su Chang'an, who currently stands in fourth place." The elder took a deep breath and continued. "Although this individual poses a negligible threat to you, theoretically, he is the only one who might surpass you." Ji Feishuang, her frosty countenance slightly turning, gazed at the stone tablet and inquired, "On what basis?" The elder replied, "To my knowledge, he has registered for the battles of talismans, elixirs, and the gods, meaning he will participate in all 3 subsequent contests. Moreover, he possesses a 5-element spiritual root, coupled with formidable mental acuity." Ji Feishuang withdrew her gaze from the tablet and looked at the elder, asking, "Grandfather, how do you know this?" The elder chuckled. "It is not difficult to ascertain what competitions he has entered or the nature of his spiritual root. Given my status, a few inquiries yield such information. As for my knowledge of his strong mental acuity, it is due to the momentary distraction of Lu Dadong during his challenge. Thus, I suspect this individual possesses an extraordinary mental capacity that can disturb others' focus during combat. Additionally, he is able to multitask seamlessly in battle without a robust mental presence. How could he achieve such feats?" Ji Feishuang tightened her grip on the sword in her hand and declared, "So what? I will win against him. Do not be so careless." The elder waved his hand. "Let us observe his performance this time. If he secures first place in the talisman competition, I shall intervene during his next elixir contest. Regardless, this dragon blood bodhi must belong to our Ji family." A flicker of determination danced in the elder's eyes. Beside him, Ji Chang'an slightly raised his face, revealing a smile. Junior Su, Zhen Qingyan, seated beside Su Chang'an, queried, "If you perform exceptionally this time and an elder from the sect wishes to take you as a disciple, would you then join the sect and become one of its disciples?" "No." Su Chang'an shook his head. "I have made a promise to my master." "Humph," Zhen Qingyan retorted, "you foolishly cling to your loyalty. People aspire to rise, and only in grand sects can one access abundant cultivation resources." Su Chang'an countered, "What about you? If an elder from the sect chooses you, would you remain in the sect?" "No," Zhen Qingyan answered decisively. Su Chang'an was immediately infuriated. "You won't stay here yourself, yet you come to lecture me?" Zhen Qingyan scoffed, "I am unlike you. If an elder from the sect wishes to take me as a disciple, it would be for one reason alone." Su Chang'an inquired, "What is the reason?" Zhen Qingyan gently caressed her face and replied, "They covet my beauty." A laugh escaped Su Chang'an's lips. "What are you laughing at?" Zhen Qingyan retorted, "Do you doubt my allure? I shall let you witness it firsthand." With a playful glance, she tossed a flirtatious wink in Su Chang'an's direction. Hiss! Su Chang'an quickly inhaled deeply, steadying his mind. This woman is truly enchanting. Had it not been for my formidable spiritual awareness, I would have surely fallen under her spell. Meditating in place for an entire night, Su Chang'an adjusted his state to its utmost perfection. As dawn broke the next day, the sky was adorned with crimson clouds. A woman clad in a moon-white robe descended upon the stage, smiling as she addressed the disciples below. "Esteemed disciples, I hereby announce the commencement of the 5th round of the Talisman duel competition. I invite all participating disciples to ascend the stage." On the arena, hundreds of tables were arranged, each furnished with standard talisman brushes, talisman paper, and the blood of spirit beasts. Chapter 97, Thunder Summoning Talisman, Power Testing. Now, participants are to enter the arena in order of their rankings. Remember, no storage spaces or personal materials are allowed. Su Chang'an rose and followed the crowd onto the stage. In order to prevent cheating, the sect had instituted a strict rule: no personal belongings could be brought onto the field. This was to ensure the fairness and integrity of the talisman competition. Otherwise, if someone were to bring an ancient talisman brush to the contest, they would undoubtedly dominate the proceedings. Therefore, the disciples could only use the talisman brushes, papers, and the necessary blood provided by the sect. Each seat bore a name, and Su Chang'an quickly located his own, situated near the central area. On the table lay standardized talisman brushes, papers, and a small vial containing an unknown ink. Esteemed disciples, the host spoke as she observed everyone had taken their seats. Before you are uniform talisman papers, brushes, and ink. Even the slightest differences will not interfere with the results of the competition. Your task today is to create a thunder summoning talisman, using the items before you. Please direct your gaze to my left. With a swift motion, the audience's attention followed her hand to a massive stone tablet beside her. This is the testing tablet. The host continued. Once you have completed your talismans, you will detonate them on this stone. The tablet is inscribed with a special formation that will measure the power of the talismans you create. The higher the value, the greater the potency. Now, let the competition commence. The time limit is the duration of a stick of incense. Should you fail to complete your talisman within this time frame, the paper will spontaneously ignite. Begin. The participants quickly focused their minds and began to draw their talismans. Su Chang'an, however, remained calm. He took a deep breath, allowing his techniques to settle his thoughts. Before grasping the ordinary talisman brush, on the table lay a sample of the talisman patterns. He simply needed to replicate it. Gazing at the sample for a while, Su Chang'an noticed the pattern bore some resemblance to the Golden Thunder talisman he had first learned. Of course, it was only partially similar and not entirely the same. The Golden Thunder talisman, in terms of complexity and sophistication, surpassed this thunder summoning talisman by a considerable margin. As he observed further, Su Chang'an narrowed his eyes. Something was amiss. In comparison to the Golden Thunder talisman, while the thunder summoning talisman could indeed absorb the metallic spiritual energy from the heavens and invoke lightning to strike, the thickness of its strokes was improperly designed. The segments of the talisman meant to absorb metallic spiritual energy should be drawn more delicately. This would allow for a gradual absorption and filtration, rendering the energy more refined. The sigils for the thunder summoning talisman should indeed be rendered with greater boldness to unleash their instantaneous power. No, that is not quite right. There are numerous discrepancies. Su Chang'an shook his head, inhaled deeply, and commenced his drawing. Rather than replicating the thunder summoning sigil with exactitude, he infused his own interpretation into the design. Applying thicker strokes where necessary and delicately etching finer lines where required. After several breaths, Su Chang'an completed his sigil. At a cursory glance, it appeared almost identical to the template before him, yet only through meticulous comparison could one discern the subtle distinctions between the two. Humming once the sigil was drawn, it began to autonomously absorb the essence of golden spiritual energy from the surrounding environment, gradually channeling it into the thunder summoning talisman. The disciples nearby observed Su Chang'an effortlessly crafting the talisman, casting envious glances in his direction. Suddenly, a disciple experienced a lapse in focus during the drawing process, causing their talisman to detonate. However, as the drawing was not fully complete, the explosion was relatively contained in both intensity and sound. Moreover, some disciples, having barely completed half of their work, witnessed their thunder summoning talismans ignite spontaneously. Such incomplete attempts accounted for nearly 1/3 of the participants. Each disciple possessed only a single piece of talisman paper, and those who failed would have to await another opportunity in 10 years. Soon enough, the allotted incense time elapsed. Those who had yet to finish their sigils saw their talisman papers spontaneously combust as well. This development eliminated a considerable number of disciples. In the end, merely a little over 100 had successfully completed their protective talismans. It was not that the unsuccessful disciples were incapable of drawing talismans. Rather, many talismancers tend to falter upon encountering unfamiliar sigils, only to succeed after a few attempts. Those who achieve success on their first try are, naturally, regarded as prodigies in the art of talisman crafting. The host announced, "Please, those who have failed, step down. For those who have succeeded, you will have an incense stick's duration to channel your talismans. After the incense burns out, we shall commence the testing." As the incense time concluded, the talismans of those who had not completed their drawings ignited spontaneously, further reducing the number of remaining disciples. Su Chang'an picked up his talisman and joined the queue at the testing stone tablet, choosing to stand at the back rather than vying for a position at the front. May the esteemed elders step forth to begin the testing of the talismans. 2 elders, clad in robes of moonlit white, descended upon the stage, taking their positions before all the disciples. The first disciple approached, presenting his talisman. One of the elders received the talisman and, with a swift and unceremonious motion, hurled it against the testing stone tablet. Boom! In the next moment, the golden spiritual energy within the talisman erupted according to the natural laws of the universe, transforming into a robust arc of lightning, akin to the thickness of a finger, which struck fiercely against the array inscribed upon the stone tablet. Buzzing. In the next moment, a crimson aura enveloped the stone tablet, revealing a line of inscriptions. 8,643. This indicates that the talisman drawn by the cultivator unleashed a formidable power of 8,643 points. As for the specific unit of measurement, Su Chang'an was unaware. Qingguan. 8,643 points. Another elder announced the result with a flourish before recording it in the jade slip. Boom. The second disciple's talisman was triggered and collided against the stone tablet. 7,496 points. Third, fourth, fifth. Su Chang'an discerned a pattern. The majority of the disciples' activated values hovered around the vicinity of 8,000. Some surpassed 8,000, while others remained in the 7,000 range. Only a scant few managed to exceed 9,000. As for those surpassing 10,000, they were exceedingly rare. Soon, it was Su Chang'an's turn. Disciple Su Chang'an from the Taishan sect branch in Yangshuo County. Su Chang'an respectfully uttered a phrase before extending his hands forward, presenting his talisman. Chapter 98. Contending for the top, the Ji family in a panic. This young man has truly stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck. Below the stage, a flicker of disdain danced in Cheng Bufan's eyes. Su Chang'an had meddled in this grand competition, and although no one voiced their thoughts, Cheng Bufan was acutely aware that everyone must have sensed his interference. Under such circumstances, if Su Chang'an were to secure a commendable rank, where would Cheng Bufan's pride reside? Regret not at him. It was not the act of sabotaging Su Chang'an that he lamented, but rather his failure to ensure a conclusive outcome. Had he merely enrolled the lad in the contest of combat, he would have garnered a maximum of merely 200 points. What folly possessed me to also register him for the talisman, pill, and divine combat categories? I never anticipated this rascal would inadvertently create the Thunder Talisman. Damn it! While he managed to draw the Thunder Talisman, its potency could not possibly be significant. Can the little junior truly draw talismans? Li Qijian expressed his astonishment. Ding Lan inquired, "Are you unaware of his talisman drawing skills?" Li Qijian shook his head. "I had no knowledge of it." Zhen Xingyan's beautiful eyes fixated upon the stage, though she remained silent. A wave of anticipation surged within her gaze. What a delightful surprise it is that this young man has indeed succeeded in crafting the Thunder Talisman. May you achieve a remarkable score, preferably securing the top position. That would certainly make for an entertaining spectacle. On the stage, the testing elder habitually accepted the Thunder Talisman from Su Chang'an, casually activating it and casting it toward the stone tablet. Crackling. Boom. A bolt of lightning, approximately an inch in diameter, suddenly manifested out of thin air, striking the array inscribed upon the stone tablet. All present were momentarily rendered speechless as the numbers had yet to be revealed. The two elders responsible for the testing were taken aback. Such a robust lightning strike. This is the Thunder Talisman? Below the stage, countless disciples widened their eyes in disbelief. Soon, a line of text materialized upon the protective glow of the array. 27,871. What the? Is this for real? How is that possible? Over 20,000? Insanity. The atmosphere erupted into a cacophony as disciples above and below the stage engaged in fervent discussions. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. One of the testing elders gaped, exclaiming, This Thunder Talisman was crafted by an elder specifically skilled in talisman creation. His own drawn talismans typically yield only a power of around 10,000 points. How could you possibly achieve over 27,000? Young man, what is your name? The elder took a deep breath, regarding Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an clasped his hands in a salute and reiterated, "Disciple of the Tianxian sect, Yangshuo County, Su Chang'an." Then, the testing elder continued, "I did not observe clearly just now. What distinguishes the talisman you drew from the template?" This was an attempt to ensnare Su Chang'an in his words. Su Chang'an is far from foolish, especially after cultivating the Heavenly Emperor's divine technique, which has sharpened his mental acuity to an extraordinary degree. "Return, elder." He clasped his hands respectfully, stating, "As for the discrepancies compared to the template, I dare not presume to speak, but I have indeed replicated it faithfully. Go." The elder responsible for the evaluation turned to the host and instructed, "Bring forth the talisman paper and brush. Allow this young man to redraw it." Apologies. Before the materials could be presented, Su Chang'an hastily interjected, "Elder, my mental energy is exhausted. I am unable to continue drawing." "You." The elder's eyes narrowed slightly. This elder had, in fact, been bribed by the Ji family. Initially, he had paid little attention to Su Chang'an, which allowed him to discard the talisman before Su revealed his identity. By the time he recognized Su Chang'an, it was too late to amend his actions. The only recourse left was to create a pretext for further scrutiny. Now that the results were in, he found himself powerless to reverse the outcome, resorting to claiming he hadn't seen the talisman clearly, thus forcing Su Chang'an to redraw it in hopes of manipulating the situation. Regrettably, Su Chang'an declined. Then tomorrow, the elder gritted his teeth and declared, "Come back to redraw once your mental energy is restored." "Apologies." Su Chang'an smiled politely and replied with a slight bow. "My mental energy will not be replenished by tomorrow." The elder's fury ignited. "Do you dare defy me? Do you not believe I can nullify your score?" Su Chang'an chuckled. "If the elder wishes to erase my score, I am powerless to prevent it. Please proceed. I take my leave." With a flourish of his sleeve, Su Chang'an departed the arena, leaving matters beyond his control. It was evident that he was being put in a difficult position if they truly wished to deny him points. No amount of retreating would yield success. It was better to stand firm. Su Chang'an was confident that, under the scrutiny of the crowd, the elder would not dare to go too far. After all, the Taishan immortal sect valued its reputation. You. The elder was utterly humiliated, his face darkening with rage, on the verge of explosion. Yet, even in his fury, he dared not nullify Su Chang'an's score. The results were already out. Could he simply erase them? Half an hour later, the results were announced. Su Chang'an claimed the title of champion in the Talisman competition, scoring 100 points. Buzzing. On the stone tablet, his score surpassed that of the third-place contestant, Zhen Xinyan, reaching a total of 300 points. Tying with the second-place contestant, Chen. In a private box at the back of the audience, Ji Feishuang's icy countenance betrayed a hint of surprise. "Grandfather. He is quite formidable, having truly secured first place." "Damn it." Beside her, Ji Chang'an slammed his fist onto the table. "This is infuriating. This fellow deserves to be punished." Things were not looking good. The head of the Ji family, Ji Shirgu, took a deep breath and remarked, "This individual surpasses our expectations. His proficiency in talisman crafting is likely unparalleled. This confirms my previous conjecture that his spiritual awareness is extraordinarily formidable. A cultivator with such pronounced spiritual awareness, possessing a complete set of elemental roots, is not only capable of crafting talismans, but is also adept in alchemy. I surmise that his alchemical skills must be exceptional. If he secures the top position in the upcoming alchemical competition, you, Feishuang, will find yourself overshadowed by him. Currently, you stand at 350 points. If Su Chang'an were to acquire another 100 points, he would reach 400. A score of 400 against 350, particularly with the final event being the divine battle, presents a dire scenario. How can we compete? It would undoubtedly result in our defeat. Grandfather. Ji Chang'an clenched his fists and declared, "I shall deal with this brat immediately." "You are being foolish." Ji Shirgu interjected. "If you eliminate him, what then?" "Humph." Ji Chang'an retorted, "Then, relying on our Ji family's influence within the Taishan immortal sect, who would dare to challenge us?" "Indeed, they would not dare," the elder conceded. "However, such an act would tarnish the reputation of our ancestor. You may be willing to bear the consequences, but the ancestor cannot. Therefore, even if you were to eliminate him, it cannot be done at this moment. Rest assured, I will orchestrate everything. He shall return empty-handed from this alchemical competition." Chapter 99, Second Rank Elixir. Temporary topic change. The grand competition of talismans has concluded. There remains a month until the next elixir competition. For Su Chang'an, a month equates to 300 days. Thus he cannot afford to squander this time. Upon returning to the temporary dojo, he first checked to ensure there were no issues with the formations before embarking on the process of alchemy. Alchemy is an open-ended subject. It is well known that the elixirs crafted during the elixir competition are the spirit-gathering pills. These spirit-gathering pills are essentially synonymous with the chi-gathering pills, serving identical purposes. The distinction lies in their usage. Qi gathering pills are intended for disciples in the Qi refinement stage, providing external enhancement, while spirit gathering pills are for those in the foundation establishment stage. In terms of classification, Qi gathering pills are categorized as first-rank elixirs, whereas spirit gathering pills are deemed second-rank. The differentiation in rank is straightforward, based on the quality of the elixirs produced. Currently, when Su Chang'an concocts first-rank elixirs, such as the Qi gathering pills, he consistently yields 12 pills of exceptional quality each time. However, the Qi gathering pills are merely first-rank. As for the second-rank spirit gathering pills, Su Chang'an has yet to attempt their creation. Let us commence. He possesses all the necessary herbs. The primary ingredient for the spirit gathering pill is a fruit known as jiazi peach. He had previously collected over 20 of these in the secret realm of the Taishan sect, and he also has the remaining types of spiritual herbs required. Boom. He activated the copper furnace and the copper essence cauldron to begin crafting this spirit gathering pill. The art of alchemy imposes stringent requirements on cultivators. One must possess the wood, metal, and fire spiritual roots. Additionally, one's spiritual consciousness must be sufficiently potent to meticulously purify the herbs. With these two fundamental conditions met, one may proceed to refine elixirs. However, to enhance the quality of the elixirs and produce superior or even exceptional ones, further prerequisites come into play. Firstly, a formidable spiritual consciousness is essential. Secondly, proficiency through practice is required. And lastly, one must possess a solid lineage and adept skills in alchemy. After 2 hours, Su Chang'an successfully completed his batch of spirit gathering pills. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 jade-sized green pills soared from the furnace, swiftly collected into a porcelain vial by Su Chang'an. Remarkably, his first attempt at crafting second-rank elixirs has succeeded. Participating in the elixir competition requires the creation of elixirs as the first step, while the quality of those elixirs constitutes the second step. Eagerly, Su Chang'an poured one of the elixirs from the vial. It still radiated warmth. Yet, the moment it was exposed to the open air, an array of elixir patterns began to diffuse. A total of 3 patterns emerged. Could it be an exceptional elixir? He retrieved another pill. But this one revealed only 2 patterns, indicating it was of medium quality. Su Chang'an decided to pour out all 12 pills, and within a few breaths, all the elixir patterns had manifested beautifully. He glanced at the elixirs before him, 4 exquisite-grade pills and 8 medium-grade ones, with no supreme-grade pills produced. Su Chang'an felt no disappointment. His ability to concoct the supreme-grade, gathering Qi pill, stemmed from his formidable spiritual awareness. The gathering spirit pill, a second-tier elixir, was intended for use during the foundation establishment stage. Since Su Chang'an had only cultivated the Qi refinement section of the Heavenly Emperor's divine technique, it was only natural that he could not master the elixirs of the foundation establishment stage. However, there was still room for improvement. Thus, Su Chang'an resumed his alchemical pursuits. Once, twice, thrice. After 10 attempts, he ensured that the number of exquisite-grade, gathering spirit pills exceeded 8, with the remainder being medium-grade. As for inferior-grade pills, none. It was simply impossible. Although he had not succeeded in producing a supreme-grade elixir, which somewhat disappointed him, he recognized that his achievements were nonetheless remarkable. After all, this was a second-tier elixir, and for disciples in the Qi refinement stage to concoct such a thing was akin to battling above their level. To refine pills of a higher tier and yield more than 8 exquisite-grade ones was an accomplishment worthy of admiration. If presented at the pill competition, while it may not guarantee first place, securing a spot among the top 3 was inevitable. Even calculating for third place, he would likely score around 70 points. Consequently, by the end of this competition, Su Chang'an's cumulative score would surpass Ji Feishuang. As for the final divine competition, a smile graced Su Chang'an's lips. No matter how formidable the Ji family's divine techniques were, could they rival the Book of the Great Qi Kingdom and the Imperial Edict in his possession? With several decades' worth of peach of immortality in hand, Su Chang'an began to concoct other second-tier elixirs. After all, he possessed an abundance of spiritual herbs, making the process of alchemy a trivial matter. In the blink of an eye, the time for the grand competition arrived. Su Chang'an emerged from the golden talisman space. Barely half a day had passed since his exit when the surrounding formation trembled, and his senior brothers and sisters from the Taishan sect came to pay their respects. "Please, come in." This time, Su Chang'an welcomed everyone into his grand hall. They took their seats according to their ranks. Zhen Xingyan furrowed her brow slightly and said, "Junior brother, if I am not mistaken, you have also arranged a large formation within this hall?" "Indeed." Su Chang'an waved his hand, and the formation instantly activated. A luminous barrier, several zhang in size, materialized before them. "This is," Zhen Xingyan gasped, exclaiming, "a third-tier formation. My goodness, a third-tier formation that can withstand the attacks of golden core cultivators? What? A third-tier formation? Is it true? An actual third-tier forbidden divine formation? Junior brother, are you truly this formidable?" The onlookers regarded Su Chang'an as if he were a marvel. Li Qijian's face flushed with excitement. He leaped up and declared, "My junior brother could have claimed the first prize in the formation competition. Damn it, Cheng Bufan, I will make you pay." Cheng Bufan's face reddened, and he retorted, "What does this have to do with me?" "Enough," Huang Ziqing remarked. "This matter should not be attributed to Brother Cheng. Moreover, even if Brother Cheng did make an error, Su Chang'an scored 200 points in the competition. Why is that not mentioned?" Li Qijian nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I will report this to the sect upon our return. Now, let's get to the crux of the matter." Zhen Xingyan stood up and declared, "Junior brother Su, we have just received two exceedingly important pieces of news to share with you." Su Chang'an straightened, replying, "Sister, please go on." "First," Zhen Xingyan said, extending a finger as pure and white as jade, "the category of the alchemical pills has changed. We will no longer be refining the gathering spirit pill, but rather, we will be producing the second-tier blood recovery pill." "What?" Su Chang'an's brow furrowed slightly. "The blood recovery pill? It was changed at the last minute?" Ugh. He felt a wave of frustration welling up within him. After working so hard to enhance his proficiency with the gathering spirit pill, how could it suddenly be replaced with the blood recovery pill? Yet what could he say? "There is one more piece of news," Zhen Xingyan continued. "In light of the fact that many cultivators were affected by the explosive symbols or burning talismans during the last talisman competition, the sect has now permitted participating disciples to bring in a defensive or isolating talisman. This will allow for the creation of a barrier, thereby protecting oneself from external explosions." Chapter 100. Search upon entry, substitute of medicinal materials. Su Chang'an was unperturbed by any distractions, whether it was the explosion of talismans or the burning of talisman paper. Even if an alchemical furnace were to erupt or a brawl were to break out before him, not a single fragment of his focus would waver. However, in the realm of alchemy, aside from the fear of disturbances, one must also guard against malicious assaults from others. For instance, while one is wholly engrossed in concocting a potion, it would be utterly disconcerting to have someone launch a sudden, surreptitious attack from afar. This was not a mere contest anymore. Thus, the regulation allowing talismans to be brought in was particularly advantageous for Su Chang'an. By casting a protective talisman, he could conjure a barrier around himself, ensuring that should anyone attempt to sabotage him, they would face dire consequences. The following morning, the participants arrived at the grand competition venue. After a brief wait of about half an hour, the host ascended the stage. Each session featured a different host, and today's was a gaunt, white-haired elder whose countenance was stern. He surveyed the crowd below and coldly declared, "Stop dawdling and get up here. We need to commence the competition swiftly. I have my own cultivation to attend to, and I will not tolerate any delays." A collective gasp echoed throughout the assembly. Regardless of whether they were competitors or spectators, all were taken aback. Whispers began to circulate among them. "This is the Elder of Alchemy. He has graced us with his presence? Good heavens, the Elder of Alchemy is not one to be trifled with. He possesses golden core cultivation and has a notoriously irritable temperament. Offending him could result in severe repercussions. You all must exercise caution." Su Chang'an listened intently to the murmurs around him, and naturally, he heightened his vigilance. Following the others, he ascended the stage. "Do not rush. Form an orderly line, one at a time. We shall commence the search. Anyone found carrying personal storage treasures will be immediately disqualified from the competition, for reasons unknown." This year's alchemical contest was particularly stringent. Such thorough inspections had never been conducted in previous years. Several disciples were promptly disqualified for possessing storage bags or rings. When it was Su Chang'an's turn, the inspecting cultivator was exceedingly meticulous, nearly searching him down to his very trousers. "Good heavens, why such a detailed search on me? Am I being specifically targeted?" Su Chang'an mused, only to shake his head dismissively. Why would they target me? Once on stage, Su Chang'an wasted no time and immediately activated his soul-stabilizing talisman, creating a barrier of moderate size around himself. Meanwhile, the distribution of alchemical materials commenced. Soon, disciples arrived to hand out the necessary components. One distributed furnaces, another provided fire talismans, while yet another dispensed the medicinal herbs. Su Chang'an inspected both the furnace and the fire talisman, finding no issues. They were indeed usable. The medicinal herbs were contained within a jade box. Su Chang'an opened the jade box and glanced inside, revealing 4 types of medicinal materials: a peach of the first year, a sprig of Buddha's hand herb, a stalk of Xinjiang Xiandong, and a small porcelain vial. The vial contained essence blood, which must originate from either a foundational stage beast or a disciple to concoct the healing blood pill. As its name suggests, the healing blood pill serves as a remedy for injuries. For disciples at the foundational stage, should they incur external wounds or internal organ damage, consuming this pill will facilitate rapid healing. The difficulty of its preparation is comparable to that of the spirit-gathering pill, not overly challenging. The process begins by melting and purifying the Xinjiang Xiandong and Buddha's hand herb. The second step involves adding the peach for further purification. The third step requires merging the purified juices of the 3 precious materials. The final step entails pouring the essence blood from the porcelain vial into the alchemical furnace to complete the pill's formation. While the procedure appears straightforward, the attention to detail is quite intricate. As for the specific techniques and mental control required, they are all documented in the Compendium of Herbs, which Su Chang'an had long memorized. Now, let the alchemy commence. The Golden Core Grandmaster lazily announced, 2 hours. Anyone who fails to produce a pill within this time will be deemed a failure. Alchemy differs markedly from talisman crafting. The latter is swift, typically requiring only the time of a single incense stick, whereas alchemy necessitates a complex process of simmering, purifying, and meticulous control of the flame. Thus, 2 hours is a reasonable time frame. Su Chang'an had always taken nearly that long for his previous attempts. Boom, boom, boom. The disciples eagerly ignited their fire talismans, commencing the heating of the alchemical furnace. Su Chang'an was no exception. Once the furnace reached a controllable temperature, he extended his hand and added the Xinjiang Xiandong to melt. As the Xinjiang Xiandong began to dissolve, he promptly added a piece of Buddha's hand herb. Soon, a cloud of ash billowed from the furnace, and the plant's essence was extracted. The next step was purification, wherein he cautiously used his mental energy to eliminate the impurities from the essence. This process demanded considerable concentration. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private room, 3 generations of a family observed. Grandfather Ji Fei Shuang remarked, "His alchemical skills are quite proficient." Indeed, the elder nodded. He is an experienced alchemist. If left to his own devices, he is bound to achieve remarkable results in this alchemical competition. "What shall we do?" Ji Changgung exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If Su Chang'an secured first place, his cumulative score would reach 400, surpassing their Ji family. What hope would remain for his dragon blood Bodhi? Ha 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 ha, the elder chuckled with satisfaction. "Fear not. I have already arranged for someone to tamper with his materials. This time, he stands no chance of successfully concocting the healing blood pill." The elder was confident. For the sake of his grandson, he has undoubtedly exerted considerable effort. The reason for the sudden alteration in the medicinal classification for the Grand Elixir competition, from the originally planned spirit gathering pill to the blood recovery pill, was to facilitate his underhanded dealings. Why, you may ask? Because the spirit gathering pill requires 4 distinct herbs, each a singular plant. Should any of these precious herbs be damaged, it would be immediately apparent, thus exposing his deceit. However, the blood recovery pill is an entirely different matter. The concoction necessitates the blood of foundational-level spiritual beasts, yet now, I have substituted it with the blood of Qi refining-level beasts. Can you discern the difference? Unlikely. This substance is contained within a porcelain vial. Without opening it for meticulous examination, even the host would remain oblivious. Ha ha ha, you won't notice, and I'll relish in your failure to concoct the elixir. Ha ha ha. With this thought, the old man could not help but burst into laughter. Just wait and see. He shall soon be brought down on the stage. An hour later, Su Chang'an successfully melted the 3rd rare treasure, the peach of immortality, and seamlessly blended the 3 spiritual liquids into one, indistinguishable from one another. He was quite pleased with the purification process, which was nothing short of flawless. The next step, the simplest of all, was to add this blood, and the elixir would be complete. With a wave of his hand, Su Chang'an opened the vial containing the precious blood. A heavy scent of blood assaulted his senses. However, Su Chang'an's brow furrowed slightly. Something was amiss. This was not the blood of a foundational-level beast. Having engaged with blood for a decade, whether from qi-refining beasts or foundational-level disciples, he had ample experience. The quality of blood was something Su Chang'an could discern with merely a whiff, without the need for visual inspection. Chapter 101. Refining pills with one's own blood, a desperate struggle, calculations, the Ji family? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Su Chang'an's mind. Furrowing his brow, he gazed at the vial of blood from a spirit beast in the qi-refining stage, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Logically, he possessed a vast golden talisman space, evading scrutiny and filled with numerous items. Yet it lacked the essence of a Foundation Establishment spirit beast. Previously, he had collected the essence from the Foundation Establishment disciple, Tian Qianxiu. Had it been available, he could have discreetly utilized it for pill refining. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Tian Qianxiu's essence had long been transformed into blood pearls by Su Chang'an, leaving not a trace behind. What to do? Elder. Su Chang'an would not resign himself to inaction. He raised his head and glanced at the white-haired golden core host not far away, proclaiming loudly, "There is an issue with my medicinal materials." At that moment, countless gazes converged upon Su Chang'an. The audience erupted in a flurry of murmurs, while the disciples refining pills on stage turned their attention to him. In the lavish private box, the elder from the Ji family narrowed his eyes slightly. As he absent-mindedly stroked his beard, his hand trembled, inadvertently plucking a snow-white hair. This boy, he actually discerned the problem with the materials? Remarkable. This child is undoubtedly exceptional. Yet, the Ji elder remained unperturbed. What of it if he noticed? The disciple responsible for supplying the materials would take the fall. Only you, Su Chang'an. Ha ha ha. The sect would not rearrange the grand competition for a mere branch disciple like you. On stage. What did you say? The pill refining elder stepped before Su Chang'an, regarding him with a stern expression. Su Chang'an, while manipulating his alchemical furnace, extended the porcelain vial towards the elder, stating, "Elder, please observe, this is the blood of a qi refining stage spirit beast, not that of a Foundation Establishment spirit beast." Let me see. The expression of the pill refining elder darkened instantly. This competition was under the full responsibility of their pill refining hall, and the task of selecting the refining materials was naturally assigned to their disciples. Errors were not permissible, particularly with the essence from Foundation Establishment spirit beasts. There could be no mistakes. Since this blood was collected from the same batch of spirit beasts, if Su Chang'an's vial contained an issue, it would imply that everyone's blood was compromised. Thus, the pill refining elder harbored skepticism. However, upon bringing the vial of blood before him, his countenance changed dramatically. Indeed, it was the blood of a qi refining stage spirit beast. Cursed thing, it couldn't possibly be wrong. The elder, anxious, hurriedly checked the blood used by the other disciples refining pills around him. To his relief, everything else was in order. Only Su Chang'an's vial was problematic. It became evident someone was targeting Su Chang'an. The pill refining elder was no fool. He suddenly whipped around to gaze at the ranking monument. After a few breaths, he turned his head and inquired, "Are you Su Chang'an?" "Yes." Su Chang'an responded, "I am Su Chang'an, your disciple." The elder alchemist nodded, understanding everything. Given Su Chang'an's current ranking, if he were to claim victory in this round, he would secure the top position. Under such circumstances, who would dare to plot against Su Chang'an? It must be the Ji family. The Ji family? They have powerful backing. With an ancestor who is one of the reclusive elites of the Tai Xian immortal sect, a Yuan Ing level master. What am I? A mere guest elder of alchemy. In comparison, I am not even worth a finger's poke from them. The elder pondered for a few breaths before he calmly handed the porcelain vial back to Su Chang'an, stating, "Su Chang'an, I will overlook your youthful indiscretion this time and shall not impose any penalties. Let this be a lesson. The material in question is indeed the blood of a foundational spirit beast. However, your luck is unfortunate, as this is merely the dregs of the spirit beast's blood." Su Chang'an spat blood in outrage. Damn it, how can this scoundrel speak such lies with a straight face? Nevertheless, It was futile to argue further. Do take care. The elder alchemist inhaled deeply, as if feeling guilty, and added, during the crafting of the blood recovery pill, this spirit beast's essence is merely to facilitate the premixing of the other three primary materials. It is not exclusively the blood of a foundational spirit beast that is required. Even the blood of a chi refinement stage spirit beast can suffice, albeit with slightly inferior quality, but the pill's success remains assured. Now commence the alchemy. Time is of the essence. With that, the host waved his sleeve and departed. Su Chang'an closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to contemplate. You conspire against me, wishing to prevent my ascension to the pinnacle? I may forego the dragon blood Bodhi, but I shall not relinquish my pride. For those who cultivate the Tao, clarity of thought is paramount. Do you wish for me to be eliminated? Dream on. Su Chang'an had a trump card. Indeed, it was his own blood. Although he was not a foundational stage cultivator, Su Chang'an practiced the 9 nether blood canon, which primarily focused on the essence of blood. Thus, even though his cultivation was below the foundational stage, the quality of his blood surpassed that of many chi refinement stage spirit beasts. Moreover, his blood had been imbued with the essence of 5 drops of golden blood for years. He refused to believe it could not match that of a foundational spirit beast's blood. With a swift motion, Su Chang'an poured the blood from the porcelain vial into the alchemical furnace, simultaneously discreetly releasing a few drops of his own blood. What followed was a lengthy process of purification, fusion, and pill crafting that would take approximately an hour. Bang! A flash of fire erupted from the workstation of a cultivator in front of Su Chang'an, followed by a plume of black smoke. The violent explosion singed much of the cultivator's hair, leaving him disheveled and covered in soot, and the blast even affected the disciples nearby. Fortunately, the remaining disciples were protected by the barriers formed by their talismans, thus remaining largely unaffected. Bang! Bang bang bang. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of explosions. The concoction of second-tier elixirs presented a considerable challenge. Not all possessed the capability to refine such potions. Moreover, the art of alchemy is governed by the principle of success rates. Even a seasoned second-tier alchemist cannot guarantee the success of each batch they attempt. In fact, some may find their success rate plummeting to less than 10%, managing perhaps one successful brew out of 10 attempts. Consequently, the arena of this grand competition was awash with the flames of exploding furnaces. After an hour and a half, the majority of the disciples had witnessed their cauldrons erupt. The few remaining were still valiantly persevering. In the audience, within the luxurious private box, a distressed Ji Feishuang queried, "Grandfather, did you not mention that his materials were flawed? It has been over an hour. Why has Su Chang'an's furnace yet to explode?" "Indeed, grandfather." Ji Chang'an's face betrayed genuine alarm. Although it was his sister competing, he stood to gain the most from the outcome. Without that dragon blood Bodhi, he would have never broken through to the foundational stage. Truly perplexing. The elder of the Ji family furrowed his brow deeply. Logically, given that this lad is using the blood of a spirit beast from the chi refining stage, an explosion should be inevitable. Yet, it is not entirely impossible. This blood merely serves a harmonizing function. Those with formidable consciousness could certainly force the elixir to materialize, albeit of inferior quality. The strength of this young man's consciousness is not to be underestimated. The Ji family head's expression darkened further with worry. After all, the final round of the god battle was still to come. What of it? Today, I shall not allow your success. With that, the elder's unintentional consciousness morphed into a slender needle, surreptitiously racing through the unseen space towards Su Chang'an. An alchemist's greatest fear is the assault of another's consciousness. Coincidentally, as a family that had surrendered from the Qi kingdom, the Ji family possessed methods of spirit cultivation. Although they paled in comparison to the celestial techniques documented in the grand tomes of the Qi kingdom, the elder's mastery over a century had endowed him with a consciousness far superior to that of Su Chang'an. Should this needle find its mark, Su Chang'an would not merely face death, but would be rendered utterly foolish. After all, this was a formidable strike from the elder's consciousness. Yet, unexpectedly, as the intangible needle approached Su Chang'an, a luminous membrane suddenly materialized. In the private box, the Ji family head's consciousness was met with a double-force rebound from the divine warding talisman, causing a violent upheaval within his spirit, plunging him into darkness. Accompanied by a cry of anguish, "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Are you all right? Grandfather, your eyes, they are weeping blood. Chapter 102, Exceptional Elixirs. Seizing victory again, grandfather. What has happened to you? Grandfather, grandfather. A sense of chaos enveloped the private room. Just moments ago, the head of the Ji family had stealthily unleashed a mental assault on Su Chang'an, unnoticed even by the two children beside him. Now, having been met with a fierce backlash from his own potent consciousness, he collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Thus, Ji Changxing and Ji Feishuang remained oblivious to the true nature of the events unfolding. Sister, what should we do? Ji Changxing trembled uncontrollably. We are being ambushed. Someone is attacking us. No. Ji Feishuang remained more composed, shaking her head. Within the Taishan sect, there are ancestors watching over us. No one would dare to launch a surprise attack on our grandfather. There must be another explanation. Brother, let us first take grandfather away. His mind is merely disordered. He is not in mortal peril. Once he regains consciousness, everything will become clear. Agreed. Ji Changxing lifted their grandfather's body and exited the luxurious private chamber. Su Chang'an's gaze subtly shifted in their direction. He had sensed something amiss when the elder of the Ji family had attempted to ambush him. However, witnessing the elder's sudden fainting spell surprised Su Chang'an. It was worth noting that previously, within the Taishan sect, Cheng Bufan had also launched a mental attack against him. Yet, Cheng Bufan had no murderous intent. He merely sought to teach Su Chang'an a lesson. Consequently, after being met with a counterstrike, Cheng Bufan had only experienced intense mental pain. But now, this old man had actually lost consciousness, indicating that this wretched fellow had intended to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an refocused his mind and resumed his alchemical endeavors. As the competition neared its conclusion, participants in the arena continued to successfully condense their elixirs. Su Chang'an's concoction was beginning to take form within the alchemical furnace. Although the ultimate quality of the elixir remained uncertain, the extracted liquid appeared promising. Concentrating, Su Chang'an executed a condensation technique. His consciousness swiftly pivoted, dividing the liquid within the furnace into 12 portions. Within mere moments, these portions coalesced into a spherical shape. Suddenly, 12 blood-red elixirs erupted from his furnace, which Su Chang'an hastily captured in a porcelain vial. The host, who was also Elder Zhu Zimu of the Taishan sect's alchemy hall, narrowed his eyes as he regarded Su Chang'an. This young man has truly succeeded in creating elixirs? Remarkable indeed. Zhu Zimu's understanding was crystal clear. The vial containing Su Chang'an's blood was indeed derived from a spirit beast of the qi refining stage. While not entirely useless for most alchemists, this blood would be insufficient to produce an elixir. Only those with formidable mental prowess and masterful alchemical skills could achieve such a feat, and even then, the resulting elixirs would likely be nothing more than ordinary low-grade ones. Sigh. Zhu Zimu cast a profound glance at Su Chang'an and silently mused. No wonder the Ji family treats this fellow so harshly. He possesses genuine prowess. If he does not intervene, the first place in this alchemical competition is undoubtedly destined for him. Meanwhile, Su Chang'an's consciousness eagerly delved into the ceramic vial, inspecting the grades of the elixirs within. After a few breaths, the intricate patterns of the elixirs emerged. To his astonishment, Su Chang'an's heart raced. There are actually 4 supreme-grade elixirs? The remaining 8 are all high-grade as well. Goodness! Su Chang'an was utterly stunned. It is worth noting that although he had previously concocted supreme-grade elixirs, they were all first-grade, such as the Qi Gathering Pill and Vitality Nourishing Pill. When he later attempted to refine the second-grade Spirit Gathering Pill, he had essentially produced no supreme-grade ones. Yet now, he had managed to produce supreme-grade elixirs of the second grade? Why? Su Chang'an did not believe that his alchemical skills or consciousness had improved since then. Could it be blood? Is it because my blood was used that these supreme-grade elixirs were refined? It must be so. It certainly must be so. If it weren't for the competition venue, Su Chang'an would have been eager to test whether his blood truly had an enhancing effect on alchemy. Time's up. The alchemical elder glanced at the clock and solemnly called out. The disciples, still struggling to complete their concoctions, watched in dismay as their cauldrons exploded under external interference. This is the rule of the alchemical competition. Those who have not completed their elixirs by the allotted time will be forcibly disqualified. Everyone, follow me. Zhu Zimu waved his hand grandly. It is time to assess the quality of the elixirs. With a clamor, All the successful disciples approached Zhu Zimu one by one. Su Chang'an observed that approximately 30 to 40 disciples had managed to refine elixirs. He did not push his way forward, but instead took his place at the back of the line. Do you all understand the rules of the alchemical competition? Zhu Zimu spoke calmly. One low-grade elixir counts as 1, a medium grade counts as 10, and a high grade counts as 100. Do you comprehend? Yes. The crowd nodded in agreement. Su Chang'an understood the rules as well. The base unit is the low-grade elixir. For instance, if 12 low-grade elixirs are produced, it counts as 12. If 1 medium-grade and 11 low-grade elixirs are produced, it counts as 121. If 1 high-grade is produced, it directly counts as 100 low-grade elixirs. As for supreme grade, the rules do not specify. Why? Because since the inception of this competition, no disciple has ever managed to refine a supreme grade second-grade elixir. Lan Yongtian, count of 48. Hu Guangsong, count of 390. Shin Yinshuan, count of 57. A series of numbers flickered in Su Chang'an's ears, most of which were in the range of dozens. This indicated that the majority of disciples had refined pills of medium quality interspersed with inferior ones. Only those with counts exceeding 100 had produced superior grade pills. The disciples capable of concocting such esteemed elixirs were undoubtedly exceptional talents. Soon, it was Su Chang'an's turn. Su Chang'an. Zhu Zimu gazed at him, exclaiming, I never anticipated you had succeeded in pill refinement. I am in need of an assistant alchemist. Would you be interested in joining me? Before even assessing the quality of Su Chang'an's pills, Zhu Zimu began to recruit him. Convinced that Su Chang'an's ability to refine pills using inferior blood was indicative of a prodigious alchemist. Upon hearing Zhu Zimu's proposition, many nearby cast envious glances. Being an assistant to a prominent alchemist at the headquarters of the immortal sect, and also a golden core cultivator signified becoming a registered disciple. Even as a registered disciple, the resources and alchemical knowledge one could acquire were incomparable to those available at the branch sections. This was a coveted position that many aspired to attain. Yet, Su Chang'an politely clasped his hands and replied, I am truly grateful for your kind offer, elder, but I am already under the tutelage of a master, and I must respectfully decline. Zhu Zimu did not display any displeasure. Instead, he directly took Su Chang'an's pill bottle. In his eyes, Su Chang'an's refusal was merely a loss for him, not for Zhu Zimu. Su Chang'an. Zhu Zimu casually declared a number, 12. However, before he could finish with the word pills, he suddenly raised his voice, exclaiming, Impossible. This cannot be. You actually produced a superior grade pill? Hiss, are you joking? You managed to refine a superior grade elixir using inferior blood from a Qi refining stage spirit beast? Even I cannot achieve that. How is it possible that a mere child like you has accomplished something I cannot? Zhu Zimu even poured the pill into his palm to gauge its warmth, confirming that it was indeed freshly concocted. Boy, did you cheat? Zhu Zimu scrutinized Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an replied calmly, Disciple has not cheated. If the elder is skeptical, provide me with another set of materials, and I can refine it again. You. Zhu Zimu was rendered speechless. He had no retort and could not mention the issue of Su Chang'an's blood, having just acknowledged that it posed no problem. Why only 8 pills? Zhu Zimu inquired. Looking at Su Chang'an clasped his hands again, explaining, while refining, I accidentally ruined 4, hence I only succeeded in producing 8 pills. What a jest! He dared not reveal the 4 superior pills, for if he did, this alchemy elder would surely strip him of his trousers to investigate thoroughly. One must possess a fundamental sense of humility. As for the 8 superior pills, I apologize, but these can already be counted to 800. Sufficient to stand out among the crowd. Even with merely 8 exquisite pieces, it is enough to claim victory. This is because Su Chang'an is the last contestant to be scored, and the individual who previously attained the highest score has only amassed a mere 660 pieces. Chapter 103, Reforge. Again refused. Zhu Zimu poured all 8 red elixirs into his palm, each adorned with 3 exquisite patterns. They were truly beautiful. Even from a distance, one could detect a fragrant aroma emanating from the elixirs. At this moment, Zhu Zimu's heart was in turmoil. This young man, having used the most inferior blood of a spirit beast in the Qi refinement stage, how could he possibly concoct high-grade elixirs? Moreover, he produced 8 at once. A genius. A prodigy. Zhu Zimu's eyes gleamed brightly as he turned to Su Chang'an, extending another invitation. Su Chang'an, I must admit my earlier misjudgment. You are a once-in-a-century alchemical talent. I retract my previous statement about taking you as my apprentice. If you are willing to join my sect, I shall accept you as a core disciple." Boom! As these words left his lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd once more. Good heavens, the alchemy elder is personally accepting a disciple. What a tremendous opportunity for this fellow. If he were to become Zhu Elder's apprentice, he would undoubtedly have an abundance of cultivation resources throughout his life. How enviable. On the stage, countless gazes of admiration were directed towards Su Chang'an. Below, Cheng Bufan, Ding Lan, and Li Qijian looked on with intense envy. It is worth noting that this was the upper sect. The elder of the alchemy hall was a golden core cultivator, a figure capable of commanding respect throughout the entire Great Yin Kingdom. In stark contrast, the highest cultivation level within the Taishan sect was held by its leader, Tian Xian, who was merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Such a stark disparity naturally incited jealousy. To put it plainly, if it were Cheng Bufan or Huang Zhiqing, or even Li Qijian, they would have unhesitatingly accepted the alchemy elder's proposal. However, Su Chang'an merely bowed slightly and replied calmly, "Thank you for your kind offer, elder, but I have already taken a master, my apologies." On stage and off, countless individuals were rendered speechless. Has this fellow lost his mind? Cheng Bufan wore a look of regret. The other disciples were equally indignant. The most furious of all was the alchemy elder Zhu Zimu, who stood facing Su Chang'an. "Previously, I offered you the position of apprentice, which you refused, and that was understandable. But now, I have offered to accept you as a core disciple, and you still refuse? Is this not a blatant disregard for the situation at hand?" Yet, the rules of the cultivation world were clear. One could not forcibly take another as a disciple, especially in the case of true disciples whose destinies were intricately connected to their masters. To do so would be inappropriate. Zhu Zimu ultimately let out a cold snort through his nose and continued, "I suspect there is something amiss with these 8 elixirs. According to the rules of the competition, Su Chang'an, I have the right to demand that you concoct another batch. Should the quality fail to match this one or exhibit significant discrepancies, I shall declare your results invalid." This was an overt act of retaliation. Su Chang'an, with an air of indifference, clasped his hands in greeting and declared, "Since the elder of alchemy harbors doubts, it is only right that I refine the elixir anew." "Very well," Zhu Zimu replied. "This is a predicament of your own making. Bring forth the materials." In mere moments, the ingredients were presented. For components, peach of the first cycle, Buddha's hand herb, yang essence winter, and beast blood. After meticulously inspecting each of the spiritual herbs and finding no discrepancies, Su Chang'an commenced his alchemical process. Boom! Under the watchful gaze of countless observers, he remained unperturbed, calmly manipulating the fire talismans and the alchemical furnace, initiating the refinement of the elixir. 2 hours later, the furnace emitted a crisp humming sound, and with a deft motion, he struck the small cauldron, causing a series of 12 crimson elixirs to soar from the furnace, which he promptly collected into a porcelain vial. Another successful concoction? Remarkable. This young man's mental prowess is truly formidable. Indeed, how many Qi refinement stage cultivators could continuously produce 2 batches of second-grade elixirs without rest? It appears he still possesses ample energy, showing no signs of fatigue. Among the audience, reactions varied. Some were captivated, others apprehensive, some anxious, and others relieved. A few gazes, however, revealed a flicker of disappointment. Regardless, Su Chang'an had successfully forged the elixirs. Reporting to the Elder of Alchemy, Su Chang'an respectfully bowed to Zhu Zimu and stated, "The elixirs have been refined. Please inspect them." "Very well." Elder Zhu Zimu extended his hand to receive the porcelain vial from Su Chang'an. To ensure fairness, he emptied all 12 elixirs into the air, each one floating in the void. Buzzing. At that moment, intricate patterns appeared on the surface of the elixirs, drawing the collective attention and mental focus of the crowd. 8 superior grade elixirs. 8 superior grade and 4 mid-grade. Impressive. Indeed, this time Su Chang'an had relied solely on his formidable mental acuity, showcasing his true capabilities. Coincidentally, he had produced 8 superior grade blood recovery elixirs and 4 mid-grade ones. The only distinction from before was the addition of 4 mid-grade elixirs, which was negligible. Exhaling deeply, Zhu Zimu took a moment to appreciate Su Chang'an once more. "Well done, young man. Exceptional skill, commendable character." As he gazed at Su Chang'an, Zhu Zimu could not help but feel a growing admiration. It was a significant regret not to have such an outstanding disciple under his tutelage. However, given the public nature of this event, it would be impossible for Zhu Zimu to impose further difficulties upon Su Chang'an. Otherwise, both the disciples present and the elders of the sect would surely intervene. After all, the sect held its reputation in high regard. I hereby declare Su Chang'an the victor of this competition, earning a perfect score of 100 in the alchemical duel. Zhou Jiyun secured the second position with a score of 90 points, while Lu Yongji claimed the third with 80 points. Hu Guangsong followed in fourth place, amassing 70 points. Suddenly, a radiant flash emanated from the colossal ranking monument at the plaza's forefront, revealing Su Chang'an's name ascending from a tie for second place to the coveted first position. His score now a remarkable 400. First place, Su Chang'an, 400 points. Second place, Ji Feisong, 350 points. Third place, Chen Xuanli, 300 points. Fourth place, Zhen Xingyan, 270 points. Su Chang'an, congratulations, Zhu Zimu remarked as he returned 2 vials of elixir to Su Chang'an, then whispered, to speak candidly. The blood you utilized for your first alchemical concoction was that of a Qi refinement stage spirit beast. Could you enlighten this old man on how you managed to produce a high-grade healing blood pill from such blood? Zhu Zimu's gaze was intense as he scrutinized Su Chang'an. Unperturbed, Su Chang'an maintained his composure and replied with a respectful bow. Elder, you jest. The blood was uniformly prepared by the sect, and I had the honor of inviting you, the esteemed elder of alchemy, to personally oversee the process. Surely, it cannot be false. Perhaps it is you who have erred. Zhu Zimu's body trembled slightly. This lad is as shrewd as a fox. Determined, he declared, I am willing to impart all my knowledge to you, should you choose to become my disciple. Yet, Zhu Zimu, not yet satisfied, followed Su Chang'an for a few paces and murmured, Su Chang'an, you may not realize that someone has set their sights on you. Fear not. As long as you join my ranks, I shall ensure your safety from this impending calamity. However, Su Chang'an chose to feign ignorance and ambled down the grand stage of the competition. Old 13, you're impressive, Li Qijian exclaimed, leaping up and giving Su Chang'an a hearty slap on the back before bursting into laughter. Ding Lan wore an even brighter smile, and even Zhen Xingyan, standing nearby, seemed to harbor a glimmer of surprise. Impressive, Su Chang'an. Might you concoct a couple of beauty pills for me in the future? At your service, Su Chang'an replied. Junior brother Su, Huang Zhiqing from the heavenly capital peak approached, saying, I never anticipated your alchemical skills to be so exceptional. Would you be willing to brew a batch of spirit-gathering pills for your senior brother? Rest assured, I will not impose on your efforts for a batch of pills. I shall provide materials sufficient for two. Li Qijian interjected, incensed. Huang Zhiqing, do you have no shame? No alchemist would assist you without at least 5 portions of materials. Are you trying to take advantage of us from Wanghe Peak? Huang Zhiqing chuckled sheepishly. All right. Let us settle on 5 portions, shall we? Chapter 104, Mysterious Blood. A talented individual arrives. Junior Su, I possess 10 sets of materials for the Foundation Establishment Pill, as well as 10 sets for the Spirit Gathering Pill. Would you assist me in their refinement? Huang Zhiqing remarked with a broad smile, producing 2 jade boxes. At that moment, coupled with the grin on his face, Su Chang'an perceived him as nothing more than a simple farmer. Yet, to regard him solely as such would be a gross oversimplification. Brother Huang, let us discuss this after we return to the sect, Su Chang'an replied, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. He held no favorable impression of this individual, who had previously followed Cheng Bufan in opposing him at every turn. While he had no intention of confronting Huang Zhiqing, neither would he entertain the notion of assisting him in alchemy. Very well, Huang Zhiqing responded with an awkward smile, retracting the jade boxes. Junior Su, Zhen Xingyan, clad in black, interjected, you currently possess 400 points, and with the final match approaching, I can preemptively congratulate you. This dragon blood Bodhi seems destined to be yours. Su Chang'an smiled, not feigning humility, and stated, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be within my grasp. At this juncture, humility served no purpose. Excessive modesty could render one insincere. The outcome was already evident. He had amassed 400 points, while the second-place contestant, Ji Feishuang, had only acquired 350, leaving a 50-point gap between them. In other words, Even if Su Chang'an were to place fifth in the final contest, victory would still be assured. For one with Su Chang'an's formidable spiritual awareness, while the ultimate triumph in the god battle might harbor uncertainties, securing a position within the top 5 was unequivocally attainable. Let us depart, Li Qijian suggested. My junior requires solitude for meditation. We should return. Upon returning to the dojo, Su Chang'an meticulously examined his formation thrice, ensuring its integrity before summoning the alchemical cauldron with a wave of his hand. Today, the revelation bestowed by a few drops of blood had filled him with anticipation, prompting him to ascertain whether his blood possessed a beneficial effect on alchemy. With a flourish, he retrieved the materials necessary for crafting the spirit-gathering pill. Su Chang'an had previously concocted this elixir numerous times, consistently yielding a mixture of upper and mid-tier quality pills, yet never a supreme-grade result. Thus, he resolved to experiment. Boom. Su Chang'an ignited the alchemical furnace and commenced the refinement process. While the ingredients for the spirit-gathering pill did not traditionally include blood, he chose to add a few drops of his own. Of course, it was not the golden essence of his heart's blood, but rather the ordinary blood coursing through his veins. Remarkably, even this commonplace blood exhibited astonishing effects in the alchemical process. Su Chang'an joyfully discovered that his blood seemed to possess a harmonizing effect among the various juices of the ingredients. In other words, after infusing his blood, the alchemical process would allow for a more harmonious integration and superior balancing of the diverse properties of various herbs, enabling them to meld together in a more perfect union. As for the ultimate quality of the elixir produced, that remained uncertain. Su Chang'an took a deep breath, centering his mind, and commenced the alchemical process. Time passed gradually. Finally, after 2 hours, with a melodious chime emanating from the alchemical furnace, 12 emerald-green spirit-gathering pills soared out, which Su Chang'an swiftly caught and deposited into a porcelain vial. His consciousness swiftly followed, intently observing the changes within the vial. As the intricate patterns of the pills began to diffuse, the quality of this batch of spirit-gathering pills revealed itself. Su Chang'an gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, 8 of them are of the finest quality, and 4 are of high quality. My blood truly has efficacy. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Ji family within the Grand Hall of the Tai Xian Immortal Sect, the family head, Ji Shirgu, gradually regained consciousness. Grandfather, you have awakened, exclaimed Ji Fei Shuang, her face lighting up with joy as she hurried to assist him. Ji Shirgu replied, his countenance pale. Ji Fei Shuang inquired, are you unwell? It seems as though your consciousness suffered a backlash. No harm done. Ji Shirgu shook his head. After resting for half a year, I shall regain my mental faculties. Ji Fei Shuang breathed a sigh of relief, but soon pressed on. Grandfather, what has transpired? Why did your consciousness suddenly recoil? Did something go awry while you were practicing our Ji family techniques? Not at all. Ji Shirgu waved his hand dismissively, a glint of sharpness gleaming in his eyes. In the end, it was that Su fellow who caused my predicament. I intended to disrupt his alchemical process with my consciousness. Yet unexpectedly, that cunning rascal had set up a barrier that could rebound mental intrusions. Caught off guard, I suffered a significant loss. Fortunately, I did not exert my full strength during the attack. Otherwise, my soul would have been shattered by now. Infuriating, utterly infuriating. By the way, Ji Shirgu suddenly recalled the competition and asked, what of the tournament? Did that young man make the rankings? Ji Fei Shuang shook her head. I assisted you out of the venue when you fainted, so I am unaware of the current situation. However, do not worry. My brother has gone to gather news and will return shortly with updates. Ji Shirgu nodded in acknowledgement. After several breaths, Ji Changgang, who had gone to inquire about the news, rushed back in. Not good, sister. Something is amiss. Ji Changgang burst into the room, startled upon seeing his grandfather. Grandfather, you have awakened? Ji Shirgu responded. Changgang, speak up. What has happened? Did that youth make the rankings? He did make the rankings. Ji Changjin exclaimed. Grandfather, there is grave news. Su Chang'an has successfully refined 8 superior grade elixirs, securing his position as the champion, with a total score of 400 points. What? Both Ji Fei Shuang and Ji Shirgu shouted in unison. Ji Shirgu added, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could mere Qi refining stage beast blood yield superior grade elixirs? It is utterly inconceivable. That boy must be cheating. Not at all. Ji Changjin shook his head. responding, "Grandfather." Even Elder Zhu Zimu, the alchemy master present, expressed the same sentiment, which is why he provided Su Chang'an with additional materials to refine elixirs on the spot. Ji Shirgu, anxious, inquired, what was the outcome? Ji Changjin replied. The result was identical. Su Chang'an again refined 8 superior grade and 4 medium grade elixirs. Upon hearing this, both Ji Shirgu and Ji Feishuang fell into silence. The atmosphere of quietude lingered for about the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Ji Shirgu forced a smile and remarked, "This boy truly poses a challenge. What shall we do?" Ji Changjin urged, "Grandfather, the dragon blood Bodhi originally belongs to our Ji family, and now it seems we are about to lose it like a cooked duck flying away. How can this be allowed? Why doesn't T the ancestor simply give it to me instead of creating this grand competition for the championship? It seems unnecessary." Ji Shirgu responded, "One cannot speak in such a manner. The ancestor has his own difficulties." He continued, "This dragon blood Bodhi, while considered a treasure of the immortal sect, was merely procured through the ancestor's efforts. With so many witnesses, it cannot be directly bestowed upon you. The fact that you are even allowed to participate in this grand competition is already unprecedented. Then let us change the rules." Ji Changjin proposed. "Substitute the reward. Instead of the dragon blood Bodhi, offer another treasure." "Nonsense," Ji Shirgu chastised. "Do you think the ancestor's reputation is trivial? He is the supreme elder of the sect, with a status that influences the entire sect. How could he so easily alter his decrees?" Ji Shirgu's expression hardened as he reprimanded his grandson. Yet, after the scolding, he could not help but gently pat Ji Changjin's head and spoke softly. "There are other ways, Feishuang. Perhaps you could visit Su Chang'an and persuade him to withdraw from the divine battle competition voluntarily. Alternatively, you could encourage him to concede during the competition, and the top rank could then be yours. Of course, it would be necessary to offer him some incentive." Ji Shirgu retrieved a copper mirror from his storage bag, saying, "This artifact is called the Pure June Mirror. Once activated, it can emit a ray of solar thunder, effective against various malevolent forces, and is a superior grade spirit artifact. Take this with you. With such a gift, I trust Su Chang'an would be inclined to concede." "Understood." Ji Feishuang accepted the mirror, stepped out of the grand hall, and transformed into a streak of radiant light, arriving at the entrance of the Taishan Sect's residence in mere moments. A prodigy of the Ji family has come to pay a visit. Chapter 105, Rejecting the Prodigy. The dual god begins. Ji Feishuang, the Ji family. A prodigy of prodigies? Upon seeing Ji Feishuang, Chen Bufan, the esteemed disciple and leader of the Taishan sect, found his words faltering. Although Ji Feishuang was merely at the 7th level of qi refinement, she had effortlessly defeated a master at the 10th level. Unlike Su Chang'an, who resorted to cunning, her prowess was purely based on solid strength. Frankly, even with treasures and various talismans, Chen Bufan lacked absolute confidence in defeating this young maiden before him. "Greetings." Ji Feishuang spoke, her demeanor as frosty as her name suggested. She regarded Chen Bufan with an unyielding gaze and bluntly stated, "I am here to find Su Chang'an of your Taishan sect." "Very well," Chen Bufan replied. "Ji Junior sister, please hold on a moment. I shall summon Su Chang'an at once." "Do not address me so intimately." Ji Feishuang responded with evident disdain. "You are unworthy of being my senior brother." Chen Bufan's face darkened with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for retort. "There is no need for such formality." Ji Feishuang continued. "Simply take me to Su Chang'an's training hall. Huang Shidi, please escort her." Chen Bufan gestured, eager to avoid further humiliation. Initially, he had intended to inquire about Ji Feishuang's purpose in seeking Su Chang'an, but now he had lost all inclination to do so. Huang Zhiqing led Ji Feishuang to the entrance of Su Chang'an's training hall. At the threshold, a massive black-feathered eagle with a fiery beak stood guard. Huang Zhiqing raised his hand, sending a message through the formation, which reached inside. After a brief pause, the formation at the entrance of the grand hall rumbled open. Ji Feishuang had anticipated that Su Chang'an would come forth to greet her, yet she was taken aback by his haughty demeanor. He merely languidly uttered, "Come in," before falling silent. "Damn it!" Ji Feishuang cursed inwardly, yet as she sought his favor, she had no choice but to steel herself and step into the grand hall. Su Chang'an, clad in a dark green robe, was at that moment tending to a candle, attempting to illuminate the hall as much as possible, for night had already fallen. "What brings you here at this late hour?" Su Chang'an did not even turn to face her, casually inquiring while continuing to adjust the candle. Such arrogance infuriated Ji Feishuang to no end. With a clatter, she refrained from further pleasantries and tossed forth the pure June mirror, declaring proudly, "This is a high-grade spiritual artifact. Once activated, it can unleash a strike of solar thunder, dispelling all evil and demonic forces, unmatched in its offensive power. After acquiring this, do not participate in the final duel of the Dual God competition." Su Chang'an turned around. Not far from him stood a young maiden in a blue robe, strikingly beautiful, yet exuding an aura of frosty aloofness. Between them lay the mirror. Su Chang'an remained silent, turning back to his task of adjusting the candle. "What is the meaning of your behavior?" Ji Feishuang trembled with rage, drawing her sword with a sharp clang and declaring, "Do you believe I will kill you?" Su Chang'an replied, "I do not believe you." Ji Feishuang, her fury escalating, stammered in disbelief. Su Chang'an then leisurely turned around and inquired, "Did you come to persuade me to withdraw from the competition?" "Indeed." Ji Feishuang's eyes narrowed. Su Chang'an questioned, "Are you imploring me or coercing me?" Ji Feishuang scoffed. "Implore you? You think you are worthy? Why am I not worthy?" Su Chang'an responded calmly. "During the Talisman contest, your Ji family bribed the host to target me. In the alchemy contest, you secretly swapped my materials, and someone even launched a mental attack against me. Now that you cannot surpass me, you resort to using a mere broken mirror to bribe me into withdrawing. Shameless and despicable." Su Chang'an chuckled. "A shameless and despicable person like you. What right do you have to feign nobility and pride before me? You can hardly stand tall." Ji Feishuang, losing her composure, picked up the mirror from the ground and declared, "Su Chang'an, I shall remember you. Just wait, I will definitely defeat you tomorrow." Su Chang'an nodded. "Even if you win tomorrow, it one T matter. Defeating me 1T raise your overall score." With a cough, Ji Feishuang spat blood, her body trembling with fury, her already pale face turning even more ashen. "Su Chang'an, you shall pay. Just wait. Those who offend Ji Feishuang cannot escape unscathed." With a swift motion, Ji Feishuang sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Su Chang'an paid no heed to her threats, instead waving his hand to close the formation. Was the Ji family powerful? Certainly. To crush Su Chang'an would be as effortless as squashing an ant. But so what? On the path of cultivation, there is no room for compromise. Since he could never accept the Ji family's terms from the outset and was destined to stand opposed to them, he might as well be resolute. For Su Chang'an, who struggled in his cultivation, this dragon blood Bodhi represented an opportunity. To refrain from contention? That would be disrespectful to the heavens, to the great Tao, and to oneself. Su Chang'an stepped into the golden talisman space, swallowing a blood pearl to commence his training. Meanwhile, his consciousness coalesced into an invisible flying dagger, which swiftly sliced through the verdant tree segment. He diligently practiced the 9 Netherblood Sutra while simultaneously refining the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Sutra. Days turned into weeks, and before long, 290 days had passed in the golden talisman space, while merely 29 days elapsed in the outside world. The final contest of the divine duel was imminent, and Su Chang'an, not daring to slacken his efforts, retracted his techniques in the mental dagger. With a subtle transformation of his aura into the essence of the Xian Men, he stepped out and arrived at the Grand Hall. Outside, merely a day remained before the divine duel commenced. In accordance with previous customs, Su Chang'an made his way into the Grand Hall of Cheng Bufan. The remaining disciples had already gathered there. The junior disciple has arrived. With Li Qijian's greeting, all eyes turned towards Su Chang'an. Cheng Bufan also looked over, his eyes ablaze with fury, a fire that seemed poised to erupt at any moment. Su Chang'an, taken aback, inquired, "Brother Cheng, what happened to your arm?" Cheng Bufan's right sleeve billowed empty in the wind, clearly indicating that his right arm was lost. Enraged, Cheng Bufan retorted, "Isn't it because of you?" Su Chang'an raised his hands in surrender. "What does this have to do with me?" Sighing, Huang Ziqing interjected, "After Ji Feishuang sought you out last time, she stormed out in a huff. Brother Cheng was merely caught in the fray after saying a few words, and she ambushed him, severing his arm." "Ah, I see." Su Chang'an feigned innocence. "Brother Cheng, this truly has nothing to do with me. If you seek vengeance, it should be against Ji Feishuang. Her attack on you is not my affair." A smirk flickered across Li Qijian's face, embodying a sense of schadenfreude as he remarked, "Brother Cheng, I believe our dear 13 is right. Besides, that girl is merely at the 7th level of chi refinement. You seem rather timid. If she severed your arm, why not retaliate in kind? Uft. Such taunting nearly made Cheng Bufan spit blood. Could he sever Ji Feishuang's arm? He certainly possessed the capability, yet lacked the audacity. Su Shidi. Huang Ziqing continued. I recall that during our time in the sect's secret realm, you harvested a purple jade lingji. You even used it to help Fu Nianjin regenerate her severed arm. I wonder if you still possess it? If so, please procure one for Brother Cheng, allowing him to regrow his limb. After all, Brother Cheng is the leader and face of our Taishan sect. The group turned their gaze towards Su Chang'an, who shook his head. Ah, had you mentioned it earlier, I sold that purple jade lingji at the last sect trading event. Look, with a flick of his storage bag, tens of thousands of spirit stones cascaded forth, sold for a staggering 13,000 spirit stones. My apologies, Brother Cheng, it's not that I refuse to assist you. It's simply that I no longer possess it. Cheng Bufan shot Su Chang'an a fierce glare before waving his sleeve dismissively. Whatever. I have already attained the pinnacle of chi refinement. When I break through to the foundation establishment realm, I can rely on the transformative power to regenerate my severed limb. With time running short, he added, you three still need to participate in the God Battle Tournament. Let us set off now. The group promptly gathered their belongings and arrived at the tournament venue a day in advance. The arena for the God Battle Tournament had been meticulously prepared. The competition was divided into 3 segments: candle blowing, bell striking, and bean holding. Chapter 106, Rules Altered, for performers. Although the Divine Combat Competition is the final event, the regulations for the contest have long been established. The competition consists of 3 segments. The first segment is the bell strike. As the name suggests, contestants must project their consciousness to strike a distant bell. The stronger the consciousness, the further one can resonate the bell, resulting in a higher score. The second segment is candle blowing. In a space devoid of any interference, candles are placed at intervals of 10 feet, and participants must use their consciousness to create a gentle breeze to extinguish them. The more candles one can extinguish in a single attempt, the more powerful their consciousness is deemed. Scoring is based on the number of candles blown out. The third segment is bean holding. Each contestant has a copper pot suspended 3 feet above their heads, containing copper beans the size of peas that drop at intervals. Contestants must use their consciousness to catch these beans. The greater the strength of their consciousness, the more beans they can hold. Scoring is similarly based on quantity. Ultimately, the combined scores from the bell strike, bean holding, and candle blowing determine the rankings from 1st to 10th place. Su Chang'an feels confident about securing a position in the top 5, as the nature of the competition makes it exceedingly difficult to cheat. For instance, in the candle blowing and bell strike segments, those with stronger consciousness can extinguish more candles and resonate the bell more effectively. This is a true test of ability. Even if the Ji family intends to undermine him, it would prove to be a formidable challenge. Just wait. Cheng Bufan waved his hand, saying, the competition is tomorrow. I wish you all great success. Only 3 individuals from the Taishan sect are participating in the Divine Combat Competition: Su Chang'an, Ding Lan, and Zhen Qingtian. Once seated, the 2 women naturally took their places beside him, one on the left and one on the right. Ding Lan inquired, Senior brother, have you ever tested how many candles you can extinguish in one breath? Su Chang'an rubbed his forehead, replying, I must admit, I have not tried. In the past month, he had been honing his consciousness and practicing the neural blade, but had not simulated the candle blowing or bell strike events. I can extinguish 33 candles, Ding Lan declared. On a good day, I might manage 34. That is impressive, Zhen Qingtian remarked. With your cultivation at the 8th level of chi refinement, possessing such formidable consciousness is already far beyond your peers. Su Chang'an then asked, what about you, Senior Sister Zhen? How many can you extinguish? Zhen Qingtian smiled charmingly, instantly captivating the surroundings. Instead of directly answering Su Chang'an, she parted her lips slightly, sending a fragrant breeze his way. Afterward, she cast him a playful glance, saying, Junior brother Su, it's about this much. What do you think? Su Chang'an's face flushed crimson as he stammered. You blow with your mouth. Zhen Qingtian covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. How many do you think I can blow out, junior brother? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Chang'an replied, Senior sister blows quite well. Zhen Qingyan inquired, what does pretty good mean? Su Chang'an replied, it implies one is quite skilled at blowing smoke. Just then, a disciple clad in a moon-white silk robe, adorned with golden cloud patterns, ascended the arena and announced, "Esteemed disciples, I have an important announcement to make. In accordance with the sect's requirements, and to ensure fairness and impartiality, the rules for this divine combat competition have been slightly modified. I urge you to remember this well." What? The participating disciples erupted in a chorus of disbelief. Another change? Why alter the rules when everything was fine? Why inform us only now, right before the competition? What does this mean? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, nearly all the disciples from the Taishan sect turned their gazes towards Su Chang'an. It was evident that they all believed these rule changes were specifically designed to target him. Silence. The disciple on stage waved his hand, asserting, "The rule modification is intended to embody a higher level of fairness and justice. Discussion is not permitted. Now, I shall announce the rules. The first round, striking the bell, will now be conducted in groups of 5, and you must." The disciple went on to elaborate extensively. By the end, Su Chang'an's expression had darkened. Targeted again. What was once a simple turn-taking bell-striking challenge had now morphed into a group task. 5 individuals must strike the bell together, and if they failed to sound the bell from 100 paces away, their group would be eliminated. The second round followed suit, requiring 5 participants to extinguish a row of 100-pace candles collectively. Otherwise, they too would face elimination. These 2 rounds would serve as eliminations, with no scores recorded. Only in the third round, involving the bean ring toss, would the true finals commence, with individual scores being tallied. To put it plainly, the first 2 rounds had been altered. Why switch to team competitions? It was evident that the intent was to set me up, Su Chang'an, assigning me 4 underperformers to intentionally hinder my progress and ensure my immediate disqualification. The Ji family indeed possesses profound influence, capable of manipulating even such a grand contest. A luminous screen illuminated the stage, displaying a myriad of names, indicating the group assignments. In Su Chang'an's 5-person group, he recognized none of the other 4 individuals. "Sister Zhen, it seems we are in the same group," Ding Lan exclaimed joyfully, looking at Zhen Qingyan. "Haha, this time I've truly latched onto your coattails." Zhen Qingyan nodded and then turned to Su Chang'an, asking, "What about you, Su Shidi?" Su Chang'an shook his head. "I suspect I've been set up. Let us take it one step at a time." The following morning, the competition officially commenced. First group, please enter the formation to strike the bell. The second group, prepare. Coincidentally, Zhen Qingyan and Ding Lan were in the first group, while Su Chang'an found himself assigned to the 20th group. As the host called out, Zhen Qingyan and Ding Lan walked towards the square. Among their group of 5, for possessed the cultivation of the great perfection of qi refinement. With the exception of Ding Lan. As the 5 entered the formation, the scene was simultaneously transmitted to the display screen outside. With Zhen Qingyan's words, the 5 individuals simultaneously released their consciousness, merging it into an invisible giant dragon that surged towards the enormous bell, suspended 100 zhang away. How far is 100 zhang? It is an immense distance. For an ordinary cultivator, not only is it challenging to strike the bell 100 zhang away, but even extending their consciousness to that distance is a formidable task. Historically, those who could ring a bell from 80 zhang away would easily secure a place among the top 10 in the Battle of Gods. As for the rare individuals who could strike the bell from 100 zhang using only their individual consciousness, they are not only few, but also incredibly exceptional. However, within the realm of cultivation, practitioners can unite their consciousness for greater strength. When combined, even this seemingly feeble power can manifest as a formidable storm. As long as their abilities are not too lacking, they are certain to strike the bell from 100 zhang away. Duong. A melodious chime resonated. The first group succeeded in ringing the bell. The second group entered the formation, while the third prepared. Duong, duong, duong. A series of harmonious bell tones echoed. Su Chang'an estimated that approximately 2/3 of the groups managed to succeed in their attempts. Those who failed constituted only 1/3. Ji Feisong and her group, being 8th to take the stage, naturally rang the bell without any doubt. Group 29, please come to the stage. With the host's announcement, Su Chang'an leisurely walked up, accompanied by 4 other disciples. Coincidentally, these 4 disciples were all adorned in azure robes, embellished with golden cloud patterns on their collars. Su Chang'an recognized this as the unified attire of the Ji family. This indicated that the 4 individuals accompanying him were all disciples of the Ji family. The four exchanged glances before turning their eyes towards Su Chang'an, each revealing a hint of amusement. Ring the bell? No, no. No, we did not come here to strike the bell. Should we fail to do so, it would be an extraordinary achievement for us. Junior brother Su, please proceed. The four scheming individuals entered the formation alongside Su Chang'an. Inside the formation, 5 mats awaited them. The 5 sat cross-legged on the mats, while a massive bronze bell hung 100 zhang away before them. Junior brother Su, one of the Ji family disciples said casually, when I call to start, let us sequentially release our consciousness and unite our efforts to ring that bell ahead. What do you say? Su Chang'an replied, that sounds good. Chapter 107, The Copper Bean Swap, Caught Off Guard, Commence. Boom. A disciple from the Ji family shouted, unleashing a formidable wave of spiritual consciousness. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, the remaining members activated their own spiritual awareness, merging their powers into a singular force. Su Shidi, we await your signal. Hurry. The leading Ji disciple urged. Su Chang'an nodded, responding, here I come. Boom. Su Chang'an projected a fragment of his spiritual consciousness, which converged with the 4 others. Surging forward, his exceptional prowess rendered him fearless, as his spiritual strength surpassed that of the Ji family disciples. Initially, there were no peculiarities. The collective spiritual energy surged forth, effortlessly covering 50 zhang, and then, after a couple of breaths, continued on to 80 zhang. The 100 zhang mark loomed enticingly ahead. However, just at that moment, as if prearranged, the 4 other spiritual forces simultaneously withdrew. In an instant, the once united 5 had become solely Su Chang'an. The corners of the 4 Ji disciples' mouths curled into sly smiles. Did you think you could strike the great bell alone? Dream on. To force your spiritual awareness to 80 zhang and then abruptly abandon it, consider yourself fortunate if your consciousness remains unscathed. My apologies. The leading Ji disciple smirked slightly, addressing Su Chang'an with a polite gesture. Su Shidi, we sincerely regret, but our humble spiritual energies are insufficient to rattle this great bell. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding and clear chime echoed from the distance. Ah! The mirth that lingered at the corners of their mouths abruptly froze. In contrast, a smile emerged on Su Chang'an's lips. No worries, I can manage this myself. Humph. The 4 Ji disciples stormed away from the grand array in a huff. The host's voice rang out calmly. Group 29 advances. Below the stage, within the Ji family's camp. As the 4 disciples returned to their positions, Ji Shirgu cast a stern gaze upon them. Master of the family. One of them stammered nervously. It's truly not our fault. We followed the plan and withdrew our spiritual consciousness at 80 zhang. Who could have foreseen that Su Chang'an's awareness was so formidable that he single-handedly struck the great bell? Indeed, master. We can all attest that he was the one who rang the bell alone. Hiss. Ji Shirgu inhaled deeply, murmuring, this lad possesses an impressive spiritual awareness. To think one could toll the great bell alone? What of the elaborate schemes we devised and the alterations we made to the competition rules? Have they all come to naught? Perhaps, suggested the foremost disciple of the Ji family, Master. What if we use our spiritual senses to attack him during the candle-blowing phase? Surely, he would be unable to advance past the second round of eliminations. Absolutely not, Ji Shirgu replied, his gaze flickering with concern. He possesses a talismanic barrier that can rebound spiritual attacks. Striking him would only injure our own spiritual senses, leading not only to failure, but also to disgrace for the Ji family. What shall we do then? Ji Changxing inquired anxiously. Fear not, Ji Shirgu reassured him. I have alternative plans for the 3rd round involving the Tuo Do challenge. The first round of competition concluded swiftly, with approximately 1/3 of the participants eliminated. The second round, which involved extinguishing candles, bore similarity to the first, yet proved to be more challenging. Contestants were required to blow out candles placed 100 feet away, with the flames being smaller and demanding greater precision of spiritual focus. Consequently, another third of the teams faced elimination. Ultimately, only 40 teams, around 200 individuals, progressed to the next stage. Naturally, Su Chang'an, Zhen Qingyan, and Ding Lan all advanced without question. Following the conclusion of the 2 rounds, the list of qualified disciples was announced, and the sect began organizing the 3rd round of the Tuo Do competition, leaving a brief intermission. Sister Zhen, Ding Lan exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. What is so special about this Tuo Do contest? Have you participated before? Never. Zhen Qingyan replied, shaking her head. However, Huang Ziqing interjected, I must admit, many years ago, I too took part in this so-called duel of the gods, and I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the Tuo-Do contest. Specifically, each practitioner must balance a gourd above their head, within which lie 100 small copper beans, each about the size of a pea. Every 10 breaths, one bean drops from the gourd. Contestants must then use their intangible spiritual senses to support the copper bean, preventing it from touching the ground and keeping it suspended in midair. I see, Ding Lan remarked. So, Brother Huang, on your first attempt at the duel of the gods, how many beans were you able to support? Huang Ziqing's face flushed with embarrassment as he laughed heartily. Sister Ding, you are exposing my shortcomings. However, I shall not shy away from sharing. On that occasion, I could not support a single bean. What? Ding Lan gasped in astonishment. It is that difficult? Indeed, Huang Ziqing confirmed. To support the intangible with one's spiritual essence is exceedingly challenging. Only those with formidable spiritual senses can manage to hold 1 or 2 beans. If one can support 5 beans, they are essentially guaranteed a spot among the top 10. Oh no, Ding Lan exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. What if I can't support even 1? Brother Huang, Ding Lan continued, among all the disciples who participated during your time, how many were able to support the most copper beans? Huang Ziqing remarked, on that occasion, someone demonstrated extraordinary talent by successfully supporting 11 copper beans. However, it is said that historically, someone managed to support 17 copper beans, although that event occurred 3 centuries ago. After listening to Huang Ziqing's words, Su Chang'an gained a preliminary understanding of this remarkable feat. Would supporting 5 copper beans ensure a place in the top 10? Just as he contemplated this, the third round of the competition was announced to commence. Go forth. Cheng Bufan waved his hand enthusiastically. I wish you all great success, Junior Su. May you secure first place. A glimmer of fervor flickered in Cheng Bufan's eyes. His mood had completely transformed from earlier. Previously, he had taken various measures to annoy Su Chang'an, but as the competition progressed and Su Chang'an's scores soared, even propelling him to the pinnacle, Cheng Bufan's attitude shifted. He found himself hoping for Su Chang'an's victory. Why? Because if Su Chang'an triumphed, he would receive a dragon blood bodhi. In Su Chang'an's hands, it would be akin to being in his own possession, thereby granting Cheng Bufan the opportunity to acquire it. Let us proceed. Zhen Qingyan nodded at Su Chang'an. The trio entered a grand formation that had just been arranged. The formation was vast, with 200 meditation cushions neatly laid out. Above each cushion, 5 feet high, there hung a gourd, and each cushion bore the name of its respective occupant. Su Chang'an quickly located his name and settled onto his cushion. Coincidentally, Zhen Qingyan and Ding Lan were positioned on either side of him, closely adjacent. Soon, the disciples gradually took their seats. Su Chang'an also spotted Ji Feishuan. Although she was seated at a distance across from him, separated by a dozen individuals. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. The host, a young woman clad in a moon-white robe, possessed striking features and an extraordinary demeanor. Her cultivation level was unfathomable. After a quarter of an incense stick, the copper beans will descend. Although the external formation can shield you from external mental interference, you must not assume that participants are exempt from mental attacks against one another. Therefore, you may now activate your protective talismans. This had been clearly stated in the rules. However, the talismans capable of blocking mental interference were lamentably scarce. Despite the host's announcement, few participants actually activated their talismans. Su Chang'an, however, wasted no time. With a clap of his hands, he activated a spirit-concealing talisman. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not only did Su Chang'an activate the spirit-concealing talisman, but he also increased his spiritual energy output, expanding the protective barrier's range to encompass Zhen Qingyan and Ding Lan on either side. Thank you. They cast grateful glances towards him. The competition began. Soon, the host announced the start of the contest. Copper beans fell from each gourd. Su Chang'an concentrated his mental energy and directed it toward the copper beans. However, whoosh, clatter, he failed to catch it. The copper bean fell directly to the ground. Su Chang'an furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This is not a copper bean. He picked up the object and examined it closely, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. It turned out to be a golden bean. Had it been switched? Chapter 108. A Dark Horse. A foiled scheme. As the first bean fell to the ground, Su Chang'an did not manage to catch it. It was not that he was incapable of holding the golden bean. On the contrary, he possessed the ability. However, due to the bean being swapped, his estimation fell short, and he did not exert his full mental strength. Consequently, he was caught off guard, allowing the first bean to drop. Yet, it mattered little. For there were 100 beans within the gourd. It was impossible to catch them all, so he would manage the subsequent ones just the same. Su Chang'an leisurely surveyed his surroundings. Ding Lan had successfully caught the first copper bean, and Jin Qingyan had done so as well. As for the distant Ji Feishuang, she too unquestionably secured her bean. The remaining ordinary disciples fared poorly, with over 80% failing to catch the first copper bean. Many of these individuals, like Su Chang'an, were unprepared and thus caught unawares. Although they did not catch it now, they could still focus their mental strength later to succeed. Others, however, simply lacked the mental fortitude to catch anything at all. As Huang Zhiqing had predicted, after about 10 breaths, the second copper bean fell from the gourd. Plop! Su Chang'an paid no mind to this second bean, allowing it to drop. His mental energy continued to roam the vicinity. Ding Lan caught the second bean, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth. Plop! 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 The sounds of beans hitting the ground filled the air. Over 90% of the participants could not possibly hold more than 5 copper beans. Ding Lan managed 3, but could not catch a fourth. Remarkably, Jin Qingyan caught 7 in one breath, showcasing her formidable mental prowess. Not far off, Ji Feishuang also held 7. Once a dozen or so copper beans had fallen from the gourd above, the results around them became evident. Jin Qingyan's limit was 9. Ding Lan's limit was 3. Ji Feishuang's limit was, what the hell? Su Chang'an exclaimed in astonishment. 15 beans? So many? A disciple at the 7th layer of Qi refinement possessed such formidable mental strength? No. Su Chang'an noticed that surrounding Ji Feishuang were 4 disciples from the Ji family, each sweating profusely. Curiously, none of these 4 had managed to catch even a single copper bean. How could they be drenched in sweat without having caught any beans? It was clear that these 4 were Ji Feishuang's aides. This meant that at least 4 of the 15 beans above her head were attributable to the efforts of these disciples, perhaps even more. As for the exact number, Su Chang'an could not ascertain. Haha, this Ji family is quite intriguing. Not only did they swap my beans, but they also sought assistance. Do they think this will secure their victory? Haraha, I'm steady now. Below, within the ranks of the Ji family, Ji Shirgu stroked his beard and laughed heartily. His gaze fell upon the enormous screen above the square. From his perspective, Su Chang'an had not lifted a single copper bean, while his granddaughter, Ji Feishuang, had successfully raised 15, clearly standing out as the first-place winner. The second contender had only managed to lift 9 beans, creating a significant gap in their scores. In this scenario, Su Chang'an was bound to score nothing, whereas his granddaughter Ji Feishuang would undoubtedly achieve a perfect score of 100. Consequently, on the leaderboard, Ji Feishuang would secure the first position with a total of 450 points, followed by Su Chang'an with 400, and the woman in black, Jin Qingyan, relegated to 3rd place with a mere 360 points. It was a solid victory. How splendid! Ji Chang'an clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Grandfather truly possesses remarkable foresight." Ji Shirgu replied, "It is not mere foresight, but rather my meticulous planning, ha ha ha." On the field, beads of perspiration began to form on Jin Qingyan's forehead. 9 copper beans was her limit. Initially, after exerting her utmost and employing her secret techniques, she could have managed to catch 2 or 3 more. However, upon seeing the 15 copper beans hovering above Ji Feishuang's head, Jin Qingyan chose to relinquish her efforts, deeming it futile. Even if she were to utilize her secret techniques to increase her count by 2, it would still place her in 2nd position, far behind Ji Feishuang. With both paths leading to 2nd place, she saw no reason to risk utilizing her techniques. Yet, at that moment, Jin Qingyan suddenly felt a profound and gentle wave of spiritual energy enveloping her, stabilizing her own consciousness. This, Sushiti, what is this lad up to? Suddenly, another copper bean descended gracefully from above. Without requiring Jin Qingyan's exertion, it settled securely atop her head. 10, then 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. In an instant, the copper beans above Jin Qingyan's head surpassed those of Ji Feishuang. Witnessing this, the elder of the Ji family, Ji Shirgu, spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. How is this possible? Grandfather, it's nothing serious. Ji Chang'an reassured him. Although this woman in black has momentarily taken the lead, my sister is still in second place. Even with only 90 points, she remains first on the overall leaderboard. Reminded by his grandson, Ji Shigu nodded emphatically. Yes, yes. Fei Shuang is still first, as long as Su Chang'an does not falter with the golden beans. Victory is ours. However, just as Ji Shigu concluded his statement, a golden bean began to levitate above Su Chang'an's head. The golden bean was heavy. In fact, its weight was equivalent to more than 2 copper beans combined. Thus, it was inconceivable that Su Chang'an would be unable to support the golden bean. Even Ding Lan would manage to hold one. Once he began, the momentum was unstoppable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Su Chang'an effortlessly lifted 6 golden beans, which positioned him 5th among all participants. Upon reaching this ranking, Su Chang'an ceased to augment his gold bean count. It was unnecessary. His objective was distinctly clear: to secure the first place in the overall score, rather than to seek the limelight. This time, it was not only Ji Shigu who was spitting blood. His grandson, Ji Changjian, followed suit. It's over, it's finished. Grandfather, please think of a way. What shall we do? Ji Changjian desperately shook Ji Shigu's arm. Ji Shigu, his eyes clouded with confusion, shook his head and replied, "It's gone. We have exhausted all our means, and ultimately, we have lost the dragon blood bodhi." Could it truly be this young man's destiny? Yet. Ji Changjian was on the verge of tears. Grandfather, without the dragon blood bodhi, how can I make a breakthrough? If I cannot advance to the foundation establishment stage, I remain a mere mortal, destined for a lifespan of only 100 years. Woo. Do not fear, do not fear. Ji Shigu gazed at his grandson with tender affection, patting his shoulder. Changjin, do not be afraid. Grandfather will find a way. Rest assured, even if Su Chang'an has acquired the dragon blood bodhi, we are not entirely without hope. Grandfather will devise a plan. Soon, the 100 copper beans from the gourd were exhausted. The god of battle competition concluded, signifying the end of this sect's grand contest. First place, Zhen Xingyan. The poised female host recited the name with an impassive expression. This round scores 100 points. Second place, Ji Fei Shuang, scoring 90 points. Third place, Su Chang'an secured 5th place, earning 60 points. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The stone tablet displaying the overall rankings shimmered with light, revealing the total scores. First place, Su Chang'an, with a total of 460 points. Second place, Ji Fei Shuang, with 440 points. Third place, Zhen Xingyan, with 370 points. Fourth place, Chen Xuanli, with 300 points. Fifth place, the distinguished female host approached Su Chang'an, stating, "As I am aware, your spiritual consciousness is formidable. Yet, why did you perform so poorly in the final contest? Are you concealing your true abilities? If it were merely an act of modesty, it would be exceedingly foolish. Any person of even slight intelligence would recognize your prowess, for how else could you have shone so brightly in the alchemy competition?" The youthful and powerful elder scrutinized Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an, his demeanor composed, performed a respectful bow and then presented a few gold beans to her, saying, "Elder, why feign ignorance?" The elder took the gold beans, her expression suddenly stern. These are not copper beans, but gold beans?" Su Chang'an said nothing further, merely bowed gently. Su Chang'an takes his leave. With that, he turned and gracefully departed. Chapter 109, Rewards in Hand. Illusion of the Void. A woman clad in a moon-white robe stood within Su Chang'an's temporary dojo, slightly bowing in greeting before saying, "Regarding the matter of your copper beans being exchanged for gold beans, the sect has taken appropriate measures. The 2 foundation establishment cultivators involved in the swap have been executed. They confessed to harboring a personal vendetta against you." Su Chang'an nodded and replied, "Thank you, esteemed sect. I understand." "That is good to hear," the woman continued. "Su Shidi, the sect has also stated that although there are those scheming in the shadows, you have ultimately secured the top position, becoming first on the overall leaderboard. The copper bean swap did not affect the outcome of the competition. Therefore, the sect hopes you will maintain perspective and consider the matter closed. Additionally, the sect wishes to avoid any public uproar regarding this incident. Do you understand?" "Yes," Su Chang'an affirmed. "In regard to this matter, I shall certainly remain discreet." "That is reassuring," the woman said, suddenly producing a copper mirror. This is your compensation. I now take my leave. Su Chang'an accepted the copper mirror and glanced at it, realizing it was the high-grade spiritual artifact that Ji Feishuang had attempted to procure from him some time ago. It seemed the sect was aware that the Ji family was behind this incident, and by presenting him with the copper mirror, it subtly acknowledged that fact. Su Chang'an shook his head and casually tossed the copper mirror into his golden talisman space. He could not influence the affairs of the Ji family. Since he could not control it, he would not waste his thoughts on it. Stepping forward, he entered the golden talisman space, holding two items in his hands, a jade box and a robe. These were the rewards from the esteemed Tai Xianxian sect for achieving first place overall. In addition to these two items, he was also granted 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The robe was a defensive spiritual artifact named Heaven Silkworm True Silk Collar, classified as a medium-grade item, adorned with 13 layers of prohibitions. When worn, it could change styles, colors, and shapes at will, and once infused with spiritual energy, it became an exceptionally powerful defensive treasure capable of withstanding even a full-force strike from a perfected foundation establishment cultivator, depending on the amount of spiritual energy infused. However, Su Chang'an's current spiritual power did not reach such heights. Even if he were to channel all his internal energy into it, he could only withstand an attack from a 10th-layer Qi refinement disciple. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. After storing the Heaven Silkworm True Silk Collar, Su Chang'an clapped his hands and opened the jade box. Inside lay a bright red fruit, the dragon blood bodhi. Indeed, this was the coveted first-place reward that countless individuals yearned for. With another wave of his hand, he produced a nearly identical bodhi and placed it beside the dragon blood bodhi. Externally, the dragon blood bodhi and the blood jade bodhi appeared indistinguishable. They were of the same size, the same color, and emanated the same aura. Even the patterns and speckles on their surfaces were strikingly alike. Su Chang'an employed his formidable spiritual sense to meticulously examine the two fruits from various angles for an extended period. Yet he could not discern even the slightest difference in their auras. However, upon closer inspection, there was indeed a distinction. It was not the fruits that differed, but rather their peduncles. The dragon blood bodhi bore a golden stem, while the blood jade bodhi had a stem that matched its crimson fruit. Su Chang'an was certain that if the stems were removed, the two fruits would be indistinguishable. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Su Chang'an stepped out from the space of the golden talismans and opened the main entrance of the hall. Standing outside were two cultivators, Cheng Bufan and Huang Zhiqing. Senior brother Cheng, senior brother Huang? Su Chang'an greeted with a cold smile, blocking the entrance and showing no intention of letting them in. What brings you two here? Cheng Bufan scratched his forehead and said, Junior brother Su, we have matters to discuss. May we enter? Su Chang'an remained steadfast, replying coolly, if there is something to discuss, you can do so right here. It's inconvenient for me in my dojo. Very well. Cheng Bufan conceded. Junior brother Su, I am aware of your misunderstandings regarding me. Yet it is undeniable that without my assistance, you would not have secured first place this time. Su Chang'an chuckled coldly. Oh, pray tell, how so? Cheng Bufan continued. You initially registered for only the Talisman, Array, and Divine Combat categories. Even with perfect scores in those, you could not claim first. If I hadn't helped you change your subjects, how could you have obtained this dragon blood bodhi? Su Chang'an laughed. Senior brother Cheng, your memory seems a bit faulty. Was it not my senior brother Li Qijin who helped me change the subjects? When did it become your doing? Or shall I gather our fellow disciples to inquire and set the record straight? Cheng Bufan's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. After a brief pause, he huffed and said, Fine. Junior brother Su, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Speak. What conditions must I meet to acquire that dragon blood bodhi from you? Apologies. Su Chang'an firmly declined. This dragon blood bodhi is for my personal use. I cannot transfer it to you, senior brother. Wait. As Su Chang'an began to close the door, Cheng Bufan hastily called out, I can offer a high-grade spiritual artifact in exchange. Su Chang'an replied, the Ji family just approached me. They offered me a top-tier spiritual artifact, and I declined. Cheng Bufan's face turned beet red. He desired it. However, he lacked sufficient capital for the exchange. Senior brother Cheng, senior brother Huang, I must take my leave. Su Chang'an clasped his hands in farewell and, with a resounding thud, shut the hall's door. The protective formations outside sealed off one layer after another. Turning back into the hall, Su Chang'an could not help but utter a curse. Damn. When did you come in? Upon the mat that once belonged to him, there now sat a woman of enchanting demeanor, her eyes shimmering with a captivating allure. Clad in a delicate black garment, her skin was as smooth as jade, and her figure was exquisitely exquisite, rendering one utterly spellbound at first glance. As the woman shifted slightly, Su Chang'an's throat involuntarily moved, swallowing hard. Little junior brother, what do you think? Zhen Qingyan leaned slightly to the left, the movement of her thin garment revealing tantalizing glimpses of beauty. Su Chang'an inhaled deeply, closing his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was sharp and clear, free from any trace of confusion. Sister Zhen, let us dispense with this charade. Please reveal your purpose for coming. With a soft giggle, Zhen Qingyan sprang up from the mat, stepping closer to Su Chang'an. Her slender waist leaned forward, nearly brushing against him. Instinctively, he retreated a step, but she followed closely. And after a few exchanges of retreat and advance, he found himself cornered against the wall. Give me the dragon blood bodhi. Zhen Qingyan's eyes locked onto Su Chang'an as she spoke. I will offer myself to you. Faced with such an extraordinary beauty, Su Chang'an responded with a cool smile. Sister, you possess exceptional talent, having progressed from the qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. Surely you do not require the dragon blood bodhi? A genius relies not on external aids. He believed that Zhen Qingyan sought the dragon blood bodhi not for herself. Zhen Qingyan suddenly burst into laughter. Su junior brother, it is rare for you to remain so clear-headed at this moment. Indeed, I do not require it. But someone does. Do not concern yourself with whom I intend to use it for. Simply answer me. Will you trade? She leaned in closer, nearly brushing her face against his. Su Chang'an laughed heartily. If the real Sister Zhen were to come before me, I might consider it. But to conjure an illusion to barter for my dragon blood bodhi? Surely, you are being a tad greedy. Break! Su Chang'an shouted, a tremendous surge of spiritual consciousness bursting forth. As the word break left his lips, Zhen Qingyan suddenly staggered back 3 steps. Then, before his calm gaze, the stunning beauty disintegrated into a myriad of pink fragments, vanishing from the space. Not far away, in a palace, Zhen Qingyan's complexion turned pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this fellow actually shattered my void illusion. I told you long ago. His soul is formidable. This trick of yours will not suffice. A melodious voice chimed in, as a delicate hand placed a cup of fragrant tea before Zhen Qingyan. Sister Zhen, drink some spirit tea to replenish your spirit. The girl clad in a dark green Taoist robe smiled slightly, a single dimple appearing on her face. Chapter 110. The Foundational Elder and the Formidable Sword. Master brother, would you care for some tea? Su Chang'an inquired, retrieving a selection of spiritual tea from his storage bag and arranging it before the meditation mat. After dispelling Zhen Qingyan's illusions, Li Qijian arrived at Su Chang'an's sanctuary. Though Su Chang'an remained unaware of his intentions. No, thank you. Li Qijian waved his hand dismissively. Little junior brother, I recognize your intellect, your caution in action, and your meticulous nature. However, as your senior, I must remind you, our master has mentioned that you are unlike others. While others achieve breakthroughs through the accumulation of rare materials and diligent practice, your path relies on fortune and effort. Now that your opportunity has arrived, do not act foolishly. Even if someone offers you a mountain of gold, you must not part with the dragon blood bodhi in your possession. This treasure is meant for your own consumption. Su Chang'an exhaled softly, relieved. He had initially feared that Li Qijian, like others, coveted his dragon blood bodhi. But it turned out that this fellow was genuinely concerned for him. Thank you for the reminder, master brother. Su Chang'an clasped his hands in gratitude. Li Qijian then asked, the onlookers outside are all fixated on your bodhi. What are your plans? Su Chang'an replied, what plans could I have? Once I return to the sect, I shall enter seclusion and absorb its essence. That is not advisable, Li Qijian countered. As the saying goes, a long night breeds many dreams. My suggestion is that you consume the bodhi in front of everyone, thus extinguishing their desires. Su Chang'an forced a smile. Indeed, Master Brother's suggestion is quite sound. If I were to swallow it in front of the crowd, they would naturally cease their disturbances. But the crux of the matter is, I am reluctant to do so. As Master Mingyi articulated, each breakthrough he achieved was a hard-earned endeavor. How could he possibly consume such a precious item at this juncture? It was essential to reserve it for the moment of transcending to the perfected 12th level of qi refinement, when he would then ascend to foundation establishment. Why? You may ask. Because the 9 Netherblood scripture has only 12 levels. It allows one to reach the pinnacle of chi refinement, but does not facilitate foundation establishment. To establish a foundation through the 9 Netherblood scripture, one must devour a practitioner of the same realm who has also cultivated the scripture. Where, I wonder, would I procure such a practitioner to consume? Thus, I can only resort to consuming the blood jade Bodhi at the final moment to achieve foundation establishment. This step is of paramount importance. Without the dragon blood Bodhi, I truly do not know how I would break through to foundation establishment. Thank you for your advice, Master Brother, but consuming it now would be akin to waste. I shall wait until we return to the sect. Li Qijian replied, very well. Should anyone dare to seize it by force, let me know, and I shall deal with them. By the way, we should prepare to set out. Ready yourself. We will take the flying vessel back to Yangshuo County tomorrow morning. The following morning, the leader, Cheng Bufan, summoned the flying vessel, which soared through the void, racing southward. Despite its massive size, the vessel moved with remarkable speed. Junior brother Su. Cheng Bufan gazed at Su Chang'an, his expression warm and amiable. Your previous room was excessively noisy, so I have arranged for you to occupy a superior chamber. Do come and stay beside me. However, Su Chang'an politely clasped his hands together and replied, no need. Thank you, senior brother. I am quite accustomed to residing at the stern of the ship. Li Qijian interjected, fixing his cold gaze upon Cheng Bufan. I am well aware of your intentions. Everyone present, let me be straightforward today. Those who covet my junior brother's dragon blood Bodhi should abandon such thoughts. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, he drew his sword, its blade gleaming ominously. His presence radiated an overwhelming force, embodying a readiness to fight. Huang Zhiqing snorted dismissively and said, Li Qijian, you ought to reconsider. Setting aside our own sect, numerous external forces also covet junior brother Su's dragon blood Bodhi. The path back will undoubtedly be fraught with obstacles. I advise you to focus your thoughts on dealing with the impending threats instead. Indeed, Cheng Bufan, sword in hand, remarked calmly, everyone, heighten your vigilance. The group then retreated to their respective quarters as the flying vessel continued its journey southward. Days passed in relative tranquility until the 5th day, when the ship suddenly trembled violently, coming to an abrupt halt in midair. Su Chang'an, along with the other disciples, hurriedly exited their rooms, alarmed. Before them, hovering over a dense forest, stood an elder clad in a black Taoist robe, blocking their path. Although he appeared diminutive in the vastness of the void, his presence was as formidable as a mountain. This is, Li Qijian's eyes narrowed. A formidable being at the foundation establishment stage? Indeed, it was clear that a chi refinement disciple, even at the pinnacle of their realm, could not traverse the air. To stand suspended in the void indicated that the individual was at least of foundation establishment caliber. Cheng Bufan, Li Qijian exclaimed urgently. Immediately activate the ship's defensive formation and send a message to the sect. The vessel was equipped with a defensive array capable of withstanding the might of a foundation establishment expert. If they could hold out for half a day, reinforcements from the sect would surely arrive. However, Cheng Bufan shook his head, stating, that would be unwise. Without knowing whether this person is friend or foe, rashly activating the defensive formation would only deplete our resources and could provoke the powerful being. I shall first inquire. He approached the bow of the ship and called out to the elder, Senior, we are disciples of the Tai Xian sect from Yangshuo County. We are uncertain as to why you are obstructing our passage. The elder in black remained silent, instead waving his hand to summon a long sword. As spiritual energy surged through it, the sword elongated to several meters in an instant. Not good. Cheng Bufan shouted, quickly activate the ship's defensive formation. But it was too late. The enormous azure sword in midair suddenly cleaved downwards towards them. The resplendent radiance of the sword illuminated the surroundings, surpassing even the sunlight in the void. This brilliance, imbued with boundless sword intent, surged towards the flying vessel. Junior brother, flee swiftly. Li Qijian grasped Su Chang'an's arm, and together they transformed into a streak of rainbow light, escaping the flying craft. Simultaneously, the other disciples summoned their magical artifacts and divine abilities, hastening their flight. Boom! Behind them, that dazzling beam of sword light descended upon the flying vessel, cleaving it in twain, which then fragmented into countless shards that plummeted from the void. Chen Bufan declared, everyone scatter. Our survival hinges on our own fortunes. Li Qijian released Su Chang'an's hand and said, Junior brother, we must part ways. If we stay together, neither of us shall escape. You go left. I will go right. The opponent is a formidable foundational cultivator, and I cannot protect you. Understood. Su Chang'an nodded in agreement, for he possessed his own means of survival. When it came to speed, he certainly did not lag behind Li Qijian, as he carried numerous, shadowless talismans. Upon application, these talismans granted swiftness far exceeding that of the flying vessel, though their only drawback was their brief duration. Each talisman could only sustain its effect for half an hour. Whoosh. The two separated, one veering left and the other right. Su Chang'an landed on the ground and swiftly darted into the depths of the forest. With a shadowless talisman affixed to him, he moved through the woods, not only at great speed, but also concealing his presence and aura. Su Chang'an became a fleeting shadow, darting through the thicket. However, barely 10 breaths after applying the talisman, he once again spotted the figure of the black-clad foundational elder standing not far ahead in the void. By the heavens! Su Chang'an couldn't help but curse silently, thinking, is he targeting me? No, that couldn't be right. Even if he had reached the foundational stage, my dragon blood bodhi would be of no use to him. He must not be after me. What a coincidence! Whoosh! Su Chang'an altered his course, veering in another direction. After changing directions 4 times, he found that the elder continued to track him. Realizing the futility of his escape, Su Chang'an ceased his flight. What was the point of running? The elder was a foundational cultivator, and no amount of effort would allow him to elude such a powerful foe. Upon halting, the elder immediately descended before him. Su Chang'an. The elder fixed his piercing gaze upon him, his eyes sharp as blades. Su Chang'an nodded and said, Senior, please hand over the dragon blood bodhi. Without further ado, the elder extended his withered hand towards Su Chang'an. Chapter 111. First, I'll dig a great pit for you. Su Chang'an's countenance darkened considerably. Why would a foundational stage expert demand my dragon blood bodhi? This, esteemed elder, Su Chang'an remarked, you have already established your foundation. This item holds no value for you. The elder, however, appeared disinterested in Su Chang'an's words, abruptly interrupting him. Hand over the dragon blood bodhi or face death. Choose one. Of course, even in death, I can still retrieve it from your storage pouch. With a clang, the sword in the elder's hand extended by an inch. Just that fleeting glimmer of sword light enveloped Su Chang'an, leaving him feeling as if ensnared in an interminable sword prison. Elder, please wait, Su Chang'an exclaimed, producing a pristine white jade box from his storage pouch. This jade box did not contain the dragon blood bodhi, but rather a blood jade bodhi. The two appeared identical, save for the stalks, one golden, the other red. Su Chang'an had long prepared for the worst, having removed the stalk from the blood jade bodhi, rendering it indistinguishable even to celestial beings. The elder accepted the jade box, opened it briefly, and discerning no discrepancies, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is the dragon blood bodhi. With a snap, he closed the jade box and stowed it away in his own storage pouch, then declared, given your relatively honest demeanor, I shall grant you a swift death. A blade, a sword, or a fist, the choice is yours. A cold glint shimmered in the elder's eyes. Su Chang'an, his face ashen, stepped back and pleaded, esteemed elder, I have already given you the item, and I do not even know you. There is no need to fear exposure. Why then must you kill me? By taking my life, do you not merely invite further karmic retribution upon yourself? Haraha. The elder laughed heartily, exclaiming, karmic retribution. Am I to fear such a thing? Su Chang'an, you deserve to die. You have wounded my spirit, and it will take years for me to recover. I cannot quell my hatred without your death. Upon hearing this, Su Chang'an finally grasped the truth. You are from the Ji family? Indeed. The elder readily acknowledged. I am Ji Shirgu, the head of the Ji family. Su Chang'an, you and I share no enmity, yet you have stolen the spotlight from my granddaughter. Since you do not choose, I shall choose for you. Boom. In the next moment, Ji Shirgu's frail hand suddenly transformed into a fist, striking Su Chang'an with unexpected ferocity. This punch was not delivered with all his might, but rather with the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage. Why? Because such power was sufficient to annihilate the insignificant being before him. Utilizing his full foundational stage strength would not only be excessive, but also risk leaving discernible traces. However, the anticipated scenario of Su Chang'an being obliterated by a single punch did not transpire. As the fist of Ji Shirgu descended upon Su Chang'an, an imposing energy shield suddenly activated atop the headband he wore, completely deflecting the force of the blow. Although the punch retained some residual power, it merely sent Su Chang'an tumbling several feet away, inflicting no harm upon him. Active defense. Ji Shirgu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a clever lad you are, adorned with numerous treasures. Haraha, is this an ancient artifact? You possess an ancient treasure? Quite unexpected indeed. However, now they all belong to me. With a thunderous roar, Ji Shirgu stepped forward and unleashed another punch. The interval was too short for Su Chang'an to invoke the shadowless talisman. Nevertheless, he fervently channeled his internal spiritual energy into the golden belt at his waist. Bang! Ji Shirgu's second punch was once again neutralized by Su Chang'an. This time, the credit went to the golden belt, the Golden Mother's imperial restraint. What a remarkable lad! Ji Shirgu's gaze grew increasingly fervent. A top-tier defensive artifact. Your treasures are indeed extraordinary. Haraha, you harbor secrets. Come again. Ji Shirgu launched yet another punch. 13th brother. I'm coming. Bang. At this critical moment, the elder brother, Li Qijian, suddenly descended from the heavens, using his corporeal form to block Ji Shirgu's formidable strike. Although Li Qijian had achieved the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, he still spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and was sent rolling several feet away. Elder brother, did you not flee? Su Chang'an exclaimed in astonishment. Li Qijian spat out a piece of decayed leaf and declared, I remembered that my master instructed me to protect you. I will hold off this old wretch. You must flee at once. I can only withstand 3 breaths. Do not hesitate. Go quickly, as Li Qijian admonished him. He drew forth his broadsword and leaped, aiming a strike at Ji Shirgu. Su Chang'an felt a surge of gratitude, yet did not linger. Gritting his teeth, he summoned 2 shadowless talismans, affixing them to his legs, and transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting away at incredible speed. Within 3 breaths, he vanished into the dense forest, leaving no trace behind. However, despair soon engulfed Su Chang'an. Despite his unparalleled swiftness, mere moments later, Ji Shirgu barred his path once more. I am at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage. What other tricks do you possess? I shall see how an insignificant ant at the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage can escape my grasp. Su Chang'an's expression soured. Escape? It was no longer possible. Damn it, this old wretch's cultivation was far too formidable. Even the shadowless talismans could not outpace him. Su Chang'an had run out of trump cards. What about my elder brother? Since there is no escape, one might as well adopt a more resolute stance. With a swift motion, he discarded the 2 shadowless talismans. Ji Shirgu let out a cold laugh. In your current predicament, you still have the leisure to concern yourself with others? Perhaps you should first ponder how you met your demise. Nevertheless, I am inclined to grant you an opportunity. Suddenly, Ji Shirgu chuckled, remarking, you possess quite a few treasures. As far as I know, in the desolate realm of your Taishan sect, it is unlikely you would have such a prosperous master. From whence did these items originate? Su Chang'an's eyes flickered, and he queried, if I divulge the truth, can it secure my life? Ji Shirgu sneered. That depends on whether your words bear any semblance of truth. Should I discover even a hint of deceit, I could extinguish your life in an instant. He pressed on. Speak. Where did the golden crown atop your head, the golden belt at your waist, and the talisman you used to counter my mental assault come from? Su Chang'an took a deep breath and replied, rest assured, senior, I would not dare to lie. Ji Shirgu, visibly impatient, urged, enough with the preamble, speak. Indeed. Su Chang'an responded, senior, your insight is keen. These items were not bestowed by my sect. Rather, they were acquired by me within an ancient relic. What? Ji Shirgu gasped. Ancient? A relic? A fortuitous encounter. Could it be that my opportunity has arrived? His gaze bore into Su Chang'an's. Where is this ancient relic? Su Chang'an smiled. I cannot disclose that, for once I do, you would undoubtedly strike me down and seek the treasures for yourself. You. Ji Shirgu raised his hand, threatening. Do you believe I cannot end your life right now and extract your soul? Su Chang'an, however, wore a nonchalant expression. That is up to you. But I must inform you, senior, my innate mental fortitude is formidable. Even if you were to slay me, I could self-detonate my soul. At that point, Whether you could ascertain the location of the relic is uncertain. Upon hearing Su Chang'an's words, Ji Shirgu lowered his hand, conceding, "Very well. If your words hold any truth, I might spare your life, and I could even return this dragon blood bodhi to you. However, you must first describe the relic's conditions to me accurately, otherwise, I shall assuredly strike you dead." "Understood." Su Chang'an seated himself and took a deep breath. "This relic lies beneath the earth, in an abyss of darkness. At its entrance, there are 2 stone sculptures, and inscribed upon the door are characters I do not recognize. My cultivation is too low. I merely circled the entrance and did not open the door." "What?" Ji Shirgu inhaled sharply once more. "You merely circled the entrance and acquired such remarkable treasures? What might one gain by entering?" Chapter 112, Beneath the Pod. The demise of Ji Shirgu. Su Chang'an wove together the truths and fabrications of his experiences in the depths of Pod Mountain, merging what he had encountered at the Oshing Tomb and the temple of young Master Chen within the secret realm. Naturally, Ji Shirgu was unable to discern the veracity of his words. "Very well. Young man, what treasures have you procured from this relic? Present them to me." With an innocent demeanor, Su Chang'an waved his hand and produced an ancient ring. "Esteemed senior, this is an artifact I acquired within that relic. Please take a look." Ji Shirgu accepted the ring, exclaiming, "Is this truly a storage space?" Peering into the ring with his divine sense, he discovered several items within: a divine sealing talisman, an immense plaque, and a jade slip. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 items materialized before him. As he gazed upon them, Ji Shirgu's eyes narrowed slightly. Particularly captivating was the plaque inscribed with Temple of Young Master Chen, which emanated a profound, historical aura, convincing him that it was undoubtedly a relic from the past. "The Temple of Young Master Chen?" Ji Shirgu remarked. "This is in Zhou Seal script, an ancient script used by practitioners of the primordial era. Young man, the relic you have discovered is undoubtedly an ancient ruin." "I do not recognize these characters," Su Chang'an replied with a wry smile, then removed the purple gold crown of ascendance from his head, offering it to Ji Shirgu. "Esteemed senior, I also found this crown at the site." "Oh." Ji Shirgu nodded approvingly. "You are indeed fortunate. However, you just mentioned that you obtained these treasures only at the entrance of the relic. Why did you not venture inside?" Su Chang'an explained. "There lies a stone door, but my strength and cultivation are insufficient. I could only rattle it, yet could not open it." "Ah." Ji Shirgu's heart leaped with joy. "You, a mere youth, are stymied by a stone door, unable to open it? Surely there must be some mechanism or characters you cannot decipher. Had I been present, with my abilities and wisdom, I would have undoubtedly opened that door." "Ha ha ha. Tell me, where exactly is this relic?" Greed shone in Ji Shirgu's eyes. "If you reveal its location, not only will I spare your life, but I shall also return to you this dragon blood bodhi. What say you?" Su Chang'an shook his head, chuckling coldly. "Esteemed senior, do you take me for a fool? If you were to kill me now, would it not be a great loss to you?" "Umph." Ji Shirgu retorted. "You are quite clever, young man." "Very well. What do you propose?" Su Chang'an declared. "If you allow me to guide you to the entrance of the relic, you must release me and swear an oath by the heavens. Only then will I lead you there. Otherwise, even if you were to slay me now, I would never divulge it." "You." Ji Shirgu bristled in fury. After pondering for a few breaths, the insatiable greed within Ji Shirgu triumphed over reason. He declared, "Very well. I, Ji Shirgu, swear by the heavenly path that, as long as Su Chang'an guides me to the ancient stone gate of the ruins, I shall not harm him. Should I do otherwise, may the heavens unleash their wrath upon me, and may I suffer a most untimely demise." He then added, "Young man, I too have made a vow to the heavens. Surely you shall lead me there?" Su Chang'an replied, "Of course, senior. Follow me." He chuckled. "In truth, the ruins are not far from our Tianshu sect. You need only follow my direction." Thereupon, Ji Shirgu soared into the air on his sword, carrying Su Chang'an towards the Doja mountain. "Senior, what of my elder brother?" Su Chang'an suddenly inquired during their flight, recalling his master, Li Qijian. Ji Shirgu answered nonchalantly, "I cannot say. He withstood 3 of my strikes. If fortune favors him, he may yet live. If misfortune befalls him, he may have ascended to eternal peace." Su Chang'an furrowed his brow slightly. Ji Shirgu's speed was remarkable. A journey that would take a day by flying vessel was traversed in just half a day on his sword. They landed at the periphery of Doja Mountain. "Is this the ruin you spoke of?" Ji Shirgu questioned, his expression tinged with skepticism as he gazed at the mountain from a distance. Su Chang'an affirmed, "Indeed, Senior. The ruins lie beneath this very ground. The subterranean depths are filled with miasma, requiring anti-miasma pills for safe passage. I happen to possess 2 such pills. I require none." Ji Shirgu waved dismissively. "I have my own treasures that can shield me." With that, they entered Dojiao Mountain together, locating the entrance to the depths and leaping down. The winding paths within Dojiao Mountain were treacherous, but after half an hour, they finally arrived at the stone chamber below. "This is it," Su Chang'an exclaimed. "The wall at the back was constructed by me. Once we breach this wall, the stone door beyond awaits." Without further ado, Ji Shirgu unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the rectangular stone door emerged into view. "Ah, indeed, a ruin," Ji Shirgu rejoiced, eagerly pulling Su Chang'an forward as he stepped through. In the dark stone chamber, Ji Shirgu conjured a fireball with his magical power, illuminating the area. His gaze quickly fell upon the stone door, flanked by 2 imposing statues. Inscribed upon the door were 3 characters. Oshing Tomb. "Senior, this is the door." Su Chang'an pointed toward the stone entrance. "All the treasures I possess were found within this chamber, but I know not what lies beyond this door, for I could not unlock it." With a hearty laugh, Ji Shirgu responded, "Oshing Tomb. This is the burial site of an ancient sage. Su Chang'an, O Su Chang'an, you truly are a source of fortune for this old man, a fortuitous encounter." Upon uttering these words, Ji Shirgu, blinded by greed, stepped forward, heading towards the stone gate. He completely disregarded the stone guardians flanking the gate, and by the time he sensed something amiss, having crossed within 3 zhang of the gate, it was already too late. "Oh no! You wretched boy, you've led me astray." As Ji Shirgu entered the 3 zhang range of the stone gate, he immediately felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. Almost simultaneously, the 2 stone guardians standing opposite each other began to turn. The familiar sound echoed in Su Chang'an's ears. He smiled. Though he was unaware of the exact power of these stone guardians' attacks, a mere foundation establishment cultivator would undoubtedly stand no chance. "Su Chang'an, I curse your lineage." Ji Shirgu, immobilized by the oppressive force, could not move and cursed vehemently. He summoned his mind to activate several defensive weapons. It took a full 3 or 4 breaths before the stone guardians raised their stone swords, both striking down almost in unison. Thud, thud, thud. There were no dazzling sword lights, no grandiose displays. The stone guardians' attacks were as unadorned as they had been years ago. Yet, these 2 simple sword energies pierced through Ji Shirgu's body, shattering his heart. Boom! Ji Shirgu's corpse was hurled 3 feet away from the stone gate. Gasping, he coughed up 4 mouthfuls of blood, laboriously turning his head to cast a venomous glare at Su Chang'an, uttering 2 words, "I hate." And then his breath ceased. A sudden sense of relief washed over Su Chang'an. However, he did not immediately approach Ji Shirgu's body. Instead, he activated the wheel of life and death from a distance, casting it upon Ji Shirgu's form. Upon discovering he could not extract any vitality from the old man, he confirmed that this old fellow had indeed departed for the eternal realms. Only then did Su Chang'an truly exhale deeply. He moved closer, turning Ji Shirgu's body over, and decisively produced a large wooden barrel. With a clatter, Ji Shirgu's blood was collected into the barrel. This was the blood of a foundation establishment cultivator, an excellent material for refining blood beads. After collecting the blood, Su Chang'an tossed Ji Shirgu's body into the golden talisman space. It was too valuable to waste. Suitable for feeding his spirit beast, the mutated azure spider. As for Ji Shirgu's storage bag and a storage bracelet, along with several defensive artifacts, Su Chang'an gathered them up as well. However, he had no time to inspect them now. He needed to quickly seal off this space and depart. As the patriarch of the Ji family, it was impossible for Ji Shirgu to lack a life token. At this moment, his life token should have shattered, which meant those searching for him would soon be on their way. He had to leave promptly. Chapter 113. The True and False Bodhi. Cheng Bufan's death. Grandfather O Sheng. Though I am unaware of how many years have passed since your demise or the nature of your venerable wisdom, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. You have saved my life. Su Chang'an bowed respectfully before the entrance of O Sheng's tomb, deeply expressing his reverence. He stepped out from the stone portal, utilizing nearby rubble to seal the entrance, applying a layer of mud to the newly constructed wall before finally departing from the depths of Dojia Mountain. Retracing his path through the cave's mouth. With a single leap, Su Chang'an emerged from the cavern. Yet, before he could make any further movements, a cerulean longsword was suddenly pressed against his neck. This unexpected ambush left Su Chang'an in a state of disarray. Who would have anticipated that someone would be lying in wait at the cave's mouth? Senior brother Chen? Su Chang'an exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Cheng Bufan. How did you come to be here? It is worth noting that the spot where the flying vessel was shattered by Ji Shirgu was a full day's journey from this location. Ji Shirgu had swiftly traversed the skies to reach Dojia Mountain with Su Chang'an, so how had Cheng Bufan arrived? Not only had he moved with remarkable speed, but he had done so without a sound. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The thought alone was terrifying. Indeed, everyone possesses their own hidden cards. Is this surprising? Cheng Bufan replied with a faint smile. Junior brother Su, I too am astonished that the one emerging from this cave is you, not that Foundation establishment powerhouse. Now, tell me, where is that Foundation establishment fellow? Su Chang'an's eyes flickered as he replied, Senior brother Cheng, you are aware that there are miasmas beneath Dojia Mountain, and the cave is labyrinthine. I managed to temporarily evade that Foundation establishment expert by leveraging this geographical advantage. Cheng Bufan furrowed his brow. So he remains below? Indeed. Su Chang'an nodded. Then come with me. Cheng Bufan stepped forward, gripping Su Chang'an's vital point. Junior brother Su, it would be wise not to play tricks on me. Otherwise, with the slightest exertion, you shall meet your end. Follow me. Caught off guard, and at Cheng Bufan's mercy, Su Chang'an had no choice but to comply. Cheng Bufan led him away from Dojia Mountain, heading toward a more verdant mountain in the distance. Once they reached a secluded area, Cheng Bufan halted and declared, Junior brother Su, you know what I seek. Hand over the dragon blood bodhi. Surrender the dragon blood bodhi, and I shall spare your life. I do not believe you. Su Chang'an retorted. You must believe. Cheng Bufan stated calmly. We are but 100,000 miles from the sect. If I were to slay you, your life token would shatter immediately, and your master, the revered Ming He, would arrive in an instant. What benefit would that bring me? Su Chang'an inquired. So, if I give you the dragon blood bodhi, I will live? Naturally, Cheng Bufan declared. Having consumed the dragon blood bodhi, I shall soon ascend to the Foundation establishment stage. Even your esteemed master, the Mingyi Jinren, will find himself powerless against me. In due time, he will have no choice but to accept this reality. I shall compensate you with some treasures and elixirs, and this matter will be laid to rest. Thus, neither of us will face a threat to our lives. The most I might incur is a reprimand from my master. Given the feeble strength of the Taishan sect, even if I resort to such unscrupulous means, I shall not face death. It must be said that Cheng Bufan's reasoning was remarkably clear. Moreover, Su Chang'an believed that once Cheng Bufan truly broke through, this act of cunning would ultimately be reduced to a trivial matter. What is this called? Cooking raw rice into cooked rice. Mingyi will have to accept it begrudgingly. Su Chang'an replied, What if I refuse? Cheng Bufan chuckled coldly. If you refuse, I shall take you tens of thousands of miles away and end your life. Your master would not be able to arrive in time. Moreover, I would still acquire the dragon blood bodhi from your storage bag. However, the Taishan sect would then become a place I could no longer visit, having killed you. Very well. Su Chang'an said, Brother Cheng, I concede. Your reasoning is astute, and your calculations are impressive. I am convinced. With a swift motion, Su Chang'an opened his storage bag and produced a jade box, saying, Inside this box lies the dragon blood bodhi. Oh! Cheng Bufan exclaimed in delight as he eagerly accepted the jade box. Upon opening it, he jubilantly proclaimed, Ha ha! Indeed, it is the dragon blood bodhi. Su Chang'an, rest assured. I shall not kill you. However, you will have to endure my company for a while until I reach the Foundation establishment stage. Outwardly, Su Chang'an feigned compliance, but inwardly, he reveled in joy. For the item he presented to Cheng Bufan was not a dragon blood bodhi at all, but rather a blood jade bodhi. In fact, the stem of the fruit had not even been removed. Cheng Bufan, having never encountered a blood jade bodhi, was utterly unable to discern the truth. Bang! Bang bang bang! Cheng Bufan's hands began to frantically strike Su Chang'an's body. Su Chang'an, I have sealed 13 of your meridians. You shall not be able to utilize spiritual power for 10 days. Rest assured, I will not kill you. After 10 days, once I achieve the Foundation establishment stage, I will naturally escort you back to the sect. With that, Chung Bufan sat cross-legged on the ground and swallowed the blood jade bodhi in one gulp. Su Chang'an's eyes flickered with a hint of mockery as he observed coldly. It would not take 10 days. In the mere span of half a stick of incense, Chung Bufan leaped up in ecstatic joy, exclaiming, "Ha! I have broken through. I have truly broken through. I am now a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. Ha ha ha! Su Chang'an, this bodhi is indeed a marvelous treasure. The very thing you toiled to obtain has now benefited me. Are you not furious? Do you not feel wronged, even discontented? Ha ha ha! There is nothing I can do. This is the fortune of Chung Bufan. This is my." However, Su Chang'an gazed at him with a look of utter disbelief. I. Chung Bufan began to sense something was amiss. My spiritual root has fractured. With a sudden cough, fresh blood erupted from the corner of his mouth. No. Chung Bufan trembled all over. My cultivation is gone. Su Chang'an, what exactly did you make me consume? This is not the dragon blood bodhi. Chung Bufan's eyes turned crimson. He took a step forward, intending to close the 3 zhang distance to confront Su Chang'an in a fit of rage. However, that single step caused him to collapse to the ground. Su Chang'an observed Chung Bufan with an air of indifference, stating, "Indeed, what you ingested was not the dragon blood bodhi, but rather the blood jade bodhi that I harvested from the secret realm of our sect. Chung Bufan, you believed yourself to be exceptionally clever. Ha ha ha. Now what do you have to say?" Chung Bufan quaked, his eyes ablaze as he glared at Su Chang'an. You deserve to die. I am finished. Ha ha ha. The path has come to an end. With a sudden motion, Chung Bufan fell to his knees before Su Chang'an. "Junior brother Su, I am no longer human. I deserve to die. Slap, slap, slap." Chung Bufan desperately struck his own face, exclaiming, "I can no longer cultivate. Spare me. Let me live the remainder of my life like a dog. Though I plotted against you, you have suffered no loss. All my cultivation resources are now yours. This is my storage bag. Within it lies over 100,000 spirit stones, as well as countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They are all yours now." One must admit, Chung Bufan's mind was remarkably quick. Though the path to greatness was lost, his cultivation had indeed broken through. If Su Chang'an allowed him to leave, he could still live for 200 years. He could wander the mortal realm for over a century, raise a family, and nurture his descendants. However, Su Chang'an replied coolly, "Senior brother Chung, having plotted against me so many times, I presume that should I decide to end your life today, I would not be tainted by karma, would I? You cannot kill me." Chung Bufan grew agitated. "You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. I possess a life talisman. If you kill me, my master, the celestial Chen, could arrive here in mere breaths, and at that point, you would undoubtedly meet your demise. Junior brother, just let me go, and I promise." Suddenly, an invisible thought emanated from Su Chang'an's mind, striking fiercely into Chung Bufan's sea of consciousness. Chung Bufan met his end. Chapter 114, Breaking Through the 6th Level. Counting the spoils, Su Chang'an had become quite adept at the art of the neuroblade. After shattering the enemy's spiritual consciousness, the opponent's life token would not shatter. For the blood still flowed, they remained a living entity. Thus, Su Chang'an was unperturbed by the thought that Tian Xin might suddenly appear due to Chung Bufan's life token breaking. With a wave of his hand, he stored Chung Bufan's unconscious body into the golden rune space and administered to him a premium fasting pill, placing him beside Lu Dadong. Even though Su Chang'an knew that Chung Bufan's life token would not shatter, he chose to hastily vacate the area and seek refuge deep within another secluded mountain. With a flick of his hand, a flying sword was unleashed, carving into the nearby cliff. In a matter of breaths, a rudimentary cave dwelling was fashioned by Su Chang'an. Once the cave was established, he arranged a Tier 3 Great Formation along with 2 Tier 2 formations around it, camouflaging the entrance with lush greenery before he confidently stepped into the cave. "Go, keep an eye on the surroundings for me. If anyone intrudes, notify me at once," Su Chang'an commanded, releasing 2 golden, mutated spiders, each about the size of a grinding disc. These spiders were both at the 6th level of Qi refinement, each possessing extraordinary innate talent. In a one-on-one confrontation, either could easily vanquish an 8th level Qi refinement cultivator. Having them guard in the shadows was nothing short of ideal. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The two spiders scuttled out of the cave, hiding amidst the surrounding mountains. With a thought, Su Chang'an entered the Golden Rune space. So much had transpired during the recent sect competition. The matter of the Dragon Blood Bodhi, Cheng Bufan's incident, the Ji family affairs, and the issues with Li Qijian, among others. Should he return now, one could only imagine the unending interrogations he would face. Therefore, Su Chang'an opted to refrain from returning to the sect just yet. He would cultivate outside and elevate his cultivation level first. Why? Because with an increase in his cultivation, he could return and assert that it was the result of consuming the Dragon Blood Bodhi, thereby dispelling those who might covet it. Regular disciples were manageable, but if the peak master or an elder insisted on a trade, it would lead to unnecessary complications and potential grievances. It was far better to break through in solitude. Su Chang'an produced a high-grade blood pearl and swallowed it whole, having exhausted his supply of mid-grade pearls. Meanwhile, his formless spiritual consciousness coalesced into a diminutive flying knife, repeatedly striking against the verdant soul-nourishing wood. He was multitasking. While practicing the 9 Netherblood scripture, he concurrently trained in the Heavenly Emperor's divine techniques. Time passed without notice. In the blink of an eye, a decade had slipped by. On this day, a sudden inspiration struck him, and his consciousness turned toward his heart. A droplet of viscous crimson blood slowly took shape at the center of Su Chang'an's heart. He exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "The 6th drop of blood. Has it finally formed?" As the 6th drop successfully coalesced, a sudden shower of golden light descended upon him. The golden radiance rotated thrice, and with each turn, the blood at his heart fragmented a little more, until, after the 3rd rotation, the freshly gathered blood was entirely absorbed by the golden light. Su Chang'an's cultivation level ascended to the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Splendid. He had finally broken through to the 6th layer. Suddenly, Su Chang'an lifted his head, realizing that with this upgrade, the Grand Golden Card should grant him a reward. Indeed, in the next moment, a square talisman, measuring about a foot in size, peeled away from the enormous golden symbol above him and landed before Su Chang'an. He began to trace the flowing patterns of the talisman. Once, twice, thrice. A day later, Su Chang'an had firmly etched the drawing of this 6th talisman into his memory. Simultaneously, he experienced an epiphany, understanding the talisman's purpose. The talisman was named the Disguise Talisman. As the name suggests, it is used for altering one's appearance. Upon activation, it allows the user to change their visage at will for a certain period, capable of deceiving cultivators whose levels are 2 ranks higher than their own. The term rank refers to significant cultivation stages, such as Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core stages. For Su Chang'an, if he employed this disguise talisman, individuals below the 6th layer of the golden core stage would be unable to see through it. However, to those above the 6th layer of the golden core stage, this talisman would be ineffective. Additionally, certain individuals with unique supernatural abilities, despite their lower cultivation, could also discern the disguise, particularly those with powers related to spiritual perception or vision. Overall, it is an auxiliary talisman of limited utility, not particularly useful. Su Chang'an casually crafted a few and stored them in his spatial pouch, then paid them no further heed. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Su Chang'an stepped out from the realm of the golden symbol. After a decade of cultivation within that space, only a year had elapsed in the outside world. If solely considering the external passage of time, Su Chang'an's breakthrough had taken merely a year and 6 months. A year had already passed. He wondered if the turmoil outside had subsided. He murmured to himself, yet he did not exit his dwelling. Instead, he sat cross-legged and retrieved a storage bag with a wave of his hand. This storage bag belonged to Chen Bufan. Chen Bufan had now become a mere living dead. Although his body remained alive, his consciousness and soul had long since crumbled, allowing Su Chang'an to effortlessly open his storage bag. With a rustling sound, he emptied the contents of the bag. The most eye-catching items were a heap of spirit stones. As his spiritual sense swept over them, Su Chang'an quickly assessed their quantity, approximately several 100,000. He was naturally unceremonious, waving his hand to transform the spirit stones into his own possession. Besides the spirit stones, there was a plethora of spiritual herbs and various materials. Among these, there were some of second-tier quality, and a few that were third-tier, yet the majority comprised second-tier materials. Su Chang'an did not delve into a meticulous examination, he simply collected them. The herbs could be used to nourish spirit beasts, while the various materials could be kept for future sale. There were approximately a dozen vials of elixirs, including foundation establishment pills and chi-gathering pills. Although Su Chang'an held these in low regard, he nonetheless stowed them away. Furthermore, there were some cultivation techniques from Tiandu Peak. Although Su Chang'an would not dare to practice them lightly, he temporarily placed them in his storage pouch. The remaining items consisted of various weapons, among which the most eye-catching was a metal crane, about the size of a palm. Su Chang'an held it in his hand and lightly scanned it with his consciousness. It was an auxiliary flying treasure, and of considerable quality, an exquisite spirit tool. This advanced flying artifact could certainly outpace Su Chang'an's cloud-piercing boat by several streets. This spirit tool was named Crane in the Clouds. Apart from the crane in the clouds, there were other treasures, yet they were rather mundane and of lower quality. However, what surprised Su Chang'an was that Cheng Bufan possessed a particularly unique talisman, the Heartlink Talisman. Once activated, it could mark a target, allowing one to sense the approximate direction of the target from thousands of miles away. Upon witnessing this, Su Chang'an understood why Cheng Bufan managed to catch up to him so swiftly and lay in wait at the entrance of Dojia Mountain. Initially, Su Chang'an had assumed that Cheng Bufan had stealthily followed Ji Shirgu. Now it appeared he had overestimated the situation. This fellow had marked Su Chang'an with the Heartlink Talisman and then activated the crane in the clouds to pursue him. No wonder. Noticing that Cheng Bufan had no other possessions, Su Chang'an waved his hand and produced another storage space. This was not a storage pouch, but rather a storage bracelet crafted from jade, a trophy taken from Ji Shirgu. Boom. Although Ji Shirgu was deceased, he was still a Foundation establishment cultivator. And erasing the consciousness on this bracelet took Su Chang'an several breaths. However, upon glimpsing the storage space within the bracelet, Su Chang'an was astounded. Good heavens! He could not help but exclaim, "That bastard Ji Shirgu! Surely he didn't bring along the entire fortune of the Ji family?" This was far too much. To say nothing of the rest, just the vast pile of spirit stones must number in the millions. Moreover, these were not solely low-grade spirit stones. Beside the heap of low-grade spirit stones, Su Chang'an also spotted a large collection of mid-grade spirit stones, approximately several thousand in quantity. As for high-grade spirit stones, there were 5, categorized into gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. What a windfall! Chapter 115, Heaven and Earth Converge, Calamity Approaches, within this storage bracelet. Alongside a vast quantity of spiritual stones, lay countless herbs, talismans, elixirs, materials for crafting artifacts, and a plethora of magical tools. What an extraordinary fortune! Su Chang'an gazed upon Ji Shirgu's storage bag, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In the near future, he would undoubtedly be well equipped with resources for cultivation. In addition to the abundant supplies, there were several cultivation techniques and divine abilities from the Ji family, particularly their method of refining the spirit. However, the level of this spirit-refining technique paled in comparison to Su Chang'an's imperial bestowed manuscript, rendering it unworthy of his pursuit. After taking stock, Su Chang'an exited the cave dwelling and raised his hand to dismantle the formation surrounding it. Having spent a decade in seclusion, a year had elapsed outside. In that time, many events must have transpired, and he could likely return to the sect without concern. Taishin Sect, Wanghe Peak, Minghe Palace. Thunderous roars echoed as the numerous layers of formations before Minghe Palace dramatically unfolded, exuding an imposing majesty. A voice, resounding with authority, emerged from within. "Disciples of Wanghe Peak, I have emerged from seclusion. Come forth at once." Various hues of light descended upon the entrance of Minghe Palace. In a brief moment, the majority of disciples had gathered. "Greetings, Master. Greetings, Senior Brother." Observing the disciples before him, the venerable Ming nodded slightly while seated upon a stone lotus throne. Good. Please take your seats." As the disciples settled, he inquired, "Has Elder 13 not returned yet?" "Yes." The eldest disciple, Li Qijian, rose and replied, "Reporting to Master, there has been no word from Junior Brother thus far. However, there is no need for concern. His life talisman remains intact, and we are currently searching far and wide." Sigh. Ming let out a deep sigh, a sudden flash of rage crossing his previously tranquil visage. Those rascals from Tiandu Peak. If it weren't for Murong Xian's disciple Cheng Bufan, How could Elder 13 be in such a predicament? By the way, what of Chen Bufan? Has he returned? Not yet. Li Qijian shook his head. They are also searching on Tiandu Peak, but Chen Bufan remains unaccounted for. Ming he nodded thoughtfully and added, do any of you have anything to say? Uncle Shi Zhaixing stood up, clasping his hands in respect toward Ming He. Senior brother, I find Li Qijian to be the most suspicious. He has not broken through for decades, yet since returning from the last grand competition, he achieved a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage in less than 3 months of seclusion. It is not that I distrust my junior brother, but this breakthrough is indeed rather peculiar. Indeed, other disciples chimed in. Throughout the entire Taishan sect, it is said that senior brother obtained the dragon blood bodhi from Su Chang'an to achieve his breakthrough, and some even claim that Su Chang'an was harmed by Li Qijian. Li Qijian spat out blood in anger. Indeed, he had broken through. Last time, in a bid to rescue Su Chang'an, he stood before Ji Shigu, enduring 3 fierce attacks with his own body and magical artifacts, nearly sacrificing his life in the process. Unexpectedly, these 3 assaults bestowed upon him an unprecedented opportunity. As the saying goes, one rises after falling. Upon returning to the sect during his recuperation, he remarkably managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage with ease. However, with Li Qijian's breakthrough came an inexhaustible tide of troubles. His advancement was too fortuitous, leading many to speculate that he had consumed the dragon blood bodhi. Such baseless rumors must not be entertained. With a flourish of his sleeves, Master Mingyi declared, Qijian has grown up under my tutelage. I know him better than any of you. I assure you, Li Qijian would never resort to such actions. Now please be seated. Although doubt lingered in the hearts of the crowd, they dared not voice their concerns further after Mingyi's resolute statement. Mingyi's gaze shifted towards Fu Nianjin. Nianjin, have you also made a breakthrough? Indeed, master. Fu Nianjin replied, cupping her hands. I have reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Excellent. Ha. Mingyi laughed heartily. This is splendid news. If old 13 were here, he too would surely have broken through. You all may withdraw and continue the search for old 13. The crowd dispersed with a clamor. Mingyi descended from the lotus platform, and a short, elderly man with grizzled hair and an oversized head emerged from behind the platform. He looked at Mingyi and inquired, Mingyi, are you still waiting? I have lingered here for over a year. Sighing deeply, Mingyi replied, Friend Sangmo. How confident are you? Sangmo responded, Mingyi, you have asked me this 7 times already. I have stated that I possess only a 50% chance. Mingyi had already gathered all the essential materials for the elixir, Chaoyuan Dan, which is crucial for breaking through to the golden core realm. Yet, the final step, alchemy, remained. Chaoyuan Dan is a 3rd-grade elixir, typically beyond the capabilities of an ordinary alchemist. Mingyi himself could not concoct it. Thus, he had invited a trusted friend to assist, with the condition that Sangmu would retain half of whatever successful elixirs were produced. A year prior, after the grand competition concluded, the disciples embarked on their journey back to the sect, but were ambushed en route. Although Su Chang'an and Chen Bufan did not return, the other disciples gradually made their way back, recounting the events of the competition. It was then that Master Mingyi realized his disciple Su Chang'an was a prodigy in alchemy. To ensure the success of the elixir's production, he resolved to wait for Su Chang'an's return to brew it alongside Sangmo. However, that wait extended to a full year. Although Mingyi felt some impatience, it was crucial that Sangmu was unwilling to delay any longer. Very well, Mingyi finally resolved, we shall not wait any longer. I entrust everything to you, Master Sangmu. No worries. The Taoist Sangmu stated, to concoct the morning yuan pill, one must select a spacious location. And only at dawn can we harmonize with the essence of morning yuan to form the elixir. We must seek another site outside the sect. Taoist Mingyi responded, I have already found a suitable place for alchemy. Please wait a moment while I consult the omens. Without allowing Taoist Sangmu a chance to speak, Mingyi stepped forth from the palace, soaring into the sea of clouds. After a few breaths, the fleeting light alighted upon Miaolian Peak. Upon seeing Taoist Mingyi, Su Changsheng respectfully performed a bow and said, My master awaits you in the main hall. Haha. Mingyi replied, Ah yes, I recall you. Your name is nearly identical to that of our 13th, Su Changsheng, is it not? Su Changsheng grimaced and replied, Uncle Master, my name has been changed again. Ah? Mingyi paused, changed again? To what? Su Changxing said, "My master has declared that I am now also called Su Chang'an." With a near burst of blood, Mingyi stepped into the realm of Qingshu Jinren, and upon seeing Qingshu, he exploded in anger. "You scoundrel! You have altered this lad's name to be just like our 13th. What is your intention? It seems you wish to usurp his fortune." With a resounding echo, Mingyi waved his whisk, channeling an endless stream of spiritual energy within him. Qingshu, however, calmly remarked, "If I intended to seize his fortune, how could Su Chang'an possibly take refuge under your tutelage? Brother, have you come here today merely to quarrel with me?" "Umph." Mingyi snorted coldly. "That is not the case. I have come to discuss a significant matter and seek your guidance on the auspices." "Very well." Qingshu stepped down from the lotus pedestal and retrieved 3 copper coins from the mortal realm, handing them to Mingyi. Mingyi casually tossed them, repeating the action 6 times. Observing the results of the divination, Qingshu's brow slightly furrowed. Mingyi inquired, "What do you discern, junior brother?" Qingshu shook his head. "The results of the hexagram indicate unfavorable omens. Heaven and earth converge. Calamity descends. Brother, you are currently fated to encounter a calamity of death. I believe it is wise for you to exercise caution and perhaps refrain from this endeavor." Mingyi's expression darkened instantly. "I am on the verge of refining the elixir. How can you tell me not to proceed? When, then, shall I transcend to the golden core stage?" He furrowed his brow for a moment, then suddenly asked, "If I alter the timing, can I avoid this calamity?" "Not at all." Qingshu shook his head. "It is not a matter of timing. Once you take this step, the calamity will inevitably strike." Mingyi felt his frustration rising, casting a doubtful gaze towards Qingshu. "Are you truly accurate in your predictions?" With a serious demeanor, Qingshu replied, "The art of divination is governed by the heavenly principles. Its accuracy can be determined by the results of the divination and one's own fortune. If you possess profound fortune, dear brother, you need not fear the calamity." Mingyi nodded. "I understand." Chapter 116. The completion of the morning yuan pill. Enchanted melodies of the bamboo flute, the hearty laughter of Mingyi resonated throughout the entire Miaolian Peak. With a forceful pat on the shoulder of Qingshu Jinren, he exclaimed, "My dear junior brother Qingshu, while I may lack confidence in other matters, when it comes to fortune, I am truly certain. You cannot fathom how my blessings have flourished since my 13th disciple, Su Chang'an, joined my fold. Our fates are now intertwined, and my good fortune has reached unparalleled heights. Haraha. Thank you, dear brother Qingshu. I must take my leave." With that, Mingyi turned and strode out of the grand hall. Qingshu hurriedly chased after him, urging, "Senior brother, I have yet to finish my words. Do not act rashly. Moderation is key. Fear not. I have already set foot upon the path of the flying sword." Mingyi waved his hand dismissively. "My 13th disciple shall surely bless me." Of course, this statement was made in jest. The underlying truth was that Mingyi could scarcely contain his impatience. His age had advanced considerably, calculating from his bone age. He was already 180 years old, holding a prominent status within the sect. He could wait no longer. If he failed to break through from the foundation establishment stage to reach the golden core within the next 20 years, he would merely watch his lifespan dwindle, ultimately departing this world with regrets. It was a desperate gamble. Success would mean success. Failure would mean failure. At worst, he would meet his master 20 years earlier in the netherworld. 1,000 miles away from the Taishan sect, there lay a magnificent peak, resplendent with emerald bamboo that stretched as far as the eye could see. Had it not been for the sheer cliffs at its summit, rendering it inaccessible, this bamboo sea would undoubtedly be a prime scenic destination. In the dead of night, Mingyi Jinren and Sangmu Daoren arrived at the bamboo grove, preparing to refine the morning yuan pill facing the eastern precipice. The crafting of the morning yuan pill demanded utmost precision. As Sangmu Daoren caressed his alchemical furnace, he cheerily remarked to Mingyi, "Though your materials contain the essence of purple gold, it is best to conduct the alchemy in the morning, capturing the first rays of dawn, infused with the initial strands of purple qi, would greatly enhance the quality of the morning yuan pill." The moonlight flowed like water, and the night breeze swept over the peaks. The vast bamboo sea undulated ceaselessly. Standing atop the cliff, Mingyi Jinren, the sole practitioner in the sect clad in a violet robe, faced the east with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze revealing a hint of contemplative thought. His ample sleeves danced in the wind, producing a rhythmic sound. With approximately 2 hours remaining until dawn, Mingyi spoke, glancing at Sangmu Daoran with a hint of concern. Sangmu, how do your usual three-tiered pills fare in terms of appearance? Sangmu sighed, replying, what can be said? They barely materialize. If fortune smiles upon me, I might yield 1 or 2 decent quality pills, while the rest are all of inferior grade. Mingyi inquired further, and what if fortune does not favor you? Sangmu Doran's response was succinct, merely 2 words, exploding furnace. Mingyi gazed at the materials painstakingly gathered through arduous efforts in the hands of Taoist Sangmu, and a subtle twitch crossed his facial muscles. He then inquired, Taoist Sangmu, what is your success rate in alchemy? Without responding to Mingyi, Sangmu cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, my friend, this marks your 8th inquiry. Suddenly, a flicker of flame erupted from the furnace, as he began to heat the alchemical cauldron. Prior to the alchemical process, it was essential to attune oneself to the task at hand. After approximately an hour had elapsed, Mingyi abruptly stated, all right, Taoist Mu sang, the time has come. Excellent. Sangmu's eyes sprang open, and with a deft motion, he cast 3 types of herbs directly into the cauldron. The materials required for crafting the Chaoyuan pill were numerous, totaling around a dozen. Each was exceptionally precious. However, in comparison to the rare stone bell celestial milk, the other materials, while valuable, were not entirely unattainable, provided one was willing to pay a certain price. Only the stone bell celestial milk remained elusive. Had Su Chang'an not procured 2 small vials from the secret realm, Mingyi would have found himself at a loss. Such a rare item was not even available through the vast merchant guilds outside. As time ticked away, fragrant aromas wafted intermittently from the cauldron. The winter sky brightened gradually, culminating in a fiery crimson hue, as the sun, resembling a wheel of red, ascended slowly from the horizon. The ethereal purple chi, perceptible only to practitioners of cultivation, began to coalesce in the expanse of heaven and earth. Atop the cliff, the alchemical concoction approached its critical moment. With a sweeping gesture, Taoist Mu Sang summoned countless invisible currents, which ultimately coalesced into a radiant orb of purple energy in his palm. When the purple essence amassed sufficiently, he deftly directed all of it into the cauldron. A series of resounding booms erupted from within the cauldron, as if life itself pulsed within. This pulsation gradually subsided with the rising sun. Ha! Taoist Mu Sang erupted in laughter, proclaiming, it is done. In a flurry, 12 golden pills soared into the sky, darting through the air like beams of light for several heartbeats. The intricate patterns on the pills began to disperse gently. With another wave of his hand, Taoist Mu Sang caught the 12 golden pills in his palm. Is it truly accomplished? Mingyi exclaimed with uncontainable joy, hastening to Taoist Mu Sang's side. There, nestled in Sangmu's palm, lay 12 golden pills. Most were inferior grade, adorned with a single pattern, while 2 were of medium grade, exhibiting 2 patterns. Splendid. Sangmu declared with evident pride. It appears we have 2 medium-grade pills. According to our prior agreement, I shall take 6 in total, 1 medium grade and 5 inferior grade. That is acceptable, Mingyi responded. At that moment, the sky above suddenly darkened. Both individuals turned their heads to gaze towards the rising sun in the east. What had been a radiant sun, bright as a wheel, was now obscured by an ominous cloud. Mingyi furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, this is not a good omen. Those who cultivate are particularly wary of such sudden changes in the celestial phenomena. As he spoke, a multitude of dark clouds began to gather in the void above Mingyi's head, shrouding the sky in gloom akin to the depths of night. A gust of mountain wind swept through, causing Mingyi to shiver unexpectedly. What a chilling breeze, he exclaimed, his brow tightening further. At his level of cultivation, one would expect to be impervious to such trivialities, yet here he was, affected by the wind. Let us depart, urged the Taoist Sangmu, producing a pill. We shall divide the elixirs and part ways. I have a foreboding that we should not linger here. Before they could even divide the elixirs, a haunting, mournful sound of a bamboo flute echoed from the depths of the vast bamboo sea. The plaintive notes were eerily clear, seemingly emanating from all directions, leaving them perplexed as to its source. With a roar, Mingyi, not one to be trifled with, extended his consciousness towards the bamboo grove. Just then, the flute's melody shifted, growing increasingly desolate and cold. From the depths of the bamboo forest, numerous faint black auras began to materialize, coalescing into a tangible presence that resembled a fierce beast, swirling ominously around Sangmu and Ming-He. This is malevolence. Ming-He snorted coldly. So, there are practitioners of the dark arts attempting to conjure spirits here. With a decisive motion, he swung his whisk, which emitted a metallic clang. The surrounding spiritual energy transformed into an unparalleled force, sweeping away the malevolent creatures within a Tinjong radius. The Taoist Sangmu, possessing his own skills, tilted his furnace, unleashing a torrent of flames that cascaded outward, creating a sea of fire that deterred the malevolent beings from approaching. Ha ha, laughed Ming-He heartily. Is that all there is to it? If you have the ability, come forth and face me directly. Those who hide are but vermin, not true heroes. As he spoke, Ming-He waved his whisk once more, causing countless fine strands to elongate, releasing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Many of the previously coalesced black auras dissipated again. The flute's lament grew louder, increasingly piercing to the ear, while cold winds swept through the area. Feeling a twinge of fear, Taoist Sangmu implored, Brother Ming-He, let us take our leave. This place is not safe to linger. Chapter 117. The Crying Crane and the Final Inheritance. Dear brother, Sangmu remarked, retracting the furnace and alchemical cauldron. He brandished a black divine whip in a defensive stance, stating, we have obtained the Chaoyuan pill. Entangling ourselves with this demonic creature is futile. It would be prudent to depart swiftly and seek a secluded place for our breakthrough. Once I attain the golden core stage, what can a mere demon do against me? Let us leave at once. Sangmu's advice was undeniably sound. Nevertheless, Ming-He's gaze shifted, revealing a complex expression upon his countenance. No, my Taishan sect holds an enmity as deep as the ocean with the demonic path. It was due to the demons that I became estranged from my closest senior brother. I once vowed before my master that I would slay any demon I encountered in this lifetime. Sangmu sighed. Very well, pursue your vendetta against the demonic path. I shall take my leave first. Best of luck to you. As he defended against the swirling black energy, he divided the Chaoyuan pill into 2 portions, placing each in a porcelain vial. Upon distributing the pills, Sangmu leapt and soared into the void on a beam of sword light, vanishing from sight in mere breaths. Amidst the bamboo grove, the bamboo flute emitted an increasingly mournful and chilling melody. The oppressive demonic energy recoalesced around them, and Ming-He wielded his whisk, fervently casting it about, but to no avail as the demonic miasma continued to intensify. Suddenly, a heavy object plummeted from the heavens, landing beside Ming-He. He glanced down to find a withered corpse, seemingly drained of every drop of blood. Though the individual was beyond death, Ming-He recognized the identity of the lifeless body. It was Sangmu. Sangmu, my friend. A pang of sorrow struck Ming-He's heart. Sangmu had intended to distance himself from conflict, yet he ultimately did not escape and was directly slain. This indicated the formidable strength of their adversary. Despite Ming-He's reckless nature, he was not foolish. The opponent's power far surpassed his own. Escape was now impossible, and remaining would only lead to defeat. What should he do? Call for help. Fortunately, the distance to the sect was merely 1,000 miles. If he could send a distress signal, reinforcements would undoubtedly arrive promptly. Ming-He waved his hand, retrieving a black stone from his storage pouch. With a thunderous rumble, he poured his life force into the stone with reckless abandon. This stone, known as the Mosquito Stone, had the ability to unleash brilliant lightning. If he could send the lightning into the void, the sect would surely sense the battle's intensity from 1,000 miles away. Indeed, help would be on the way. With a surge, a brilliant bolt of silver lightning erupted from the stone, tearing through the encroaching demonic miasma like a colossal thunder serpent ascending into the heavens. However, this flash of lightning, after merely flickering twice in the span of 3 breaths, was soon engulfed by the relentless tide of demonic energy. According to reason, lightning is believed to dispel all malevolent spirits, serving as a divine talisman against evil. Yet, the adversary possesses such formidable cultivation that they can forcefully transform short strikes into long ones, achieving tangible results. Those who hide in the shadows, come forth. As Ming-He realized there was no hope for salvation, his fighting spirit surged exponentially. Wails echoed through the air, and the bamboo flute began to play once more. A colossal mass of dark demonic energy pressed upon the vast bamboo forest, slowly advancing towards Ming-He. Above this swirling darkness sat a figure clad in black, donning a black headscarf, with arms crossed, skillfully playing a bamboo flute. The only visible parts of his arms were two delicate, ivory-like forearms, as smooth as freshly fallen snow. Just as Mingyi's boundless fighting spirit had begun to soar, the sight of this individual suddenly shattered his resolve. He managed a pained smile and murmured, "Brother, is it truly you? You are alive?" Although he could not discern the man's face, Mingyi recognized the visitor by his silhouette alone. The bamboo forest fell silent, its tranquility akin to the ebb and flow of ocean waves. The figure atop the black mist remained mute and motionless. Halting the melody from the bamboo flute, Mingyi took a deep breath and spoke. "Brother, the incident that transpired over 70 years ago was merely an accident. It bears no blame upon you or us. As for Chong, he brought his own misfortune upon himself. However, what brings you here today? Is it for the Chaoyuan pill, or perhaps to seek revenge for Chong? Perhaps the mention of Chong had provoked the visitor, for he leveled the flute once more and resumed playing. This time, the notes were frantic and filled with indignation. In an instant, the dark energy coalesced into legions of troops, charging towards Mingyi. Within the void, countless tendrils of darkness formed a massive claw, akin to that of a hunting falcon, descending upon Mingyi's head. With a series of muffled sounds, the numerous defenses conjured by Mingyi were effortlessly torn asunder. As the menacing claw bore down upon him, a resonant hum echoed from afar, a flash of white light appeared, and a magical artifact hurtled forth, positioning itself above Mingyi's head. The artifact revealed itself to be a metallic scroll. A voice resonated from the distance. "Brother, cease. Do not harm Mingyi." Qingshu descended from the void. "Brother, hold your hand. Do not bring injury to Brother Mingyi." However, the figure reclining upon the demonic cloud seemed unperturbed by Qingshu's arrival. Although his dark onslaught was momentarily obstructed, a skeletal black arm suddenly reached down from the void. The speed of this dark claw was unparalleled, and before Qingshu and Mingyi could react, it had pierced through Mingyi's chest. Blood erupted from his mouth. The black claw retracted, clutching a still-beating crimson heart. "Senior brother." The voice of the Qingshu Taoist pierced the air with a chilling intensity. With a sudden force, the dark claw shattered the heart of the Mingyi true man. Damn it. Qingshu leaped into action, wielding the Qingguang divine sword, aiming for the creature's head. Yet, with a thunderous crash, the beast retaliated, sending Qingshu hurtling hundreds of feet away. The mournful sound of a flute echoed once more. By the time Qingshu returned to Mingyi's side, the creature had already snatched away the Chaoyuan Dan, retreating without a trace. Senior brother," Qingshu cried out, gripping Mingyi tightly. Despite having lost his heart, Mingyi, a foundation-building immortal, still retained some residual spiritual energy, allowing him to cling to life for the moment. He opened his eyes and managed a smile, saying, "Qingshu, my dear disciple, Old 13 could not protect me." A bitter smile crossed Qingshu's face. "Senior brother, in such dire circumstances, you still jest?" "Huh." Mingyi sat up and replied, "I owe them a debt of karma. This life is theirs to claim. However, the legacy of our Wanghe Peak has yet to be passed on. Speak, senior brother. I shall make the arrangements." Qingshu urged. "Very well." Mingyi removed the jade ring from his left index finger. "This is the token of the Peak Master of Wanghe Peak. I ask you, my junior brother, to take it back and hand it over to my eldest disciple, Li Qijian. He shall assume the role of Peak Master from this day forth." Sighing, Qingshu accepted the ring. Mingyi then picked up a jade slip. "This is the complete Peach Blossom sword art. Nianjun has considerable talent. Give this to her, and it will enable her to reach the pinnacle of foundation building." Qingshu took the second item. Mingyi then produced a blue jade slip. "Qingshu, this is the confidential inheritance of Wanghe Peak, the withering and flourishing scripture. It contains the refining qi, foundation building, golden core, and nascent soul chapters. After you take it, please pass it on to Old 13. This lineage must not be severed." Previously, in his teachings, Mingyi had ensured the preservation of the methods by transmitting them one at a time. For instance, he had only taught Su Chang'an the refining qi chapter. Now that he was departing, the complete inheritance rightfully belonged to Su Chang'an. Qingshu accepted the blue jade slip, and Mingyi, with a tinge of reluctance, said, "Junior brother, you must not look. Rest assured, I shall not. You know that throughout my life, I have only been interested in the art of ease. I disdain the pursuit of anything else. Qingshu replied, then inquired, Senior brother, do you wish to find a disciple to carry on your legacy? Mingyi smiled sadly and said, let it be. If my meager skills were to be passed down, it would surely bring ridicule and mislead the next generation. No, let it end here. Let it end. From dust we come, and to dust we shall return. How laughable is a life half consumed by obsession, for in the end, the path of immortality bears no name for me. Chapter 118. The Return to Chang'an, Brothers at Odds. A glimmer of light swept through the boundless mountains. Su Chang'an piloted the cloud-piercing boat once more to the Taishan sect. Although he possessed the swifter crane in the clouds, he refrained from utilizing it openly, as it belonged to Cheng Bufan, a treasure he dared not flaunt. Brother, take care, called out an outer sect disciple, hastily pursuing him. Brother, brother. Su Chang'an slowed his pace, allowing the disciple to catch up. I apologize, I did not realize you were an inner sect brother. My apologies, please proceed at your leisure. The outer sect disciples bore the responsibility of halting all flying lights. Ordinary cultivators were forcibly commanded to descend and walk. Within 100 miles of the Taishan sect's gates, flying was strictly prohibited. However, this rule did not apply to inner sect disciples. Who would dare to intervene with them? Very well. Su Chang'an waved his hand and resumed his flight, albeit at a considerably reduced speed. When he was still 20 miles from the mountain gate, he decided to stow away the flying boat and continued on foot. As he walked deeper into a dense thicket, the morning sun cast a dim glow, and the forest grew darker still. At that moment, a clear yet chilling sound of a flute pierced the silence. Su Chang'an felt an odd sensation, causing him to slow his steps. In less than 3 breaths, countless dark auras coalesced around him. A figure clad in black with a dark headscarf appeared, half reclining upon a cloud of demonic energy, suddenly materializing before Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an became increasingly cautious. Yet, the surrounding demonic energy continued to gather, forming a massive hand that struck towards him with a resounding thud. Bang! The protective mechanism of the purple gold crown atop his head activated, absorbing the force of the blow. The flutist seemed taken aback, but after a brief moment, more demonic energy coalesced, transforming into a black claw that lunged at Su Chang'an. The claw was swift, before Su Chang'an could react. It had snatched away the storage pouch from his waist. Who are you? Su Chang'an exclaimed, brandishing the Gue Water Golden Flood Dragon flag. Though his opponent was formidable, he would not yield without a fight. However, the figure, still seated upon the cloud of demonic energy, appeared to disregard Su Chang'an entirely. With a mere wave of his hand, he dispelled the mental restrictions on the storage pouch. Uffed. Su Chang'an spat out a mouthful of blood. After 3 breaths, the figure examined the contents of the storage pouch thoroughly and then spoke abruptly. Where is the dragon blood bodhi? The voice was peculiar, echoing with both masculine and feminine tones, as if a man and woman were speaking in unison. The female voice was clear, while the male voice was deep, merging into a sound that was quite unsettling. I have already consumed it, Su Chang'an replied. As the words fell, the ambiguous figure opposite erupted in fury. With a primal roar, akin to that of a beast, he unleashed a dark energy that transformed into sinister claws, lunging towards Su Chang'an. Just then, a radiant beam of golden light emerged from outside, shattering the creature's malevolent grasp with a resounding crash. Brother, why resort to such malice against a mere disciple? The Taoist Qingshu, wielding celestial light, arrived and thwarted the attack of the cloaked figure. Towering before Su Chang'an, with his back turned to him and facing the shadow, he declared, You have obtained what you sought. Su Chang'an's dragon blood bodhi is no more. Will you continue to sow discord? You bear the weight of karma. Should you slay him, the repercussions will be yours to bear. Qingshu spoke with righteous fervor. If you doubt my words, take my life first. Then proceed to take Su Chang'an's. The dark creature fixated on Qingshu for 3 breaths, then cast a glance at Su Chang'an, seemingly swayed by the Taoist's words. With a thunderous crash, its form disintegrated, and the boundless dark energy dissipated into nothingness. Only the distant sound of a flute lingered in the air. The morning sun once again radiated its brilliance, the rising orb in the east resembling a blood-red wheel. Master Qingshu, Su Chang'an, still trembling with fear, bowed respectfully to Qingshu and asked, What just transpired? Qingshu furrowed his brow and replied, There is no time for idle chatter. A grave incident has befallen Wanghe Peak. You must accompany me there at once. Wanghe Peak, Mingyi Palace. The moment Su Chang'an stepped through the palace gates, he was struck dumb. His master had passed. The lifeless body lay quietly within Mingyi Palace. Countless disciples wept, kneeling on the ground. Master, Master? Su Chang'an's throat constricted as he struggled to comprehend the sight before him. How could he have died so suddenly after appearing well? Master? He approached the front, voice trembling as he whispered, What has happened? Did you not instruct me to avoid joining the upper sect at all costs? Did you not tell me to always remain your disciple? Wails of sorrow erupted from those around him. How much of this grief was genuine, and how much merely a performance, Su Chang'an could not discern. Yet, at that moment, his heart felt heavy with anguish. The sect leader has arrived. The master of Chonghui Peak, Zalian Zhenren, is here. The master of Guanyun Peak, Qingling Zhenren, has arrived. The leaders of the other peaks from the Taishan 14 peaks, having heard of the calamity, gathered one by one. Even those in seclusion halted their cultivation. Enough of the weeping. Tianxian, with a grave expression, waved his grand sleeves and addressed the crowd. I understand your sorrow, but we must mourn without losing our resolve. As cultivators, we should not succumb to despair. Our junior brother Mingyi has departed, and now the most crucial matter is the inheritance of the Wanghe Peak lineage. In the presence of the esteemed Qingxiu, Tianxian inquired, Brother Qingxiu, you were present when Mingyi met his demise. Pray, elucidate the matter for us. With the collective gaze of the assembly fixed upon him, Qingxiu began, Recently, Brother Mingyi sought my counsel regarding the alchemical creation of the Chaoyuan pill. My divination revealed an ominous portent. Yet, Brother Mingyi disregarded my counsel and proceeded to concoct the pill alongside Taoist Sangmu. Subsequently, they were ambushed by the fiends of the demonic sect, resulting in the loss of the Chaoyuan pill, and both Taoist Sangmu and Brother Mingyi perished at the hands of the malevolent creatures. With a dismissive wave, Tianxian replied, Let us defer discussions about the ferocious beasts and demonic entities for another time. Instead, let us turn our attention to the legacy of Wanghe Peak. Qingxiu produced a verdant ring, stating, Before his passing, Brother Mingyi entrusted me to appoint disciple Li Qijian as the new leader of Wanghe Peak. What? Li Qijian? The senior brother? That lad. Instantly, the disciples forgot their grief, their expressions shifting to astonishment, envy, jealousy, and admiration as they regarded Li Qijian, each reflecting a myriad of sentiments. Li Qijian himself was left in a state of utter disbelief. Happiness had descended upon him with startling abruptness. Having just attained the foundational stage of cultivation, he was now unexpectedly thrust into the role of sect leader. This was inconceivable. At that moment, Zhaixing, the venerable elder, rose abruptly, exclaiming, Brother Qingxiu, this is utterly unthinkable. We all know Li Qijian. While none would dispute his goodness, the position of sect leader bears immense gravity. I fear he may lack the requisite capacity, potentially leading to calamity for Wanghe Peak. Of course, as your elder, I acknowledge the inopportune nature of my words. However, fret not, I harbor no desire for the leadership position. Zhaixing stroked his beard thoughtfully. In my humble opinion, my junior sister, the esteemed Mingwei, possesses not only exceptional cultivation but also a meticulous mind, earning the trust of all. I believe her ascension to sect leader would command our unanimous respect. Nay, elder, your assertion lacks merit, protested Ning Xiangshuan, the sixth disciple of Mingyi. The new sect leader is to be appointed as per the last will of the former leader. My senior brother, Li Qijian, is his foremost disciple and has recently broken through to the foundational stage, supported by the last wishes of our master. His ascension to leadership is only fitting. Indeed, Ning's words hold truth. The disciples of Mingyi's lineage rallied in support of Li Qijian. Zhaixing, with a sardonic tone, remarked, Li Qijian, is he truly aware of how he achieved his foundational breakthrough? Just as Su Chang'an has returned. Su Chang'an, I must inquire, what has become of your dragon blood Bodhi? In an instant, all eyes turned towards Su Chang'an. Chapter 119, The New Peak Master. Avenge and settle scores. Su Chang'an participated in the grand competition of the sect and subsequently secured the first overall score, successfully acquiring the dragon blood Bodhi. This event became a focal point of discussion within the sect for quite some time. As the fervor began to wane, Su Chang'an's return was once again mentioned by Zhaixing, prompting nearly everyone to recall that Su Chang'an possessed this extraordinary treasure. Consequently, Many cast their gazes upon him. Su Chang'an, do speak up, do not be afraid. Zhaixing stood up, patting his chest confidently. Rest assured, I, your esteemed uncle master, will take charge of this matter for you. Do not fear Li Qijian. If he dares to seize your dragon blood bodhi, you must voice your grievances. The entirety of Wanghe Peak, no, the entire Taishan sect, will seek justice for you. Many nodded in agreement with Zhaixing. Like him, they believed that Li Qijian had stolen Su Chang'an's dragon blood bodhi. Why? Because Li Qijian had made a breakthrough. Achieving the foundation establishment stage from the Qi refinement stage is an arduous feat. Cheng Bufan had not made a breakthrough. Zhen Xingyan had not, and Huang Zhiqing had not advanced in decades. Yet, an honest and simple fellow like Li Qijian had managed to break through? Who would believe that? Su Chang'an took a deep breath, saluted the crowd, and said, well, I was also quite surprised by my senior brother's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. However, this has nothing to do with me. Senior brother did not covet my dragon blood bodhi. In fact, it was senior brother who intervened to protect me when others attempted to seize my bodhi. I even thought he had perished in the fray. Su Chang'an spoke the truth. Prior to seeing Li Qijian today, he had no knowledge of his fate. The peak master of the observation cloud peak, Fairy Qingling, inquired, Su Chang'an, then where is your dragon blood bodhi? Do show it to everyone. This would also help prove your senior brother's innocence. Su Chang'an replied, it is no longer here. I must report to Fairy Qingling and Master Tianxian that the dragon blood bodhi was consumed by me. As you can see, I have now reached the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage. The reason I did not return to the sect this past year was that I was in seclusion, cultivating with the aid of the dragon blood bodhi. What? You have broken through? You are at the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage? Countless gazes turned towards Su Chang'an, and many elders began to scan him with their spiritual senses without reservation. Indeed, Su Chang'an had made a breakthrough to the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage. Many had hoped that Su Chang'an's dragon blood bodhi still remained, so they could exchange for it. But upon hearing that he had consumed it, they felt a sense of regret akin to a cow chewing on peonies. You, with your mediocre 5-element spiritual root, have utilized such a precious resource to elevate from the 5th to the 6th level? What a waste. Truly, it is an extravagant squandering. Fairy Qingling furrowed her brows, unsure of how to respond. Even the corners of Master Tianxuan's mouth twitched violently. Of course, when Su Chang'an spoke, no one doubted his words. Why? Due to Su Chang'an's rather lackluster aptitude. His 5-element spiritual roots could only ascend from the 5th to the 6th level with the aid of the dragon blood bodhi. Without such a rare item, it would have taken decades of relentless effort to achieve. Su Chang'an, with a grand sweep of his robe, Tianxian inquired, I have 2 questions to pose to you. Su Chang'an, with a solemn demeanor, clasped his hands in respect. Please, master, do inquire. Very well. Tianxian continued. First, during your perilous journey, there was a pursuit by an elder of the foundation establishment stage. Might I ask where that elder has vanished to? Everyone present was well aware of the identity of this individual. Moreover, the Ji family had sent emissaries multiple times over the past year to inquire about Su Chang'an's encounter with the pursuer. Now that Su Chang'an had returned safely, the absence of that foundation establishment elder was indeed perplexing. Su Chang'an replied, my senior brother intervened to shield me from the elder, allowing me to escape rapidly. I then concealed my aura in a hidden place, waiting several days before daring to emerge. As for the whereabouts of the pursuer, I cannot say. His answer was flawless, leaving no room for suspicion. Indeed, Tianxian nodded thoughtfully. Before posing his second question, my cherished disciple, Cheng Bufan, has also gone missing under similar circumstances. Do you have any knowledge of his fate? Su Chang'an, adopting a theatrical tone, exclaimed, what? Senior brother has gone missing? How could that be? When the Foundation elder struck the flying vessel, I distinctly saw Cheng Bufan escape long before. That elder did not pursue him, but rather chased after me. This statement was particularly intriguing, as it distanced Su Chang'an from Cheng Bufan's disappearance, while simultaneously revealing Cheng Bufan's disregard for the safety of his fellow disciples in his moment of peril. Tianxian's expression darkened, and he waved his sleeve dismissively. Very well, if you are unaware, then so be it. He surveyed the assembly and declared, the matter is now clear. Su Chang'an consumed the dragon blood bodhi and has thereby elevated his cultivation. Li Qijian did not usurp Su Chang'an's achievements. Furthermore, It is my belief that junior brother Mingyi's dying wish was for Li Qijian to assume the position of the Wanhai Peak Master. I would like to know if there are any objections to this. Qingxu responded, I too support this, honoring senior brother Mingyi's decision. I concur, echoed the ethereal fairy Qing Ling from the rear of the gathering. The other peak masters voiced their agreement, predominantly favoring Li Qijian. The underlying fear was palpable. They dreaded a day when a similar predicament might befall their own peaks, leading to a side branch usurping the rightful lineage's leadership. In that moment, Zhaixing Jinren found himself utterly devoid of support and fell silent, crestfallen. Very well, Tian Xian declared, Li Qijian, from this day forth, you shall be the master of Wanhai Peak. Remember, in our Taixin sect, we share both hardship and triumph across our 14 peaks. Yes. Li Qijian knelt beside the lifeless body of his master, extending his hand to receive the jade ring, a symbol of authority over Wanhai Peak. Junior brother Fu. Qingxu produced a white jade slip, stating, this is the peach blossom sword technique. Your master instructed me to present it to you. When combined with your martial arts, it can lead to the consummation of the foundation establishment stage. Yes, Fu Nianjin replied, wiping away her tears as she accepted the jade slip. Su Chang'an. Qingxu turned his gaze towards Su Chang'an, handing him a green jade slip. This contains the most vital inheritance of Wanhai Peak, entrusted to you by your master. He believes that the future glory of Wanhai Peak rests solely upon your shoulders. Remember, do not let your master's earnest expectations go unfulfilled. Yes, Su Chang'an accepted the inheritance with tears in his eyes. Qingxu continued, listen carefully. Your master, before his passing, instructed me to convey that the one who caused his demise shares considerable karma with him. Therefore, you need not seek revenge, for all dust returns to dust, and all karmic ties shall dissolve. Enough. Tian Xian interjected, spend time speaking with your master. In 2 hours, the sect will conduct the rites to lay his body to rest in a celestial burial. The gentle breeze wafted through the air, traversing the sea of clouds. Su Chang'an sat upon a large stone near the clouds, observing Fu Nianjin, who donned a pink Taoist robe. Congratulations, senior sister. You've reached the 9th level. Indeed. Fu Nianjin nodded. I have reached the 9th level, but, sob. Her words lingered in the air, her master's image and laughter vivid in their memories. How could such a formidable master simply be gone? I believe. Fu Nianjin clenched her teeth, asserting, it must be the sect leader of Tiandu Peak who is responsible for our master's death. He often spoke ill of Murong Xian. Junior brother, when we grow stronger, we shall ascend Tiandu Peak and eliminate this old wretch. That is not it, senior sister. Su Chang'an replied, I suspect the culprit may not be Master Tian Xian. It has to be him. Fu Nianjin retorted, our master was recently concocting the Chaoyuan pill, and it is likely this old scoundrel coveted the pill, leading to our master's demise. Rest assured, I will not speak of this recklessly to outsiders. This is a secret I share only with you, until we possess sufficient strength. I will act with caution, Fu Nianjin declared. Junior brother, I shall enter seclusion now. I want to emerge until I break through to the 10th level, so it is uncertain when I will return. Understood. Su Chang'an nodded. I too am preparing to enter seclusion. Chapter 120, temporarily renamed. Outer Sect Servants. Fu Nianjin has entered seclusion. However, Su Chang'an did not rush into his own meditation. He arrived at the teleportation array of Wanhai Peak and directly transported himself to Miaoyan Peak. He approached the entrance of the main hall of Miaoyan Peak and announced, Disciple Su Chang'an pays his respects to Uncle Master Qingxiu. Su Chang'an clasped his hands at the entrance. Boom. The array at the entrance of Qingxiu's hall opened entirely, revealing a passageway before Su Chang'an. Come in. A calm voice emanated from within. Su Chang'an stepped into the hall and was momentarily taken aback. Not only was Uncle Master Qingxiu present, but another person was there as well, Li Qijian. Senior brother? What brings you here? Su Chang'an furrowed his brow. Qingxiu replied, he, like you, has come to seek answers to his doubts. Su Chang'an nodded. He sought out Qingxiu to inquire about the identity of his master, Mingyi Jinren's murderer, firmly believing it was not the doing of Tian Xian from Tiandu Peak. However, it was only natural for Li Qijian to have the same question. Please, take a seat, Qingxiu gestured, and a mat fell at Su Chang'an's feet. The three sat facing each other. Qingxiu began, Li Qijian, you are no longer the person you once were. You are now a foundational stage cultivator and the peak master of Wangha Peak. In both your actions and decisions, you must exercise careful consideration. I understand your desire for vengeance on behalf of your master, but I assure you, the death of your master has no connection to the leader of Tianxian, Li Qijian. Like Fu Nianjin, believed it to be the hand of Tianxian. Moreover, Qingshu continued, even if we were to assume your master was responsible, what could you do? With your current foundational stage level, how does your strength compare to that of your master? Li Qijian lowered his head. Go now, focus on your cultivation. When you reach the pinnacle of the foundational stage, I will inform you of Wangha Peak's enemy without you needing to ask. Understood. Li Qijian clasped his hands in acknowledgement. You may leave. Qingshu waved his hand, signaling Li Qijian to depart. Su Chang'an, stay behind. I have matters to discuss with you. Once Li Qijian left, only Su Chang'an and Qingshu remained in the hall. Qingshu spoke in a measured tone. You wish to know who harmed your master? Su Chang'an nodded. The one who killed your master, you have indeed encountered. It is that half-human, half-demon creature. Is it him? Su Chang'an had never considered that it could be that individual. Who is he? Su Chang'an inquired. Why does Uncle Master refer to that person as senior brother? Qingshu replied calmly. Su Chang'an, shall we make a deal? Su Chang'an asked. What do you propose, Uncle Master? Qingshu stated, I will absorb your fortune for 21 years, and then I will reveal the true identity of that half-human, half-demon creature. What do you think? Su Chang'an's brow furrowed slightly. Uncle Master, I do not quite comprehend your meaning. He. Qing Su chuckled softly and said, Chang'an, come here. Soon, a young man entered from outside. This individual, Su Chang'an, had previously known as Su Pingxing, but later Qing Su bestowed upon him a new name, transforming him into Su Changxing. Su Chang'an cupped his hands and greeted, Greetings, Master, greetings, Senior Brother. Qing Su addressed Su Chang'an. He is my disciple, and he has now adopted a new name. He is also called Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an responded, What does this mean, Uncle Master? Qing Su explained, As I mentioned, by absorbing your fortune for 21 years, I name my disciple after you, Su Chang'an, thus enabling me to usurp part of your blessings. His words were unambiguous, devoid of any concealment, a testament to his forthrightness and valor. However, you need not worry. This action will not adversely affect you, as the portion of your fortune I claim is equivalent to what your master shares. Su Chang'an inquired, Is what you say truly the case? Qing Su affirmed, I swear it by the heavenly Tao. However, he continued, this matter requires your cooperation. Su Chang'an asked, How should I cooperate? Qing Su replied, For 21 years. You must refrain from using the name Su Chang'an. You are to be renamed Su Changsheng. 13th brother. 13th brother. A voice echoed from outside the grand hall, belonging to 8th senior brother Qin Kwa. Su Chang'an stepped outside. At the entrance stood Qin Kwa, accompanied by 2 disciples of the Taishan sect, both clad in dark green robes. However, the embroidered patterns on their collars were not of golden clouds. They were merely outer disciples. One was male, appearing to be in his 30s, with an honest demeanor, while the female, in her 20s, possessed considerable beauty. These 2 outer disciples were specifically sought for you, 13th brother. Qin Kuo announced. This is Qin Dalu, my cousin, with a rather mediocre spiritual root, a 4-type spiritual root. This is Chu Shangyun, another outer disciple of our Taishan sect. They are now a couple. Thank you, 8th senior brother. Su Chang'an nodded, extending his spiritual sense freely to scan the 2. Qin Dalu was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, while Chu Shangyun fared worse, only at the 1st level. At around 30 years of age and remaining at this stage, it was evident that they would achieve little in their cultivation henceforth, unless a miracle occurred or they possessed great opportunities. You are most welcome. Qin Kwa then turned to the 2, saying, To enter my junior brother's tutelage and serve him is a blessing for your lifetimes. From today onwards, you 2 will be responsible for cultivating and guarding the vacant land in front of this hall and the spirit fields behind it. Should my 13th brother have any further needs, you must also attend to them diligently. Yes, yes. The 2 knelt in trepidation, bowing their heads to Su Chang'an. Qin Kuo remarked, I forgot to inform you that my 13th brother's courtesy name is Su Changxing. Su Chang'an has changed his name. He has struck a deal with the Qingshu Taoist and is now known as Su Changxing. Of course, the Qingshu Taoist swore an oath to heaven, assuring that this name change would not affect Su Chang'an's destiny, which is why he consented. After Qin Kuo departed, Su Chang'an gazed at the couple and calmly said, I have planted numerous spiritual herbs in this courtyard. You too must take good care of them. Here is the Baichao Jing, which contains detailed records of various spiritual herbs and plants' living habits for your study. Additionally, I possess a 100-acre spiritual field within the sect where crops and other plants can be cultivated, so I ask you to tend to it as well. You too may receive 5 spiritual stones each month from me, totaling 10 per month, which amounts to 120 stones a year. Upon hearing this, the couple was overjoyed and immediately knelt down in gratitude. Su Chang'an produced 2 storage bags. Inside are 200 spiritual stones, which shall serve as your remuneration for a decade. And these 2 storage bags are also a gift for you. I typically reside in the main hall. You too may stay in the side hall. However, keep a close watch. No one is allowed to disturb the entrance of the main hall. Su Chang'an intended to enter a prolonged seclusion. Thus, he sought reliable outer disciples from his brothers to oversee his spiritual garden and dojo. Coincidentally, Qin Kwa had a relative outside the Taishan sect, and he introduced them. Thank you, esteemed master. The couple expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Su Chang'an inspected the formations and then entered the grand hall. Around this hall, he had arranged 3 formidable arrays, a Tier 3 defensive array, a Tier 3 divine banishment array, and a Tier 3 spirit gathering array. Particularly, the defensive array was so robust that even a fully realized foundation establishment disciple would struggle to breach it entirely. Now, he could cultivate with peace of mind. Buzzing. Su Chang'an stepped into the golden talisman space. Within this space, spiritual stones were piled high, the majority acquired from the storage bag of Ji Shirgu, the patriarch of the Ji family. Besides the spiritual stones, there was a mountain of medicinal materials, treasures, and elixirs. 2 gray spiders and a black-winged eagle were present, along with 2 living corpses, Lu Dadong and Cheng Bufan. Their souls had been erased by Su Chang'an, and although their bodies remained intact, they were indistinguishable from the deceased. Su Chang'an took out some premium fasting pills and administered 1 to each of them. He then set up a furnace and began refining pills. Su Chang'an planned to concoct some fasting pills, spirit beast pills, and several blood beads, as he intended to enter a lengthy period of seclusion. Chapter 121. Crimson Calamity. Golden Core Master. The Spirit Beast Pill is a unique elixir crafted for the nourishment of spirit beasts. Its effects on spirit beasts mirror those of auxiliary cultivation pills on practitioners, serving as external supplements for their training. After the elixir was successfully concocted, Su Chang'an settled into a meditative position, commencing his cultivation. He adeptly divided his focus, simultaneously practicing the 9 Netherblood scripture and the Heavenly Emperor's divine technique. An intangible blade of spiritual awareness surged forth from his mind, slicing fiercely towards a nearby verdant tree trunk. Ever since the passing of Master Mingi, the disciples on Wanghe Peak seemed to harbor an unyielding determination, each retreating into seclusion for cultivation, rendering the entire peak markedly more desolate. One evening, as dusk fell, an inexplicable turmoil erupted within the sea of clouds, astonishing the disciples of Wanghe Peak. Li Qijian, engrossed in his seclusion, had delegated all matters to Zhang Xingzi, who led the disciples to the edge of the cloud sea. Observing the relentless upheaval of the clouds, he furrowed his brow. Having resided on Wanghe Peak for over a century, Zhang Xingzi had never witnessed such violent fluctuations in the cloud sea. Just as he contemplated whether to inform the elder brother atop Tiandu Peak of the situation, an unforeseen event transpired. A flash of lightning descended from the western side, where the distant Guanyin Peak stood. The lightning, crimson in hue, hovered in the air above Guanyin Peak, soaring to a height of 100 zhang. Moments later, 9 slender bolts of celestial lightning split from the crimson radiance, resembling serpentine lightning as they cascaded from the heavens. Heavens, what is this? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Is this the calamity lightning? 9 bolts of calamity lightning. The disciples fervently discussed among themselves. Zhang Xingzi's eyelids twitched inexplicably. Unlike the disciples, who were inexperienced, he recognized the significance of such an occurrence, having read about it in texts. Zhang Xingzi understood that this phenomenon signified someone attempting to transcend the peak of foundation establishment and ascend to the realm of Golden Core Master. However, something felt amiss. Zhang Xingzi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the calamity lightning, murmuring to himself, "There are 9 bolts of Golden Core calamity lightning, which should all be silver in color. Why? Among these 9 bolts descending from Guanyin Peak, are only 4 silver, while the remaining 5 are blood red? Did this individual carry such immense karmic burden? The atmosphere surrounding the thunderclouds intensified, capturing not only the attention of Wanghe Peak, but also that of neighboring peaks such as Miaoyan Peak and Bihai Peak, who also witnessed the commotion. Brilliant streaks of escape light darted across the tumultuous cloud sea, heading towards Guanyin Peak. I must see this for myself. Zhang Xingzi inhaled deeply, gestured to summon his flying sword, and ascended upon it, transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward Guanyin Peak. Yet, upon nearing within 10 li of Guanyin Peak, Zhang Xingzi beheld a colossal luminescent membrane enveloping the entire peak, rising and blocking all approaching streaks of light without exception. The adept Zhen Xingyan, adorned in black, soared into the high heavens amidst the majestic peaks of the Taishan sect, her voice resonating with authority as she proclaimed, "By decree of the master of Guanyin Peak, today, our esteemed elder shall undergo the tribulation of the golden core. Henceforth, all must refrain from approaching within 10 miles of Guanyin Peak. Should anyone dare trespass, they shall be met with the full force of the sect's protective array." With no quarter given, her delicate voice, now imbued with spiritual energy, echoed with an imposing resonance. Zhang Xingzi inhaled deeply, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Indeed, someone is breaking through to the golden core stage. Just then, 2 more streaks of light appeared, landing precisely beside Zhang Xingzi. One was a woman, Mingyue, Zhang Xingzi's junior sister, and the other was a man, Kong Xian, her junior brother. Tension marked their expressions as they gazed anxiously toward the distant thunderclouds. "Is this a breakthrough to the Golden Core Grandmaster?" Mingyue inquired. "Indeed," Zhang Xingzi affirmed with a nod. "Humph," Kong Xian scoffed, his teeth clenched in frustration. "This opportunity should have belonged to our senior brother. I wonder who it was that took his life. It appears there is a remarkably skilled individual hidden atop Guanyin Peak. Junior brother, exercise caution in your words." Zhang Xingzi's countenance turned stern. "Without concrete evidence, we must not speak recklessly." Kong Xian remained silent, merely emitting a cold huff. Boom. The initial wave of golden core tribulation thunder finally descended. Yet, it lingered for but a few breaths before the second wave abruptly followed, mirroring the first. It consisted of 9 strikes, 4 silver lightning bolts and 5 crimson ones. Mingyue's eyes narrowed as she remarked, "The one undergoing the tribulation bears a heavy burden of karma. The golden core thunder represents the first trial in the cultivation realm. Henceforth, every practitioner who attempts to ascend to significant realms such as the nascent soul or transformation stage will summon corresponding tribulations, typically ranging from 3 to 9 waves, with each wave comprising 9 lightning strikes. Theoretically, the lightning should be silver. However, those tainted by profound karma might attract blood-red bolts. The greater the number of crimson strikes, the heavier the karmic weight and repercussions. Even if such individuals manage to endure the tribulation, their path to further breakthroughs will be fraught with difficulties due to their excessive karmic entanglements. A vast luminous membrane enveloped the entirety of Guanyin Peak, displaying a kaleidoscope of colors and shimmering with arcane symbols. Even golden core cultivators would require a considerable span of time to breach this formation, while those at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage could forget the endeavor entirely. Tian Xian and Qing Su stood in the void on the opposite side of the luminous barrier. Tian Xian furrowed his brow and queried, "Is it him?" Qing Su replied, "It seems so. Otherwise, his breakthrough at this time would be exceedingly peculiar. However, he truly lacks patience." Tian Xian's solemn expression revealed a hint of concern. "Junior brother, what shall we do if this fiend breaks through to the golden core?" Qing Su remained silent. Tian Xian continued, "If he dares to act recklessly, I shall certainly inform the sect to apprehend him." Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed as the third wave of tribulation thunder descended from the void. This time, it manifested as 9 bolts, 4 silver and 5 blood red. After this final wave struck, the enormous thundercloud in the sky dissipated and collapsed. "It is over," Qing Su remarked calmly. "It is the Sanjiu tribulation thunder. The more formidable the innate talent of a cultivator, the more intense the tribulation thunder they face. The lowest is Sanjiu, while the highest is Jiujiu. This time, the cultivator breaking through on Guanyin Peak faced merely the most ordinary Sanjiu tribulation thunder, indicating that their talent and fortune are quite unremarkable. Nevertheless, even the most mundane and feeble tribulation thunder represents an insurmountable peak for low-tier disciples, a dream that countless individuals aspire to attain. The Book of Cultivation treasures records. Upon breaking into the golden core, one's lifespan extends to 500 years. In other words, a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, upon achieving the golden core realm, immediately elevates their lifespan to a staggering 500 years. After approximately half a stick of incense, the protective barriers surrounding Guanyin Peak gradually descended. A cool yet powerful voice emanated from the peak. Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the earlier disturbance. Please enter now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of escape lights swiftly emerged from the sea of clouds and landed on Guanyin Peak. The main hall of Guanyin Peak, known as the Phoenix Pavilion, stood with its doors wide open as the peak masters and elders of Taishan sect surged inside. Within the grand hall, the ethereal Qingling fairy sat gracefully atop a lotus platform, clouds and mist swirling around her, with shimmering lights flickering behind her, and an aura of ethereal essence enveloping her head. Everyone, she began, addressing the foundation establishment disciples within the hall. Thanks to the blessings of the Taishan sect, I have been fortunate enough to join the ranks of the Golden Core cultivators. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of my fellow sect members. As she delicately lifted a teacup to sip, both Qing Su and Tian Xian displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Initially, they had presumed that the one breaking through would be the hidden old demon. However, they never anticipated it would be Qingling Fairy. Wait a moment. Qing Su furrowed his brow deeply. My junior sister has been a member of Taishan sect since childhood, rarely stepping beyond the sect's gates, and is known for her gentle and amiable demeanor. How could she attract such karmic retribution, causing 5 of the 9 bolts of heavenly thunder to be stained in blood? How perplexing. Indeed, it is most bewildering. Chapter 122. 20 years later, 9th layer of Qi refinement, Su Chang'an sat cross-legged within the confines of the golden symbol space, entirely oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. As he consumed the blood pearls, he diligently practiced the Celestial Emperor's divine technique. Each blood pearl was sufficient for 15 days of refinement. In a month, he could only refine 2 pearls, amounting to 24 in a year. Time was inconsequential in the realm of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 25 years elapsed. Day and night, Su Chang'an relentlessly devoured blood pearls, and his cultivation level surged from the 6th to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Although it seemed merely a single tier's ascent, his cultivation had transitioned from mid-stage to late-stage Qi refinement. The 7th, 8th, and 9th layers all belonged to the late stage. After breaking through to the 7th layer, Su Chang'an had no intention of leaving. He took the supreme pill of absorption and fed it to both Lu Dadong and Cheng Bufan. These 2 lifeless beings had lingered in the golden symbol space for many years. One remarkable aspect of this space was its ability to accelerate the flow of time without directly affecting the lifespan of the cultivators. For instance, if one cultivated for 100 years within the golden symbol space, only 10 years would pass outside. Yet, even after a century of cultivation, the physical age of the practitioner would only increase by a mere 10 years. Lifespan remained synchronized with the outside world, ensuring that Cheng Bufan and Lu Dadong would not age and perish. 2 dark spiders lay in slumber, emanating an aura of terror, each surrounded by a stream of purple energy. Su Chang'an scanned their cultivation levels with his divine sense, astonished to discover that both had reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement. How terrifying! As for the black-winged eagle, its cultivation lagged slightly, yet it had still attained the 9th layer. Am I unable to even surpass a mere bird? Su Chang'an felt a jolt of motivation and, with a wave of his hand, seized another blood pearl and consumed it. Once more, simultaneously, his divine consciousness transformed into a sharp blade, honing itself with fervor. Year after year passed in this manner. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, he reflected upon the years gone by. This time, Su Chang'an immersed himself in cultivation for an astonishing 38 years, ultimately breaking through from the 7th to the 8th layer. 61 years later, his cultivation ascended to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. 25 years, 38 years, 61 years. It took Su Chang'an a total of 124 years to progress from the 6th to the 9th layer, consuming a staggering 2, 976 blood pearls in the process. Onward. With many blood pearls still at his disposal, he chose to continue his seclusion in pursuit of the next realm, hoping to break through to the 10th layer. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, after another 80 years, Su Chang'an opened his eyes. He had not broken through. He remained at the 9th layer. At that moment, he stood on the precipice of the 10th layer, needing only a slight increase in energy to achieve a successful breakthrough. However, a dilemma arose. The blood pearls were no longer effective for him. Indeed, as Su Chang'an's cultivation approached the pinnacle of the 10th layer, he suddenly discovered that the blood orbs had become ineffective for him. What could be the reason? With a mixture of urgency and astonishment, Su Chang'an retrieved a tome from his bosom. This book, which he had painstakingly transcribed from Ding Lan, contained the cultivation methods for the 12 layers of the 9 Netherblood scripture. Additionally, it encompassed a series of divine techniques, such as the blood orb method, blood claw method, and the filthy blood method. Su Chang'an meticulously perused the book once more, ultimately arriving at a critical conclusion. The blood orbs of spiritual beasts were no longer viable. To transcend the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, a special type of blood orb was required, the human orb. Humans, as the essence of all living beings, are inherently endowed with spirituality. It is said that humanity was sculpted by Nuwa from her own essence and divine soul, endowed with a fragment of sage-like essence. Only by refining blood orbs from human blood could Su Chang'an hope to break through to the 10th layer. Furthermore, the pinnacle cultivation of the Qi refinement stage, such as the 10th, 11th, and 12th layers, also necessitated the human orb. Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly as he comprehended why the ancestor of the Chen family chose not to utilize the essence blood of spiritual beasts for crafting blood orbs, instead daring to draw the attention of human cultivators. This was the underlying reason. Su Chang'an glanced at the blood orbs before him. With over 200 orbs remaining, these would soon become obsolete. Here, let them feast. With a flourish of his hand, Su Chang'an bestowed the blood orbs upon the 3 spiritual beasts. In the golden talisman space, 204 years had passed, and naturally, Su Chang'an's spiritual beasts had also experienced a rise in their cultivation levels. The 2 golden spiders had reached the 7th layer of the foundation establishment stage, while the black-winged eagle lagged slightly behind, attaining the 6th layer. Observing these 3 spiritual beasts, Su Chang'an smiled. Should he encounter a foundation establishment expert of the caliber of the Ji family ancestor in pursuit, there would be no need for him to flee. Without lifting a finger, he could unleash the 2 golden spiders, and they would be capable of bringing that old scoundrel Ji Shirgu to his demise. Alas, where's my Dabai? The sight of the golden spiders brought Dabai to Su Chang'an's mind. Dabai had been missing for many years, leaving no trace behind. The nature of Dabai as a spiritual beast remained a mystery to Su Chang'an, with no records in the treasure book. Nevertheless, this creature possessed an astonishing intelligence, though its combat prowess was rather modest. Chitter, chitter, chitter. The 2 golden-backed spiders scampered over, eager to devour the blood orbs. Each emitted a black silk thread that swept through the blood orbs in a frenzy. It was curious how these spiders, a mutated variety with golden bodies, had transformed. Su Chang'an recalled that when they were younger, even their silk threads were golden, yet as their cultivation advanced, the threads had inexplicably turned a deep black. Moreover, the silk they expelled had the ability to defile treasures. This inevitably reminded Su Chang'an of the filthy blood he had refined, which had largely been consumed by these 2 golden spiders. The 2 of them cannot have turned the threads black due to consuming too much contaminated blood, can they? Su Chang'an chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to ponder this question. As he settled his 3 spiritual beasts, he did not rush to venture outside, but instead waved his hand to retrieve his treasures. Over the years, he had amassed quite a collection of invaluable items, and it was time to take stock. Among his defensive treasures were the damaged ancient artifact, the purple gold crown of ascendance, the high-grade spiritual weapon, the golden Mother-S supreme binding, the high-grade spiritual weapon, the true silk collar of celestial silkworms, and the supreme-grade spiritual weapon, the mother and child golden doe. His offensive treasures included the supreme-grade spiritual weapon, the golden flood dragon flag, the supreme-grade spiritual weapon, the mother and child golden doe, and the high-grade spiritual weapon, the pure June mirror. This was merely a glimpse into his collection of spiritual and superior artifacts. There were even more magical tools, so numerous that Su Chang'an felt disinclined to examine them. Boom. The first task was to infuse spiritual energy into the purple gold crown of ascendance. This artifact possesses active defensive capabilities, and the greater the spiritual energy infused, the stronger its protective power becomes. Now, as Su Chang'an reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, his spiritual energy concentration had increased exponentially compared to when he was at the 5th level. Consequently, after he infused his spiritual energy, the 15 intact restrictions on the crown expanded by 12 layers. This item could withstand the full force of a foundational level disciple's attack. With a sigh, Su Chang'an donned the purple gold crown upon his head, adorned himself with the true silk collar of celestial silkworms, stepped into the flowing cloud boots, and secured the Golden Mother-S Supreme binding around his waist. This ensemble of defensive treasures was not only remarkably thick, but also strikingly stylish, particularly the true silk collar, which could transform into any appearance or style. Over the span of 204 years, Su Chang'an had advanced from the 6th to the 9th level of Qi refinement, breaking through 3 minor tiers. Thus, he was rewarded with 3 talismans from the Great Golden Card: the Concealment Talisman, the Diamond Talisman, and the Insight Talisman. As the name suggests, the Concealment Talisman, once activated, allows the user to hide their form and consciousness for a limited time, rendering them undetectable to adversaries. However, this talisman has a drawback. Movement during its activation leaves traces that can be perceived through spiritual senses. The Diamond Talisman, when activated, envelopes the body in a layer of impenetrable fortitude, akin to a defensive talisman. The Insight Talisman enhances the user's vision, enabling them to see through illusions. For instance, if Su Chang'an were to utilize the Insight Talisman now, he could directly pierce through Zhun Qingyan's false illusion without the need for any probing. Chapter 123: The Passage of Time and Individual Breakthroughs. In addition to these developments, Su Chang'an's spiritual awareness has also undergone a significant enhancement. By the 30th year of his seclusion, he had perfected the Qi refinement chapter of the Celestial Emperor's divine technique to great completeness. For the subsequent century, he had not engaged in much cultivation, as the Qi refinement chapter had reached its zenith, while he was yet unable to practice the foundation establishment chapter. With a resounding strike, Su Chang'an unleashed a mental blade. Although it remained an intangible thought blade, it was now capable of inflicting tangible harm. To put it succinctly, with this mental blade, he could effortlessly harvest the lives of practitioners at the 12th level of Qi refinement within a Tianzhong radius. Now, with his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he felt unthreatened by any disciples of the same realm. It is worth noting that the Celestial Emperor's divine technique does not encompass any divine powers. It is merely a method for cultivating spiritual awareness. Su Chang'an's profound mental acuity allowed him not only to manifest invisible thought blades for offense, but also to conjure an intangible mental shield to defend against others' spiritual attacks. Having organized himself, Su Chang'an subtly adjusted his aura and resumed his practice of the Xianmen technique, the Kurigane true scripture. In a matter of days, his Xianmen cultivation also ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement. With a determined step, he exited the golden symbol space and found himself in the Taoist temple. Within the golden symbol, 204 years had elapsed, while a mere 20 years had passed in the external world. The interior of the grand hall had not changed significantly, save for the accumulation of dust in the corners. With a swift gesture, he executed a dust removal technique, cleansing the entire room of its grime. The 3-tiered protective formation remained intact. Gradually, Su Chang'an deactivated the formation and stepped outside the building. The refreshing air greeted him. A familiar scent wafted on the breeze. Su Chang'an closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, savoring 2 hearty breaths. Upon opening his eyes, he found the glaring sunlight somewhat jarring. In the expansive courtyard, fields had been cultivated and were now flourishing with various celestial herbs. Suddenly, a girl of about 16 or 17 sprinted over, gazing at Su Chang'an with curiosity. "Who are you? What brings you to our home?" Su Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. "Your home?" At that moment, a woman in her 50s rushed over and, upon seeing Su Chang'an, knelt before him with a loud thud, exclaiming, "My lord, you have emerged from your seclusion." While bowing, she forcefully tugged at the girl, saying, "Shaoqin, quickly bow to my lord." Su Chang'an stared in bewilderment at the kneeling woman. Recognition dawning upon him, She was none other than one of the outer disciples, a guardian sought by his 8th senior brother, Qin Kwa, before his retreat. Her name seemed to be Chu Shangyun. Su Chang'an scanned her with his spiritual awareness, noting that her cultivation had remained stagnant over the past 2 decades. Still at the first level of qi refinement. Has the esteemed master emerged from seclusion? Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Dalu hurried over and promptly knelt beside Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an nodded and remarked, "Indeed, you have successfully advanced to the 4th layer of the qi refining stage, marking you as a mid-level cultivator." Qin Dalu, grinning widely, replied, "It is all thanks to your blessings, esteemed master. Were it not for the abundant spiritual energy within the inner sect, I could not have possibly attained the 4th layer of qi refining in merely 16 years. Although Qin Dalu had made progress, he was still only at the 4th layer of qi refining. Su Chang'an understood that, without exceptional talent or fortuitous opportunities, Qin Dalu's cultivation journey might very well stagnate at this level for the remainder of his life, especially considering he was already 50 years old. At best, he might break through to the 5th layer, but given that Qin Dalu possessed a 4-spirit root, it was evident that if Su Chang'an had not encountered various fortuitous events, he too would have been barred from the path of immortality. Su Chang'an retrieved a storage pouch from his waist and tossed out 200 spirit stones, stating, "Last time, I advanced you 10 years worth of compensation, but I did not expect to be in seclusion for 20 years. This is the remuneration for the latter 10 years." The two expressed their heartfelt gratitude as they accepted the spirit stones. "Is this your child?" Su Chang'an inquired, gazing at the young maiden before him. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, possessing a fair degree of beauty. Qin Dalu replied, "Yes, indeed. This is my daughter, Qin Nongqin, born after I entered your esteemed abode. She has yet to experience much of the world and is now 17. If you wish, esteemed master, I could have her serve you in your daily affairs." A hint of joy and a blush appeared on Qin Nongqin's face, yet Su Chang'an gently shook his head, saying, "No need for that." Somewhat disheartened, Qin Dalu continued, "Nongqin possesses the golden, fire, and wood spirit roots and is currently at the 3rd layer of qi refining. If you are inclined, esteemed master, you could take her as your disciple." "Oh," Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow, 3 spirit roots? That is quite a challenge. Typically, disciples with 3 spirit roots could directly enter the inner sect of the Taishan Gate, becoming core disciples. Such individuals are significantly stronger than those with 4 spirit roots, as having 3 spirit roots ensures that at least one root is of length 4, which is quite remarkable. Should a cultivator be particularly fortunate, one of their spirit roots could exceed a length of 6, which would be nothing short of miraculous. Qin Nongqin was indeed fortunate. Her spirit roots leaned favorably, with lengths of gold at 6, fire at 2, and wood at 2. Several of Su Chang'an's fellow disciples were eager to take Qin Nongqin as their student, yet they refrained from doing so out of respect, knowing she was the offspring of Su Chang'an's servant. At this moment, Qin Dalu broached the subject with Su Chang'an for a singular purpose, to secure a master for his daughter. Should Su Chang'an decline, Qin Nongqin would have to seek another mentor. "You possess commendable aptitude." Su Chang'an cast a glance at Qin Nongqin and remarked, "However, at present, I have no intentions of accepting disciples. If there are other senior brothers willing to take you under their wing at Wanghe Peak, you may seek their guidance." Upon hearing this, the Qin family was filled with exuberant joy. Su Chang'an exited his own dojo and made his way to the entrance of Mingyi Palace. The palace had undergone a name change, now bearing the powerful inscription, Wenjian Palace. The master of Wenjian Palace had naturally transformed into Li Qijian. "Junior brother, you have emerged from seclusion?" Just as Su Chang'an was about to knock on the door of Wenjian Palace, a voice of astonishment echoed behind him. He turned to see his 6th senior brother, Ning Xiangshuan. With a sweep of his spiritual sense over Su Chang'an, Ning Xiangshuan exclaimed in shock, "Junior brother, after 20 years of seclusion, have you made another breakthrough? I cannot even discern your cultivation level now." It is noteworthy that Ning Xiangshuan himself had reached the 8th level of the qi refining stage. The inability to perceive Su Chang'an's cultivation level only attested to one fact: Su Chang'an had surpassed him. Su Chang'an did not conceal the truth and replied, "Sixth brother, during these 20 years of seclusion, I have indeed achieved some progress. I have now reached the 9th level of the qi refining stage." "What?" Ning Xiangshuan inhaled sharply, his face a mask of disbelief. Once, he had been a prominent inner sect disciple, while Su Chang'an was merely an insignificant outer sect member. They had previously teamed up to confront the demon king, Sangzhu, beneath the Dojia mountain. Now, that once disregarded outer sect disciple had ascended to such heights, and this outer sect disciple was supposed to possess the inferior 5 elements spiritual root. Gazing at Su Chang'an, Ning Xiangshuan felt as though his spiritual sense was in a daze, as if caught in a dream. At that moment, the formation of Wenjian Palace opened. The eldest brother, Li Qijian, stepped forth from the palace with measured strides, a faint smile gracing his lips. Haha, congratulations, junior brother, on reaching the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. Su Chang'an inquired, eldest brother, you have reached the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage? Your progress is commendable. Li Qijian had always possessed commendable aptitude, and his delay in breaking through the Qi refining stage stemmed from his introspective nature, silent until he made a remarkable impact. Indeed, Li Qijian sighed and added, with the deep-seated grievances of our sect weighing on me, I dare not delay my cultivation. Junior brother, your timing is perfect. Please assist me in refining a few batches of spirit-gathering pills, as my supply has dwindled. Su Chang'an replied, very well, I shall prepare the elixirs for you. Come, let us step inside. Chapter 124, Defying Heaven for Longevity, a request from Qingsu. The 3 of them settled into the Sword Inquiry Palace. The eldest brother, Li Qijian, personally poured 3 cups of spiritual tea. You are indeed a formidable one, Li Qijian remarked as he gazed at Su Chang'an. Among us brothers, you are the most impressive. Having secluded yourself for 20 years, truly ruthless. You are indeed ruthless. Su Chang'an smiled lightly. 20 years. I have been in the golden talisman space for a continuous 204 years. What does 20 years even mean? Ning Xiangshuan interjected. The changes in the sect during your years of seclusion have been monumental. Indeed, Li Qijian affirmed. In the mere 2 months following our master's passing, the celestial maiden of Qingling on Cloud Viewing Peak unexpectedly broke through to the Golden Core realm. What? Su Chang'an was taken aback, completely unaware of this development. However, it seemed rather coincidental that just as their master had died and his Chaiyuan Dan had been taken by the assailant, the celestial maiden had achieved such a breakthrough. Our enemies are soon to reveal themselves. Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. Uncle Qingsu promised me that in 21 years, he would disclose the identity of the murderer. There are just over 6 months left. Eldest brother, 6th brother, there's no need to speculate now. Let us wait a while longer, Su Chang'an reassured his 2 senior brothers. Li Qijian chuckled. We have already waited 20 years. A few more days will not matter. Besides, even if the celestial maiden is indeed the culprit, we cannot confront her at this moment. Enough of this matter. Li Qijian waved his hand. Cheng Bufan from Tiandu Peak is still missing. However, there are reports that brother Huang Zhiqing has recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage. And sister Zhen, Ning Xiangshuan added. Zhen Xingyan broke through to the foundation establishment stage 18 years ago. One wonders what astonishing heights she has reached after all these years. We haven't seen her in quite a while. Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed again. Zhen Xingyan? He recalled the ethereal image of her from before, truly unforgettable. Alas, it was but an illusion. What of Ding Lan? Su Chang'an inquired. How are Ding Lan and Sister Fu doing? He was particularly concerned about these 2, as he shared a closer bond with them. Ding Lan achieved the peak of the Qi refinement stage 10 years ago. Ning Xiangshuan responded. As for the current situation, I am unsure. Regarding our junior sister, Fu Nianjin. Heh. The last time she emerged from seclusion 10 years ago, she was at the 11th layer of the Qi refinement stage. She has since been in seclusion for another decade, so she must be nearing perfection, if not already at the 12th layer, perhaps even higher. After conversing a while longer, Su Chang'an and his 2 elder brothers realized that the changes within the sect had indeed been profound. Some have successfully attained the golden core, others have established their foundations, while some have passed away, such as the peak master known as the Lotus Picker, who has departed from this world. In the span of 20 years, a multitude of events can transpire. Master brother, Su Chang'an rose and declared, allow me to assist you in alchemy. Li Qijian, now a foundation-building cultivator, required external elixirs for his practice, specifically the 2nd grade gathering spirit pill. 1st grade pills can be concocted by numerous practitioners, yet when it comes to 2nd grade, there are but a few in the Taishan sect who possess such skills. Typically, Those capable of crafting second-grade elixirs are either peak masters or elders, individuals of exalted status. A mere junior like Li Qijian would find it challenging to request such pills without sufficient influence. Thus, he turned to Su Chang'an. With a swift motion, Su Chang'an produced a copper essence treasure cauldron from his storage pouch. Boom! Flames erupted as he commenced the alchemical process. An hour and a half later, 12 pills soared from the cauldron, intercepted by Su Chang'an. 12 gathering spirit pills, each of superior quality. Oh my! Master Brother exclaimed in astonishment, his excitement palpable. These are indeed of superior quality. Little junior brother, you are remarkable. The spiritual energy within these pills is extraordinarily rich. Each one could sustain my cultivation for a month. This batch of 12 is sufficient for a whole year. This was no exaggeration from Li Qijian, but rather a statement of fact. Had these pills been of the utmost quality, each would have sufficed for half a year of cultivation. The disparity is monumental. Master Brother, Su Chang'an inquired, do you possess any other cauldrons? I shall assist you further in alchemy. Li Qijian did not fully grasp Su Chang'an's intent. Yet he presented his entire collection accumulated over the years, 6 cauldrons in total. Each cauldron bore distinct attributes. Su Chang'an, undeterred by the specifics, summoned fire symbols with a resounding crash, empowering all 7 cauldrons simultaneously. Thus, 7 batches of elixirs were prepared concurrently. After another 2 hours, all 7 cauldrons yielded their concoctions. Witnessing this scene, Li Qijian was utterly astounded. Master Brother, Su Chang'an asked, are these elixirs sufficient? Yes, quite sufficient, Li Qijian proclaimed. All these pills are of superior quality. They will sustain me for a decade. Thank you, little junior brother. I have a substantial amount of spirit herbs here. I shall offer them to you. Su Chang'an graciously accepted, for Li Qijian was now a peak master, with abundant resources at his disposal. Having aided him in producing such a multitude of elixirs, Su Chang'an naturally felt entitled to the spirit herbs offered. Just as the elixirs were completed for Li Qijian, the master of Miaolian Peak, Qingxiu, arrived. Uncle Qingxiu? The crowd promptly stood to pay their respects. Qingxiu smiled warmly. I heard that Changsheng has emerged from seclusion, and I came to pay a visit. Indeed, Li Qijian responded. Uncle Qingxiu, your news travels swiftly. My junior brother has just recently emerged. And not only me. Qingsu languidly remarked. The entire Taishan sect S14 peaks must have known by now that Su Changsheng has emerged from his seclusion and has reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. As Su Chang'an is currently in the process of renaming, Qingsu refers to him as Su Changsheng. Changsheng. Qingsu gazed at Su Chang'an and continued. I have absorbed your fortune for 20 years, and I have now attained the grand completion of the foundation establishment stage. Just one step away from entering the Golden Core realm. The pressing matter at hand is that I am still lacking a furnace of Zhao Yuan Dan. I have heard that your spiritual sense is formidable and your alchemical skills unparalleled. Could you assist this old man in refining a furnace of Zhao Yuan Dan? Qingsu's gaze was fervent as he looked at Su Chang'an. With a pained smile, Su Chang'an replied, Uncle Master, I can only refine second-grade elixirs. This Zhao Yuan Dan is a third-grade elixir, and I may not be able to produce it. Ha! Qingsu laughed heartily. No worries. Just give it a try. If you succeed, I shall reward you handsomely. If you fail, it will simply mean that my fortune has not yet come. What say you? Very well. Su Chang'an nodded, saying, in that case, I shall give it a try. The two departed from Wanghe Peak and arrived at Miaolian Peak. Before Su Chang'an could enter Qingsu's Taoist sanctuary, he saw the boy who had exchanged names with him. The boy halted his steps and gazed at Su Changsheng. Greetings, senior brother. Upon seeing Su Chang'an, Su Changsheng seemed somewhat timid, bowing respectfully. Su Chang'an's eyes swept over him, and he discovered that this fellow had already reached the grand completion of the 12th level of the Qi refinement stage, surpassing him by 3 levels. How is it possible to advance so quickly? Su Chang'an inquired, Uncle Master. What kind of aptitude does your disciple possess to have reached the 12th level, even higher than mine? Qingsu chuckled softly. His aptitude is exceptional. He possesses both earth and wood spiritual roots, with the wood root being predominant. His primary focus is on the wood root. Hiss. Su Chang'an had never anticipated that this unremarkable fellow would possess greater cultivation talent than Fu Nianjing and Ding Lan. Truly a case of surpassing the latter. I am in admiration. Su Chang'an clasped his hands in respect towards Su Changsheng. expressing his genuine admiration. After bidding farewell to Su Chongqing, he entered Qing Su's sanctuary. Qing Su was forthright and laid out the materials he had collected for refining the Zhao Yuan Dan, then sighed, "Nephew, I have gathered all the materials needed for refining the Zhao Yuan Dan, except for the last one." Uffed. Su Chong'an nearly spat blood. "Uncle Master, how can you claim your materials are complete without the stone bell immortal milk? And yet, you expect me to assist you in alchemy?" Qing Su laughed heartily. "Nephew, you possess the stone bell immortal milk, do you not? Thus, I propose this. Lend me a few drops to refine this Zhao Yuan Dan. If successful, I shall take only one pill, and the remaining 11 will be yours. What do you think?" Chapter 125. The Nine Heavens Tribulation, Pure Void Golden Elixir, Before Dawn. The night sky was profoundly dark, devoid of the moon. The stars in the vast firmament congregated densely, resembling pearls embedded within the black tapestry of the universe. Su Chong'an and Qing Su stood at the pinnacle of the Miaolian Peak, gazing eastward toward the sea of clouds. Qing Su remarked, "The time has come, my disciple. You may commence the process." With a resounding boom, Su Chong'an moved his hand, igniting the furnace. He cast the copper essence treasure cauldron atop the flames to warm it. A formidable consciousness enveloped the surroundings as Su Chong'an tossed various medicinal herbs into the copper furnace. "Do not fret, my disciple," Qing Su consoled from the side. "There is no need for excessive pressure. It is merely a cauldron of elixirs, not some precious materials." Su Chong'an's expression darkened. "Indeed, while you have not provided any particularly rare materials, the core ingredient, the stone bell immortal milk, is supplied by me. Those aware would think you are comforting me, while those less informed might assume you are merely jesting." Nonetheless, third-tier elixirs presented a significant challenge. In comparison to second-tier elixirs, third-tier ones typically required higher-grade spiritual herbs that were more difficult to refine, as well as a wider variety of herbs. Thus, it was generally a fanciful notion for an ordinary qi refinement disciple to concoct a third-tier elixir. Even Su Chong'an lacked complete confidence in his success. Prior to today's preparation of the morning origin elixir, Su Chong'an had attempted several batches of other third-tier elixirs. Under Qing Su's guidance, he had concocted 10 batches of hunting wood elixir, of which only 2 succeeded, while the remaining 8 failed. Moreover, the successful elixirs were merely of medium quality, not the superior grade. While such a result might be deemed acceptable among ordinary alchemists, Su Chong'an felt a sense of emptiness in identifying himself as a third-tier alchemist. It is worth noting that in his previous attempts with the 10 batches of hunting wood elixirs, he had not incorporated his own blood. However, his blood possessed enhancing properties for alchemy. Fortunately, the initial stages of preparing the morning origin elixir proceeded smoothly. Su Chong'an, leveraging his formidable consciousness, meticulously refined and purified over a dozen materials, discarding any impurities. As the sun began to rise in the east, casting a purplish glow across the sky, Qing Su waved his hand, deftly gathering the ethereal purple qi into a tangible mass. "Su Chong'an, open the cauldron." "Yes." Su Chong'an complied, lifting the lid of the cauldron as Qing Su deposited the mass of purple qi within. Su Chong'an's consciousness surged forth, intensifying as he approached the final stages of concocting the morning origin elixir. Seizing a moment when Qing Su was momentarily distracted, Su Chong'an stealthily added several drops of his own blood into the cauldron. The next step was fusion, the most challenging phase of the alchemical process. The so-called explosion of the furnace and failure, 9 times out of 10, stemmed from this particular juncture. Due to the varying properties of the medicinal herbs, inherent conflicts may arise during the fusion process, especially when certain herbs that are naturally complementary and antagonistic are combined, thus testing the alchemist's perception and skill. Fortunately, Su Chong'an's blood possesses significant harmonizing properties. After the incense had burned for half a stick, the furnace emitted a clear chime, and 12 beams of golden light shot into the sky, drifting through the void. The golden elixirs shimmered, captivating numerous disciples of Miaolian Peak, who paused in awe. Qing Xiu exclaimed joyfully, "Has it succeeded?" Su Chong'an nodded and shouted, "Fall!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 Chaoyuan pills descended from the heavens, collected by Su Chong'an into a porcelain vial. At that moment, the patterns on the elixirs began to diffuse in wisps. "What is the quality?" Qing Xiu could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed over. Su Chong'an handed him the entire vial, saying, "You may examine it yourself." After 2 breaths, Qingshu's voice burst forth, unable to be suppressed. Good heavens, you truly are a genius in alchemy, having produced 2 top-tier pills. Indeed, among the 3-tiered pills Su Chang'an had refined, there were 2 of superior quality and 10 of medium quality. As for inferior quality, apologies, none. Of course, this achievement was only possible due to the addition of his own blood. Without it, the likelihood of failure in alchemy would have been high. Even if successful, it was probable that most would have been inferior pills, with superior ones being an impossibility. Qingshu opened the vial and extracted one of the superior pills, stating, "According to our agreement, from this batch of 12 pills, I shall take but 1. I now take 1 superior pill. You have no objections, I trust?" He looked at Su Chang'an with a faint smile. Su Chang'an replied, "No problem. The Chaoyuan pill is a rather unique elixir, akin to the Foundation Establishment pill. Consuming it can enhance the success rate of a cultivator attempting to break through to a higher realm by 30%. However, it does not guarantee success. Moreover, one can only consume it once in a lifetime. If the first pill proves effective, the breakthrough will succeed. Should the first be ineffective, no matter how many pills one consumes thereafter, they will be rendered useless. Naturally, it is not impossible to break through without the Chaoyuan pill. Some individuals have failed to break through even after consuming it, yet they may still find opportunities through other means. Such is the essence of chance, ineffably wondrous. Hong Daso, please inform all that I shall be consuming a pill today to undergo tribulation and break through to the golden elixir realm. I invite the peak masters of Taishan sect to come witness the occasion." Qingshu's style contrasts sharply with that of Mingyi and Qingling. Mingyi, wary of being schemed against during a breakthrough, secretly concocts the Chaoyuan pill. Qingling, on the other hand, achieves her breakthroughs quietly and unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. In contrast, Qingshu is forthright and grand in his approach. After half an instant sticks time, countless streaks of light from the upper 7 peaks and lower 7 peaks flew towards Miaoyan Peak, each landing atop its summit. The Taoist Qingshu sat alone at the highest point, meditating with his legs crossed, gazing skyward. "Qingshu Shidi." Suddenly, Tianxian spoke up and inquired, "Why are you attempting to break through to the Golden Core realm today? Do you possess the Chaoyuan pill?" With a swish, all eyes turned towards Qingshu. He raised his right hand, delicately pinching a radiant golden pill between his thumb and index finger. The pill shimmered with golden light, adorned with 3 purple markings. Though he remained silent, his meaning was unmistakable. "I possess the Chaoyuan pill, and it is of superior quality." "Is it truly a superior Chaoyuan pill?" Hisses of astonishment filled the air. "Junior brother, where did you acquire such a treasure? Your fortune is remarkable." Countless eager gazes were cast upon him. The only golden core master of the Taishan sect, the ethereal fairy Qingling, waved her hand and declared, "Today, I shall protect my senior brother. Should anyone dare to disrupt his momentous breakthrough, I will strike them down without hesitation." As her words echoed, a palpable aura of lethal intent surged forth, sweeping over every heart present. The immense cultivation and formidable pressure of the Golden Core Master rendered all unable to lift their heads. Qingshu tilted his head back and swallowed the Chaoyuan pill. He closed his eyes as his internal cultivation surged violently, his aura growing increasingly potent. During this process, some watched with anticipation, others prayed, some cursed, while others remained indifferent. Each sentiment varied. Soon, however, a mass of tribulation clouds gathered above Qingshu, looming ominously in the 100-foot space above him. The clouds coalesced. "Senior brother Qingshu is bound to succeed. How splendid! Our Taishan sect shall soon have another Golden Core Master." To break through to the Golden Core realm, it was essential for tribulation clouds to form overhead, signaling the arrival of tribulation thunder. As long as one could withstand the thunder, advancement was assured. The next moment, 9 silver bolts of tribulation thunder descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Qingshu. In an instant, the headband atop his head shattered into fragments. Countless silver arcs of lightning darted about him like serpents. My heavens, it is all silver thunder. How is it that senior uncle Qingshu bears no trace of karmic retribution? How could this be? Junior brother Qingshu, you truly embody the ideal of our sect. It was well known that when Fairy Qingling broke through, 5 of the 9 bolts of thunder were blood red. Yet now, Qingshu faced not a single blood red bolt. How did he achieve such a feat? free from karmic entanglements. Thunder rumbled. The second wave of lightning struck. Then came the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth waves. When Fairy Qingling faced her golden core tribulation, it was a challenge of 3 nines. Yet for Qingsu, he endured 6 nines. Although the 6 nines tribulation is far more formidable than 3 nines, the dangers faced by the one undergoing the tribulation are also greater. However, it is undeniable that those who successfully weather the 6 nines tribulation will possess strength surpassing those who have only faced the 3 nines. With a thunderous roar, after the 6 waves of heavenly tribulation passed, the clouds of tribulation dissipated. A tremendous aura erupted explosively from Qingsu, sweeping outward with immense force. The golden elixir has been attained. Chapter 126, Abdication and Scheming in the Chen Family. Congratulations to the venerable Qingxu for breaking through to the golden core. Congratulations to the venerable Qingxu. The surrounding peaks masters and elders reacted in a rather pragmatic manner. Previously, they had all addressed him as Brother Qingxu. But now that he has ascended to the realm of a golden core grandmaster, their titles have swiftly transformed to venerable ancestor. Indeed, as a golden core powerhouse, he is worthy of such an esteemed title. One remarked, the Taishan sect flourishes. Now we possess 2 golden core masters, coupled with the sect's grand formation. We need not fear even the arrival of a nascent soul powerhouse. The venerable Qingxu, however, breathed a deep sigh of relief and said calmly, my dear brothers, you are too kind. I have just expended considerable energy to resist the heavenly tribulation and now require tranquility to stabilize my cultivation. I shall not see you off. 3 days hence, we shall convene atop Tiandu Peak to celebrate with wine. Su Shitzi, please remain. I have words for you. Countless beams of light departed. Boom. After everyone had left, the protective formation atop Miaoyan Peak suddenly activated, and the chief disciple, Hong Dasho, sternly commanded the disciples to guard the formation, warning that no one was to approach within 10 miles. Anyone who dared to do so would face the formation's lethal defense, without exception. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Su Chang'an and Qingxu. Qingxu, despite his tattered clothing and unkempt appearance, emanated a formidable aura. He glanced at Su Chang'an and said, this is the place of my breakthrough, where the remnants of the heavenly rules linger. Come here and try to comprehend. Whether you grasp any causality depends on your fortune. With that, Qingxu stepped away. Su Chang'an boldly approached and seated himself in the very spot where Qingxu had achieved his breakthrough. Indeed, the air was thick with the essence of the heavenly rules. Unfortunately, Su Chang'an's cultivation was still too low. He could sense these rules, but could not fathom them. After all, the golden core realm was still a distant aspiration for him. 2 hours later, Qingxu returned, clad in a fresh set of robes, and approached Su Chang'an once more. How do you fare? He inquired, gazing intently at Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an forced a smile. Master Uncle, your kindness is overwhelming, but the rules here are far too convoluted for me. I fear I am unworthy. Qingxu nodded thoughtfully. Su Chang'an then asked, now that you have broken through to the golden core realm, our agreed-upon date approaches. Might you reveal to me who it was that murdered my master? Qingxu's gaze shifted, his expression growing solemn as he retorted, has the time arrived? Su Chang'an was taken aback. Qingxu continued, we agreed on 21 years, a single day, an hour, a minute, or even a breath. None of these constitute 21 years. A hint of amusement flickered across his face. Su Shitzi, do you truly believe that I wished for you to change your name out of a desire for your fortune? You will understand in due time. You may return for now, but do not forget to visit Tiandu Peak in 3 days. 3 days later, Su Chang'an arrived at Tiandu Peak. Senior brother Su, Ding Lan exclaimed, rushing towards him. Standing before Su Chang'an, she smiled gently, revealing a charming dimple on her cheek. Now that everyone had matured, Ding Lan had shed the last remnants of her baby fat, blossoming into a slender beauty. Yet, the distinctive dimple on her face remained unchanged. Su Chang'an was also delighted and remarked, congratulations, junior sister Ding. You must have reached great perfection. Indeed, Ding Lan nodded with a smile. I achieved the great perfection of the Qi refinement stage over a decade ago. Su Chang'an inquired, with your talents, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage should be effortless. Yet why have you not done so? If you lack foundation establishment pills, I can assist in crafting some. I have plenty. Ding Lan replied, pouting slightly. Su Chang'an's expression turned serious. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and break through. Ding Lan smiled mysteriously and whispered, what if I said I was waiting for you? Senior brother Su? Would you believe me? Su Chang'an was rendered speechless, at a loss for words. Just then, the peak masters and elders from various peaks arrived. Let us go. Qingshu waved his hand and said, we shall discuss this inside. The grand hall of Tiandu Peak opened, and everyone entered together, taking their seats in the usual order. After a while, however, they were still waiting for the arrival of the Taoist Tianxian. It was Huang Zhiqing, a disciple of Taoist Tianxian, who hurried over and greeted the assembly with a bow. Greetings, Ancestor Qingshu, Ancestor Qingling, esteemed uncles and aunts. The sect master has asked me to convey an urgent message. Everyone turned their attention to Huang Zhiqing. Fairy Qingling spoke, please go ahead. Yes. Huang Zhiqing continued. My master has conveyed that our Taishan sect is experiencing unprecedented breakthroughs, signaling an unparalleled opportunity for our sect. He stated that as the sect master, he cannot squander this fortune. Thus, 2 days ago, he entered a life and death seclusion, declaring that if he does not attain the golden core stage in this lifetime, he shall not emerge from seclusion. What? He has entered seclusion? Life and death seclusion? The crowd was taken aback by the news, astonished. Even Su Chang'an was somewhat surprised. What is life and death seclusion? As Huang Zhiqing mentioned, if one fails to break through to the golden core realm, they shall remain in seclusion until their lifespan is exhausted. That is the essence of life and death seclusion. However, it must be noted that while Tianxuan's lifespan has not yet been fully consumed, it is likely that it is not far from its end. Of course, Su Chang'an understood the reasoning behind Tianxuan's decision. On one hand, his lifespan was indeed dwindling. On the other hand, as the sect master, it felt quite awkward for him to remain in the foundation establishment stage while both of his peak masters had already attained the golden core. Who would heed his commands within the sect? It would be more peaceful to enter seclusion, sparing himself from idle gossip and unwarranted diminishment of his prestige. Alas! The ethereal fairy let out a sigh and remarked, why must you, brother Tianxian, put us through such trials? This is a matter of life and death. We respect you, brother. Qingshu raised his gaze to Huang Zhiqing and inquired, does your revered master have any further instructions? Huang Zhiqing replied, Master has stated that he will enter a state of seclusion regarding life and death. Henceforth, all routine affairs of the Taishan sect will be overseen by the 2 esteemed uncles from Miaoyan Peak and Guanyin Peak. Additionally, future sect meetings and matters will be handled at your Miaoyan Peak. As for the approach to be taken, you 2 esteemed uncles may deliberate amongst yourselves. The assembly discerned that Tianxian had, in effect, relinquished his authority. Such an arrangement was undoubtedly for the best. Very well, Qingshu declared. I shall not shy away from my responsibilities. Qingling nodded in agreement. In that case, she said, I shall humbly comply. There is indeed a pressing matter that requires discussion among all esteemed brothers and juniors. Although she was a golden core master, her demeanor remained exceedingly courteous. The others nodded in unison. Qingling continued, in the neighboring Yang County, there exists a family of cultivators, the Chen family. As far as I know, they harbor an elder who practices a sinister form of cultivation by feeding on the blood of children, resulting in countless deaths and the accumulation of heavy karmic retribution, characterized by extreme cruelty. My stance is that such demonic practices must be eradicated. As followers of the rightful path, it is our duty to act. Her gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting on Su Chang'an. Upon hearing the name of the Chen family, Su Chang'an felt a surge of emotions. The elder, one of the peak masters, rose and clasped his hands in respect, saying, to my knowledge, Yang County also possesses righteous sections. If we intervene, it may reflect poorly on their inaction. Might I suggest that we compose a letter informing these righteous sects of the situation, urging them to eliminate this demonic threat? The cultivation world has its own protocols, and the Taishan sect should not overreach. However, Qingling calmly countered, brother, your considerations are thorough, yet the lives of countless children in the Chen family hang in the balance. If we wait to send a letter, the exchanges may take months or even years, during which many innocent lives may be lost. My suggestion is that we first take action to eradicate them, and afterwards, we can explain the situation to our brethren in Yang County. Indeed, Qingshu nodded and remarked, the only notable sect in Yang County is the Shaoling Valley, and within it, There is but one uncertain fate of an elder golden core. We need not fear them. Let us proceed as Sister suggested, and promptly dispatch disciples to the Chen family to eliminate this demonic scourge. Chapter 127. A bloodbath in the Chen family fortress. The assembly had devolved into a display orchestrated by the two eminent golden core cultivators. Their every utterance and action commanded absolute acquiescence from the onlookers, leaving no room for dissent. Thus, the decision to eradicate the Chen family was firmly established. However, the question remained, who would be dispatched for this task? Qing Su glanced at Qing Ling and inquired, "Do you have a candidate in mind, junior sister?" As fellow disciples, Qing Su and Qing Ling shared a profound bond. Given that it was Qing Ling who proposed the mission, it was only fitting that she take the lead in selecting the representative. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Ling responded, "The Chen family's influence appears negligible in our eyes. The rumored patriarch is merely a consummate qi refinement stage practitioner. If we send someone overly formidable, it may reflect poorly on our sect's courage. Therefore, let my disciple Ding Lan undertake this mission." Moreover, Qing Ling's gaze shifted towards Su Chang'an. "Chang'an, you have now reached the 9th level of qi refinement. I recall your master once mentioned that your cultivation relies on opportunities. This venture into the Chen family may well be such an opportunity. Are you willing to join?" What could Su Chang'an say? He clasped his hands in acknowledgement and replied, "I am willing." "Excellent," Qing Ling affirmed. "In that case, Ding Lan shall accompany you, and you will follow her lead in all matters. You have 2 additional tasks for this expedition." Ding Lan and Su Chang'an promptly clasped their hands. "Please instruct us." "Master Uncle," Qing Ling continued, "first, eradicate all remnants of demonic influence within the Chen family. Should you encounter the patriarch, execute immediate justice. Secondly, I have heard that there are many children within the Chen family possessing spiritual roots. Bring these children back to the sect, and I shall arrange for their instruction in our techniques, thereby enriching our outer sect." "Understood." The pair responded in unison. A colossal flying vessel ascended from the summit of Tiandu Peak, bearing Su Chang'an and Ding Lan towards Yiyang County. The winds howled around them. Su Chang'an stood at the bow of the vessel, gazing down at the sprawling landscape with narrowed eyes. Ding Lan leaned against the rail, attentively observing Su Chang'an as she remarked, "Brother Su, I recall our first journey to the Taishan sect was aboard your flying vessel, and we flew for over 10 days. "Indeed," Su Chang'an replied, "that old vessel of mine was lamentably slow. This vessel provided by the sect is far superior, spacious, and swift. We should reach the Chen family within a day, I reckon." "True," Ding Lan nodded, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. "I still prefer your old vessel." "Brother Su, as disciples originating from the Chen family, do you have anything you wish to share?" Su Chang'an queried. "I have no clear recollections of the Chen family, having only met one of the transmission elders. Yet you, on the other hand, have studied under the patriarch. What kind of person is he?" Ding Lan took a deep breath, pondering for a considerable time before responding, "Let us not dwell on the past. Rest assured, should we encounter him this time, I will cleave him in twain with a single strike." Ha ha ha. A day later, the flying vessel glided over a quaint little town, Furong Town. It was here that Su Chang'an had once rested with Ding Lan. Shortly after passing Furong Town, the flying vessel arrived at a sacred mountain, and with a deft turn of the bow, it descended gracefully at the entrance of Chenjiabao. With a wave of her hand, Ding Lan stowed the vessel away. At that moment, chaos reigned within the Chen residence, upon witnessing such a colossal craft landing at their doorstep. Countless members of the Chen family scattered in panic like startled birds. "Hide the children. Quickly, inform the ancestors. There are practitioners from the Xianmen arriving. Damn it. It must be disciples from the Little Spirit Valley. Have they come to extort us again?" Indeed, a handful of formidable practitioners transformed into beams of sword light, arriving at the entrance and landing before Ding Lan and her companion. "You are Ding Lan, junior sister Ding?" exclaimed a middle-aged woman clad in a purple robe, her eyes wide with surprise. "Precisely," Ding Lan replied coolly, "Sister Yuan. It has been quite some time." This Sister Yuan was also familiar to Su Chang'an, for she was the very Chen family disciple who had, over 30 years ago in Qingniu Town, been instrumental in his acquisition from his Aunt Lu for a sum of 100 taels of silver. Little did they know that upon their reunion, circumstances had taken such a turn. However, while Su Chang'an recognized Sister Yuan, she did not reciprocate, as she had not paid attention to him since his entry into Chenjiabao. "You, what brings you here?" Sister Yuan inquired, her gaze sweeping over Ding Lan's aura, only to be met with an unsettling void. Her composure began to waver. Ding Lan calmly drew her long sword from her waist and declared, "You have half a stick of incense to notify your ancestor. I, Ding Lan, a disciple of the esteemed Taishin sect, have come alongside Su Chongxing to eradicate the demonic lair of Chenjiabao. Let your ancestor come forth and surrender willingly, and deliver all the children into our care. I may spare your lives. Otherwise, once the incense burns out, my brother and I shall unleash our wrath." Though her voice was not loud, it bore a razor-sharp edge, her eyes glinting like cold stars as they swept over Sister Yuan. The latter trembled in fear and replied, "Yes, please wait." However, half a stick of incense later, instead of a surrender, Ding Lan and Su Chang'an found themselves besieged by a dozen fully realized disciples of the Chen family. "Kill!" they shouted, charging towards Su Chang'an and Ding Lan. Clang! Ding Lan unsheathed her sword. With a swift motion, she arced her blade, severing the claws of 2 Chen disciples. In less than 10 breaths, she had dispatched the majority of their assailants. Su Chang'an scarcely had the opportunity to intervene. "Form a formation," bellowed an elder with flowing white hair. Behind him emerged 6 more elders, similarly aged, each a figurehead of the Chen family, their cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the refining cheese stage, with some even attaining the 11th layer. Buzzing. The 7 individuals dispersed, their feet aglow with blood-colored spiritual energy, which swiftly extended into intricate patterns across the ground. Ultimately, the patterns converged, forming the Blood Sea Formation. Within this formation, the atmosphere was thick with sanguine energy, flashes of crimson light darting through the air. Su Chang'an closed his eyes, yet around him, ethereal shields began to materialize. As for Ding Lan, she did not adopt a defensive stance. Instead, with a flourish of her hand, her azure longsword transformed into a massive blade several feet in length. Though the blood energy was formidable, it recoiled in the presence of authentic Shinmen power. "Brother," Ding Lan exclaimed, "buy me 3 breaths of time, and I shall shatter the formation with a single strike." "Understood," Su Chang'an responded, producing a mirror with a flick of his wrist. Break boom. The infusion of spiritual energy into the pure June mirror unleashed a bolt of supreme yang lightning that crashed down upon the formation. This fine instrument was a high-grade spiritual artifact, originally belonging to the Ji family, but had been bestowed upon Su Chang'an after the Ji family's transgressions were uncovered. The supreme yang lightning contained within possessed the extraordinary ability to dispel all malevolence. At this moment, as Su Chang'an activated the mirror, the lightning drove back the blood sea, creating a protective barrier around Ding Lan, preventing the ominous energy from encroaching within 3 feet of her. Soon, the 3 breaths of time elapsed. Ding Lan called out fiercely, "Shatter for me, boom." A streak of azure sword light surged forth, and in an instant, the once mighty blood sea formation was obliterated. Slash, splat, splat, splat. The 7 cultivators at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage fell to Ding Lan's blade, their crimson lifeblood pooling upon the ground. Su Chang'an gazed at the blood, feeling a pang of regret. How splendid it would be to collect this essence. However, with Ding Lan present, he refrained from doing so. "Junior brother, stay close." Ding Lan turned. "We shall make our way directly to the back mountain of the Chun family fortress. I know where the Chun family's ancestor is hiding." Su Chang'an nodded. "Very well." Slash, splat, kill. One by one, the disciples of the Chen family fell to Ding Lan's sword, leaving Su Chang'an with no opportunity to strike, as she nearly purged the entire fortress. Not a single opponent stood against her. "Senior brother," Ding Lan pressed on, reaching the entrance to the forbidden grounds of the Chun family fortress. "The mountain behind us is a forbidden area containing the ancestral grounds of the Chen family. I suspect the ancestor is hiding within. Let us go forth together. Be cautious, as the Chun family ancestor is formidable." Su Chang'an replied, "No worries. Though I am only at the 9th layer, my offensive power is formidable, and my defenses are unmatched." After all, he possessed several spiritual artifacts. Moreover, he had a trump card of his own, 2 7th-layered song spiders at the foundation establishment stage. If unleashed, the Chun family ancestor, regardless of his prowess, would meet his demise before them. Chapter 128, The Blood Pool of Human Pearls. Easily attainable. Standing atop the back mountain of the forbidden grounds of the Chen family, Su Chang'an gazed westward at a verdant expanse of undulating mountains, stretching for several dozen miles. This forested landscape was all too familiar to Su Chang'an, having been ensnared within it for several years in his past. This was the very place where the Chen family raised their spirit beasts. "What are you staring at?" Ding Lan tugged at Su Chang'an's sleeve, saying, "Stop gazing and let us proceed to the ancestral hall of the Chen family to prevent him from escaping." Indeed, the two leaped down from the mountain peak. Halfway down the back mountain, there lay a level expanse adorned with numerous clustered buildings. This was the site of the Chen family's ancestral master's cultivation. What a splendid location! Upon landing, Su Chang'an surveyed the surroundings, remarking, "Not only is the scenery exquisite, but the density of spiritual energy here rivals that of our Taishan sect's inner sanctum, albeit on a smaller scale. The ancestral master of the Chen family truly has an eye for choosing places." Indeed, Ding Lan concurred. If a spirit gathering array were to be established here, it could truly become a paradise of spiritual essence. "I suspect there is a small spiritual vein hidden deep within the mountains below." The two roamed the ancestral master's hall for the better part of the day, yet they encountered no signs of life. "Ding Shimmy, are you certain you aren't mistaken?" Su Chang'an inquired. "Where is everyone?" "I am not mistaken. Follow me. There is another place." Ding Lan responded. They traversed beyond the hall, turning at a certain point, and found themselves within a vast fissure in the mountain. A more intense spiritual energy emanated from the crevice. Following Ding Lan through the rift, Su Chang'an felt as though he were traversing the depths beneath the Beanpod Mountains. After walking for the duration of half an incense stick, they finally arrived at a pitch-black underground chamber. Illuminating the darkness with a fireball, Su Chang'an discovered a spacious secret room, interconnected with additional chambers. In the first chamber that came into view, there lay dozens of enormous chests. Bang! Without hesitation, Ding Lan unsheathed her sword and sliced open a chest, revealing a dazzling array of yellow and white treasures within. Su Chang'an remarked, "These are mere mundane gold and silver. Cultivators seldom use such items, and in their eyes, gold and silver hold little value. A single low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for tens of thousands of taels of silver." Bang, 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 bang. Ding Lan proceeded to open all the chests, discovering not only gold and silver, but also some jewels, which held no interest for the two of them. "Let us depart," Ding Lan suggested. "There are more secret chambers ahead." "Brother, be cautious of any ambush from the Chen family's ancestral master." Understood. The two opened the stone chambers within. They continued to unlock a series of interconnected stone rooms, totaling 7 or 8, yet saw no trace of the Chen family's ancestral master. However, in the final and largest chamber, they were met with a scene that sent chills down Su Chang'an's spine. Countless corpses of children lay piled together in a gruesome heap. In the heart of the stone chamber lay a vast pool of blood, filled to the brim with crimson liquid. The blood, infused with potent spiritual energy, refused to congeal, continuously churning as if subjected to a fiery roast. Ding Lan, upon witnessing this gruesome sight, nearly retched, exclaiming, "The ancestral spirit of the Chen family has indeed committed countless atrocities. After all these years, his methods have become increasingly heinous. Junior brother, I cannot remain here. You take care of things." With a wave of his hand, Ding Lan commanded, "Dispose of these remains and cleanse this pool of blood." Having said this, Ding Lan exited the room. Su Chang'an, naturally, welcomed this opportunity. Although he felt a slight revulsion, he could not deny that the pool of blood before him was precisely what he required at that moment. A brief whiff revealed the blood was brimming with immense spiritual energy, likely derived from the blood of late-stage Qi refinement disciples. Collect. With a splash, he began to gather the blood. The pool was considerable, measuring a breadth of 10 feet and a depth of 1 foot. It was impossible to ascertain how many lives had been drained to fill it, but Su Chang'an did not ponder this too deeply, instead absorbing it all in one go. With a resounding boom, he hurled a fireball, igniting the scattered bones, which were reduced to mere ashes in the time it took for half a stick of incense to burn. Stepping outside, Su Chang'an was summoned by Ding Lan, who beckoned him, "Brother, come and see what I have found." Following Ding Lan to another hidden chamber, Su Chang'an discovered numerous chests. However, these chests did not contain gold or silver treasures, but rather spirit stones, tens of thousands in total. Yet, to Su Chang'an, This quantity was of little significance. Besides the chests filled with spirit stones, there were also large porcelain vials, which upon inspection were filled to the brim with blood beads. These beads varied in quality: inferior, medium, and superior. A sweep of Su Chang'an's spiritual sense confirmed that these were all human beads, crafted from human blood. "Senior Brother Su," Ding Lan inquired, "what shall we do with these blood beads?" Su Chang'an replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps we should submit them to the sect?" Ding Lan shook his head. "The Taishan sect is a legitimate sect, and submission would be futile. You should dispose of them. Either cast them off a cliff or burn them." Eager to oblige, Su Chang'an did not hesitate and waved his hand to collect all the human beads. The superior human beads, forged from the blood of late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, were perfect for his cultivation breakthrough. As for the inferior and medium-quality beads, they could serve as nourishment for the golden-backed song spider, thus preventing waste. After gathering the human beads, the duo thoroughly inspected the area, discovering numerous cultivation resources. With that, Su Chang'an and Ding Lan had thoroughly turned the Chen family estate upside down. Ding Lan remarked, "It seems the ancestral spirit of the Chen family has already fled. What shall we do now?" Su Chang'an furrowed his brow slightly and said, "The task assigned to us by our esteemed uncle is twofold: to eliminate the ancestral figure of the Chen family and to rescue those children. Now that the Chen family patriarch has fled, we should bring the children back to our sect." However, Ding Lan shook her head and replied, "Senior Brother, I have a suggestion." "Proceed," he urged. "Senior Brother, I believe that the abundant spiritual energy here can sufficiently support the operation of a small sect. Why not establish this place as a branch of our Taishan sect? Otherwise, once we depart, the Chen family patriarch may return and continue his malevolent deeds. Would that not render our efforts futile? If we could station disciples of the Taishan sect here, we could achieve dual benefits." Thus, Ding Lan continued, "I would kindly ask you to make a trip back to the sect to relay my thoughts to our master or to Elder Qingxiu. If both elders agree, they could send disciples here, and from then on, the Chen family fortress would serve as an outpost for our Taishan sect, which would be advantageous. At the very least, we could cultivate a number of outer sect disciples here." Su Chang'an found Ding Lan's reasoning compelling and nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. I shall return to the sect and report on the situation here." Ding Lan replied, "There is no rush. Let us first assess the plight of the children and take inventory, so you may report accurately to the sect." The two then sought out the imprisoned children within the Chen family fortress. The children were divided into 3 groups. The first group, located in the outer sect, consisted of those whose blood essence had condensed to 3 drops or fewer. The second and third groups, residing in the inner sect, comprised disciples in the mid and late stages of Qi refinement. Su Chang'an tallied their numbers and compiled a record before bidding farewell to Ding Lan and embarking alone on a flying vessel back to the Taishan sect. Standing at the bow of the vessel, Su Chang'an's expression bore little joy. Instead, he was enveloped by a sense of unease. He felt that something was amiss. The eradication of the Chen family fortress appeared to be proceeding without a hitch, yet it was almost too seamless. He, Su Chang'an, had not even lifted a finger, and the entire stronghold had been dismantled. Moreover, the patriarch of the Chen family was missing. It seemed that the true purpose of this expedition to the Chen family fortress was not merely to eradicate it, but rather to procure the human pearl and blood pool. Indeed, those 2 items. Upon further reflection, a chill ran down his spine. Su Chang'an had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, unable to break through, and desperately needed the human pearl. At this very moment, the sect was set to annihilate the Chen family fortress, and during this operation, the human pearl and blood pool had conveniently presented themselves. Was this mere coincidence? It could not be termed as such. It was too fortuitous, as though it had been orchestrated by someone with intent. Chapter 129. Encountering a genius again. Ji family's Fei Shuang. After indulging in his thoughts for quite some time, Su Chang'an failed to arrive at any conclusion. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any further. Regardless of the circumstances, he would need to utilize the blood beads and the blood within the pool. Since he had to use them, he would leap into whatever pit others had dug. He would take each step as it came. What other choice did he have? Should he resort to killing and extracting blood for his cultivation? As the sun rose high in the sky, Su Chang'an had traversed a considerable distance. Within half a day's journey, he would likely reach the gates of the Taishan sect by noon. Just then, A flash of crimson light streaked past his flying vessel. The speed of that light was astonishing, vanishing from sight in mere breaths. Su Chang'an paid little heed, assuming it to be a hurried expert. However, inexplicably, that light returned, landing rather rudely at the bow of Su Chang'an's ship. "Excuse me, may I ask how to get to Taishan sect?" A female voice inquired. Su Chang'an looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly. The words of the female cultivator faltered mid-sentence. "Ah, Su Chang'an, it's you." A layer of frost enveloped Ji Fei Shuang's face. "I had intended to inquire about the direction to Taishan sect to settle the score with you, and unexpectedly encountered you here. Go to hell." Ji Fei Shuang wasted no time allowing Su Chang'an to respond. With a flick of her hand, she summoned a cerulean flying sword, reminiscent of the strike her grandfather, Ji Shigu, had delivered to a flying vessel years ago. This sword, too, cleaved through the ship. Boom. The formidable sword intent severed the vessel in two. The immense hull, now out of control, crashed into a nearby mountain peak. Su Chang'an exerted force beneath his feet, executing a series of aerial flips before landing atop a high mountain nearby. Ji Fei Shuang followed suit, remarking, "Well done, young man. If you could evade my strike. It seems your cultivation has indeed improved over the years. Have you reached the 9th level of qi refinement?" Su Chang'an did not rush to retaliate. His consciousness surged forth, scanning Ji Fei Shuang. During the last sect competition, she had only been a 7th level qi refinement cultivator, yet now she had remarkably advanced. Not only had she broken through, but she had also become a foundation establishment cultivator at the 2nd level. Had it not been for Su Chang'an's formidable spiritual sense, he might not have discerned her level. Yet, even if you have reached the 7th level of qi refinement, what does it matter? Ji Fei Shuang glared at Su Chang'an with a frosty demeanor, as if looking at a mere insect. "Su Chang'an, before me, even if you were at the 12th level of full circle, you would merely be a slightly sturdier ant." Facing a 2nd level foundation establishment cultivator, Su Chang'an certainly did not dare to underestimate her. However, he remained unperturbed. What did it matter if she had reached the 2nd level of foundation establishment? He still had 2 7th level foundation establishment song spiders in his pocket. Enough of this nonsense. Su Chang'an stepped back a few paces, creating a certain distance between himself and Ji Fei Shuang, then inquired, "Speak. What brings you to me?" Ji Fei Shuang replied, "Su Chang'an, 20 years ago you secured the title of the sect's foremost disciple and departed with the dragon blood Bodhi. Subsequently, my grandfather vanished alongside you. Pray tell, did you slay my grandfather?" Her tone was imbued with an air of lethal intent. Su Chang'an chuckled coldly. "May I ask, Miss Ji, why did your grandfather accompany me? How can you be certain that he followed me?" Although no one was present, Ji Fei Shuang felt her cheeks flush under Su Chang'an's probing gaze. The reason her grandfather had trailed Su Chang'an was none other than his avarice for the dragon blood Bodhi, driven by a desire to seize it for himself. Over the years, the Ji family had dispatched numerous envoys to the Taishan sect seeking resolution, yet to no avail. Both the Taishan sect and the Ji family were branches of the Taishan immortal sect. Thus, even the formidable Ji family could not impose their will upon the Taishan sect. Bitter resentment brewed within Ji Fei Shuang. She recognized that this matter was inextricably linked to Su Chang'an. Having recently advanced to the foundation establishment stage, she finally possessed the means to confront Su Chang'an at the Taishan sect. Initially, she had intended to challenge him to a duel, thereby justifying the act of slaying him within the bounds of honor. However, she had not anticipated encountering Su Chang'an before reaching the sect. Taking a deep breath, Ji Fei Shuang declared, "What you speak is mere nonsense. In the realm of cultivation, the survival of the fittest is a commonplace reality. Family background, sect affiliation, and influence are all forms of strength. I shall be forthright. On that day, my grandfather followed you with the intent to claim your dragon blood Bodhi. Yet he perished within a single day. Do not attempt to deny any connection to his demise." With a swift motion, Ji Fei Shuang unsheathed her long sword once more. "Su Chang'an, regardless of your acknowledgement today, I shall avenge my grandfather's death. Yet, I am willing to grant you an opportunity. Reveal to me the truth of what transpired, and I may offer you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall ensure you find no solace in life or death." Su Chang'an, disinterested in further discourse, unleashed a mental blade directed at Ji Fei Shuang's consciousness. This strike was executed with all his might. Suddenly, Ji Fei Shuang let out a piercing scream, her complexion turning ashen. Nevertheless, as a practitioner of the second layer of foundation establishment, she proved resilient. Despite the potency of Su Chang'an's attack, it did not inflict any substantial harm. Damn it! Ji Feishuang trembled with fury. How dare you ambush me? Yet, you, a mere ninth-layer Qi refinement disciple, wield such formidable mental prowess. You must possess an advanced mental cultivation technique. With a swift motion, Ji Feishuang sent her long sword soaring into the void, transforming into a colossal three-zhang blade imbued with unparalleled spiritual power. It descended upon Su Chang'an with the might of a force cleaving through Mount Hua. Clang! Simultaneously, Ji Feishuang extended her hands, causing a pair of golden bells adorning her delicate wrists to gently sway. Each chime unleashed waves of invisible mental assaults upon Su Chang'an's consciousness, representing Ji Feishuang's lethal strike. The sword above her head served as the fatal blow, while the bells were meant to disturb the mind, preventing her adversary from evading the impending attack swiftly. Su Chang'an was no exception. The moment the bells chimed, his mind was momentarily unsettled. By the time he attempted to evade the sword's attack, it was already too late. How treacherous! Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an resolved that if evasion was futile, he would not attempt to flee. The sword, carrying an overwhelming intent, rapidly descended towards him. A faint smile of triumph appeared on Ji Feishuang's pale face as she exclaimed, "Su Chang'an, perish!" With a resolute declaration, she avowed vengeance for her grandfather. In an explosive clash, the active defense mechanism of Su Chang'an's purple gold crown was triggered, manifesting as a resilient protective light membrane that expanded against the wind. The sword collided with the membrane, releasing a tremendous surge of spiritual energy that rippled outward in tangible waves. Yet, at the vortex's center, Su Chang'an remained steadfast. The protective membrane emanating from his crown merely dimmed slightly, showing no signs of shattering. What a remarkable treasure! Ji Feishuang's eyes sparkled as she beheld the adornment atop Su Chang'an's head. Such a fine item. Nevertheless, I wonder how many of my assaults you can endure. With a decisive strike, a second sword was conjured by Ji Feishuang, while she once again activated the golden bells on her wrists. Su Chang'an scoffed, having been deceived once. Do you truly believe this ploy will work on me again? A shimmering light membrane enveloped Su Chang'an, the spirit-binding talisman. This talisman could effectively block mental attacks. He stepped forward, moving laterally for several dozen zhang in an instant. Ji Feishuang's sword attack missed its mark, cleaving instead into the earth below. The nameless mountain was severed, creating a deep chasm as dust and debris erupted, transforming flora into powder. Amidst the swirling dust, Su Chang'an's dark green figure suddenly darted towards Ji Feishuang. Have you enjoyed those two attacks? He taunted. Now it's my turn. Boom. Unbeknownst to him, a grand banner had appeared in Su Chang'an's hand, emblazoned with the image of a golden dragon, a supreme spiritual artifact, the Gui Shui Jin Jiao banner. Chapter 130, Leaping Beyond Levels. Terrifying, nascent soul. The Gui Shui Jin Jiao flag is a supreme spiritual artifact that Su Chang'an acquired years ago. As it belonged to the disciples of the Taishan sect, he had never dared to wield it until today, marking its inaugural use. With a resonant roar, as Su Chang'an brandished the flag, it suddenly transformed into a golden dragon, siphoning 1/3 of his spiritual energy before lunging towards Ji Feishuang. Simultaneously, another blade of consciousness surged forth from Su Chang'an's mind, aimed at Ji Feishuang. However, this time, Ji Feishuang was prepared. The golden bell in her hand vibrated incessantly, effortlessly dissipating Su Chang'an's formidable mental assault. A flicker of disdain lit her eyes as she remarked, "A mere parlor trick. Your mental attacks hold no efficacy against me after the second attempt. My soul-capturing bell is designed to shatter your very essence." As she spoke, the golden dragon collided with her form. Ji Feishuang could have evaded, yet she chose to stand her ground, summoning a cerulean white jade seal with a mere wave of her hand. The seal swiftly expanded to several meters in size, perfectly intercepting Su Chang'an's dragon. With a resounding crash, the dragon shattered upon impact with the seal, which in turn lost its ethereal glow and transformed back into a seal that fell into Ji Feishuang's grasp. A playful smile graced her lips as she declared, "This flag is indeed a splendid treasure, but alas, it is far too feeble to unleash its true power." Ji Feishuang's assessment was not without merit. Su Chang'an's cultivation was indeed lacking, confined to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Even at this stage, he lacked the prowess to dominate his peers. To put it plainly, the reservoir of spiritual energy within Su Chang'an was inferior to that of an ordinary 9th level Qi refinement disciple. This was an unavoidable consequence of his weak spiritual root. Nevertheless, Su Chang'an was not taken aback. He had anticipated the disparity in power. He swiftly shifted his position, landing 10 yards away, and hurled a talisman towards Ji Feishuang. Thunderous roars echoed as thick golden lightning, resembling serpents and dragons, surged towards her. This was the Golden Thunder Talisman. Now that Su Chang'an had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, the potency of this talisman was significantly enhanced, far exceeding the power of his earlier attempts. However, Su Chang'an did not expect this talisman to decisively eliminate Ji Feishuang. His intention was merely to stall her while he retrieved a shadowless talisman from his storage pouch, affixing it to his leg. With the enhancement of the shadowless talisman, he had effectively secured an advantageous position for both offense and evasion. Cursed thing, Ji Feishuang grunted, exerting considerable effort to counter the onslaught of the Golden Thunder Talisman. For her, the force of this strike was exponentially greater than that of the earlier Gui, Shui, Jin Jiao flag. Go to hell, Ji Feishuang exclaimed as she retrieved a bamboo tube from her storage bag and fired it towards Su Chang'an with a resounding bang. As the bamboo tube opened, 13 poison needles, glimmering with a sinister green light, surged forth with unparalleled speed, surrounding Su Chang'an from all directions before launching their assault. Whoosh! Fortunately, Su Chang'an had placed a shadowless talisman beneath his feet, allowing him to evade his original position with a swift movement. However, to his astonishment, the 13 flying needles seemed to possess a will of their own. After a swift turn, they pursued him once more. Haraha! Ji Feishuang laughed heartily, declaring, Su Chang'an, prepare to meet your demise. These needles will relentlessly follow you until they claim your life. Su Chang'an felt a rising urgency. Despite the enhancement from the shadowless talisman, propelling him to the peak of speed, the needles continued their relentless pursuit, leaving him at a loss. With no other option, he tossed a jar of foul blood at the swarm of needles. The vile substance exploded mid-air, enveloping the space in a grotesque cloud. As the needles pierced through the foul blood, their essence was tainted, causing them to plummet to the ground, one by one. Hey, you actually resorted to such a repulsive trick? Ji Feishuang remarked, just as Su Chang'an's figure surged through the void, drawing closer to her. Seeking death, Ji Feishuang retorted, dare to engage me in close combat. You are surely doomed. Yet, Su Chang'an's fist had already reached her forehead. Ji Feishuang stepped back, only to be horrified as Su Chang'an's once fair hand transformed into a dark, bloodied claw, reaching out towards her. With a swift motion, Su Chang'an's claw pierced through her left shoulder, despite Ji Feishuang's attempt to evade the attack. The sharp talon effortlessly severed her left arm. Ah! She screamed in terror, having lost an arm. In a moment of desperation, she patted her spirit beast pouch and cried, Su Chang'an, die. You must die. You cannot kill me. With a rumble, a spirit beast of the same foundational stage burst forth from the pouch. It possessed 2 avian heads, capable of unleashing fierce flames. It was with this very beast that Ji Feishuang had once claimed victory in the beast fighting competition. Back then, it was merely at the Qi refinement stage. Now, it had ascended to the 4th layer of the foundation establishment stage, surpassing Ji Feishuang by 2 layers. Die, Su Chang'an, she urged. In response, Su Chang'an wasted no time. 2 neuroblades shot forth simultaneously from his consciousness, piercing into the beast's 2 heads with brutal force. The spirit beast fell. The neuroblades could not harm Ji Feishuang due to her formidable mental strength and the protection of the soul bell. Yet, this creature was devoid of such defenses. To his surprise, Su Chang'an had effortlessly vanquished the spirit beast. In this moment, Ji Feishuang had exhausted all her cards, unable to devise any strategy to counter Su Chang'an. With a determined push of her foot, she attempted to flee. Su Chang'an, however, waved his hand, and 2 golden-backed spiders pursued her from either side. Ah, no. Please, Su Chang'an, spare me. I am a genius of the Ji family. Su Chang'an, I beg you, do not kill me. Do not take my life. In a swift motion, 2 strands of black silk shot forth, piercing Ji Feishuang's body. Simultaneously, Su Chang'an unleashed a nerve blade that shattered her spiritual consciousness. The prodigy of the Ji family had fallen. With a casual gesture, Su Chang'an collected the two spiders and, after thoroughly ransacking Ji Feishuang's storage pouch for a few treasures, departed the scene. In the realm of cultivation, nearly every practitioner possessed a life token. At this moment, with Ji Feishuang's demise, her life token undoubtedly shattered. Thus, Su Chang'an hastened to vacate the area. After traveling for the duration of half a joss stick with the speed afforded by the shadowless talisman, Su Chang'an produced the golden crane in the clouds he had previously acquired from Chung Bufan and activated it to head towards the sect. Upon nearing the sect, 100 miles away, he stowed the crane and applied the shadowless talisman once more to continue his journey. Taishan Xianzong. Within the Hall of Life Tokens, 6 disciples busily navigated through countless tokens. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed, signaling the shattering of a life token. The disciples were not overly surprised. After all, within Taishan Xianzong, there were tens of thousands of disciples, and it was not uncommon for tokens to break. A patrolling disciple soon arrived at the location of the shattered token. Upon seeing the name inscribed on it, fear gripped him, causing his legs to tremble. This is bad. Quick, inform the elders. The life token of the Ji family prodigy, Sister Ji, has shattered. What? Ji Feishuang, the ancestor's disciple? Ji Feishuang, the genius of the Ji family, is also a core inner disciple of Taishan Xianzong. Her master is none other than the esteemed ancestor, Ji Zhengfeng. Ji Zhengfeng is a reclusive supreme elder of Taishan Xianzong, said to have lived for over 900 years, an unparalleled nascent soul powerhouse. The elder guarding the Hall of Life tokens hurriedly made his way to Ji Zhengfeng's abode. Ancestor, this is dire. The elder fell to his knees at the entrance of Ji Zhengfeng's domain. You must come quickly. Sister Ji's life token is shattered. Boom. A figure of unfathomable power suddenly appeared outside the domain, casting a glance at the elder. With a wave of his hand, he transcended space, arriving at the Hall of Life tokens in an instant. Whoosh. The shattered token transformed into a beam of light, flying into Ji Zhengfeng's hand. In his grasp, the life token appeared to come alive, manifesting a spectral image along with a series of indicative symbols. Chapter 131. The Art of Soul Searching. The arrival of the nascent soul. Where is this place? The formidable nascent soul master, Ji Zhengfeng, gazed at the directive symbol in his hand and inquired of the elder beside him. The elder replied, according to the information displayed here, this should be Yangshua County in our great Yin kingdom. Yangshua County? Ji Zhengfeng's expression was devoid of sorrow or joy, neither pleased nor angered. He merely stated calmly, why has a descendant of the Ji family suddenly appeared here? Is there something special about this location? The elder responded, reporting to the ancestor, this place is not far from our Taishan sect's branch, Taishan Gate. Taishan Gate. Ji Zhengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, I understand. Boom. A terrifying pressure emanated from Ji Zhengfeng, intensifying with each passing moment. He took a single step, covering a distance of over 100 zhang in an instant, moving like light as he exited the command plate hall and headed southward. In the realm of cultivation, the higher the level of mastery, the swifter the ability to fly through the air. Theoretically, disciples in the Qi refinement stage cannot fly. They can only leap forward using the abundant spiritual energy within their bodies. Once they reach the foundation establishment stage, their enhanced spiritual awareness allows them to take to the skies. Golden Core disciples are even more formidable, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. Their speed surpasses that of foundation establishment disciples by more than tenfold. As for the mighty beings in the nascent soul stage, their velocity is so astounding that it is almost blinding. To illustrate, the distance between Taishan Gate and the main sect of Taishan Immortal Sect requires a large flying vessel to travel at high speed for 6 days. The speed of foundation establishment cultivators is comparable to that of the vessel. Golden Core cultivators can reach the destination in 1 day. However, for a nascent soul cultivator, the journey from the Immortal Sect to Taishan Gate takes merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Thus, after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the nascent soul ancestor of the Ji family arrived at this unremarkable hillside. The area bore the scars of fierce battle. The mountaintop was cleaved open, creating a chasm of several hundred zhang. Trees were uprooted, and stones reduced to powder. The body of Ji Feishuang lay motionless at the site. Feishuang. Ji Zhengfeng approached Ji Feishuang's body, reaching out to touch her arm, feeling the lingering warmth. Alas, no matter how he called out, Ji Feishuang could not respond. Ji Zhengfeng's countenance remained unchanged, but a seething rage surged within him. It had been many years since the Ji family had produced such a talent. The ancestor had intended to bestow the family's legacy upon her, nurturing Ji Feishuang to become the next nascent soul master of the Ji family. Even if she could not reach the nascent soul stage, her innate gifts would surely allow her to achieve Golden Core Mastery within a century. A Golden Core Master would be sufficient to protect the Ji family for centuries to come. Yet unexpectedly, his promising disciple had perished here under such mysterious circumstances. Ji Zhengfeng took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Nearby lay the lifeless body of a spirit beast. Ji Zhengfeng approached the spirit beast and felt its still warm corpse. How despicable! He cursed under his breath before rising abruptly and declaring, "Do you believe this old man cannot find a single clue to uncover who has harmed my family as prodigy? Dream on." Soul-searching technique. Woo! With a thunderous shout, a dark stream of energy enveloped the area within a 1,000-foot radius, casting an oppressive darkness akin to the night. Had any lingering souls remained, Ji Zhengfeng, with his formidable cultivation, would have undoubtedly been able to retrieve even the faintest trace and inquire about the circumstances. Yet, after several breaths of incantation, he found no remnants of souls. Damn it! Ji Zhengfeng spat blood in frustration. To slay my family's prodigy and erase their very essence. Cursed. It must be said that Su Chang'an, by an unexpected stroke of fate, had struck down both the spirit beast and Ji Feishuang's consciousness, thus completely shattering their souls. Otherwise, with the divine powers Ji Zhengfeng wielded at this moment, he would surely have located Ji Feishuang's spirit and discerned the truth with but a few questions. Ceasing his incantation, Ji Zhengfeng surveyed his surroundings, which appeared devoid of life. "Come forth, you coward!" he bellowed. With a resounding crash, a stone formation 10 paces away shattered, and a pangolin, startled, scurried away in fright. With a swift motion, Ji Zhengfeng seized the creature in his grasp. Soul-searching technique. Woo! He began the soul-searching on the pangolin. The logic was simple. A battle had recently transpired here, and the pangolin must have been nearby during the commotion. Even if it had not witnessed the events, it surely had heard enough noise. Ji Zhengfeng aimed to unearth any trace of evidence from the pangolin's memories. Of course, even for a formidable figure of the nascent soul stage like Ji Zhengfeng, this endeavor was mentally taxing. Yet, he could not afford to hesitate. Revenge was paramount. Su Chang'an. Perish. Su Chang'an, you shall die. You cannot kill me. Su Chang'an. Perish. Su Chang'an, you shall die. You cannot kill me. Suddenly, a wretched voice emanated from the depths of the pangolin's soul. Ji Zhengfeng's complexion turned pale. Using his secret arts, he finally gleaned a fragment of information. Su Chang'an. This name was not unfamiliar to him. 20 years ago, during the Great Tournament, the Ji family had made multiple attempts against Su Chang'an. Later, the head of the Ji family even pursued him across great distances to exact vengeance and seize treasures. Ji Zhengfeng was well aware of this. However, as a nascent soul expert, he recognized that the Ji family had been in the wrong. To complicate matters, the Taishan sect was but a branch of the Taishan immortal sect. They were all, after all, part of the same family. Thus, although the Ji family suffered a concealed loss, Ji Zhengfeng refrained from intervening, for in such matters, it is invariably he who would endure the humiliation. However, he never anticipated that his beloved disciple would meet his demise at the hands of a cultivator named Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an, oh Su Chang'an. Ji Zhengfeng murmured softly, you truly are the nemesis of our beloved Feishuang. Regardless of the opportunities you possess, today, you shall undoubtedly perish. With a thunderous roar, Ji Zhengfeng collected the remains of his disciple and stepped forth, soaring towards the Taishan gate. At Miaolian Peak, within the sanctum of the esteemed Qingshu Zhenren, only 3 individuals were present at this moment. Qingshu sat regally upon the lotus platform, while 2 figures stood beneath, Su Chang'an and Su Changxing. Su Shizizi. Qingshu gazed at Su Chang'an and inquired, I am already aware of the happenings at Chenjiabao. The sect will promptly dispatch personnel to the site. As you and Ding Lan suggested, we shall establish a branch of Taishan Gate at Chenjiabao to recruit outer disciples and enhance our sect's renown. Furthermore, your contributions in this matter are commendable. Should the branch be established, A nominal position as an elder will be reserved for you. However, Qingshu paused momentarily and continued. Upon your return, do you have any other matters that require my attention? His penetrating gaze fixed upon Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an hesitated briefly, opting to withhold the details regarding Ji Feishuang, and replied, No, I have not encountered anything particularly noteworthy. He. Qingshu chuckled lightly. You have stirred a calamity of monumental proportions, and formidable adversaries shall soon arrive. Yet you assert that nothing of significance has transpired? Qingshu's gaze seemed to pierce through all FA8s. Beside them, Su Changsheng, upon hearing his master's words, scolded Su Chang'an, Su Shixiao. How bold of you to deceive our master. You are the bold one. Qingshu interjected, turning to Su Changsheng. I am conversing with Su Shixizi. You have no place to interject. With a swift motion, a beam of celestial light flashed, and Qingshu severed Su Changsheng's right forearm. Ah! Su Changsheng writhed in pain, incredulously gazing at Qingshu. Master. Master, you, do not prattle. Qingshu commanded, quickly tend to your wound. I have other pressing matters to entrust to you. Yes. Su Chang'an cast a resentful glance at Su Changsheng, who hastily retrieved his severed limb and stowed it in his storage bag, roughly binding his wound. Just as Su Changsheng completed his makeshift treatment, a towering elder suddenly stepped into the sanctum of Qingshu Zhenren. With a cacophony, the numerous formations surrounding the sanctum shattered as if made of paper. The newcomer was none other than the formidable Yuanian cultivator, Ji Zhengfeng. Chapter 132, The Arrival of Catastrophe. The dissolution of cause and effect. The figure that appeared was clad in coarse linen, yet emanated an aura as fierce as a rainbow. The immense pressure shattered the layered formations, simultaneously sending the venerable Qingshu, seated upon the lotus pedestal, soaring through the air. Remarkably, both Su Chang'an and his counterpart remained unscathed, suggesting that the newcomer bore no intention of targeting these lowly cultivators. Venerable Celestial, the elder intoned, performing a Taoist salutation. I have heard from the disciples of the Taishan sect that you have recently attained the status of a golden core master and are now the sect leader of Taishan. With a series of coughs, Qingshu expelled 3 mouthfuls of blood before raising his pallid visage and replying, Indeed. I am Qingshu. Yet I am unaware of your esteemed identity. I am the supreme elder of the Taishan celestial sect, known as Liao Chun, with my given name being Ji Zhengfeng. Gasping in shock, Su Chang'an drew in 2 breaths of cold air. Heavens, the supreme elder. Is he here to settle a score with me? A formidable Yuan Ing expert. This is truly dire. To his surprise, Qingshu exhaled a sigh of relief, clasping his hands in respect. Oh, it is an honor to welcome our venerable elder. I, Qingshu, pay my respects. Might I inquire what commands you have? As he spoke, Qingshu cast a glance at his disciple Su Changsheng and instructed, Chang'an, please fetch the treasured spirit tea I have preserved for many years. Su Chang'an, raising his sole available hand, replied, Yes. I shall retrieve it forthwith. Wait. Upon hearing their exchange, the Yuaning powerhouse Ji Zhengfeng suddenly pivoted, fixing his gaze upon Su Changsheng. The latter's cultivation was at the 12th layer of qi refinement. Yet he had recently sustained an injury to his arm. The name Chang'an? Could this individual be the Su Chang'an I seek? Junior. Ji Zhengfeng scrutinized Su Changsheng and inquired, What is your surname? Su Changsheng responded, My surname is Su. Su. Ji Zhengfeng chuckled heartily. Then you must be Su Chang'an. Indeed. Su Changsheng clasped his hands in reverence. I am Su Chang'an, paying my respects to the esteemed elder. Laughter erupted from Ji Zhengfeng before, without warning. He unleashed a sudden strike. A colossal hand materialized from the void and, in less than a breath, descended with thunderous force upon Su Changsheng. In his final moments, Su Changsheng was left bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had incurred the wrath of this Yuaning expert, thus inviting his own demise. Ji Zhengfeng executed the lethal blow without seeking any explanation, not due to a lack of thoroughness, but because it was unavoidable. Why, you may ask? His disciple, Ji Feishuang, had come to seek Su Chang'an, undoubtedly linked to the previous attempt by the Ji family head, Ji Shirgu, to commit murder and seize treasures. Delving further back, one would uncover the Ji family's manipulation of the grand competition. If he were to question Su Chang'an directly, the latter would inevitably recount the entire narrative, thereby bringing shame to the Ji family and tarnishing the reputation of Ji Zhengfeng as their elder. Why bother asking? Having already discerned the identity of the murderer, it would be more prudent to swiftly eliminate this scoundrel. On the other side, Qing Su, his face etched with fury, bellowed, "This is my disciple. Why does the ancestor slay him without cause?" Ji Jingfeng offered no explanation, merely responding with a calm demeanor. "Young Qing Su, I have lived for over 9 centuries. Do you truly believe I would be the sort to kill indiscriminately?" Qing Su furrowed his brow and replied, "The ancestor is certainly not." "Then that is settled," Ji Jingfeng stated. "My intention to kill him is founded upon just cause. He owes me a debt of karma, one which I see no necessity to elaborate upon. Should you achieve the nascent soul stage in the future, feel free to seek vengeance upon me at the Tai Xian Immortal Sect." With a thunderous rumble, Ji Jingfeng flicked his sleeve and departed from the Tai Xian gate, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the Tai Xian Immortal Sect. At Tai Xian gate, Qing Su waved his hand, conjuring a fireball that incinerated his disciple's body to ashes. "Su Shitzi," he said, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. "Fetch a porcelain urn to collect his ashes." "Yes." Su Chang'an complied, producing a porcelain vessel for the remains. Qing Su continued, "From this day forth, you may reclaim your original name." In that moment, Su Chang'an felt a profound clarity wash over him. He finally comprehended the intricacies of Qing Su's scheme. It was not about bestowing upon him fortune and opportunity, but rather, his master had foreseen this day and found a means to avert an inevitable calamity, a murderous tribulation. "Master, this. Su Chang'an stammered, at a loss for words before Qing Su. "Do not fret." A gentle countenance graced Qing Su's face. "That Ji Jingfeng is a formidable nascent soul expert, currently at the pinnacle of his cultivation. It is said he is but a step away from transcending into the legendary divine transformation realm. Henceforth, he shall immerse himself in his quest for breakthrough and seclusion. Rest assured, a person of his caliber will not spare any thought for your affairs. From now on, you may confidently and boldly use your own name, free from any misgivings." Su Chang'an inquired, "Did you foresee that your disciple would face such a tribulation?" Qing Su nodded. "I sensed it." However, Su Chang'an, feeling a pang of sorrow, glanced at the porcelain urn containing Su Changxing's ashes. Qing Su extended his hand and took the urn filled with Su Changxing's remains, stating, "Do not dwell on it. His original name was Su Pingxing. The moment I accepted him into my fold, it was with the intent of using him to assist you in overcoming your tribulation. Alas, one can only lament that Su Pingxing's fate was ill-fated. Blame his mother, perhaps." Su Chang'an refrained from pressing further. "Although we are not bound as master and disciple, from the instant I laid eyes upon you, I regarded you as my own." Qing Shu began to speak softly. "I am well versed in the arts of divination and the principles of the universe. With a mere glance, I can decipher one's destiny. However, the moment I laid eyes upon you, I could not foresee your future. You are indeed an enigma. Nevertheless, I can discern that you carry immense karma and great fortune, yet you are also fated to encounter adversity. Had I taken you as my disciple, it would be I who lies buried in eternal tranquility today, rather than your master, Mingi. Thus, Chang'an, should you bear enmity towards anyone in the future, simply take them as your master, regardless of their formidable prowess. Within a decade, they shall undoubtedly meet their demise." Ha ha ha. Su Chang'an felt a shiver run through him. "So it is. I am destined to bring misfortune to my masters. Whoever becomes my teacher shall meet their end." Qing Shu continued, "I dare not accept you as a disciple, yet you possess the timing celestial order. If I fail to accept you as my pupil, I would be disregarding your master's last wishes, incurring a great debt of karma. Today, I have helped you avert a fatal calamity, thus settling our karmic ties. Su Chang'an, our fates are now intertwined." Su Chang'an's heart was a tumult of emotions. Nonetheless, he remained grateful for Qing Shu's life-saving grace. "Master Uncle," he said, bowing respectfully, "though you speak thus, you have indeed saved my life. The debt of life-saving grace is the greatest of all. Should you ever require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me. I would willingly risk my life 1,000 times over." "Oh," Qing Shu smiled. "If you are so forthcoming, I shall not hold back. May I ask a favor of you?" Su Chang'an replied, "Please, Master Uncle, speak freely. Your master, the real person Mingi, before his passing, instructed you young ones not to seek vengeance. I once promised him that after 21 years, I would reveal to you the name of your master's murderer. The time has now come, and I should, in principle, disclose this name to you. However, Qingshu's brow furrowed slightly. I ask you, may we let this matter concerning your master pass, and you refrain from inquiring further about the so-called murderer? Su Chang'an's expression changed at these words, and he stepped forward, declaring, Master Uncle, you just mentioned that I am destined to bring misfortune to my masters, and it is likely I shall never have another master in this lifetime. Real person Mingyi may very well be my only master. Thus, the enmity towards my master is akin to the blood feud of a father. I cannot forget. If you seek something else, I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, risking my life without hesitation. But this I cannot concede. I implore you, Master Uncle, tell me, who is that murderer, and where do they now lie in hiding? Chapter 133, Past Events, Soul-Capturing Golden Bell. Let me begin by recounting a story. Qingsu lifted the front hem of his Taoist robe and seated himself upon the cushion. Su Chang'an followed suit, taking a position on another cushion opposite Qingsu. Many years ago, approximately 90 or perhaps 100 years in the past, my junior sister, the fairy Qingling, with the newly appointed leader of Guanyin Peak, Chen Yuchang. This Chen Yuchang, not only the leader of Guanyin Peak, but also the eldest disciple of the peak, was a prominent figure within the entire Taishan sect. His unparalleled talent and formidable combat prowess, coupled with his magnanimous nature, earned him the admiration of all disciples, leading them to exalt him as the eldest brother of Taishan sect. In those days, his standing was immeasurably superior to that of figures like Cheng Bufan. Moreover, Chen Yuchang possessed a remarkable appearance, a paragon of male beauty. Even I, Qingsu Daoist, was captivated by his charisma and willingly regarded him as a senior brother. After my younger sister married Chen Yuchang, they spent a blissful period together on Guanyin Peak, lasting around 20 years. Following this span, their child, Chen Chong, proved to be extraordinary, inheriting the finest traits of both parents. Not only was his talent exceptional, but his looks were striking as well. He progressed in his cultivation at an astonishing rate, achieving the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, 12th layer perfection, before even reaching the age of 20. A feat unparalleled in the history of Taishan sect. Su Chang'an nodded in acknowledgement. Attaining the 12th layer perfection by the age of 20 was indeed impressive, surpassing even Fu Nianjun and Ding Lan. Regrettably, Qingsu's expression darkened. Perhaps it was the heavens deliberately testing Chong, or perhaps he had exhausted his fortune in those first 20 years. Regardless, he found himself unable to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The foundation establishment pills proved ineffective, and despite trying various rare materials, he still made no progress. He traversed this arduous path for 4 or 5 years without any advancement in his cultivation. You must understand, for someone like you, Su Chang'an, this is a commonplace occurrence. Yet for a genius, it is akin to torment. From that moment forth, Chong'er's spirit began to crumble. Unbeknownst to him, he stumbled upon a demonic cultivation method known as the 9 Nether Blood Scripture and began practicing it. When this came to light, the entire sect was taken aback. In that instant, Su Chang'an's mind nearly exploded. The 9 Nether Blood Scripture? Chen Chong? The Chen family fort? The ancestors of the Chen family. Wait. Su Chang'an took a deep breath as countless thoughts flickered through his mind. The ancestral techniques of the Chen family revolved around the 9 Nether Blood Scripture, and they all bore the surname Chen. Good heavens, could they truly be of the same lineage? What connection exists between the ancestors of the Chen family and this Chen Chong, Chen Yuchang? And what of myself? Did Fairy Qingling intentionally suggest that I annihilate the Chen family fort as part of a scheme? In a moment, Su Chang'an's thoughts became a whirlwind of confusion. Su Shiji, what troubles you? Qingsu sensed something amiss and quickly inquired. Su Chang'an shook his head and replied, It is nothing. I merely did not expect that this Qingling Shirshu's fate would be so arduous. Indeed, Qingsu sighed and said, If anyone deserves sympathy in this matter, it is my junior sister Qingling. Later, Qingsu continued, Your master, the Mingyi Zhenren, took the lead in addressing the issue of Chen Chong practicing demonic arts. In a desperate bid to protect his son, Chen Yuchang, despite his status, knelt before your master, pleading for leniency. Perhaps Mingyi Shixiang genuinely wished to grant Chen Chong a chance and spared his life. However, he shattered Chong'er's dantian, rendering him unable to cultivate henceforth. The enmity between Chen Yuchang and your master originated from that moment. Subsequently, I heard the news of Cheng'er's untimely demise and master brother Chen Yuchang's melancholic end, after which your Qingling Shishu took over Guanyin Peak. Yet, I never anticipated that so many years have elapsed, and Chen Yuchang had not perished but had transformed into a being of the demonic path, even launching a surprise attack on your master. The fates of your master and him have thus intertwined in a cycle of cause and effect. Upon the conclusion of the tale, Su Chang'an finally comprehended who had slain his master. What followed was a prolonged silence. After several breaths, Su Chang'an suddenly asked, "Since Chen Yuchang assassinated my master and seized his Jiayuan Dan, might I inquire, Shishu, whether Qingling Laozu's breakthrough to the Golden Core stage is related to this?" Qing Su cast a profound glance at Su Chang'an and then shook his head, saying, "I do not know. I have conveyed all that I can. However, if you seek vengeance, it would be prudent to assess your own capabilities." Su Chang'an nodded. Vengeance. At present, he dared not even entertain the thought. Not to mention that Chen Yuchang, half human and half ghost, was immensely powerful. Even the Golden Core Master Qingling was beyond his means. Vengeance. What a jest. Perhaps I shall consider it once I have grown stronger. Go now? Qing Su waved his hand, signaling the end of the audience. Su Chang'an cupped his hands in respect and then departed, returning to his own abode. The recent event of the nascent soul cultivator's fleeting presence at the sect had already stirred great commotion within the Taishan sect. However, only Su Chang'an and the two others were privy to the true circumstances, of whom one had already perished. Junior brother has returned? Master brother Li Qijian, upon seeing Su Chang'an, inquired with concern, "Did everything proceed smoothly at Chen's fortress?" Su Chang'an nodded. "Yes, it went well. Brother, I shall enter seclusion for 2 days. We will discuss Chen's fortress matters afterward." Upon returning to his own dwelling, he waved his hand to retrieve Ji Fei Shuang's storage bag. Within the bag lay numerous treasures, including spirit stones, various herbs, and several precious items. The first artifact was a cerulean seal. Su Chang'an lifted the seal and examined it briefly, then unleashed his consciousness. Probing into the depths of the seal, he quickly discerned 13 intricate prohibitions within. Astonished, he murmured to himself, "How remarkable to possess 13 prohibitions. It must be a superior spiritual artifact. No wonder it can effortlessly withstand the full force of my Gui, Shui, Jin Jiao flag. Such a treasure. I now have another formidable defensive tool for future confrontations." The seal was named the Zhenhai Yin. In addition to the Zhenhai Yin, there was a flying sword, categorized as an excellent magical weapon. While its potency was commendable, its quality was rather ordinary, prompting Su Chang'an to dismiss it casually, tossing it aside. His gaze then fell upon 2 golden bells, which were originally strung on Ji Feishuang's left and right hands. Su Chang'an, with unabashed audacity, directed his consciousness into them. His astonishment reached its zenith. 19 prohibitions. Good heavens, 19 prohibitions? In the realm of cultivation, treasures are classified from low to high as magical tools, spiritual artifacts, magical treasures, and sacred artifacts, ancient treasures. Even the finest spiritual artifacts possess only 15 prohibitions. Hence, this bell, with its 19 prohibitions, undoubtedly belongs to the category of magical treasures, and is indeed a mid-grade magical treasure. What constitutes a magical treasure? It refers to the unparalleled items refined by great cultivators in the Golden Core stage, utilizing their innate fire and divine abilities to forge external materials into treasures, which are subsequently nurtured within their Golden Core over time. This is what qualifies an item as a magical treasure. Generally, even when nurtured to the nascent soul stage, a magical treasure remains of lower grade. Such a mid-grade magical treasure is likely the life treasure of a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage or a transformation god cultivator. After the demise of its master, the treasure became a magical treasure, wandering the world. In fact, even sacred artifacts and ancient treasures theoretically fall within the realm of magical treasures. However, due to their owner's extraordinary cultivation, the treasures, nurtured over many years, grow increasingly potent, ultimately transcending the limits of magical treasures to evolve into sacred artifacts or ancient treasures. Su Chang'an continued to scrutinize the golden bells. The artifact was named the soul-capturing golden bell. Once refined, this bell can block external consciousness attacks and can also unleash its own consciousness assaults. It is worth noting that Su Chang'an's consciousness is exceedingly formidable, yet even he was immobilized by the soul-capturing golden bell during his confrontation with Ji Feishuang, underscoring the exceptional nature of this treasure. Once fully refined, it could even create illusions to confound adversaries when wielded by cultivators with robust consciousness. What an extraordinary find! However, now is not the time to refine this treasure. It must be set aside for the moment. Chapter 134, Breaking Through 10 Levels, Ding Lon Ding Lon. 2 days later, a gathering of the sect's senior leaders convened, to which Su Chang'an was also invited. The sole topic of discussion was the establishment of a branch of the Taishan sect at Chen family fort. After an extensive debate, the venerable Qing Ling waved her jade arm and declared, Ding Lan's proposal is quite commendable. Since there are no objections, let us designate Chen family fort as a branch of our Taishan sect. As for the selection of personnel, Qing Ling glanced at Qing Su and inquired, Do you have any suggestions, esteemed brother? Qing Su nodded thoughtfully. In my opinion, we should appoint one elder at the foundation establishment stage from each of the 14 peaks of our Taishan sect, along with 10 disciples from each peak to accompany them. This will provide a foundational structure for the branch, allowing for the recruitment of more disciples in the future to ensure growth and prosperity. Furthermore, as Ding Lon and Su Chang'an have made significant contributions, let us grant them the honorary titles of elder. Excellent, exclaimed Qing Ling. She turned her gaze towards Su Chang'an, saying, You should focus on your cultivation and seclusion. Do not trouble yourself with matters concerning Chen family fort. However, your contributions are invaluable, and once the branch is established, you shall hold an elder's position. Thank you, revered ancestor. Su Chang'an bowed in gratitude and promptly returned to his own sanctuary. The first order of business upon returning to the sanctuary, the refinement of a magical treasure. Su Chang'an took out this soul-capturing golden bell. With 19 layers of restrictions, the greater the number of restrictions on a treasure, the more formidable it becomes. Conversely, the refinement process becomes increasingly arduous. For instance, the initial 15 layers of these restrictions are akin to refining a standard, top-tier spiritual weapon, as they both share the same level. However, the last 4 layers require significantly more time and effort, often exceeding that of the preceding 15 layers by many multiples. Such is the extreme challenge. Fortunately, Su Chang'an had achieved perfection in the Heavenly Emperor's Qi refining technique, granting him an immensely powerful spiritual consciousness. Consequently, the refinement of this treasure became remarkably efficient. In the span of 40 days, within the confines of the Golden Talisman space, Su Chang'an successfully refined all 19 layers of restrictions. The bell chimed melodiously at the slightest movement, when infused with spiritual energy. Its sound could penetrate the heart and disturb the soul. When employed in battle, its sudden activation would serve as a deadly trump card. For instance, when casting the Wheel of Life and Death, a gentle shake of the bell at the moment of release would render even the most adept opponents capable of traversing space in an instant, unable to evade. However, one drawback persisted: the bell's overly feminine design. It would suit a woman splendidly, yet as a man, wearing this golden bell on my wrist felt rather peculiar. Deciding against wearing it, I stored it within my spatial pouch. After refining the soul-capturing golden bell, Su Chang'an proceeded to refine the Sea-suppressing seal. This artifact bore 13 layers of restrictions and was classified as a superior spiritual weapon. Remarkably, it took only 7 days to complete the refinement. After the successful refinement of the 2 precious artifacts, the main event commenced. Su Chang'an waved his hand, summoning hundreds of human pearls and a pool of essence blood, all gathered from the Chen family fortress. To put it plainly, absorbing all these resources would make breaking through to the 10th level of Qi refinement a mere formality. However, the dilemma lay in the possibility that these items were a trap laid by the celestial maiden of Qingling Peak. Now, faced with this pitfall, should he leap into it or refrain? After contemplating for approximately 3 breaths, Su Chang'an resolutely stepped forward, plunging into the blood pool with a splash. There was no room for hesitation. As long as it offered a path to break through, what did it matter if it was a trap? Buzzing. Upon entering the blood pool, the 9 nether blood scripture within Su Chang'an began to operate autonomously, with countless energies and spiritual forces seeping through his skin's pores, accumulating and intensifying. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth and swallowed a blood pearl, feeling a peculiar stir within his meridians. Suddenly, a multitude of skeletal remains manifested in his consciousness, as if countless vengeful spirits were demanding his life. With a thunderous roar, Su Chang'an shook the soul-resonating golden bell several times, shattering the disturbing visions. He then plunged into deep meditation. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 100 days had passed. Previously, Su Chang'an had already attained perfection at the 9th level, leaving only a final step to cross into the 10th. Thus, his cultivation this time was solely to bridge that last gap. It came swiftly. After merely 100 days, Su Chang'an felt an invisible shackle within him shatter explosively. Rushing like a torrent, blood surged through his body recklessly, while essence coalesced at his heart, transforming into a viscous droplet of blood. In an instant, a golden light descended. He had reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. Su Chang'an opened his eyes. At last, he had achieved it. Through the dual supplementation of the blood pool and human pearls, his cultivation had finally advanced beyond the late stage of Qi refinement to the grand completion of Qi refinement. The grand completion, akin to the early, middle, and late stages, represents a tier encompassing levels 10, 11, and 12. Su Chang'an lifted his gaze towards the enormous golden talisman overhead. According to tradition, he should have seen a series of symbols descend at this moment. Yet, before he could witness the symbols falling, darkness suddenly enveloped him. His consciousness seemed to drift into another realm, a world shrouded in chaos and filled with sinister demonic energy. A towering demon lord, several dozen feet high, laughed maniacally at Su Chang'an, wielding a bone staff that exuded a chilling aura. His blood-red eyes flickered with a 3-foot glow of crimson light, sending shivers down one's spine. Begone! With a mere wave of Su Chang'an's hand, the malevolent creature before him was utterly obliterated. The demon lord had vanished, yet the surrounding air was thick with an endless tide of demonic energy. The anguished roars of countless fiends echoing incessantly. What realm is this? Was I not within the confines of the golden symbol space? How have I found myself in this wretched place? He advanced along the shadowy and expansive street, where a dense bamboo grove lay ahead. Deep within the grove, there appeared to be a quaint wooden cabin. A mysterious allure emanated from within, drawing Su Chang'an forward, compelling him to approach with eager anticipation. As he traversed the ethereal bamboo thicket, the swirling demonic energy constantly morphed into grotesque forms. Su Chang'an arrived at the threshold of the cabin. The dilapidated wooden door was riddled with gaps, from which droplets of blood slowly trickled down. It was as if something of unparalleled treasure lay hidden inside, and Su Chang'an found himself impatiently yearning to open the door and uncover its secrets. The entity within quickened his heartbeat, igniting a fervor within him. With a creak, Su Chang'an pushed the door open with both hands. Inside the cabin, the tumultuous demonic energy persisted. Yet, from behind the shadowy ambience, a figure clad in black attire, draped in a dark cloak, suddenly emerged. The visage remained obscured, but Su Chang'an discerned a slight curve of the lips. She was smiling. On her exposed, alabaster face, a delicate dimple appeared as her mouth subtly curled. In an instant, the demonic energy dissipated, the cabin shattered, and the bamboo grove faded into nothingness. All was erased. Before Su Chang'an, the illusion vanished, replaced by the overwhelming presence of a colossal golden symbol. With a violent gasp, Su Chang'an expelled a mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as parchment. Ding Lon, Ding Lon, Ding Lon. He breathed heavily, murmuring in a hushed tone, "Why? Is it you?" At Guanyun Peak, within the grand hall of the revered Qingling ancestor, Ding Lon, in the midst of her secluded meditation, suddenly turned ashen. With a gasp, she too coughed forth a spout of blood. Her lips twitched, her eyes wide with an unutterable terror. How powerful? Why? How could he, at merely the 10th level, have witnessed the illusion of the demon sea? The gentle chime of wind bells stirred at the entrance. A graceful figure glided in from outside. The Qingling fairy, upon witnessing Ding Lan's distress, felt a pang of sympathy and swiftly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her lips, inquiring with concern, "What has transpired to leave you in such a state of alarm?" "Something dreadful." Ding Lan lifted her gaze, locking eyes with the Qingling fairy mother. "He has broken through to the 10th level." "I am aware," Qingling replied. "Did you not know?" "No." Ding Lan remarked. "It is different. He has already glimpsed me within the illusions of the sea of magic, yet he is merely at the 10th level. How could he have entered the illusion?" Chapter 135, Transaction Completed, Viewing the Cloud Immortal Pool. How could it possibly be Ding Shimmy? Su Chang'an inhaled deeply, then retrieved the jade slip that had been caressed countless times. The 9 Nether Blood scripture states that upon reaching the 12th level of Qi refinement, one can perceive other cultivators who have also attained the 12th level in the same cultivation method. What does this imply? It suggests that the technique subtly indicates the target for absorption. By consuming the other, one could transcend the Qi refinement stage and successfully establish their foundation in one fell swoop. Su Chang'an was aware that Ding Lan had indeed broken through to the 12th level of Qi refinement. However, had she not been a disciple of the orthodox sect? Was she not the beloved disciple of the ethereal fairy of Viewing Cloud Peak? With her unparalleled dual spiritual roots of ice and fire, she had never feared the bottleneck of cultivation. Why then did she not practice the orthodox techniques, but rather pursue this deviant path? Moreover, he had not yet reached the 12th level, only attaining the 10th. Why was he able to witness the illusion of the demon sea? Countless doubts flickered through Su Chang'an's mind. He resolved to journey to Viewing Cloud Peak to inquire with Ding Lan about the matter. Yet, before questioning her, he needed to master this talisman. Due to his advancement to the 10th level of Qi refinement, a sizable talisman script peeled away from the colossal golden talisman above his head, falling before him. The script shimmered, with a red stream of light swiftly coursing along its lines. Su Chang'an's consciousness followed the trace of the red light, repeatedly sketching it time and again. A day later, he had successfully learned the drawing of this talisman script. The 10th talisman was named Water Escape Talisman. Upon activation, this talisman envelopes the user, allowing them to submerge into water, becoming invisible and able to traverse a distance of 100 zhang in the blink of an eye. It is indeed a remarkable treasure for escape. However, the conditions for its use are somewhat stringent, as it must be activated in water to be effective. Su Chang'an took out the hide of a spiritual beast and, using its blood, crafted several water escape talismans for safekeeping. Viewing Cloud Peak, the abode of the ethereal ancestor. She gazed at Ding Lan, her brow slightly furrowed. Are you suggesting that Su Chang'an is rather unique, having entered the Demon Sea illusion 2 levels ahead? Indeed, Ding Lan replied. However, his illusion has yet to solidify. I merely deduced it was him from experience. Had I not known him, I certainly would not have recognized him. Ah. The ethereal fairy inhaled deeply and nodded. I understand. This means that although he is only at the 10th level of Qi refinement, he has already reached the conditions for you to absorb him. Ding Lan shook her head. He likely still falls short, for his cultivation is not yet solidified. If forced to absorb him, it could very well lead to a disastrous failure, thus severing his path to immortality. Ding Lan's concerns were entirely valid. According to the records in the 9 Netherblood scripture, to break through to the foundation establishment stage from the 12th level, one must consume a cultivator at the 12th level. Although Su Chang'an is formidable, reaching the 10th level may still prove insufficient. Should he consume me without achieving a breakthrough, it would be akin to a self-defeating endeavor. We cannot afford to wait until he ascends to the 12th level. The celestial maiden Qingling settled down and took a deep breath, remarking, there is something extraordinary about Su Chang'an. If we allow him to break through to the 12th level, when the time comes for the two of you to intertwine your bloodlines and devour one another, it will be uncertain whether you will consume him or he you. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Ding Lan's eyes. Then let it be the 11th level. Once he breaks through to that, I shall devour him. However, the journey from the 10th to the 11th level is shrouded in uncertainty. Patience, Qingling advised. Since you are determined to consume him at the 11th level, let us pave a path for him. Your senior sister Zhen possesses a unique technique that can elevate one's cultivation level by 1 tier. Seek her out and offer her that coveted item she has long desired. She will undoubtedly assist you. Buzzing. The teleportation array atop Guanyun Peak quivered, and Su Chang'an's figure materialized within it. The disciples guarding the array quickly stood to offer their respects. Su Chang'an waved his hand, saying, no need for excessive formalities. I wish to inquire about Ding Lan's whereabouts. Having joined the Taishan sect for over 20 years, Su Chang'an had never set foot on Guanyin Peak until today. The disciple guarding the array was unaware of Ding Lan's location, prompting Su Chang'an to step forward and make his way to the Great Hall of Guanyin Peak. Su Shixiao, a graceful female disciple, stood before him, her cheeks flushed. Are you looking for Shijiding? She is not in the dojo today. She has gone to the back mountain. If you follow this path straight ahead, you will find a bamboo grove. Shiji should be tending to the spirit garden there. Thank you, Shimi. Su Chang'an followed the direction indicated by the female disciple, walking onward. After passing the grand halls in front of Guanyin Peak, the back mountain came into view, and indeed, a dense bamboo grove awaited him. The bamboo swayed gently, resembling a verdant sea, with green waves rolling in delightful harmony. Yet, within the bamboo grove, there was no sign of Ding Lan. Ding Shimi, Ding Shimi, Ding Shimi. Su Chang'an called out a couple of times, but still, no trace of Ding Lan appeared. Just as he turned around, he was startled to his core by the sight of a shadowy figure clad in black, half reclining upon a cloud of darkness, fixated upon him. This individual was familiar to Su Chang'an. He had once confronted him outside the Taishan sect. Had it not been for the intervention of Master Qingxiu, Su Chang'an would have long been a soul lost to this fiend. Moreover, Su Chang'an was acutely aware that this very person had slain his master, Chen Yuchang. Boom. The shadows shattered explosively, dispersing into countless strands of demonic energy, which then coalesced into several grotesque phantoms of demonic beasts, converging upon Su Chang'an from all directions. With urgency, Su Chang'an drew forth the pure June mirror, unleashing a bolt of radiant thunder. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, for shadowy figures were vanquished by him. However, the disparity in realms was insurmountable. Those shadows swiftly morphed into a colossal claw, descending upon Su Chang'an. Aware that he could never withstand such a strike, he swiftly illuminated his feet with golden light and fled. After a few paces, he spotted a nearby brook and plunged into the water. Upon activating the water escape talisman, he vanished without a trace, covering hundreds of feet in the blink of an eye. Within a matter of breaths, he drifted downstream, safely beyond the reach of the monstrous assailant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Su Chang'an felt a wave of trepidation. Fortunately, that creature had no intention of pursuing him. Otherwise, his demise would have been certain. Splashing, Su Chang'an emerged from the water. The nature of this water seemed peculiar. Why is there a mist swirling about? He shook his head. As the wind blew, the vapor dissipated, revealing a lithe form reclining gracefully in the water, her captivating gaze fixed upon Su Chang'an. Her voice, sweet and melodious, drifted through the air. Junior brother Su, have you come to borrow my bathing water? A crystalline droplet glided down Zhen Qingyan's delicate arm, accentuating its flawless beauty. Su Chang'an was momentarily stunned. I came in search of junior sister Ding, only to encounter a monstrous being along the way. And now I've inadvertently found myself in senior sister Zhen's bathing pool. How do I explain this? Zhen, senior sister. Su Chang'an's expression turned somewhat numb, and with a pained countenance, he admitted, I just encountered a demon. It was lurking in the nearby bamboo grove. Do you believe I was pursued here by it? Zhen Qingyan's hand, like a water snake, glided through the celestial pool, deftly grasping the hem of Su Chang'an's robe. With a slight tug, she drew him closer. Junior brother, are you jesting with me? Our esteemed Taishan sect's Guanyin Peak is graced by golden core masters. What fiend would dare approach? If you are to fabricate tales, at least make them credible. No. Su Chang'an shut his eyes, unable to bear the gaze, and pleaded. What I said is true, senior sister Zhen. I did not intend for this. This is inconsequential. A beguiling undertone laced her voice. Now that you've come, such matters are of little importance. Junior brother, you are at the 10th level of Qi refinement. What remarkable progress. However, compared to me, you still fall short. Why not extend your consciousness and discern my current cultivation level? Su Chang'an replied, I dare not. Senior sister, please spare me. I was wrong. To extend my consciousness would mean to scrutinize you thoroughly. Little did he know, Zhen Qingyan turned gracefully, her hands resembling water serpents as they seized Su Chang'an's shoulders. Su Chang'an, allow me to lend you a hand, and let us elevate your cultivation further. Chapter 136, Breaking Through the 11th Layer, Knowing You Are Not You. The morning sun filtered through the sparse trees, casting dappled light upon the ground, resembling fragments of golden parchment. Su Chang'an sat by the immortal pond, bare-chested, lost in deep contemplation as the true sutra of decay and growth surged vigorously within him. At a certain moment, an invisible shackle within his body shattered explosively, a natural progression. He had reached the 11th layer of the Qi refining stage, marking his singular breakthrough using authentic Taoist practices. With the 11th layer attained, he stood just one step away from the grand completion of the 12th layer. Haraha! Su Chang'an chuckled heartily, leaping up from the ground. The path ahead gleamed with promise. If he diligently practiced upon his return and thoroughly absorbed the energies from those human pearls and the blood pool, breaking through to the 12th layer would be a mere formality. Even in the unlikely event that consuming the human pearls and the blood pool did not yield a breakthrough, he could resort to other methods to refine blood pearls. At worst, he could make another trip to Chen Family Fort, where unforeseen benefits might await him. Thus, achieving the 12th layer of the Qi refining stage would no longer be a distant dream. Once he reached the 12th layer's grand completion, he could consume the long-preserved dragon blood Bodhi, which would unconditionally elevate him by one realm, securing his path to the foundation establishment stage. With that thought, Su Chang'an gestured, and one by one, he donned the scattered garments beside the pond, including the precious heavenly silkworm true silk collar. Once fully attired, he stepped forward, soaring from the pond, traversing the void and landing atop a mountain peak. The mountaintop was densely populated with bamboo groves. Near the easternmost edge lay a cliff, the finest vantage point for cloud gazing from Guanyin Peak. From this location, gazing eastward revealed an expansive sea of clouds, enhancing the vastness of heaven and earth, evoking a sense of boundlessness in the universe. Witnessing the sunrise over the cloud sea at dawn would evoke a profound sense of tranquility. Dressed in black, Zhen Qingyan sat at the cliff's precipice, her long legs dangling playfully, swaying amidst the floating clouds. Su Chang'an called out, "Good morning, senior sister Zhen." "Good morning." Zhen Qingyan turned, her smile outshining the rising sun. Su Chang'an approached and gently settled beside her, remarking, "I never expected that after 20 years. You have made such astonishing progress, senior sister. Not only have you broken through to the foundation establishment stage, but you have also achieved the grand completion of the 12th layer, merely a step away from becoming a golden core master. You truly have my admiration." After 2 decades apart, none could have anticipated Zhen Qingyan's remarkable growth. If she were to break through, Guanyin Peak would gain another golden core ancestor. Zhen Qingyan continued to playfully swing her long legs, stirring the edges of the cloud sea, and then laughed, "Su Chang'an, you're late. Look, the sun is already high in the sky. You missed the spectacular sight of the sun breaking through the cloud sea." Su Chang'an gazed at the already risen sun in the east, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, he harbored no regrets. With a swift motion, he retrieved a porcelain vial from his storage pouch. Upon uncorking it, he revealed 11 Chao Yuan Dan pills nestled within. Among them, one was of superior quality, while the remaining 10 were of moderate grade. "What is this?" Zhen Qingyan inquired, glancing at the vial. "Chao Yuan Dan. Is this for me?" Su Chang'an replied. "When my master, Qingxiu, sought to break through to the golden core realm, he enlisted my assistance in crafting a batch of Chao Yuan Dan. He took one to achieve his breakthrough, and these 11 were bestowed upon me. Seeing that you are on the verge of a breakthrough, feel free to select one." However, Zhen Qingyan returned the vial of Chao Yuan Dan to Su Chang'an. She then extended her arms, draped in a black shawl, and intertwined her delicate fingers, languidly stating, "No need. If I desire to break through, I shall require none of these trinkets. The golden core is but a trifling matter, unworthy of your exertions. Should I encounter challenges on my path to ascension, do not hesitate to assist me." Su Chang'an's expression fell as he opened his mouth. To ascend to immortality? What a distant goal. Do beings such as us, still entrenched in the Qi refinement stage, ever have a chance to achieve such transcendence? After a fleeting moment of confusion, a fervent light ignited in Su Chang'an's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Very well. If that day does come, Su Chang'an shall brave mountains of blades and seas of fire." His words were abruptly halted as a delicate finger rose to his lips. Zhen Qingyan, unusually solemn, interjected, "If it truly comes to mountains of blades and seas of fire, then perhaps ascension is not meant for us. Junior brother Su, I have lingered in the Tianxian sect for many years, and now my desires have been fulfilled. Thus, I must take my leave. Focus on your cultivation. One day, you shall soar to great heights, and your name will resonate across all realms." With a graceful leap, Zhen Qingyan stood upon the precipice of the cloud sea, her spiritual energy transforming into a resplendent pair of wings, as exquisite as a butterfly. With a gentle flutter, she ascended into the sky. "Zhen Shiji, wait!" Su Chang'an exclaimed. Rising abruptly, Zhen Qingyan, already floating amidst the clouds, turned her head to inquire, Su Chang'an, do you have more to say? He hesitated. Was yesterday your true self or merely an illusion? A melodious laugh erupted from Zhen Qingyan. With a slight movement of her wings, she vanished into the cloud sea. Moments later, a colossal flying vessel emerged from the mist, adorned with golden banners and swirling cloud patterns. The figure of a fierce beast, the Taotai, served as its totem, exuding an aura of dread. The vessel was further embellished with the emblem of the Xian bird, evoking solemnity. Zhen Qingyan gracefully alighted upon the deck of the grand ship. On either side, 64 individuals simultaneously raised instruments unknown to Su Chang'an, their music soaring into the heavens. The majestic vessel turned within the cloud sea and began its ascent. Su Chang'an observed as the banner at the ship's stern bore an ancient inscription in Zhou script. Song. Sister Zhen is a person of the Yin clan. Ding Lan, unbeknownst to him, had also arrived by Su Chang'an's side, standing on his left. Together, their gazes followed the distant ship. It was the Princess of Song. A pity indeed, for the Song kingdom had fallen to Qi, rendering her a wandering princess of a lost nation. Su Chang'an's eyes flickered, and he turned to face Ding Lan. Her clear gaze met his. For several breaths, they exchanged silence, each holding unspoken words. I know you have many questions for me. Go ahead. Ding Lan appeared prepared. Ask anything. Su Chang'an inhaled deeply, uncertain of where to begin. Ding Lan continued, if you do not inquire, I shall speak on my own. Initially, I am grateful for your rescue. I promised you I would henceforth practice only the profound arts, steering clear of the demonic path, the blood sutra of the 9 hells. However, junior brother, they say 1,000 years of cultivation cannot compare to a moment of succumbing to darkness, for one deeply rooted in demonic essence. Renouncing such a path is no simple feat. Moreover, Su junior brother, did you not also ascend to the 11th level of Qi refinement through the blood sutra of the 9 hells? Su Chang'an nodded. From this perspective, he indeed lacked the standing to criticize or judge Ding Lan's actions. Sighing deeply, he said, indeed, Sister Ding, I must thank you for bestowing upon me the blood sutra of the 9 hells, for without it, I would not have embarked on this path. Ding Lan smiled faintly, her demeanor graceful as an orchid. It was a gift from me, thus it is fate. Your fate, my fate, our fate. Brother Su, we hail from the same origin, serendipitously arriving at Chenjiabao and subsequently entering the Tai Xian immortal sect together. Alas, who could have foreseen that we would end up on this path? Su Chang'an refrained from responding, instead regarding Ding Lan with a profound gaze, his heart heavy with unexpressed sorrow and disappointment. Years ago, in Furong Town, Su Chang'an had stealthily obtained the blood sutra of the 9 hells from Ding Lan, later concealing it from her. Today, he expressed gratitude for her gift, only to discover that Ding Lan openly acknowledged it. Thus, Su Chang'an concluded that the girl before him, with her delicate dimples, was likely no longer the innocent Ding Lan of yore. A faint, elusive fragrance wafted into Su Chang'an's heart. Would that pure girl, as delicate as an orchid, ever return in this lifetime? Chapter 137, Turning Against Each Other, the Blood-Sucking Formation, Junior Sister Ding. Su Chang'an turned to observe Ding Lan and inquired, was it your intention when Elder Qingling arranged for us to eliminate the Chen family at Chenjiabao? Did you deliberately wish for me to acquire those human pearls and vital essence? Previously, Su Chang'an had been perplexed, but upon discerning this connection with Ding Lan, clarity dawned upon him. Nevertheless, he sought confirmation. Indeed, Ding Lan chuckled heartily. Rest assured, senior brother, within the entire Taishan sect, only I am privy to your cultivation of the 9 Netherblood scripture. I noticed your progress was rather slow, which made me anxious, so I thought to bestow upon you some opportunities. You, with your strong sense of pride, fear that others might uncover your secret, hence I refrained from being direct. Thank you, Su Chang'an replied. Had it not been for your provisions, I would not have been able to break through to the 10th level of Qi refinement. Now, with Sister Zhen's assistance, I have further advanced to the 11th level of Qi refinement. While I may not yet be at the pinnacle, I am certainly among the proficient. With the emergence of this demonic sea illusion, only you and I in the Taishan sect practice the 9 Netherblood scripture, and we have both reached a critical juncture. I wonder, junior sister, do you intend to devour me, or shall I consume you? Su Chang'an's tone suddenly shifted. turning frigid as he gazed intently at Ding Lan. Ding Lan staggered back in surprise. Senior brother, what do you mean? Is there some misunderstanding? I would never devour you. Though I now cultivate the 9 Netherblood scripture, do not forget I am still a dual spirit root genius of the Xianmen. I can break through to the foundation establishment stage without resorting to devouring. Tears welled in Ding Lan's eyes, her expression one of grievance. She took a step back, creating distance between herself and Su Chang'an. However, Su Chang'an's demeanor remained icy. Suddenly, a tremor shook the entirety of Guanyin Peak. As countless strands of spiritual energy spiraled chaotically under the operation of the mountain's protective formation. Within mere moments, a colossal light membrane descended upon the peaks like an inverted bowl, enveloping the entire Guanyin Peak. A female disciple of Guanyin Peak soared into the sky, proclaiming, "Today, Guanyin Peak has urgent matters. No one is permitted to trespass within 10 miles of our mountain. Those who defy this order shall be dealt with mercilessly." Su Chang'an smiled, turning his gaze to Ding Lan. "Junior sister Ding, everything is in place. You truly put on an impressive performance. You are about to consume me. Yet there is no need for pretense now. Speak. What is your name? What is your connection to Chen Yuchang? When did you conspire against my junior sister Ding?" Taking a decisive step forward, Su Chang'an's voice turned frigid, his formidable while manifesting as overwhelming pressure upon Ding Lan. You, Brother Su, how could you do this? You actually doubt me?" Ding Lan still maintained a pitiful demeanor. Su Chang'an replied coolly. "When Ding Lan and I first entered the Taishan sect together, we vowed to keep in touch. However, I had to leave the sect for a time. Before my departure, I left a message in my stone house at the outer gate. Upon my return, after 3 or 4 years, that message remained untouched. I knew something was amiss. How could my junior sister Ding Lan have failed to visit me even once in all that time? Thus, it must have been then that you harmed our junior sister." Su Chang'an's gaze fell upon Ding Lan, sharp as a sword, capable of piercing through the heart. "Ha ha ha." Ding Lan before him erupted in laughter. Initially, her laughter was normal, yet after a few breaths, it transformed. The melodious sound shifted into a blend of male and female tones. "Su Chang'an, I never expected you to see through me." The mixed voice was unbearable to hear. Su Chang'an had once encountered a similar sound, that of the demonic creature that had ambushed him in the woods outside the sect. Clearly, the being before him was not that same creature, yet the manner of speaking was identical. "Who am I?" Ding Lan sneered. "I was once the only genius of the Taishan sect, the unparalleled prodigy within its ranks. Alas, the heavens are cruel. They have denied me the chance to break through. Damn you, Su Chang'an. It was your master, the revered Ming He, who destroyed my Dantian, rendering me incapable of cultivating the sect's techniques." Su Chang'an nodded. "You are Chen Chong, aren't you? Speak, what has happened to my junior sister?" He looked intently at Chen Chong. "You are quite astute," Chen Chong declared. "Not only am I Chen Chong, but I am also the ancestor of the Chen family. Ha ha ha. Your dear junior sister was once my most cherished disciple, and I had plans for her as my sustenance. Her talents were extraordinary. Had she not inadvertently discovered my secret, she would have been my chosen prey. Yet, she managed to escape. How fortuitous. She somehow acquired a Taishan talisman and eagerly made her way to the Taishan sect, even becoming a disciple under my mother. Ha ha ha. On the very night she joined the sect, I took over her body. With her form, I can now brazenly walk within the Taishan sect. Ha. Su Chang'an, are you particularly saddened? Fear not. Chen Chong exclaimed madly. Ding Lan is not dead. Her soul is imprisoned within this body. Once I devour your flesh, your soul shall encounter hers, and the two of you, brother and sister, will be together for eternity. With a resounding roar, Chen Chong's aura surged dramatically, as a massive cloud of demonic energy lifted him high into the sky. Simultaneously, crimson veins coursed through the earth, and within mere moments, a blood-red formation spanning 10 zhang was established around him. Within this formation, ominous winds howled, while outside, demonic energy billowed. The protective formation of Guanyin Peak was now activated. Suspended in midair, Chen Chong proclaimed with an air of arrogance, "My mother personally safeguards my path. Today, even if all the disciples of the Taishan sect converge upon me, they shall not breach this formation by even a fraction. Su Chang'an, come forth. Let us become one. Aid me in my breakthrough, for I am already in my 90s, and my time is running short." An overwhelming wave of demonic energy surged towards Su Chang'an. The blood-sucking formation, descending from the swirling demonic cloud, Chen transformed his hands into black claws. Lunging at Su Chang'an's shoulder. With a sickening sound, 2 bloody punctures appeared on Su Chang'an's shoulder. In turn, Chen Chang's hands were also torn open by a sharp object, inflicting a grievous wound. Their wounds merged, and their blood intertwined. Thump, thump. The rhythm of their hearts synchronized. The 2 men's blood now flowed in unison. Once the blood-sucking formation was activated, it could draw the vital essence from the opponent for one's own use. Once refined, it would enable a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Chen understood the intricacies of the blood-sucking formation, and naturally, so did Su Chang'an. Each sought to extract the other's vital essence. Indeed, it was the essence of the heart that mattered. Ordinary blood would yield no benefit. At Guanyin Peak, on the front mountain, Qing Ling stood atop the precipice, gazing across the chasm, where a swirling mist of demonic energy ascended. Has it begun? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Now was the time for her son to consume and grow. She could not intervene, nor did she dare. Yet, the fairy Qing Ling firmly believed her son Chen would triumph over Su Chang'an. After all, he was at the 12th level against Su's 11th. By my decree, all disciples of Guanyin Peak are to assemble at the square on the front mountain. Ding Lan is at a crucial juncture in her foundation establishment. Should anyone dare to set foot on the back mountain, they shall be executed immediately. The voice of Qing Ling echoed throughout every corner of Guanyin Peak. She herself stationed at the rear of the front mountain, personally overseeing the protective measures. Haraha, let me absorb. Su Chang'an, soon you shall reunite with your disciple sister, Ding. A tremendous force of suction emanated from Chen Chong, as if it were drawing Su Chang'an's very heart into his being. Wait, Chen Chong suddenly exclaimed in horror. Where is your heart's vital essence? Why do you lack it? Without it, how could you possibly achieve a breakthrough? Terror gripped Chen Chong, due to the cultivation of the 9 Netherblood scripture. With each ascension, one's heart would condense a pool of essence blood. Yet, why is it that this fellow Su Chang'an possesses no essence blood in his heart? Chapter 138, Golden Blood Shield, Reverse Devouring, Buzzing. Su Chang'an paid no heed to Chen Chong. Instead, he waved his hand and retrieved a concealment talisman from his storage space. With a flick, a barrier spanning dozens of meters was formed outside. Su Chang'an understood that while Chen Chong was engaged in a mutual devouring of blood, there were undoubtedly onlookers nearby. As Chen Chong's mother, the celestial maiden Qing Ling would certainly not remain indifferent. Thus, he summoned this concealment talisman. The process of devouring was fraught with peril, although Su Chang'an had erected a barrier. The celestial maiden Qing Ling dared not recklessly attack it to discern the events unfolding within. A moment's carelessness could lead to the shattering of her own son's soul. Su Chang'an, where is your essence blood? Chen Chong frantically drained the blood within Su Chang'an while simultaneously pushing forth his own. Su Chang'an smiled coldly and replied, Do you wish to behold my heart's blood? Very well, prepare to witness, but do not regret it. Boom. With a surge of thought, 11 drops of golden blood suddenly descended from above, landing upon his heart. This was... Chen Chong's mind went blank as he beheld Su Chang'an's golden essence blood. What is happening? Why is your essence blood golden? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had been cultivating the 9 Netherblood scripture for nearly 70 years. Wasn't essence blood always red? Not only was Chen Chong's essence blood red, but all his disciples who practiced under him produced red essence blood as well. Why should Su Chang'an's be golden? Ha ha ha. After a brief moment of silence, Chen Chong erupted into laughter once more. This golden essence blood is clearly extraordinary. Su Chang'an, you are indeed my great fortune. If I swallow these 11 drops of golden essence blood, it will undoubtedly bring me immense surprises. Blood-sucking formation, absorb for me. Rumbling. Chen Chong summoned all his strength and frantically drew towards Su Chang'an's heart. The 11 drops of glimmering golden essence blood coursed rapidly through the blood vessels from Su Chang'an's body to Chen Chong's. Soon, they flowed into his heart. Refining. The act of devouring was divided into 2 steps. The first was to absorb the essence blood, and the second was to refine and consume it. However, an unforeseen event occurred for Chen Chong. Upon reaching his heart, the 11 drops of golden essence blood not only evaded refinement, but also caused the 12 drops of his own essence blood to destabilize and shatter. What is happening? Just as he spoke, The golden light circled once more. Bang! After 3 cycles, the 12 drops of essence blood in Chen Chang's heart completely disintegrated, transforming into countless shards of essence blood that were enveloped by the 11 drops of golden essence blood, flowing from his body back into Su Chang'an. Do not. Chen Chong trembled all over. Su Chang'an. I was merely jesting. Please spare me. Quickly return my vital essence. I no longer desire it. I do not wish to consume you. Woe is me. Swiftly return my vital essence to me. Yet it was too late. Those 12 shattered drops of crimson essence were drawn into Su Chang'an's heart, and after a brief refinement, they coalesced into a single new drop of essence. 12 drops of golden essence took shape. Thunderous roars echoed. Su Chang'an's body underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The 12th level of qi refining was achieved, a successful breakthrough. Ah! Chen Chong shrieked. Su Chang'an, you must not act thus. My decades of meticulous planning have been obliterated. You are doomed. You shall not escape. Ha 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 ha. You stole my vital essence, you little thief. Su Chang'an, inebriated by the moment, when you sought to consume my essence. Why did you not declare yourself a thief? Su Chang'an, you have taken my vital essence. I curse you to an untimely demise, nor shall your disciple, Ding Lan, survive. With a sudden thrust, Chen Chong invoked a secret technique, and Ding Lan's heart shattered with a resounding crash. Subsequently, Chen Chong's soul transformed into a thick plume of black smoke, entwined with boundless demonic clouds, attempting to depart. Thinking to flee? Su Chang'an chuckled coldly, then summoned forth the soul-restraining golden bell. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. The soul-restraining golden bell swayed slightly, causing Chen Chong's soul, which sought to escape through the void, to tumble downwards. What is this? The blackened soul clutched its head, wailing in despair. What manner of object is this? Capable of assaulting a soul. With a sweep, Su Chang'an waved the golden bell again, and Chen Chong's entire soul was ensnared within the confines of the soul-restraining golden bell. The surrounding demonic energy was ensnared by the barrier of the concealment talisman, continuing to writhe restlessly. Meanwhile, Su Chang'an's injuries had fully healed under the nourishment of the golden essence. He crouched down and lifted Ding Lan's body into his arms. With a cough, Ding Lan expelled a couple of mouthfuls of blood, her eyes fluttering open. Su Shixiao, she managed a weak smile, saying, I have wronged you. A wisp of white soul drifted from Ding Lan's body. This soul appeared exceedingly frail, as if it might dissipate at any moment. It was evident that over the years, Chen Chong had confined her soul within her body, causing it to dwindle significantly. Su Shixiao, the weakened soul gazed at Su Chang'an and offered a faint smile, revealing a single dimple that could captivate the world. I have sensed the call of the cycle of reincarnation. I must depart. This lifetime, I owe you a debt. I shall repay it in the next. Do not. Su Chang'an waved his hand, retrieving the verdant branch from the space of the golden talisman. And with a gentle sweep, he drew Ding Lan's fragile soul into it. Shixiang, what is this? Su Chang'an remarked, the soul nurturing wood. Ding Shimmy, your spirit is exceedingly frail, rendering you incapable of traversing the 6 realms to enter reincarnation. Moreover, I perceive that you are heavily tainted by karma. It is likely that before your soul even reaches the underworld, it will be shattered by the heavenly Tao. You have been usurped by Chen Chong for over 20 years. In these 2 decades, how many malevolent deeds has he committed using your body? How many lives has he taken, and how much karma has he accumulated? Though this karma is indeed his, it has inadvertently stained your essence and soul due to his usurpation. Ding Shimmy, for now, recuperate your spirit within this soul-nurturing wood. Shortly, I shall impart to you a specialized technique for fortifying your soul. Once your spirit is robust, I will facilitate your reincarnation through the 6 realms. With a wave of his hand, Su Chang'an enveloped Ding Lan and the soul-nurturing wood into the golden talisman space. Within this space, 2 talismanic patterns, each the size of a hand's breadth, had already manifested. This was the reward bestowed upon him for his breakthrough. However, due to the abrupt nature of the advancement, Su Chang'an had yet to study these talismans. A rumble resonated. Su Chang'an stowed away a concealed talisman. The surrounding demonic energy abruptly dissipated. Chonger, witnessing the unfolding events, Qingling Fairy let out a piercing cry, transforming into a radiant beam of light as she descended from the front mountain. The overwhelming aura emanating from her, characteristic of a golden core master, sent Su Chang'an tumbling hundreds of feet away. Thud, thud, thud. This was only due to the numerous protective treasures surrounding Su Chang'an and his recent ascension to the 12th level of Qi refinement. Otherwise, the pressure from a golden core master could easily obliterate any Qi refinement practitioner. Qingling Shu. Su Chang'an rose from the ground, his face pale as he gazed at Qingling. The demonic cultivator has been vanquished. Demonic cultivator? Demonic cultivator? Qingling Fairy suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Let me show you what a true demonic cultivator is. Boom. An endless surge of demonic energy enveloped Qingling, and in an instant, her form transformed. Amidst the boundless demonic aura, she perched upon a cloud of darkness, her pristine arms raised, holding a bamboo flute, which she began to play mournfully. As the melancholic notes of the flute resonated, the swirling demonic energy coalesced into a menacing claw, hovering ominously above Su Chang'an's head. It is you. Su Chang'an inhaled deeply. You are the one who killed my master. You are not Qingling Fairy. You are Chen Yuchang. A cacophony of laughter echoed, a voice that melded both masculine and feminine tones. Correct. You killed my son. Today, I shall take your life. And then I will cleanse this Taishan sect in blood. Let everything be obliterated. Boom. The black demonic claw above Su Chang'an was poised to descend. Wait. Su Chang'an swiftly gestured, causing a golden bell upon his wrist to tremble slightly. The bell instantaneously transformed into a size of about a foot. Chen Yuchang, should you dare to assail me, your son's soul shall be instantly obliterated, doomed to eternal damnation without the hope of reincarnation. Within the confines of the golden bell, Chen Chang's spirit writhed in agony. The frenzied Chen Yuchang abruptly fell silent. Chapter 139. The Golden Elixir Master, buried beneath the earth, Su Chang'an, grasping the soul-capturing golden bell, gazed serenely at Chen Yuchang above him. Master Chen, within your demonic path, there must be numerous techniques for possession, correct? Given your current cultivation and prowess, acquiring a new vessel for your son should pose little challenge. It merely requires some additional cultivation over the years. If you wish to spare him from death, then withdraw your spells and dismantle the grand formation. As the bell rang, Su Chang'an waved his hand, causing the golden bell to tremble. The soul trapped within it could not speak, yet writhed in agony, eliciting spasms across Chen Yuchang's face. Very well. This time, Chen Yuchang's voice faded, replaced by that of the celestial spirit. From her perch upon the demonic cloud, the celestial spirit softly declared, Su Chang'an, release my son. And I vow I shall not kill you. Su Chang'an scoffed. Do you truly believe I would take you at your word? The celestial spirit replied. Why would you doubt me? I could swear before the heavenly Tao that I shall not harm you. Su Chang'an countered. Indeed, you may not slay me, but you would undoubtedly cripple my cultivation and hand me over to your disciples for execution. Such oaths to the heavenly Tao are mere deceptions. Do you think I would fall for such tricks? The celestial spirit chuckled lightly. You are quite clever. Very well, what must I do to secure my son's release? Su Chang'an stated. It is quite simple. Rescind your powers, dismantle the protective array, and assist me with a task. With a wave of her hand, the overwhelming demonic energy dissipated instantly, transforming her back into the golden elixir master of the mystic sect. Her bright eyes fixed on Su Chang'an as she inquired, Speak. What do you wish of me? Su Chang'an replied, Cheng Bufan is not dead. The celestial spirit responded with confusion. Why does this suddenly pertain to Cheng Bufan? Su Chang'an continued, Master Qingling, in truth, when we were ambushed by the head of the Ji clan, both Cheng Bufan and I fled together. We were pursued by the Ji clan's patriarch, yet as you know, Cheng Bufan did not perish. The celestial spirit furrowed her brow. Indeed. I visited the Hall of Life tablets on Tiandu Peak, and his tablet remains unscathed. If he is alive, why has he not returned to the sect? Su Chang'an cleverly suggested. The reason is that Cheng Bufan discovered an ancient relic, and he entered that relic alongside the Ji clan's patriarch, Ji Shirgu. An ancient relic? The celestial spirit's eyes narrowed, locking onto Su Chang'an. This was Su Chang'an's scheme. Having slain Shin Chong, he had already forged a personal vendetta with the celestial spirit, making their conflict inevitable. Even if he used Qin Chang's soul to coerce her into sparing himself today, what of the future? Would he not be at her mercy once more? For Su Chang'an, the optimal solution was to eliminate this demonic entity. But how would he achieve that? Relying solely on the two warriors before the ruins deep within the Bean Pod Mountain is indeed a precarious situation. However, given that the ethereal fairy Qingling is a formidable being at the Golden Course stage, attempting to deceive her, as one did with Master Ji, may not yield the desired outcome. Thus, a different approach is warranted. At the side of the ancient ruins lies a stone door, accessible only to disciples at the Foundation establishment stage or higher. Master Ji had managed to open this door, allowing Cheng Bufan to accompany him into the ancient ruins, while disciples of lesser power have been unable to gain entry. Su Chang'an decided to employ a different tactic to persuade Fairy Qingling. Should she agree to help him unlock the stone door, he would release Chen Chong and thereafter pursue his cultivation within the secret realm. Fairy Qingling's curiosity was thoroughly piqued by Su Chang'an's proposition, prompting her to inquire, "What manner of secret realm is this?" "I cannot say for certain," Su Chang'an replied. "Cheng Bufan has survived for over 20 years. I am convinced that the secret realm harbors extraordinary wonders." Fairy Qingling pressed further, "And where is this secret realm located?" "It lies beneath the Bean Pod Mountain. However, if you do not accompany me, it will be futile for you to seek it out on your own. The underground passages are exceedingly complex, and the entrance is exceedingly concealed. Without my guidance, you shall surely fail to find it." "Very well," Fairy Qingling conceded. "I shall accompany you this once." With a wave of her hand, a colossal array flag began to sway. Boom! The protective mountain formation, which had only recently been raised, came crashing down. A few streams of light rushed toward them. Realizing the urgency, Master Qingshu landed beside Fairy Qingling and Su Chang'an, his expression marked by concern. "What has transpired?" he asked, directing his gaze at Fairy Qingling. "A demon from the dark path has intruded upon our Qingling Peak," she explained. "I intended to activate the protective formation to secure our borders." "And what was the outcome?" Master Qingshu inquired. With a sigh, Fairy Qingling lamented, "Alas, he escaped once more. Brother, I shan't linger. I have urgent matters to attend to." After Master Qingshu departed, Fairy Qingling followed Su Chang'an as they soared toward the Bean Pod Mountain. Boom! With a powerful punch, Su Chang'an shattered the wall he had constructed beneath the ground. Before them, a rectangular door emerged from the stone wall. Upon witnessing this, Fairy Qingling's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, this is an ancient ruin, rich with the essence of time. Together, they stepped into the stone chamber. Boom! Su Chang'an summoned his power and conjured a fireball, illuminating the entire stone chamber. Within the chamber stood a stone door and two stone guardians facing each other. "Is this the place?" Fairy Qingling scrutinized the three ancient characters inscribed upon the door. "Indeed," Su Chang'an affirmed with a nod. Fairy Qingling nodded in return, remarking, "These are characters from the Zhou script, a tomb of ancient sages. It is not the extraordinary wonders you speak of, but rather a grand sepulchre of venerable ancestors." Having grown up on Miaolian Peak and studied diligently under her elder brother Qingshu, who was well versed in ancient texts, Fairy Qingling had naturally acquired considerable knowledge, both overtly and covertly. "Ancient sages?" Su Chang'an gazed at the tomb entrance, curiosity evident in his voice as he inquired, "What kind of sage is this?" Qingling replied, "O Shang, who should be O Yezi, one of the 12 disciples under the Zhou Emperor, renowned for his mastery in metallurgy and possessing extraordinary cultivation. Yet, how peculiar it is that such a distinguished sage from antiquity should rest in this remote and desolate land of Yan. Truly a marvel." Su Chang'an's heart stirred with intrigue. The 12 disciples of the Emperor. The Emperor? Who is the Zhou Emperor? Could it be that the 4 characters preceding the title of my cultivation text, Heavenly Emperor's Divine Canon, and the writings of the Great Qi are connected to this Zhou Emperor? You are referring to this very gate, are you not? Qingling gestured towards the stone door ahead. Su Chang'an affirmed, "Indeed." "Haha," Qingling scoffed. "Su Chang'an, you wouldn't be playing tricks, would you? Is there perhaps a trap laid before this stone door?" Nevertheless, with a swift motion, Qingling seized Su Chang'an's wrist, and with a slight exertion, their bodies were propelled towards the stone door. Indeed, as one's cultivation ascends, so too does the acuity of one's mind. However, despite Qingling's meticulous planning, she failed to account for one critical aspect. Crack, crack, crack. As they approached within 3 zhang of the entrance, the 2 stone guardians instantly sprang to life, their sounds reverberating through the depths of the earth. Qingling's gaze shifted, exclaiming, "There is indeed something amiss." I must retreat. She attempted to withdraw, yet an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended from above, immobilizing her completely. This is bad. The formidable power of her golden core cultivation surged within her, striving to counteract the imposing force from the stone guardians. Yet, it was futile. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the stone guardians slowly turned their heads. Damnable creatures. Qing Ling cursed vehemently. Su Chang'an, what on earth are these? A faint smile crept upon Su Chang'an's lips as he declared. Su Chang'an extends his heartfelt congratulations to Master Chen and Uncle Master Qing Ling on their deep bond. Ascending together to the heavens, forever dwelling in celestial tranquility. Thunderous roars echoed. The stone guardian raised its ancient stone sword, aiming a strike at the two stone automatons, two beams of sword light. One shot towards Su Chang'an, the other towards Qing Ling. Damn it. Qing Ling unleashed a furious roar. Without embellishment or ostentation, it was merely the most primitive of attacks. Su Chang'an and Qing Ling were struck and forcefully propelled 3 zhang beyond the stone door. The difference lay in Su Chang'an possessing 12 drops of golden essence within him. As the essence coursed through him, his heart's wound swiftly revitalized, whereas Qing Ling, lacking such miraculous prowess, suffered a fatal blow to her heart and perished. Yet, being a golden core cultivator, though her body lay lifeless, her golden core remained unextinguished. And with a swift surge, her spirit soared into the air. If one can find a suitable host, one may seize the opportunity for rebirth. Chapter 140, Transmission of Law and Bestowal of Souls, True Intentions in Foundation. Do you wish to escape? With a wave of his hand, Su Chang'an summoned another soul-absorbing golden bell. The bell, which was originally no larger than a prayer bead, transformed into a sphere of considerable size upon activation. And with a gentle chime, it swayed towards the pure spirit's golden core. Instantly, the golden core appeared to lose control, being irresistibly drawn towards the bell. Release me. Let me go? A fragment of the pure spirit's soul contained within the golden core cried out desperately. Concurrently, another man's voice resonated. Su Shitzi, your vendetta has been avenged. Shall we strike a bargain? Boom. Without uttering a word, Su Chang'an unleashed a neuroblade. Swoosh, swoosh. The souls of Qing Ling and Chen Yuchang were severed significantly by his neuroblade, leaving them in a state of extreme weakness, unable to utter another word. Beneath the soul-absorbing golden bell lay yet another golden core, a culmination of a lifetime of cultivation, insights, and magical prowess. Although the golden core master had perished, the essence of the golden core remained intact, still capable of being fashioned into a falling core talisman. However, the crafting of such a talisman was no trivial endeavor. It required more than just a golden core, necessitating various other materials as well. Su Chang'an carefully stored this golden core within the confines of the golden talisman space. He was cautious not to linger too long, swiftly retrieving Qing Ling's remains and exiting the stone chamber. After erecting a wall outside, he hastened to depart from Dojia Mountain, promptly returning to his sect sanctum. Upon arrival, Su Chang'an inspected the formations of his sanctum before stepping into the golden talisman space. Within this space, the most striking features were 2 golden talismans, a reward for his breakthrough into the great golden talisman. After ascending to the 11th level, he had been granted a talisman, but at that time, he had been preoccupied with his exchanges with Zhen Qingyan, leaving him no opportunity to study the talisman. Subsequently, after devouring Chun Chang's essence and breaking through to the 12th level, another talisman had manifested. Thus, the golden talisman space now housed 2 talismans. Let us begin the study. He inhaled deeply and commenced the drawing of the first talisman. 2 days later, the designs of both talismans were inscribed into his being. One talisman was the Spirit Wing Talisman, and the other was the Falling Snow Talisman. As the name suggests, the Spirit Wing Talisman allows the user to manifest a pair of wings from their back, formed from their internal spiritual energy, thus aiding them in traversing mountains, rivers, and soaring through the skies. The Falling Snow Talisman, when activated, can create a continuous snowfall within a designated area, serving as a means of attack. Should one attain extraordinary cultivation and create the formidable Falling Snow Talisman, a single talisman could easily freeze an entire realm. Such terror indeed. After mastering the 2 talismans, Su Chang'an's gaze fell upon the vibrant green tree segment. Master Ding. He waved his hand, bringing the tree segment before him, and inquired, are you comfortable here? A faint, almost translucent soul emerged from the nourishing wood. Dinglan's voice was somewhat fragile as she replied, Junior Su, this tree has a nourishing effect on souls. I feel exceptionally well. That's splendid. Su Chang'an smiled and said, I possess a transcendent method for refining the spirit. I shall first impart to you the refining Qi chapter. Once you have mastered it, you may cultivate your soul here. After your soul has regained some strength, I will facilitate your reincarnation. Ding Lan, not one to be modest, nodded and then sat cross-legged in the void. Su Chang'an closed his eyes and recited the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Sutra of the Refining Qi chapter. After listening, Ding Lan attempted to practice it and was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, Senior Brother Su, this is the pinnacle technique of the cultivation world, and you are giving it to me just like that? I. Ding Lan felt a surge of emotion. Su Chang'an chuckled and said, Silly girl, this technique merely aids in enriching your soul. Once you enter the cycle of reincarnation, you will naturally forget it entirely, so sharing it with you is of no consequence. Moreover, what I am imparting to you is solely the Refining Qi chapter. The Heavenly Emperor's Divine Sutra encompasses everything from the Refining Qi chapter to the Ascension chapter. Then, Su Chang'an waved his hand and produced a fruit. This fruit was the size of a fist, of vibrant crimson hue, with only its golden stem revealing its identity, Dragon Blood Bodhi. Consuming this fruit allows the eater to breach a level without hindrance, though it is only applicable to those in the Refining Qi stage. Su Chang'an smiled. Being at the 12th level of the Refining Qi stage, consuming this fruit would undoubtedly allow him to establish a foundation without any unexpected setbacks. He took a deep breath, reflecting on how improbable it was for a young man of such abysmal talent, who had endured countless trials and tribulations over the years, to finally step onto the path of true immortality. In the realm of cultivation, only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage does one genuinely embark on the immortal path. Just then, a beam of light surged from beyond the great formation into the hall. Though Su Chang'an was presently within the golden symbol space, he could see everything clearly in the hall. 13th brother, come out quickly, there is urgent business. It was the voice of Li Qijian. Not daring to delay, Su Chang'an quickly set aside the Dragon Blood Bodhi and stepped out of the golden hall. The formation at the entrance opened in sequence. Li Qijian stood at Su Chang'an's door with a grimace. Old 13th, you are truly impressive. Li Qijian remarked sourly, gazing at Su Chang'an's domain. In the entire Taishan sect, I suspect your entrance is the only one adorned with a three-tiered great formation, isn't it? That was indeed remarkable, for at present, aside from Su Chang'an, there were no other three-tiered formation masters in the entire Taishan sect. Su Chang'an chuckled and said, Senior brother, I shall arrange a few more at the entrance of the Sword Inquiry Palace for you. Great, Li Qijian exclaimed with delight. Then I must thank you, junior brother. No need for thanks. Su Chang'an waved his hand and replied, Back then, you risked your life to shield me from Ji Shirgu. This minor task is nothing in comparison. By the way, senior brother, you mentioned an important matter. What is it? A good thing. Li Qijian laughed heartily. Let us discuss it at my Sword Inquiry Palace. All the disciples have gathered. I must tell you, your senior sister has made a breakthrough. Su Chang'an was momentarily bewildered. Li Qijian added, Fu Nianjin has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. At that moment, Su Chang'an was genuinely astonished. Fu Nianjin had reached the foundation establishment stage? Today was indeed a day of great joy. Su Chang'an took a deep breath and said, Let us go. I also have some good news to share with everyone. Li Qijian and Su Chang'an arrived at the Sword Inquiry Palace, where a considerable number of disciples had already gathered. All of Master Mingyi's disciples were present, along with Zhaixing and Mingyue, both of whom had reached the foundation establishment stage. As for Master Kongxian, he had been dispatched to the Chen family fortress, becoming an elder of the branch, reportedly with a significant position. Today, Zhaixing and Mingyue bore expressions of discontent. Initially, they had thought Mingyi's disciples were easy to bully and had conspired in a farcical rift among brothers. Little did they anticipate that merely over 20 years later, two of Mingyi's disciples would successfully establish their foundations. Congratulations, senior sister Fu. Su Chang'an exclaimed, I never imagined you would reach foundation establishment. Fu Nianjin chuckled, her consciousness sweeping over Su Chang'an. Junior brother Su, you actually reached the 12th level of perfection? What? Everyone turned abruptly to Su Chang'an. With a clatter, the teacup in Zhaixing's hand slipped and fell to the ground. Su Chang'an had attained the 12th level of perfection? This news was far more shocking than Fu Nianjin's breakthrough. Why? Because it was utterly inconceivable. Just 2 months prior, when Su Chang'an emerged from seclusion, he was merely at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. After 20 years of closed-door cultivation, he had broken through from the 6th to the 9th level, which was already astounding. Yet, how could he have advanced from the 9th to the 12th level in just 2 months? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mingyue's voice trembled as her consciousness surged forth, recklessly probing Su Chang'an's aura. The result left her in shock, her mouth agape. 12th level. Oh heavens! It truly is the 12th level. Hiss! Mingyue and Zhaixing were left utterly speechless. Li Qijian also stared at Su Chang'an, at a loss for words. Ning Xiangshuan, Qin Kuo, and others gazed at Su Chang'an as if he were a peculiar creature. 12 layers? Surely, this must be a jest. Chapter 141. The Calculation of Man in Heaven. The 13th layer. Junior brother, you are progressing remarkably swiftly. Fu Nianjin gasped in astonishment. 2 decades ago, when Su Chang'an returned from the grand competition of the upper sect, he was merely at the 6th layer, while Fu Nianjin had already attained the 9th layer. In these 20 years, Fu Nianjin has broken through 4 realms, the 10th, 11th, 12th, and the first stage of foundation establishment. In contrast, Su Chang'an has advanced through 6 minor realms, the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. This pace, who truly possesses the 5 elemental roots? Who is the dual-rooted? Haraha. Li Qijian laughed heartily and inquired, Junior brother, your foundation establishment stage should be imminent, correct? A glimmer of absolute confidence graced Su Chang'an's face as he replied, Indeed, senior brother, rest assured, within a month, I shall strive for the great realm of foundation establishment. For others, a month signifies just that, a month. Yet for Su Chang'an, a month translates into 10. With this dragon blood Bodhi in my possession, advancing to the foundation establishment stage will be but a trivial endeavor. Esteemed colleagues, Su Chang'an rose from his cushion and cupped his hands in greeting. I have splendid news to share with all of you. The crowd turned their attention to Su Chang'an in unison. With a wave of his hand, he produced a golden bell. A gentle shake transformed the bell, initially the size of a prayer bead, into one roughly a foot in diameter. Suddenly, the spirit of a middle-aged man was expelled from the bell. The younger generation may not have recognized this figure. Yet Zhaixing and Mingyue were well aware of who he was. This is Chen Yuchang, Brother Chen. Isn't Brother Chen supposed to have been dead for many years? Su Chang'an, what do you mean by this? The crowd was puzzled by Su Chang'an's intentions. He stated, This man is Chen Yuchang, the very perpetrator who murdered my master, Mingyue. Moreover, he has practiced dark arts, transforming into a demonic entity. Fortunately, I encountered him at a moment when his powers were diminished, allowing me to vanquish him. With that, Su Chang'an fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Master, I have avenged you. Sobs echoed throughout the grand hall as many wept openly. Once the tears subsided, the onlookers were astounded. They had not anticipated that the murderer of Mingyue had been captured by Su Chang'an. Junior brother Su, could you elucidate this matter further? Li Qijian regarded Su Chang'an with a hint of confusion. The disciples were equally bewildered. Wasn't the one who killed their master supposed to be Tianxian from Tiandu Peak? How could it be this long-deceased Chen Yuchang? Su Chang'an replied, Very well. Today, I shall recount this tale of enmity in full. In truth, the demise of not only Chen Yuchang, but also our esteemed Taishan sect's Qingling old ancestor is intertwined. Words that astonish must be spoken. Chen Yuchang, having long since merged with the venerable Qingling ancestor through the arcane arts, shared a singular corporeal vessel with 2 souls entwined. They had slain their master and seized the Chao Yuan Dan, enabling them to ascend to the realm of Golden Core. However, the enmity between master and Chen Yuchang traces back to Chen Shibu's son, Chen Chong. Su Chang'an recounted this tale of grievance with a leisurely demeanor. Upon grasping the intricacies of the narrative, the assembly found themselves enlightened. The Zhaixing Jinren stroked his beard, affirming, Indeed, Su Chang'an's account of the past is impeccably accurate. Senior brother, Su Chang'an interjected, I possess the souls of both Qingling ancestor and Chen Chong, albeit their essences have been largely obliterated by my divine artifact. rendering them largely unconscious. It is your judgment on how to handle these 3 souls that I seek. Li Qijian furrowed his brow, decisively proclaiming, then let them be slain. Such morally depraved beings should be condemned to eternal cycles of non-rebirth. Very well. Su Chang'an gestured with his bell, and in an instant, the soul-seizing golden bell pulverized the 3 soulless essences into fragments, leaving them bereft of any opportunity to traverse the 6 realms into reincarnation. Esteemed brothers and sisters, Su Chang'an clasped his hands, announcing, I am on the brink of a breakthrough in my cultivation and must hasten to seclusion. Once I reach the foundation establishment stage, I shall raise a toast with you all. Go forth, 13th brother, Li Qijian encouraged. I shall personally safeguard you. Await your news in a month. Indeed, Su Chang'an bowed in farewell and returned to his sanctuary. He meticulously examined the formation before stepping into the realm of golden talismans. Once again, he retrieved the dragon blood bodhi, yet did not hastily consume it. Instead, he sat cross-legged, regulating his breath. After half a day of achieving optimal breath control, he extended his hand and grasped the dragon blood bodhi. With a deep inhalation, he activated the Kurogong Jinjing to its fullest potential and swallowed the fist-sized bodhi whole. Boom! Within the bodhi, an immense reservoir of energy surged forth, expanding instantaneously, transforming into a torrential river rushing towards Su Chang'an's dantian and meridians. For both external supplementation and internal cultivation, the initial step for spiritual energy to penetrate the dantian or meridians is through the spiritual roots. However, Su Chang'an's spiritual roots were exceedingly narrow and diminutive, rendering the influx of such vast energy unable to breach the barriers of cultivation. Yet, this posed no significant hindrance. For within the dragon blood bodhi resided not only boundless energy, but also an additional force, the rules. This imperceptible yet potent force of regulation could bypass the spiritual roots and directly impact the barriers. Though not overwhelming, it carried a wondrous, indescribable principle that instantaneously dismantled the corporeal obstruction. Boom! The unseen flesh barrier shattered under the impact of the regulatory force. Su Chang'an suddenly felt an exhilarating release throughout his being as he transcended his limitations. He had broken through. Meanwhile, a drop of golden essence fell from his heart. Then came the second, the third, and so forth. Su Chang'an gazed with delight at the golden essence flowing from the space of the golden talisman, each drop aligning upon his heart. In total, there were 13 drops. Wait! The joy and elation Su Chang'an had felt vanished in an instant upon seeing the 13th drop of golden blood. What is happening? Why is there a 13th drop of essence? Had I not reached the foundation establishment stage? Shouldn't these essences coalesce into one? Shouldn't the spiraling spiritual energy in my dantian transform into a single drop of spiritual liquid? Su Chang'an's consciousness swept through his dantian. The spiraling spiritual energy remained a spiral, not yet transformed into liquid. Had I not established my foundation? Yet I did break through. Boom! Su Chang'an stepped forth, emerging from the golden talisman space. Then, with hands clasped behind his back, he ascended into the air in a seemingly mundane manner. Flapping, without reaching midair, he fell directly to the ground. No, as a foundation establishment disciple, one should not rely on external aids. Yet why am I still unable? Why? What is going on? Su Chang'an sat cross-legged on the ground, his consciousness delving into his body, searching for answers bit by bit. After half a stick of incense, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Spurt! The crimson blood stained the ground before the mat. Su Chang'an's once black hair suddenly turned gray. Within mere breaths, that gray transformed into silver. A fleeting thought. For Su Chang'an had discovered the reason. He had indeed broken through, but not to the foundation establishment stage. Rather, he had ascended to the 13th level of the Qi refinement stage. Spitting blood. Everything was accounted for. All was within Su Chang'an's control. Blood beads, human beads, blood pools. The final dragon blood bodhi was reserved for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. But who could have anticipated that fate would intervene? He had not broken through to the foundation establishment stage, but rather to the 13th level? Oh heavens! Su Chang'an could not help but gaze into the void, loudly questioning, is there truly a 13th level in the world of Qi refinement? All of Su Chang'an's calculations had been disrupted. For the dragon blood bodhi, regardless of how many one consumes, only the first would be effective. This meant that Su Chang'an could never again break through to the foundation establishment stage. Cultivating diligently, consuming foundation establishment pills, absorbing spiritual energy to break through, with his aptitude, it was utterly impossible. Alternatively, he could follow Chen Chang's path, nurturing a Qi refinement stage 12th level perfected blood cultivator to devour, thereby establishing his foundation. Su Chang'an shook his head. Unfeasible. Not to mention the uncertainty of whether devouring at 12th level would allow him to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The thought of having to kill countless individuals to nurture a blood cultivator was beyond his capacity. Su Chang'an sat despondently on the mat, his entire being on the verge of collapse. His expression was vacant, and he murmured to himself, "Heaven, the path of immortality is arduous. Why must I alone bear the brunt of its hardships?" Chapter 142, Unparalleled Genius, Legendary Realm. Li Qijian, Fu Nianjin, Qin Kuo, Ning Xiangshuan, and a host of other brethren, including the esteemed Zhaixing Zhenren and Mingyue Zhenren, awaited outside Su Chang'an's dojo. Su Chang'an had proclaimed his intent to break through to the foundation establishment realm within a month. For cultivators, a month is hardly a significant span of time. Thus, in eager anticipation of a miraculous event, they congregated at the entrance of his dojo, their hopes high. However, it took not a month, but merely 2 days for the great formation at Su Chang'an's entrance to erupt into fervor. With a resounding rumble, the array was activated. Su Chang'an, his hair now a silvery cascade, emerged from the dojo. Li Qijian gazed at Su Chang'an in disbelief, his voice altered. "Junior brother, what has happened to your hair?" Fu Nianjin expressed deep concern. "Junior brother, have you encountered some mishap in your cultivation? One must not rush. If you cannot break through in a month, we can wait a year, or even 10. The foundation establishment realm is not easily transcended." Observing Su Chang'an's appearance, Fu Nianjin feared for his mental state and hurried to offer consolation. Beside them, Zhaixing Zhenren remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "With hair so white, it seems you may have gone astray in your cultivation." Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an replied, "I am neither lost nor in trouble. There is no need for concern. I have indeed made a breakthrough. Behold." He gestured with his hand. The collective consciousness of the onlookers inevitably swept toward him. Heavens, what is this extraordinary phenomenon? 13th level of Qi refinement? What sorcery is this? Zhaixing Zhenren leapt in shock. Throughout history, the hierarchy of cultivation has been strictly delineated. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, each realm subdivided into early, middle, late stages, and great completion, with each stage further divided into 3 minor tiers. This has always been the case. Why then, has Su Chang'an conjured a 13th level? Uncle Zhaixing, Uncle Mingyue. Su Chang'an clasped his hands in respect and inquired. After reaching the great completion of the 12th level, I intended to surge forward into the vast realm of foundation establishment, but unexpectedly, I find myself at the 13th level of Qi refinement. You both are well versed in such matters. Could you enlighten me on this anomaly? He looked at them with keen anticipation. The expressions of the 2 elders turned grave. Zhaixing Zhenren said, "Nephew, in all my experience, I have neither seen nor even heard of such a situation." "Indeed," Mingyue Zhenren echoed, "this is exceedingly strange. I have never encountered such an oddity. I do not know. I do not know." She waved her hand and departed. After Mingyue Zhenren's exit, many others followed suit. Ultimately, only Li Qijian and Fu Nianjin remained at the entrance of Su Chang'an's dojo. Li Qijian Dao, among the learned individuals of our Taishan sect, it appears that only Master Qingshu stands out. Perhaps, junior brother, you could ascend to Miaoyan Peak and seek counsel from Master Qingshu. Indeed, Nianjia nodded in agreement. Su Chang'an remarked, "What my senior brother says is true. I shall go at once." With a flourish of his hand, the cloud-piercing vessel descended beneath his feet. With a surge of spiritual energy, Su Chang'an was transported to the grand hall of Miaoyan Peak. "Master Qingshu, it is your disciple Su Chang'an seeking an audience." A resounding roar echoed as the formation at the entrance of Qingshu's Taoist sanctuary opened. Su Chang'an stepped inside. Upon seeing Su Chang'an with his mane of silver hair, Qingshu was taken aback and exclaimed, "What on earth are you up to? Have you perhaps encountered a mishap during your cultivation and fallen into demonic practices?" Su Chang'an offered a wry smile and replied, "Master, I encountered a bit of trouble. It is not a case of losing my way in cultivation." "Qingshu, choosing not to dwell on that topic, shifted his tone. I never anticipated that your esteemed master Qingling would actually merge with that demon and succumb to the demonic path. However, your ability to personally slay the two of them has indeed spared our Taishan sect from a great calamity. I shall not inquire how you vanquished that demon. It is good enough that you have avenged your master. Indeed. Su Chang'an clasped his hands in respect, and then raised his head to inquire, Master Qingxiu, have you ever heard of the 13th layer of qi refinement? What? Qingxiu exclaimed in astonishment. Have you witnessed it? Su Chang'an asked, do you know of it? Qingxiu elaborated. It is said that within the realm of cultivation, there exists a peculiar type of practitioner who, during their breakthrough to a higher realm, may fortuitously enter the 13th layer. Such extraordinary cultivators are merely the stuff of legends. It is said that this 13th layer is referred to as the extreme realm, a domain inaccessible to all but the most exceptional geniuses. However, the veracity of this tale remains a mystery to me. I first encountered this notion in an obscure historical account. After all, the concept of an extreme realm is rather sensational and contradicts the laws of cultivation. What is it? Qingxiu, with a flourish of his sleeve and hands clasped behind his back, assumed a sage-like demeanor. Why does my nephew suddenly pose such an unusual question? Su Chang'an offered a strained smile. Perhaps you should examine my cultivation level. Boom! Qingxiu's divine sense swept over Su Chang'an. By the heavens, as the sole golden core adept of Taishan sect, upon perceiving Su Chang'an's cultivation, he could not help but exclaim, you're actually at the 13th layer goodness. It truly is the 13th layer. Wuliang Tianzuan. After uttering this, Qingxiu hastily performed a respectful bow. Wuliang Tianzuan. It has been over 160 years since I last uttered a curse. My apologies. Su Chang'an. Qingxiu took a deep breath, his voice trembling. How on earth did you achieve this? I do not know. Su Chang'an shrugged. I merely miscalibrated during my foundation establishment. Ha 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 ha. Qing Su laughed heartily and said, though I am unaware of the genius capable of reaching the 13th layer of the extreme realm, I can assure you that you are indeed a one-in-a-million being. From this moment forth, my Taishan sect shall soar to great heights. Sort of what? Su Chang'an muttered silently, shaking his head. I do not desire this 13th layer. I wish to establish my foundation. Do not be foolish. Qing Su replied. You should return and diligently cultivate. In the future, my Taishan sect will rely on you. Wait a moment. I have foundation establishment pills and gathering spirit pills, qi gathering pills, along with some rare treasures of heaven and earth. Take these and hurry back to your cultivation. Su Chang'an returned to his dojo, clutching a plethora of rare treasures and pills. He felt like crying. The extreme realm? A peerless genius? I do not want this. You can have it. I only desire my foundation establishment stage. Yet, Su Chang'an did not lose heart. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would strive to seize it. He extracted half a bucket of fresh blood from Qingling and placed it within the withered wood cauldron to begin refining blood beads. Based on past experience, blood from the early stage of qi refinement would yield low-grade blood beads. Mid-stage would produce mid-grade. Late stage would result in high-grade. And at the peak, one would achieve supreme quality. Blood from disciples above the foundation establishment stage would also yield supreme beads, though the process required more time. Qingling was a golden core master. After half an hour, a batch of blood beads emerged. Quality, supreme. Su Chang'an did not hesitate and immediately swallowed one crafted from Qingling's blood. He then activated the 9 nether blood scripture. It was futile. The 9 nether blood scripture had only 12 layers, while he was currently at the 13th layer of qi refinement, rendering the 12-layer scripture ineffective for refining the blood bead. The fierce and surging spiritual power within the bead could not be absorbed by Su Chang'an in the slightest. If the blood bead was ineffective, he would try the blood bead from his foundation establishment spirit pet, the black-winged eagle. However, it proved that the blood from spirit beasts also yielded no results. Sigh. Su Chang'an sighed deeply. It seemed that the path of the 9 nether blood scripture had reached its end. He decided to try cultivating the withering and flourishing true scripture. Boom. As Su Chang'an's cultivation transformed into the orthodox teachings of the Xianmen, he activated the withering and flourishing true scripture, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enrich himself, while simultaneously swallowing several supreme, gathering spirit pills. After several breaths, Su Chang'an despaired and came to a halt. The remarkable aspect of his 10-element mixed spiritual roots finally manifested. Could he break through? Yes. However, Su Chang'an estimated, based on the astonishing speed of his spiritual root's absorption of spiritual energy, that to break through to the foundation establishment realm through the practice of the Xianmin techniques would require at least 8,000 years of diligent cultivation. He spat it out. 8,000 years. Even with a tenfold acceleration of time, it appears futile. What other options remain? Su Chang'an's gaze shifted, fixating upon the enormous golden talisman suspended above him. Oh, great golden talisman, can you assist me? In the nebulous expanse, a golden talisman, measuring about a foot in size, floated in the void. This particular talisman had detached during his ascension to the 13th level, and Su Chang'an had yet to study it. Chapter 143, Burning the Boats. Severing the path of immortality, Su Chang'an rose to his feet and gazed intently at the talisman, which was about the size of a palm. Its surface was intricately adorned with complex patterns, yet a crimson glow coursed slowly along these designs. Having witnessed such phenomena numerous times before, Su Chang'an wasted no time and began to follow the red light to learn its secrets. Within a day, the method of inscribing the talisman was etched indelibly into the depths of Su Chang'an's soul, a memory so profound that it was impossible to forget. Moreover, as time progressed, this memory would become increasingly lucid within his spirit. Upon mastering this talisman, Su Chang'an comprehended its purpose, the devouring talisman. It could be activated during combat against foes, capable of consuming an opponent's attack or supernatural ability. Subsequently, it could be unleashed to return the favor in kind. Of course, one could also choose to hold on to it for future use. However, this talisman bore a limitation. It could only devour the supernatural attacks of adversaries at the Golden Core level or below. For those above the Golden Core realm, it would prove ineffective. For instance, with Su Chang'an currently at the 13th level of Qi refinement, he could consume any attack unleashed by an opponent at the Golden Core stage, regardless of its nature. Yet, he would be unable to devour the strikes of a nascent soul master. This limitation was not due to the talisman being weak, but rather a consequence of the laws of nature. Cultivators at the Golden Core level and below hone their spiritual energy, with outcomes determined by the magnitude of this energy. Thus, it is understandable that the talisman could absorb the abilities of those at or below the Golden Core stage. Conversely, the attacks from nascent soul experts not only contain absolute energy, but are also accompanied by fragments of the celestial laws. Since the talisman cannot encompass these laws, despite its formidable capabilities, it cannot devour the skills of nascent soul practitioners. This talisman was undeniably powerful. Yet, instead of feeling elated by its acquisition, Su Chang'an found himself engulfed in disappointment. The talisman could not resolve his current predicament. With a sigh, he turned and reclined within the golden talisman space. Gazing at the grand golden talisman above him, Su Chang'an fell into deep contemplation. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, this magnificent golden card had provided him with immeasurable assistance. One could say that without this golden card, he would have perished countless times. But this time, would it save him? Su Chang'an narrowed his eyes, pondering the potential of the golden card. What utility did it possess? It rewarded him with talisman patterns, provided a spatial haven, and offered a tenfold acceleration of time. Beyond these, its uses seemed rather limited. Yet it had also aided Su Chang'an in condensing 13 drops of golden essence blood, distinct from that of ordinary cultivators. Once circulated through his body, this essence could instantaneously heal any injury he sustained. Wait, Su Chang'an seemed to have grasped a critical insight. With a sudden leap, he sprang from the ground, as a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, akin to seizing a life-saving straw. Yet, the specifics eluded him in that moment. What could it be? The golden essence? The restoration of oneself? The ability to instantaneously mend any injury? Boom. At that instant, Su Chang'an experienced a profound clarity. There was still hope, one final opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he resolved. Failure meant death. With a flourish of his hand, a crimson fruit materialized in his grasp. The dragon blood Bodhi. No, this was the blood jade Bodhi. Like the dragon blood Bodhi, the blood jade Bodhi possessed the unconditional capacity to elevate a Qi refinement stage cultivator by one minor tier. However, the consequence of consuming the blood jade Bodhi would sever the cultivator's spiritual roots, leaving them devoid of any cultivation thereafter. Numerous Qi refinement stage masters, unable to transcend to the foundation establishment stage and nearing the end of their lifespans, often opted for the blood jade Bodhi to extend their longevity. For Su Chang'an, the implications of the blood jade Bodhi were somewhat different. If I consume the blood jade Bodhi, then break through, and subsequently sever my spiritual roots, what of it? I possess 13 drops of essence blood. Wherever this essence flows, any injury to my body can be healed. Thus, if I were to consume the blood jade Bodhi and sever my spiritual roots, surely I could also restore them. Then I would emerge as a formidable cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. It was as simple as that. Su Chang'an's eyes blazed with fervent fire, and he found himself almost impatient. Of course, he was aware of the risks involved. What if the essence blood failed to mend his spiritual roots, resulting in a complete loss of cultivation, relegating him to the status of an ordinary mortal with a mere 200 years of life? Should he languish in this dilemma for a century, only to resort to the blood jade Bodhi at the last moment? Or should he stake everything and utilize the blood jade Bodhi immediately, embracing the gamble of failure? How to choose? Su Chang'an found himself unable to weigh the pros and cons, unable to make a decision. He simply raised his hand and delicately placed the blood jade Bodhi into his mouth. In life, there are no choices. Boom. The surging spiritual energy within the fruit intermingled with complex rules, rushing towards Su Chang'an's intangible flesh barrier. Within mere breaths, the path to transcendence lay before him, illuminated. Su Chang'an successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment, first layer. However, Su Chang'an felt no joy. Moments later, the delicate strands of his spiritual roots shattered with a crack. Crack, crackle. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, ice, light, darkness. At that moment, all 10 of his fragile spiritual roots crumbled. Su Chang'an remained indifferent to this outcome, for it was all anticipated. He was waiting for the golden blood to come forth and restore his spiritual roots. Soon, the 13 drops of golden blood surged forth from his heart, flowing towards Su Chang'an's damaged body. In just a few breaths, all physical injuries were mended. However, the shattered 10-element mixed spiritual roots remained in a broken state. A chill swept over Su Chang'an. Why? Wasn't he the restoration of bodily harm meant to encompass all? Why could it not repair my spiritual roots? He was baffled. What eluded Su Chang'an's understanding was that spiritual roots differ fundamentally from the corporeal form. Bodily injuries pertain to flesh and blood, whereas the fragmentation of spiritual roots signifies the shattering of certain fundamental laws. The two are inherently incomparable, rendering the golden essence incapable of mending his broken roots. Boom. Su Chang'an collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at the heavens. The overcast sky was dominated by a colossal golden talisman, slowly revolving. Countless intricate symbols coalesced like raindrops, abruptly transforming into tumultuous waves that surged outward, sweeping across the firmament and stirring the chaos. After a few breaths, the waves composed of symbols receded, washing back to adhere to the giant golden talisman. A symbol, about the size of a ruler, fell before Su Chang'an. Though he had lost his cultivation, he had nonetheless managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage. This was the reward bestowed by the grand golden talisman, the 14th talisman. Ha ha ha. Su Chang'an forced a bitter laugh. Now that you have granted me this talisman, what use is it? He stepped forth, departing the realm of the golden talisman and returning to his own sanctuary. He did not even cast a glance at the 14th talisman. With his spiritual roots shattered and his internal spiritual power drained in an instant, he was fortunate that he was still not an ordinary mortal. He possessed divine awareness, which remained formidable, allowing him to wield his mental blade. In other words, even in his current state, Su Chang'an could still contend with practitioners at the foundation establishment stage. After all, he still had 2 sky spiders and a firebeak blackwing eagle. Rumbling, a passage opened at the entrance of the array. The white-haired Su Chang'an emerged from his sanctuary. Chen Dalu, busy in the courtyard, hurriedly ran up to him. My lord, you have emerged from seclusion? Su Chang'an nodded, smiling as he inquired. Not long ago, you mentioned your daughter. How is she now? Has she taken a master? She has. Haraha. Chen Dalu grinned widely, saying, she has become a disciple under the peak master and is now the chief disciple. Impressive. Su Chang'an gave a thumbs up, astonished that Qin Nongqin had actually become the disciple of the great brotherly Qi Jian. Su Chang'an turned to survey his sanctuary, saying, Tell Nongqin that from today onwards, this sanctuary is hers. He dropped a few array flags and then leisurely exited the sanctuary. Now that his path to immortality had been severed, what need had he for a sanctuary? Su Chang'an stepped out from his sanctuary and arrived at the entrance of the Sword Inquiry Palace. The Sword Inquiry Pavilion, formerly known as the Mingyi Palace, was renamed as such after Li Qijian succeeded the position of Peak Master following the ascension of the illustrious Mingyi Zhenren. Su Chang'an retrieved several materials from his storage pouch and began to arrange the formation. "What are you doing, junior brother?" inquired Li Qijian, stepping out from the dojo with a hint of perplexity. Su Chang'an replied, "I had previously promised you, senior brother, that I would assist in enhancing the formations of the Sword Inquiry Pavilion. Since I have some free time, I thought I would take the opportunity to work on it." Chapter 144, Departing from Taishan, From Adversity Comes Prosperity. 3 hours later, Su Chang'an successfully arranged a formidable third-tier defensive formation. As the formation rose, a thunderous sound echoed, with radiant lights swirling and intricate symbols encircling it. It was evident at a glance that this formation was significantly more robust than the previous second-tier one. "Huh!" Li Qijian exclaimed joyfully, patting Su Chang'an on the shoulder. "Little junior brother, you are truly remarkable." "Thank you." Despite Su Chang'an having shattered his spiritual roots and possessing no cultivation, his speed in setting up the formation was somewhat slowed. Nevertheless, he was currently cloaked in a concealment talisman, rendering Li Qijian oblivious to his condition. He still believed Su Chang'an to be at the 13th level of qi refinement. "Senior brother, there is no need for such formality. We are brothers," Su Chang'an replied. "Indeed, we are brothers," Li Qijian echoed, laughing heartily. "By the way, did you visit Uncle Qingxiu? What did he say?" Su Chang'an shook his head with a smile. "Nothing." At that moment, Ning Xiangshuan, Qin Kuo, and Fu Nianjun arrived at Li Qijian's doorstep. "Junior Su," they called out, concern etched on their faces. "Let us go inside my dojo," Li Qijian proposed. "We shall drink and converse. My disciple brought me quite a few century-old brews last time he descended the mountain." They all filed into Li Qijian's dojo and took their seats. A jar of fragrant wine was brought in by Li Qijian's new disciple, Qin Nongqin. "Wait," Su Chang'an called out, stopping Qin Nongqin. She slightly bowed and asked, "13th uncle, do you have any instructions?" With a warm smile, Su Chang'an retrieved a small silver shield from his storage pouch. "Your parents have assisted me over the years, and now that you have become a disciple under my senior brother, it is only fitting that I present you with a token of welcome." This shield, known as the Silver Armor Shield, was a top-tier magical artifact. Su Chang'an had acquired it from Lu Daidong's storage pouch. It was of too low a grade for him, and since obtaining it, he had not even refined it. Bestowing it upon Qin Nongqin was a fitting use of the item. For her, as a low-tier cultivator, this silver armor shield was indeed a rare treasure. "Thank you, 13th uncle," Qin Nongqin exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the small shield. Beside them, Ning Xiangshuan interjected with a hint of envy, "Junior Su, can I still call you 13th uncle? How about a shield for me as well?" Laughter erupted among the group. It was indeed true that Ning Xiangshuan did not possess a single top-tier magical artifact. "Come, let us drink," they urged, raising their cups and each taking a hearty sip. Su Chang'an set down his bowl and, with a flourish, produced 10,000 spirit stones from his storage pouch, scattering them before Ning Xiangshuan. "What is the meaning of this?" "Old 13, Ning Xiangshuan asked, bewildered. The crowd turned their attention to Su Chang'an. He smiled and remarked, "Back then, in the depths of Doja Mountain, I actually acquired those 2 golden mutated spider eggs." "Really? You?" Ning Xiangshuan, Fu Nianjun, and Qin Kuo each reacted differently. Su Chang'an continued, "Now that the eggs are gone and I cannot provide you with anything else, consider this 10,000 spirit stones as compensation." Spirit stones, the currency of the cultivation world, inherently contain abundant spiritual energy, making them invaluable on the path of cultivation. Such items are seldom refused by anyone. Ning Xiangshuan nodded and said, "Su Shidi, I shall accept this without hesitation." With a flourish, Su Chang'an produced another 5,000 spirit stones and tossed them to Qin Kuo, saying, "Qin Shixiao, since my entry into the sect, you have taken great care of me, so please do not be polite and accept these spirit stones. Tomorrow, I will provide you with a proper explanation." Qin Kuo nodded and accepted the spirit stones. The 4 then indulged in drink, reveling until they were thoroughly inebriated before dispersing. While the other 3 departed, Su Chang'an remained, retrieving a jade box from his storage bag. Xixiao, within this box are 9 blood jade Bodhi seeds. They are of no use to me. So should any senior brother be unable to establish their foundation and face imminent death, please offer them these. What? Li Qijian was instantly sober, exclaiming, "How do you possess such items?" Indeed, Su Chang'an replied, "I gathered them in the secret realm, and this is all that remains." Originally, there were 12 blood jade Bodhi seeds. Lin Weihua consumed one, Cheng Bufan another, and Su Chang'an himself took one. Now only 9 were left. Please keep them safe, Xixiao. Su Chang'an then inquired, "How long until the next opening of the sect's secret realm?" Li Qijian calculated with his fingers and said, "The secret realm opens once every 30 years, so there should be a little over 7 years remaining." Ah. Su Chang'an produced a map and said, "Xixiao, this is a map of the secret realm, which I obtained last time. Having this for our next entry will surely benefit the sect." This. Li Qijian was taken aback. "How do you have everything?" Su Chang'an laughed heartily as he exited Li Qijian's hall. Upon leaving, he made his way to Fu Nianjin's hall. Their eyes met, and Su Chang'an forced a smile before removing the pair of golden bells from his wrist. "Fu Shiji, it seems rather unfitting for a man like me to wear these, so I present them to you." This. Fu Nianjin accepted the golden bells, her consciousness scanning them briefly, and she was suddenly struck with astonishment. "Shidi, this is actually a magical artifact?" "Indeed," Su Chang'an replied. "Be cautious when using it. Reserve it for the direst of moments. I acquired it after defeating a prodigy from the Ji family." Hiss! Fu Nianjin gasped in shock. Su Chang'an once again scattered over 300,000 spirit stones, saying, "Sister, these are for you." In reality, Su Chang'an possessed millions of spirit stones and several spirit tools that he wished to bestow as well. However, now that he had become immortal, these items were of no use to him. Yet, each of them was entangled with causality, making their use inconvenient. To avoid causing any trouble for his senior brothers and sisters, he refrained from giving them away, choosing instead to part with only some trivial items. "Junior brother, what is wrong with you? What troubles you?" Fu Nianjin gazed at Su Chang'an with concern. Su Chang'an chuckled softly and replied, "It's nothing. The day is drawing to a close. I shall explain everything to you tomorrow." "Very well," Fu Nianjin nodded. "Then I shall seek you out tomorrow." As night deepened, a colossal black-winged bird suddenly soared from the summit of Wanghe Peak, swiftly cutting through the sea of clouds and heading eastward. Su Chang'an had departed. He did not bid farewell to his senior brothers and sisters, for in his heart, the banquet at Li Qijian's dojo served as his farewell. The fire-beaked black-winged eagle flew with astonishing speed, its wings barely flapping as it traversed over 1,000 miles. Its velocity surpassed that of the grand flying vessel of the Taishan sect by a notable margin. "Hold on, nephew," came the voice of Qingshu Daoist from afar. Su Chang'an's consciousness stirred, prompting the black-winged eagle to halt and descend upon an unfamiliar mountaintop. Qingshu Daoist followed suit, landing gracefully. "Uncle?" Su Chang'an looked at Qingshu in surprise. Qingshu surveyed Su Chang'an and remarked, "I did not expect you to consume a blood jade Bodhi. How could you be so reckless? Discarding the path of the great Tao in such a manner?" Su Chang'an fell silent. "Do me a favor." Qingshu waved his hand, producing a porcelain vial. "This is for you." "What is this?" Su Chang'an took the vial, finding it quite substantial. Qingshu explained, "Inside is the ashes of Su Pingxing, who, like you, hails from Qingyou Town in Yiyang County. If you return to your homeland, please take him back as well." Su Chang'an's expression turned solemn. "I had forgotten. I owe brother Changsheng a tremendous debt of causality." Qingshu furrowed his brow as he gazed at the starry sky for a long moment before saying, "Su Chang'an, as you prepare to depart, allow me to offer you an oracle to glimpse your future, shall I?" Su Chang'an smiled and nodded. "I would be most grateful, uncle." He accepted 3 copper coins meant for mortals, symbolic of the earthly realm. Qingshu instructed, "Focus on your thoughts and cast the coins upon the ground." Su Chang'an casually tossed the coins, and all 3 landed with their backs facing up. "First line, Old Een," Qingshu announced. Su Chang'an threw the coins again, and once more. All 3 were backs facing up. "Second line, Old Een," Qingshu declared. For the 3rd attempt, the result remained unchanged. "Third line, Old Een." All 3 lines are Old Een. This signifies Kuan below. Continue. Understood. Su Chang'an had lost 3 times in succession. Remarkably, each time the coins landed with all the faces upwards. Qingshu Taoist remarked. With all the old yang in the fourth, fifth, and sixth lines, it signifies that Qian is above. Su Chang'an, recognizing the profundity of Qingshu's divination arts, inquired, Master Uncle, what hexagram is this? Qingshu replied, Qian above, Kuan below. This is the hexagram of pi. Su Chang'an further questioned, what does the future hold? Qingshu responded, all matters will be fraught with difficulties. Su Chang'an's countenance darkened. Had he not been unable to overpower Qingshu, he might have been tempted to send him tumbling down the precipice. However, upon reflection, he conceded the truth of the matter. Indeed, he was experiencing a period of unparalleled misfortune. Haraha. Yet, Qingshu Taoist, oblivious to Su Chang'an's grim expression, threw his head back and laughed heartily. Master Qingshu, I am beset by misfortune, and you still find amusement in my plight? Su Chang'an lamented. No, no, no. Qingshu waved his hand dismissively, saying, this hexagram has the potential to transform. Su Chang'an asked, how does it transform? Qingshu explained, old yin can metamorphose into yang, and old yang can revert to yin. If all the old yin in this hexagram transforms into yang, and all the old yang transforms into yin, then the hexagram would transition to Qian below and Kuan above, which is the hexagram of Tai. Su Chang'an inquired, so, the hexagram of pi transforms into the hexagram of Tai? Qingshu affirmed, indeed. This is what is meant by the saying, from extreme adversity comes great fortune. Chapter 145, Return to Yunming, the aura of primordial chaos. The night breeze howled. Su Chang'an lay upon the broad back of the fire-beaked blackwing eagle, his heart as tranquil as a still pond. He was well aware that the Qingshu Taoist was a master of divination, almost infallible in his predictions. However, Su Chang'an did not believe that this particular divination was genuine. He felt that Qingshu was merely attempting to console him in a different manner. Why? Because my spiritual roots have been severed. And yet you speak of my fortunes turning for the better? How could that possibly be? Unless there exists a method to restore my spiritual roots, which seems utterly implausible in this world. Thus, it was certain that Master Qingshu was simply trying to comfort me. The notion of fortunes reversing was merely a ruse he had concocted. The eastern sky began to blush with the first light of dawn. Su Chang'an's gaze pierced through the clouds below, where he beheld a vast lake nestled among the mountains, adorned with a multitude of buildings that lined its shores. The architecture appeared vaguely familiar. Suddenly, a memory struck him. This was indeed the site of Yunming City. The very place Zhou Feng had once introduced him to the realm of cultivation. Over 30 years had passed, and to his astonishment, this marketplace still thrived. Xiaohe, descend. Su Chang'an commanded the blackwing eagle to alight amidst the mountains. He then summoned Xiaohe into the golden talisman space and ambled toward the marketplace. A colossal lake stretched before him. Su Chang'an smiled, for everything here felt so familiar, retaining its original form and essence. In fact, upon arriving at this place, he found himself enveloped in a nostalgia for the cultivation world, a sense of innocence and yearning. This was indeed the birthplace of his dreams. He casually located an unattended canoe moored at the shore and stepped aboard, clumsily wielding the oars. After a brief period of struggle, he finally managed to row across to the opposite side. Hey, wait a moment. A figure clad in a purple Taoist robe rushed toward the lake's edge, leaping gracefully into the air and landing deftly at the stern of Su Chang'an's boat. Her movements were fluid and elegant, yet the female cultivator was already breathless, glistening with perspiration. I am Chao Buhuan. She greeted Su Chang'an with a respectful nod. Hee, I cannot row. Would you be so kind as to take me with you? Thank you. Su Chang'an nodded in acknowledgement, replying, not at all. In this moment, Su Chang'an did not wear the robe of the Taishan sect. Instead, he donned a garment of heavenly silkworm silk, resembling that of a worldly gentleman. Though it lacked the ethereal quality of a celestial being, it exuded an air of elegance and nobility. This attire accentuated Su Chang'an's refined demeanor and bright smile. The small boat glided leisurely toward the island at the lake's center. Upon reaching their destination, the female cultivator expressed her gratitude and performed a graceful landing akin to a swan descending upon the shore, with Su Chang'an following closely behind. Storage bags. Storage bags. Anyone in need of storage bags? As soon as they set foot on land, the sounds of various vendors echoed around them. Vendors hawked storage bags, books, elixirs, and martial arts techniques, with an array of stalls proliferating throughout the marketplace. Su Chang'an ambled past with an air of indifference. At that moment, a man with a sharp, simian visage approached and obstructed Su's path. "Ah, young sir, greetings. I have exquisite storage bags for sale. Would you care to purchase one?" Su Chang'an shook his head. "Please, don't decline." The man insisted, blocking Su's way further. "You must be new to such places. You don't even possess a storage bag. Traveling through the realm of cultivation can be perilous. After all, one must not display their wealth. Buy one. Mine are quite affordable. Only 300 spirit stones." 300? Su Chang'an recalled that a similar bag had only cost 100 at the City Merchants Association. "Isn't that rather excessive? It's too pricey. I won't buy it." He waved his hand dismissively, adding, "I have plenty of these. Go seek customers elsewhere." "Hey." The man, displeased with Su's retort, raised his voice. "What do you mean by that? If you lack spirit stones, just say so. What is this nonsense about having many?" Swish. The attention of nearby cultivators shifted towards them. The man's gaunt companions squeezed in, surrounding Su Chang'an. "What is going on?" A portly figure stepped towards Su. "Are you bullying our brother?" Although fighting was prohibited in the marketplace, it was equally unacceptable to intimidate their own. Su Chang'an's expression darkened. "It's a misunderstanding. He merely offered me a storage bag, which I declined. It's as simple as that." "Humph." The gaunt man interjected. "What do you mean by declining?" He was clearly mocking me, insisting my storage bags are overpriced, and boasting about having many. He is deliberately seeking trouble to undermine my business. "Friend," the portly man asserted, "you are at fault here. Apologize to my brother and purchase a storage bag. This matter can be settled amicably, yes?" As he spoke, he advanced a step, exuding an aura of intimidation. Su Chang'an smiled, then casually produced a storage bag with a flick of his wrist. Then another, a third, a fourth. In truth, Su Chang'an was a gentle cultivator, having never engaged in gratuitous violence throughout his years of cultivation. Nonetheless, the number of cultivators who had perished by his hand, whether directly or indirectly, was considerable. In the span of merely 3 to 5 breaths, he revealed over 20 storage bags. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes fixated on Su Chang'an's collection. Each bag varied in style and hue, yet all appeared worn and tattered, clearly having been utilized for many years. What did this signify? It indicated that these storage bags belonged to others. This individual had evidently dispatched so many fellow practitioners. Hiss! The portly man and the gaunt one trembled in fear. Su Chang'an waved his hand, retracting all the storage bags, and inquired, "What do you have to say now?" The surroundings fell silent as several individuals knelt on the ground. My apologies. We were blind to your grandeur and have offended you. Please, esteemed elder, do not hold it against us." Su Chang'an remained silent, simply lifting his foot to depart. Damn it! As he watched Su Chang'an's figure vanish into the crowd, the portly man finally stood up, wiping the sweat from his brow as he muttered. "We've encountered quite the formidable character. I couldn't even discern his cultivation level. Young brother, please wait a moment, just a moment." An elderly man clad in a tattered yellow robe, his hair and beard completely white, seized Su Chang'an's arm and said, "I foresee that you are in dire need of this." He then thrust a thick book into Su Chang'an's face, the Compendium of Cultivation Treasures. Su Chang'an gazed at the old man, a smile erupting on his face. At this very moment, it mirrored a time long past. Over 30 years ago, he had purchased a similar Compendium of Cultivation Treasures from this very elder. Initially, the man had demanded 100 spirit stones, but Su had countered with 5, and to his surprise, the elder had readily accepted. This old man must have deceived countless individuals over the years. However, it had been over 3 decades. How could he remain unchanged? Was he still a mere chi refining stage cultivator? Su Chang'an cautiously extended his spiritual sense towards the old man. No issues detected. He was indeed at the 4th level of the chi refining stage. It seemed safe enough. "How much for this?" Su Chang'an inquired. 100 spirit stones. The elder replied. "Too expensive. I refuse." Su Chang'an retorted. The elder pressed. "Then how much will you offer?" 5 spirit stones. Su Chang'an declared. The elderly man, wearing the tattered yellow robe, grimaced as he begrudgingly tucked the Compendium of Cultivation Treasures under Su Chang'an's arm. Fine, seeing as you seem fated to cross paths with the divine. I shall sell it to you for 5 spirit stones." Yet Su Chang'an, grinning, produced an identical compendium from his storage bag. "Hey, are you doing this on purpose?" The elder's spiritual sense swept over Su Chang'an once more, and he chuckled. You do not require this, but wait. I foresee you needing something else. He retracted the book and produced a blue jade slip. Young man, this contains the technique for repairing your spiritual root. Are you interested? Su Chang'an's pupils constricted slightly. This old man, a fourth-level qi refining cultivator, could actually perceive that his spiritual root was damaged. The critical point was that he was currently concealed by an invisibility talisman. Yet now was not the time for such thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he moderated his tone and feigned a nonchalant demeanor, asking, Esteemed elder, how much for this? 100,000 spirit stones, no haggling. The elder replied. Su Chang'an did not negotiate. He produced 100,000 spirit stones and handed them to the old man. The elder chuckled, passing the blue jade slip to Su Chang'an. Examine it yourself. I shall take my leave. Su Chang'an took the jade slip and, with a sweep of his consciousness, discovered 4 characters within, primordial breath. You deceitful old man, you have tricked me again. Su Chang'an gritted his teeth in anger, wishing to drag the old man over for questioning. Yet he could not find him anywhere. No matter how powerful his senses were, he could not uncover a trace of the old man's whereabouts. Chapter 146, Qingyou Town. Beating the cultivator. Cursed thing, it deceived me out of 100,000 spirit stones. Do not let me encounter you again. Su Chang'an cast aside the azure jade slip. The essence of primordial chaos. In a certain sense, the old man was not entirely mistaken, for within the realm of cultivation, it is widely acknowledged that the sole substance capable of shaping a cultivator's physique is the so-called essence of primordial chaos. Yet, this substance exists solely in legend. No one has ever laid eyes upon it. What is the essence of primordial chaos? It is the rare treasure born at the dawn of creation, the first breath emerging from the primordial void. Regardless of whether such a thing exists in this world, even if it did, how could it possibly have been preserved from the inception of heaven and earth until now? And even if it had endured, would it ever be within the grasp of a mere qi refining stage cultivator? Su Chang'an shook his head. The jade slip given by the old man resembled a situation where a person afflicted with an incurable illness is told by a physician that a single bite of the Queen Mother's peach can effect a cure. Is this not sheer nonsense? 10 spirit stones, 10,000 taels of gold, or 100,000 taels of silver. What do you choose? A refined cultivator gazed at Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an replied, Silver, please. I possess 100 spirit stones. Give me 1,000,000 taels. He had already resolved to return to his hometown and live as a mortal for 200 years, hence he deemed it necessary to acquire these mundane possessions. Su Chang'an couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Had he known to take some gold and silver during his time at the Chen family fortress, it would have been splendid. However, it mattered little. He had ample spirit stones, and 1,000,000 taels of silver would suffice. After exchanging for the silver, Su Chang'an mounted his blackbird and soared away from Yunming Marsh, heading towards Qingyou Town. The entire Qingyou Town was nestled among low hills, abundant in farmland and sparse in peaks, making it a suitable abode for ordinary mortals. Situated on the northern bank of a great river, it was home to tens of thousands of inhabitants. Su Chang'an's majestic bird alighted in a secluded area, where he stored it within the confines of the golden talisman space and proceeded to walk towards Qingyou Town. On the wide official road, numerous ox carts ambled along, converging towards the town. Excuse me, good sir, may I hitch a ride? Su Chang'an cheerfully engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman aboard a passing ox cart. The old man chuckled heartily. Of course, come aboard. Su Chang'an deftly leaped onto the cart, settling himself comfortably at the rear. In addition to the man in his 40s, there was a child of about 10 years old, his dark hair matted together, giving the impression that it had been a long time since he had last bathed. I see so many people heading to the town. Is there some significant event taking place? Su Chang'an inquired. The elder replied, A celestial being has arrived in town to awaken the children. I am taking Erlang to have a look. Oh, Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, in the quaint town of Qingyou, each year celestial beings arrive to awaken the spiritual roots of children who have reached the age of 9 or 10. Should a child awaken a commendable spiritual root, they may be taken into a sect to pursue cultivation. Annually, a handful of children are whisked away from the town. Su Chang'an closed his eyes, refraining from further inquiries. However, he directed his spiritual sense towards the boy named Erlang and discovered that he possessed no spiritual root. It seemed this elder brother's journey would be in vain. After the passage of 2 incense sticks worth of time, Su Chang'an followed the elder brother to the awakening square, where hundreds of children and their parents stood in line. The population of Qingmiu was substantial, housing tens of thousands within the town alone. When considering the surrounding villages, the total approached nearly 1 million. Each year, hundreds of children came to awaken their spiritual roots. At that moment, Su Chang'an suddenly heard Ding Lan's voice. She communicated with him through their spiritual connection. The elder in the blue Taoist robe, that's him. He deceived me back then. Su, brother, avenge me. Years ago, Su Chang'an had ventured to Chenjiabao because he awakened a spiritual root, albeit a mediocre one, which the Shuangguan sect rejected, leading to his being taken by Chenjiabao. Ding Lan's circumstances were markedly different. She awakened dual spiritual roots, a prodigious talent that would be fiercely coveted even by the esteemed Taishan sect. Yet, the disciples of the Small Spirit Valley claimed her roots were worthless and subsequently sold her to Chenjiabao. Thus, it could be said that this cultivator before them was the architect of Ding Lan's tragic fate. To merely strike him would seem a lenient response. To kill him outright would not be excessive. What are you planning to do, brother? Ding Lan's voice resonated once more in Su Chang'an's mind. In this lifetime, I have already entangled myself in too much karma. I wish to avoid further bloodshed. Do not kill him. It was evident that Ding Lan had sensed Su Chang'an's murderous intent. Just give him a good beating to vent my frustration. Su Chang'an sighed deeply and replied, very well. I shall administer a lesson to him. He leaped down from the ox cart and strode confidently towards the white-bearded cultivator. What do you want? The irate elder, already at the 6th layer of qi refinement, glared at Su Chang'an and barked. Those wishing to test their spiritual roots should queue at the back. Disrupting the order will result in your immediate demise. In response, Su Chang'an swiftly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the elder's face. The old cultivator roared, "You insolent wretch, you shall perish. Though we celestial beings must not recklessly slay mortals. Your provocation of our authority today grants me the right to obliterate you without consequence." As he spoke, the old man reached for his storage bag to retrieve a magical artifact to strike down Su Chang'an. However, he found his storage bag inexplicably unresponsive. "You old rascal." Su Chang'an delivered another forceful slap to the elder's face. The sound of relentless slaps echoed like a torrential rain, leaving the old cultivator's face swollen. Su Chang'an denied the elder any chance to retaliate, seizing a wooden stick from the side and striking fiercely at the old man's leg. "Ouch, my leg." The elder's limb was shattered by Su Chang'an's blow. Don't run. I shall kill you." By the time the elder stood up, Su Chang'an had vanished without a trace. Ding Lan, now in a state of ethereal essence, chuckled gleefully, finally avenging herself today. "Junior sister Ding," Su Chang'an inquired, "where is your home? Would you like to return and take a look?" Ding Lan nodded, saying, "My home is in Dingjiawazi, approximately 30 miles north of Qingmiu town." "Excellent." Su Chang'an procured a spirited steed in town, reaching Dingjiawazi in half an hour. In the most remote northwest corner of Dingjiawazi, there lay a dilapidated household. The courtyard was shabby, and the buildings were in disrepair, yet the neglected yard was meticulously clean. An elderly woman sat on a bench, strenuously extracting a steel needle from the sole of a shoe. "Good lady." Su Chang'an entered the yard and softly asked, "Is this Ding Xiqing's home?" Ding Xiqing was Ding Lan's father. The elderly woman lifted her gaze. Ding Lan, within the confines of the golden symbol space, began to weep. "This is my mother, my mother." After more than 30 years, it was natural for mortals to age. Indeed, the old woman placed the shoe sole she was mending into a sewing basket and, with a hunched back, stood upright. "The head of our household has been gone for 6 years. How may I assist you? You are so young, yet your hair is white. My goodness." The elder muttered, staring at Su Chang'an's silver locks. "I am a friend of your daughter, Ding Lan. Do you still remember her?" Su Chang'an replied. Suddenly, the elder trembled, standing straight. "Her daughter. Of course, I remember. Who could forget their own child?" 2 clear tears trickled down from her murky eyes. My girl. Is she well?" Su Chang'an felt a wave of compassion, saying, "She is well. She has entered the path of immortality, cultivating amidst renowned mountains and rivers, though she cannot return home at present." The elderly woman immediately stood tall with pride, exclaiming, "Yes, my daughter is indeed a celestial being." At that moment, a sturdy man emerged from the dilapidated thatched cottage. "Dajuan, come quickly," the elder called to the man. "Look, your sister's friend has come to visit us." "Dajuan?" Ding Lon sobbed within the golden symbol space, unable to shed tears as a spiritual entity. Yet her sorrow remained palpable. "Greetings." Ding Dajuan, simple and honest, glanced at Su Chang'an and asked, "Is my sister well? What does she look like?" When Ding Lon departed from home all those years ago, Ding Dajuan was still a mere child, possessing no recollection of his sister, save for the singular impression that her name was Ding Lon and that she was akin to a celestial being. Su Chang'an's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He refrained from replying to Ding Dajuan's words and instead produced a silver note, stating, "This amounts to 10,000 taels of silver, entrusted to me by your sister for you. I am Su Chang'an, residing in Su Family Village, Qingyou Town, 100 miles or so from here. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Ding Dajuan trembled as he received the silver note from Su Chang'an's hands. "This is a panacea." Su Chang'an then presented a second-grade elixir, the Gathering Spirit Pill, to Ding Dajuan, cautioning, "Do not consume it. For a mortal who does so would meet a tragic demise. Instead, place it upon the beam of your home. Over time, it will safeguard your family from ailments and grant them longevity." Chapter 147. Returning to Su Family Village. It turns out to be him. "Remain here. You may act when necessary, but do not emerge to frighten the villagers." With a wave of his hand, Su Chang'an released a golden spider, which he had summoned. This golden spider, the size of a basin, was a descendant of his two mutated spiders, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th stage of Qi refinement. Although this little golden spider was only at the 6th stage, Su Chang'an deemed it sufficient to guard the Ding family, especially given that the area was predominantly inhabited by mortals. Exiting Ding Family Hollow, Su Chang'an mounted his steed and galloped towards Su Family Village. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds trepidation. Never had Su Chang'an felt such a profound longing for his hometown. Su Family Village was the place where he had spent his childhood. Fortunately, after so many years, the village had not changed much. He paused atop a high ridge, gazing down at the small village nestled at the foot of a vast hill, a childlike smile gracing his face. Dismounting, he led his horse towards the village. The smoke from cooking fires curled gently into the air as dusk enveloped the landscape. The sun had dipped halfway below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the tranquil village, creating an atmosphere of serene contentment. "Who are you, young man? Where are you headed? Do you have a travel permit?" At this moment, the common folk of Yin country enforced strict regulations. Every village had its own headman, and unfamiliar individuals were often scrutinized. Su Chang'an smiled and replied, "Good day, sir. I am from this village. My name is Su Chang'an." "Who?" The elderly man squinted at Su Chang'an and asked, "What did you say your name is?" "I said, my name is Su Chang'an." "Su Chang'an." The old man's mouth fell open as he pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something. You are the one who left to become an immortal over 30 years ago. Your aunt is Lu Sanjia, isn't she?" Su Chang'an nodded, affirming yes. "Ah, so you have returned." The old man chuckled heartily. Immortals are indeed remarkable. He grasped Su Chang'an's hand, exclaiming, "I am your Uncle Lu, the father of Deshu. Do you not recognize me?" Su Chang'an's consciousness wavered momentarily, as memories from years past flooded back. His closest childhood companion had been a boy named Lu Dashu, who had always been plump. "Uncle Lu," Su Chang'an inquired, "is Deshu at home?" "Yes." Uncle Lu replied joyfully, "Ah, 30 years have passed, 30 years. Come, I shall take you back to the village. Your Su family remains much the same." Following Uncle Lu, Su Chang'an arrived at his childhood home. The residence where he had once lived had long fallen into disrepair. What had once been a sturdy house now bore the marks of age and neglect, with the roof caved in and the courtyard wall broken. The yard was cluttered with debris, and cobwebs adorned every corner. Su Chang'an shook his head. Uncle Lu remarked, "I remember this was your family's house. After all these years, it has collapsed. Are you back for a long stay or just a brief visit?" Uncle Lu raised his head to gaze at Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an declared, "I shall be residing here permanently from now on. Uncle Lu, please assist me in finding a few craftsmen to renovate the house. I shall provide ample silver." With a sigh, Uncle Lu nodded. At that moment, several villagers approached. "What do you want?" A fierce-looking elderly woman, around 70, accompanied by 4 or 5 robust men, advanced. Who is this outsider? Not an outsider. Uncle Lu hurriedly interjected. Sister Lu, this is your nephew, Su Chang'an. He has returned. What? The menacing expression on Lu's face abruptly vanished as she beheld Su Chang'an, whose hair was white, yet whose visage appeared strikingly youthful. A twinge of fear stirred within her, prompting her to take a few steps back as she inquired, Chang'an? Aunt. Su Chang'an regarded Lu with a calm demeanor, devoid of sorrow or joy. Naturally, there was no animosity to speak of. Lu had not treated him kindly in his youth, yet such grievances were insufficient to be called hatred. As for being sold to the Chen family fortress, he bore no resentment. Had it not been for that, he would not have embarked on his subsequent quest for the celestial path. However, he harbored no particularly fond memories either. You have returned. Lu inhaled deeply and asked, have you attained immortality? Su Chang'an smiled lightly. What do you think? I would wager you have indeed achieved it, Lu replied. You must be over 40, yet you look as youthful as a lad of 20. It seems likely you have succeeded in your cultivation. Nevertheless, she added, but I am not afraid of you. Despite her words, she took a few steps back, continuing, our third son has also pursued immortality. He began his journey a few years after you, yet he has been cultivating in the celestial realm for over 20 years now. If you dare to show me disrespect, my son will not let it go easily. Su Chang'an was aware that Lu had 3 sons, the eldest being a year younger than him, known as Big Tiger, Second Tiger, and Little Tiger. When Su Chang'an left, they had not yet received proper names. Aunt, which of your sons has embarked on this journey? Su Chang'an inquired with interest. Before Lu could reply, a burly man interjected, it is my third uncle. He has become a disciple of the esteemed Taishan sect in the neighboring Yanshua County. He is quite formidable, sending us many gifts and even silver each year. Su Chang'an's expression shifted. Taishan sect? What is your third uncle's name? Little Tiger. Lu began, but then quickly corrected herself. No. He changed his name upon entering the sect. What was it again? Su Pingsheng. A thunderous realization struck Su Chang'an as if he had been struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. Su Pingsheng, the disciple of Master Qing Su, who later changed his name to Su Changsheng, and subsequently to Su Chang'an. He had once shielded him from a deadly calamity, after which he vanished without a trace. So, he is actually my cousin? Su Chang'an furrowed his brows, reflecting on the words spoken by his esteemed uncle, Qingshu, regarding Su Ping's mother owing him a debt of karma. Yet, it seemed excessive to repay such a debt with one's life. Drawing a deep breath, Su Chang'an clasped his fists and bowed deeply to the Lu matriarch, expressing his gratitude. I pay my respects to my aunt, and I am profoundly thankful for your nurturing. The Lu matriarch was momentarily taken aback, yet Su Chang'an offered no further explanation. Uncle, a younger relative inquired, gazing at Su Chang'an. Are you planning to? Su Chang'an replied with a nonchalant tone, having spent considerable time away, I find myself yearning for my homeland. This return marks my intention to settle here permanently. It is imperative that our Su family lineage continues, leaving a legacy for my parents. His words were delivered with an air of detachment, as if recounting the affairs of another. That sounds reasonable, the younger relative responded. Uncle, my name is Jinshui. This is my brother, Jinshan, and my cousins, Jinlong and Jinhu. For the time being, you may reside in our home while I arrange for someone to tidy up your house and undertake renovations. Su Chang'an nodded in agreement. From his belongings, he retrieved a bundle of silver notes, meticulously distributing them to the Lu matriarch. Aunt, please take this money for your use. 8,000 taels in total. Upon receiving the silver, the Lu matriarch was naturally overjoyed. Subsequently, Su Chang'an followed his nephew, Su Jinshui, to their residence, casually selecting a room to settle in. Uncle. Just as Su Chang'an made himself comfortable, Jinshui arrived, accompanied by his 4 children. Please, take a look at my children. Do any of them possess celestial roots? Su Chang'an cast a discerning glance and replied, none of them possessed celestial roots. What about me? Jinshui asked eagerly. Su Chang'an's perception swept over Jinshui, and he stated, you also lack them. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jinshui's face, for he was already aware of this reality, having undergone awakening in Qingyo town at the age of 9. Uncle, if a person lacks celestial roots, is it truly impossible to cultivate? Jinshui questioned with lingering hope. Su Chang'an chuckled softly. Indeed, without celestial roots, cultivation is unattainable. However, I shall impart to you 2 techniques for strengthening your body. While they may not lead to immortality, They will certainly safeguard you from ailments. Jin Shui inquired further, Uncle, given that you possess celestial roots, why have you chosen not to cultivate and instead return to your hometown? Su Chang'an replied, My celestial roots are rather unsatisfactory, and I can no longer advance in my cultivation. Hence, I have returned. The following day, over 20 craftsmen were summoned to assist in the construction of the house. Su Chang'an generously compensated each craftsman, ensuring the swift progress of the renovations. Within a month's time, the abode had taken shape. While not extravagantly opulent, it was far from impoverished, a 3-entry courtyard with a 2-story main building at the rear. Such a residence could be deemed commendable within the village. Chapter 148, Marriage and Parenthood. A decade in haste, Su Chang'an retrieved several fire-attributed spiritual stones from his storage space and placed them within his abode. Remarkably, within just half a day's time, the dampness that pervaded the house dissipated entirely. Initially, he contemplated arranging some formations around the vicinity, yet he feared that passing cultivators might observe them, thereby disrupting his tranquil existence. Ultimately, Su Chang'an abandoned the notion of setting up formations, opting instead to place a gray spider in a secluded attic of the backyard to safeguard his home. Brother Su, do you intend to reside in this quaint village for the rest of your days? Inquired the frail soul within the golden talisman space. Su Chang'an's gaze shifted slightly towards the verdant tree stump, beside which stood the spirit of Ding Lan. During these days, Ding Lan had been practicing the Qi refinement section of the Celestial Emperor's Divine Sutra, and her soul had solidified considerably. In a calm tone, he retorted, What else should I do? Ding Lan replied, I have no idea. Su Chang'an continued, Since the path to immortality is severed, I shall embrace my life as a mortal, marry, raise children, and nurture grandchildren. If I cannot fulfill my heavenly destiny, I shall at least honor my filial duties. As he spoke, Su Chang'an's attention wandered to a talisman of roughly a foot in size nearby. This talisman was a reward from the golden card he received after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage with the blood jade Bodhi. However, due to the absence of his cultivation, he had not pursued the study of this last talisman, deeming it unnecessary. Without spiritual roots, what purpose would studying talismans serve? Even if he mastered them, he lacked the spiritual energy to inscribe them. Thus, Su Chang'an had grown indifferent to the talisman. Yet, what piqued his curiosity was that within this golden talisman space, Ding Lan's spirit could not perceive the colossal golden card rotating above nor any other talismans or objects within this realm. To her, it was merely a golden expanse. Ding Lan remarked somewhat wistfully, You are indeed planning to wed. Su Chang'an chuckled, Indeed, I am to be married. For reasons unknown. He suddenly recalled Jin Qingyan, reminiscing about that unforgettable night by the immortal pool at Guanyin Peak. Sister Zhen, where art thou? That day, was it truly your corporeal form, or merely an ethereal illusion? In the blink of an eye, a decade had elapsed. Throughout these 10 years, Su Chang'an dedicated the majority of his time to his family, cherishing his wife and diligently raising his children. A smaller portion of his days was spent within the golden talisman space, visiting Ding Lan, conversing with her, and practicing the Celestial Emperor's Divine Sutra. Although he had lost his spiritual roots, his consciousness remained intact, allowing him to cultivate the Qi refinement section of the sutra. In this intermittent practice, free from disturbance and pressure, Su Chang'an remarkably advanced his Qi refinement to a minor completion over the span of 10 years. His spiritual awareness had grown considerably stronger than before. My lord, it is time for dinner. A woman, approximately in her late 20s and possessing an enchanting demeanor, stood in the corridor, gazing at Su Chang'an in the study. A charming smile blossomed on her fair face. Su Chang'an tossed the bamboo slip he had been holding onto the desk and declared, All right, we may now dine. Come with me. 2 boys and a girl grasped the corners of Su Chang'an's garment, following him out of the study. Standing outside was Su Chang'an's wife, Xiao Huizhu, an ordinary mortal. She had been wed to Su Chang'an for a decade, bearing 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest, Su Fanqing, the second son, Su Fanhua, and the youngest daughter, named Su Ruqing. Su Chang'an had observed them closely, noting that both his wife and children were but common mortals, devoid of any celestial roots. This realization anchored him firmly in the realm of the mundane, allowing him to embrace the life of an ordinary man with tranquility. Mother, I want chicken. I want bamboo shoots. Mother, I wish to drink soup. The three children clamored at the dining table, each voicing their desires, while Xiao Huizhu diligently served them rice. "Eat up." Su Chang'an picked up his chopsticks and had a few bites. Beside him, Xiao Huizhu whispered, "Husband, they say you are already over 50 this year?" "Indeed." Su Chang'an nodded. "This year I should be 53. His wife pursed her lips. She was merely 27. 10 years ago, she had married Su Chang'an at the tender age of 17, then feeling little of its significance. But now, a decade later, she observed her gradual descent into the realm of aging, while her husband still appeared as youthful as a man in his 20s. This left Xiao Huizhu feeling a twinge of envy. Is he truly an immortal? "My lord." Suddenly, an inexplicable worry gripped her. "They all say you are an immortal. Will you one day just fly away?" Su Chang'an responded with a serious expression, "Rest assured, I will not fly away, for I cannot fly." "Why not?" The youngest daughter, Su Ruqing, looked up at Su Chang'an with her innocent face, asking, "Father, you are an immortal. Why can't you fly away?" Su Chang'an turned his chopsticks around and gently tapped her small head, saying, "Because your father is a foolish immortal, and foolish immortals cannot fly." "Haraha." Uft. Little Su Ruqing sprayed her soup onto the table. For the past decade, the villagers of Su family village had mocked Su Chang'an. Though he was clearly an immortal, he had never revealed any celestial powers. Aside from his eternal youth, he was indistinguishable from the common folk. When provoked, he would respond with a cheerful demeanor. If someone encroached upon their fields, he remained silent. More often than not, the villagers derided him as a foolish immortal, and he did not engage in disputes. "Uncle, please come quickly, my grandmother is not well." Su Jinshui, now with a significant amount of gray hair, looked older than his 37 years, resembling a prosperous old merchant. Su Chang'an rose and followed Su Jinshui into Lu Shi's room. Lu Shi lay in bed, groaning incessantly. "Uncle, it appears that grandmother may not have much time left." Su Chang'an nodded. Lu Shi seemed to be nearing the end of her vitality, her life nearly extinguished, teetering on the brink of death. "Chang'an." Upon seeing Su Chang'an, she suddenly sat upright and asked, "What are the ways of your celestial family? Why has my son been silent for 10 years? Has he forgotten his mother after becoming an immortal?" Su Chang'an sighed and hesitated, ultimately deciding to reveal the truth to Lu Shi. Su Pingsheng was killed by a powerful figure 10 years ago. You see, with a flourish, he produced a porcelain vase from his storage space, as if performing a magic trick. "This vase contains his ashes. I was initially tasked with delivering them to you, but fearing you could not bear the truth, I withheld the news." "Ah, my son." Lu Shi wept bitterly. After a brief moment, her breath grew weaker, and she ceased her tears, staring blankly at Su Chang'an, asking, "Is my son's death in any way related to you?" Su Chang'an stood calmly, not answering her directly, but instead stating, "Everything is bound by the cycle of cause and effect." Lu Shi continued, "Very well, I have treated you poorly in the past, and I shall not question these matters further. However, my son was innocent." Su Chang'an turned away, saying, "I can grant you one wish, and I can provide you with a great sum of silver." Initially, Su Chang'an thought that, given Lu Shi's greedy nature, she would wish for wealth for her descendants. Yet, Lu Shi made a surprising choice. "Over 30 years ago, I saw a disheveled old Taoist in a yellow robe pass through our village. He pointed to your mother's grave and claimed it was a prime spot for feng shui. Now that I am on the verge of death, I wish to have that sacred land." With that, Lu Shi's head tilted, and she passed away instantly. The village elder, respected by all, along with Lu Shi's descendants, turned their gaze towards Su Chang'an. Although he had promised Lu Shi a wish, the request seemed rather implausible. He shook his head and replied, "My mother has been peacefully resting for nearly 50 years. I do not wish for you to disturb her. You may choose another condition." Looking at Su Jinshui, Su Chang'an retrieved a stack of silver notes from his storage bag. "This is 10,000 taels." He tossed the notes in front of Su Jinshui and then turned to leave. Chapter 149, The Breath of Primordial Chaos. Rebirth through Nirvana. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as Su Chang'an emerged from the courtyard of the Lu family. The sky above seemed to rage, with colossal lightning streaking across the night, illuminating the darkness as if it were day. Following the flash of lightning, torrential raindrops began to fall. "Husband, what has transpired?" Xiao Huizhu inquired with a hint of concern as she watched her spouse return home through the downpour. After a decade of marriage, she had never witnessed such a somber expression on his face. Su Chang'an quickly donned a smile, replying, "It's nothing serious, and has passed away." "Oh." Xiao Huizhu released a sigh of relief. "Then I shall go and assist." "Wait." Su Chang'an grasped his wife's hand. "Do not venture there just yet. Emotions are running high at the moment. We shall go once the burial preparations commence in a couple of days." The recent discord arising from Lu's final wishes had left a bitter taste, and he wished to shield his wife from further turmoil. According to the customs of the Yin Kingdom, a deceased person would be prepared for burial 3 days after passing. After this period, he believed that the cousins would come to understand the gravity of the situation and calm down. "Very well," she agreed, nodding obediently. "I shall heed your words." The couple returned indoors, where their children were already fast asleep. However, Su Chang'an retreated to his study, locking the door behind him, and then his consciousness swiftly entered the golden talisman space. In moments of solitude, he cherished the time spent in cultivation. While the Xianmen techniques could not be practiced, his consciousness could still be refined. Possessing an exceptionally powerful foundational consciousness, he could, in theory, vanquish even those at the peak of the foundational stage with a mere thought. Of course, he had yet to reach that level, as he had not perfected the foundational chapter of the Tiandi Yushin Sutra. Su Chang'an continued to cultivate his consciousness, time slipping away unnoticed until he was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Huizhu's frantic knocking. "Husband." "Something is amiss." He promptly emerged from the golden talisman space and opened the study door. Xiao Huizhu, breathless and flustered, exclaimed, "Someone just informed me that the brothers next door went to the ancestral grave and have dug up Mother-S grave, intending to bury Aunt there." A shadow of dismay crossed Su Chang'an's face. Thunder rumbled ominously above as another brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the darkened night. After a brief pause, a tremendous clap of thunder resonated like an explosion. Su Chang'an nodded calmly, saying, "Watch over the children. I shall step out for a moment." Xiao Huizhu clutched her husband's hand tightly, trembling with fear. "Husband, please do not engage in conflict with them. Everything can be discussed. If it comes to it, let the village chief mediate." "Fear not." Su Chang'an reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "I will handle everything. You need not worry." With determined strides, he exited the courtyard, simultaneously extending his consciousness towards the ancestral grave. Indeed, his mother-S grave had been disturbed. According to custom, the deceased is typically interred 3 days later. Unexpectedly, these brothers were in such a rush that they insisted on hastily burying the Lu matriarch today. Upon arriving at the ancestral grave, Su Chang'an found the site already surrounded by a multitude of people, descendants of the Lu family, the village head, and several venerable elders of the community. "You cannot proceed with this," the village head argued vehemently with Su Jinshui. "This is the grave of Su Chang'an's mother. Your actions are entirely inappropriate. We must allow the old matron to rest in peace." Yet Su Jinshui retorted dismissively, "What do we have to fear? She is nothing but a molting crow, a foolish immortal devoid of magic. What right do we have to this auspicious land? Besides, my grandmother made a promise before her passing, stating she wished for something to be fulfilled." At that moment, Su Chang'an stepped forward before the crowd. The heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, yet an invisible barrier seemed to envelop him, shielding him completely from the rain. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers recoiled in fear. "Uncle, this is my grandmother's final wish." Su Jinshui hesitantly took a step back, a flicker of trepidation in his gaze. Su Chang'an ignored Su Jinshui, instead approaching the excavated coffin of his mother, extending his hand to rest upon it. With a mere thought, a sharp flying sword materialized in his grasp. Lacking the support of spiritual energy, the sword resembled a dagger in size. With a slight exertion, he drove the dagger into the seam of the coffin, forcefully pushing it forward, cleaving through wood and nails alike. "What are you doing?" the village head exclaimed in shock. "Chang'an, have you lost your mind? This is your mother's coffin. How can you open it?" Su Chang'an, undeterred, exerted his strength to push aside the heavy lid of the coffin. His gaze fell upon its interior, which was eerily empty. There was no corpse within, only a jade vial, no larger than a fist, suspended in the air. With a flick of his hand, the vial descended into his grasp. The eyes of the crowd fixated on the vacant coffin, their astonishment palpable. "Hiss! How can this be?" they gasped. "Where are the old matron's remains? This cannot be right. I personally sealed her coffin 40 years ago. What on earth is happening?" The village head, trembling, wiped his eyes in disbelief. "Someone has desecrated the old matron's tomb." Su Chang'an's pupils narrowed slightly, his mind reeling. The remains of his mother were missing? This was no trivial matter. A storm of confusion swirled within him. Who was his mother? Was she alive or dead? Was she an immortal or merely an ordinary person? Countless thoughts flickered through Su Chang'an's mind. Suddenly, he recalled a childhood memory of his mother embedding a golden card into his body. If she possessed the ability to infuse such a treasure within him, she was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Yet who was she truly? And what lay within this porcelain vial? Su Chang'an was left in a state of bewilderment. He refrained from opening the porcelain bottle, instead casting it directly into the space of the golden talisman, then frantically began to excavate at the gravesite, yet found nothing. Su Chang'an leapt from the pit, retrieved the porcelain bottle, and with a fierce sweep of his consciousness, a woman's voice thundered into his mind. My son Chang'an. The path of cultivation in this world is fraught with countless challenges. Some possess extraordinary talent and advance by leaps and bounds, while others, with shallow bloodlines, remain stagnant. People often deem the heavenly path unjust, unaware that it never entirely cuts off hope. Among the myriad of prodigies, only those who fight for survival on narrow paths endure. Those who refuse to succumb on dead ends prevail. Remember, mountains are infinite, waters endless, and the great way boundless. At every dead end, there lies an opportunity. Su Chang'an stood there in a daze. Mother, mother, where are you? There was no response. He gazed skyward, inhaling deeply, struggling to even recall his mother's visage. Her appearance seemed obscured by some unfathomable force. Primordial aura, Su Chang'an murmured to himself as he looked at the porcelain bottle, then cast it once more into the space of the golden talisman. Who could have imagined that within his mother's coffin lay not her remains, but a vial of primordial aura? Go. Su Chang'an glanced at Su Jinshui, declaring, this tomb is yours now. With that, he stepped away from the grave. Clearly, his mother had not passed away. Thus, this grave held no further significance. My husband. Upon entering the door, he found his wife anxiously waiting at the entrance. Su Chang'an swiftly shut the door behind him and lifted her in his arms. What are you doing? Xiao Huizhu exclaimed, both startled and worried. Yet Su Chang'an laughed heartily, saying, let's go, it's time for bed. In the realm of the golden talisman, Su Chang'an opened the porcelain bottle. A burst of purple vapor erupted from the jade vial, soaring into the heavens. Like 10 colossal dragons, they soared through the space of the golden talisman. Gather. Su Chang'an waved his hand, and the 10 streams of primordial aura were drawn back into the jade bottle. The primordial aura is here, he mused, gazing into the void. It seems I have not yet reached my limit. No, rather, there is no such thing as a dead end in this world. The heavenly path persists, and there is always a glimmer of hope. Su Chang'an approached the golden talisman that measured about a foot in size. This talisman had been a reward from the great golden talisman when he broke through to the foundational stage, and it had been dormant for 10 years, untouched. However, the red flowing light upon it showed no signs of fatigue, tirelessly cascading again and again. Su Chang'an followed the flowing light and began to sketch slowly. A day later, he mastered the 14th talisman, Nirvana Talisman. It embodied the essence of rebirth and renewal. Utilizing primordial aura and 5 elements essence as the ink, he could draw this Nirvana Talisman, which, once completed, could defy fate and reshape one's spiritual roots. Exhaling deeply, Su Chang'an exclaimed, my opportunity has arrived. Who could have anticipated that in the depths of despair, one might find a glimmer of hope? Regardless of whether it is the primordial aura or the newly acquired Nirvana Talisman, both point towards the path of reconstructing his spiritual roots. With the talisman in hand and the primordial aura at his disposal, only one final element remains for the restoration of the spiritual roots, the essence of the 5 elements. Although the essence of the 5 elements is indeed a rare and precious treasure, it is, in essence, far more attainable than the primordial aura. The two are not comparable in terms of value. To put it in perspective, if the worth of the primordial aura is considered to be 10,000, then the essence of the 5 elements would merely hold a value of 1 at most. In the process of self-reconstruction, the primordial aura serves as the primary material, while the essence of the 5 elements is merely a supplementary one. This raises the question, what comprises the essence of the 5 elements? It includes the essences of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Additionally, there are the mutated essences of thunder, wind, ice, light, and darkness. Each of these can be regarded as an essence of the 5 elements, and any of them can be utilized to forge a nirvana talisman. However, it is crucial to note that talismans crafted from the same elemental essence can only reconstruct spiritual roots of the same attribute. For instance, a nirvana talisman forged from the essence of wood can solely restore a wood-type spiritual root. Chapter 150, Greed and the Foolish Immortal. This sum of 10,000 taels of silver is returned to you. Su Jinshui delivered the 10,000 taels banknote that Su Chang'an had previously given them. Their family was not lacking in silver. When Su Ping was alive, he frequently sent gifts home, bestowing countless worldly treasures such as gold and silver. Very well, Su Chang'an received the silver without reservation. Furthermore, Su Jinshui remarked, "My grandmother has appropriated your family's auspicious land, so neither of our families owes anything to each other now. We are square, and shall have no further dealings." With that, he turned and departed. Su Chang'an handed the 10,000 taels banknote to Qiao Huizhu, instructing, "Remember, from now on, our family shall maintain merely the relationship of ordinary villagers, and there shall be no further interactions." "Indeed," Qiao Huizhu replied, "I shall heed my husband's words." Qingfeng Mountain. Upon the mountain resided a band of brigands who frequently waylaid merchants traveling between the kingdoms of Yin and Qi. On this day, the chief of Qingfeng's stronghold summoned his men, declaring, "Brothers, this time we shall undertake a grand operation." "Grand?" The men gazed eagerly at the chief. "Eldest brother." "How grand?" The second in command, a frail scholar named Yin Guishan, inquired. The chief chuckled, saying, "Grand indeed. This time, we will rob an immortal." "Hiss!" The henchmen collectively gasped. Yin Guishan cautioned, "Eldest brother, we must not provoke those immortals. Even the authorities steer clear of them. These beings are adept in sorcery, capable of altering the very landscape with a mere thought. How can mere mortals like us contend with immortals?" "Ha ha!" The chief laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "My dear second brother, you worry too much. The immortal I speak of is rather peculiar. He is a foolish immortal." Yin Guishan looked puzzled. "A foolish immortal?" "Indeed." The chief continued. "Surely, you have not heard the tale of this foolish immortal? Approximately a decade ago, an immortal arrived in Su family village in Qingyou town. It was none other than Su Chang'an, who returned after 30 years of seeking enlightenment, claiming he could not cultivate further and thus returned to the village. "Could not cultivate further?" Yin Guishan asked, somewhat perplexed. "Eldest brother, what does it mean to be unable to cultivate further?" "Ha ha ha." The chief responded, "We are somewhat familiar with the ways of cultivation. It is said that some individuals lack the aptitude, and while they can barely practice, they achieve little success. I surmise this foolish immortal is in such a predicament." "Oh." The others nodded in understanding. Yin Guishan interjected, "Eldest brother, even so, we must not confront this immortal." "Do not interrupt. Allow me to finish." The chief continued, "It is said that upon returning to the village, this immortal first built a grand house, and then took a wife and had children. His neighbors, green with envy, were met with his ever-cheerful demeanor, as he chose not to hold grudges. When someone encroached upon his fields, he remained unfazed. Over time, some began to label this immortal as the foolish immortal. One might ponder, if he were not indeed foolish, why would he allow others to take advantage of him? Of course, the chief among them remarked that it is not uncommon for some individuals to possess an innate compassion and a magnanimous heart. Thus, although I had heard of the foolish immortal's reputation, I dared not covet his fortunes. However, you may be aware of a rather recent occurrence. It is said that the brothers from the immortal S side have unearthed his mother's grave, claiming the auspicious land of their family. Yet, the immortal appeared indifferent, acquiescing to their actions. What do you think? Is this a display of humble compassion or sheer foolishness? The crowd gasped in astonishment. While other matters might be deemed acts of humility or generosity, can one truly consider the desecration of a mother's grave as such? Isn't that rather nonsensical? Indeed, he is a foolish immortal. Ha ha ha. Utterly foolish. Curiously, at that very moment, 2 streaks of light suddenly sliced through the void. 2 disciples at the Qi refining stage had caught wind of the mountain bandits' idle chatter and swiftly turned to descend upon the bandits' lair. The miscreants, terrified, prostrated themselves, begging for mercy. "Immortal, spare us. We were merely jesting. Please don't take our lives." The frightened bandits quaked in fear. The immortal, a man in his 30s at the 10th level of chi refining and a woman in her 20s at the 7th level, approached. The man spoke. We are disciples of the Little Spirit Valley and have just overheard your claims of a foolish immortal. Pray, enlighten us further. Yes, indeed. The chief recounted the events once more. Oh, the man's gaze sharpened. Is there truly such an immortal? Please, tell us where Sioux family village is located. We must pay a visit. As fellow practitioners, the man understood the circumstances surrounding this foolish immortal. One might wonder how a seemingly reputable immortal could return to his hometown to live as a wealthy man. Surely, there must have been a disruption in his cultivation. 30 years of practice. Either he had his spiritual roots severed or encountered a bottleneck in his training. Such an immortal would likely possess some resources for cultivation. The man glanced at the woman, who nodded in agreement. With a swift flash of sword light, all 64 bandits were swiftly dispatched. Brother, the woman's eyes gleamed with a hint of greed. Shall we pay a visit to this foolish immortal? The man chuckled. Very well. Given that he has cultivated for 30 years, he must possess some spirit stones. With that, they soared into the air, heading towards Sioux family village. At dawn, they finally arrived at the village where Su Chang'an resided. Oh, foolish immortal. Someone pointed at the entrance of Su Chang'an's residence and remarked to the two cultivators. There it is, that household. The male head is merely a foolish immortal who has practiced for 30 years. The two disciples from Shaoling Valley arrived at Su Chang'an's doorstep. At that moment, Xiao Huizhu, who was tending to the children, was startled by the appearance of these two extraordinary figures clad in Taoist robes. Is Su Chang'an present here? The man inquired of Xiao Huizhu. Before she could formulate a response, the white-haired Su Chang'an emerged from the inner hall. I am Su Chang'an, he declared, his tone calm, exuding an aura of authority that demanded respect without anger. The two disciples of Shaoling Valley exchanged astonished glances upon seeing Su Chang'an, struggling to reconcile him with the legendary foolish immortal. Does this immortal truly appear foolish? Nevertheless, they swiftly regained their composure. The man took a deep breath, relying on his profound cultivation, and bowed slightly to Su Chang'an, stating, I have heard that you were once an immortal yourself. Su Chang'an replied nonchalantly, I dare not claim the title of immortal. I am merely a cultivator who has squandered 30 years in pursuit of enlightenment. Boom. The man expanded his spiritual awareness, scanning Su Chang'an. No cultivation? Merely immortal? Haraha. I see now. This fellow has evidently been stripped of his powers. Since you are but a mortal now, the man continued, I presume those celestial treasures are of no use to you. If you possess any spirit stones, elixirs, or even precious artifacts and materials, it would be advantageous for you to relinquish some to my sister and me. Su Chang'an inquired, what do you mean by advantageous for me? The man's face twisted into a sinister grin as he glanced at Xiao Huizhu and the children, asserting, in exchange for the safety and well-being of your family. Su Chang'an shook his head lightly, stating, the safety of my family is assured by me alone. It is of no concern to you. Please leave. Clang. The man unsheathed his sword, declaring, such audacity. Today, I shall see whether your bravado surpasses my martial prowess. By this time, a crowd of onlookers had gathered at Su Chang'an's doorstep, curious to witness the unfolding spectacle. Su Chang'an chuckled coldly. Before all these witnesses, do you dare to commit an act of violence? Haraha. The man laughed heartily, retorting, what witnesses? Merely a gathering of the dead. Once I slay you, and then massacre this village, who will remain to witness? Su Chang'an remarked. Is it true that the cultivators of Shaoling Valley are all so base? The man replied, to recognize our lineage shows some skill. By killing you, I will still acquire your treasures. As he spoke, the man raised his long sword. Su Chang'an's expression remained placid as he proclaimed, I will give you one last chance. Lay down your sword and leave behind an arm, and you may yet live. Otherwise, death awaits. In an instant, the woman of the 7th layer of chi refinement surged forth, her wrist flicking to unleash a flurry of sword blossoms, aimed directly at Su Chang'an. Lacking the desire for idle chatter, Su Chang'an unleashed a neurotropic blade from afar, which shot forth with a swift whoosh. In that fleeting moment, the woman's consciousness shattered into fragments. The next instant, her body fell uncontrollably to the ground, rendered motionless. Chapter 151 Foundation Establishment of Thunder Dao, Devouring Talisman Senior. Junior sister. The male cultivator called out in a state of sheer panic, yet his sister offered no response. A wave of dread washed over him as he cast a fearful glance at Su Chang'an, his body trembling uncontrollably. Was his sister truly so weak? No. Reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement was no small feat. She was indeed a prodigy within the confines of the Little Spirit Valley. How could such a talent be so effortlessly dispatched? The most perplexing aspect was that the adversary had not even revealed any magical artifacts or techniques, nor had he made any discernible movements. How was this possible? The male cultivator, gripped by terror, took a hesitant step backward. "Fellow, senior, I beg your pardon." He retreated while apologizing to Su Chang'an. "It was my fault, my fault. Please spare my life." After 3 steps back, he suddenly summoned his celestial light, attempting to flee. But Su Chang'an would not permit his escape. With a swift motion, another invisible blade of divine energy struck forth. The male cultivator, who had ascended several feet into the air, was instantly shattered in spirit, his body crashing down with a resounding thud that sent tremors through the earth. Hiss! The villagers of Su family village witnessed this spectacle, their gazes towards Su Chang'an transformed entirely. An immortal. This was the power of an immortal. They had not even glimpsed how he executed his strikes before he had slain 2 celestial beings. It was utterly astonishing. We pay our respects to the immortal. Villagers who had previously jested about Su Chang'an, calling him the foolish immortal, suddenly knelt before him, bowing repeatedly. Soon, nearly all the villagers were on their knees. It turned out that Su Chang'an was not a foolish immortal at all. Rather, he was immensely powerful, having effortlessly dispatched 2 celestial beings with but a glance. This was not foolishness, it was merely his magnanimity, as he had never held their trivialities against them. "Everyone, please rise." Su Chang'an restored his warm smile, addressing the crowd. "These recent days have been quite tumultuous, so I urge you all to refrain from venturing out. Return home now, and do not kneel. Your kneeling makes me quite uncomfortable." Only then did the villagers stand up, expressing their profound gratitude as they departed from Su Chang'an's threshold. With one hand, he lifted the 2 celestial beings, a man and a woman, into his small courtyard. "My husband." Xiao Huizhu clung to Su Chang'an's arm, her body trembling incessantly. Su Chang'an smiled as he gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Do not fear. Check their breath." Gathering her courage, Xiao Huizhu extended her hand and felt beneath the nose of the female cultivator. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with surprise. "Ah, she is still alive." Su Chang'an replied, "Indeed, she lives. There is no need for concern. Go tend to the child. I will see to it that they are taken care of." He gestured towards the 2 individuals on the ground. Xiao Huizhu, puzzled, asked, "Taken care of?" Chuckling, Su Chang'an clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I will awaken them and offer a bit of education, allowing them to depart on their own accord." With a sigh of relief, Xiao Huizhu patted her chest and exclaimed, "Heavens, please do not let any enmity arise. These are celestial beings, and they too have siblings. We certainly do not wish to face their vengeance, for that would be an endless source of calamity." Su Chang'an chuckled. He hoisted the 2 undead beings and made his way outside Su village. Upon reaching a secluded spot, he waved his hand and confined the 2 undead into the space of a golden talisman. Fearing that their life symbols might shatter and unleash infinite troubles from the Little Spirit Valley, he refrained from slaying them, opting instead to temporarily store them within the golden talisman space. However, this did not imply that troubles would not come. Why? Because the villagers had witnessed the earlier scene, and word would surely spread. The tale of Su Chang'an slaying celestial beings would undoubtedly circulate in this vicinity. Thus, the troubles from Little Spirit Valley were merely a matter of time. What to do? If it were just Su Chang'an alone, he would not fear. However, circumstances had changed. He had a family now, a wife, children, and others to protect, along with the entire community of Su Village. After some contemplation, he clapped his storage bag and retrieved a multitude of items: formation plates, flags, spirit stones, and various metallic and wooden materials. He resolved to establish a grand formation right in Su Village. This would provide some defensive capabilities. It took him an entire day to set up a 3rd-tier defensive formation, enveloping the whole of Su Village. If the formation were constructed in a celestial blessed land, it would naturally draw upon endless sources of spiritual power. But in the remote Su Village, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere was quite sparse and insufficient to sustain a 3rd-tier formation. Therefore, Su Chang'an had to supplement it with his own spirit stones. Fortunately, the formation would not consume energy unless activated. After completing all this, Su Chang'an returned to a tranquil life, teaching children to read or retreating into the golden talisman space to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor's divine sutra. Meanwhile, the story of Su Chang'an slaying 2 celestial beings began to circulate through Qingyou town. Have you heard? The foolish celestial from Su village. Oh no. I mean the celestial Su Chang'an from Su village is incredibly formidable. He can slay deities with a mere blink. 2 flying celestial beings came to his door seeking trouble, and without lifting a finger, he dispatched them in an instant. Alas, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. 2 months later, a cultivator from Little Spirit Valley, clad in a blue Taoist robe, soared into Su village. Thunder rumbled ominously as the celestial's presence dimmed the very heavens, casting shadows upon the sun. The figure appeared to be around 40 years of age in mortal terms, exuding an astounding aura, with lightning crackling around him. Striking bolts of electricity flickered from his form. A celestial being. Another celestial being has arrived. This celestial is so powerful. Uninformed villagers fell to their knees in worship before the foundational expert hovering above them. The man stood in the void, gazing at the entrance of Su Chang'an's abode, inquiring, "Is the demon cultivator Su Chang'an present?" The visitor was an elder from the Little Spirit Valley, known as Master Lei Guang, whose cultivation had reached the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. While such prowess was not entirely rare within the Little Spirit Valley, it certainly placed him atop the hierarchy. The reason he referred to Su Chang'an as a demon cultivator stemmed from the astonishing tales circulating about him, particularly the legendary ability to slay immortals with a mere blink. As a practitioner of the way of immortality, Master Lei Guang did not subscribe to the belief that one could vanquish foes in an instant. Rather, he deemed such feats as the result of nefarious techniques. Moreover, Master Lei Guang's arrival in Su's village was prompted by the prolonged absence of his 2 disciples. Upon investigation, he learned they had been slain by Su Chang'an, and the villagers' descriptions led him to believe the 2 victims bore a striking resemblance to his disciples. Thus, he came. The commotion outside was too great for Su Chang'an to remain indoors. He stepped forth from the realm of golden talismans, standing before the imposing figure of Master Lei Guang. He was met with a condescending gaze. "You must be Su Chang'an?" Master Lei Guang scrutinized him, his spiritual sense probing without restraint. However, to his astonishment, he found no trace of cultivation. How can this be? Is he merely immortal? Or has he attained such a profound level of cultivation that I cannot perceive it? Confounded, he dismissed the notion and summoned his thunderous wrath. "Prepare to face my divine retribution." With a resounding crash, a bolt of heavenly lightning, about the width of a thumb, surged forth from the void towards Su Chang'an. Unperturbed, Su Chang'an retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch, exclaiming, "Go." In an instant, the talisman expanded into a protective barrier above his head. The crackling lightning, as thick as a bowl, struck the talisman but was entirely absorbed. This talisman, known as the Devouring Talisman, was a reward Su Chang'an had received upon breaking through from the 12th to the 13th level of Qi refinement. After mastering it, he had drawn several for future use, never anticipating it would be called upon today. The foundation establishment expert in the void was left dumbfounded. What is this fellow doing? There are no defenses, no counterattacks, not even an attempt to evade. My heavenly lightning has simply vanished. Where has it gone? Enraged and humiliated, he bellowed, "Ha! Now you shall witness my true power, double thunder of the Yellow Springs." With a resounding crash, 2 bolts of lightning formed, hurtling towards Su Chang'an. Yet he remained calm, effortlessly summoning another devouring talisman. In an instant, the 2 bolts of heavenly lightning were once again consumed by the talisman. Master Lei Guang was left in a daze. "What are you doing, boy?" He could no longer comprehend the situation. Chapter 152, Eradicating the Foundation Establishment, Cleansing the Thunder Technique. Su Chang'an retracted the 2nd talisman. The lofty foundation establishment cultivator in the sky temporarily ceased his attack, gazing at Su Chang'an with intrigue. "Demon, what sorcery is this that can nullify my thunderous might?" He assumed that Su Chang'an had merely dispelled his lightning. Su Chang'an chuckled softly, countering, "Why should I divulge that to you?" The Thunderlight sage, incensed, nearly lost his composure, yet refrained from launching another assault before discerning Su Chang'an's true capabilities. He drew a deep breath and introduced himself. I am the Thunderlight Sage of the Little Spirit Valley, and I apologize for the intrusion into your esteemed domain." His tone had softened considerably, no longer referring to Su Chang'an as a demon. Su Chang'an replied, "What a remarkable intrusion indeed. The manner of the Little Spirit Valley is truly extraordinary." He harbored little fondness for the Little Spirit Valley, as his past encounters with them had been rather unfortunate. Ding Lan had been sold to the Chen family fortress by their cultivators. Furthermore, the Chen family fortress's rise in Yiyang County was undoubtedly linked to the Little Spirit Valley's covert support rather than eradication. 2 months prior, a pair of reckless individuals had sought him out, brazenly proclaiming their intent to slaughter an entire village. Such incidents painted a harsh portrait of the ethos within the Little Spirit Valley. Su Daoist, the Thunderlight Sage, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "May I inquire if you have slain my 2 disciples, a male and a female?" Su Chang'an nonchalantly waved his hand, summoning the pair of cultivators from the golden talisman space, inquiring, "Are these the 2 you speak of?" The Thunderlight Sage erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You wretch! Dare you slay my disciples?" Initially, he had contemplated reconciling with Su Chang'an should his disciples remain unharmed, but now he found himself in a predicament. The 2 before him were indeed his disciples. It was worth noting that their life tokens had not shattered, signifying they were not truly dead. The fates of disciples were intertwined through karmic bonds. Thus, the Thunderlight Sage was determined to rescue them at all costs. "To hell with you." With a thunderous roar, he unleashed 2 bolts of silver lightning from the heavens. Su Chang'an, unfazed, raised another talisman with a flick of his hand. The crackling silver lightning struck the talisman, segments of it being absorbed. "This is infuriating. Demon, can you not employ a different tactic?" The Thunderlight Sage was thoroughly exasperated by the incessant nullification of his lightning. Standing firm, Su Chang'an chuckled, "Very well, if you wish for a change in style, let us oblige." With a swift motion, a mental blade sliced through the air toward him. With an unexpected crack, the Lightning Master was struck by a mental blade, resulting in a severe blow to his consciousness. Moaning in agony, he clutched his head and exclaimed, "Demon, your psychic power is formidable." It is important to note that while Su Chang'an's mental prowess was indeed powerful enough to effortlessly eliminate disciples at the Qi refinement stage, it may not be sufficient to vanquish those at the 8th level of the Foundation establishment stage in a single blow. A weaker consciousness could indeed lead to instant demise. Yet there are individuals with formidable psychic strength, such as this Thunder Cultivator, who could not be so easily dispatched. The disparity in their realms was also considerable. Nonetheless, the Lightning Master did sustain significant damage, with nearly half of his mental energy shattered. In light of this, he hastily retrieved a dark orb from his storage pouch. Although this orb lacked offensive and defensive capabilities, upon activation, it could conjure a shield of consciousness. Thus, when Su Chang'an's second mental blade approached, its effectiveness was nearly nullified. However, this outcome had already been anticipated by Su Chang'an. With a mere flick of his wrist, 3 devouring talismans were immediately activated. Boom! Among them, one contained a silver lightning bolt, while the other 2 each harbored 2 bolts of silver lightning, converging towards the Lightning Master from 5 distinct directions. Simultaneously, Su Chang'an's mental blade surged forth once more. Although the orb had thwarted the blade from harming the Lightning Master's consciousness, it nonetheless caused a slight delay in his movements. This momentary pause allowed the 5 bolts of heavenly lightning to strike him relentlessly from all angles. In his hurried attempt to defend himself, he managed to summon a protective barrier that blocked 2 of the silver lightning bolts. However, the remaining 3 struck his corporeal form mercilessly. With a thunderous crash, the large and charred figure of the Lightning Master plummeted to the ground, twitching slightly. "Spare me, fellow cultivator, spare me." A gaping wound the size of a bowl marred his chest, blood gushing forth. Su Chang'an paid him no heed and sent another mental blade flying through the air. With a sickening thud, the Lightning Master met his end. Rather than becoming a mere living corpse, he had been decisively slain by Su Chang'an. Expecting that disciples from the Little Spirit Valley would soon arrive, given that the Lightning Master's life talisman must have shattered, Su Chang'an waited for an entire day in silence, with not a single soul showing up. Consequently, he did not activate the 3rd-level defensive array he had originally planned to deploy. "Since none of you are coming, I shall simplify matters." With a swift motion, he dispatched the troublesome pair of male and female intruders, discarding their bodies to the side as sustenance for the spider. Unbeknownst to Su Chang'an, similar to the Taishan sect, the disciples of the Little Spirit Valley had their identity tokens held by their master. As such, the life token of a powerful entity like the Lightning Master was likewise in his possession, conveniently located within the confines of his own domain. His domain typically remained unvisited, and with the shattering of the life token, no one was aware of the calamity that had transpired. 12 hours later, the guidance of the life plate would dissipate, rendering it impossible for anyone to ascertain the location where Su Chang'an had slain Master Leguang, unless a loquacious villager were to inadvertently reveal it. However, Su Chang'an remained unfazed. Let them disclose it. After all, it is merely a small spiritual valley. Would I truly fear you? Indeed, Su Chang'an felt little trepidation. Although he would undoubtedly be no match for a Golden Core powerhouse, he had a third-tier formation at his disposal, along with over 600,000 spirit stones in his possession. An unceasing flow of spiritual energy would be channeled into the formation, making it impenetrable even to a Golden Core master. Dearest, Xiao Huizhu was certainly filled with her own concerns and fears. Su Chang'an smiled and reassured her, "Do not worry. Although I may be a foolish immortal, I possess the ability to protect you. Ordinary cultivators will not be able to overcome me." His smile instilled an unprecedented sense of safety in Xiao Huizhu. "Cousin," Su Jinshui from next door rushed over and said, "My father invited you to dinner at our house tonight, to share a drink and reminisce about our brotherly bond." Su Chang'an remained silent. Xiao Huizhu bent down to pick up a wooden stick and hurled it at Su Jinshui, exclaiming, "Get lost, shameless creature. You sever ties when we are in need, yet now you come seeking familial relations? We have no such relatives." Laughter erupted from Su Chang'an as he watched Su Jinshui escape in a fluster. He retreated to his study, locked the door, and entered the golden talisman space. Outside his study, 3 second-tier formations served to shield any emanations from escaping. Within the golden talisman space, he discovered 3 storage bags. 2 belonged to Qi refinement disciples. Upon inspection, he found nothing of value and carelessly discarded them. However, the bag belonging to the Foundation Establishment Master Leguang was bulging with treasures. With a clatter, Su Chang'an emptied its contents, the most eye-catching of which was a substantial quantity of spirit stones. Each Foundation Establishment disciple was akin to a wealthy magnate, with decades of resource gathering and accumulation being no trifling matter. As for Master Leguang, he possessed over 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, there were various pills, materials, and spiritual herbs. Su Chang'an did not linger on these items. Instead, his gaze was drawn to a blue jade slip. With a flick of his hand, the jade slip landed in his palm. He pressed it to his forehead, allowing his consciousness to surge within. Qingzheng Thunder Technique. This was a cultivation method, specifically a thunder technique, encompassing sections for Qi refinement, Foundation establishment, and Golden Core stages. The Qi refinement section, when perfected, could unleash thunder of thumb width. This was termed finger thunder. The Foundation establishment section, when mastered, could emit thunder of an inch in diameter, referred to as inch thunder. Upon reaching the Golden Core stage, it became formidable. When perfected, the thunder would be as thick as an arm, known as arm thunder. Thunder is a manifestation of the metal element's mutation. Cultivating thunder often signifies immense offensive prowess. Under ordinary circumstances, thunder cultivators possess extraordinary power, rendering them virtually invincible among their peers. They are also particularly adept at countering various malevolent entities. The Thunder Light Master, in his prime, had swept across the land, undefeated among his contemporaries. Had he not encountered the unpredictable Su Chang'an, he would not have met his untimely demise in a foreign land. Chapter 153, The Great White News. Sheltering the empty void, at the conclusion of the Qingzheng Thunder Technique, there exist several formidable spells and divine abilities. This technique is remarkably potent, even surpassing his own cultivation of the Withering and Flourishing Classic in terms of might and dominance. The key aspect is that it can be cultivated all the way to the Golden Core stage, much like the Withering and Flourishing Classic. Su Chang'an, exploring the jade slip, reluctantly tossed it aside. Unfortunately, despite his desire to cultivate, he currently lacked a spiritual root, rendering such aspirations futile. In addition to the azure jade slip, the storage bag of the Thunderlight Master contained several white jade slips, which Su Chang'an perused one by one. Among them were martial arts techniques, divine spells, and numerous texts on alchemy, talisman crafting, and formations. These items held little value for Su Chang'an. With a wave of his hand, a crimson message light descended before him. This light was a communication method in the realm of cultivation, capable of transmitting messages between two cultivators bound by a special connection. Su Chang'an picked up the message light and glanced at it. Immediately, a voice, imbued with authority, resonated forth, "Junior Brother Thunderlight. An unknown spirit beast has been discovered in the Huashu Marsh, possessing Foundation establishment-level prowess, yet exhibiting unparalleled ferocity, suspected to be a descendant of an ancient divine beast. Please return to the sect promptly to participate in the hunt." An ancient divine beast? The mention of this term did not significantly pique Su Chang'an's interest, for his foremost concern was the restoration of his spiritual root. The affairs of divine beasts were of no consequence to him. However, just as he was about to extinguish the message light, the form of the divine beast suddenly materialized within it. This caused Su Chang'an to take a deep breath, his eyes narrowing sharply. What appeared as the so-called divine beast was extraordinarily plump, resembling a fleshy ball, with fur as white as snow, akin to a rotund rabbit. Hiss! 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 Dabai! At once, Su Chang'an recognized it. Was this not his first spirit beast, Dabai? Years ago, he had fled atop Dabai from the spiritual beast mountain of Qinjiabao, then circled through Yunming City, before heading to the Taishan sect. Later, he was trapped beneath Dojia Mountain for over 4 years, and upon his return to the sect, Dabai had vanished without a trace. For all these years, he had never ceased searching, yet he had never uncovered Dabai's whereabouts. Could it be that this rascal Dabai had wandered to the Huashu Marsh? However, what was this Huashu Marsh? Su Chang'an had never heard of such a place. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He possessed a map. He retrieved the maps of Yiyang Prefecture and Yangshuo Prefecture, each contained within a jade slip, encompassing the geography of the respective regions. Su Chang'an first examined the map of Yiyang Prefecture, and within the span of a short incense sticks burning, he located this so-called Huashu Marsh. It was quite distant. The marshland of Huashu lies at the southernmost edge of Yiyang County, bordering the state of Qi. It is a vast expanse of swampy waters, perpetually shrouded in mist and miasma, where various spiritual beasts make their presence known. Although these creatures are not particularly formidable, most possessing only foundational cultivation, they lurk in the shadows, some even forming formidable groups, their numbers astonishingly high. Even a cultivator at the Golden Core stage could fall victim to their ambush if fortune were to abandon them. Moreover, this place is quite distant from Qingyo Town, situated at the border of the nation, significantly farther than the nearby Taishan sect of Yangshuo County. How did that rascal Daba end up so far afield? Nevertheless, no matter the distance, I cannot neglect Daba. Sigh, I must make the journey. However, Su Chang'an hesitated. What would become of his family if he ventured to Huashu? He still had a wife and 3 children in the mortal realm. He could not simply abandon them. After pondering for a few breaths, he devised a plan. A decade ago, while still in the Taishan sect, he had been tasked with eradicating the Chun family fortress alongside Dinglan. Due to his contributions, the sect had granted him the honorary title of Elder of the Chun family fortress, a title that still held weight. Perhaps he could send his family to the Chun family fortress for safety. Resolute in his decision, Su Chang'an stepped into the courtyard. Daddy! His little daughter Su Ruqing, seeing Su Chang'an, reached out her chubby hand to tug at his clothing, her voice still unrefined as she said, "It's time to eat." Mother says it's time to eat. All right. Su Chang'an scooped her up and made his way to the hall. Su Ruqing touched her father's snowy white hair and asked, "Daddy, can your hair turn black again?" With a gentle smile, Su Chang'an replied, "Perhaps." The family gathered around the table for a meal, and halfway through, Su Chang'an suddenly addressed his wife, "Huizhu, I must embark on a distant journey." Since their marriage, Su Chang'an had never ventured far. Xiao Huizhu turned her head, a hint of trepidation in her voice as she asked, "Where are you going, and when will you return?" Su Chang'an responded, "To a place very far away. The exact time of my return is uncertain. It could be months, perhaps even half a year." Sigh. Xiao Huizhu let out a sigh of relief. Half a year is acceptable. Su Chang'an continued, "Things have changed. I have slain 3 immortals from the Little Spirit Valley. If they choose to retaliate while I am absent, I fear for your safety and that of our children. I have considered it, and we must relocate." Days later, The family found themselves atop the back of a fire-beaked black-winged eagle, en route to the Chen family fortress. Given the proximity, the eagles swiftly reached their destination in half a day's flight, performing a graceful turn as it landed at the entrance of the fortress. A disciple clad in Taishan sect attire approached Su Chang'an, bowing respectfully, and inquired, "May I ask which esteemed sect you belong to and the purpose of your visit to our Chen family fortress?" It is uncertain whether it is due to its euphonious name, but after the Chen family was eradicated, this place retained its original name and is still referred to as Chenjiabao. Su Chang'an chuckled and declared, "I am Su Chang'an, a disciple of the Taishan sect." With a hum, he shifted his consciousness, and the heavenly silkworm true silk collar transformed, revealing the attire of the Taishan sect. It turned out to be Elder Su. The gatekeeper disciple was taken aback, exclaiming, "I did not realize Elder Su had arrived. Please forgive my ignorance." Su Chang'an nodded, saying, "Make the announcement." Soon, several beams of light descended at the entrance. Chang'an. Upon seeing Su Chang'an, the esteemed Kong Xian was filled with joy. Kong Xian, a senior uncle of Su Chang'an, is the younger brother of Ming He, ranking after Ming He, Zhai Xing, and Ming Yu. "What brings you here, young lad?" Kong Xian inquired. "I heard you left without a word, and the sect has been searching for you." Su Chang'an smiled knowingly. In the entire sect, only Qing Su was aware of his origins. If Qing Su remained silent, how could the sect not seek him? "Ah, your cultivation," Kong Xian remarked. "What happened to your powers? Why have you become a mere mortal?" "Indeed," Su Chang'an sighed. "I inadvertently consumed the blood jade bodhi and broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Now, although I possess a lifespan of 200 years, I am merely a mortal." "Uncle Kong Xian, these are my family members, my wife, and our 3 children. I must attend to some matters, but having offended the Shaoling Valley recently, I fear they may trouble my family, so I brought them along." "Oh," Kong Xian responded with a troubled expression, "Brother, you may not be aware, but our Taishan sect has established some ties with Shaoling Valley. I am afraid I cannot intervene in your troubles with them." "No worries." Su Chang'an shook his head. "I only require your protection for my family." Kong Xian replied, "That is no issue. Rest assured, I will ensure their safety. If anything goes awry, without you needing to speak, Li Qi Jian will certainly be able to cleave me in two with a single strike. Ha ha ha." Su Chang'an did not accompany him into Chenjiabao. Instead, he respectfully cupped his hands towards Kong Xian at the entrance, then leapt onto the back of the fire-beaked black-winged eagle, which soared skyward towards the south. He did not rush to the Huasu marsh, but first sought a secluded mountain to establish a temporary retreat, delving inside. The Huasu marsh is fraught with peril, and should he venture there, he must be adequately prepared. It would be folly to go unarmed. Now devoid of his cultivation, he was but a mortal, though his consciousness remained unparalleled, and he could dispatch his spiritual blades one by one. He could only unleash 3 or 4 potent strikes in succession. Beyond that, he would be unable to continue, as his mental energy would wane. The use of the spiritual blades to vanquish foes was exceedingly taxing on his consciousness. Apart from this, the only resource Su Chang'an could rely on was a few talismans. The reason he paused in this secluded mountain was to craft talismans and make ample preparations. Chapter 154, Crafting Spiritual Talismans, The Marsh of Huashu, Beast Hides, Beast Blood, Talisman Brush. Su Chang'an possessed all the necessary materials for crafting talismans. However, these alone were insufficient for the task. The infusion of spiritual energy was essential. Only with this energy could the talisman brush deftly inscribe the intricate patterns onto the talisman paper, thus allowing the creation of a talisman. Yet, Su Chang'an found himself devoid of even the slightest trace of spiritual energy within his being. The question of how to create a talisman arose anew. Though the amount of spiritual energy required for talisman creation was minimal, even a novice in the first stage of qi refinement could accomplish it. A modicum of spiritual energy was still requisite. What to do? Su Chang'an devised a solution. He opened his mouth and directly consumed a premium, gathering qi pill. The essence within the gathering qi pill surged forth, recklessly flooding his meridians and dantian. However, due to the shattered state of his spiritual roots, this influx of spiritual energy, while filling his dantian and meridians, could not be retained. It leaked away incessantly through his fragmented spiritual roots. The escape of this energy was inconsequential, for Su Chang'an required merely a wisp. Boom! A fleeting trace of escaping spiritual energy was captured by Su Chang'an and subsequently infused into the talisman brush. Under the guidance of his consciousness, the brush began to swiftly etch upon the beast hide. In the span of half an incense stick, he successfully crafted a devouring talisman. Next, 2, 3, 4. With a single premium gathering chi pill, Su Chang'an manifested over a dozen talismans. He continued. Su Chang'an consumed another gathering chi pill. Of course, the spiritual energy within this pill would mostly escape, leaving only a minute fraction for his use. Employing this method, Su Chang'an produced several talismans over the course of 3 days, including devouring talismans, golden thunder talismans, blood shield talismans, concealment talismans, water escape talismans, among others. There was a particularly intriguing spiritual wing talismans, which, once activated, would sprout a pair of wings formed from concentrated spiritual energy on his back. However, due to his inability to retain spiritual energy, he refrained from crafting it, as it would serve no purpose. After crafting these talismans, Su Chang'an resumed his journey. Seated atop the back of the black-winged eagle, continuing to soar southward. With the speed of a Foundation establishment stage fire-beaked black-winged eagle, he traversed for 13 days before finally arriving at the Marsh of Huashu. The Marsh of Huashu sprawled vast and expansive, covering a circumference of 10,000 miles. Within this expanse lay marshlands, interspersed occasionally with patches of forest, all enshrouded by a thick layer of miasma. Su Chang'an and the black-winged eagle alighted upon a hill at the edge of the Marsh of Huashu. Puff, puff, puff. Not far from the marsh, bubbles encased in mud sporadically erupted from the ground. The sound of these bubbles bursting sent shivers down one's spine. Su Chang'an retrieved a flying sword from his storage bag and proceeded to fell a nearby large tree. He cast the hefty tree into what appeared to be a solid area. However, even in those seemingly sturdy spots, the tree slowly sank upon impact. Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. It was as if there was no solid ground to be found. With a resounding thought, his consciousness surged forth, sweeping across the mire with a weighty intent. Due to the noxious miasma within the swamp, the area his consciousness could perceive was now less than 1/10 of its previous extent. Su Chang'an released 2 golden-backed spiders, positioning them on either side of him to form a triangle as he ventured cautiously into the swamp. Just as Su Chang'an stepped forward, a crocodile-like spirit beast erupted from the muck, snapping at him. He refrained from launching an attack. Instead, his consciousness flicked lightly, and a blade of thought shot forth. With a swift slice, the spirit beast's consciousness, which was at the mid-stage of chi refinement, shattered instantly. It is said that the swamp is teeming with myriad beasts. Relying solely on one's consciousness to eliminate them would be an endless task. Thus, Su Chang'an directed the 2 spiders to lead the way. The advantages of the golden-backed spiders became evident in this moment. With their long legs, they traversed the swamp without sinking, moving swiftly above the mire. Initially, Su Chang'an allowed the spiders to clear the path, but soon he leapt onto the back of one, alleviating his concerns of sinking into the swamp. With a swift motion, a black silk thread erupted from the spider's mouth, piercing the body of a crocodile-like spirit beast 3 zhang away. Blood sprayed across the swamp, attracting countless other crocodiles vying for the feast. The miasma was toxic. This poison was not overly potent. Exposure for several hours or even days would pose no immediate danger. However, prolonged immersion would affect a cultivator's spirit, leading to damage or hallucinations, ultimately resulting in a depletion of their consciousness and demise. Fortunately, Su Chang'an was not susceptible to such issues. Although he, too, was affected by the miasma, the 13 drops of golden essence within him flowed continuously, neutralizing the toxins in their wake. To his surprise, the 2 golden-backed spiders were also unaffected. Perhaps they had developed an immunity through consuming impure blood since their youth. The swamp was not devoid of solid ground. Much like an oasis in a desert, patches of land did exist, and in the distance, a dense grove of trees signaled a potential refuge. Su Chang'an guided the spiders toward a specific patch of land. Before reaching the edge, he spotted 4 or 5 human cultivators on the terrain, 3 men and 2 women, all appearing disheveled by the insignias on their garments. Su Chang'an easily recognized them as disciples from the small spirit valley, 2 at the Foundation establishment stage and 3 at the chi refinement stage. Greetings, friends. The leading middle-aged man in the Foundation establishment stage approached Su Chang'an with a respectful gesture, saying, "I am a cultivator from the Little Spirit Valley. Your steed is truly remarkable." The eyes of the five were alight with envy as they gazed upon Su Chang'an's black spider. To elaborate, this place was not devoid of flight. Cultivators could certainly soar through the skies on their swords. However, above 3 feet from the ground lay a pervasive fog, and should a flying sword venture into it, one could easily lose their bearings. If one inadvertently plunged into the depths of this swamp, the Foundation establishment beasts lurking within would pose an extreme danger. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, cultivators would refrain from flying here. Conversely, traversing close to the ground was a different matter. Within 5 feet of the earth, the miasma was significantly reduced, making it less likely to become disoriented, though one might still fall prey to the attacks of the spiritual beasts beneath. Su Chang'an hovered above the swamp, observing the group from a distance as he remarked, "Not bad." With that, he urged the black spider to depart. "Fellow cultivator, do not leave." In a sudden movement, the Foundation establishment cultivator exerted force beneath his feet and leapt onto the back of Su Chang'an's other black spider. "Haraha! Excellent, excellent. Young brother, may I borrow your steed for a time? Rest assured, I am a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Little Spirit Valley, and I shall not neglect you in the future." Su Chang'an retorted coldly, "No? What did you say?" A woman, appearing to be in her 30s from the oasis, interjected icily, "To borrow one of your steeds is merely a courtesy. A rootless wretch such as yourself dares to consider himself a great Foundation establishment cultivator? Today, not only do I desire your steed, but I shall take both of them." With a swift motion, the woman propelled herself towards Su Chang'an while drawing her long sword, the sword radiating a petal-like aura of intent. Without further ado, she launched her attack. The Little Spirit Valley certainly acted decisively, Su Chang'an remarked coldly, and his black spider unleashed a jet of black silk. Vile beast, seeking death. The woman waved her peach blossom sword, directing boundless sword intent towards the silk. In her view, what was a mere strand of silk? However, an ominous realization struck her. Before the sword ever connected with the silk, numerous black spots appeared upon it, causing the sword's spirit to diminish significantly. "Cursed thing, how dare you taint my treasure?" While Su Chang'an refrained from direct confrontation, he held 2 talismans in his hands. One was a devouring talisman, and the other was a golden thunder talisman. The golden thunder talisman was intended for the female cultivator, while the devouring talisman was a precaution against the male attacker, should the man initiate his assault. Su Chang'an would activate the devouring talisman to absorb the Foundation establishment man's attack. Chapter 155, Another Strike at Foundation Establishment. "Half-step golden core, little junior sister. You seem to be struggling," remarked the male disciple from the small spirit valley, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the duel before him. The young woman, seemingly gathering her resolve, retorted, "I do not require assistance. Am I incapable of dealing with this mere beast?" The reason the male disciple could remain comfortably seated upon the back of the Zhangzhu was that Su Chang'an had not provoked a counterattack from the creature. Why? Because the moment Zhangzhu retaliated, it would instantaneously create a scenario where 2 Foundation establishment experts would be assaulting Su Chang'an. It was imperative to first subdue the man before addressing the woman, making the task significantly easier thereafter. Indeed, the pair of Foundation establishment cultivators from the small spirit valley were overly confident, opting to challenge Su Chang'an one at a time rather than launching a coordinated assault. This creature is quite remarkable, capable of tarnishing a treasure. The woman waved her hand, sheathing her sword, and declared, "I shall refrain from using my treasure. Let us see how you withstand this move." Winter S. Embrace. Arise. Clad in a peach-colored robe, the woman ascended into the sky with a flicker of her form. Her spiritual energy, at its zenith, expanded to suppress the miasma within a radius of several dozen yards. Waves of spiritual force erupted from her being, as the moisture from the marsh below surged forth, drawn into the void by the female cultivator. In a mere breath, the vapor transformed into a flurry of snowflakes. A chilling winter descended upon the area, enveloping Su Chang'an and the Zhangzhu in an endless cascade of ice and snow. Each snowflake sliced through the air like a razor. Su Chang'an's face was soon marked by 2 deep gashes, blood flowing profusely. Yet he would not remain passive. With a swift motion, he summoned a blood shield talisman. Although he currently lacked spiritual energy, his understanding of talismans stemming from his foundation establishment stage training, endowed this blood shield with formidable power. The talisman materialized into a crimson shield, safeguarding Su Chang'an and the Tsang Zhu beneath him. Countless snowflakes, resembling blades, swept through the air. The robust blood shield shimmered with runes, successfully absorbing the initial onslaught of icy projectiles without shattering. However, a second, even more ferocious wave of snowflakes followed. The Winter's Embrace technique was a formidable divine ability, especially when wielded by a woman possessing a mutated water affinity ice spirit root and executed amidst the marshland. The convergence of advantageous circumstances rendered this technique exceptionally fierce. Su Chang'an could retreat beyond the range of attack, yet doing so would cause his defense to collapse. "What a remarkable defense!" exclaimed the woman in the peach blossom robe, a flicker of astonishment crossing her icy visage. "Let us continue." With that, she transformed her fist into an icy strike, launching herself at Su Chang'an for close combat. The woman was indeed quite astute. She understood that Su Chang'an's celestial pet possessed the ability to corrupt treasures. Thus, she relinquished her magical artifact and opted to attack directly with her divine powers. Now, she was determined to engage in close combat. However, she was caught off guard. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. A jet of ink-black spider silk erupted from the fangs of the Tsang spider, forcefully sweeping towards the woman. She deftly evaded by twisting in midair. At that moment, the Tsang spider unleashed its two golden forelegs with lightning speed. The blade-like legs. In the depths of Beanpod Mountain, a single strike from the fully matured 12th-layered Tsang spider could cleave through caverns. Now, Su Chang'an's Tsang spider was even more formidable. Not only was it a 7th-layer existence in the Qi refinement stage, but it was also a mutated variant. This strike was the spider's ultimate weapon, a single slash that could shatter all techniques. Thud! The unsuspecting woman was cleaved in two by the spider's blade-like leg. Blood sprayed forth, saturating the air with the scent of iron. Flop, flop. The two severed halves of her body fell into the mire below, immediately attracting countless hidden spirit beasts from the depths, who swiftly dragged the remains into the mud. Blub, blub. The sound of bubbles bursting rose from the muck. Everyone stood in stunned silence. It was then that they finally noticed Su Chang'an's spirit beast was, astonishingly, of the foundation establishment stage. Damn! The male cultivator sitting upon the Tsang spider was so startled that he leapt to his feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two Tsang spiders simultaneously spat silk towards the male cultivator. Yet, being a formidable practitioner of the foundation establishment stage, he deftly activated two talismans, one large and one small, to shield himself. The talismans became entangled and tainted by the spider's silk, but he managed to retreat and scathed back to the verdant oasis. "Who might you be, fellow cultivator?" he queried, refraining from attacking Su Chang'an. "This is Yang County, and we, the disciples of the Small Spirit Valley, are hunting here. What is your intention in disturbing us?" Su Chang'an scoffed. "Do you truly consider this Huashu Marsh to be the territory of your Small Spirit Valley?" "Indeed," the man replied solemnly. "Everything within Yang County belongs to my Small Spirit Valley." Su Chang'an retorted, "What audacity!" "Well said. Everything within the boundaries of Yang County is indeed my Small Spirit Valley's domain." A resounding voice echoed from afar. Initially faint, it culminated in a thunderous proclamation as the last word, domain, reverberated, revealing the astonishing speed of its bearer. Su Chang'an looked up and, as expected, beheld a radiant figure descending amidst the miasma. A man, identical in youthful visage and white hair to Su Chang'an, landed among the disciples of the Small Spirit Valley. He was tall and imposing, exuding an extraordinary aura, and his piercing gaze revealed a level of cultivation that was far from ordinary. "Ancestor, you have arrived. Eternal life ancestor. You are here," the disciples exclaimed in reverence. "Greetings, eternal life ancestor. We honor your presence." The four disciples respectfully saluted the eternal ancestor. One of the male disciples spoke. "Ancestor, this fellow has slain Qi Yun." The ancestor's spiritual sense surged towards Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an's spiritual sense reciprocated, colliding with that of the eternal ancestor. Since he was an ancestor, he must have attained the Golden Core stage. If he were indeed at the Golden Core level, it would pose a significant dilemma. However, upon scanning the other's presence, Su Chang'an discovered that he was merely a perfected 12th-layer foundation establishment cultivator, just a hair's breadth away from the Golden Core. Moreover, This individual seemed to possess a realm even superior to Su Chang'an's master, the Ming Hezhen Ren, having surprisingly reached the false core stage. What is the false core? It refers to a perfected 12th layer foundation establishment cultivator who has attempted to break into the golden core realm. Although they have not succeeded in forming a core, a considerable portion of their inner spiritual energy has transformed, placing their cultivation techniques in a liminal space between foundation establishment and golden core. Such cultivators are extraordinarily formidable, capable of sweeping through the foundation establishment stage with ease. Boom in the void, their intangible spiritual senses clashed, producing a resonant sound. The eternal ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly. Your spiritual sense is indeed powerful, my friend, but having slain a disciple of my little spirit valley, you shall not leave today. He did not mince words. Extending his right hand, he pointed his finger at Su Chang'an. Rumbling, countless strands of spiritual energy converged, coalescing in the void into a nearly corporeal finger of spiritual energy. This immense finger, imbued with profound aura and overwhelming pressure, descended upon Su Chang'an's head. Such a divine ability was remarkable. As the finger's phantom fell, it compressed the surrounding space, rendering the target immobile. How formidable! Su Chang'an's gaze sharpened. Enduring this attack head-on was out of the question. Open, he bellowed, instantly activating a devouring talisman in his hand. Rumbling, that finger, several zhang in size, was entirely consumed by the talisman. Hissed, the eternal ancestor gasped. Well done, young man. What talisman is this? Su Chang'an, without engaging in further conversation, seized the talisman and commanded his 2 spiders to flee. This individual was beyond his capacity to handle. Though he had 2 7th-layer chi refinement spiders, even combined, they could not contend with a false core powerhouse. It was akin to a 12th-layer chi refinement cultivator facing off against 2 7th-layer cultivators. Exceedingly simple. You think you can escape after killing someone? The eternal ancestor scoffed, sweeping his sleeve to unleash a second divine ability. However, Su Chang'an, from a distance, hurled the talisman back at him. Rumbling, a massive golden finger bore down upon the disciples of Little Spirit Valley. Damn it, the eternal ancestor exclaimed in despair. What talisman is this, that it can rebound my attack? Cursing under his breath, as he dispelled Su Chang'an's assault, the latter had already vanished into the mist, leaving no trace behind. With a deep sigh of relief, Su Chang'an, having escaped from peril, took a moment to collect himself before swiftly selecting a direction and hastily making his way forward. Chapter 156, The Flying Serpent's Abyss, Reunion with the Great White. Su Chang'an sat upon the back of the Tsang spider, journeying deeper into the murky expanse. The noxious miasma thickened with each passing moment, instilling a numbing sensation throughout his body with every breath he took. Had it not been for the circulation of 13 droplets of golden essence within him, he would have likely found himself rendered powerless at that very moment. The potency of the toxins was staggering. Clearly, he had underestimated the virulence of the miasma here. In the midst of a swamp, a flicker of crimson flame erupted from the depths of the earth, intermittently surging forth, approximately every breath. Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. Fire? What flame could possibly emerge from the swamp? Frowning, he recalled certain passages from the Baibao book, which spoke of innate fires in the realm of cultivation that, after enduring the passage of time, could attain sentience and cultivate independently. Should such a flame take on human form, it would become a formidable and unparalleled demon. Could it be that this was an innate fire? Beyond innate fire, Su Chang'an could not fathom the presence of flames erupting from water. A surge of delight coursed through him. Legends claimed that such innate fires were born from the very essence of fire, and acquiring this flame would equate to obtaining the source of fire itself. If he could inscribe the Nirvana talisman, using this fire essence along with primal breath, it would mend his shattered spiritual roots, allowing him to be reborn through nirvana. Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an urged the Tsang spider to draw closer to the flame, intent on seizing this source of fire. However, just as he was about to grasp it, an oddly shaped creature leapt from the water with astonishing speed. This being resembled a frog, but was significantly larger, roughly the size of a water bucket. Seizing the moment unexpectedly, it sprang into the air and, with a swift opening of its mouth, unleashed a tongue-like appendage towards Su Chang'an. The speed was unparalleled. Fortunately, Su Chang'an reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to evade its head-on assault. though he felt the sting of its strike on his left shoulder. The pain was excruciating, piercing deep into his bones. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned his flying sword, cleaving the creature in two. Flames ignited upon its form, consuming it entirely within mere breaths. In an instant, Su Chang'an's shoulder healed, though his heart raced from the close call. The creature's cultivation was not particularly high, likely at the 7th or 8th level of chi refinement. Yet its speed was astonishingly deceptive. Had luck favored it, it might have slain a Foundation establishment cultivator. Onward, we must press forward. Su Chang'an urged the Tsang spider to continue its advance, yet he tempered his reckless inclinations, resolving that henceforth, he would refrain from approaching any peculiar occurrences. The vast swamp was fraught with unknown dangers. Days passed, and after traversing through the mire for 3 or 4 days, Su Chang'an had yet to glimpse the great white or any trace of its presence. However, he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Hiss! Amidst the miasmic haze surrounding him, an unpleasant sound emerged, followed by the appearance of a serpentine creature adorned with wings, lunging aggressively towards Su Chang'an. With a swift spray of silk, the colossal spider beneath him dispatched the creature without requiring Su Chang'an's intervention. This marked the 100th such creature he had slain. These flying serpents were unlike any Su Chang'an had encountered before. Their cultivation levels were quite low, with some at the 4th or 5th stage of chi refinement, while others barely reached the 2nd or 3rd stage. Their attack power was negligible, leading him to initially regard them as inconsequential. However, he could distinctly sense that their numbers were multiplying around him. Had he not ventured into this creature's territory, he would have found himself surrounded by an ever-growing swarm of these beings. Hiss! The incessant hissing enveloped him, reminiscent of some entity expelling a gust of air. Seated upon the back of the colossal spider, Su Chang'an extended his consciousness outward, discovering 16 of these flying serpents concealed within the miasma. The most formidable among them was only at the 5th stage of chi refinement, while the weakest barely reached the 2nd. With a swift flick of his hand, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, eliminating the 16 serpents in an instant, yet he dared not linger. Retreat. We must leave this place swiftly. He understood the adage that a multitude of ants could bring down an elephant, and he could not afford to allow these creatures to amass. However, it was too late. The colossal spiders sought to retreat, yet there was no path left to escape. Countless flying serpents had already congregated behind them, advancing like a relentless tide towards Su Chang'an and the colossal spider. Buzzing. With a decisive gesture, Su Chang'an cast 3 blood shield talismans, enveloping both himself and the colossal spider. Hiss! At that moment, a deep hiss resonated, and Su Chang'an felt the miasmic haze around his body receding at a visible pace. The scenery before him gradually unveiled itself. To his astonishment, a remarkably massive flying serpent was voraciously consuming the surrounding miasma. Good heavens, it feeds on the miasmic fog? Su Chang'an marveled in astonishment. Hiss! More fog was being devoured by these serpents. Thousands of flying serpents writhed in the air, all casting their gaze upon him. Amongst this myriad, several particularly large serpents, each at the Foundation establishment stage, stood out. With a swift motion, one of the flying serpents lunged towards the blood shield encasing Su Chang'an. Following suit, a swarm of serpents surged forward in a frenzied assault. Although the cultivation level of these serpents was low, their sheer numbers and reckless abandon rendered them formidable. The first layer of the blood shield dimmed visibly under their relentless onslaught. Within a 100-foot radius, several Foundation establishment serpents loomed ominously, biding their time and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Bang! The first layer of the blood shield shattered. Su Chang'an's expression darkened. The swarm of flying snakes around him only grew more numerous. If this stalemate continued, doom was inevitable. To flee? That seemed nearly impossible, as these creatures could effortlessly take to the skies. With a flicker of thought, he unleashed a neural blade. Swoosh! A distant flying snake king collapsed in response. Although he had slain one foundational-level flying snake, it amounted to little more than a drop in the ocean for Su Chang'an. His spiritual energy was waning, and he could only muster 2 more strikes of this magnitude before risking irreparable damage to his consciousness. Just as Su Chang'an's thoughts shifted, another blood shield crumbled. Only one remained. Of course, he still had more than a dozen blood shield talismans on hand, but they were of little consequence. With so many flying snakes, even 100 more would not alter the outcome. As the last blood shield succumbed, countless flying snakes launched a full-scale assault, and the nearby foundational-level Snake Kings turned their attention towards Su Chang'an. Since the snakes unleashed no supernatural abilities, his devouring talismans were rendered useless at this moment. He could only rely on his 2 azure spiders to engage the enemy. Yet soon enough, the azure spiders began to sustain injuries. Damn it! Su Chang'an furrowed his brow in frustration. At that moment, a unique roar pierced through the dense miasma. Roar. The sound was profoundly resonant. The flying snakes attacking Su Chang'an and the azure spiders recoiled in terror, with some fainting from sheer fright. The dozen or so foundational-level Snake Kings turned tail and fled. Another roar echoed through the air. Su Chang'an distinctly felt his azure spider tremble beneath him. Run! Su Chang'an was no fool. He knew he could not contend with whatever creature instilled such fear in the flying snake horde. Run it was. The azure spider dashed through the boundless misty marsh. But the unknown beast relentlessly pursued them, its roars ringing in the air. After half an hour, the beast finally broke through the fog and caught up to Su Chang'an. Scanning with his consciousness, he smiled. Stop. The azure spider halted. Behind them, a creature entirely covered in white fur rolled towards him like a plump snowball, colliding with Su Chang'an in the marsh. Dabai. Woohoo. It's you. You've become quite formidable, now at foundational level. All these years, I've been searching for you. Where have you been? Su Chang'an looked at Dabai, now boasting the cultivation of a 6th-layer foundational cultivator. How did you manage that? He noticed Dabai's face, which bore a silly grin. Is it possible? Su Chang'an rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Hey. You little rascal have truly evolved. A spirit beast can actually smile. Can you also shed tears? Come on, weep for me to behold. Suddenly, a series of sorrowful whimpers emerged from Dabai. Chapter 157, The Essence of Thunderpath, The Might of Divine Beasts. The appearance of Big White had not changed much. It remained adorably plump, its snow-white fur soft and resilient, offering an exceptionally pleasant tactile experience. However, over the years, it had grown significantly, evolving from the 3rd layer of Qi refinement to the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Now, it stood magnificently beside Su Chang'an, measuring over 3 zhang in height, its imposing figure reminiscent of a giant ape from behind. Yet, Big White's voice had transformed. In its youth, it chirped with a zzz, but now it emitted a deep woo-woo-woo. To this day, Su Chang'an remained oblivious to the true nature of this creature. Yet it was evident that it possessed extraordinary innate talent. Why? Because it had a starting point comparable to that of the 2 golden-backed spiders. After over 30 years, while the spider had progressed from 0 to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, Big White advanced from the 3rd layer of Qi refinement to the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Although the growth appeared similar, the spider had predominantly developed within the golden rune space, experiencing a 10-fold time advantage. In contrast, Big White had only cultivated in the real world. The disparity in temporal experience resulted in nearly equivalent outcomes. Clearly, Big White's lineage and innate gifts surpassed those of the mutated golden-backed spiders by several tiers. Woo-woo-woo. Big White stood beside the spider, vigorously patting its own back. Su Chang'an laughed heartily, saying, Are you still jealous? All right, I shall ride you now. With a leap, he transitioned from the spider's back to that of Big White, who immediately rejoiced, prancing about energetically, carrying Su Chang'an swiftly through the marshlands. Wherever they ventured, the spirit beast concealed beneath the mud and water lay in wait, daring not to make a sound. The tranquil marsh resembled the safest place in the world. Deep within the marsh, shrouded in heavy mist, a Qi refinement cultivator from the Little Spirit Valley raised his hand to slay a spider-like creature, its black blood splattering across his face. All right. Nearby, a disciple clad in a black robe instructed, Everyone tidy up, gather together, and remain vigilant of our surroundings. Do not be careless. Surrounding them were numerous grotesque spiders, which, despite losing many of their companions, refused to retreat. Roar! Roar! At that moment, peculiar roars echoed from afar. Although distant, the sounds were not particularly loud. Yet, upon hearing these growls, the surrounding spiders trembled in fear, fleeing in disarray into the mist. The cultivator from Little Spirit Valley, dressed in black robes, was suddenly elated, exclaiming, A divine beast. That is the roar of a divine beast. Quickly, send a message to the ancestor. A female cultivator produced a heart-linked talisman, channeling her mana to dispatch a message. The luminous signal from the talisman could penetrate the mist without hindrance. Before long, the venerable ancestor of longevity arrived in a grand procession, bringing their entourage with them. The venerable ancestor, the serious disciple of the Foundation establishment, respectfully bowed to the elder Changsheng and proclaimed, "Disciple has discovered the whereabouts of the divine beast." "Oh, where is it?" inquired the elder Changsheng. "I do not know," the disciple replied. "I heard the roar of that creature emanating from the southwest. It must be deeper within the marshes. And I discerned that it was not a single roar." "Indeed," exclaimed the female cultivator who had previously activated the heart-synchronizing talisman. "I too have heard the roar of the divine beast." Elder Changsheng asked, "How can you distinguish that this roar belongs to the divine beast?" The female disciple responded, "Not long ago, a swarm of water spiders besieged us, and despite our relentless efforts, we could not prevail. When that roar resounded, the water spiders trembled and retreated. I believe that if it were not for the divine beast, these creatures would not have shown such fear." "Excellent." Elder Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. "It must undoubtedly be this divine beast." One disciple inquired, "Elder, what manner of divine beast is this?" Elder Changsheng shook his head and said, "I am also unaware. But to command 100 beasts, this entity must surely be an ancient divine beast. Gather all disciples, and let us proceed together to the site of the divine beast's appearance." Thus, a grand procession set forth towards the southwest. From a high vantage point, one could observe that the entire marshland was shrouded in thick miasma, save for a circular area of approximately 10 miles in diameter at its center, devoid of any fog. This was a placid black surface of water. At the very heart of this circle, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, its majestic brilliance resembling an ancient deity's weapon, bridging the earth and sky. Su Chang'an, standing 10 miles away, gazed upwards in astonishment at this colossal lightning strike, finally grasping why this place was called Huashu Marsh. The tome of spiritual treasures once recorded, "In the land of Huashu, there lies a great marsh, birthed from thunder." How formidable! Perched upon the back of the great white beast, Su Chang'an remained in awe as he beheld the heavenly lightning from afar. Suddenly, a remarkable thought arose within him. If his master, the esteemed Uncle Qingshu, had faced such a monumental heavenly thunder during his golden core tribulation, could he have endured it? No, no, no. One should rather ponder whether the Taishan sect could withstand it. Would all 14 peaks of the sect be obliterated? Quite possibly. Gulp. Su Chang'an swallowed hard. With his current imagination, it was difficult to conceive of any cultivator capable of withstanding such heavenly thunder. Moreover, why was there a bolt of lightning that fell perpetually here? How curious. Found it. Haraha. The divine beast is here. Just as Su Chang'an was lost in contemplation, a throng of cultivators suddenly burst forth from not far behind him. Leading the charge was Elder Changsheng, followed closely by a dense cluster of dozens of individuals. Su Chang'an observed that apart from Elder Changsheng, who was at the fake Dan realm, there were more than a dozen at the Foundation establishment stage and over 100 disciples at the Qi refining stage. Goodness, if this were to be revealed, it could indeed establish a small sect. Is it you? The Ascendant Master gazed at Su Chang'an, his eyes flickering and the muscles on his face twitching violently. This lad, merely a novice devoid of cultivation, how could he perch upon the neck of a divine beast? Where have his 2 formidable spiders vanished? Once again they met. Su Chang'an narrowed his eyes at the Ascendant Master, while his mind raced with thoughts of escape. There was no other choice. The opponent's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Even if he were to display exceptional prowess, he could not possibly contend against such numbers. This place, at the very heart of the Huashu Marsh, was said to have birthed a fragment of the Thunder Tao's essence in ancient times, which has given rise to this extraordinary celestial thunder that has illuminated the ages for countless years. In the distance, the Ascendant Master pointed at the thunder, slowly imparting his wisdom to his disciples, seemingly showcasing his profound knowledge. Yet, upon hearing this, Su Chang'an's heart stirred, the essence of thunder. Hiss! If I could capture a fragment and inscribe it into the Nirvana talismans, it could awaken my thunder root and allow me to continue my cultivation. However, after observing the formidable lightning before him, Su Chang'an reconsidered. Perhaps it was best to let this go. After all, preserving his life was paramount. Depart. As Su Chang'an spoke, Dabai surged forward, desperately charging into the midst of the thunderous marsh. Chase. The disciples of the Little Spirit Valley, of course, would not allow Su Chang'an to escape. The two parties pursued each other relentlessly. Approximately half an hour later, Su Chang'an and Bai found themselves ensnared within the marsh. Fellow cultivator. The Ascendant Master regarded Su Chang'an with a calm demeanor, stating, "This creature was first discovered by our Little Spirit Valley. It is the purpose of our journey. Please return the divine beast to us." Su Chang'an replied nonchalantly, "It is my spirit pet, having accompanied me since childhood. How can you claim it belongs to anyone else?" The Ascendant Master was momentarily at a loss for words, but after taking a deep breath, he smiled. "I have stated that within the confines of Yang County, all is the territory of our Little Spirit Valley. Thus, this divine beast naturally belongs to us. If you are wise, you may join my sect as a true disciple. Should you be obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthless methods." Thunderous roars. A profound aura emanated from the Ascendant Master. While Su Chang'an pondered his next move, Bai suddenly rose, unleashing a tremendous roar towards the heavens. Roar! Roar! This cry resonated like the call of a phoenix, reverberating for miles. Then, amidst the mist, a rustling sound began to emerge. In an instant, the fog within a 10-mile radius dissipated, revealing countless marsh spirit beasts converging upon them. There were massive black apes wielding ancient ebony, their aura as imposing as mountains. There were swarms of serpents slithering in unison, and fierce crocodiles with crimson scales glaring menacingly as they emerged from the water, alongside numerous unknown creatures, each rising from the muddy depths of the marsh. At the call of the divine beast, all creatures rallied forth. The immortal Longsheng felt a chill run down his spine and urged, "We must depart swiftly. We are ill-equipped to confront this. Flee at once." With that, beams of escape light shot up into the sky. Simultaneously, the surrounding spirit beasts launched their assault, and in an instant, dozens of cultivators from the Lesser Spirit Valley, with their modest prowess, were engulfed by the ferocious beasts. Fortunately, those of exceptional cultivation managed to extricate themselves from the encirclement. Chapter 158. Ambush in the middle of the road. Jade clear sword array. With a swift motion of his hand, Su Chang'an gathered over 20 storage bags from the ground. Although these bags belonged to disciples in the Qi refining stage and were unlikely to contain anything of high value, Su Chang'an nonetheless inspected each one. In total, he discovered over 200,000 spirit stones, a number of low-level cultivation techniques, herbs, and various elixirs. With a flick of his wrist, he stored them in the golden symbol space. Even these storage bags alone could be exchanged for a considerable amount of spirit stones. As he surveyed the multitude of spirit beasts surrounding him, a shiver ran down Su Chang'an's spine. He patted the head of his companion, Bai, and instructed, "Let your friends depart." With a mighty roar, Bai summoned forth a wave of spirit beasts that gradually retreated until they vanished from sight. The entire misty marsh fell into a profound silence. After contemplating his next move, Su Chang'an directed Bai to find a nearby oasis to temporarily rest. Outside, there were cultivators from the Little Spirit Valley. Although Su Chang'an had managed to dispatch many of the lower-ranked disciples with Bai's help, the higher-ranked disciples from Little Spirit Valley remained largely unscathed. Moreover, once he left the marsh, he would be outnumbered and unable to contend with them. Thus, he resolved to remain in the marsh for the time being, waiting for the moment when the Little Spirit Valley disciples would depart before he made his exit. Su Chang'an took out some spirit herbs and offered them to Bai, who eagerly devoured them with a series of chews. Meanwhile, Su Chang'an seated himself on the ground and began to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Sutra. Given the marshy surroundings, he hesitated to enter the golden symbol space, opting instead to sit cross-legged on the ground. Without the soul-nurturing wood to aid his mental recovery, his progress was significantly slower. Days passed, and at last, Su Chang'an's spirit was rejuvenated. Yet, he had no intention of leaving just yet. He continued to draw various talismans for future use. Although he created a substantial number of talismans, the beast skins he had accumulated over the years were now completely depleted. Unsettled by his circumstances, Su Chang'an established a third-tier grand formation in the area and entered it to cultivate his mental faculties. Thus, half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. He surmised that the cultivators from Little Spirit Valley must have retreated, considering the time that had elapsed. With Dabai in tow, he cautiously approached the marsh's edge, searching for any signs of the little Spirit Valley disciples. As he neared the exit of the Huashu Marsh, he found no trace of them, and a sense of relief washed over him. He then summoned the fire-beaked black-winged eagle from his spatial realm. "Little Black, lead us away." Su Chang'an and Dabai leaped onto Little Black's back, and with a powerful thrust, the eagle soared into the sky. Their destination was the Chen family fortress in Yang County. After a vigorous flight lasting less than a day, Su Chang'an, seated atop the eagle's back, suddenly spotted a flash of red sword light cutting through the air above them, where the sun hung high. Initially small, the sword light swelled to the size of a bean, and as it reached above Su Chang'an's head, it transformed into a cloud of swords, unleashing a torrential downpour of sword rain upon him. The brilliance of the sword flashed with unparalleled ferocity, instantly piercing through Su Chang'an's blood shield. Several beams of sword light struck the black-winged eagle, resulting in a cascade of crimson rain. The black-winged eagle, unable to maintain flight, descended to the ground with Su Chang'an and the large white beast barely intact. At that moment, Su Chang'an noticed a practitioner in the late stage of Foundation establishment, over 100 feet to his left, suddenly reciting a spell and gently waving a silver array flag. A beam of sword light surged upward, piercing the void. Approximately 100 feet to the right front of this disciple, another practitioner in the same stage similarly waved an array flag, unleashing a second beam of sword light into the sky. Then, the third, the fourth, the fifth. Within a few breaths, 12 beams of sword light ascended from all directions around Su Chang'an, converging in the vast expanse above. Thunderous roars echoed as a magnificent sword formation took shape. This. Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. A sword formation. A peak-level second-tier sword formation, capable of unleashing power comparable to that of a third-tier offensive formation. The grand formation rose with a resounding boom. The brilliance of the sun above was dimmed by a tenth, losing a third of its radiance. Clad in a purple Taoist robe, the longevity Taoist hovered at the center of the sword formation, looking down from the encirclement of 12 beams of sword light. Disdainful of the heavens. "Young man, you seem to be well," the longevity Taoist bellowed at Su Chang'an. Due to the distance, Su Chang'an could not discern the expression of the longevity Taoist, who stood high above, obstructed by the sword light and sunlight. Su Chang'an retorted, "Your little Spirit Valley truly operates in an extraordinary manner, laying an ambush for an unarmed mortal like me." The longevity Taoist replied, "Umph. We have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. In truth, we extend an invitation for you to join our little Spirit Valley as a disciple." "There is no ambush to speak of," Su Chang'an responded. "Your words are as smooth as silk." The longevity Taoist remarked, "You are no mere mortal. As I understand it, your name is Su Chang'an, originally a core disciple of the Taishan sect, who returned to Su family village due to a mishap in your cultivation. Haraha. Are you truly a mortal?" Su Chang'an's gaze sharpened. "It seems you know everything. You have even investigated me?" 6 months was ample time for the longevity Taoist to conduct his inquiries. After all, Little Spirit Valley was a sect of cultivation, with considerable means at its disposal. Indeed, the longevity Taoist affirmed, "Su Chang'an, you have slain many of my disciples, yet I am still willing to bury the hatchet and take you as my disciple. Should you remain ungrateful, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." In truth, the longevity Taoist yearned to slay Su Chang'an on the spot. However, due to the presence of the large white beast, he decided to accept Su Chang'an as a disciple. He was uncertain of the repercussions that would follow should he kill Su Chang'an, particularly concerning the divine beast's potential wrath. Ultimately, his goal was to acquire the divine beast, and killing Su Chang'an might provoke it to the point of being untamable, resulting in a loss far greater than any gain. Su Chang'an had yet to utter a word when the towering figure of Dabai abruptly rose, standing 3 zhang tall beside him. He then lifted his head and let out a thunderous roar directed at the celestial being above, the longevity sage. Roar. Boom. In the next moment, a solid purple phantom materialized above Dabai's form. This apparition, towering 30 zhang, bore no resemblance to the endearing nature of Dabai's true self. Instead, it manifested as a fearsome beast with a green face and sharp fangs. What a divine beast! The longevity sage inhaled deeply. What a magnificent divine beast manifestation! Today, I shall subdue this fierce creature. With a powerful shout, the longevity sage gestured, causing countless rays of golden light to converge, transforming into a 3-zhang long sword of light that hovered above Dabai's head. Down it came. The sword crashed downward. Roar! Dabai unleashed his divine manifestation, striking his chest in fury. With both thick hands, he grasped the descending sword. Crack! With a forceful tug, he tore the sword light asunder. Ha ha ha! The longevity sage, far from being surprised, erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "What a magnificent divine beast! Su Chang'an, this is the ultimate secret art of my little spirit valley, the 12 golden immortal sword formation of the Jade Purity. That blow was but a fraction of its power. You have one last chance. Surrender or perish." Perish! The 12 Foundation establishment elders surrounding them echoed this command simultaneously, their voices resounding with authority. Su Chang'an responded with a cold smile. "You despicable and shameless little spirit valley. Unleash whatever means you possess. To think I would surrender is nothing but a foolish dream." Boom! A Vajra Talisman was activated by Su Chang'an, affixed to Dabai's body. Buzzing. Instantly, a golden light enveloped Dabai, strengthening his divine manifestation. The Vajra Talisman, a reward from his breakthrough at the 8th level of Qi refinement, could form a protective layer of adamantine around the body. Slash. The longevity sage struck again with a sword of light. This time, he did not exert his full strength, fearing the divine beast would be harmed. He wielded only 30% of his power. When this attack was met head-on by Dabai's form, the golden adamantine layer dimmed slightly, but did not shatter. Roar! With the failure of the previous strike, Dabai's ferocity intensified, roaring defiantly at the longevity sage. "Good creature," the longevity sage declared. "If that is the case, I shall not hold back." Once more he slashed, this time wielding 70% of his might. The sword conjured from spiritual energy shimmered with a crimson hue, surrounded by swirling flames. The unmatched sword light descended. Su Chang'an's eyelids twitched. Such a powerful attack. This strike was akin to the most formidable blow at the core formation stage. Would Dabai be able to withstand such overwhelming force? Chapter 159, The Collapse of Divine Consciousness. Escape from peril. With a thunderous roar, the formidable Dabai struck his chest with great force. Each resounding blow intensified the aura emanating from his being. After 3 strikes, Su Chang'an perceived that the ethereal silhouette surrounding Dabai had solidified considerably. Simultaneously, a sword of spiritual energy, suspended 100 feet in the air, descended with a resounding crash. Crack! The hands of the Dharmakaya shattered under the impact. The sword then landed heavily upon the back of releasing a dazzling burst of golden light as it pressed down relentlessly. After 3 breaths, a thunderous sound erupted. The ethereal form of Dabai finally shattered. However, the sword's brilliance had been diminished by a staggering 90%. With only a fraction remaining to strike Dabai's body, causing a gash to tear through his thick, snowy fur, from which crimson blood flowed profusely. Ha ha! The immortal Changsheng in the sky laughed heartily, proclaiming, "This is merely 70% of my attack power, and you cannot withstand it? Excellent. Next, I shall unleash the full force of my might. Su Chang'an, I ask you one final time, surrender or perish." Perish. On the ground, 12 elders of the Foundation establishment stage formed a vast circle, echoing the words of the immortal with a unified shout, "Perish." Their voices surged, a force of overwhelming momentum. Such fervor could easily crush those of wavering resolve. Drawing a deep breath, Su Chang'an responded, "Immortal Changsheng, the Shaoling Valley is a prestigious establishment in Yang County, well regarded throughout the Yin Kingdom. Today, you resort to such despicable acts for the sake of my celestial pet? Are you not concerned about the laughter of your peers from the Xianmen? Laughter?" Changsheng replied, "Fear not. No one shall ever know." "Very well," Su Chang'an retorted. "I shall offer Shaoling Valley a choice. Release me now, and I shall hold no grudges. Otherwise, should I escape today, I will annihilate your entire sect." Boom. Though stripped of his cultivation, Su Chang'an's divine consciousness remained extraordinarily potent. This declaration, imbued with his spiritual essence, reverberated like rolling thunder, surpassing the earlier clamor of the 12 elders combined. Ha ha ha! The immortal Changsheng laughed uproariously. On the ground, the 12 Foundation establishment elders laughed even more recklessly. Annihilate our Shaoling Valley? A cultivator of no foundation, a wretch whose spiritual roots have been wasted, dares to proclaim such audacity? Do you know that our sect boasts thousands of chi refining disciples and dozens of foundation establishment practitioners? We possess one who stands on the brink of the Golden Core stage, and another true Golden Core master. With the invincible Yuching 12 Golden Immortals, sword formation, and our formidable protective array, do you truly believe you can obliterate our Shaoling Valley? Very well. The immortal figure of Changxing bore a smile that was neither wholly mirthful nor entirely serious, declaring, "Today, I shall witness how you intend to escape this predicament." As the profound essence of the sword transformed into a divine blade, it surged forth, eclipsing the brilliance of the sun and moon with an overwhelming force, cascading down from the vast, empty heavens towards Su Chang'an and the great white entity. Su Chang'an inhaled deeply, activating a devouring talisman. The talisman expanded into a protective dome several feet in diameter above his head, and as the sword light descended, it was instantaneously consumed by the talisman. The talisman, now imbued with the absorbed sword light, shimmered with a clear radiance as it settled into Su Chang'an's palm. "Pray tell, what sort of talisman is this?" Changxing questioned eagerly, his eyes glinting with envy. "A talisman that can absorb the attacks of others is truly remarkable. What is more, it can even counterattack." After a moment's contemplation, Changxing concluded with certainty, "I surmise you possess only a handful of these. If you have the skill, produce more." The jade clear divine sword coalesced anew, resonating with a formidable tenfold sword intent. It descended with an unmatched momentum. Su Chang'an, undeterred, cast another devouring talisman. Once more, the colossal sword intent was devoured by the talisman. "Is there more?" Changxing inquired, undeterred. The third sword fell, only to be consumed once again by Su Chang'an's talisman. The fourth, fifth, and sixth swords followed suit, while beads of sweat began to form on Changxing's brow. In truth, Su Chang'an felt the pressure as well. His supply of devouring talismans was dwindling. Though he retained 7 or 8, if Changxing persisted in his onslaught, he would surely be overwhelmed. "Su Chang'an," Changxing queried, "do you have any left?" Su Chang'an chuckled softly, replying, "Guess." With a flourish of his hand, 6 talismans erupted forth, coalescing into 6 complete forms of the jade clear sword intent, aimed at the grand formation above. Upon another wave of his hand, they surged forward in unison. Oh no! Changxing realized the gravity of the situation and promptly withdrew. The grand formation, orchestrated by the 12 elders, was shattered under the might of the 6 radiant sword lights. Puff! The seated elders each expelled blood, the formation having been dismantled. "Flee!" Su Chang'an seized the opportunity to escape. However, it was evident that the cultivators of the Little Spirit Valley were not to be underestimated. They desperately sought to impede his flight. "Such divine talismans in your possession are a waste. Hand them over, and I promise not to take your life," Changxing declared, channeling his vital energy as he pointed at Su Chang'an, conjuring a colossal finger-like apparition that surged towards Su Chang'an's back. Meanwhile, the immortal Changxing shouted, "Alas! The finger of fate." Such an attack, emanating from the realm of mere false alchemy, was beyond Su Chang'an's capacity to withstand. Thus, he had no choice but to summon the devouring talisman once more. With each invocation, the talisman diminished in number, and Su Chang'an's countenance grew increasingly somber. Dabai, while he valiantly repelled the onslaught of adversaries, he communicated with Dabai, "I shall activate the treasure soon. We must flee swiftly. Can your spiritual energy be channeled into the artifact?" Su Chang'an possessed certain means of escape, such as the cloud crane. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the cloud crane was a spiritual artifact that required not only mental command, but also a substantial reservoir of spiritual energy for activation. In his current state as a mere mortal, where could he procure such energy? Yet, if Dabai could supply the requisite power, it would suffice. After all, it was Su Chang'an's spiritual tool. He merely needed to incite it, and whose energy flowed thereafter was inconsequential. "Dabai, brace yourself against this onslaught." "I will activate the cloud crane." With a soft whimper, Dabai nodded and stepped forward to position himself behind Su Chang'an. With a roar, the phantom of the law revealed itself once more. A colossal finger struck the ethereal silhouette, causing it to sway precariously. Following this, 12 beams of sword light assailed the apparition. At that moment, Su Chang'an hastily consumed a supreme gathering spirit elixir, seizing the fleeting spiritual energy within. And with a resounding surge, he activated the cloud crane. The golden celestial crane expanded to an impressive size. At that instant, however, Dubai faltered under the barrage of attacks, spewing blood and sustaining several grievous wounds. Dubai, quickly channel your energy, fly south. And do not cease until you can no longer soar with a mournful whimper. The already grievously injured Dubai swiftly accepted the cloud crane, pouring the scant spiritual energy within him into the artifact. In an instant, the cloud crane transformed into a streak of golden light, ascending into the sky. Yet, at that very moment, another strike of the finger of fate from Changsheng was hurtling towards them. Su Chang'an's face contorted in despair. If this attack were to land, there would be no hope of escape for either him or Dubai. It was imperative to absorb the impact, yet there was no time to activate the devouring talisman. What to do? Forgive me. With a flicker of his consciousness, Su Chang'an hurled 2 Tsang spiders into the fray. His heart ached at the thought. These were spirit pets he had painstakingly nurtured for decades. With a thud, the 2 Tsang spiders fell, sacrificing themselves to momentarily halt the advance of the finger. However, after that fleeting moment, the finger continued its relentless approach. Gritting his teeth, Su Chang'an cast forth the black-winged eagle. With a piercing cry, the black-winged eagle too was vanquished. Nevertheless, the energy of the finger's phantom had been diminished by 70%, leaving but 30% remaining. How would he withstand it? Bang! The proactive defense atop Su Chang'an's purple gold crown suddenly activated, consuming an additional 20% of his energy. Now, only a mere 10% remained. However, this last fragment of energy left Su Chang'an with no means of evasion or defense. After all, he was devoid of any spiritual energy. What to do? There was no alternative. The shield of consciousness. Boom. Over 90% of his mental acuity surged forth, forming an intangible shield of consciousness before him. Though the mind can serve as a defense, utilizing an intangible force to shield against a tangible attack inevitably results in a significant disadvantage. A 90% investment may yield scarcely 10% effectiveness. It was dire. Puff. Boom. Su Chang'an felt as though his very soul was on the verge of shattering. Overwhelmed by pain, he collapsed into the embrace of the great white creature, losing consciousness. Fortunately, this final surge of assault was successfully thwarted, albeit at a considerable cost. Whoosh! The crane of the clouds transformed into a streak of light, fleeing southward. Chapter 160. The Sea of Jiaozhou in Qi State. The floating paradise, in the Qi State, within the small coastal town of Jiaohai, despite its diminutive size. The streets were bustling with throngs of people, shoulder to shoulder. Along a street near the shoreline, prominently displayed was a sign reading Disciple of BNK, where several attendants busily spread out various herbs to dry. Chen Sangyu, with a darkened complexion, emerged carrying a basket of dried tangerine peel, which he abruptly tossed onto a mat. "Hey," remarked a widow washing clothes nearby, eyeing Chen Sangyu. "You've got quite the strength." With a puffed chest, Chen Sangyu boasted, casting a flirtatious glance at the widow. "Sister, would you like to witness my true strength tonight?" "Get lost." The widow, hands on her hips and visibly irritated, retorted. "Chen Sangyu, do you believe I'll inform your family's physician to send you back home?" All right. Chen Sangyu lowered his head, pleading, "Sister, I was wrong. I certainly don't wish to return home." "Humph." The widow scoffed, giving him a disdainful glance before breaking into a smile. "Look at your pitiful demeanor. 3-Dog, come help," bellowed Physician Chen from the front hall. Chen Sangyu hurriedly dashed from the back to the front hall. "Go." Physician Chen, while examining a patient, gestured towards the entrance. A patient just vomited everywhere. "You need to clean it up." Sighing, Chen Sangyu, ever obedient, swiftly gathered his tools to tidy up at the door. However, just as he stepped over the threshold, he rushed back with a look of sheer terror. "Mother of mine, there's a monster." Physician Chen's face darkened instantly, spouting nonsense in broad daylight. "Are you still asleep?" No sooner had he spoken than a massive white rabbit suddenly collided with the doorway. "Good heavens!" Physician Chen, startled, collapsed onto the ground. The patients in the front hall scattered in panic. "Help! Help! There's a monster!" Physician Chen shouted desperately. Yet, the large white rabbit proceeded to push an unconscious person into the hall and, astonishingly, mimicked human behavior by kneeling at the entrance and repeatedly bowing its head in reverence. Witnessing this spectacle, much of Physician Chen's fear dissipated. Is it here to save someone? The previously chaotic street and the panicked townsfolk gradually settled. turning their gazes toward the scene. Hey, is that a monster? Doesn't he seem like it? It resembles a giant white bear. It even exhibits human-like behavior. With newfound courage, Physician Chen stood up from the ground and approached the unconscious Su Chang'an lying on the floor. He first touched Su Chang'an's forehead and said, "Chen Sandog, fetch a damp towel." Then, Dr. Chen examined Su Chang'an's pulse, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "This is a manifestation of mental distress." At that moment, Chen Sandog brought the damp towel. Dr. Chen instructed, "Apply it to him. The fever is intense. Additionally, fetch my gold and silver needles. I must perform acupuncture. His mental state is severely impaired, and we must address it through the heart meridian to dispel malevolent influences." Half an hour later, under Dr. Qian's acupuncture, Su Chang'an slowly opened his eyes. "Hey." Dr. Qian wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, "You truly are resilient. You've awakened." "I." Su Chang'an began to utter a word, but a sharp pain surged through his head, nearly causing him to faint again. "Do not speak," Dr. Qian cautioned. "You need to rest for a while." Your great rabbit hear this." Su Chang'an's gaze drifted outside, where he indeed saw the large white rabbit kneeling and bowing. He exchanged a glance with the rabbit, which instantly understood, rising to leave and disappearing from sight. Phew! Once the rabbit departed and did not return, Dr. Qian finally exhaled in relief. Su Chang'an was settled in a stifling room, closing his eyes to commence his cultivation of the Heavenly Emperor's divine meridian. Alas, the depletion of his mental energy was immense. One could say that after the shattering of his mental shield, he nearly faced a collapse of his very soul. After a month of diligent practice in the small room, Su Chang'an's mental energy had begun to mend. He eagerly stood up, though weakened, and made his way to Dr. Qian's hall. "You can rise from your bed, Doctor," Qian exclaimed in astonishment. Su Chang'an smiled faintly, his complexion somewhat pale. Struggling to summon his mental energy, he opened his storage pouch and retrieved a piece of gold, saying, "Thank you for saving my life. Please accept this." He. Dr. Qian accepted the gold without hesitation, remarking, "You are no ordinary individual. You must be an immortal, correct?" Su Chang'an smiled and replied, "Can you tell?" "Indeed." Dr. Qian did not conceal his thoughts. "In our Jiaohai city, which is not particularly large, we generally know all the locals, yet you are not one of them. Nowadays, more and more immortals come to Jiaohai city, most drawn by the floating raft immortal realm, which is why I surmised you might be one." Su Chang'an's eyes flickered with interest, and he said, "Indeed. However, I have not heard of the floating raft immortal realm. My arrival in Jiaohai city was purely by chance. Could you enlighten me about this floating raft immortal realm?" I do not know much myself," Qian Longzhong remarked. "It is said that every 120 years, during the Gengzi year in the 8th month, the waters of the heavenly river flow backward in the East Sea. At that time, floating rafts traverse between the East Sea and the heavenly river. If the immortals manage to step upon these rafts, they may embark on a journey into the heavenly river." Su Chang'an inquired, "What lies within the heavenly river?" Qian Longzhong replied, "Alas, I have merely heard tales. It is said that the golden crows emerge from Fusong, but the specifics elude my knowledge." Su Chang'an further questioned, "Sir, what exactly is this floating raft?" "Haraha." Qian Longzhong chuckled heartily, saying, "The floating raft, as we refer to it locally, signifies a small boat or, alternatively, you may envision it as a wooden raft. Coincidentally, next year marks the Gengzi year, and in just over a year, the time for the floating raft immortal realm to open will arrive, hence the multitude of cultivators in Jiaohai city." Gratitude expressed. Su Chang'an retrieved 2 gleaming golden white objects from his storage bag and placed them before the elder, stating, "Dr. Qian, I beseech you to find me a tranquil place for a year of cultivation. The more expansive and secluded, free from disturbances, the better." "Very well, very well." Qian Longzhong procured a spacious courtyard for Su Chang'an, expelling all individuals present and assigning guards to patrol the premises day and night, ensuring Su Chang'an's solitude. Su Chang'an and his companion, Daba, settled into the courtyard. Initially, he devoted a month to cultivating the Heavenly Emperor's divine technique, gradually restoring some of his spiritual consciousness. Subsequently, he spent 10 days arranging 3 second-tier major formations. Ordinarily, setting up these formations would take Su Chang'an merely 2 hours, but with his severely damaged spiritual consciousness, it took him 10 days of intermittent effort to complete the task. However, With the formations in place, progress accelerated. Su Chang'an suddenly entered the golden symbol space. In this realm, practicing the Heavenly Emperor's divine technique not only benefited from the nurturing wood, but also yielded twice the result with half the effort, coupled with a tenfold acceleration of time flow. Within the golden symbol space, Su Chang'an cultivated for approximately 60 months, nearly 5 years, during which his spirit was restored to 30%. Naturally, as his spiritual consciousness strengthened, his cultivation speed increased correspondingly. Thus, nearly a decade into his time within the golden symbol space, Su Chang'an's consciousness was entirely restored. 10 years in the golden symbol space equated to merely 1 year outside. A month remained until the opening of the floating raft immortal realm. Su Chang'an remained unhurried, uncertain if he met the criteria for entering the floating raft immortal realm. After all, he was not a native of Qi and lacked a sect. Crucially, his current state involved no cultivation, only spiritual awareness. Furthermore, it was essential to ascertain the true nature of this floating raft immortal realm. Should it prove excessively perilous, Su Chang'an would forego the endeavor, for he currently possessed no cultivation. Additionally, if the realm lacked the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he sought, he would also relinquish the pursuit. At this juncture, Su Chang'an's paramount objective was to seek the essence of the 5 elements, rather than contesting ephemeral treasures. However, regardless of whether he ventures into the realm of immortals, Su Chang'an presently confronts a pressing dilemma: self-preservation. He still needs to craft some talismans. Yet, the beast hide he possessed has been entirely expended. In order to inscribe these talismans, he must procure some talisman paper. Chapter 161, Trading Conference. Uses of insight. Su Chang'an stepped out of the Grand Formation and found himself on the bustling streets of Jiaohai City. With a month remaining until the opening of the floating chariot immortal realm, the city was increasingly vibrant, filled with cultivators clad in various Taoist robes mingling with mortals, creating a scene so crowded that one could hardly pass. What was once a mere marketplace for commoners had transformed into a realm befitting the immortals. Su Chang'an observed that on the eastern side of Jiaohai City, closest to the sea, a commercial street had sprouted, dedicated to serving cultivators of all kinds. The name of the Lianqing Chamber of Commerce was prominently displayed. Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. He had encountered the Lianqing Chamber in the Dian Kingdom years ago, and it was surprising to find such an establishment in the Qi Kingdom as well. This organization was evidently a multinational chamber of commerce, boasting impressive strength. Of course, this matter had little bearing on Su Chang'an. He stepped into the chamber. Inside, numerous cultivators were engaged in selecting items. A shop assistant eagerly approached Su Chang'an, bowing respectfully. "What can I assist you with, esteemed sir? Just let me know." Despite Su Chang'an's current lack of cultivation, his extraordinary demeanor, with white hair complementing his dark green Taoist robe, gave him an ethereal presence, causing the staff to treat him with utmost respect. "I wish to purchase some high-quality talisman paper, or perhaps animal skins will suffice," Su Chang'an stated. His stock of talismans was running low. In fact, he possessed several talismans, such as the Golden Thunder Talisman, Shadowless Talisman, Concealment Talisman, Spirit-Subduing Talisman, Insight Talisman, and Water Escape Talisman. However, he lacked defensive talismans, such as the Blood Shield Talisman and Devouring Talisman. His supply of animal skins and talisman paper was depleted. "Certainly," the assistant replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Please follow me, senior." Su Chang'an accompanied the assistant to a display of merchandise, where indeed, a plethora of talisman-making supplies awaited. Talisman brushes, inks, and papers were all present, along with fundamental texts on talisman crafting. The basic talisman paper was priced at 100 spirit stones for a bundle of 100 sheets. The medium-grade paper was also 100 sheets for 1,000 spirit stones, while the high-grade paper commanded a price of 10,000 spirit stones for the same quantity. "What type does the esteemed senior seek?" the assistant inquired, observing Su Chang'an's contemplation. Su Chang'an examined the talisman paper in his hands, his brow furrowing slightly. Even the high-quality paper appeared somewhat inadequate. To be frank, it felt somewhat subpar. "Is there any paper of a higher grade?" Su Chang'an asked the assistant. Talisman papers are categorized into various grades, akin to elixirs, beginning from the Qi refinement stage, classified as first grade, second grade, and so forth. Su Chang'an noted that the most advanced offerings in the chamber were merely of the second grade. If only there were third-grade paper, he mused. Talisman paper of the third grade would yield talismans of greater potency. Regrettably, we do not possess any higher quality, the assistant replied with a bittersweet smile. However, the man continued, if you desire a higher grade of talisman paper, it is not entirely out of reach. Allow me to summon the proprietor for you. Please wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, a frail old man appeared before Su Chang'an. The elder possessed a respectable cultivation level, being at the second layer of the foundation establishment stage. Nevertheless, he regarded Su Chang'an with utmost courtesy, smiling as he inquired, do you seek high-quality talisman paper, my friend? Su Chang'an nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The elder responded, I cannot guarantee its availability, but I would like to invite you to a private trading event hosted by our guild. At this gathering, cultivators from various regions of the Great Qi Kingdom will be present. When the time comes, you may express your needs. And if others possess what you seek, a transaction can be made. Of course, I cannot assure you that high-quality talisman paper will be available at this event. Su Chang'an consented with a nod. Very well. When does it commence? The proprietor replied, in 2 hours. You may either rest in the private room above or return when the time arrives. All right, Su Chang'an said, I shall wait upstairs. By the way, do you charge a fee for facilitating transactions? No fee is required. The proprietor chuckled. However, there is one stipulation. Should the same item be presented, our guild retains the right of first purchase. Su Chang'an nodded in understanding. Indeed, nothing in this world comes without a cost. The guild's motivation for hosting such an event was clear. They sought to secure a source of goods. Su Chang'an ascended to the upper floor with his companion, Daba, and began to meditate in the private room. 2 hours later, the gaunt proprietor, now clad in a different outfit, knocked on the door. Su Dao Yu. The trading event is ready. Please enter. It is in the hall ahead. Su Chang'an extended his hand to affix a wisdom eye talisman to himself and, accompanied by Daba, followed the proprietor into the hall. As soon as Su Chang'an stepped into the hall, dozens of gazes were immediately drawn to him. The hall was already populated with numerous individuals. With the wisdom eye talisman affixed to him, Su Chang'an could discern the cultivation levels of those present without the need for spiritual sense. Thus, he scanned the room and identified the cultivation levels of the 30 or so individuals before him. Most were at the foundation establishment stage, while 4 or 5 were at the 12th layer of the Qi refinement stage, fully perfected, and there were even 2 golden core cultivators. The attire and ages of these individuals varied greatly. Su Chang'an did not scrutinize them closely and casually selected a place to sit down. Suddenly, a sound resembling that of a mouse squeaked from the red-robed woman seated opposite him. Su Chang'an glanced over and saw that indeed a mouse was nestled in the woman's sleeve. However, this was no ordinary rodent. It bore a coat of purple gold fur and shimmered with an ethereal glow, its little eyes sparkling with astonishing vitality. The woman chuckled and said, my apologies, everyone. My treasure-seeking mouse is rather timid and has been frightened by this giant creature. I hope I haven't disturbed you all. As she spoke, she glanced at Su Chang'an, clearly implying that it was his large white creature that had startled her treasure-seeking mouse. Su Chang'an turned his gaze toward her and observed that she was a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, her 11th layer of mastery evident. With bright eyes and pearly white teeth, her cheeks were as pristine as jade, and her skin was as fair as snow. She was indeed quite beautiful. From Su Chang'an's perspective, the only female cultivator he had encountered in his life who could rival her in beauty was senior sister Jin Qingyan. However, Su Chang'an did not fall prey to infatuation due to her outward charm. Instead, he remained quite composed, quickly cupping his hands in a gesture of apology and saying, I'm sorry. It's no trouble at all. The woman smiled sweetly at Su Chang'an and inquired, what sort of spirit beast is this? It is the first time I have seen one of such appearance. With her remark, the attention of the crowd shifted to the large white creature. Su Chang'an chuckled and replied, it's merely a mutated rabbit. Clearly displeased at being referred to as a mere rabbit, the large white creature emitted a few soft whines. Yet it was sensible enough to refrain from further protest. After a brief interval, more than 20 cultivators entered the hall in succession, taking their seats on cushions and forming a substantial circle. The manager of the Lianqing Chamber of Commerce occupied the central position and stated, welcome, everyone, to the Lianqing Chamber of Commerce. Our rules are quite simple. This is a trading venue, and regardless of any personal grievances, no one is permitted to resort to violence within our establishment. The consequences of such actions should be clear to all. The crowd nodded in agreement. The manager continued, "Secondly, since this trading event is organized by our chamber, we shall not charge any commission. However, as per our customary practice, if any treasures emerge, the Lianqing chamber will have the right of first purchase at an equivalent price. Is that understood?" The crowd nodded once more. The manager declared, "Very well, let us commence." After several breaths of silence, the woman in red, seated directly across from Su Chang'an, suddenly spoke. "If no one else wishes to make a bid, then I shall take the initiative." She produced a large, gleaming piece of copper from her storage bag and proclaimed, "This is a piece of copper essence, a rare material for refining weapons. It can be exchanged for anything. Spirit stones are acceptable, and I am open to any valuable items." The manager asked the audience, "Is there anyone interested?" Silence fell over the room, as it was evident that the crowd showed little interest in the female cultivator's copper essence. The manager then stated, "We will accept this copper essence at our chamber for a price of 15,000 low-grade spirit stones." The female cultivator nodded in agreement, saying, "That's a fair price." A peculiar old man, with an unseemly appearance, chuckled softly to himself before gesturing to reveal a colossal beast egg, which he placed upon the ground before him. "This is a treasure I stumbled upon a decade ago, and I remain unaware of the creature it may harbor. Yet, it pulses with the essence of life within. I shall part with this extraordinary item only to a worthy individual. Furthermore, should anyone be able to enlighten me about the nature of this being, I shall offer a fitting reward." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. 10 years have passed, and it remains unhatched? The most astonishing aspect is that it is still alive. Surely, this is no ordinary spirit beast. One would wonder who could possibly take a decade to emerge from such an egg. Chapter 162, The Acquisition of the Talismans and Ancient Beast Skin. Su Chang'an bore a wisdom eye talismans upon his person, endowing him with the ability to perceive all illusions. Before him, the 2-foot-long, oval-shaped egg harbored no secrets. Within this egg, indeed, lay a life in repose, its heart pulsating rhythmically. The appearance of this spirit beast was peculiar, yet its bloodline bore no extraordinary traits, signifying that it was quite ordinary. "Esteemed friends," the elderly man observed the silence of the crowd, noticing their reluctance to purchase. "Since none of you wish to buy, I shall offer a reward to anyone who can identify this egg and inform me of its nature." The old man, having attained the golden core stage, confidently referred to himself in such a manner. Su Chang'an discerned the egg's essence, but had no intention of divulging this knowledge to the elder. If it were truly a treasure, sharing such information would be akin to embellishing a tapestry. However, given the egg's ordinary nature, revealing its identity would merely serve to undermine its worth. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Seeing the crowd shake their heads in unison, the old man stowed away the egg. Su Chang'an retrieved a concealment talisman from his storage pouch, presenting it before him. "Behold, an ancient talisman of unknown name. When activated, it forms a barrier around the user, effectively masking all presence. So much so that even a fully realized golden core practitioner cannot penetrate its veil, and its efficacy lasts for 3 days." He then added, "Of course, for those of the nascent soul stage, this talisman holds no merit, as they can see through it effortlessly." A collective gasp arose from the assembly. They understood that such an item could serve as a vital lifeline in dire circumstances, capable of concealing one's aura for an extended period. "Is this true?" a fellow practitioner inquired. "How do you know it can obscure the perception of a perfected golden core cultivator?" Su Chang'an smiled and replied, "Because I have possessed more than one of these talismans, and I have utilized them on numerous occasions." "What price do you seek for this talisman?" another voice queried. Su Chang'an stated, "For this talisman, I seek no less than 100 sheets of high-grade third-tier talisman paper." The value of third-tier talisman paper is significant. Reserved for golden core practitioners, and each high-grade sheet is worth 1,000 spirit stones. Su Chang'an's opening bid amounted to a staggering 100,000 spirit stones, leaving many astounded. However, upon reflecting on the talisman's potential, one individual, steeling himself, declared, "Friend, I shall trade with you. I just happen to possess 100 sheets of talisman paper. Please have a look." A middle-aged man clad in a black robe tossed a stack of talisman paper through the air. Su Chang'an examined the offering and confirmed it to be precisely 100 sheets of high-grade third-tier talisman paper. "No problem." Su Chang'an accepted the paper and threw the concealment talisman back, concluding the exchange. The monk across from him, having such a high-grade talisman paper at his disposal, was undoubtedly a master of talisman crafting. After merely glancing at the concealment talisman, he exclaimed with palpable excitement, "What a remarkable talisman! This is an ancient technique. Ha ha ha, indeed a splendid treasure. My friend, do you possess any more of these?" His gaze was piercing as it rested upon Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an replied, "I have 2 more, but I intend to keep them for myself. My apologies." A wave of disappointment washed over the crowd. "My friend," the manager of the Lianxing Merchants Association chimed in, looking at Su Chang'an with a cheerful demeanor, "Such a talisman could be sold to our association, and I assure you, I will offer you an exceedingly satisfactory price. Even a single one will suffice." Su Chang'an shook his head, "I'm sorry, but the last 2 are for my personal use." "Very well then." The manager sighed, a hint of disappointment in his breath. "Everyone, if you have any treasures, please present them." The atmosphere in the trading hall grew increasingly vibrant. After a brief period of silence, the cultivators began to relax, shedding their wariness, and more precious materials were brought forth for trade. Su Chang'an had already acquired what he sought and, by all rights, could have taken his leave. However, as he observed the treasures being unveiled, his own interest was piqued, for he was in dire need of a crucial item, the essence of the 5 elements. His most pressing challenge was to reconstruct his spiritual root, which required 2 types of rare materials: the primary material, the primordial aura, and the supplementary material, the essence of the 5 elements. He had secured the primordial aura. Now, he only lacked the essence of the 5 elements. Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an addressed the assembly, "Esteemed friends, I am in search of a portion of the essence of the 5 elements." Instantly, the crowd's attention shifted back to him. Yet, it was evident that everyone exchanged glances, none truly capable of producing the sought-after essence. "Ha ha ha," the manager chuckled, "Young brother, you are far too eager. The floating chariot immortal realm has yet to open. Where do you intend to procure the essence of the 5 elements?" "Patience. Once the immortal realm closes and everyone emerges, there will undoubtedly be those who have acquired the essence, and you may seek it then." While his words were reasonable, the woman in red across from Su Chang'an interjected, "However, in reality, those who obtain the essence of the 5 elements will not be inclined to part with it easily." The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, an elderly golden core cultivator remarked, "The essence of the 5 elements can solidify one's foundation and can even be directly consumed." A cultivator at the golden core stage could effortlessly break through a level after consuming a portion of the essence. Such a treasure. How could anyone be willing to part with it? Su Chang'an felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet, simultaneously, a thrill surged within him. Could it be that the essence of the 5 elements existed within the floating chariot immortal realm? All right, everyone. A cultivator who had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage retrieved a piece of gray beast hide from his storage bag and laid it upon the ground, proclaiming, "I have attained the grand completion of the foundation establishment realm and seek but a single morning yuan pill. Should the esteemed elder possess any surplus of this precious elixir, I am willing to exchange this beast hide for it." Instantly, the attention of the onlookers was captivated. However, it was not long before laughter erupted from the crowd. "My friend, what worth does mere beast hide hold against a morning yuan pill? Surely, you are unaware of its true value," someone remarked. This was not mockery, but rather an acknowledgement of the morning yuan pill's exorbitant worth to a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, the uniqueness of the beast hide went unnoticed by the masses. "Umph." The owner of the hide let out a cold snort, saying nothing further. He pressed his left hand upon the hide and infused it with his spiritual energy. With a thunderous roar, a violet luminescence erupted from the hide, as intricate purple patterns began to spread across its surface, resembling the majestic and fearsome visage of the ancient beast, Tao Tai. "This cannot be," someone finally exclaimed, unable to contain their curiosity. "Is this not the hide of the ancient ferocious beast Tao Tai?" "Nay," the shopkeeper, well versed in such matters, interjected. "This is likely the hide of a descendant that carries the bloodline of Tao Tai, yet it is still exceedingly rare. If refined, it could potentially yield an entire sheet of 8th or even 9th grade talisman." 8th, 9th grade? My heavens! A collective gasp arose. It is essential to understand that talismans of such caliber could only be wielded by the most formidable beings at the Mahayana or Ascension stages, capable of unleashing catastrophic power, sometimes able to move mountains or obliterate vast expanses of land. The mere thought instilled terror. A single morning yuan pill would indeed be a tremendous bargain. However, it must be noted that cultivators at the foundation establishment stage might never encounter the likes of such transcendent beings in their lifetime. Many might not even catch a glimpse of a mere nascent soul. Thus, despite their fortuitous acquisition of such a treasure, they would likely find themselves unable to sell it, leaving it to gather dust. "I shall take it," declared the shopkeeper. "However, esteemed brother, our guild currently lacks any morning yuan pills. Might you be willing to wait a while?" The owner of the hide inquired. "How long?" "A month." "Within a month, I assure you, we shall procure one," replied the shopkeeper. "That will not do." The cultivator shook his head resolutely. "I can afford no more than 5 days." The shopkeeper found himself in a predicament. At that moment, Su Chang'an placed a white porcelain vial before himself with a decisive clap. According to the rules, the Lianqing Guild holds the right of first refusal. "If you do not wish to proceed, then I shall claim it." "You," the cultivator gazed at Su Chang'an with astonishment. "You possess a morning yuan pill?" Su Chang'an nodded, affirming, "One, of medium quality. This is the elixir that once aided the esteemed Qingshu Zhenren in his alchemical pursuits." Qingshu selected one exquisite specimen, leaving behind another of equal quality along with 10 intermediate ones, all in the possession of Su Chang'an. "Oh, splendid." The cultivator gazed eagerly at the shopkeeper, urging, "Please, speak." The shopkeeper's expression darkened, and he lamented, "Alas, we currently lack the Chaoyuan Dan. This transaction cannot proceed." "What a pity, what a pity,"